A 15-year-old pirate stranded on a deserted island for 28 days contemplates a grim fate. The sea appears tranquil, yet Rayn endures relentless exposure atop a rocky outcrop for 3 days, his lips chapped like dried fish. 2 weeks have passed, and all provisions have been exhausted. He survives solely on scant rainwater. At merely 15, he ventured into the ocean, relying on a modicum of skill. However, his vessel was shattered by a mysterious current. His elder had assured him that even a barrel would carry him to safety, yet he has not encountered a single sign of life. Damn it, he exclaims, kicking the rock face, which crumbles beneath him, causing him to collapse in despair. For the first time, he truly feels the weight of mortality pressing upon him. In his 15 years of life, he has followed his elder into a life of pillaging and destruction, becoming a pariah in the eyes of others. Yet now, he cannot even muster the will to reflect on his choices for more than a fleeting moment. Finding only tedium in his thoughts on the 28th day of his ordeal, a corpse drifts into view, and Ryan's gaze fixates upon it. Could it be sustenance? Just days prior, he had been lost in contemplation, staring vacantly at his own hands and feet. Yet the body is bloated and putrid, crawling with maggots. A mere glance is sufficient to extinguish any thoughts of consumption. What lies ahead? Will he ever be rescued? Is he truly considering such a desperate act against himself? This narrative sends shivers down one's spine, as the once maligned pirate finds himself in such dire straits, contemplating cannibalism merely to survive. The depths of desperation are truly harrowing. 41 days adrift, he survives on decaying fruit, and in his final moments, he perceives a mysterious figure approaching. Rayn speaks to the corpse, reminiscing about his past transgressions until the stench becomes unbearable, prompting him to sink it into the sea with a stone. It's not because you smell, he insists stubbornly. On the 41st day, his consciousness begins to wane. Thirst drives him to consume seawater, hastening his demise. The rocky outcrop is battered by rising tides, nearly dragging him into the depths. He utters, resigned to his fate. The ocean is truly terrifying. In the final moments before he closes his eyes, he spots a barrel drifting in the distance. Are you jesting with me? He muses, lacking the strength to feel excitement. He watches the barrel float closer, and after a half-hour of recuperation, he pries it open with a sharp stone, revealing fruit inside, half of it already spoiled. Thank you, God. This marks his first expression of gratitude. He bites into a rotten piece of fruit, its bitterness causing his stomach to convulse. Yet he suppresses the urge to vomit. To do so would seal his fate. These decaying fruits sustain him for less than a month, leaving him afflicted with illness, and the intermittent rains worsen his condition, ultimately leading to his collapse. Existence will no longer be. His eyes devoid of light, obscured by another, a towering figure, turned away from the sun, gazing down upon him. Rayn felt the world sway. Weakly he opened his eyes. The sunlight pierced, prompting him to close them once more. Am I still alive? Next. Will this mysterious figure save him? Is this person a foe or a friend? The unfolding drama was suffocating. From craving flesh to surviving on rotten fruit. The exhilarating twist before death. A glimmer of hope in this dire predicament made one clench their fists tightly. A dying pirate rescued by a fisherman, yet still defiantly declares, I detest fish. This reaction left the fisherman bewildered. Rayn lay upon the lifeboat. His body felt as limp as a puddle of mud. The imposing silhouette at the bow bore a thick rope, dragging the small boat across the ground. If we don't find a village before sunset, the grim reaper shall come for you. That voice thundered like a storm. Rayn tilted his head back, beholding the crimson fins. Fishmen, the fisherman did not turn, continuing to drag him in search of a village. Having passed 3 small islands already, if they failed to find one, this human would perish. Suddenly, Rayn mumbled, I detest fish. The fisherman, a burly figure, questioned his own hearing. How could someone on the brink of death still be so stubborn? Humans inherently discriminated against fishmen. Was this fellow wishing for a swifter demise? I detest you too, foolish humans. The fisherman scoffed, his pace unwavering. He saved others simply because he had seen, regardless of whether the other was scum or not. He would do his utmost. Rayn was not insane. He genuinely feared fish, their slippery bodies, their multitude of mouths, those dead fish eyes staring at him. The mere thought was chilling. Yet he was born and raised in the sea. Such a weakness was crippling. Your name? Rayn exerted all his strength to inquire. Be silent, or you shall perish. The fisherman disregarded him. Your name? Rayn raised his voice. The fisherman sighed. Fisher Tiger, a free adventurer. Remember it well. Next, would they manage to find a village before darkness fell? Would Rayn's stubbornness lead him to his own doom? The plot was utterly captivating. His savior was a fisherman, yet the one saved dared to express disdain for fish. Tiger's temperament was unmatched. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since cast him aside. Pirate King Roger reigned over the Grand Line, yet the old doctor retorted, "How dare a devil claim kingship?" Rayn committed Fisher Tiger's name to memory. Lacking the strength to offer his own, his head grew heavy, and he lost consciousness once more. Tiger did not look back, continuing to drag the boat in search of the village. Whether they would be saved or not was left to fate. As dusk fell upon the quaint town of Positano, the elderly physician, Cracklin, sat in his office, gazing foolishly at a photograph of Miss World, when suddenly he erupted. "Melita, you've forgotten to collect the clothes again." The nurse, still in a daze, rushed outside, only to find the small boat in front of the clinic. Flowers and plants trampled beneath it, and inside lay a barely breathing Rayn, with 50,000 berries clasped to his chest. "Doctor, hurry." In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle, the world was abuzz with a single name. Gold, Roger. In 3 years, he traversed the Grand Line, becoming the Pirate King. Unprecedented in history, the old physician tossed the newspaper onto the desk. Even the wicked have claimed the title of king. In his youth, he had been a sailor. Now he disdained the young men of the sea. To him, pirates were mere vermin, burning, pillaging, and devouring like locusts. Where could one find trust in the navy? A seagull's flag was far more reassuring than a skull's. He cursed and grumbled, unaware that the very pirate he loathed was the one he had rescued. Had it been the old Rayn, he would have surely ravaged the village. But the man he was now lacked such intent. What lay ahead? Would Rayn truly turn over a new leaf? What would the old physician think upon learning the truth? This twist was extraordinary. The one who saves the pirate despises pirates the most. As the era of the Pirate King dawns, would the fate of the common folk be rewritten? It was enough to make one's palms sweat. A 15-year-old pirate, upon reading the newspaper, exploded in fury, tearing the bounty notice and shouting, "I shall challenge the Pirate King." Rayn spent a month recuperating in the small village, progressing from consuming only liquid food to being able to stand and spar. His remarkable recovery astonished the old physician. The elderly man wished to send him away, knowing such individuals attract trouble. Clad in a hospital gown, his body swathed in bandages, the nurse, seizing the moment while he was unconscious, cut his hair, braiding it into a single plait. He appeared as a frail scholar, yet his latent ferocity could not be concealed, clutching a newspaper, bearing Roger's bounty notice, published by the Navy, detailing all of Roger's so-called crimes. It even urged citizens not to be seduced by the sea, encouraging them to enlist if they wished to venture forth. Rayn fixated on the photograph. Like all pirates, he marveled. The Grand Line has truly been conquered. His forebears had failed, yet this man had succeeded. A deep admiration blossomed within him, even bordering on reverence. Suddenly, he tore the newspaper to shreds, sitting in a daze for a while. His once vacant gaze sparked with newfound purpose that I aspired to meet the Pirate King and challenge him. After Roger conquered the Grand Line, the world fell into an eerie silence, a stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Men stirred with restless ambition. Should he succeed, so can I? As some sought to usurp Roger's renown, the Navy would undoubtedly not remain idle. For this was a provocation against the white seagull flag. Especially since Roger bore the deed of the D will surely summon a tempest. The Navy frantically pursued Roger's crew, yet they seemed to have vanished into thin air. What follows? Can Rayn locate Roger? Will the Navy strike first? This plot is utterly exhilarating. Fallen pirates reignite their fighting spirit, challenging the legendary Pirate King. An entire world awaits a grand confrontation. The thrill so profound it is impossible to pause. A pirate donned in tattered hospital garb strolls the streets, met with disdain for his foul odor. With a single punch, he knocks the shopkeeper out. Seizing the store to bathe and dine, the Navy scours for Roger, soothing the populace with assurances of imminent capture. Rayn, however, is troubled. His new target eludes him. Even if he cannot defeat Roger now, he must at least attempt it. He departs without notice, casually taking the funds from the hospital's safe, and sails away in a fisherman's boat. The islanders, harboring a deep resentment for him, spending 100,000 berries on provisions, unwittingly swindled by merchants, drifting for half a month. He arrives at an island only after depleting his supplies. This time, fortune smiles upon him, for otherwise, he would face dire straits again. Rayn reflects on the necessity of acquiring a larger vessel and finding a navigator, once dismissive of non-combatants. He now understands the plight of lacking a navigator. In the poor town of Tranquil Harbor, he wears tattered hospital attire, reeking as if a beggar. The townsfolk regarding him with scornful glances upon entering a clothing store. The shopkeeper, eager to greet him, immediately changes countenance upon detecting the odor. "Get out, you reek," and threatens to summon the constable. Bang. Rayn delivers a punch to the shopkeeper's face, knocking him unconscious. He closes the door behind him. Pardon the intrusion. As if nothing had occurred, he retreats to the back room to freshen up, unraveling the braids crafted by the nurse. And after an hour of toil, he weaves them into a single braid. From the kitchen, he scavenges all available food, both raw and cooked, save for fish. What lies ahead? Will he be apprehended by the constable? Can he find a navigator? This audacity is wild. Transforming from a beggar to a violent shopper in an instant, quick to resort to violence over mere words. This pirate's temperament remains unchanged. A mere 15-year-old pirate has unexpectedly arrived in the East Sea. Upon reaching the harbor, he encounters the formidable swordsman Hawkeye, leading to a life-or-death confrontation with a single strike. Rayn, clad in a striking ensemble of black trousers and boots paired with a white shirt and a black captain's coat, steps out of shop, dissatisfied with his attire. "I shall change it later," he mutters to himself. As he overhears the townsfolk discussing the black iron pirates occupying the harbor to settle personal grievances, Rayn exhibits little interest. However, a crucial piece of information catches his attention. Am I truly in the East Sea? He is taken aback, for he had just departed from the Sabbaty archipelago. How could he have arrived here? Was it the currents that brought him, or perhaps the influence of Tiger? Regardless of the reasoning, it feels implausible. Determined to ascertain his exact location, he heads toward the harbor. On the water, a small sailboat approaches, featuring a young man lounging with his legs crossed, a black sheathed katana fastened at his waist. As the young man raises his head, his eyes gleam with the sharpness of an eagle's gaze. The dock is a scene of chaos, with over 200 bodies strewn across the ground, the blood staining the sea a deep crimson. The swordsman, unscathed, methodically wipes his blade, having decimated the black iron pirates solely because their second-in-command attempted to seize his sword. How remarkable! Rayn's voice breaks the silence. The swordsman looks up, noticing a boy of about 15 or 16 years. It is only upon hearing the boy's voice that he senses his presence. Is there truly such a person in the East Sea? Without hesitation, the swordsman charges forward, mistaking him for a pirate seeking vengeance. Rayn raises his gaze, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, and extends his right hand to meet the blade. In that instant of contact, both leap backward simultaneously, cold sweat beading on their brows, each fears for their own limb. The swordsman is taken aback. If the boy had not halted, the moment his sword shattered, the boy's left hand could have pierced his heart. A user of hockey, what lies ahead? Will the two engage in combat? Can Rayn escape the East Sea? The tension is palpable. The East Sea conceals such extraordinary figures. This life-and-death standoff with a single strike raises the stakes, electrifying the atmosphere and quickening the heartbeats of onlookers. The East Sea has revealed two hockey users. A 15-year-old pirate boldly confronts the swordsman Hawkeye, a single clash capable of shattering buildings. Rayn's audacity to catch the blade with his hand is entirely reliant on his mastery of armament hockey. Yet at the moment of contact, he is stunned to discover that the opponent's blade is also enveloped in hockey. The probability of this occurrence is more unlikely than winning the lottery, especially in the weakest of seas. Both young men wield the power of Heikehau absurd. Rayn picks up a sailor's knife, watching as the blade is instantly consumed by darkness, transforming into a black sword. "Come forth," he declares, as the swordsman unleashes his formidable aura. The intangible shockwave sent nearby pirates flying, as a crimson figure cleaved through the air. Clang! In their initial clash, Rayn's black sword suffered a grievous dent. The opponent wielded a slender blade, yet it shattered the focused strikes of his weapon. Sword energy cascaded like falling meteors. Each strike inflicted more fissures upon the black blade. Rayn's blood surged with fervor. After a prolonged absence from combat, his entire being ignited with adrenaline. He discarded his captain's coat. Gripping his sword with both hands, he charged forward, unfazed by the possibility of the opponent's blade piercing his chest. He crushed the ground beneath him and unleashed a powerful downward strike. The swordsman, unwilling to perish alongside him, rained his blade to block. Clang! The sound reverberated. The shock wave rippled outward. The swordsman recognized the technique and kicked Rayn's sword away. Without a weapon, Rayn stomped the ground into shards, channeling all his strength into his shoulder. He barreled forward like a cannonball. executing the 8-burst fist. Sky-crushing strike. The swordsman was sent flying, crashing through a building. The townsfolk mistook it for an earthquake. Upon investigation, they found the dock in ruins. Rayn lay on the ground, sweat pouring down, his arm dislocated, bones possibly fractured. That last move had taken a toll on his body. What would happen next? Would the swordsman rise to fight again? Could Rayn endure? The intensity of the battle was explosive. A clash of dominance, sword energy flying, a mutual destruction strategy. The final strike demolished a building. There were far too many formidable foes hiding in the east. China Sea. The swordsman, known as Hawkeye, aimed to claim Roger's head. A 15-year-old pirate was left in shock as his target crashed. Rayn, clutching his agonizing arm, suddenly recalled the pressing matter. Oh no, I've killed someone. How will I ask for directions? He had originally intended to seek a nautical chart from the Black Iron Pirates, only to find their ship cleaved in two by the battle. Sunk. Amid the ruins, those hawk-like eyes fixated on him once more. The swordsman, blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his hand remained steady, his combat prowess unscathed. Rayn felt a surge of panic, with no strength to resist. He merely wished to flee. Having survived the direst of island predicaments, he now harbored a profound fear of death. The swordsman was Dracul Mihawk, not yet the legendary Hawkeye, enduring the agony of broken bones. He recognized Rayn's technique. From the Wano country's 8 treasures. Navy, what brings you to the East China Sea? This signified a truce. Rayn sighed in relief, hastily recovering his strength. He retrieved the captain's coat trapped beneath the debris and donned it. I'm not sure how I ended up here. What about you? Visiting family. Mihawk paid no heed to Rayn's jest and settled into a meditative posture. I have come to the East Sea for the head of the world's number one. Rayn interjected. Isn't the current world number one? Indeed, GOLD. Roger. Rayn's expression transformed. The swordsman dared to encroach upon his objective. Challenging Roger was his obligation. How could he allow another to seize the opportunity? Subsequently, would the two clash again over Roger? Would they manage to depart the East Sea? This plot twist is remarkable. Having just fought, they discovered their mutual goal. One seeks to challenge, while the other desires the head. Thus, a rivalry was born, and the ensuing events are sure to be exhilarating. The Pirate King, apprehended by the Navy, a 15-year-old pirate, enraged, prepares to confront Roger. Mihawk arrived in the East Sea, for it was from here that Roger had set sail. Hoping to chance upon him, that I wish to ascertain whether my sword can reach the world's strongest. Rayn chuckled. Coincidentally, that is my intention as well, which now provided him with the utmost delight. Mihawk sensed hostility. I am Dracul Mihawk, aspiring to be the world's greatest swordsman. State your name. Rayn stomped his foot, unleashing his power. Rayn, come forth. Ah, the terrifying clamor persisted for a day and a night. The town of Tranquil Heights was left in ruins. On the same day, newspapers circulated throughout the world. The Pirate King Roger had been captured by the Navy. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Roger was to be publicly executed in his hometown of Logtown. Just a week hence, the Golden Lion Shiki stormed the Navy headquarters, facing Sengoku and Garp alone, destroying half of the headquarters, yet still met defeat, and was cast into the Great Prison. People lamented that the era of pirates was nearing its end. On the day of execution, in the sweltering afternoon, the townsfolk of Lowtown crowded along the roadside, enduring the scorching sun, awaiting the appearance of the world government's flag, to serve as a warning, to show the ambitious the fate that awaited those who opposed the government. Behind the crowd, a silver-haired youth desperately pushed forward, yearning to glimpse the Pirate King. Roger, shackled, strode forth like a triumphant general, possessing wealth, fame, and power. The man who held the entire world in his grasp. Even as he approached death, he remained a proud sovereign. I will never accept this. How could he be captured? Rayn bellowed from the back of the crowd, eager to rush forward and confront him, only to be halted by a strong arm. What follows? Who restrained Rayn? Will there be an unexpected turn during Roger's execution? This narrative is utterly heart-wrenching. Two formidable warriors have just clashed, and the Pirate King has been captured. What will transpire on the execution platform? The entire world is fixated on Roger Town. You may indulge in foolishness if you wish, but do not forget that we are now all wanted criminals. If we recklessly expose our identities, none present shall escape the consequences. A commanding voice sternly halted Rayn, while Mihawk furrowed his brow, scanning the elite guard in the crowd for potential threats. Ensure the execution of the Pirate King proceeds smoothly. The members of the guard have been meticulously chosen. with formidable individuals even lurking among the crowd and in the shadows. Moreover, from the outset, the Navy had anticipated a counterattack from the members of the Roger Pirates, as well as opportunists eager to take advantage of the chaos. If they were to quietly await the execution, it would be acceptable, however, should they dare to stir even the slightest disturbance. All present would meet their end at the hands of the 10 warships anchored just outside the town. The entire island would cease to exist. TSK. Suppressing his anger, Rayn preferred not to delve into overly intricate matters. Whether one termed him a fool or simply naive, he could not comprehend why the world's strongest, Roger, could be captured by the Navy that if they possessed such capability, had they merely squandered the previous decades. At present, Rayn felt little connection to the Pirate King. He simply sought a semblance of purpose to survive in this world, unwittingly placing Roger as his own target and rival. His current frustration stemmed from the impending demise of this target, leaving him to ponder how he would occupy his time thereafter. Upon observing Ryan's troubled expression gradually calm, Mihawk withdrew his hand. Beneath his open coat, his once formidable chest muscles were now swathed in bandages, while Ryan's limbs were similarly bound. Their complexions resembled those of individuals recently emerging from a severe illness, remarkably poor indeed. The outcome of the battle between Rayn and Mihawk ended with a newspaper falling from the sky, dropped by a newsbird. Both Rayn and Mihawk, having suffered injuries, were shocked and incredulous at the news of the Pirate King's impending execution. After hastily treating their wounds, these former mortal enemies ended up on the same ship and spent several days traveling together to Lowtown. Upon seeing Roger in person, the swordsman who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman looked even worse than Rayn, his face pale and grim. "Oh, look!" a voice shouted from the crowd as Joel D. Roger slowly ascended the execution platform, feeling the waves of heat wash over him. Roger approached the steps to his death with a calm smile. That will pass down through generations. The changes of the era, the dreams of the people, as long as people continue to seek the answers of nature, all of this will never cease. Finally, Roger stepped onto the execution platform. In front of him stood 2 executioners, their clothes damp with sweat, forming a small puddle at their feet. Today's sun was indeed scorching, but it was nothing compared to the tension in the hearts of the 2 executioners. They were about to execute none other than Roger. "Do you have any last words?" asked the taller executioner in a routine manner. The Pirate King turned his head toward the executioner with a rough smile, lifting the heavy shackles on his hands, and said discontentedly, "Get this thing off me, it's itching like crazy." This is impossible." The executioner's nervous reply came instantly, and Roger, like a child being doubted, unhappily responded, "How could I possibly escape?" All he received in return was the executioner's even more serious and tense expressions. "TCH, what a bore." Roger casually sat cross-legged on the platform and urged, "Come on, let's get this over with." The 2 executioners swallowed nervously as they raised their enormous swords high and crossed them in front of Roger. In the next moment, these 2 swords would pierce the heart of the Pirate King. Time slipped away in this mundane process, and in the crowd, a boy with a big red nose was unable to stop the tears streaming down his face, desperately covering his mouth to stifle his cries. Next to him, a red-haired boy wearing a straw hat lowered his hat brim tightly, his trembling shoulders revealing the torment in his heart. Was the curtain falling on the Pirate King going to end so blandly? No, of course not. "Hey, Pirate King." A rough voice made the executioners tense up, looking down nervously. It was a big man in a blue vest. In this moment of extreme tension, the pirates hiding in the crowd dared not speak out, while the sheep-like citizens seemed to have forgotten to breathe. And, at this moment, someone had the audacity to interrupt the execution of Gold. "Roger, where have you hidden the treasures you've found? Is it really the Grand Line? Did you obtain it? That legendary great treasure?" "Shut up, you." Ignoring the executioner's furious reprimand, the man in the blue vest shouted as though he had used up all his courage. "That one and only great treasure. One piece." His shout echoed across the silent square, shocking everyone as they looked at this fearless man, and then their tense gazes turned to the man on the execution platform. Even the executioners stopped breathing at that moment, staring blankly at the man sitting cross-legged. Gold. Roger was smiling, and those who knew him understood that this man's smile was like a part of his being. It had never stopped since they first laid eyes on him. "Ha ha, hee hee, ah ha ha." It was as if the Pirate King was delighted that his end wouldn't be boring, his hearty laughter resonating through the heavens. "Want my treasure? No, you're not allowed to speak." Just because of this single sentence, the executioner's fragile nerves seemed to be plucked hard. as the long blade in his hand aimed at the man who seemed ready to swallow the world. If you want it, then go find it. I've left everything in this world there. All right, execute. Clang. The blade took the life of the pirate king. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, unable to utter a word in shock. The next moment, the sound of cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Everyone was excitedly shouting something, passing messages to one another. The execution soldiers stood dumbfounded, staring at the jubilant crowd, and when they realized what Roger's last words represented, a tremendous sense of terror gripped their hearts. On that unmoving, proud body, only the smile remained unwavering until death. Chapter 8. The era of great pirates, what a mess. You two idiots really managed to survive in such a state. A tall, rugged, middle-aged doctor shouted in surprise and anger, hurriedly working with a nurse to provide emergency treatment for the two men on the hospital beds. As he cut through the bandages haphazardly wrapped around them, the nurse frowned slightly upon seeing Mihawk's chest already bruised a deep purple, as if he'd been rammed head-on by a warship, revealing the extent of the powerful impact he had suffered. 3 of his ribs were completely broken. There was a constant danger of the broken ribs piercing his internal organs. On the other side, Rayn had sharp knife wounds all over his body, with many of the wounds already infected and festering. Additionally, due to some unknown force lurking within him, his capillaries had ruptured in multiple places, causing him to endure the pain inflicted by Mihawk's sword energy at all times. Upon observation, the doctor was astonished to discover that these two had been enduring such life-threatening injuries for an entire week. What he didn't know was that after receiving the news of Roger's execution, Mihawk and Rayn had merely wrapped their wounds with bandages, without any medicinal treatment, and rushed to Lowtown in a panic. You're playing with your lives. If you're going to die, at least do it far away from here. Don't die in front of my hospital. The doctor, with a fierce-looking face, was especially furious at their reckless disregard for their lives. He had been practicing medicine in Lowtown for over 20 years and had never seen such bizarre cases where people only ended up in the hospital after their injuries had become too severe, collapsing right on the street. Not only did they have to endure physical pain, but Rayn was also subjected to the continuous scolding of this typical do-gooder. If he weren't unable to move, he would have probably found a rag to stuff in the big man's mouth. Even if this gruff-looking doctor meant well, it was really annoying. Doctor, how many times have I told you? Patients need peace and quiet. If there is nothing else, please go see other patients. The nurse, wearing red-framed glasses and caring for other patients, quickly jogged over to stop the loud, middle-aged man upon discovering the source of the noise. The tall doctor turned to look down at the nurse, who was half his height, his large, bell-like eyes wide open. While other patients were worried about the nurse, he muttered in annoyance, "Damn Roger, causing such a big trouble even before dying. What will the world become in the future?" The doctor reluctantly hummed in response, and obediently followed his wife's order to go check on other patients. Finally, it quieted down, wrapped up like a dumpling. Rayn managed to complain through the bandages covering his mouth. Once things settled, he could finally concentrate on dispelling the sword energy lurking within him. Unlike the direct, slashing damage caused by ordinary swordsmen, the swordsman in front of him possessed a realm of mastery that was worlds apart. He could leave sword energy within the enemy in the form of hidden power, a level even his old man had not reached. Although the old man's training direction was the opposite of this rather insidious power. Though unhappy, he had to admit that this swordsman's strength far exceeded his own limits. The noise around him made Rayn open his meditative eyes. The middle-aged doctor had just reapplied the medicine and wrapped him in a fresh, clean bandage when Mihawk immediately sat up from the bed and put on his wine-red open coat. In this world, there is no saying that an injury would take 100 days to heal. Everyone's physical fitness was absurdly strong. For someone like Mihawk, lying there waiting for the wounds to heal was meaningless. He believed the treatment would soon take effect as long as he refrained from overly intense movements. The rest of his injuries would recover with strong liquor and good food. At that moment, Rayn had also finished clearing the sword energy within him, and the tiny sword energy that burst from his pores instantly shredded the excess bandages wrapped around him. This scene made Mihawk's pupils contract, leading him to re-evaluate Rayn's strength. What should they do next? Continue fighting? Seeing Mihawk gripping his beloved sword while unwrapping the bandages from his face, Rayn casually said to him, "They were originally enemies without hatred, who fought seriously due to misunderstandings, shared goals, and a thrill at encountering a strong opponent. Their duel was interrupted only by Roger's execution, bringing them to this rock town." To be honest, even Rayn, who did not like to overthink, knew how much Roger's last words would change the world. And for a long time to come, perhaps for many years, this sea area would be engulfed in endless pirate slaughters. That was what they called the Great Pirate Era. Even Rayn, whose original goal was to complete the voyage of the Grand Line, understood that this was the dream of most pirates. And from Roger's last words, the legendary treasure One Piece actually existed. Rayn felt an unusual excitement towards that universally acknowledged great treasure, One Piece. However, before that, he had to settle the score with the person in front of him. Right now, I'm not in the mood. His low, somber words seemed to confirm Mihawk's current bad mood. Unlike Rayn, who had whimsically taken the Pirate King as his goal, Mihawk, a martial enthusiast who continuously surpassed himself, was likely deeply affected by the death of the world's strongest man. The feeling of confusion and helplessness, as if a mountain he had been climbing had collapsed overnight, left Mihawk somewhat at a loss. Rubbing his chin, Rayn thought for a moment and jokingly said to the extraordinary swordsman, "So, shall we go look for One Piece together?" His words were as casual as discussing whether to go to the market to buy cabbage, devoid of expectation or temptation, simply stated in a calm manner. Mihawk, the swordsman known as Hawkeye, calmly raised his head, and for the first time, a faint smile appeared on his youthful face. That doesn't sound bad. With those words, the sound of swords clashing echoed. The sharp blade pointed directly at Rayn's head. But I prefer to act alone, first becoming the world's greatest swordsman, then leisurely going to find it. And your head will also be one of the witnesses to my rise to the top. Is that so? That's quite a pity. Facing the blade that carried no killing intent, Rayn lazily propped his chin with his hand, his nonchalant attitude serving as a counter to Mihawk's bold declaration. Shaking his head helplessly, Mihawk retracted his beloved sword, glanced at Rayn with his hawk-like eyes, and said, "Until we meet again," before jumping down from the third-floor window. What a restless guy. Calm, yet lacking stamina, Rayn slowly walked to the window and looked out. The townspeople were cheering for the death of the Pirate King and the existence of the great treasure. The Grand Line, once called the Sea of Demons, was now preparing to sail as people, unafraid of death, gathered like grains of sand in the desert after Roger unveiled its mysterious veil. Rather than living a mundane life like a domesticated lamb, there were endless riches and adventures waiting for people in that sea. The Great Pirate Era? It didn't seem so bad. Interesting people would emerge one after another in the future. A look of anticipation appeared on Rayn's still youthful face, and a longing for the future made the blood in his veins surge. Although his attitude towards treasures and a life of indulgence was as limitless as that of a normal person, there was one thing that set him apart. That was the relentless pursuit of power. This is the consequence of being initiated into the 8th school since coming down from that glacial continent. Even children undergo inhumane training and tests of death. So what lies buried in the hearts of these children is the desire to become stronger, to constantly grow stronger, unreasonably stronger. Only by becoming stronger do they have the right to survive. This is transformed from a psychological shadow into instinct. Rayn even considers challenging opponents as a joy. Just thinking about the countless powerful adversaries that will emerge in that sea of magic in the future excites him. The loud footsteps in the corridor jolted Rayn out of his excitement, and only after seeing Mihawk's disappearing figure did he suddenly remember something. A hand as large as a fan opened the hospital room door, and a doctor over 2 meters tall squeezed through the narrow doorway, looking unfriendly as he began to speak. "Speaking of which, I forgot to ask you for it. Since you're awake now, pay the medical fees." Before that voice could finish, as soon as the doctor entered, he saw Rayn with one foot on the windowsill, turning back to smile at the stunned doctor before jumping down. "Daring to skip out on my bill. You little brat, are you tired of living?" Like a furious bear awakened from hibernation on this day, the colonel of the former Navy headquarters went on a rampage in Rogue Town, and after marrying and switching to saving lives, he sank 7 pirate ships that were preparing to set sail in the harbor to chase their dreams, unexpectedly saving many innocent civilians who would have been persecuted by pirates in the future. Truly a cause for celebration. Chapter 9. The Legend of Gold, is that so? Guest, you've come from the Grand Line. Huh? That's impressive. I've heard that place is a den of demons, and many who enter could fill a grave. Recently, I heard about Pirate King Roger. That person is indeed a remarkable figure, but what he said before he died has stirred the peaceful East Blue. No, the whole world into chaos. Small businesses like mine no longer dare to sail boldly to trade in those sea lands, fearing that those man-eaters will take us out. The direction of Mount Lewis? What a coincidence. I don't sell permanent pointers here. But you must be cautious in the reverse mountain area. If you're unprepared, you're likely to meet your end there. I've heard there's a man-eating whale waiting to swallow ships that fall down. But that's just a rumor. Don't take it seriously, guest. You mentioned East Blue pirates, right? Speaking of East Blue, the once thriving Iron Black pirates must have offended someone not long ago. They were wiped out in just one day. It was tragic. I heard the entire dock was stained red, and half the town was destroyed. Thinking back, those days coincided with Roger's execution day. Many big shots from the Grand Line must have come to witness Roger's last moments. And the Iron Black pirates probably just unlucky to have crossed paths with them. By the way, guest, you also came from the Grand Line, huh? Maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, you're so young, just like my unfilial son who ran away from home. That brat insists on finding the golden thief Unanimous to become his subordinate. Do you know Unanimous? He is currently the most formidable pirate in the East Blue, with a bounty exceeding 60 million berries. Moreover, he only robs the gold of villains, almost becoming an idol in the hearts of many young people. It's said that the gold he possesses accounts for more than a third of the world's total gold. On the endless sea surface, on a sunny afternoon, Rayn sat on a shabby Odin boat, savoring the delicious Odin that was in stark contrast to the shabby shop. Such small seaside shops are rare, even for Rayn. This was the third time in his 16 years of life encountering one. Although this chattering middle-aged man seemed like he hadn't seen anyone in decades. Continuously testing Rayn's patience, for the sake of the delicious Odin, Rayn learned to endure the man's incessant talk for the first time in his life. Amidst the nearly unbearable chatter, Rayn managed to catch some intriguing news, while dipping delicious eggs and potatoes in mustard sauce and sending them to his mouth. He became quite interested in the golden thief Unanimous mentioned by the shopkeeper. It's well known that East Blue is the weakest sea among the four seas. Its weakness isn't just a shallow assessment of power by those young people. The comprehensive performance of East Blue in education, economy, military strength, and other aspects has earned it the title of the weakest and most peaceful sea. In this sea, where the average bounty hovers around 300,000 berries, the emergence of a golden thief with a bounty of 60 million berries is like putting a shark into a goldfish bowl, which piqued Rayn's curiosity. Although the concept of possessing a third of the world's gold sounds frightening, gold is merely a commodity and a general equivalent. There are many things more valuable than it, so while a third may seem alarming, it's not completely unacceptable. Moreover, it's impossible for such an achievement to occur in the small East Blue. Thus, this golden thief must have been a significant pirate in the Grand Line. It's just unclear why he returned to East Blue. It stands to reason that this golden thief must have considerable renown in the Grand Line. And Rayn was quite concerned about that third of the gold storage. Although he wasn't particularly interested in material wealth, he couldn't keep relying on knocking out shopkeepers to pay. Such behavior was truly beneath his dignity. So, it seems you've had enough to eat. That LLB 130 eggs, 70 radishes, 50 seaweeds, 108 shrimp rolls, and also some asparagus and goose eggs. With a sense of satisfaction and inexplicable self-movement from wholeheartedly serving the customer, the nearly 40-year-old uncle abruptly stopped his fingers from tapping the abacus and said with some authority, "And my Odin, made with utmost care, totals 21 berries. Please pay." "You said 21 berries." Hearing this amount, Rayn was shocked and slammed the table, causing the small boat to rock slightly. This shock far exceeded the impact of Mihawk's formidable strength on him. This was quite shocking to him, not because the price was too high, but because it was unbelievably cheap. So cheap that it was hard to believe. Since he was born, Rayn had never seen money below 10,000 berries, not even knowing what it looked like. In this world, even reading a newspaper costs 100 berries, yet he could eat so much for only 21 berries. Although most ingredients could be caught or grown by oneself, even someone as clueless about prices as Rayn knew this was a losing deal. Just 21 berries. Just 21 berries. 21 berries that couldn't buy a ship or a house. And it wouldn't take you to the Grand Line, but you could enjoy an incredibly delicious Odin. However, Rayn had no money. The dilapidated sea Odin shop began to move, while Rayn sat at the stern, tightly bound by the ship's anchor chain. Seriously, eating and drinking for free at such a young age. Can you even call yourself a man of the sea like this? The grumpy Captain Iwaizumi scolded Rayn. He was already living a poor life, and although he managed to make ends meet in this bountiful sea with his own hands, making Odin was also his hobby. But it was this son who couldn't stand such a meager life that ran away from home. Today, almost all the ingredients he brought were eaten by Rayn, so they had to close shop early to gather more ingredients. Listen up. A man should live honorably in this world. Therefore, you must clean your own stains. You are not allowed to leave until you wash 1,000 plates. Stains, huh? I get it. Unexpectedly stimulated by his pride, Rayn weakly responded to Iwaizumi's scolding. Although he had never washed plates before, he thought that using the shockwave of the 8-trigram fist should be able to clean any grease away. Right? Suddenly, Ryan's lazy expression changed in an instant as he saw a blue-white beam cutting across the sea, heading straight for the little boat. What's your attitude? Listen up. You gone the wrong way, old man. Before Waizumi could respond, Ryan shouted loudly and broke free from the iron chain. Then he lunged at Waizumi, knocking him into the water. After doing all this, when he turned around to deal with that beam, a powerful shockwave instantly capsized the poor little boat. Then it shattered the small ship and the little sailboat Ryan had borrowed. This strike also inadvertently helped Ryan a little, blowing up the 1,000 plates that needed to be washed into pieces. Oh wow, they shattered perfectly. Captain Golden Dragon, from the lookout on the mast. A sailor with a telescope excitedly shouted down to the captain. Cough, 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 this devil fruits effect is not bad, just a bit rough on the throat. As a result, the tall young man in golden armor with red hair tilted his head back and chugged a whole bottle of rum handed over by a subordinate. This is a 3-masted ship sailing on the sea. Aside from the pure golden dragon head at the bow, there is nothing particularly noteworthy about it. That dragon head was cast from all the wealth on this ship converted into gold. The red-haired youth named Adraja is a pirate who has been sailing the East Sea for 2 years. He loves gold above all else and views everything else as worthless. With his strong physique and appearance, he is famously known as the Golden Dragon. Recently, it is said that this Golden Dragon has been frantically searching the world for clues about the gold thief Unanimous. Could it be that this fool, whose eyes are only on gold, cannot see the gap between himself and that gold thief? All of this is just because recently, during a naval battle, Adrago unexpectedly obtained a devil fruit among the spoils of war. The power of this demon has driven the Golden Dragon to madness, and the invincible magical force has inflated his ambitions, making him look down on even the great pirate Unanimous. Today, he merely came to practice the powers of the Soundwave fruit, and just as a small, unseeing ship passed by, he regarded it as a target and without hesitation unleashed a sound blast. My ship, Yinzong tightly grasped a piece of wood to prevent himself from sinking, staring blankly at the small boat that had accompanied him for many years and was his home. As he looked fearfully at the ship flying the pirate flag in the distance, he suddenly remembered and scanned the surroundings. Where's that little freeloader? Yinzong only remembered that after being pushed into the sea by that kid, the kid had been hit along with the ship by a blue-white shockwave. Without thinking too much, Yinzong took a deep breath, released the wood, and dived back into the sea. A good swimmer, Yinzong quickly found Rayn among the sinking debris. He swam over and, with great effort, pulled the motionless Rayn out of the fragments, surfacing just before running out of air. Huff! Huh! Seeing no one to grab onto, Yinzong desperately kicked his legs while dragging Rayn's body to prevent him from sinking. Rayn, after coughing up a mouthful of seawater, felt inexplicably weak as he was dragged along by Yinzong. Hey, kid, how long are you planning to lie there? Don't tell me you can't swim. I don't know. Why I have no strength? Rayn, inexplicably losing his strength, said helplessly. Ugh. Yinzong swam desperately, trying to find a piece of wood to rely on. But, with a person in tow, he could only waste his stamina. When he exhausted his energy, both of them would sink. Huh, Captain Golden Dragon. There are 2 survivors over there, what should we do? Oh, after downing a bottle of rum, Golden Dragon casually tossed the bottle aside, letting it shatter on the deck. When he looked through the telescope and saw Yinzong struggling and Rayn motionless, he frowned unhappily. It was quite embarrassing that both of them survived after a single strike. They would have been happier being caught in the shockwave. With a hint of anger, Golden Dragon raised his arms and opened his mouth, ready to send them on their way with another sound blast. The lookout sailor excitedly picked up the telescope, eager to witness his captain's powerful abilities once more. But as he raised the telescope, the sky darkened. When the sailor turned around distractedly, he almost stopped breathing. A massive pirate ship, twice the size of their 3-masted ship, was hovering behind them, its shadow blocking the sun. There were a full 50 such ships. The pirate flags fluttering in the sea breeze conveyed only one message: the arrival of the golden thief, Unanimous. Chapter 10. Unanimous Captain. It's about time we head back to the Grand Line. It's been 2 months since Roger's execution, and the world is going crazy over One Piece. With our strength, it's worth a try. The man sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship did not respond to the excited words of the first mate. This man, around 40 years old, wore a typical pirate tricorn hat and a brown coat adorned with golden edges. Known as the Golden Thief, the great pirate Unanimous. At this moment, calmly gaze at the seemingly unchanging sea. This time coming to the East Sea is not only to get closer to the place where One Piece died, but also because this weak East Sea is his hometown. He slowly extended his right hand, looking at the gold piece quietly lying in his palm. The gold ingot was collected by his late father over a lifetime. A whole lifetime. How tragic it is that a person can only obtain such a trivial little piece of gold. Unwilling to accept this insignificant existence, he set sail with the ambitions of his childhood, and that journey lasted 30 years. He acquired 1/3 of the world's gold, and even at night, the gold he possessed could illuminate a vast expanse of sea with its faint glow. If he were to be satisfied with this achievement, then the pirate, named Unanimous, would be of no greater significance. Faced with a mountain of gold that no one had ever seen, Unanimous felt no joy. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. He thought of his childhood friend, the one who saved him with his life. He recalled the words of that fool who could only make Odin. Gold does not laugh, does not drink, does not sing, and does not cry. It is no different from a rock. Your father praised my Odin as delicious, and from that moment on, I resolved to let my customers taste the most delicious Odin. Looking back now, that fool who devoted his life to Odin seemed so laughable. A man's life should inherently be used for grand ambitions. However, after 30 years, Unanimous realized he was no different from that fool. The pride they both held was of equal measure. He had grown tired of this ceaseless cycle of killing and fleeing, of seizing gold. Unanimous discovered that what he truly took pride in was not the mountain of gold, but the rich adventures he had experienced throughout his life. Today, he possessed a vast fleet, immense wealth, and considerable fame. He had almost everything, but after obtaining all this, Unanimous found that there was nothing left worth exploring in life except waiting for death. However, the situation was different now. The existence of One Piece excited Unanimous' aging heart. Between enjoying the latter half of his life and heading towards the immensely dangerous Grand Line, Unanimous looked into the distance and made his choice. First mate, I. Set sail, I. On the way to the Live-Ass Mountains, Unanimous' fleet slightly turned due to a loud noise nearby, drawn to it. Standing at the bow, Unanimous glanced at the relatively small ship beneath him and turned to look at the first mate. This glance made the nearly 50-year-old old buddy immediately understand, and he signaled his men to find a bounty related to that pirate flag among a pile of bounty notices. Since they were heading to the Grand Line, their current military strength was somewhat lacking, so absorbing other pirate crews was a necessary means to enhance their power. Although there weren't many pirates in the East Sea worth noticing, it could be considered a stroke of luck for them to pay more attention to it while Unanimous was in a good mood. For the pirates of the East Sea, becoming Unanimous' subordinate was a tremendous opportunity. Captain Unanimous, we found it. That pirate flag belongs to the Golden Dragon, who has a bounty of 17 million. 17 million. Quite good for the East Sea, right? Golden Dragon. I remember there was a pirate with that name not long ago. Said to be eyeing your gold and issuing challenges everywhere. It can't be. The first mate no longer needed to finish a sentence. The other sailors, upon hearing this, froze for a moment, then quickly turned their malicious smiles toward the Golden Dragon's pirate ship. In their eyes, the fate of that pirate ship was no longer a matter of speculation. Unanimous, upon hearing this news, felt little emotion. He calmly glanced at the sailors on that ship and inadvertently noticed a white cloth and fragments of the ship floating on the nearby sea, with words related to Odin written on it. This scene easily leads to the conclusion that the pirate crew attacked a small shop at sea. And coincidentally, at this moment, the great pirate Unanimous recalled his dear friend, that fool named Yinzong, who also liked to make Odin. With a somewhat gloomy expression, Unanimous said nothing and, under the stunned gaze of the first mate, leaped from the bow of the ship, 50 meters high, when he landed heavily on the deck of the Golden Dragon. The entire pirate ship shook violently. Captain Unanimous took action himself. This is truly rare. Hey, everyone, come and take a look. These poor guys actually made the captain take action. Amidst the crew's gloating shouts, Unanimous drew his beloved sword with one hand and took out a pistol with the other, standing majestically at the prow of the Golden Dragon. Meanwhile, the crew of the Golden Dragon fell into panic. The level difference was too great. Although Captain Golden Dragon had repeatedly stated his intention to seize Unanimous gold, no one took it seriously. After all, the sea is so vast. They wouldn't conveniently encounter Unanimous' fleet, especially since it was rumored that Unanimous' group had already headed to the Grand Line, completely on a different level from these small-time thugs. When the face from the wanted poster with a bounty of 60 million appeared before them, this group instantly wilted. The only one still brave enough to stand before Unanimous was Golden Dragon. This tall, red-haired youth with an expression of disbelief and excitement, looked eager to try. His crew, however, looked at their captain with despair, silently shouting for him not to act recklessly. "This is the great pirate Unanimous. I've really searched hard for you." Unanimous ignored the tall and seemingly powerful red-haired youth. He simply looked calmly at the people on the ship. "Sorry, I'm in a bad mood today." Bang! Without any unnecessary chatter. After firing a bullet from his pistol, Unanimous didn't T-check if he hit his target and slashed at the near sailor with his sword. The sailor screamed, clutching his wound as he fell. Upon seeing blood, the other sailors seemed to have their ferocity ignited, roaring and charging at Unanimous. After all, they were all hardened men who had seen blood. Even if their opponent was a notorious pirate, they couldn't just sit and wait for death. Watching his men rush towards Unanimous, Golden Dragon felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He wasn't foolish enough to fail to see the disparity in strength. To survive in this overwhelming era of pirates, reputation was essential. Therefore, using Unanimous' gold as a pretext to gain fame, he thought it wouldn't be so easy to encounter the legendary Golden Thief. But unfortunately, he encountered him. However, it didn't matter even if he did. If his fleet were to directly crush them, Golden Dragon would only be waiting for death. But for some reason, Unanimous foolishly ventured deep into enemy territory. "But since you're so confident in your strength, then die. I have the power of a devil." Though each of the rushing subordinates was no match for Unanimous, they successfully bought time. Golden Dragon raised his arms and opened his mouth to unleash the power of his sound wave fruit. A blue-white beam shot out from his mouth. He intended to take out Unanimous along with the sailors entangled with him. Boom! The massive sound wave cannon instantly blew apart the bow of Golden Dragon's beloved ship. The ruthlessly abandoned sailors fell, all bloodied, from the ship. "Ha ha ha! Serves you right. What golden thief, what great pirate! In front of my power." Golden Dragon's triumphant smile abruptly stopped the next moment. As the explosion's smoke cleared, Unanimous stood there, unharmed, blocking the sound wave cannon with one hand. Seeing Golden Dragon, who unhesitatingly abandoned his companions, Unanimous' already bad mood soured even more. "Is this all you have? Is this your confidence? You're just a little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." That was just an afterimage that Golden Dragon couldn't even catch. In the next moment, with a flash, a fist wrapped in hockey smashed into Golden Dragon's abdomen. With just one strike, the fist shattered Golden Dragon's armor and easily crushed his strong physique. Sheathing his beloved sword, Unanimous didn't even glance at the fainted Golden Dragon, clearly lacking any intent to kill. While many pirates would wish to slaughter all their enemies, Unanimous didn't have such a heavy killing intent. He only wanted to take the gold. After all, life is a one-time consumable. There's no need to be extravagant in taking it away. If only you were still alive, Yinzong. Watching the note about Odin being submerged by the sea, Unanimous felt a pang of sadness. Just this bit of unnecessary sentimentality caused him to react a beat too slowly, and when a gust of wind rushed from behind, he turned around in a hurry and was struck hard in the chest by a punch. His entire body turned into a shadow and flew backward, crashing into his own cabin. The attacker was none other than the drenched Rayn. Chapter 11. Eagle's Dive. Spit. Rayn spat out a mouthful of seawater that had entered his mouth when he fell, feeling quite uncomfortable as he sensed his strength returning. This is war, not a one-on-one battle. Rayn is fighting against a fleet of 50 ships alone. Therefore, according to his old man's teachings, he must do everything possible to kill the leader, and then the opposing camp will be thrown into chaos. So what was the result? He can still sense that Unanimous is alive, indicating that the earlier ambush was not perfectly successful. At most, it heavily injured the opponent. As for the fleet, from the faces of the sailors who were furious after their captain was ambushed, Rayn has already seen the outcome. So, I really underestimated you. No wonder you are a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. Although he did not express it, Rayn's disdain for the East China Sea indeed made him somewhat arrogant. However, even so, he still did not feel that he was doomed to die. Rayn suddenly shook his body, stamped one foot down, and actually broke the sturdy deck with a single stomp. The Golden Dragon's ship also shook violently, and then Rayn burst forth with astonishing might. "Just 1,000 men. I will take them all down." The reason for the battle? We are pirates wandering on this sea. The reasons for fighting between pirates, apart from not liking each other, are left with treasure hunting. So, that gold, I accept it. Poverty, I hate it. To pay back uncle's money and for future funds. Let's end this. Then, like grains of yellow sand scattering. More than 50 sailors jumped down from unanimous pirate ship, aiming with their poorly made firearms. But even with one gun per person, they couldn't hit Rayn. As soon as this wave of people landed on the deck, the terrifying pressure they felt made it impossible for them to grasp the situation. They saw a shadow charging in, and a tremendous force slammed into the chest of the first unfortunate sailor. With a horrifying sound of shattered ribs, this unfortunate sailor then crashed into his companions behind him. More than 20 people were knocked off the ship by the shockwave of this attack, falling into the sea. After successfully landing a hit, Rayn revealed a proud smile, but did not stop his movement. With his legs coiled, he kicked off, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the flagship of the fleet, leaving behind the pirate ship that was shaking violently. How could this happen? On this shaking ship, the middle-aged Uncle Awaz looked at the fallen sailors around him in a daze, while the screams coming from the distant flagship made his heart tremble. After rescuing the fallen Rayn from the water, he desperately climbed aboard this ship, but he never expected that the boy, who seemed to have transformed into a different person as soon as he left the water, would actually take down Unanimous with a single blow. And now he was rampaging like a tiger among sheep. Why has it come to this? Usually, at this time, he should be drifting on the sea selling Odin, right? Yet all of this was so coincidental. Rayn finished all the Odin, causing Awaz to close up early, only to encounter the careless attack of the Golden Dragon, which ultimately caught Unanimous' attention due to the Golden Dragon's loud voice. Unanimous, even though they hadn't seen each other for 30 years, as soon as he saw that face, Awaz recognized that this person was his childhood best friend. He never dreamed that they would meet in such a scene. In this East China Sea, Awaz wholeheartedly made a little money selling Odin, perhaps just so that one day, when his old friend returned home, he could show him something he was proud of. That kid, I can't let him go down the wrong path. Struggling to get up from the deck, Awaz gasped as he looked at the tall flagship, thinking that he must not let Rayn commit any more unnecessary killings. That child is still so young. The unanimous pirate crew would fight without hesitation even when facing enemies that outnumbered them by many times. But today, this young enemy charged right into their midst, and the numerical advantage became a burden due to the crowding. Even firearms could not be easily used, not to mention whether they could hit the agile boy. Just the fact that he could dodge would cause unnecessary harm to their own people. Just wait for him to tire out. He will eventually run out of strength. With this thought, the sailors stopped their reckless assaults and began to engage in a very cautious defensive fight. However, the casualties did not decrease. That not-so-tall boy seemed like an unwearied beast, smiling happily even while surrounded by people. Rayn dashed into the crowd with astonishing speed, effortlessly shattering the opposing attacks with his unmatched speed advantage. His body squeezed between two sailors in front, then suddenly twisted at the waist. His powerful shoulder slammed into the right opponent. As a result, he sent this 150 to 60 kilogram muscular man flying, knocking down his companions behind him without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he turned around and kicked high, striking the chest of another sailor on the left. Simple and direct, but efficient. The outcome of this kick could have been fatal, but fortunately, this poor sailor was spared due to the pressure shared with his companions behind him. Although he still fell down with a group of people, wailing in pain. The shockwave of the 8 punches was something these sailors could not withstand. Even if they did not directly face it, a huge shadow loomed over Rayn, and he turned his head with a smile, merely glancing at the towering sailor who stood 3 meters tall, ignoring the wooden mallet that was about to smash him into a pulp. Rayn turned and leaned against this giant, delivering a kick to the opponent's lower body. It wasn't a particularly fierce attack, but under the impact wave, it posed a great threat to his center of gravity, causing the giant to scream and fall. He crashed hard onto the deck, causing the ship to shake violently. The first mate, standing behind everyone, frowned and retracted his firearm. In the eyes of this experienced first mate, the young boy in front of him could not be underestimated. Rayn kept moving, demonstrating close-quarter combat techniques, taking hits and returning fire, and so far, no one had been able to withstand a single blow from him. A series of attacks dazzled the onlookers. What troubled the first mate most was that there was an invisible shockwave surrounding Rayn's body, making ordinary swords and firearms unable to harm him. The strongest aspect of the 8 punches was not just its indestructible offensive power, but also its formidable defensive strength that kept the user safe from blade and bullet. This is not good. The opponent had not even used weapons or powerful martial arts, merely relying on his flesh and blood. Every move he made caused 6 out of 10 crew members on this flagship to lose their combat ability. Moreover, the opponent was gaining momentum with each attack. launching moves that were wide and powerful. Even getting grazed by his attacks caused a sharp pain. He must be interrupted. Just as the first mate was thinking this and preparing to take action, a figure suddenly charged out from behind him, aiming a kick at Rayn's unguarded back. Rayn pushed down the sailor in front of him, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, his movements flowing like water, and he raised his leg to respond. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed across the sea. The clash of might sent the surrounding crew members flying to the ground. Ugh! Rayn only felt a sharp pain in his calf, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. He saw a tall man in a captain's coat smiling at him, and as he retracted his leg, the second kick flew out. That black foot had hardened into a terrifying existence that surpassed steel. Confronted with the hardened attack of the armed hockey, Rayn no longer acted recklessly and kicked back with the same hardened leg. The roar far exceeded before and erupted again. The powerful shockwave even ripped the mast apart. The battle has finally reached a point where ordinary people cannot intervene. You guy, Unan, let's start the second round. Kid, Chapter 12. The Golden Thief and Odin for the 40-year-old unanimous. He is at the peak of his life, both in terms of achievements and physical strength. He is the most powerful at this age. He possesses rich combat experience that young people lack, as well as a calm and steady fighting spirit. More importantly, he is the fleet leader with 50 pirate ships, commanding countless talented individuals. In this battle, there is no possibility of losing. Although only 3 or 5 of his subordinates possess new world-level strength, that is already enough. After all, the opponent is just one person, and such an inexperienced young man at that. Faced with such a situation, Unanimous can't help but feel guilty about bullying a child. So he didn't even use his beloved sword, preparing to take him down with just his fists and feet. As Unanimous prepares to head to the Grand Line, he develops an intention to recruit the young Rayn, who possesses impressive strength at such a young age. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. The two kicked again, with Unanimous more experienced and profound armament hockey leading to victory. Forced to fly back to reduce the impact, Rayn couldn't help but feel frustrated about his lack of practice and footwork. Now, encountering an opponent specialized in this area, his unimpressive kicking skills only brought him humiliation. Although this strike did not injure Rayn, in a previous clash between the two, an unprepared Rayn was struck by a hardened kick from Unanimous armament hockey, resulting in unavoidable cracks in the bones of his calf. Rayn's moves are strong and swift, often able to end fights in just a few exchanges. However, his greatest advantage is also his biggest weakness. All of his techniques are close-range and short-range strikes. If he encounters an opponent who does not allow him to get close, he will inevitably fall into a stalemate. In his battle with Mihawk, that outstanding swordsman forced Rayn into a helpless position with his long sword. Had it not been for Mihawk revealing a flaw due to Rayn's identity, that battle would undoubtedly have ended in victory for the Eagle Eye. Now, with his leg injured, if Rayn cannot close the distance to Unanimous, his situation will become increasingly unfavorable. It is thanks to his speed and the might of the 8 trigrams fist that Rayn can face many opponents alone, but now, with his calf injured, he seems to have stopped thinking about how to face the thousands of sailors. At this moment, his full attention is focused on Unanimous. Enduring the intense pain in his calf, Rayn stepped forward, using the momentum to launch himself like a thunderbolt, charging fiercely like a tiger. Unanimous wore a faint smile, seemingly pleased with the strength of such a young junior. Faced with Rayn's dragon-like and tiger-like might, Unanimous remained immovable until the moment Rayn approached, when a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Unanimous' eyes. This movement was like the sound of a bowstring snapping. A sidekick aimed at Rayn's injured calf. He had already observed Rayn's fighting characteristics through battles with his subordinates, and the experienced Unanimous could tell that Rayn's power was based on the force from the ground in his waist. If the battleground were solid ground, this young man could be even more terrifying. However, on this swaying sea surface, it seemed he had yet to learn to stand firm. Therefore, attacking his lower body was undoubtedly the best way to break his offensive. The ferocious charge of Rayn caught Unanimous off guard, and he quickly lifted his leg to avoid the kick, using the momentum to execute a sneaky kick aimed directly at the exposed flaw of Rayn. The kick that missed did not diminish Unanimous' momentum. Using the force of that kick, he turned around and delivered a spinning kick aimed at Rayn's chin. If this kick were to land, it would be enough to shatter Rayn's jaw in an instant. The impact of this strike could even kill him with a single kick. Rayn's low blow might be able to burst Unanimous' eggs, but Unanimous could take Rayn's life. The ruthlessness of a great pirate is evident at this moment. Just as Unanimous anticipated, Rayn pulled his leg back and stepped back to avoid this fatal kick. A sly smile of victory appeared at the corner of Unanimous' mouth. His high kick had not exerted any force at all. Even if it had hit Rayn, it wouldn't have been lethal. With a kick that flowed like clouds and water, it landed on the deck, and leveraging the force of his stomp, Unanimous charged forward with a punch aimed at the retreating Rayn. Everything had happened in less than 4 seconds since Rayn began his attack, and the two had engaged in a fierce exchange that seemed extraordinary to the onlookers. A winner was about to be determined. It appeared that neither had sustained injuries in this intense battle, but the skilled crew members on the ship could sense the situation. The next move would decide the outcome. Bang! The dull thud of impact brought unexpected smiles to the crew's faces. Captain Unanimous had struck that little brat. With Captain Unanimous' overwhelming prowess, a successful hit had already determined the victor. Unanimous indeed felt the satisfying sensation of landing a hit. But things were not going as smoothly as he imagined. Rayn extended his arms and surprisingly managed to brace against Unanimous' powerful strike. Thinking he had landed a decisive blow, Unanimous now realized that he was in a dangerously close range with this skilled fighter. Pushing Unanimous' iron fist away with great effort, Rayn shouted and struck a palm towards Unanimous' face. Did you think it would be that easy? In a rush, Unanimous used his left arm to block the strike. However, as he shifted his focus back from the palm attack, he was shocked to find Rayn's right hand already reaching for his chest. Rayn had been waiting for this moment. A fierce and violent hammer strike came crashing down on Unanimous' chest. Ultimate technique. Fierce tiger climbing the mountain. Ugh. With just one hit, Unanimous spat out blood and fell backward, the shockwave from the 8-chung fist tearing through all of Unanimous' defenses, hitting him repeatedly. Rayn, relentless, took a step forward and followed up with an elbow strike to Unanimous' chest. Captain. The sailors watched helplessly as their captain was sent flying like a rag doll by the elbow, leaving a terrifying dent in his chest, and he lay motionless on the deck. You little brat. I'll kill you. With their captain's life in the balance, the sailors with red eyes picked up their weapons and charged at Rayn. But Rayn's next move made them halt with a murderous gaze. Rayn's face showed no emotion as he walked towards the fallen Unanimous, his black knee-high boots stepping on Unanimous' head. The threat was unmistakable, and thanks to Unanimous' usual generosity towards his subordinates, they did not resort to the indiscriminate violence typical of truly notorious pirates. None of them harbored ill intentions. The extremely brief yet tumultuous battle ended in less than a minute. There were no grand scenes of fists raining down or feet shadowing the sky, nor was there any bloody struggle leading to a mutual downfall. Rayn only sustained an injury from the initial surprise attack. It wasn't that Unanimous was weak. It was simply because both were evenly matched masters, and in a duel between experts, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Looking at Unanimous lying under his feet, Rayn indeed sensed the call of death's banquet during the earlier fight, realizing that his victory was merely a narrow escape. However, a win is still a win. Although he didn't have the habit of humiliating his opponents, Rayn, surrounded by 50 ships, had no choice but to resort to some underhanded tactics. The killing intent closing in around him felt almost like a tangible blade, indicating that Unanimous was quite beloved by his subordinates. But none of this concerned him. What to do next? He could use this guy as a hostage to negotiate for a ship to load the gold and take it away. Then he could throw this half-dead fellow into the sea as food for the sea monsters. Though it was a rather foolish line of thought. This was Rayn's first time personally taking a hostage, and he was contemplating his retreat plan when suddenly a figure rushed past him. With a crisp crack, in the blink of an eye, Rayn's fist swept toward that figure. The punch sliced through the air with a vibration, making anyone who thought Rayn was exhausted after his fight with Unanimous rethink their assumptions. However, the punch ultimately stopped just short of the man's nose, who was panting in front of him, dressed in a dirty apron covered in grease, soaked through with seawater. The owner of the Odin stall, Iwakura, suddenly knelt before Rayn. A look of confusion appeared on Rayn's face as he asked, "Uncle, please." Iwakura, a middle-aged man, knelt before Rayn with his forehead covered in sweat, showing no dignity as he bowed deeply to a young man who could be his grandson, hitting his forehead hard against the deck. "Spare him." "Why?" Rayn looked down at the barely breathing Unanimous, genuinely puzzled as to why a street food vendor would plead for a notorious pirate. Iwakura raised his head, his swollen forehead visible, looking at Rayn with pleading eyes. "Because he is my friend. My best friend." "Huh?" Feeling utterly bewildered, Rayn hesitated for a moment before finally moving his foot off Unanimous' head. He looked seriously at the greasy middle-aged man. The connection to the golden thief seemed completely unrelated. Really? Yes. That happened 30 years ago. The two of them grew up together, but took different paths in life. One devoted everything to cooking, striving to provide the most delicious Odin for his customers. The other, filled with endless ambition, was unwilling to be ordinary and sought to gather all the gold in the world. Unanimous looked down on the most humble of cuisines, while Iwakura deemed gold meaningless. The two best friends ended up in a childish fight over their differing opinions, and due to an accident, both fell from the coastal cliffs. Fortunately, they caught onto a small branch growing on the cliff, avoiding a fatal fall. However, the branch could not support their combined weight, and in order to let his friend pursue his grand dreams, Iwakura selflessly let go, allowing himself to fall into the sea, rescued by passing fishermen. Iwakura awoke 3 months later, while Unanimous, carrying the life entrusted to him by his friend, embarked on endless adventures, never to return. This farewell has lasted a full 30 years. I know this is an impolite request, Yinzong shouted tremulously. In this sea area, the victor possesses everything, and the attempt to make Rayn stop is nothing short of impolite. Even if Rayn were to casually kill this uncle who only knows how to make Odin, the surrounding sailors would not find anything strange about it. They wouldn't even stand up for such a small character. Bang! Yinzong, who had shrunk in this sea area for half a lifetime, had never seen much of the world and did not know what courage and blood were, suddenly slammed a fist against his own heart. The middle-aged man, weathered by half a lifetime of sea winds, shouted loudly, "If you want it, then take my life." Went on. He still has broader dreams to realize. So, for the sake of all the Odin I've given him, let me die in his place. The powerful words truly shocked Rayn. He had never seen anyone who was not afraid of death, let alone someone willing to die for others. In fact, even Yinzong, who had uttered those words, was now trembling violently, his shaking body proving his fear. However, these words did not move Rayn. After all, this was a head worth 60 million. Not to mention the head itself. Just the gold collected by Unanimous was a wealth that could tempt many. And now, a mere commoner selling Odin by the seaside actually dared to hope for all of this? It was simply ridiculous, so ridiculous that Rayn almost laughed out loud. But ultimately, he managed to suppress his laughter, no longer looking at the anxious Yinzong or paying attention to the sailors around him who were eyeing him warily. He walked away from Unanimous, heading towards the side of the ship where a small lifeboat was being dangled. He was leaving. Even an idiot could see that this young man no longer had any murderous intent. In fact, Unanimous' capable subordinates rushed out of the crowd to stand in front of Unanimous, protecting their captain after Rayn had moved 3 meters away from Unanimous. A young female ship's doctor hurried over, ready to provide emergency treatment. Although no one knew if this young man had been kicked in the head by a donkey or what, after the threat to the hostages was lifted, the crew members all surrounded him, silently taking out their weapons. The other party had knocked their captain down and injured Unanimous so severely. How could they let him leave alive? Boring. As he strolled toward the rescue boat, lost in thought about this fruitless encounter, Rayn couldn't help but curl his lips. He wanted to leave, not because he was moved by Yinzong's plea, but for the very simple reason of equivalent exchange. It was hard to believe, but it was a very straightforward way of thinking. After eating Odin without money, he owed a favor. Saving Yinzong's life from the Golden Dragon cleared that debt. Because of drowning, he owed another favor to Yinzong when he was rescued again. And now, by pleading for Rayn to spare Unanimous, he had once again cleared that debt. Although the value of this favor was disproportionate in the eyes of most people, for Rayn, he was absolutely unwilling to owe anyone a favor. His character was like his boxing style, fierce and rapid, without any hesitation. Glancing at the sailors closing in on him, Rayn smiled again. These guys were completely irrelevant to him and belonged to the category of cannon fodder. The nature of the 8-punch fist was itself an integration of offense and defense, delivering multiple strikes with one blow. His calf was injured, and the battle with Unanimous had consumed a lot of his stamina. Even if the ones surrounding him were all useless, they could still overwhelm him with sheer numbers. It was predictable that his outcome would be miserable, but Rayn did not believe he would be killed by this group of cannon fodder. Just as he had thought at the beginning, there were just 1,000 people. He would just defeat them all. Let him go. A weak voice held an irresistible power among the crowd, causing Rayn to turn his gaze with a slight sound of surprise. Although he looked like he could die at any moment, Unanimous was indeed still alive. This made Rayn somewhat displeased. So far, he had only fought twice at sea, yet his opponents were all so tenacious. This was merely the East Sea. Why were there so many formidable guys? Unanimous! Yinzong exclaimed, wanting to approach Unanimous, but was blocked by the cautious crew members. Seizing this opportunity, Rayn cut the rope holding the small boat, letting it fall onto the sea, and he leaped onto the boat with a steady landing. Don't let him escape. Fire the cannons. Forget it, the captain has spoken. But, do you want to go against the captain's will? No, I understand. Following unanimous instructions, Yinzong finally passed through the human wall and reached the barely breathing unanimous. Even after 30 years, the two no longer had the youthful faces of their childhood. But Yinzong still recognized this lifelong friend he could never forget. Lying on the deck, Unanimous was breathing very laboriously, occasionally coughing up a few bloody fragments of organs, raising concerns that his life could extinguish at any moment. The horrifying wound on his chest, which was caved in, sent chills down the spine of anyone who saw it. One would think that if it were placed on themselves, they would likely die immediately. The beautiful doctor struggled to feed Unanimous an unknown potion, which improved his condition significantly. He managed to open his eyes with difficulty, and the first thing he saw was Yinzong's blue scarf that had not changed in decades. He looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man, gazing into the concerned eyes, and it seemed the pain in his body had dissipated somewhat. Ah, you saved me again, my friend. Chapter 13. See guide the panic coiled around his chest. The unquenchable desire and the tragic reality of unfulfilled wishes. A dry throat and torn lips moved silently. A voice echoed in his ear. Hey, how did you escape that deserted island? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, almost blinded by the light that flooded in. His dark eyes painfully turned away from the overly bright sun. The rocking of the small boat made Rayn feel as if his soul was about to escape from his body. Having lain on the boat for a week without moving, he emanated a stench of decay. His rapid breaths drained the little strength he had left, yet the scenes from his nightmare were impossible to suppress. The fact that he had been forced to be stranded on a deserted island and nearly died remained Rayn's greatest enemy in his night dreams. It had been a week since he had seemingly nonchalantly escaped from Unanimous' fleet, but in reality, it was a very realistic and hasty retreat. Without food or water, and no navigational tools to record his direction, Rayn was practically reenacting the tragic story of his shipwreck, while his prepared food and water, along with the necessary tools for the sea, had all sunk to the bottom of the ocean due to the Golden Dragon's sonic cannon. Struggling to sit up, leaning against the boat, he surveyed his surroundings, but all he found was the endless sea surface. Turning back, Rayn looked at his leg, which had lost all sensation. Yet he couldn't muster any emotions. From unbearable pain at the beginning to now complete numbness, he had been tortured to the point of becoming desensitized. That was the leg he had fractured after being sneak attacked by Unanimous. It had now deteriorated to the point where without treatment, it could threaten his life. How ironic it was that he had sneak attacked Unanimous and even defeated him. Yet Unanimous was alive and well, receiving treatment from the best doctors. Meanwhile, the victor himself was drifting on this small boat with hunger and injury threatening to take his life at any moment. Oh, really? Having your own crew of pirates means you don't have to worry about anything at all. Is this kind of creature, called a companion, only meant to exist for times like this? Lowering his head slightly, Rayn felt a bit downcast, leaving trivial matters to his subordinates. He only engaged in pure destruction and enjoyment. Without subordinates now, he felt constrained in every way. Rayn, who preferred to act alone, found the noise of a dense crowd extremely annoying. To him, only weaklings like to huddle together like ants. One could live well in this world alone, a thought that had not changed to this day. However, regardless, recruiting subordinates was necessary. If it weren't for encountering Wunan, I probably wouldn't be so eager to have useful subordinates. Yes, even now, Rayn hasn't thought about the word companion. To him, subordinates and servants are no different. This is a worldview cultivated over 16 years, not easily changed. One can live well in this world alone. His current situation is merely a result of being too weak. Getting stronger is all that matters. Stronger than anyone else, so that no one could do anything to him. No need to rely on anyone. Perhaps that's how it will be. 16-year-old Rayn, still immature, yearns for such a fantasy. But before becoming that way, he should take a nap first. Lying flat like a salted fish on the boat, he accepts the sun's scorching heat. If being stranded on a deserted island brought Rayn uncontrollable nightmares, it also changed his mindset when facing such adversity. On this sea where no one answers his cries to heaven or earth, injured Rayn can do nothing. Rather than despairing and dying in meaningless fear and anxiety, he might as well calmly accept everything before him. If life and death are destined, then in the absence of self-rescue, it's better to save energy and take a nap first. On this endless vast ocean, A solitary boat drifts with the waves, with no end and no future. The sea is equal to all living beings. It offers endless glory to all life, but also equal disasters. Divine grace is like the sea. Divine might is like a prison. At this moment, a leisurely yet unpleasant song begins to drift and resonate. The sea watches the beginning of this world, and it also knows the end of this world. Therefore, it invites us to the path we should move forward on. It guides us to the correct world. Pain and suffering, all are embraced by me. The vast and gentle sea embraces me. The sea watches the beginning of this world, and it also knows the end of this world. In case I disappear from this world, it is all known by the guidance of the sea. I cannot panic because you are here. I cannot be afraid as my companions are waiting. Courageously move towards the azure distance. This is a naval song called The Guidance of the Sea. Although pirates and the Navy are destined to never reconcile, and even the styles of their songs are polar opposites, the pirate songs stir the heart and ignite passion, expressing the spirit of a man who is unafraid of difficulties and challenges, optimistic and open-minded. In contrast, this naval song is filled with a grand and mournful tone. Despite their opposing positions, Rayn indeed likes this song. As his mood calms, he drifts along in a swaying little boat, unconsciously humming the tune. Although his voice could serve as a sonic weapon against enemies, fortunately, there are no victims in this desolate sea. The extremely unpleasant sound travels across the water, and the weary Rayn's voice grows fainter. The swaying boat and the warm sun carry him to the shores of slumber. When he awakens, will he be rescued, or will he sleep forever? Already losing consciousness, Rayn cannot contemplate too much. The drifting little boat, which started to sway slowly, gradually accelerates, although still slow. It begins to move with purpose. The reason for this change is the violent fluctuations of the surrounding water, caused by a massive shadow beneath the boat. It is an ultrasonic sound that humans cannot hear. The enormous creature waves its disproportionately large pectoral fins compared to fish, each fin tip adorned with 4 white square structures, moving as if they were giant wings. Its tail splits into 4 band-like structures, with the inner bands smaller than the outer ones. Its body is covered in strange patterns. The massive shadow resembles a whale, yet is vastly different from the gentle nature of whales. Its appearance darkens the sky. Dark clouds begin to obscure the heavens, and fine raindrops fall. The creatures of the ocean surround it like stars worshipping the moon. It is drawn by the song. Unlike humans, it cannot comprehend what is considered beautiful or ugly in human voices. It only hears admiration and awe for the sea in that song, perceiving its melody and satisfying colors. O traveler, may the song offered to you provide guidance. It emits a call that makes ocean creatures tremble, a commanding sound filled with authority. Schools of fish and sea beasts respectfully obey that command, swimming beneath Rayn's little boat. The enormous sea beast tows the fragile little vessel, guiding it toward inhabited areas. Meanwhile, the massive shadow silently submerges into the deep sea, a realm humans can never reach. 2 days later, a small fishing boat that had just left the island discovers Rayn, drifting with the waves. When found, this 16-year-old boy is unconscious but wearing a blissful smile. Chapter 14. Rednans here is the country closest to the Great Sea Route near the East China Sea, Rednans. It is located to the far right of the entrance to the Great Sea Route, hidden in the shadows of the massive red rocks of the Liwas Mountains. Many outsiders, and even locals from the East China Sea, do not intentionally make a detour to this overly remote country when heading to the Great Sea Route. This nation is shrouded by a massive protruding rock wall on the Red Earth continent, casting a shadow that divides the country into 2 halves. One side in the shadow is inhabited mostly by commoners, while the other, basking in sunlight, is home to the formal residents, the nobles. It seems as if heaven itself is signaling the stark contrast between the 2 identities, as the nobles, illuminated by light, commanded the soldiers to construct an insurmountable wall as a boundary. However, this did not significantly affect the commoners' lives, although they only received direct sunlight for a few short hours in the morning and evening. Most spent their days fishing at sea or farming and selling goods within the nobles' territory, rarely idling at home. Thus, they did not lack the sun's brilliance, nor did anyone complain about their living conditions. Even during heavy rain or snow, the massive rock wall above would shield them from the wind and snow, and the optimistic residents would even express gratitude towards it. Due to the limited sunlight, the shadowed lands were nearly devoid of vegetable cultivation. Yet, the vast fields were not abandoned. Residents planted vegetables that required only partial or no sunlight, such as onions, radishes, lettuce, chives, and asparagus. Young people either fished at sea, earning relatively cheap income in the city, or took on humble jobs for pay. In contrast, children and the elderly were the primary caretakers of these fields. Even elderly folks with limited mobility could be seen working diligently in the fields. At dusk, the sun would cast its final blessing over the land. Woof, woof. The spirited barking of a dog echoed in a courtyard, where an elderly woman was stringing the onions she had gathered. Hearing the barking, she looked towards the doorway with her somewhat blurry vision, and a warm smile blossomed on her wrinkled face. "Ah, welcome back, Tychus." "I'm back, Mom," replied a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This man was not particularly tall, but years of fishing had given him a deeply tanned complexion and a physique far beyond the average. With a cheerful smile, Tychus was clearly in a good mood. After saving a nearly lifeless child a week ago, he discovered that the area where he rescued the boy had a considerable number of fish swimming around. This allowed him and his fishing buddies to make quite a profit. Today was also a bountiful harvest. Behind the two, a short old man glanced at his son before calmly feeding the family's only sheep. "Where's Kaylin?" "Oh, she went to the village chief's house for a meeting. Honestly, with her about to give birth, you, as her husband, should stop running around all the time. No matter how many fish you catch. Can they compare to your beloved wife?" "Haha, don't say that, Mom. There's still 6 months until the baby is born." With a relaxed laugh, Tychus strolled into the house, unstrapping the water jug from his back and pouring the fresh water into the large tank at home. After taking a refreshing drink from a ladle of clean water, he filled another ladle and took it, along with a clean towel, into a long-unused single room. "Hey, are you awake, kid?" His not-so-exaggerated voice still sounded harsh to the ears of the boy, who was leaning against the small bed, staring blankly out the window at the falling maple leaves. Tychus didn't mind the boy's indifference. Ever since he woke up 3 days ago with incredible recovery, the kid hadn't spoken a word. Tychus had already come to think of him as mute. When he found the boy, he was nearly starved and his calf was almost necrotic. The doctor said if he had delayed a few more days, the young man would have had to walk with a wooden leg. "Sorry, today, Kaylin isn't here, so this big brute has to help you clean your wounds. If it hurts, I won't apologize anyway." "Ha." Despite saying this, Tychus carefully cleaned the boy's wounds, which was quite at odds with his tough guy image, making him look rather comical. Staring out at the continuously falling maple leaves, the boy, Rayn, neither suffered from memory loss due to his injuries nor became foolish from a head injury. He simply chose silence, feeling extremely conflicted. Not long ago, he was determined to live on his own, believing he could thrive without relying on anyone. Now, being rescued was one thing, but if his savior found him to be a troublesome burden, that would be fine too. Yet, this family was hopelessly kind-hearted. They neither chased him away nor complained about him being a nuisance. How could he repay such kindness? Rayn felt lost. Since his birth, he had never encountered such a situation. Clumsy and awkward, Rayn couldn't even muster the words to express his gratitude. They were good people, while he felt like a bad person. At least, Rayn was still thinking about how to rob this poor household after his injuries healed to fund his journey. However, even for Rayn, he felt he must repay the kindness he had received. That was his only bottom line. After several days of this inner turmoil, Tychus carefully finished cleaning Rayn's calf wounds and reapplying ointment. The man, who had not stopped smiling, sat in front of Rayn's bed. Approaching 40, Tychus should have been at the peak of his life, yet this man who supported a family had sprouted quite a few gray hairs. He restrained his smile and looked seriously at Rayn, who still ignored him. "No matter what, I've eaten more than you for decades. I know exactly what you're thinking. You awkward little brat. The world isn't peaceful now. I don't care why you went out to sea or what happened to you." After a pause, Tychus's serious demeanor began to crumble, reverting to his silly laughter. "Don't think too much. Uncle still has the strength to take care of a little brat. Stay here until you heal. We'll talk about the future later." Ha. Watching the man laughing to himself, Rayn felt a headache coming on as he looked at his departing figure. To be honest, even if it meant fighting with Unanimous again, he would rather not be trapped in such caring circumstances. Having struggled to survive after being abandoned on the glacial continent as a child, Rayn, who had lived by his own rules for 16 years, despised those so-called warm scenes the most. His heart had long been as cold as the snowy plains of his childhood. "It's really headache-inducing. I just want to heal and leave this place." Sighing, Rayn lay back on the bed, calmly glancing at the table in the corner of the room, which was covered in dust, except for a picture frame that had been frequently cleaned. In the frame was a boy smiling, just like Tychus. From the dusty, long unoccupied single room and the unused furnishings within, Rayn had already guessed the boy's fate. Not to mention, in this era, most commoners lack the means to raise 2 children. Since Takes and Kylan are ready to welcome new life, the boy in the photo is naturally TSK. Don't take others for substitutes, old man. Chapter 15. The beginning of winter. Well, I'm going to city now, Mom. A gentle voice responded to the worried old woman. The woman, nearing 40, must have been quite a beauty in her youth, even though time and the harshness of life have taken away her most beautiful years as a woman. This gentle woman has not turned into a cynical shrew, nor has she changed due to poverty. As the morning light faded, the small town began to be covered by the shadows cast down from the cliffs. These days, close to winter, are not easy, and the town, which cannot bask in the sun, has become increasingly damp and cold. Therefore, although the old woman is very worried about the pregnant Kylan, she believes that sending her to the sunny city is much better for her health than staying in the town. Covering a basket with a clean white handkerchief, Kylan picked up the soft bread she had prepared to sell today. With a gentle expression, she glanced worriedly at the inner room and set off amid her mother's continuous reminders. I hope that child is okay. It has already been half a month. The child hasn't spoken a word, moving only to eat, sleep, and use the toilet. No matter how Kylan and Takes show their goodwill, it feels like trying to reach a solid block of ice. They can see that this child is not a fool who cannot speak or think. They can also tell that he is feeling restless due to his weakened body from the injury. However, he says nothing and stubbornly refuses to rely on anyone. And this kind of awkward emotion in a child of this age is something Takes and Kylan, who have had a child before, understand all too well. It is precisely because they understand that they are even more worried about this child. Rayn is indeed very restless now. His injuries have improved, but in this poor town, there is nothing good to nourish his weakened body. The only meat he encounters is the fish that occasionally appears on Take's dining table, which Rayn avoids like poison. When faced with Take's enthusiastic offer of steamed fish, he almost breaks down. My goal is the Grand Line, even if it's not for that great treasure. I shouldn't waste my time in this remote little place in the East Sea. However, no matter how grand his ambitions and dreams are, Rayn is currently just a freeloader in this impoverished household. By noon, even covered by the shadows of the massive cliffs, the old man Muse, who had been digging irrigation channels in the fields all morning, was sweating profusely. While wealthy families enjoy their comforts, Muse still has to toil in the fields. Fortunately, his body is robust, and he can still manage to do the farm work, repeatedly using his shovel to dig. However, he has only completed a quarter of his work. Realizing that there is still a long way to go, Muse tiredly stopped to rest for a moment. Just at that moment, when he casually turned around, he was stunned to see Rayn standing behind him, not knowing when he had arrived. Dressed in oversized pale blue clothes, Rayn had a blank expression as he held a wooden cup filled with rum and carried a basket containing black bread and a few pieces of dried meat. Seeing this outfit, Muse immediately understood the old woman had sent him. She used the excuse of hanging out the sheets to get Rayn out of bed, then stuffed Muse's lunch into Rayn's hands to bring over. This was simply the old woman wanting the child to get some exercise, as staying cooped up at home would only worsen his healing injuries. Nodding, Rayn set the rum and food aside and looked curiously at the channel Muse had dug. That was an irrigation channel. A while ago, a group of pirates had come and, during a battle with the soldiers from a city, had caused a mess with gunpowder. Wiping the sweat off his brow with a towel hanging around his neck, the taciturn Muse explained, that was a small group of pirates that arrived in this country not long ago. Although they didn't harm the townspeople, they were spotted by soldiers who just happened to be in the town to collect taxes. Without a word, both sides went to war, and I don't know whose gunpowder ended up in Muse's field, but it blew the irrigation channel to smithereens. Neither the pirates, who were all killed, nor the soldiers from the city would come to compensate Muse for his losses. It had taken a long time just to fill in the blown-up land in his field. Rayn looked at the long channel with curiosity. In fact, even if Muse told him it was an irrigation channel, he wouldn't understand what it was. There were no farmlands in the frozen land where he lived, and no one in his family engaged in such humble labor. Therefore, seeing for the first time what fields and so-called farming were all about broadened Rayn's horizons a bit. Do you want to get a try? My back hurts. When a sweaty old man with a flattened, frog-like face stares at you expressionlessly, what would you do? Though he looked down on such humble labor and was unwilling to dirty his hands with the filthy shovel, Rayn still took the shovel handed to him by Muse, holding on to a bit of gratitude. If an old man could do this work, even if he wasn't in great shape, Rayn didn't think he would encounter much difficulty. With this thought, Rayn picked up the somewhat heavy shovel and began to dig into the channel Muse had already opened. However, something unexpected happened. Although he dug up a small amount of soil, this little effort was no different from doing nothing. The hardness he felt at the tip of the shovel made Rayn uncomfortable. So hard. After just a few digs, sweat appeared on Rayn's forehead. If he were strong, he could have easily destroyed the terrain in this area with brute force. But now, his frail state meant that merely swinging the shovel was nearly exhausting him. Meanwhile, from the side, Muse, who was drinking from the wooden cup, saw Rayn just randomly banging the shovel against the ground. Rayn understood that the cold winds blowing as winter approached not only slowed down movements, but also hardened the soil. Yet even knowing all this, Rayn continued to swing the shovel mindlessly, drenched in sweat. Even though he somewhat realized that his digging technique might be flawed, he stubbornly persisted. Muse remained calm and expressionless. He took the shovel from Rayn's hands, thrust it into the ground, stepped on it, and pushed down hard. With great ease, using the principle of leverage, he dug into the hard soil. After demonstrating, Muse handed the shovel back to Rayn, an expressionless face seemingly telling Rayn that brute force alone wouldn't work. Frowning, Rayn didn't like this feeling of being taught, even if he was wrong. However, there was merit in it. Following Muse's movements, Rayn soon grasped the technique. Thus, in the dimly lit field, the busy figures of the old man and the young man overlapped continuously. One dug, while the other cleared the soil behind him. This ordinary scene made the old woman, who had come to fetch them, nod in satisfaction. Oh dear, those two don't talk much, but they seem to get along well. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in Rogtown, unlike the cold, shadowy town of Rednans, this town, which had recently executed the pirate king, was unusually lively. The air remains hot and dry, perhaps due to the continuous influx of people becoming pirates, either drawn here by fame or just passing through. This small town, once a place of beginnings and endings, has lost its former peace. And even the station navy has been pushed back by the relentless tide of pirates. Unlike the small islands along the way that suffered plunder and destruction, Rogtown has not witnessed any excessive tragedies. As long as civilians stay hidden in their homes, they are generally safe, and the pirates that land here behave in a surprisingly restrained manner. Although driving back the station navy is already quite a bold move, everyone is prepared for a retreat to avoid the navy's full-scale retaliation. Although this small town is no longer as peaceful as it once was, it has not been directly destroyed like other islands. The reason lies in the many old monsters that reside here in seclusion. Moreover, since pirate crews are not to be trifled with, the mutual restraint among them has created the overly fragile balance we see today. This is the era of great pirates, where people forge farming tools into swords and daggers because of a single phrase, stripping away the cloak of hypocrisy and transforming into beasts that are beautifully named dreams. In a bar called the Giant's Remains, all sorts of lowly scum gather. The bar owner, wearing a blue sailor's bandana, meticulously wipes his beloved collection, a human skull that is excessively large. He turns a blind eye to the pirates who fill the bar with smoke and chaos, even when two pirates, who were just drinking amicably a moment ago, suddenly swing their bottles at each other's heads. The calm-faced owner remains unfazed. Some laugh loudly, drunkenly shouting incoherent things. Some bring in women they have plundered, causing a massive stir filled with hormones. Others indulge in pleasurable substances, hallucinating themselves sitting on the pirate king's throne. The taste of alcohol, the scent of hormones, the aroma of substances, the thick smoke of tobacco, and the stench of some people's filth fill this bar that serves pirates, truly becoming a den of iniquity at this moment. And no matter how much these lowly scum stir up trouble, no one dares to step onto the second floor. Not only because a tall man guarding the staircase has a bounty of 8 million berries as an executioner, but also because these lowly scum are all lackeys of the big shots upstairs. Really, why can't those trash stay in the ship's cabin? Look at the mess they've made here. That guy Harris is definitely going to extort us heavily later. Now I understand why that guy is willing to use his precious bar to host us. Don't say that. It's too cruel to let a group of young, hot-blooded men huddle in a cramped cabin. These lovely little fools are good kids who work hard for us. Today's drink is today's intoxication. Nothing is more important than this moment. Enough with the boring small talk. It's about time to leave Lowtown. You've gone too far. You actually killed all the station navy. No matter what, that's the face of the world government. They will definitely come back to kill us. Nonsense. It was you who started first. Your people killed the most when you barged in. Don't be so excited, gentlemen. We are not gathered here to argue today. We are quite interested in your proposal. Captain John. In the dim room, an absolutely unfriendly voice echoed, gathering the leaders of more than 7 pirate crews. It is truly unbelievable that this group of increasingly dangerous individuals can remain calm and gather in one place. Everything started a month ago when a messenger from that man brought them a secret letter. It was because of this man, who is now tilting his head back to drink rum, that they brought their respective crews to gather in Logtown. Burp. Captain John, with his long purple wavy hair, let out an extremely unpleasant burp under the fierce gazes of the crowd. In the dim room, the drunken Captain John laughed heartily, then looked up at the ruthless individuals he had summoned. Addressing these infamous pirate leaders, the young captain spoke in a hostile tone. Who the hell turned off the lights? Chapter 16. The Silence of Black, an Incredible Feeling. After half a month of laboring in the fields, Rayn had such an experience. Every day, he followed Old Man Moose to dig irrigation channels. Monotonous and tedious, exhausting and painful, almost unimaginable suffering burdening the young Master Rayn. In the first week, Rayn came back every day, too tired to even eat, collapsing onto his bed and sleeping until dawn. After that, Rayn was amazed to find that his body seemed to have adapted to this level of hardship, and working wasn't as difficult as it was at the start. After a busy day, he enjoyed the delicious dishes cooked by Granny Lafra and Kaylin, an unprecedented delight that conquered Rayn's taste buds. It was truly an incredible feeling. Whether being abandoned on the ice field as a child, or spending his youth in the jungle, or on a warship, food had merely been a source of physical nourishment for Rayn. Yet now, after a tiring day, he actually felt enjoyment and happiness from those humble dishes. Not only that, after a day of fatigue, Rayn would wash off the stench of sweat and satisfyingly fall asleep while eating light food. The next day upon waking, he always felt much lighter. His experience couldn't explain why, but the beast's instinct told him that his strength seemed to have improved. The injuries accumulated from battles with Unanimous had healed, and the experiences and insights gained from fighting with masters like Mihawk and Unanimous were not something that could be digested in a short time. This half-month of labor relieved his somewhat overloaded body, integrating everything. Now, holding the soil, he seemed to sense the breath of the earth. Thus, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Day after day, Rayn and Moose shoveled dirt to create channels, and after completing them, they fixed wooden boards on both sides. This laborious and dirty work seemed to be a way to repay a favor, and young Master Rayn worked without any complaints. By early morning, in the dim fields, many farmers from other farms often saw the busy yet harmonious figures of the old and the young. By noon, the elderly yet youthful Granny happily brought lunch to the two. By evening, the beautiful woman who sold bread welcomed the family back with a warm breeze. On the dining table, the same dishes had not changed for a month. The daunting wheat porridge and black bread seemed to challenge the diner's limits of tolerance. However, this family felt no boredom at all and soon began their warm yet plain dinner time. Take's boisterous laughter recounted the day's harvest and funny stories, while Kaylin gently chimed in with her husband's not-so-humorous tales. The increasingly mischievous Granny Lafra practiced her strange laugh, seemingly anticipating the upcoming Halloween. Still, with his meticulous demeanor, Grandpa Moose steadily sipped his wheat porridge, but when his deep, worldly eyes fell upon Rayn, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. And at this moment, Rayn was consuming the meager ingredients before him, but perhaps he wouldn't even realize, and even if he did, he wouldn't admit it. He was at this moment touched by this family's warmth, also curling the corners of his mouth into a barely noticeable smile. Days later, the newly built irrigation channel finally led in the water flow. When Moose opened the barrier, allowing clear water to flow down, the crystal-clear stream instantly filled the channel and led into the fields. Great! We managed to finish it before the soil froze. This way, there will definitely be a good harvest next year. Looking at the water flowing into the fields, Kaylin said happily, then turned her gentle gaze toward Rayn. This is all thanks to your help, child. Moose nodded in agreement, saying that it was indeed thanks to the child's assistance. Otherwise, with his old bones, he would probably only have completed half of it by now. And then he would have to call Takes back from the sea for help. However, that would mean the biggest fishing income at home would be cut off. Rayn was stunned by this sudden, yet natural expression of gratitude. Looking at the channel he had dug by hand with the old man, now flowing with water towards the fields, for the first time in his life, Rayn felt a small sense of satisfaction and accomplishment fill his heart. Woof, woof. The fluffy yellow dog barked energetically, rubbing its head against Rayn's legs. Rayn turned to look at the family that had taken him in for a month, feeling a bit embarrassed, relieved to have repaid their kindness, but also somewhat lonely. With a mix of complex emotions, he smiled brightly. Squatting down, he patted the big yellow dog's head, and for the first time, he spoke to the family. I am Rayn. Yes, there would be no second time. For the day of departure had arrived. Rayn was a pirate. The path of a pirate lay on the sea, not in this countryside. His wounds had healed, and he had repaid his debts of gratitude. Even if he felt a bit nostalgic about this place, Rayn could find no reason to stay. Some people are born to live for a goal, and every action they take is for that goal. Those without a goal are like walking corpses, wasting each day meaninglessly. Therefore, for that goal, Rayn had to leave. Nothing could stop a man from going to sea. If you ask why, it's because the pirate flag is calling me. Ah, he's gone. In a yard at the end of the field, the old woman was smiling contentedly as she strung garlic, while the old man meticulously sharpened a kitchen knife on the whetstone. He left without a word. What a bad child. Takes had gone to sea and wouldn't be back for 3 days, while Kaelin had gone to the mayor to pay this month's taxes. Rayn silently left this home, even leaving behind the clothes of Takes and Kaelin's first son, neatly folded on the bed. He took nothing with him, leaving behind an emptiness as if he had never existed. The water tank was filled, the wood in the yard was chopped and placed in the kitchen, and the house had been cleaned. That clumsy boy actually finished everything in one night. What a good kid. I say, old man, now that the person is gone, why are you still sharpening the knife? The old woman's complaint made Muse stop sharpening. This reticent old man rubbed his slightly cold hands and eventually stopped. Muse knew that Rayn was not someone who would stay here. That boy was definitely not an ordinary shipwrecked child. Although young, he was not from the same world as them. Therefore, he sensed Rayn's intention to leave. That child, who was not picky about food except for fish, could only eat porridge and black bread here, but their family could only have fish occasionally. They had raised an old hen years ago, but it was taken away by soldiers from the city demanding taxes. Now there was only an old yellow dog and a goat left. So Muse planned to kill the goat to nourish the increasingly thin young man. If he was going to sea, he needed strength. You see, this goat, which could only produce milk, was Muse's second source of income. Yet this old man had decided to kill it to treat Rayn. However, since the person was gone, perhaps it was better to let it be. Muse and Lavra, who were already half buried in the ground, did not feel particularly greedy for a long-lost feast. They should leave the goat, which could still produce milk and fetch a good price, for their son and daughter-in-law to live on. Getting up from the bench, under Lavra's cheerful gaze, Muse, with no expression, put down the sharp kitchen knife in his hand and walked out of the yard, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back, just as he sensed Rayn's intention to leave and prepared to kill the goat. How could Rayn not see what this stern but warm-hearted old man wanted to do for him? He did not want to owe a debt of gratitude, nor did he want his departure to make this family's future life difficult. That young man must have left in a hurry. What a good child. The noonday rock wall completely covered the small town in shadow, and with visibility extremely low, Muse saw nothing. The old man could only pray for the traveling wanderer in the local way. The shadow of this small town doesn't stir much in the daily lives of its residents. However, stepping out of that shadow, basking in the long-lost sunshine, Rayn felt a sense of comfort wash over him. The captain's coat, tattered from battles, had been patched up by Kaelin and now sported a pink heart-shaped patch. What should have been a dignified and impressive captain's coat now had a ridiculous and mismatched vibe. Unfazed by this, Rayn walked along the forest path leading to the port, carrying a sack of black bread and a water pouch. He seemed to have grown a bit taller, and his black hair had grown longer, playfully styled into a braid by Grandma Raffra, complete with a white bow at the end. Occasionally, the sounds of bird song echoed through the forest, and the warm sun enveloped Rayn, who felt a bit cold in body and spirit. The indescribable comfort made him hum a tune that guided him to the sea. Just as he got lost in his not-so-melodious humming, a bark from behind made him stop in his tracks. The big yellow dog from the Muse household had actually followed him. "Baburus, how did you come along?" Rayn turned in surprise to look at the dog that loved to stick close to him, reaching out to ruffle its head. Woof! The old dog, already of great age, looked at Rayn with eyes almost covered by thick eyebrows. It weakly let out a cry, but coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell down. "Baburus?" Rayn looked helplessly at the old yellow dog lying down, and just as he turned around, the thick smoke and blinding fire rising in the distance finally came into view. The noon rock walls completely cast the town in shadow, and under such low visibility, people did not notice. At the end of the coastline, a huge black shadow swallowed the horizon, and in the next moment, it engulfed Red Nance. Chapter 17, The Fall. It was a fishing net just cast, and before the fisherman could confirm his catch, the haze in the distance caught his attention. "What is that?" The lean young man squinted his eyes to look into the distance, where a streak of pitch-black color appeared on the horizon. Sparking his curiosity, to take out the binoculars from his pocket. Is that a ship? The flag is a pitch-black skull flag. The young man stared in shock at the large number of pirate warships. He had never seen so many pirate ships before, and in the next moment, he ran back frantically. He wanted to convey the news of the pirate attack to his companions. Take! The young man's shouting only awakened Takes, who was resting in the cabin, without even calling out his full name, when a cannonball struck this poor fishing boat with precision. The same disaster happened to the surrounding fishing boats, as these fast-moving pirate ships systematically fired cannonballs, instantly sinking 3 fishing boats drifting on the sea, more than 70 warships. With a total strength of 5,000, gathered here from various places, led by the 7 most prestigious pirates. The formidable Chandra, with a bounty of 11,600,000 berries. The beheader Cid, with a bounty of 15,000,000 berries. The volcano Quiniel, with a bounty of 9,800,000 berries. The Thousand Needles Arcid, with a bounty of 12,800,000 berries. The barrel Gaslam, with a bounty of 35,000,000 berries. The snake Queen Meredith, with a bounty of 21,000,000 berries. And the notorious John Jones, with a bounty of 68,000,000 berries. Among these 7 bounty criminals, there were pirates from the East Sea, as well as those who had come specifically from the Grand Line to witness the last of the Pirate King. Their subordinates, both in number and quality, were not particularly impressive, and the reason they could command 5,000 troops was all due to the lowly hired help. The impoverished East Sea holds no value for lingering. So before stepping back onto the Grand Line, Captain John, a young yet ambitious fellow, is ready to make a big move. Rob villages? Rob towns? Rob small islands? Rob merchant ships? Rob a navy? No, none of these are what Captain John desires. His striking green eyes are fixed on the least conspicuous corner of this East Sea map. The nation of Rednans, built beneath the great red earth. What he aims to do is hunt a nation. He sees this country as his prey. He intends to bite off a chunk before he leaves. Therefore, he gathers a group of somewhat useful rabble, sending them to find even lower scum. Effortlessly, he assembles a loose but massive fleet. Captain John had already sent his men to scout the defense situation of Rednans a month ago, although a few unfortunate encounters led to the deaths of some city guards. 3 managed to sneak into the city. This not-so-powerful country relies on flaunting its might in front of farmers, with stationed soldiers numbering no more than 2,000. Even if they huddle within the city walls, against the cannons and weaponry brought by John and his crew, those walls are hardly sufficient. After all, this country is not one that has long endured warfare, and its military strength is completely negligible. Even if they request assistance from the Navy, the nearest naval base, stationed in Rog Town, has already been wiped out by John's subtle provocations. Considering the time it takes for news to reach the naval headquarters, it might take less than a week for a large naval force to arrive. For John, who is confident he can conquer this weak nation in a day, time is more than sufficient. Taking all this into account, Captain John gives the order, and 5,000 pirates surge forth like wild horses, like locusts entering the land, crashing through the narrow docks of Rednans. Many are amazed by the massive, protruding rock walls on the island, and after their astonishment, the pirates seize the cover of darkness to rush into the yards of each farmhouse. They slash at anyone they see. They burn down any house they find. This group of makeshift rabble was originally seen by Captain John and other captains as cannon fodder, using their cheap lives to break through the island's defenses. They knew how impoverished the town was in the first half, so they were completely unrestrained, allowing the mad dog pirate leaders to burn and kill without a care. The truly valuable things were behind the city walls, within that luxurious palace. By the time these mad dogs had worn down the city soldiers, only then would Captain John and his direct subordinates move in. If these mad dogs were smart, they would just steal the food and goods from the town and leave. But if they dared to set foot on the city wall side and touch what they should not, they would face a devastating blow from behind. Burn, kill, rob, blood is boiling, an indescribable joy. They, who had nothing, knew they were going to the front lines as cannon fodder, but so what? For those who have failed in life, who cannot support themselves, who do not want to work, these beasts resent the wealth of others and pour all their dissatisfaction and malice into the tips of their blades and guns. Plunder. The poor among us have the right to plunder wealth for survival. The hungry among us have the right to plunder food for survival. The ugly among us have the right to plunder women for survival. Survival of the fittest, the The strong live and the weak die. You were born to be plundered by us. In your days as sheep, spending your youth and time being exploited by that ethereal noble system, we are honing our skills, enjoying the pleasure between life and death. So die, you lambs. You domesticated pigs and dogs. The strong live, the weak die. If Roger brought endless adventures and dreams to the world before his death, ushering in a magnificent era of pirates, then at the same time, he opened the crumbling shackles of morality for more people, giving their misdeeds a seemingly legitimate reason. No job? What use are you, useless person? I want to be the pirate king. Can't farm? What will you eat, useless person? I want to be the pirate king. Ugly? Who would marry a loser like you? I want to be the pirate king. An excuse that drives countless people to the indifferent sea, regardless of its purity or filth. The already battered blade of a blood-stained sailor's knife struck the old man with excitement. The old man's cries were of no use, and the pirates, having killed until their hands were sore, found they could not retrieve their knives. The short, frog-faced old man pressed one hand on the blade stuck in him, breathing rapidly from blood loss and pain. His eyes, which had long seen through the world, now looked sadly at these pirates who could no longer be called human. Holding the sailor's knife, Muse pulled out a sharpened kitchen knife from behind him with steady hands. And in the horrified gaze of the pirate, he severed his neck. Ugh! Ugh! The pirate desperately covered his neck, seemingly thinking he could reconnect it, but fell motionless amidst the sighs. In his final moments, he saw nothing, not even the revolving lantern the old man had told him about in childhood. Just like his life, he died wide-eyed, having nothing. Harry! A furious roar came from outside the courtyard, and the 2-meter-tall giant could hardly believe his eyes. His best friend had died at the hands of an old man in such a place. The fire burned. The house he had lived in for half his life ignited by flames. The irrigation channel he had worked hard to repair for a month no longer flowed with clear water into the fields, but with a torrent of blood. Familiar friends fell like autumn wheat, and the land his family had lived on for generations was destroyed. Muse faced the iron fist as big as a sandpot, feeling somewhat weary in this dim world. You old bastard. You actually killed Harry. The furious giant punched Muse, intending to crush his skull with one blow. Oh, just as his confident punch was about to smash Muse's head, the giant missed. Not only did his fist go astray, but the world in his eyes began to spin, and his balance was thrown off by a kick from behind. A scream like that of a pig being slaughtered erupted from the giant's mouth as he held onto his calf, which had been broken cleanly, twisted grotesquely as if it had no bones. Soon the scream faded. The giant saw darkness before his eyes and was knocked out by a kick. Then, the giant fell to the ground like a small mountain in mere seconds. Muse, due to blood loss, looked at the young man before him with blurry vision. The newcomer was none other than Rayn, who had rushed back. He nodded at Muse, then turned to face the pirates closing in outside the courtyard. Old man, can you still walk? What do you want to do, child? Muse, supported tightly by Raffra, looked at Rayn's not-so-tall figure, already knowing what he intended to do. Rayn did not look back. There was no expression on his face, nor any fluctuation in his voice. Grandma, take the old man to the city. It will be safer there. Child, what about you? I'll cover you. As for this side, leave it to me. Saying this, he stepped out of the courtyard, casually pulling out a spear stuck in the field, standing with the spear against the dozens of pirates surrounding him. The first snowstorm of this winter floated down, but could not settle in the town due to the massive rock wall overhead, unable to stop the spreading flames. However, as the snow drifted, a snowflake gracefully bypassed the rock wall and landed lightly on the tip of the spear. Chapter 18. Sweeping through. Crossing the fields, passing through the small woods, and crossing the stone bridge that symbolized the boundary, the unarmed villagers arrived on the land of the nobility, a relatively safe place. Granny Raffra helped her old partner Muse, staggering towards the small woods behind them. The port had been flattened by the pirates, and there was only a dead end ahead. Retreating behind the city wall was the only way to gain a slim chance of survival. Behind them, Rayn stood calmly, showing no intention of retreating with them, nor making any attack moves. The small snowflake on the tip of the spear had long been evaporated by the surrounding hot air, yet the spear's owner still did not move. Outside the rock wall, goose-feather snow had already begun to swirl, while below the rock wall, the raging flames urged death. The pirates who had surrounded Rayn, although ignorant and lowly, instinctively did not display their bloodthirsty madness toward the weak at that moment. Rayn was lost in thought. He did not know why he had run back, getting involved in this battle that clearly did not belong to him. He had already repaid the kindness owed to the Tyke family with a month of labor and should have had nothing to do with them. But why? Upon seeing the injured old yellow dog, did Rayn rush back immediately? This feeling is uncomfortable and contradicts his life creed. Rayn, who fights, hunts, and survives only for himself, does not understand this boring emotion called protection. Even after picking up his weapon after a long time, his first thought was not to kill the group of bastards in front of him without leaving a trace, but rather a feeling of discomfort, a dull and puzzling sensation in his chest. Finally, unable to endure this meaningless torment, a pirate swung a sailor's knife and struck from behind Rayn. The others, encouraged by that shout, also picked up their weapons and attacked, even though they had a faint sense of foreboding. But with so many of us, how could we be afraid of a little brat? Bang! Ultimately, unable to bear the thought of being hurt by these little punks, Rayn moved. There was no need to look back. He raised his spear and casually thrust it backward. The thick butt of the spear smashed into the pirate's nose, instantly turning his face into a mess. With that, he swept around, and more than 5 people were blown away like fallen leaves by the fierce wind. There was one left. The long spear continued its sweeping arc, and the spearhead struck his face, causing a concussion and sending the tall man flying. In the blink of an eye, just with a single swing, 7 people lost consciousness. The most important thing was that no one died. Staring blankly at the spear in his hand, Rayn began to understand where the heaviness in his heart came from. To verify that thought, his previously relaxed gaze suddenly became sharp. Holding the spear with one hand, he thrust through the crowd of dozens. These people didn't even understand what was happening before they were instantly defeated. There was no need to lock onto a target. Everyone in sight was a villain. Those who walked the earth were all arsonists and murderers, and that pitch-black iron spear didn't require any fancy moves. A charge, a spin, a brutal smash, a frenzied dance. Each strike and movement involved dozens of people, and in no time, hundreds lay fallen. It was one-sided. They were completely outmatched. Realizing this, despair surged in their hearts. The young boy seemed like a messenger of the devil, single-handedly blocking hundreds or thousands at the edge of the forest with just one spear. Just as everyone was anxious and uneasy, the pitch-black iron spear came to a stop. Rayn halted his movements, holding the spear at the edge of the forest. As long as no one entered this forest, he would not attack. More importantly, Rayn discovered something that unraveled the heaviness in his heart. They were all alive. The opponents he had taken down, regardless of their injuries, were all alive. Is that how it is? Rubbing his head in distress, the young pirate fell into deeper contemplation. No wonder he always felt something was off. It turned out he was indeed afraid of death. Yes, he had not matured enough to see through life and death. Before facing the twilight of old age and death, Rayn had nearly lost his life on that deserted island. Since then, even he didn't realize that he had been cursed. A curse of fearing life, whether it was his own life or the lives of others. Thinking about it, whether it was the battle with my hawk or the fight with Unanimous, I subconsciously held back some of my strength due to this curse. As a result, Unanimous, who should have been killed by my ultimate technique, survived at that moment. Not a single crew member on Unanimous' ship was killed by my hands. Now, with hundreds of people lying dead before me, not one of them has died, which further proves this point. No, the situation might be even more serious. During the month and a half that it takes home, the peaceful days dulled my will, and the labor in the countryside extinguished my killing intent. If this situation were placed on a warrior in their 30s or 40s, a mature and seasoned individual might reach even greater heights because of it. However, being covered by the rich fragrance of the earth has dulled the sharpness of a young man, which is not friendly at all for someone like Rayn, who is in a rising phase of martial power. Yes, after thinking so much, it was obvious that Rayn had zoned out. Bang! Just as the immense pain was about to hit, Rayn found himself surrounded by darkness. The tremendous force sent the slender Rayn flying 20 meters backward, crashing through several trees in the forest behind him before he finally fell silent. Just a moment of distraction allowed that person to seize the opportunity, and a diamond-like iron fist struck Rayn's face directly. Direct hit. 1. As expected of Lord Candela. What a terrifying guy to achieve such a feat with a single blow. Amidst the cheers of the pirates, the man who knocked Rayn down stood proudly among the crowd. Standing at 191 meters tall and weighing 100 kilograms, the fair-skinned giant resembled an indestructible white stone tower. The diamond-like sensation Rayn felt came from the steel wrist guards worn by this giant. Rayn was struck in the face by something capable of crushing stones. The mighty Candela, a pirate with a bounty of 16 million, was also one of the 7 leaders of this national hunt. Contrary to his bold nickname, Candela, who looked as ordinary as a middle-aged farmer, silently stared in the direction where Rayn had fallen. He glanced at his wrist guards, which were already cracked at the joints. He had hidden among the crowd for a long time before seizing the opportunity presented by Rayn's momentary distraction. Unlike his simple appearance, he possessed a cautious heart. The fact proved his caution was correct. To outsiders, it seemed he had effortlessly dealt with a monster-like kid, but only he knew that his punch, which could usually crush skulls in one hit, felt as if it had struck something diamond-like, causing his fist to ache. In any case, being directly hit by such a blow, one shouldn't just lose their senses but should also be dead. Kangdila, having made this determination, waved to the surrounding pirates to advance. The pirates erupted in various vulgar cheers, rushing forward like a pack of wolves on the plains. A pirate in a blue vest excitedly raised a torch, ready to set the forest ablaze. Meanwhile, many villagers could still be seen moving backward in the woods. This fire would provide him with enough entertainment to watch. Overjoyed, he raised the torch high, as if to entrust all his beliefs to it, and threw it with force. The torch, not yet thrown, slipped from the pirate's hand, and the chilling scream drew the attention of other pirates. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, the pirate who was about to set the forest on fire was brutally pierced through the chest by a pitch-black spear, firmly embedding it into the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain from the iron spear, instantly dyeing the earth beneath them a vivid red. Guttural cries, pleas for help, curses, and mournful wails echoed. This poor pirate struggled for a full 2 minutes before finally succumbing to death with his eyes wide open. Despite the surrounding shouts of killing, the pirates standing at the edge of the forest all heard footsteps. Each thud reverberated through the ground beneath their feet, giving them the illusion that the island was about to experience an earthquake. Kangdila recognized the iron spear that had pierced his subordinate, becoming increasingly cautious as he raised his armored arms in front of him, wary of that potentially still-living monster boy bursting forth. The footsteps that shook the ground resonated 7 times before eerily falling silent. Yet, even the weakest thug could instinctively feel that within the forest lurked a beast ready to spring forth, claws bared, prepared to tear someone's head apart. The next moment, a fierce wind howled out from the woods. The weaker pirates were helplessly forced to retreat, while the stronger pirates widened their eyes, waiting for a figure to charge out from the trees and deliver a thunderous blow. But how could they possibly see it? In that instant, as the gale began, Rayn had already crossed 100 meters, arriving before Kangdila. He drew his fist to his waist, and at the very moment Kangdila's retina registered an object in front of him, both fists struck out. Those unremarkable fists shattered the steel bracers, broke Kangdila's arm bones, and tore through his arm muscles, crashing violently into his chest. With a thunderous sound, the fierce punch wreaked havoc within Kangdila's body, ultimately exploding out his back, unleashing the power of those fists. 8 burst fist, thunderclap. His organs and flesh rained down from Kangdila, who was left alone with nothing but a spine kneeling in the field, his body unrecognizable. Bloodied, Rayn found the feeling he once had, with a bloodthirsty slaughter. He suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder, yet simultaneously sensed he had lost something. Nevertheless, this trivial emotional fluctuation was quickly drowned out by the surging tide of people. Regardless, it seemed impossible to sleep today unless they were all killed. Chapter 19. The sacrifice of blood. Rayn had been careless. His condition was poor. Delayed for a month due to a lack of proper supplements, his injuries had healed, but the daily diet of porridge and black bread had done nothing to restore his strength. With his current power, achieving 60% was already commendable, but the prolonged pastoral life had dulled his combat awareness, and his subconscious underestimation of the EC allowed someone to strike him directly in the face. Although that person was now dead, the punch had indeed caused a significant concussion, and now his head felt like it was being trampled by a dozen sea kings, causing excruciating pain. In such a state, an endless tide of pirates surged toward him, even if this wobbling young man were 100 times stronger than them. Their numerical advantage gave them the confidence to kill this monster-like youth. The shouts of the surrounding people had become inaudible to Rayn. He could barely make out what was around him through sheer willpower. It was a sailor's knife coming down at him. Rayn stepped forward, suddenly appearing in front of him, striking the knife wielder's wrist with a hand chop, seizing the sailor's knife in their moment of pain, and swiftly slicing their throat. The sailor's knife swung in a clockwise arc around Rayn, unimpeded. 3 were eviscerated, 2 were slightly wounded, and those around them wanted to retreat but were helplessly pushed forward by even more people behind them. In such an ever-crowding throng, Rayn felt that even with his eyes closed and flailing wildly, he could take down quite a few. However, just as his old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, a torrent of attacks began to rain down upon him. Swish! Huh! A blade pierced straight into Rayn's back from behind. That person might have intended to pierce Rayn's heart directly, but they could never have imagined that their knife seemed locked by steel, remaining firmly in place. Using muscle and hockey to lock that knife in place, Rayn cried out in pain, then turned and drove the sailor's knife into the chest of the ambusher. Truly it hurt. Whispering a sound that no one could hear, Rayn reached back to pull out the blade embedded in his back. It was a poorly crafted katana, a cheap thing worth less than 50,000 berries that had injured him. With his injury sharpening his awareness, feeling the waves of intense pain from the wound, Rayn's mood began to darken endlessly. He hated pain. This is a strange thing. Since childhood, fighting bears on the ice fields and battling humans at sea, anyone with such experiences wouldn't take injuries seriously. However, Rayn, who has been injured repeatedly from a young age, hates this familiar feeling. He despises pain. In battles with strong opponents, he doesn't even have time to think about the intense pain of his wounds. Even when he observes the injuries with his own eyes, he cannot feel that emotion. But now it's different. He has been hurt by a group of useless people, a bunch of trash with no power or faith, who hold no value or meaning of existence. You a bunch of insignificant fish. His gloomy words went ignored, as this ragtag group finally realized that this young man couldn't be defeated just by sheer numbers, especially in the confined space, making it even harder to attack. Surprisingly, they began to retreat. It wasn't that they started to fear. At that moment, a dozen people stepped out from the crowd, clad in heavy armor and wielding battle axes and large shields. They began to close in on Rayn, compressing his range of movement, and their thick armor and shields were the source of their confidence as they advanced. These people are true warriors, and their difference from those weaklings is not just in their equipment. They all have battle-hardened experience, and more importantly, they possess a steadfast killing intent to eliminate Rayn. They're the strongest subordinates under Kandra. Although few in number, both Kandra's guards and the armor worn by these individuals were painstakingly acquired from the South Sea. These people are anomalies, not prepared for naval battles, but trained solely to crush the living forces on land. In the past, they could easily trample villages and enemy strongholds on land. Today, with the firm belief of avenging their captain, they are moving out. The warriors holding giant shields form a circular formation, advancing towards Rayn at the center. With their thick shields closing in, even without wielding weapons, they could easily crush Rayn with their combined strength. As they approached, the silent warriors only intensified Rayn's already terrible mood. He had originally planned to leave once Muse and Laffer reached a safe place, but Rayn, who was completely unaware of the danger to the enemy leader, naturally could not be let go by them. Rayn took a deep breath, expelling the irritation building within him. Forcing himself to calm down again, Rayn let out a low chuckle. Very well, I'm angry. With this thought, Rayn broke the fragile katana in his hand. He trusted his fists more than this subpar weapon. The wall of shields drew ever closer. Suddenly, Rayn stepped forward, stomping on the ground, and unleashed his power. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds resonated deafeningly. As the pain began to spread through his body, the shield-bearing warriors realized that Rayn had somehow reached them. This time, their seemingly invulnerable armor would not save their lives. As Rayn's fist struck the shields of two warriors, an invisible shockwave began to ripple across the shield surface. The shield's ability to absorb damage seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of the shockwave from the eight-strike fist. As the shockwave spread throughout their bodies, the shields, armor, and battle axes were all crushed into worthless debris. The men inside the armor were naturally reduced to bloody corpses. Clang! A massive battle axe swung towards Rayn's back with an unstoppable momentum. A warrior, seeing that the shield and armor were ineffective, decisively discarded his shield and, seizing the opportunity while Rayn was killing his two comrades, swung his weapon. Clang! To the disbelief of the warrior, the slender young man actually caught the massive battle axe with his palm. Rayn exerted force and pulled, causing the warrior to be yanked down by tremendous strength. Then Rayn kicked him in the chest. The man, burdened by 40 kilograms of armor, flew backward, crushing more than 7 pirates in the process. The situation remained overwhelmingly one-sided. This is a matter of course. This is the East Sea, the weakest sea among the 4 seas. And they are merely a group of lowly individuals who can only flaunt their power in the East Sea. Faced with Rayn from the New World, these people are no better than the ants on the ground. With a powerful throw, he sends the enormous battle axe flying. The spinning giant axe cuts through the crowd of pirates like a reaper, knocking them down in droves. Blood splatters across Rayn's young face, and this bloodied young man, struck by the heat of battle, seems to awaken, beginning to look up and confront this group of lowly fish. The crimson hue fills Rayn's vision. Everything before him is a living hell. The number of people killed by him in just a few minutes surpasses the total killed by the pirates since they landed. All around are fallen bodies, and with just a casual selection, one could piece together several human forms from the severed limbs. The air is thick with blood mist, and while an ordinary person would feel nauseated by the overwhelming stench of blood, for Rayn at this moment, it feels refreshingly invigorating. There are wails of the dying, those on the brink of death, the furious, and the charging. Severed limbs are everywhere, and enemies are tripping over their comrades' exposed intestines. Yet despite this, these cannon fodder treated as expendables by their leader still charge fearlessly toward Rayn. These worthless lives fear death because living and dying mean little to them. The purpose of their existence is to take more lives on their path. This is the meaning of their lives. Rayn falls silent once again. This silence is no longer confusion, but rather he has found the answer. Rayn hates pain and despises the sight of disgusting corpses. It is precisely because of his aversion to the grotesque fate of a body being cut apart that he rarely kills. Even when he does kill, he tries to do so artfully, ensuring they do not suffer too much in their death. However, today, an unexpected melee has thrown him into a living hell of his own making. But he no longer feels disgust. Has he become accustomed to it? Although humans tend to abandon all meaningless personal preferences and pride when facing a crisis threatening their lives, perhaps he has accepted it a bit too quickly. Or rather, is he enjoying the slaughter? The irritation that had puzzled Rayn from the very beginning finally has an answer. Under the blood-soaked ground and the flickering flames around him, Rayn cannot see his own expression. The grin stretching across his face could be described as a grimace. After understanding everything, when facing these pirates who fear neither life nor death charging towards him, Rayn finds himself feeling much lighter. He catches a wooden hammer falling from the sky with one hand, trips the wielder with a kick, and easily crushes them into a meat patty with the hammer. Throwing the hammer aside, another dozen lives dissipate, and the shockwaves of his 8-punch fist indiscriminately spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the lives of dozens, even hundreds, vanish into the wind. He is like a killing machine, coldly grinning, effortlessly taking life after life like a factory worker processing items on an assembly line. Finally, when he reaches the point of having killed 892 people, the pirates collapse. They, under the leadership of 7 notorious pirates, had an elite force of 200, regular sailors numbering 400, and more than 2,000 gathered ruffians. The total number of troops exceeds 5,000. Yet they're all blocked by a single person before the forest. If Rayn were to kill, even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not slay all 5,000 because he does not possess military-level combat techniques. Ultimately, there would be no doubt that the pirates would win. But how should he put it? Well, look, I'll kill half of their forces first, and then the remaining half will probably flee, right? The pirates could win if they pressed on, but even if they did win, losing a third of their forces and only killing one person would make that victory more tragic than a defeat. Not to mention how many lives would need to be sacrificed to kill that monster, how many to exhaust his stamina. Before the forest leading to the city, bodies have piled up into a small mountain. A single step down would soak your feet in blood. The pirate army is collapsing as they flee towards the port, even abandoning their weapons in their desperate escape. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a young monster sits there, a sight too gruesome to behold. It is no longer recognizable as human. Its entire body is stained a vivid red, the intricately woven braids cut during battle now scattered as long hair behind it. The skin on its hands has completely split open, revealing bright red muscle. 3 blade fragments still remain embedded in its back, and a deep gash has been torn in its leg, possibly severing a tendon. 2 gunshot wounds in its abdomen continue to bleed, with no part of its body unscathed. Even with the defensive wall of the 8-punch fist and the hardness of armament hockey comparable to steel, it is still incredible that it remains alive. Halfway through the killing, Rayn had already lost consciousness, relying solely on instinct and the observation hockey to move in response to the killing intent directed at him. Now that he has regained some awareness, if this continues, it is certain that he will be the first to go mad. Struggling to open his blood-soaked eyes, Rayn looks through the blood at this hellishly red world. He wants to vomit. In such an environment, anyone who isn't truly a monster or made of steel would feel this way. But he cannot vomit. If he did, he might even rupture his stomach. Thus, Rayn forces himself to think of the disgusting sensations around him as sweet potatoes sun-dried by Lafra, desperately shifting his attention. The second reason he cannot vomit. Whoosh. A piercing weapon stabs firmly into Rayn's chest. Even though Rayn has some awareness, he lacks the strength to dodge. 3 slender silver needles strike him. The bodies of the needles shimmer with a ghostly blue light, definitely something poisoned. Rayn's slightly swollen chest visibly begins to turn black. Highly toxic. Has it finally come out? Among the panicking pirate crowd, they are met with execution orders from 6 captains. Apart from Kandra and his small team, who are completely wiped out, the subordinates of the 7 captains remain largely unscathed. Now, these individuals seize their weapons and begin to slaughter the fleeing pirates one by one. No mercy for the fleeing. After 200 heads fall, the remaining pitiful pirates, now fewer than 500, are forced back by the blades. At the front of the crowd stand 3 captains. Pausabinatit, Bunti Muihai, Damjam, Kong 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 Bodi. Executioner Sid, Bounty 15, 000 berries. Barrel Gaslam, Bounty 35, 000 berries. With weary eyes, Rayn gazes at the 3 approaching him, seemingly devoid of the strength to even speak, only able to ask, "Well, are you still accepting surrenders?" Chapter 20. Even if there are millions, I will go. Dozens of muskets are aimed at the monster atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The opponent is already gravely poisoned and on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to stand. However, the musket team directly under the fearsome pirate thousand-pin Arkid will not let their guard down. They bear a heavy responsibility and must protect their captain's safety. What a terrifying guy. It's as if he crawled out of hell. A quivering voice seems to cry out. This timid statement does not come from a mere minion, but rather from Sid, the young man whom everyone fears and calls the executioner. This pirate named Sid is only 15 years old, a brat who would wet the bed from nightmares. Yet he is the captain of a 500-man pirate crew. That is the inheritance left to him by his forebears. But the reason they left it to him is simply that all his relatives, including that forebear, were slaughtered by this seemingly harmless little monster. The cowardice of this little guy is not an act. He is genuinely afraid. Seeing the mountain of corpses, the blood pooling like a river, and the scattered fragments of organs, the young captain's face instantly turned pale, and he vomited up his lunch. None of the pirates around dared to mock this short young man, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, because the massive sword he carried on his back was a genuine weapon. Every time this young man, with a terrified expression, swung that sword over 2 meters long, humans were sliced in half like straw. This young man seems to be just a timid and weak boy on ordinary days, yet in battle, he can smash you into meat paste with a terrified expression. That innate brute strength is the reason everyone supports him as captain. What an impressive figure. It's truly unfair to fall here in the EC today. With a disdainful snort, the burly red-haired man embraced a barrel of wine and took a hearty drink. The leader of the pirate group Red Wine Society, Gaslam, wiped the froth from the corner of his mouth, revealing a bright red wine-soaked nose as he spoke. This over 40-year-old pirate clearly understood how terrifying it was to resist 5,000 soldiers and slay over 2,000 by oneself. He simply would not believe, nor accept, that such a person could have been born in the obscure EC. Surely this individual must be a significant figure who came to the EC because of the Pirate King's execution. Although he didn't know why this person would turn against his country and allies, it was still quite lamentable to die under the siege of so many cannon fodder. Well, none of this concerned him. Gaslam sneered and walked towards where Rayn was, preparing to claim what he assumed was a valuable head, and then send his subordinates to collect the bounty from the clean business guy. Although deceiving the Navy carried certain risks and could even cost the lives of those engaged in clean business, if successful, such a significant figure would undoubtedly be worth a lot of money. Although this approach is looked down upon by many pirates, Gaslam has already passed the age of acting impulsively, and he has the responsibility of supporting more than 1,000 subordinates. Stop, Captain Gaslam. This person still has a heartbeat. The clear voice startled Gaslam, causing his robust body to stiffen suddenly. However, within seconds, he turned his head in anger and looked at the middle-aged man in white. It was this person's words that made him take a step back in fear, but thinking about it, Rayn was already in a dying state, and he actually retreated because of a single sentence, which undoubtedly made him feel humiliated. The middle-aged man in white had a scholarly demeanor that was completely opposite to the rough profession of a pirate. He was none other than the one who had just ambushed Rayn, the thousand blades ached. It was evident that this man was blind. Where he once had eyes, there now lay a ghastly scar from a cleaver. And it was this blind man who, amidst the noisy surroundings, managed to hit the barely conscious Rayn. As Gaslam glared angrily, dozens of gunmen, following Akid, all aimed their guns at the drunkard. Naturally, Gaslam's subordinates could not stand by and watch their captain being targeted. They all drew their swords and confronted Akid's men. This was a fragile alliance formed out of self-interest, and in no time, tensions flared and confrontations arose. Both sides, stand down. Our purpose today is not to determine a victor, Akid said gently, showing no intention of fighting to the death. He directed his sightless face towards Gaslam, his clear voice stating, "I assume you know how I lost my eyes, Gaslam. However, the legs are yours, and you are free to disregard my advice." It was impossible for the two sides to engage in a fight. Everything was merely a matter of petty pride, since Akid had taken the initiative to show weakness. Gaslam let out a cold snort and called back his men. As for Akid's eyes, Gaslam had indeed heard some rumors. It was said that during a battle, one of Akid's subordinates, due to carelessness, failed to finish off an opponent who was on the brink of death. Ultimately, Akid, the foolish captain, saved that subordinate, and the price was a devastating strike from the opponent just before dying, resulting in Akid losing his eyes. Fool. After silently cursing in his heart, Gaslam became more vigilant. Although he was unwilling to acknowledge Akid's kindness, Rayn was indeed a dangerous individual, and he could not be careless about the final strike before death. Nevertheless, he approached Rayn, partly to avoid losing face in front of his subordinates, and partly because he clearly saw that the poison needle in Rayn's chest had already left it swollen and blackened. The outcome was undoubtedly fatal, if it did not take the opportunity to sever Rayn's head now. Once the poison spread above the neck, he would be disfigured and unable to claim the bounty. Holding an iron wine barrel, Gaslam frowned as he walked towards the small mountain made of corpses and blood. The strong smell of blood made even this seasoned pirate, who had killed countless people, feel slightly uncomfortable. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Gaslam climbed the short yet extremely rugged hill of corpses and arrived in front of the barely breathing Rayn. The blood-soaked body looked so pitiful that even Gaslam, who had long abandoned morality and faith, felt a tinge of respect for Rayn's tenacity in fighting until now. Closer, just 3 steps away, Gaslam could take the young man's head. As he approached, Gaslam's body paused for a moment, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. As he got closer, he finally saw the blood-covered young man clearly and realized how familiar he looked. That hint of doubt quickly turned into shock. He recognized Rayn. With that shock washing over him, the heavy iron wine barrel came crashing down towards Rayn without hesitation. Not good. A similar cry escaped Akid's lips. Having lost his eyes, he had gained another way to sense others. Although he did not yet know that this ability was called observation hockey, Akid could clearly feel the weak aura from Rayn moments ago had transformed into that of a terrifying beast ready to devour. Rayn, who had been slumped over the corpses, suddenly surged up. A pitch-black human chest fell away as he rose. He had pressed an unknown corpse against his own chest during the fight. The not-so-powerful poison needle pierced through the flexible human skin and flesh, but could not reach Rayn behind it. Huh! With Rayn's loud shout, the blood around him splattered in all directions under the impact of his aura. Amidst the blood rain, the young man with flowing long hair reached out like a demon. Like a landslide, like a tsunami. One strike unleashed the 8 extreme shock. 8-strike fist. Owl dragon. The palm of flesh struck hard against the thick wine barrel. The shock wave shattered the barrel, piercing through Gaslam's chest without losing any momentum, leaving a handprint-shaped hollow. The 40-year-old pirate still bore the resolute expression he had when he intended to kill Rayn, completely unaware that he would be instantaneously killed. His eyes, once filled with shock, transformed into fear and disbelief, as his robust body fell helplessly backward. "You are Rayn Walker," the pirate could only tell himself as he fell onto the mountain of corpses, becoming part of them. In the midst of the crowd, surrounded by over 2,000 people and aimed at by over 200 firearms, just like that in plain sight, the life of the pirate was taken. Only after Gaslam's body fell did people look in bewilderment at the figure standing atop the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. He was battered and breathing heavily in the air tinged with the scent of blood, his long hair stained red obscuring his face. Even standing was a struggle for him as he leaned on an iron spear to steady himself. In the silence, people heard a hoarse voice say, "Is there anyone else?" Chapter 21. The end. This is a trap. Rayn sensed several sharp, killing intents locking onto him during the battle, but surrounded by the crowd. He had no way to escape and ultimately exhausted his strength, coming to a halt. He deliberately had a corpse's chest brutally ripped open, just to guard against hidden arrows and similar threats, as he had seen comrades die without a clue in such chaotic fights. The instinct given by his observation hockey indeed resonated with him. But what Rayn didn't expect was that the attack aimed at him consisted of 3 poisoned silver needles. Even with the corpse blocking the way, the needle tips still struck Rayn. Originally, he had played this trick to conserve his hockey and stamina. But now he had to use hockey and chi to contain the spread of the poison. Indeed, he had been too naive in his thinking. Oh, severely injured. Rayn's consciousness lagged, and only when a terrified scream rang out did he see the young boy, with a scared expression, raising a 2-meter-long giant sword swinging towards him. He mechanically grabbed the iron spear beside him, although it was ridiculous to use such a slender spear to defend against the giant sword, with hockey wrapped around it. Even with great stamina depletion, Rayn was confident he could withstand this blow. Clang! A burst of sparks erupted, and in an instant, the giant sword, which lacked a blade, smashed the iron spear wrapped in hockey. Rayn was momentarily stunned and was violently knocked back by the immense force, flying backward as if hit by a mountain, crashing down into the mountain of corpses. What incredible strength! Aya, the captain's hatred! D. With a roar that was anything but human, the sailors belonging to Gaslam, their eyes red, rushed towards the fallen Rayn. Although the captain's reputation could only be described as notorious, he had never abandoned a single crew member over the years. Every sailor willingly followed that drunkard. But now, that man had been killed before everyone's eyes, dying without any value. This hatred, let's repay it now. Rayn, who was blasted 30 meters away, didn't have time to recall what had just happened before he violently spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The toxins that had been suppressed by the overwhelming force instantly dissipated due to the fierce blow and began to spread throughout his body. The toxins and the impact were destroying his internal organs, and even if he were rushed to the hospital right now, it might be too late. Rayn coughed up blood in agony, feeling the tremors of the ground around him. Without even looking at the sailors charging toward him, he swung his arm and threw the bent iron spear, now in a V shape, at the person in the front. His throw hit 4 or 5 people. But apart from the first person who had their sternum crushed, the rest were all safe and sound. This is just a very ordinary scene. But this scene tells everyone that the monster is on its last breath. The ground begins to shake, and all the timid sailors seem to find their backbone, starting to move toward the dying monster. Rayn's senses have been maximally delayed. Toxins have begun to invade his nerves, and beneath his blood-covered skin, purple veins have started to appear and are continuously expanding across the sea. There are few masters of poison, but once they appear, they are sure to spill blood. Unfortunately, Rayn has never encountered any toxin since his birth, let alone any corresponding countermeasures. He has forgotten the pain, his eyes filled with purple veins, and he can no longer see the scenery. The last image that floats in his mind is that of the boy wielding a giant sword, that incredibly fierce strike. Although he has weakened to an exaggerated extent, it is terrifying to think that he could be sent flying by sheer brute force. The tremors of the ground are enough for him to judge how many people are rushing toward him. Yet Rayn, who finds it exceedingly difficult to move even a finger, is helpless. Exhaustion rises uncontrollably in Rayn's heart, waves of sleepiness that cannot be dispelled. This is humanity's instinctive escape from death. But once he falls asleep, his fate is already clear. So tired of this inexplicable battle, this fight that promises no benefits or glory, this meaningless slaughter. Let it end. A soft, sigh-like mutter. And at that moment, Rayn, paralyzed by toxins, stops thinking. Thump, 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 thump. The sound, like the beating of a drum, emanates from Rayn's heart, and before the many blades can dismember him, a shockwave radiates outward from Rayn, spreading in all directions. Whether it is blades or bullets or the fearless pirates, they're all swept away by this shockwave. There are no casualties. Just as the pirates are beginning to rejoice at their safety, they snap back to reality, looking bewildered at the scene before them. That monster has taken flight. The surrounded Rayn is suspended half a meter above the ground. He certainly cannot fly, but the shockwave invisible to the pirates is exploding within him. The shockwave released from his body creates the illusion that he is flying. Rayn, floating in midair, coughs up blood painfully, as if even more severe injuries than before are manifesting on him. The horrific knife wound on his thigh begins to regenerate at an alarming speed. The gunshot wound on his chest, the knife scar on his back. Even the skin infected by toxins, which had begun to necrotize, starts to retreat from its blackened color. Everything seems to be developing positively, but the observant soon notice. Those healed wounds begin to rupture in the next moment, as toxins reclaim the regenerated flesh. In just half a minute, he is caught in a continuous cycle of repair and destruction. It is an excessively brutal method, a taboo that must not be used lightly until the end. When he invented this move, his father strictly forbade him from using such techniques. It is a method that minimizes the power of the shockwave to the lowest limit, applying it to the body to stimulate the proteins at the wound site, thereby promoting cell division and regeneration. 8 Pulse Fist, Immortal Martial Body. It seems like a beautiful ability, but human cells have a limited number of divisions in a lifetime. Forcing cells to divide and regenerate with this technique is undoubtedly a poison that shortens lifespan. The key point is that Rayn has not fully mastered this move. The consequence of overstimulating cell division and regeneration is that excessive healing leads to saturation, ultimately resulting in rupture. Rayn's current state is a tragic manifestation of this, continuously repeating self-repair and destruction. Although he could pause after regeneration if he manages his time, Rayn, who lacks the strength to fight, is powerless against over 2,000 pirates. Even if his injuries are healed, maintaining such a state means Rayn is using his lifespan to sustain his ability to move, although his current condition is terrible. The constant activation of his cells accelerates his metabolism, granting him combat power far beyond normal. The continuously regenerating cells begin to saturate and rupture, causing all of Rayn's capillaries to burst, making him appear bloodied, while the accelerated metabolism transforms this blood into energy that begins to evaporate, making him look like a ghost steaming with blood. This state can last a maximum of 4 minutes. Under the current terrible condition, it can last at most 2 minutes. After using the remaining rationality to assess the situation, Rayn begins to move. Speed has lost its meaning for Rayn at this moment. For the many pirates, they can only see a flash of crimson light, and just a passing, without even the need to attack. The invisible shockwave knocks everyone down. Here it comes. A terrified Cid cannot see Rayn's movements, but the instincts of a beast compel him to raise his giant sword, crossing it in front of his chest. Just as he completes the motion of crossing the sword, a heavy blow lands on that giant sword. Bang! The heavy giant sword is shattered by a single punch. The excess shockwave crashes into the young man's chest, causing him to scream in pain and turn to flee. Cid, who spits blood, has not suffered fatal injuries. But seeing Rayn's current state, this young man who appears cowardly, yet fears nothing, feels no courage to continue fighting. Rayn, who is enveloped in blood-colored steam, pays no attention to Cid's escape. He never intended to do anything deliberately. With only 2 minutes left to move, he does not plan to waste it on chasing Cid. His initial target has always been Arkid, who is fleeing to the rear. The man who injured himself with a poison needle may only have the antidote to the toxin on him. Rayn can heal his wounds, but is helpless against the poison. As for Arkid, the man who has initially grasped the observation hockey, he was ready to flee the moment Rayn began to show signs of mutation. He could sense the terrifying fluctuations being released from the monster's body, and he and his companions had no chance of winning. Perhaps only the unfathomably powerful Captain John could contend with it. "Captain, run!" With this loud shout, the captain of the firearms team resolutely prepared to hold the rear for his captain. There was no melodramatic farewell. They were brothers who could entrust their lives to each other, and in the face of an unbeatable enemy, sacrificing oneself is a noble act. As the captain, Arkid had a much higher chance of leading the other brothers to survive. "Come on, you monster!" The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. The firearms captain couldn't even buy a second, being ripped in half by the crimson demon as if it were tearing a chicken apart. The sounds of wailing, shrieking, and pleading merged into a cacophony, forming a great cry of hell. Wherever the red light reached, all beings bowed their heads, and corpses lay everywhere. Arkid, who was oblivious to the pain, blankly stared at his own arm in front of his chest with eyes that had long since lost their vision. Arkid, the benevolent pirate, who had mastered the observation hockey, would surely become an important figure in the future, right? But all of this stopped here. He sensed everything with his observation hockey. In his pitch-black world, the red blood light occupied the land, and at some point, his companions had already been torn to shreds, leaving only himself with an arm piercing through his chest. Everyone was dead, perishing in what was supposed to be a sure victory in this hunt. Everyone was dead, whether strong or weak, beautiful or ugly. In the face of death, everyone is equal. Finally, Arkid's world lost all color, leaving only a radiant light burning behind him. He painfully turned away from the arm that pierced through his body, facing the burning color behind him. He felt a great itch and heat in his eyes, an immense attraction urging him to open them. That inexplicable allure spoke to him. "Come, open your eyes." He painfully vomited blood and trembled as he opened his eyes, which had not been opened for more than 10 years. His eyeballs, now only whites, finally saw. It was a blood-colored light, mixed with various cries and grievances from the battlefield. It was the anguished wails of the souls of the dead. Yet the young man within that light ignored these powerful emotions, coldly cutting them down one by one. The young man who stood amidst the sea of blood, depriving lives, appeared beautiful in Arkid's eyes. "What kind of monster are you?" The head that could not rest fell down just like that. "I won." Rayn breathed painfully, as if a volcano was erupting in his lungs, not only due to the excessive exhaustion of his power, but also because Arkid's poison had already penetrated to this level. The antidote, blinded, Rayn, relying on his perception through observation hockey, killed Arkid and ultimately found dozens of bottles he couldn't see on him. He didn't know what was inside those bottles, but in a desperate attempt, he swallowed them all. The poison sowed itself within his body. The antidote purified them like dew. The energy-enhancing medicine revitalized him. The nerve-paralyzing drug caused him to tremble in pain. After a torturous ordeal that felt worse than death, lasting only a few seconds, Rayn finally felt the spread of the poison within his body begin to stop. Although his eyesight had not yet recovered, he had at least saved his life, even if only temporarily. As for the other effects of the drugs, as long as they wouldn't kill him immediately, they were unimportant to Rayn, who had survived this moment. Did I win? Grasping the objects nearby, Rayn picked up an iron rod and began to run towards the port not far away. In his current state, he could clearly sense a powerful wave of energy showcasing its existence at that port. I must defeat that person to consider it over. I can hold on for 30 more seconds. The red smoke transformed into a streak of light and arrived at the port, however. Even though his eyes could not see, Rayn knew that the port, with 50 pirate ships docked, was burning, including the ships themselves. Not far away, 5 pirate ships were setting sail away from here. They were the ones who started the fire. What exactly happened? Chapter 22. Ghost Hunting Nation? Don't joke around. Captain John Hawkins scoffed at this notion. Only fools blinded by the extravagant term Great Pirate Era would act that way. You see, although a bunch of idiots shout about the Great Pirate Era every day, in reality, this era has no direct benefits for anyone or anything aside from the Pirate King Roger conquering the Grand Line. Everyone is blinded by that elusive great treasure, each hoisting the skull flag, thinking they are pirates, embarking on their adventures. This era has undergone tremendous changes since Roger conquered the Grand Line, but at the same time, from a certain perspective, it hasn't changed at all. At least, it is still the Navy that upholds justice, the admirals are still alive and well, and that demon carp has not yet retired. The flags of the world government's membership between nations have not been taken down. No matter how weak a country may be, once it is destroyed by those pirates, the world government will undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly, whether for the sake of public sentiment or face. Given this, why is Captain John planning this operation? Isn't there a group of hot-blooded young men? If they can successfully conquer that country, it would be easy to say, when the time comes, they can take what they want and then detonate the explosives secretly placed on these guys' ships, leaving no evidence behind. Even if this group of fools ends up in a mutual destruction with the king, he can still take the treasure from these idiots' ships in the process. When the time comes, setting the ships on fire and leaving these idiots waiting for the Navy to arrive wouldn't be bad either. By the way, Captain John has already booked the Navy Express for the next morning. One of the brigadiers at the Navy headquarters is his father-in-law. By then, he will be seeking wealth while his father-in-law seeks fame, and he can also claim the bounty of these fools through connections, which would be another significant income. Just thinking about it makes him a bit excited. Although he says this, these guys are seasoned veterans who have rolled on the edge of the knife, so they naturally won't easily entrust their backs to the relatively unknown young Captain John. The pirate captains originally did not plan to disembark, only allowing the recruited cannon fodder to wear down the king's forces and deciding whether to send in soldiers or flee based on the situation later. However, due to a small issue that arose during this process, the cannon fodder at the front was completely stopped by one person, prompting these captains to go and see for themselves. After all, the wealth of a country is enormous, and no one can resist the temptation. Even so, they left more than half of their main forces on the ships as a precaution. After some discussion, the Snake Princess Meredith sent her first mate and more than 2/3 of her subordinates as a guarantee, while she and the rest of her subordinates stayed behind to monitor John's actions. The other captains also left their first mates and trusted partners on the ship before feeling secure enough to take action. Moreover, in the name of alliance and agreement, even Captain John had to send out half of his forces to be allowed to stay on the ship. However, the safety and value of his subordinates seemed to hold little significance for Captain John. The cries of anguish echoed through the fields, making even Captain John, who was far away at the port, shiver slightly. The shadow beneath that enormous rock wall seemed like a den of demons in hell, continuously reaping the lives of intruders. To this day, no one has escaped from there. According to the earliest reports, a man had stopped everyone. What kind of person possesses such terrifying power? Captain John frowned. Although he himself could also stop 5,000 troops, it would ultimately come at a considerable cost. And there was someone in the distance who managed to do this, which made Captain John uneasy. The warning from his observation hockey made him hesitate no longer. He ordered his subordinates to quickly move the treasures from the other ships onto his own, not even glancing at the pile of corpses behind him. The sailors left by the captains numbered over 1,700, but aside from those who surrendered, every single one of these more than 1,000 men stained the waters of the dock with their blood. We already knew of your danger, but we didn't expect there to be such a huge gap. Half kneeling behind Captain John was a woman covered in thick armor, wrapped from head to toe in silver armor. This woman, known as the Snake Princess, with her dangerous and glamorous nickname, was undoubtedly a martial artist. At this moment, half kneeling in a tragic manner behind John, the blood seeping from the joints of her armor was enough to indicate that Captain John did not have a habit of cherishing the fairer sex. Well, there's about 3 minutes left, so let us have a little chat. Captain John glanced at the pocket watch in his hand, estimating that in about 3 minutes, he could finish transferring the treasures from the other pirate ships. With some spare time, he showed a little more patience towards this woman of exceptional strength, the only one who had managed to fight her way onto his ship. It is said that this woman was once a little girl abducted by pirates from a small village, who later became the new favorite of that pirate leader due to her good looks. Later on, it is unknown whether it was due to excessive indulgence or a lavish lifestyle, but that pirate leader suddenly died on some wild night of revelry. Well, since this woman can be called the Snake Princess, how that pirate leader died is self-evident. To occupy a place in this sea as a woman, along with her snake-like ruthlessness, Captain John initially had a good impression of her and had even extended friendly olive branches several times. Unfortunately, this woman does not trust anyone and has never accepted Captain John's goodwill. Even at this final moment, she mistakenly judged that her over 1,700 men could tear apart Captain John's remaining few hundred subordinates. In the end, they were all slaughtered by Captain John alone. You should venture out of this sea and see the Grand Line, even if you dominate the 4 seas. If you never take a trip down that road filled with despair, you will ultimately be a frog at the bottom of a well. With my strength, I wouldn't even be worthy of carrying the shoes of those big shots in the New World. Casually placing his beloved pocket watch back in his inner pocket, the young captain seemed to have experienced many hardships as he lifted the rum bottle that he never let go of, sipping it slowly. The first snowfall of winter had fallen for a long time, but no matter how much more it snowed, it would have no effect on the burning port. The booming explosions erupted on the ships, and 5 pirate ships leisurely left this place of strife, looking at the burning and exploding port not far away. Captain John felt a bit sentimental. Indeed, no matter how many times he sees it, this kind of fireworks is so splendid and beautiful. Just then, it seemed he remembered something and slapped his head, turning to the Meredith he had forgotten for a long time. Now's the time. Meredith had been waiting for this moment. Her heavy armor shattered with a loud bang, yielding an explosive increase in speed. From a still-attached armor, a sharp blade shot out with a whoosh. It aimed directly at the just-turned John. Captain John was unfazed, as his observation hockey allowed him to know what the woman behind him wanted to do without using his eyes. He was confident he could crush her wrist in a millisecond and then enjoy the look of despair on her face beneath the mask. However, things slightly exceeded John's expectations. Until he turned around and his retina received that overly beautiful sight, he hesitated in that moment before his brain could react instinctively. The beautiful face revealed after the mask fell was like that of a fairy. Humans inherently possess an appreciation for beauty, though the degree may vary. In that moment, John's mind was frantically resisting. Was he really going to destroy such a beautiful thing? He received a response in less than a second. Kill. If it were any other time, such breathtaking beauty would surely captivate him. But now, the blade that was about to pierce his throat gave him no time to consider. But it was too late. Victory and defeat lay in a breath's moment, and John lost the initiative due to that visual shock. Damn it, John thought in anger, even as he saw that dreamlike, beautiful face filled with mockery towards men. Time seemed to pause at that moment, and the desperate Captain John swore he never wanted to see what would happen next for the rest of his life. John's intensely strained optic nerves captured everything happening before him, and his extraordinary dynamic vision made it impossible for him to forget this moment for the rest of his life. A pitch-black iron rod flew towards him at a speed that felt excruciatingly slow in John's eyes, smashing into Meredith's stunning face, shattering her cheekbone, tearing apart her snow-white, tender skin, and obliterating half of her face, nose, teeth, tongue, eyeball, blood vessels, bone fragments. And all the components of the human skull disintegrated in John's line of sight like the most exquisite anatomy, like the explosion of a watermelon. The headless corpse fell onto Captain John's body, and the arm that had aimed for his throat went limp and dropped down. The iron rod that had rushed in violently smashed a beautiful head, continuing its trajectory to pierce the mast and disappear into the distance. Covered in blood, Captain John had no time to savor the joy of having narrowly escaped death, nor to push away the headless corpse leaning against him, let alone suppress the urge to vomit that surged from his stomach. He abruptly turned around and fixed his gaze on the burning and exploding dock. In that blood-stained water, amidst the flames and thick smoke, he saw a man making a throwing motion. The man, enveloped in blood-colored steam, slowly rose, causing John to exclaim in shock. The War Demon, Rayn Walker, Chapter 23, Venom. That was a somewhat infamous title in the New World. The War Demon, Rayn Walker. It was during a confrontation in the New World when the Navy surrounded a violent gang from the Flower Country. A mere 10-year-old child, like a demon, defeated adults. And the scene of him sitting expressionlessly on a pile of corpses eating black bread became a wanted poster. Bounty, 93 million berries. At the time this bounty was set, some thought it was exaggerated. After all, he was just a little brat who hadn't even grown any hair yet, and his first bounty was shockingly high. However, more opinions deemed it not excessive, having displayed astonishing evil at such a young age. If they could nip the crime in the bud, it would be far better than dealing with him later. With such a young age earning a high bounty, it was indeed an astonishing amount, at least in the eyes of many, especially in the first half of the Grand Line, which was akin to a paradise. But just as Captain John self-mockingly thought, at his level, he wasn't even fit to shine the shoes of those big shots in the New World, let alone the young Rayn, who was merely a slightly well-known minor character in the New World. And as for the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, they didn't even know who he was. Captain John knew, having barely set foot in the New World for less than a week before returning in disarray. He was acutely aware of his own lack of strength, and it's been a considerable some gathering intelligence to know which figures he couldn't provoke and which ones he needed to be cautious of. Coincidentally, among a pile of fearsome wanted posters, the image of the young child sitting on a corpse eating black bread was deeply etched in his memory. Frowning slightly, Captain John quickly pulled himself out of that surprise. What shocked him was not Rayn as a person, but the realm of the New World that he represented. Captain John was afraid. In less than a week, his carefully prepared strategies and resources and trusted companions had vanished in that hellish New World. The first lesson the New World taught Captain John was to abandon naivety. Only in this way could he emerge from the despair of losing his companions and become the unscrupulous John he was today. Captain John's ship had already traveled some distance, and even from far away, he could see the injuries on Rayn. So that was it. No wonder that group of useless people could be held off by one person. With this realization, Captain John quickly assessed their strengths. Even at Rayn's peak, he had confidence in being able to fight him, let alone now when Rayn's strength was severely depleted. He was fully assured he could take that young head. This is a fact. If he turns back now, he could indeed take that valuable head. But Captain John has given up this tempting thought, looking at the blood-colored steam emanating from Rayn. The warning brought to Captain John by his observation hockey is so intense. The opponent's condition is definitely abnormal. Anyway, today's gains are already sufficient, and there is no need to take risks. Captain John, convincing himself, chuckled lightly. Although the iron rod that had just been thrown could have smashed his skull, he couldn't help but thank Rayn for saving his life at that moment. How ironic it is that I, who planned this war, am saved by you, who is facing it. Thinking this way, the mocking smile could no longer be contained. However, Captain John forgot one thing, shocked by the New World characters. He overlooked the fact that his face was smeared with blood plasma. As he smiled, the blood plasma began to flow with the movement of his skin, the red and white mixture trickling to the corners of his mouth, and he unconsciously extended his tongue to take a lick. Ugh! For the next half hour, Captain John's sailors could only watch as their captain, pale-faced, continuously vomited as if he were trying to expel his innards, even though there was nothing left to vomit. He still dry-heaved painfully. Meanwhile, at the constantly burning and exploding port, someone else was also vomiting uncontrollably. It was Rayn, who had recklessly swallowed countless medications due to an unknown toxin. After forcing himself to kill all potential threats to his life, he finally could not withstand the volcanic-like agony within him. He had been poisoned by a deadly toxin called sea blue fairy, which is colorless and tasteless, causing great harm to the nervous system and circulatory system once it enters the body. Due to the strange discrepancy between absorption speed and onset time, it is difficult to detect and counteract. This was certainly not the toxin that Arkid initially applied to the Silver Needle, but rather something Rayn had carelessly swallowed himself. He could clearly feel his tongue becoming thicker, and he could taste a slightly salty flavor seeping from between his teeth, akin to internal heat, though it was not internal heat. If the situation continued to develop, the bleeding symptoms at the roots of his teeth would worsen, and his taste buds would completely lose function after 6 hours. It was a reckless act. No one had said that taking poison and its antidote together would be safe, especially since the poison called sea blue fairy had no antidote. The initial potent poison had begun to be neutralized by the antidote he had ingested, but amid that, Rayn had consumed as many as 3 additional poisons, all of which had no antidote. The complex mixture of multiple poisons was like throwing a bundle of explosives into a volcano. Rayn thought he could hold on for another 30 seconds, but he had overestimated himself. When he rushed to the port, he could feel his leg muscles starting to relax. And as a result, when he threw the iron rod, his aim was slightly off, ultimately eliminating an unexpected target. Blinded, and with the potent poison eroding his nerves, Rayn lost control and did not know what to do. The young pirate, even if called a monster or a battle demon, titles he could not accept, was still just a boy of less than 15. Kneeling on the port floor, he painfully coughed up dark, foul-smelling blood. Blood flowed endlessly from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Rayn was in a dire state. Describing it as worse than death could not even convey his current misery. His internal organs had withered and rotted, and had it not been for the constant overdrawing of his life to self-repair, he would have already been a pile of rotten flesh. He had never experienced such a tragic encounter since birth. The young pirate didn't even have anyone to cry to. At that moment, the only remaining sense of smell detected a pungent odor, the scent of seawater from the 2 sides. The blood-stained waters, now polluted by the explosion of ships and some cargo, had become a muddy and filthy substance. For someone like Rayn, who was extremely fond of cleanliness, this was nearly a lethal thing. However, now, he did not hesitate to stretch out his dull hands, scoop up a handful of muddy seawater, and drink it. Fortunately, he could still feel a sensation known as nausea, filling his poison-laden stomach with that muddy filth. While the toxins had not yet been completely digested or absorbed, Rayn inserted his fingers down his throat. With a gag, a mixture of filthy seawater was expelled until everything in his stomach was completely vomited out, and he finally spat out the yellowish-green, disgusting gastric acid. Only then did Rayn collapse weakly onto the ground. This is also a reckless act. It would be one thing if it were clean water or something like alcohol, but under such inadequate conditions, the muddy seawater, which is filled with various bacteria, falls into Rayn's stomach. Even if he escapes this ordeal of poison, his future is already evident. This is also an unavoidable situation. With his vision gradually blurring, Rayn mustered a bit of spirit, at least recovering slightly from his blindness. After lying down for about 10 minutes, he could still feel that he was alive, and he thanked every deity he recognized and didn't recognize, even though he had no sincerity at all. Incredibly, he found that he could still move. Using that move had placed a significant burden on his body, not to mention he had been ravaged by various poisons. Limping, Rayn began to walk towards the city, his loss of taste and pain giving him a somewhat zombie-like demeanor. However, the small strength continuously surging from his abdomen supported his actions. The vial of medicine from Arkid contained not only poison, but also beneficial tonics he had collected, which now suppressed most of the toxins. What drove Rayn to act was Stimulants and similar substances are lifesavers for exhausted warriors, and many drugs provide the same effect. Perhaps the difference between the two is not that significant. Regardless of whether Rayn could quit this maddening addiction afterward, at least it suppressed his pain for now, as pain beyond human endurance can also be fatal. At this moment, Rayn didn't even know what he was doing. Why was he protecting the old man and the old woman? For such frail, elderly people, he had recklessly risked his life against a tide of pirates. Now, under the influence of stimulants, Rayn increasingly believed that he must be insane for risking his life for others, a foolish act. Yet, what was this feeling swelling in his chest? Had he used his strength to protect others? Walking through blood-soaked fields, passing through lush forests, crossing that great bridge, and stepping over mountain-like corpses. He had taken more lives for this trivial reason of protecting others. The feeling of protecting others wasn't bad, but Rayn didn't like this unfamiliar sensation. This feeling. Yes, let's go meet the old man and the old lady. Perhaps they can give themselves answers after being rescued. The light in Ryan's eyes grew stronger. He felt he was about to find the answer, right there, on that hillside, just behind the city gate, the people he had protected. As he approached the hillside, what met Ryan's gaze was still the unshakable blood red. The light in his eyes dimmed quietly. Here it was the same. The ground was stained red with blood, and clusters of corpses lay before the city gate. As expected, Rayn also found the bodies of Muse and Lavra. Chapter 24, Winter Thunder. That was the visage of demons belonging to hell. They did not appear to die poetically in Ryan's eyes, just because they had once been kind to him. The old couple who accompanied each other for a lifetime died a tragic death. Even in death, there was no romantic scene of embracing each other in a sudden demise. Nor was there any boring scene of you protecting me, and I protecting you. Lavra's head was blown apart by gunfire, compared to complete disappearance. These fragmented remnants of connection were even more disgusting. Muse's body was riddled with bullets, a mass of flesh and blood, and his unclosed eyes were filled with blood. So, after all that effort, ending up half dead while burying thousands, in the end he saved nothing. The stimulant that originally needed to be diluted before consumption now began to take effect in Rayn's brain, and at this moment, he felt a sense of ease he had never experienced in his life. Along with it was an extreme objectivity and calmness. He coldly glanced at the corpses in front of him, even passing over Lavra and Muse's bodies. The pirates could only pass through the forest, but they had all been turned into corpses by him, so it was unlikely anyone could cross his defenses to come and slaughter these villagers. Was it that escaping, super strong boy with the big sword? No, that was impossible. He was already severely injured and had no thought of how to escape. There was no benefit in circling back to kill these villagers. So, how did these villagers die? His gaze scanned the brutal scene, and the confusion was quickly resolved. All the bodies were facing north, as if they were running away from some monster behind them, shot from behind where there was only the tall city gate. The answer was self-evident. Not long ago, when the exhausted villagers fled their homes and arrived at the city gate, this gate, which symbolized their protection, rejected them. When the villagers faced the closed gate, the harsh reality they had been unwilling to confront was mercilessly laid before them. Yes, this country, Red Nans, is a small nation, neither wealthy nor strong. Although it is still a considerable treasure for those pirates, it is just a small country of no significance among the various nations of the world. For such a small country, such a small island, for hundreds of years, there had been no external enemies to defend against nor fierce beasts to guard against. So why build this enormous wall of no value? The answer the villagers had been unwilling to face was painfully obvious. As inferior citizens, they were shadows beneath the massive rock wall to the residents behind the gate and the authorities. If it weren't for rumors and reputation, the royal family and nobility would have loved to personally cut down that massive rock wall, letting it fall and crush the villagers beneath. Hey, open the door. The pirates are coming to kill us. Abner, you treacherous wolf. If it weren't for the villagers who took care of you, an orphan, and finally pooled money to let you enter the city and become a guard, would you be where you are today? What does this closed door mean? Please, even if just the children can go in, let the children in. Open the door. Open the door. Over hundreds of villagers gathered under the city gate, their chaotic voices, cries, and curses. How could all this not affect the guards on the wall? The squad leader, Abner, looked down at the familiar faces with a grim expression. The villagers below glared up at him in anger, while his comrades looked at him with expectation. They were all selected from the inferior citizens to be guards, strong and sturdy, chosen by the officials in the city to serve as cheap labor. My captain, my parents are down there. The young guard could no longer suppress his voice. These villagers below were people who had shown them kindness, containing their relatives, friends, and neighbors. But from the first day they entered the city, they were firmly marked with the requirement of unconditional obedience. They could not voice their own opinions. Just now, the messenger from the palace had already announced the order. The city gate would be sealed until the navy arrived, and it must not be opened. Open the door. They could not just sit back and watch the pirates come and slaughter these innocent villagers. Abner's face turned pale as he made a decision. Even if it meant losing this hard-earned position, he decided to act. "Oh, are you planning to defy the order?" The calm voice startled Abner, and he turned around. It was the middle-aged man who had just arrived at the wall. The well-groomed middle-aged man, dressed in a distinctive tailcoat, coldly stared at Abner with over 50 palace soldiers behind him. "Captain Lucen." Abner took a step back in fear. He was well aware of the identity of himself and his peers. Although they were called city guards, they had never held any power. They were just dogs watching the door for the big shots in the city, and the only difference from the villagers outside, who were called wild dogs, was that they were stronger guard dogs. In terms of equipment and treatment, these so-called soldiers lived worse than the lowest citizens in the city. "I'll ask you again, do you want to defy the order given by His Majesty?" The calm voice asked mercilessly, and Abner felt his vision go dark, an invisible pressure pounding on his weak heart. The distant explosion from the dock startled him, although he did not know why the pirates had not yet come. They would likely arrive soon, and the villagers below would surely suffer. Finally, the man who grew up eating the food provided by many families mustered his courage and tried to meet Captain Lucen's cold gaze, bravely speaking up. "Captain, there is still some time before the pirates arrive. At least let the villagers bang." The remaining words could no longer be spoken as the smoking muzzle took this humble life, blooming a flower of blood at Abner's heart. The middle-aged man with a stubbled face instinctively covered his bleeding chest, wanting to say something, but he could no longer muster the strength to speak. His weary nerves finally found rest, and as he fell backward amidst the cries of his comrades and the villagers below, he fell from the wall. A dog that doesn't bark is a good dog. If you want to break free from your master's leash and voice your own, this is where it ends. Shaking his head and retracting the gold-plated firearm, Captain Lucen coldly waved his arm, and the 50 elite palace soldiers behind him, like tigers emerging from their lair, slaughtered all the city guards who were pitifully weak in combat and equipment. From the beginning, Captain Lucen had anticipated that these guards selected from inferior citizens might show some dangerous movements due to past feelings. After all, what if, upon opening the gate, a pirate mixed in with the villagers caused destruction from the inside? What if the defense line was compromised by opening the gate? Therefore, Captain Lucen's judgment was unequivocally clear. However, this judgment was based on his view of the villagers as less than human. Abner's corpse, along with the bodies of other fallen guards, thoroughly enraged the villagers, and they let out their first roar of anger in their lives. The voices of condemnation and curses mingled together as angry villagers picked up anything they could throw and hurled it at Lucien and others on the city wall. Although their projectiles fell short midair due to lack of strength, the villagers continued their futile efforts. Finally, someone picked up a tool and desperately began to smash against the thick city gate, with others following suit, banging on the gate one after another. Lucien coldly smiled. The villagers had transformed into a mob, and their actions of damaging the city gate were seen as a threat to the safety of the nobility. He had finally found a justifiable reason to eliminate these stains, and soon, boiling hot oil was poured down from the city wall, causing a chorus of cries and screams. Countless were scalded to death, and the injured suffered a fate worse than death. The dark cannons on the city wall aimed at the densely packed center of the crowd, and with a series of blasts, they turned the ground into a bloody mess. These means of attack for defending against foreign enemies, the armed funds painstakingly gathered by these taxpayers, ended up affecting innocent villagers. They did not die at the hands of pirates, but rather at the hands of neighbors with whom they had coexisted for hundreds of years. From the very beginning, the relationship between the nobility and the farmers was not as naive as that of good neighbors. Under the influence of stimulants, even though he was unaware of the internal affairs of this country, Rayn could somewhat guess why these people died. Even without guessing, he only needed to know who was responsible. There are still survivors? The soldier on the city wall looked down in surprise at the young man covered in blood below, who appeared to be a lucky survivor of a massacre. However, he was unconcerned and raised his firearm, preparing to end the life of this unfortunate young man after a careful aim. At the city gate, the shadow cast by the rock wall enveloped Rayn, while the bustling street behind the gate was filled with pure white snowflakes. The sparkling white snowflakes drifted around the massive rock wall and landed delicately on the tip of Ryan's nose, turning into a drop of blood-colored water that fell. The snow falling from the sky suddenly froze in place, and a thunderclap echoed through the heavens and the earth. The soldier who had originally aimed at Rayn was intimidated by the thunder and instinctively looked up at the sky, witnessing the most unforgettable scene of his life. A pure white light rainbow shattered thousands of snowflakes in the sky and fell straight onto the massive protruding rock wall, cleaving it in two. The enormous rock, large enough to cover the entire village, fell accompanied by thousands of fragments, leaving the captain of the guards, Lucien, and the soldiers speechless as they watched this scene. The massive rock seemed to fall slowly in the eyes of the people, right above Ryan's head. Ryan Walker. He did not act out of a desire for revenge, or for any noble reason like passionate bloodshed. He was simply in a bad mood. I spent so much effort, shed so much blood, and even lost years of my life to save someone, only to have you kill them like this. Of course, I have every reason to be unhappy. Being unhappy means being in a bad mood, and being in a bad mood naturally leads to doing something to cheer myself up. Moreover, the rock above his head had been looming over him for 2 months, making him feel oppressed. Now that it was falling, Ryan would soon be able to breathe fresh air and feel the coldness of the snowflakes. He thought this would improve his mood. However, making his mood completely better was difficult. So for the sake of my good mood, please die. With this thought, the blood in his body began to boil, and the intense heat evaporated the blood on his skin, turning it into crimson steam that rose slowly. He leaped up, as if to smash the giant rock that was continuously falling from above, charging upwards. On the city wall, Captain Lucien saw this scene through his binoculars. He witnessed a figure shrouded in blood rushing towards the descending boulder, and then that figure kicked the stone. The scene was absurd. Lucien even saw that overconfident little figure, who in the next moment would be crushed by the immense rock that was beyond human reach, bones breaking and muscles tearing. The ultimate secret of the 8-burst fist. Drill, dragon, drill, spike. The falling giant rock paused for a moment, and the dissonance of an ant tripping an elephant roared wildly in Lucien's heart. The massive rock began to tremble, as if the shoulder of a giant was shaking incessantly. The side of the boulder that was kicked by Rayn started to shatter, and after a third of it was destroyed, it began to stop. Finally, that enormous rock flew towards Lucien at bullet speed amidst his desperate screams. Without any grandiose adjectives, without any dazzling sounds, the giant rock simply crushed the massive city gate, turning the soldiers atop the gate into a bloody pulp, relentlessly crushing the residential houses within the city, taking away the unaware first-class citizens inside. Ultimately, this giant rock traveled half the distance of the country and violently collided with the tall royal palace at the center of the nation. The luxurious and noble palace city was struck down effortlessly by the giant rock. The people inside, regardless of age, women, children, servants, soldiers, generals, queens, kings, and princes, all turned into a pool of mush and perished. Rayn was thus destroyed. Chapter 25 report the effects of the stimulant were gradually wearing off, and the pain in his body began to feed back to Rayn's nerves. Not only that, but having consumed an excessive amount of stimulant drugs, the dosage that should have been diluted was now turning into powerful side effects that weighed down his body. His legs felt weak, his vision began to blur, and under the skin, thousands of ants crawled, causing an itch. The aftereffects of drug addiction began to erode Rayn's sanity bit by bit. However, before that, Rayn retrieved Muse and Laver from the corpses. This is a very disgusting thing, especially since Laver's body is already mutilated. To survive, one ruthlessly slaughtered thousands of lives. But when the threat to Rayn no longer exists, the living stand on the land of the dead. The disgust and primal fear are unbearable for Rayn. He initially wanted to leave this bloody place directly, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to bury this family that had at least shown him kindness. In doing so, he felt he would have completely repaid his debt of gratitude. Rayn convinced himself of this. After throwing the elderly couple into the pit he had dug, Rayn began to search for the bodies of Tyches and Kaelin. Although he had not witnessed their deaths, he did not believe they could have survived. However, the outcome was beyond his expectations. He found Kaelin. Is this woman still alive? The naked pregnant woman was covered in a white, boiling slime, and even the naive Rayn understood what had happened to her. However, things were indeed not as simple as he thought, but rather more complicated. The woman was not violated by mad, dog-like pirates. The one who assaulted her was the village chief. That robust middle-aged chief had been coveting this woman for many years. When the pirates stormed ashore, he immediately understood his predicament. In front of him was a pirate horde of over 1,000. and behind him was a door of despair that would never open for lowly citizens like him. Resistance meant death, and there was no escape. In the end, he resolutely chose to follow his instincts and hopes, violently assaulting the woman who had come to discuss this year's winter harvest with him. After that, the invading pirates easily killed this pathetic man and then completed his mission. What Rayn saw in the end was only this lifeless shell, her eyes devoid of any color, living in a fate worse than death. So many brutish men, so many violent acts, and the fetus in her womb was no exception. The woman who miraculously survived among the corpses was, in fact, already dead. Rayn snapped her neck and threw her into the grave he had dug. This is compassion. What surprised Rayn the most was that Taikai's was also alive. The man who was directly hit by the shell lost one hand, and his entire body was burned by flames. It was a miracle that he was still alive. He could no longer see his original face and desperately ran back to his home, wanting to protect his parents and wife. In the end, this man, who had always faced everything with a bright smile, saw a family of 3. Oh no, a family of 4, lying in a pit. The uncle hesitated for a moment, and Rayn was about to say something comforting. For the first time in his life, thinking of others and preparing to say some comforting words, Rayn felt moved by himself. However, this feeling of being touched was quickly replaced by a numbness of emotion. The man who survived this great disaster casually picked up a weapon from the roadside and cut his own throat, staggering towards the pit before finally falling into it. Rayn was silent for a while, emerging from the incomprehensible emotions, and began to laboriously fill the pit with soil. The man took his own life, a self-termination born from a sense of hopelessness. Rayn couldn't understand. For him, nothing was more important than being alive. Yes, this feeling wasn't new. The scene of that uncle selling Odin, willing to die for the pirate unanimous, seemed quite similar. His strength was gradually fading, and Rayn, who was already exhausting his life force, stumbled as he tried to leave this land filled with the dead. He shakily walked up the small slope leading to the back mountain. There's an old yellow dog waiting for him. The ground is covered with a silver sheen of ice and snow. Before leaving, Rayn draped his heart-printed captain's coat over the old dog, fearing it would freeze to death. He unfastened the water bag and placed some black bread by its mouth, worried it might feel hungry. The yellow dog, covered in ice and snow, had long since died. Its injuries were too severe before it could call for help, and it ultimately closed its eyes forever from blood loss. Breathing became rapid. The side effects of withdrawal intensified. Rayn's blurred consciousness began to see some hallucinations. He wanted to pick up the yellow dog and bury it as well. When his bloodied fingers touched its cold body, the unmistakable scent of death startled him, and he quickly withdrew his fingers. His weak legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed into the snow. Rapid breathing and an increasingly racing heartbeat caused him immense pain as he reached out with trembling hands to crawl in the snow. Rayn hated death. He wanted to escape this small island that had nothing but corpses, born into the world and living for decades in the silver-white snow. His crawling figure was no better than that of a worm. The cold snowflakes fell on him, on his clothes, on his hair, evaporating from the heat of the living and turning into droplets. The blood splattered on him, from others, from himself, solidified and froze. Then he died. The frozen, blue-tinged arms struggled to reach out in the snow, weakly dropping and pulling the heavy body to a halt. A person's life, their life, my life, a hoarse whisper. For what? Half a month later, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. A tall naval officer hurriedly ran down the corridor, his coat bearing the word justice. The fact that a major could be so anxious indicates a major incident had occurred. Report. Come in. Finally, among many office buildings, he arrived at a courtyard with a distinctly Wano style. Trying to calm his breath, the colonel stood at attention and saluted the man behind the desk. Admiral Sengoku, regarding the destruction of the Red Nan's kingdom. Hearing this opening line, the man behind the desk paused his document review, feeling a bit of a headache. The man, an admiral, wore frog-eyed glasses, and his long beard was tied in a braid. His military cap had a seagull, symbolizing the Navy. He was known as one of the strongest military forces in the Navy, Admiral Sengoku. Continue. Yes. The disastrous event was caused by an alliance of 6 pirate crews attacking the Red Nan's kingdom. On that day, the weak Red Nan's kingdom was breached, with over 20% of its citizens and all royal family members killed. Upon receiving the Red Nan's kingdom's distress signal, the nearest branch sent Brigadier General Benjamin Gonson to the rescue. He arrived at the Red Nan's kingdom the next morning and engaged in battle with the pirates occupying the island. According to the battle damage report submitted by Brigadier General Gonson after the battle, Our forces killed 5,367 pirates, with our losses amounting to 207, with no prisoners taken. The disastrous event of the pirate invasion of the Red Nan's kingdom thus came to an end. Sigh. After downing a cup of strong tea, Sengoku felt quite tired. Do you find this report credible? This subordinate does not know. Even though he knew the report had many flaws, Major Joyce dared not answer. The other party was a brigadier general. Even if there was something fishy, it was not something a mere major could comment on. Sengoku, though disappointed in the young officer's dishonesty, said nothing more. He took the report, glanced at it, and casually handed it to a nearby goat. Under Major Joyce's somewhat chaotic gaze, the goat began to eat the confidential document bite by bite. That Gonson guy, even if he is desperate for credit, this report is too outrageous. How many people were stationed in his branch? Even if he sent everyone out, it would only be a little over 2,000. 2,000 against 5,000 pirates. And he thinks he can handle it by himself with just a loss of 200 men? Sengoku sighed, although he didn't care about Gonson's recklessness. As long as the incident was resolved, even if Gonson single-handedly killed all the pirates, Sengoku could still give him credit. The problem was that an allied nation of the world government had been wiped out, with not a single royal family member left alive. The discussions and pressures from the World Conference and the doubts from the Gorosei made Sengoku's job very difficult. Plus, recently, the Revolutionary Army, which had become somewhat uncontrollable, was causing a stir, making Sengoku feel that even if he split himself in half, it would be hard to manage. So, what were your own investigation results? I want the truth, Major. If your investigation results are less useful than goat feed, then you might as well start over as a cleaner. Sengoku's calm words made Major Joyce break out in a cold sweat. Although he had received a lot of care and gifts from Brigadier General Benjamin Gonson, everything was meaningless in front of the Admiral. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. According to the testimonies from Brigadier General Gonson's subordinates, when they arrived, all the pirates on the island had died for unknown reasons, and they regained the island without firing a shot. So the casualty of 200 soldiers was also fabricated? No, indeed, 200 of our soldiers were injured during the subsequent search. During that search, soldiers found the injured pirate, the bounty criminal Sid. He caused such casualties all by himself during the capture. And it was only after Brigadier General Gonson personally intervened that he was killed. Oh, with his strength, was it a kill and not a capture? Or was it to silence him? The suspicion pointed directly at a certain big shot. Major Joyce didn't dare think too much and stood at attention in front of the desk. Sengoku began to feel a headache as he sorted through the threads of the situation. He had already grasped the general idea, and now he needed to find answers from that Gonson guy. The problem was, since the pirates and the royal family had already been taken out before Gonson and the others arrived, which faction was responsible for the deed? Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Sigh, if that old bastard Carp could help me, why would I be so troubled now? Just thinking about that bastard who refused to be promoted to Admiral made Sengoku furious. He could imagine that the bastard was certainly leaving his work aside, leisurely vacationing somewhere, or slacking off under the pretense of eliminating pirates. Admiral Carp? That Admiral Sengoku. I must speak frankly, since Roger's death. The crime rate in the world has become increasingly hard to control, and the number of pirates has increased by 40% compared to previous years. Fortunately, Admiral Carp has been tirelessly running around the Grand Line, eliminating pirates and suppressing their momentum, which has greatly boosted our morale. Thanks to this, a significant wave of pirates has been effectively suppressed. Mentioning that unserious admiral, Major Joyce spoke with a hint of admiration. Fool! With a slap on the table. Sengoku clearly showed some anger. In this era, personal bravery is certainly important, but in a time when evil forces are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain, that guy should not just focus on happily defeating pirates while neglecting to hold a significant position, dig up more seeds of justice, and participate in plans that can directly influence major powers. He should think about how old he is. Our generation of Navy will eventually grow old. Does he expect to still be fighting pirates with a cane in hand? The higher the position, the greater the power. And power can often destroy a nation with just a word. However, because of this power, Admiral Sengoku is frequently constrained by the Elder Stars and more interests. Major Joyce thought to himself, then recalled that childlike Vice Admiral Carp, but could not associate that person with words like power and schemes. Sengoku, who was already somewhat headache-prone, felt his blood pressure rise a few more points at the mention of Carp's name and waved off Major Joyce. In the end, he had to pick up the report sent to him by the intelligence network directly under the Navy headquarters. According to the account of a villager who had survived by luck and was somewhat mentally unstable, the report spoke of a red steaming devil. Are they really sending me such nonsense? It's clearly absurd. Even if it's a description, it should be a bit more reliable. Tired. Sengoku shook his head and casually handed the report to the side, where a small goat calmly chewed the document into pieces. Chapter 26. The starting point, even when he opened his eyes, what greeted him was a sea of blood. Even with his ears perked up, the shouts of battle instantly flooded his mind. There was no need to intentionally sniff. The acrid smell of blood lingered. At this moment, Ryan Walker couldn't even move a finger. He was so dazed that even his consciousness was blurred. With a large intake of hallucinogens and stimulants, he managed to maintain his fighting strength, but there was no way these substances came without side effects. Not to mention the human body's dependency on these things. The hallucinations appearing before Rayn at this moment were enough to torment him. Killing was endless, severing was unceasing. When the act of killing reached a numb state, the one who struck was probably already dead. Rayn was fed up. Aside from blood and flesh, severed bones, was there nothing else? At just 16 years old, he had already taken too many lives, and the weight of those lives was about to crush his immature soul. Hey, there's still people alive here. Unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, this voice echoed in Rayn's ears. Such serious injuries, quick, save him. Who? Is it an enemy? Kill. The instinctive killing intent had formed, propelling his nearly broken body to commit acts of slaughter. But now, having already exhausted his lifespan, he was on the verge of death, let alone moving a muscle. He could feel someone carrying him on their back. It was not a broad shoulder, but one that wanted to bear the weight of a person's life. Do you want to save me? Feeling the jolts of the person carrying him, the one who rescued Rayn began to run urgently. He and his companions had just landed on this unfortunate little island, intending to replenish supplies before heading to the Grand Line. But as soon as they set foot on this island, they were greeted by mountains of corpses. The pale-faced pirates endured the shock brought by this scene and entered the town, begging for help from house to house. Hey, is anyone in there? Someone is dying here. Please, this is a hospital, right? Why won't you open the door? Please save this person. The tightly shut doors spoke of human indifference. And the more critical reason was that the main bustling area along with the royal castle had been wiped out by Rayn, which could be considered self-inflicted. As for the remaining buildings, the few citizens had long fled by boat, while those who remained tightly sealed their doors, waiting for the pirates' invasion or news of the Navy's victory. Damn it, what the hell is a hospital for if it won't save people? The hot-tempered companion kicked the tightly shut hospital door, and although he could hear the terrified movements of people inside, the sealed door remained unmoved. Damn! Although these pirates did not care about the death of one or two people, since the captain said to save this person, they would do their best. Enough is enough. What should we do, Captain? The people of this country are done for. We can't rely on them. Captain, we should hurry to Rogue Town. Are you an idiot? It takes half a day to get there. This person will be dead by then. Then what should we do? Our newly bought ship doesn't even have a ship-S doctor. What can we do? Leading less than 10 crew members and calling themselves a pirate crew, hoisting the skull flag and being of one mind. The crew members' meaning was clear. This person was beyond saving. The young captain did not agree with this viewpoint. Pirates were ruthless and cruel. If they didn't act this way, they wouldn't survive in these seas. At this moment, the young captain could indeed dig a pit and wait for this person to die, then bury him. For them, having just crossed paths, that would be enough compassion. But he wanted to save Rayn, not only because this young man was noble and righteous, nor out of some so-called savior mentality, but simply because this young man wanted to save him. He had set his sights on Rayn. Yes, he recognized who this dying person was. The desire to save him was just one aspect. He wanted this person to become his companion. Set sail, we're going to Vast Mountain. The companions did not understand the captain's intentions. Vast Mountain was a necessary route to the Grand Line, and moreover, it was fraught with danger. Didn't the captain want to save this person? Why suddenly head there? However, all doubts were crushed by the thought of trusting the captain. They had originally planned to get supplies on this island before heading to Vast Mountain. But now, this country was done for. The idea of supplies was absurd. Enough already. Let me rest. The ship began to move, heading towards the entrance that blocked most people's dreams and ambitions. What the hell? One moment the sea was blanketed in cold snowflakes, and the next it was covered in fog and storm. Yet when you look back, it was still calm behind you. Only ahead was the raging storm. This is precisely the bizarre and captivating aspect of this sea area that cannot be measured by common sense. Captain, ahead is the towering red Earth continent. Where's the entrance? The panicked voices came from the fear generated by the enormous shadow before them. The massive red Earth walls soared into the clouds, blocking all light from entering. This era is the age of great pirates, with pirates causing chaos around the world. But why hasn't there been an explosive influx of pirates into the Grand Line? The reason lies here. The river from the East Sea slammed fiercely against the obstructing red Earth continent. Apart from the entrance leading to the Live-Ass Mountain, the remaining seawater continuously crashed against this red Earth continent, lingering and burying the ignorant adventurers. We're in. We're getting closer. That is the entrance to the greatest sea route in the world. In addition, the crew's screams echoed, and the more they were pushed by the irresistible currents, the more they could see. Countless shipwrecks lay on display beneath this magnificent red Earth mountain. Lured by the great treasure, countless ambitious individuals perished in this overly excited current. I see it. There, under that crack, is the water gate, the entrance to the canal. Turn the helm. Head that way. Lower the sails. Hurry. We're veering off course. Left rudder. To the left. Pull hard. Ugh, I can't pull it. The current's power is too strong. Come help. Put in more effort. To the left. We're going to crash. Only that one river leading up the mountain was being impacted by the current, and if the ship didn't ride this current to the mountaintop, it would be smashed to pieces by the two hard red earth walls. Oh no, we're going to crash. The excessively rapid current made maneuvering the helm extremely difficult. The water flowing from the entire East Sea rushed here, and this newly bought ship creaked under the impact of the current, seeming as if it would fall apart at any moment. It's over. I'm coming. Ha, I made it. Ha ha. I knew I wouldn't die so young. Long life. Successfully riding the ever-rising current, everyone cheered with excitement. They were not only joyful for surviving this perilous situation, but also because at the end of that mountain lay the beginning of their dreams. The Grand Line. The towering mountains pierced the clouds. Upon reaching the mountaintop, everyone felt the cold air. The water splashed up the mountain, and many of the droplets were instantly frozen into ice blocks. The pirate ship was washed up from one side of the mountain and fell into the descending current. The rushing downward current was even more frantic than the upward flow, giving the crew an overly stimulating experience they wished to avoid. Hey, Captain. This guy's about to pass out after all that bumping around. It was not until then that the crew, busy stabilizing the ship, discovered the unattended Rayn, who was being tossed around in the cabin during the turbulence and was on the verge of passing out. What? Why didn't you secure him properly? Are you blaming us? It was clearly you idiot, who wanted to pull him onto the ship. X9 completely forgot about this. Are you a goldfish with short-term memory? X9TSK, stop arguing. He'll be fine soon. I have a doctor I know right here. Amidst the crew's accusations, the young captain, overwhelmed, fled his own ship. On one side of the mountain, there were still fierce winds and heavy rain, while on the other side, in front of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, there was a scene of sunny weather. Under the Twin Cape Lighthouse, an older but still robust man was quietly sunbathing. The circle on his head, whether it was flowers or hair, caught the young captain's attention for quite a while. The young captain jumped off the ship, adjusted his straw hat, and with a long-lost familiar smile, removed the sunglasses from the uncle's face. Long time no see. Mr. Colokas. Oh, you little brat. Shanks. Chapter 27. Waves. This is the starting point. The lighthouse at Gemini Cape has been guiding sailors for 50 years. From dusk until the next day's twilight, the small cabin could initially still hear the screams of a young man. But now, aside from the cruel sounds of a body being carved open, there was nothing else. For an entire night, the crew couldn't sleep peacefully, each praying for that unfortunate young man. Although they were pirates, being chosen as companions by that red-haired boy meant they weren't mere scoundrels. Calling their group dream-chasing adventurers might be more appropriate. As the twilight's afterglow welcomed the evening, Colokas stepped out of the cabin, removed his blood-stained gloves, and wiped the sweat from his forehead before unceremoniously grabbing the rum from Shanks and taking a large gulp. Mr. Colokas, how is he? Shanks asked with a smile, fully confident in the man's exceptional medical skills. Well, most of the external injuries have been dealt with. However, this guy seems to have overdosed on stimulants or something similar, and there are various toxins within him that are repelling each other. I've run out of neutralizing agents I could use, and I went ahead and gave him a stomach wash. Whether he can wake up is still uncertain. Even if he does, his consciousness might be affected. In short, I've done everything I can, and the rest is up to fate. Or responsibility. Who on earth threw this guy to me without permission? Ah. Drink up. When passing through the Watergate, the impact of the sea caused this cheap little boat to sustain some damage. So a few old men who had never repaired a ship before began to knock around the damage hull. The haphazardly attached wooden pegs and iron plates really made Coloca's break into a cold sweat. Are these people really sailing on such a broken ship? Do you think not leaking water is enough? The elderly Kurakasu was unwilling to meddle in the affairs of the young, but rather felt a sense of comfort watching the naive, red-haired boy in front of him. Is that so? Are you also going to follow the path that Captain Roger walked? The red-haired youth touched his nose and laughed heartily. Although I don't know who the captain is waiting for, the sea is indeed fascinating. I want to have an adventure too, so that I won't regret my life. Wow, the kid who used to just swab the deck has become quite talkative. Huh, not bad at all. Speaking of which, where's Buggy? Didn't he come with you? Aren't you always inseparable? Buggy, it's a pity I did invite him. But he angrily said he wanted to form a pirate crew that could rival Captain Rogers, to be the captain himself, and wanted me to be his subordinate. That's not going to happen. The captain is me. Ha! Your relationship is still as good as ever. After a day and a night of surgery, the weary Kurakasu still forced himself to keep his spirits up and drank and chatted with Shanks and the others. It has been a year since the captain passed away, and Kurakasu, the Pirate King's ship's doctor, returned to this twin cape where he had spent his whole life. He probably wouldn't leave here for the rest of his life, so being able to see a familiar face is such a joyous thing for this elderly man. Captain Roger, could it be that Shanks, you're a crew member of the Pirate King? A crew member with curly black hair and thick lips asked the shocking question on behalf of everyone. The slightly tipsy, red-haired youth shook the bottle in his hand, picked his nose, flicked away a booger, and turned around seriously. Didn't I tell you before, Jesus Burgess? You never mentioned such an important thing. Idiot. X9 the captain, without any dignity, was instantly knocked down to the ground by his crew's random punches, and bottle after bottle of rum was poured into their mouths. Ha ha! Kurakasu happily watched the young people fooling around, drinking from a bottle himself. Although he was drinking with an old friend after a long time, his attention was still on his little room. What remarkable monster we've picked up. Shanks, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. With such injuries, Kurakasu had treated him roughly with a dead horse as a living horse attitude, but unexpectedly, that young man survived with astonishing vitality. Moreover, after sailing in the New World for several years, Kurakasu recognized that face, a face that vaguely resembled a wanted poster. It's worth noting that the kid in that room was only 10 years old when he was wanted. From that time on, he had to face countless bounty hunters, and both the Navy and pirates were eyeing that bounty of over 90 million berries. Kurakasu still remembers the genuine shock and pity he felt when he saw that child among a pile of ferocious wanted posters. Is that kid your companion, Shanks? The captain, with a bruised face, took the drink that Kurakasu handed him, responding with some expectation. We just happened to meet, but I hope such a formidable guy becomes my companion. Such overly naive words made Kurakasu shake his head. This guy is a pirate with a bitter reputation in the New World, and so far, the news about him has not been good. Even if you saved his life, it doesn't mean he will repay you. Just in terms of strength, 10 of you might not be his match. What can you do to make him submit? Huh? And the old man's nagging. The young captain had already fallen into a deep sleep with the bottle in his arms. Kurakasu chuckled awkwardly and touched his already balding head. The old man's nagging was too difficult a hypnotic spell for the young man. Kurakasu took out a blanket from inside the house and casually threw it over the sleeping Shanks. Sitting in his recliner, Kurakasu took back the bottle from Shanks' hand and gazed at the bright moon in the sky. The ship, the O.L. Jackson, is theirs. There are all kinds of people on board, and during the most dangerous and final voyage, the less skilled crew members stayed on land for the sake of their companions. However, in such circumstances, 2 young sailors remained on board. Captain Roger, what do you see in these 2 little brats? Or is it just another reckless whim? Growing more tired, Kurakasu closed his eyes. The ship had been roughly repaired, and Shanks would leave early tomorrow. The heavily injured kid inside couldn't sail for the time being and should stay here for now. Well, maybe we'll see Buggy heading to the Grand Line soon. Time to sleep. Boom! Just as he was about to fall asleep, a deafening noise jolted Kurakasu awake, and he helplessly wiped his face. Inside the house lay a kid who needed care, outside lay a stinky kid, and in the water there was another kid to take care of. Sigh. Can't you kids feel a bit sorry for the old man? Here we go. Stop calling. Laboon. Chapter 28. The Turning Point. Welcoming the morning light. Kurakasu waved goodbye to the young people on the ship. Looking at those young faces, a mix of pride and sadness welled up in Kurakasu's heart. No one has the ability to see a person's future clearly, not even the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, who could die in an unreasonable tsunami. The sea treats all life equally. Its cruelty and mercy descend upon the world together. Hidden within the ever-changing dangers, there's immense wealth and hope. And that is why humanity tirelessly challenges and conquers the sea. Kurakasu felt proud of the men's journey while also saddened by the inevitable hardships of that journey. Mr. Kurakasu, that guy's entrusted to you, Shanks shouted loudly from the bow of the ship. In the end, this young man, who didn't have much cunning, merely saved Rayn's life without using it to threaten him for gratitude. What a troublesome fellow. Kurakasu smiled and shook his head. Shanks and the others didn't take Rayn with them, not only because his injuries were too severe, but also because their voyage couldn't be delayed for someone they just met. More importantly, whether this young man could survive normally was still a question. Walking into the blood-soaked room, Rayn, tightly bound to the floor with several iron chains, was already in a deep sleep. Kurakasu wiped the blood that had flowed from Rayn's struggles with a towel, sighed, and went to prepare a new sedative. When Shanks and the others were there, they could hold Rayn down together during his episodes, but now that they had left, Kurakasu could only use chains to confine him to the ground. Even if his external injuries were healed, he had used an overdose of stimulants to keep himself fighting, and now those drugs finally erupted into terrible side effects. The excessive addiction to drugs tormented Rayn, and the frequent hallucinations made him believe he was still on the battlefield. In his desperate struggles, even his healed wounds reopened. On the sea, even stimulants are worth their weight in gold, something that ordinary pirates cannot afford. Even if pirates were to cultivate and grow opium-related plants themselves, the vast majority would not touch such substances. Morphine and similar drugs, despite allowing one to experience pleasures far beyond this world, are also incredibly destructive to a person's will. If you don't want to become worthless, don't indulge, was the warning given by an old pirate nearing his end. Although many pirates recklessly use these substances and exhibit impressive combat abilities, over time, their will and bodies would inevitably weaken. As a doctor, Colokas held a deep disdain for morphine and similar drugs. If it weren't for Shanks saying he found Rayn on the battlefield, and after confirming through examination that it was Rayn's first use, Colokas would never have treated someone who voluntarily indulged. In the month that followed, Colokas lived in torment. During the day, he had to care for a mad whale crashing into Red Rock, and at night, he had to look after the frenzied Rayn. Colokas, who had never married in his life, experienced the feeling of taking care of a troublesome child for the first time. What surprised Colokas the most was Rayn's state during his episodes. He had seen people in the throes of addiction begging for mercy, their dignity lost, resembling neither human nor ghost. Yet this under-18 boy exhibited an even more astonishing state. Throughout that month, day and night, Rayn seemed to fall into a nightmarish hell, struggling painfully under the torment of drug addiction. However, this young man did not plead or wail. He was not humble or pitiable at all. He neither screamed obscenities nor descended into madness. From his mouth, Colokas only heard two phrases: kill me. One was the desire to kill others. It was unclear what brutal battles he had experienced in his hallucinations, as he was deeply trapped in them. The other was the desire to kill himself, facing Colokas. The young man's only request was to end his painful life, and at that moment, he was incredibly lucid. Colokas found it hard to imagine what kind of life this kid had lived to reach this point. Had he never asked for help from others? Had he never been humiliated and fallen into weakness? Was it only about the extreme urge to kill others or to end his own life in a hopeless situation? This kid, does he not realize how pitiful his life is? The onset of drug addiction is definitely a feeling worse than death. If it were that easy to quit, how could there be so many families destroyed? It is a terrifying curse that can even corrode a steel will, which is why even Rayn chose death. No matter how much Rayn struggled, Colokas turned a deaf ear, resolute in his decision. Chains broke one after another, and the small room was destroyed once. How could mere chains bind a monster? It's not a dog. The sedative originally intended to prevent Lab from crashing into the Red Rock was strong enough to sedate a whale, yet it could only keep Rayn calm for half a day. As the drug cravings intensified, Rayn began to suffer from diarrhea and dehydration. His skin dried and wrinkled, showing many withdrawal symptoms. In the end, he lost so much weight that Colokas had to force him to eat. Hold on, kid. Colokas also began to look haggard. Every time he stopped Rayn from going berserk, he ended up injured. He was just a doctor, without much combat ability. As days went by, Rayn fell into long periods of unconsciousness, and Colokas realized it had reached the most dangerous moment for Rayn. Should he hold on, or just die? Colokas began to prepare some semi-liquid food to feed the unconscious Rayn. Day by day, he started to grow weaker. Just stopping Lab from crashing into Red Rock had already left him covered in injuries, and now he had to take care of patient. Surprisingly, Colokas did not complain. Not only because it was a request from Shanks, but also not out of a dr.S sense of responsibility. He felt pity for Rayn. Ever since he saw that expressionless boy on the wanted poster 2 years ago, this feeling had lingered. That child was only 10 years old. That expressionless demeanor, in Coloca's eyes, looked like despair. What kind of despair could a 10-year-old child have to wear such an expression? After that, facing the endless pursuit of bounty hunters in the Navy, even without looking or understanding, Coloca's already comprehended how Rayn had survived until now just by seeing his miserable state. Hold on, kid. The world is still vast. You haven't seen it yet. One morning, warm light shone on Coloca's strong body. With the biological clock waking him up on time, he tiredly opened his eyes. Whether it was due to exhaustion or a hallucination, he saw that the kid who had been in a coma was staring blankly at him. The kid looked disheveled and exhausted, staring at the equally miserable Coloca's. Yet his dark eyes shone brightly as if glowing. His cracked lips silently closed. So hungry, tired, Coloca's smiled a little. Even the wrinkles on his forehead relaxed a bit. He finally put down the heaviest burden in his heart. So tired. Chapter 29, Smile. That emaciated figure had been gazing at the sea for several days. Since barely surviving the life-and-death crisis, Rayn had not spoken a word. To anyone, this would be considered extremely rude, especially to Coloca's, who had been diligently taking care of him for so long. This cold-blooded, emotionally detached young man hadn't even said a thank you. Although he was not good with words, this was simply too much. Coloca's didn't care about gratitude, but he was very clear about one thing. Whenever he faced that awkward young man, he immediately understood that the young man wouldn't express his gratitude verbally, and he felt troubled by the fact that he couldn't repay the life-saving favor. Although in Coloca's eyes, the young pirate was pitifully young, Rayn didn't think so and didn't need that pity. In fact, Rayn had never lost. Whether it was being chased by bears on the ice as a child, fighting against the Navy and pirates, or battling the Swordmaster Mihawk, no matter how fierce the battles were, Rayn had never lost. He had indeed survived until the end. And even if he looked so miserable, he had never lost. It was just that the undefeated young man was now facing a significant blow. The physical pain was still lingering, and even though the after-effects of excessive drugs left him with many health issues, he did not feel troubled by them. What troubled him was the fact that he had once again been saved by someone. He had only believed in his own strength, living alone until now. Yet time and again, he was saved, and the family that saved his life had been killed by him. Over 5,000 people as a burial. What about this old man with flowers on his head? A carefree old man, with no lovers, living alone here. Accompanied only by a whale that kept crashing into Red Rock. What did he need to repay? Rayn was troubled by this. He couldn't just walk away decisively, because not owing anyone was his creed. If he couldn't even uphold that creed, he would completely lose the motivation to keep going. Leaning in front of the fire, holding a bowl of porridge, Rayn frowned as he painfully ate what was extremely difficult for him. Although he had been barely pulled back from hell, the heavy after-effects were impossible to resolve, such as his battered stomach, declining vision, and a spleen nearly destroyed by the poison, along with damage to most of his internal organs. One half was due to the effects of the poison, and the other half was due to Rayn forcibly overexerting himself. In Coloca's words, by the end of the surgery, he had almost pieced Rayn's internal organs together like a puzzle. The fact that those eyes, which had once been blinded by the poison, could still see was already miraculous. And for Coloca's, Rayn surviving was equivalent to Roger conquering the Grand Line. Even if you have to force it down, you need to nourish your body, or else it will wither away. And then the only thing I can do is scatter your ashes in the sea. Coloca's gulped down the porridge, wiped his mouth, and looked at Rayn as he said this. Although he saved Rayn's life at Shanks' request, he had no interest in continuously taking care of this tough kid. One whale was enough trouble for him. Once this guy's health improved, he could roll as far away as possible. With a face full of pain, Rayn swallowed a mouthful of porridge, hesitated, and finally spoke. What is your wish? I'll help you fulfill it. Huh? Coloca's looked at Rayn with a face that seemed to say, are you an idiot? After so long, this guy hadn't even managed to say a word. And now he was spouting this nonsense. Thinking this guy would say something meaningful, Coloca's felt even more pity for this poor kid. From this sentence and the young man's usual awkward demeanor, Coloca's could tell how he had lived up until now, doing everything himself, not trusting anyone, and not wanting to owe anyone, a pitiful creature who found joy in solitude. Sighing, Coloca's looked at the serious-faced Rayn. Everyone has their own principles. Such things cannot be changed by a few words from others. At least, Coloca's didn't believe he had the power to change others. Smile. Huh? Smile. That's my wish. Give me a smile, and then we'll be even. Facing the frowning and troubled Rayn, Colokas curled his lip and snatched the porridge that Rayn could no longer eat, finishing it in one gulp. Looking at Rayn, whose body was gradually recovering, he said, "Don't think too much. It was Shanks who asked me to save you, or else I wouldn't take care if you died. Once you're better, get out of here. I don't have enough food to feed idle people." Colokas thought that a cold reprimand would dispel Rayn's annoying persistence and make him leave, but to his surprise, Rayn, with an increasingly dark expression, looked at Colokas and said, "Who is Shanks? It was you who saved me, not him." Slap. Colokas slapped his own face in frustration, choosing not to pay attention to Rayn, who had gained another benefactor. Sitting close to the warm fire, Rayn's expression grew even worse. Besides the constant pain in his body, he seemed to have unknowingly owed another life to someone named Shanks. Come to think of it, when he was half-conscious, someone had indeed carried him around seeking medical help. That young, slender back was definitely not that of a burly old man like Colokas. Shanks, huh? The Grand Line is truly a magical or bizarre place. On this route, all common knowledge about weather and geography must be discarded. During winter, many islands in the Grand Line might be basking in bright sunlight, while there are rumored countries that are covered in snow all year round, or mysterious islands entirely made of food. With geography so fantastical it could drive a normal person mad. The lighthouse at Twin Cape is said to have existed for over 800 years, built at the end of the Leewes Mountain as a fixed beacon to guide passing ships. It is impossible to ascertain who built it, and since the job of the lighthouse keeper is a lonely and desolate one, normal people are unwilling to come here. The government only sends someone to maintain the lighthouse and replenish supplies once a year, and as for who takes on the role of the caretaker, it's up to whoever is willing to do it. In the kingdom of Red Nans, Rayn, who was already malnourished, had become even thinner due to the torment of withdrawal. His long hair, which he had kept for a while, was cut off by Colokas during treatment because it was bothersome. At that moment, dressed in nothing but a filthy, thin white shirt, Rayn sat alone in the lighthouse, staring blankly at the distant sea. He felt somewhat tired. He indeed had a keen interest in One Piece, the world's greatest treasure. Who wouldn't be intrigued? For someone like Rayn, who was interested in nothing else, nothing could pass the time better than finding One Piece. However, during the battles in Red Nans, he had seen too much bloodshed. It was terrifying to have killed so many people for the first time. When one's attitude towards life becomes numb, it is indeed a horrifying experience. The windows of the lighthouse had been broken for who knows how many years, and the sea breeze mixed with falling snowflakes blew in, making Rayn frown. He, who had always been physically strong, felt somewhat cold, indicating how weak he had become. Suddenly, Rayn lurched forward, kicked from behind, and then everything went dark as he started to struggle. After removing the covering from his head, the cold gaze of Rayn turned into one of confusion upon seeing the person who had attacked him. After throwing down the thick blanket, Colokas expressionlessly turned and left the lighthouse. Although Rayn felt considerable anger and coldness at someone standing behind him without his notice, that blanket was indeed warm. Life in the lighthouse was not easy. Supplies came only once a year, and most of the food Rayn ate consisted of long-lasting pickled vegetables, with the majority being potatoes grown by Colokas, accompanied by soy sauce soup. Alcohol was a luxury. Colokas had only a few boxes a year, which were consumed early, and the water he drank was mainly rainwater he had stored. However, Colokas's life was not bad. Whenever a ship arrived from the seas to this side of the Grand Line, he would gain quite a bit from those ships. The lighthouse keeper who dared to extort pirates was a rare breed in the world. Though he lived a life that was neither wealthy nor particularly poor, Colokas was not lonely. The most deadly threat of being a lighthouse keeper was not storms or disease, but rather emptiness and loneliness, a kind of terrifying solitude that could easily kill a person. Colokas was fortunate he had Rayn to talk to, even if most of the conversation was him talking to himself. He also had a whale named Labu, who had been his companion for 30 years. Though this companion occasionally liked to ram Leewes Mountain, and the aging Colokas found it increasingly difficult to stop Labu's rampages. After all, he was just a human, and as he grew older, his strength diminished, while Labu seemed to grow continuously. Fortunately, since that freeloader began to recover, he could help Colokas manage Labu's rampages. That kid showed no interest in Labu's actions. He just repeatedly intervened to control Labu, and then administered tranquilizers to him. This winter is hard to endure because a sudden typhoon has destroyed the only farmland in Kurakasu, and the rainwater they had saved was also washed away by the typhoon, causing the well covers to be lifted and seawater to flow in, cutting off their drinking water. Even the boats that used to go to other islands for supplies have been swallowed up. Moreover, very few ships dare to pass through the Liwas Mountains in such weather. And the two bandits, one large and one small, have even lost their source of income from extorting pirates. The supplies from their conquests will not arrive until spring, and it is likely that after spring, pirate ships will continuously head to the Grand Line, right? The stored food is enough for Kurakasu and Rayn to last until spring. But the only trouble is that they have very few tranquilizers left, making it a bit tricky to prevent Lab from going berserk. When spring arrives, the first pirate ship successfully makes its way to the long-awaited Grand Line. Ha 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 ha. From today on, it will be the world of our Baishur pirate crew. Hey, you old geezer over there. The pirate who insulted Kurakasu didn't even finish his sentence before Rayn charged forward in a single step and punched him in the face, causing him to faint with stars in his eyes. Captain, ignoring the cries of the pirates as if they had lost their parents, Rayn, wearing a tattered fur-collared coat, bowed deeply to Kurakasu behind him. Kurakasu, with a look of disdain, curled his lips, almost wanting to kick this kid away to make him leave quickly. After hesitating for a moment and struggling internally, Rayn forced a strange smile that looked worse than crying at Kurakasu. Kurakasu couldn't help but laugh and sprayed out, then watched as that small figure took the unconscious pirate captain onto the ship. With his arms crossed, Kurakasu kept staring at the departing pirate ship, his tall figure slightly hunched at that moment. Smile, Rayn. Young people shouldn't always look so worried. Smile, Rayn. There are more and greater joys waiting for you in that sea. Smile, Rayn. Chapter 30. Like a thorn in the back, really? Amid the forced laughter of the bruised pirates, Rayn sat expressionless on the deck, accepting a newspaper from half a month ago and a bounty notice they handed over. Narrowing his eyes, he saw his own name. Oh, really? The bounty has increased again? Why has it gone up? Oh, right, the matter of red nance. Glancing up again, the neat bounty notice was instantly crumpled by a hand. The crumpled bounty notice trembled slightly in Rayn's grip as he unfolded it again, pointing at the portrait on it with a creepy smile, asking the trembling pirate captain beside him, "Is this how you recognized me?" On that wrinkled bounty notice, besides the name Rayn Walker, was a rather shocking bounty amount of 200 million. However, that was not what people would notice at first glance. What stood out was the hand-drawn portrait above the bounty. The accuracy of bounty notices has always been recognized, as they collect photos of wanted criminals from many inconspicuous places. Among them, there are quite a few wanted criminals whose whereabouts are too elusive to find any photos of them. In such cases, the Navy's artist would depict a rough likeness based on the collected intelligence. Due to the recent incident where Rayn's whereabouts had not been captured for months, the Navy had to resort to using the artist's divine hand, resulting in a bounty notice with a portrait that only vaguely resembled Rayn's face. It was indeed too ugly, whether it was the dead fish eyes or thick lips or other laughable elements. This portrait was said to be based on Rayn's bounty notice from when he was 10 years old, worked out through calculations. The problem was this bizarre abstract drawing created by the artist using his mouth after breaking both arms? Or was it painted with his feet? Are the Navy's artists all as ugly as monkeys? Calm down, calm down. Rubbing his increasingly painful stomach, Rayn frowned slightly and set aside that inhumane bounty notice. Opening the newspaper from half a month ago, the gist of it was that a small country named Red Nance had been destroyed by a coalition of pirates, shocking the world, and this coalition was quickly annihilated by the brave Navy, saving over 70% of the citizens. The commander, Brigadier General Benjamin Ganson, would be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral in half a year due to his merits. Lastly, they increased the wanted level and offered a bounty for the only pirate who escaped the net, Rayn Walker. The news portrayed Rayn as the mastermind behind this pirate coalition, pouring all the dirty water onto him, which, while not entirely unjust, did result in him actually killing hundreds of so-called first-class residents behind that city wall along with the royal castle. Rayn's appearance disrupted Captain John's and his father-in-law Brigadier General Benjamin Ganson's plans. The two could have gained both fame and fortune, but because Rayn killed the royal family, everything spiraled out of control. Ultimately, through the intelligence provided by John to Benjamin, the unlucky Brigadier General Ganson piled everything onto Rayn. By maintaining relations with the Benjamin family at the top, he managed to smoothly extricate himself from this dangerous incident and was promoted 2 ranks. Rayn, who indeed killed the royal family, was not wronged. He merely scoffed at the high bounty on that notice. The amount of the bounty can largely differentiate the difficulty of capturing the wanted criminal, but this bounty amount has seen slight changes since the era of great pirates began. Before Roger conquered the Grand Line, Bounties on pirates were relatively low compared to after the era of great pirates. The reason was that back then, pirates were not as rampant as they are now, and there were very few pirates who could gain fame. The rest were not worth mentioning, so the government, which didn't have much spare money, didn't heavily reward those arrogant pirates. However, after Roger conquered the Grand Line, more and more people raised skull flags on their ships, committing crimes across the seas. The government had no choice but to fight fires everywhere, ultimately increasing the bounty to seek help from civilian forces, leading to the emergence of bounty hunters, rivaling the number of pirates in recent years. Rayn's bounty of 200 million. For the older generation of pirates who viewed bounty amounts as a measure of strength and honor, had a lot of hot air and very little real value. While the bounty amount does represent a factor of strength, more factors are the degree of harm the pirate poses to the people, their brutality, and other comprehensive evaluations. Therefore, in this transitional era where the new and old bounty systems are still inadequately addressed, it is common to see those with bounties of several tens of millions capturing heads worth hundreds of millions. Rayn's 200 million bounty was given mainly because of the heinous act of destroying a nation, reaching a point where it could not be ignored. The strength factor only accounted for a small portion, while the adverse impact accounted for the larger part. If you don't mind, please use it. A voice devoid of emotional fluctuations came from his side. Rayn turned his head and squinted his eyes to look at the owner of the voice. Rayn, a pitch-black figure overshadowed Rayn's line of sight. He glanced upwards. Even while kneeling, the person was still a head taller than Rayn. Why? How can such a tall guy have such a seemingly slender body? It was a tall young man with nearly perfect body proportions, holding two huge plates filled with roasted meat and fruit drinks. What does this mean? Rayn asked softly, and the tall young man glanced at the group of pirates observing from behind him with his lifeless eyes, then turned back and spoke in a flat tone. The members of the Byshire pirate crew say you don't need to hold back. If there's anything lacking in hospitality, please let us know. Oh, is that so? As Rayn's gaze shifted, a group of pirates standing far away immediately nodded and bowed, but they dared not come closer. No need to worry. I will disembark when the ship reaches the next small island. Tell them not to be concerned. These guys are undoubtedly worried that Rayn might make some dangerous move. Or perhaps they are plotting to take the treasures on the ship for themselves. Unfortunately, Rayn is currently not interested in any of that. While he prefers sitting or lying down over wandering aimlessly, after spending more than a month recuperating in that desolate lighthouse with only an old man and a whale for company. The unbearable loneliness forces Rayn to move around and see colors beyond the lighthouse and the sea. The tall young man nodded, quietly kneeling in front of Rayn after putting down the food, looking at Rayn with his lifeless, fish-like eyes. Is there something you want? Rayn asked, feeling uncomfortable under that vacant stare. Doesn't this guy realize how strong the pressure from his towering height is? Plus, with that expressionless face and dead fish eyes, how much resentment can he possibly have? No, it's nothing. I just thought that seeing a pirate with a bounty of 200 million would be different from a human, but it seems there is not much difference after all. In your heart, do you think a pirate with a bounty over 100 million is no longer human? Looking at the tall figure, which should be over 9 meters, Rayn comforted his 17-year-old self, who was still in his growth phase. By the way, how old are you this year? Huh? The tall young man looked puzzled by the question, but there was nothing to hide, so he calmly replied, let me think. I'm 15 this year. Lost. The corner of Rayn's mouth twitched as he quickly concealed his sense of defeat in a certain area, tightening his worn-out fur-collared coat. Even though it was already spring and the strong guy wasn't he afraid of the cold anymore, there were still periods of chilly weather. A gust of sea breeze blew by, causing Rayn to cough lightly. You're not a member of this pirate crew, are you? The tall guy clearly had an aura that clashed with the rest of the pirates. Moreover, unlike the timid pirates, his dead fish eyes showed no fear of Rayn. Is he confident in his skills? Yes, when I was in the South Sea, the kind pirates pulled me onto their ship, and we all came to the Grand Line. Oh, so you're not a pirate? I'd say I'm more of an explorer, despite having a physique that could intimidate others and those seemingly fierce eyes. His serious attitude made a significant impression. Under Rayn's slightly altered perception, this tall young man quickly took out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, speaking in that emotionless, flat tone again. Please be my portrait model. Huh? The portrait on the Navy wanted poster was completely useless as a reference. The Navy headquarters themselves must have realized that. Therefore, at the bottom of the newspaper, they sought an accurate photo or sketch of Rayn Walker, promising a reward of 200,000 berries afterward. So, because it's hard to get a camera, so I have to use a sketch. Please don't move. I'm going to start drawing. No, that is not what I meant. Isn't it strange to ask for a portrait in front of a wanted criminal? Huh? The emotionless dead fish eyes glanced at Rayn, whose mouth was twitching, then nodded and said, 200,000 berries. We split it 50-50. Is that the point? Not good. Rayn felt like his patience was running out. Is this dead fish-eyed guy an idiot? How can he ask for a portrait of a wanted criminal right in front of him? And he looks so serious about it. Rubbing his aching forehead, Rayn tried to calm the turmoil inside him, not knowing why he was being led by the nose by this serious idiot, ignoring this guy's serious drawing. It would be good to replace the pitiful portrait on the wanted poster anyway. After hesitating a bit, he picked up 2 pieces of well-cooked meat from the plate in front of him and put them in his mouth. Although it had been a year since he last ate meat, a bitter expression appeared on Ryan's now less youthful face, as if he were eating a bitter herb. Eating might be a joy in life, but that joy would no longer be within Ryan's reach from now on, with his body described as riddled with holes. It was already a miraculous feat for Rayn to be alive and breathing, just like Kaloka's did. All he could do was try to repair as much of his ruptured organs as possible. After that, thanks to Ryan's increasingly skilled abilities, the power known as the undying martial body worked to mend him from within. Still alive, Rayn was grateful, but he felt sharp pains all over his body, unsure if he had sustained irreparable injuries during that battle. Facing 5,000 opponents alone, he had earned a notorious reputation. There were many factors for his victory. Of those 5,000, fewer than 1,000 could be called warriors. The rest were mere fodder with below-average combat strength. But still, those were 5,000 lives. Killing countless fodder didn't prove strength, but the price paid was heavy. Rayn, who hated pain, could now feel intense pain spreading throughout his body at all times. Although he wouldn't die, this must be karma. The tall young man, focused on his drawing, suddenly remembered something and realized he hadn't introduced himself yet. By the way, my name is Lewis. A loud shout interrupted this belated self-introduction, and the excited words stirred extraordinary enthusiasm among the crew. I see it. It's a small island. Crossing the barriers of the 4 seas, standing out from the masses, the pirates finally caught sight of a dreamlike corner of the Grand Line. Chapter 31. Garden in a lush grassland, there were subtle movements in the tall grass. A tiny black that reflected on the grassland, growing larger over a short period until it revealed a menacing figure descending from the sky. With a lizard-like head and brightly colored wings, the monstrous bird swooped down. Its sharp, giant claws gently probing the grass, easily capturing its prey. The caught prey let out an unimposing roar. The adorable little tiger had not yet grown into the king of the forest and was about to become someone else's meal. With a roar that shook the earth, a black and yellow figure suddenly leapt up from the grass. The adult giant tiger suddenly pounced on the strange bird that had not yet taken flight, using its mouth and claws to tear horrific wounds into the creature, forcing it to release its grip and allowing the small tiger to fall onto the soft grass below. Relentlessly, the tiger brought the off-balance bird crashing down, and both fell onto the prairie. For a moment, the sounds of tiger roars and bird cries filled the air, as one side spread its wings like a great rock, and the other brandished its iron claws, engaging in a fierce battle to the death. The small tiger, having narrowly escaped, snarled and hissed from the side to cheer on its mother, completely unaware of the shadow creeping up behind it. In the end, the fight concluded with the tiger biting through the bird's throat. However, the mother tiger, who had fought desperately to save her cub, had also sustained several deep, bone-visible wounds from the bird's deadly claws. Weak and on the brink of death, the mother tiger slowly turned her head, only to witness a scene that made her blood boil with rage. A yellowish snake had widened its mouth, slowly swallowing the small tiger. And the last thing the mother tiger could see was the tiny, trembling paw gradually disappearing into the snake's belly. With a tremor in her steps, the mother tiger took 2 steps toward the snake, but let out one final mournful cry before collapsing. The snake was peacefully digesting its meal when suddenly it felt a sharp pain in its body. It had been stepped on. It had encountered these 2-legged creatures before. For many years, this small island had been a deserted place, but in recent years, an increasing number of beings known as pirates had landed on the island, breaking the usual tranquility. However, none of that mattered. Just after satisfying its hunger, the snake suddenly launched an attack, biting fiercely into the leg of the bipedal creature. It had taken down many of these weak beings with its strongest venomous fangs, and these weak creatures often died in agony due to the lack of medical care. Rayn calmly looked down at the foolish snake that was tightly coiled around his left leg. Although it was an accidental step, he clearly had no intention of apologizing to a lowly creature. with his chi circulating throughout his body at all times, although it was a bit strenuous at first. Once he got used to it, even without deliberately defending himself, it was not easy for anyone to break through his defenses, let alone the fangs of a foolish snake. To be honest, Rayn did not like snakes. Just like he did not like fish, these slippery creatures were quite disgusting to him. It seemed that any creature with slimy scales appeared repulsive. There had once been a picture circulated in Wayno country, seemingly of their national dragon, which also did not sit well with Rayn. Although they were disgusting, Kurokas had mentioned in casual conversation that snake stew seemed to be quite delicious. When he was sailing, the people on his ship would prioritize catching snakes upon landing on an island, then cooking them. Additionally, snake gallbladder was also considered a good thing. Rayn had lived for 17 years, and this was the first time he had seen a live snake. However, he did not think this disgusting creature would taste good in a pot. Although he was very interested in the snake gallbladder Kurokas mentioned, Rayn, who knew little about snakes, did not know where it was located. Kurokas had said that if you cut it open, this creature, with its nervous system distributed all over its body, would still move. Thinking of that disgusting image, Rayn frowned, bent his leg, and used his chi to flick the snake off his left leg, allowing it to fall into the grass and slither away in fear. He then turned around to see a massive creature behind him. Since he entered the island, it had been closely following him and only revealed itself when he reached this inescapable prairie. For Rayn, who could barely read, everything on this island was so fresh and new, almost all things he had never seen before, such as the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was constantly drooling. This creature, which should have been extinct in ancient times, is naturally unknown to Rayn. For him, it is quite simple to categorize this monster into two types: the sea kings of the ocean and the beasts of the land. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had been fixated on this tiny human since it entered the island from Rayn. Its instincts told it that this human was strong, but experience told it that the stronger, the tastier. This island, increasingly populated by oblivious humans, had already been the site of this T-Rex's feasting on dozens of individuals. Compared to the other creatures it had consumed over the decades, this tender new prey was quite to its liking. Although too small to fill it up, the high protein content was a plus. Among this small group of humans, there were almost no firearms that could harm it. The only formidable ones were particularly delicious. Thus, it concluded that the stronger the opponent, the tastier they were. However, the human before it was somewhat elusive. It instinctively sensed danger, yet after a moment, that feeling faded. For the intellectually limited creature, this brief hesitation was already a rare occurrence, and ultimately, it made a choice. Its massive head suddenly smashed down towards the tiny being, its teeth capable of easily biting through ships, snapping towards Rayn. Rayn forced a stiff smile, bent his legs, and delivered a powerful kick to the T-Rex's jaw. After landing the hit, Rayn frowned and took a step back. The T-Rex, having been kicked and its head thrown back, quickly recovered from its daze and angrily lunged at Rayn. After catching his breath, Rayn's eyes subtly changed, and just before the T-Rex's mouth full of fangs reached him, he kicked out again. The forceful side kick sent the massive body of the T-Rex flying, leaving it thoroughly stunned and unconscious. Glancing at his worn-out shoes with exposed toes, Rayn was reluctant to throw them away, sincerely lamenting the T-Rex's tough skin and meat, especially since he had no replacement shoes. Kurokas urged himself to smile more. Rayn indeed tried to force a smile, but it was genuinely impossible. He wanted to communicate with others, so he had more exchanges with the tall young man on the ship. But forcing himself to talk to someone he didn't care about felt very awkward. Moreover, he was constantly enduring the pain that coursed through him, and he thought, Kurokas, it's not that I don't want to smile, it's just that I really can't. To be honest, Rayn had already lost the sensation of pain. You get used to it after a while, and at least it helped keep him alert. Although this condition had significantly affected his spirit, and his injuries had reduced his strength, what he saw and heard after breaking away from that ship of pirates indeed opened his eyes. This island, clearly different from the ordinary world, was filled with all kinds of monsters and plants, making Rayn doubt that anyone could survive on this perilous island. At least he didn't believe he could. It wasn't until the sound of sword and axe clashing resonated through the air that he believed there were indeed people who could survive and thrive on this little island. The sound of the sword and axe echoed loudly with each swing, and the voices of the two combatants were equally impressive. Crack, 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 kaboom. A thunderous strike signaled the end of the battle. I am the strongest warrior of Eliabaf. Chapter 32. Fierce Attack Ancient Island. An island on the Grand Line, where navigation is extremely difficult, and there is no communication between islands. resulting in each island having its own unique culture. There are islands with highly developed civilizations, as well as those that have remained primitive for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, due to the chaotic climate and magnetic fields on the Grand Line. All of this has become possible. For the residents living here, the island is like a small yard. So, let us call this land the Little Garden. Explorer Rayn, Arnett. When that giant sword fell from the sky, Rayn couldn't help but lament the misfortune of his short life. It seemed he was always burdened with the fate of battle, unable to rest for even a moment. This small island and its little garden were named only 10 years ago. The so-called Great Sea Route is originally a hellish pit that claims as many lives as the number of people who enter. Even among the indigenous residents living along this route, they never easily take risks to travel between the islands. This dangerous route truly began to gain popularity, all thanks to the Pirate King, Roger. His successful journey and sensational demise drew countless people into this route, and this small garden unprecedentedly welcomed a large number of visitors. The Grand Line truly lives up to its reputation as a den of monsters, having claimed the ambitions of countless pirates right within this small garden. Some were eaten like snacks by dinosaurs, some perished from the heat and disease, while others fell to the hands of giants. Blue Demon, Dongli. Red Demon, Brogi. The lifespan of giants is long, spanning 3 times that of humans, so long that few remember these 2 terrifying pirates who were bountied at 100 million 80 years ago. Moreover, the value of bounties fluctuates with real-world changes, currency devaluation, and various other factors, making the bounty from 80 years ago incomparable to today's standards. It is likely that more and more frightening bounties for relatively mediocre individuals will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain in the future. In the past 80 years, if the Navy didn't know that these 2 wanted criminals were in the small garden, it would be a severe underestimate of the Navy's intelligence network. However, it has never been seen that anyone, having nothing better to do, would come here to seek trouble. As long as they are not notorious pirates, do not cause trouble, and do not provoke the Navy's bottom line, the Navy headquarters often turns a blind eye. There are so many pirates in the world. If every one of them were treated with the attitude of better to kill the wrong one than to let one go, then even doubling the Navy's forces would be of no use. Since the onset of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirates have found their way here guided by log poses. Experienced pirates have long coveted the 2 valuable giant heads, even conspiring with bounty hunters and other pirates to plot against those foolish-looking trophies. Unfortunately, anyone who made a move ended up as a wisp of soul beneath that pair of sword axes. Many others, lurking in the shadows like venomous snakes, are also waiting for their chance. At this moment, a giant sword descending from the sky is indiscriminately aiming to slay Rayn. For the past 2 years, Donnelly and Brokey have been thoroughly annoyed by these little humans. They were never good people to begin with, and they showed no mercy to those who wanted to take their lives. Half a month ago, Donnelly warmly hosted a group of pirate guests with roasted dinosaur meat, and in return, they gifted him some long-lost fine wine. However, his hospitality was met with a deadly poison, even with his giant physique. He nearly succumbed to such a vile trick. If it hadn't been for his old buddy Brokey, who rushed over when he sensed something was wrong during their duel, Donnelly might have ended up regretting it all. Since then, after wiping out that group of ignorant little humans, Donnelly has not hosted any guests. Although he wouldn't vent his anger on other little humans, he couldn't bear to be hurt a second time. Today, more than 100 reckless pirates attacked, while he and Brokey were heavily injured from their duel. In a fit of rage, Donnelly transformed into a vengeful spirit, teaching those who thought they could take advantage of the situation what it meant to be an Elbaf warrior. After the Pirate Alliance left behind over 80 corpses, the remaining pirates lost their courage to continue fighting. Faced with the fleeing scoundrels, Donnelly hesitated no longer. He was determined to make these dishonorable humans remember this lesson. The battered giant sword came crashing down like a mountain toward the young man wearing a fur-collared coat, quite out of place. The young man with black hair squinted, showing no intention of defending himself against being mistaken for an enemy. For pirates, taking action meant being ready to gamble their lives. He endured the immense pain from raising his right hand, wondering if his battered body could take down a giant's head. Rayn was looking forward to it. He raised his hand to shake the mountain. Boom! The dull sound transformed into an invisible shockwave that crushed the surrounding lush grass. The giant sword emitted a terrifying sword aura, inadvertently sweeping through a large forest of giant trees. Donnelly's eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, suddenly sparked with divine light. Just as the long sword was about to strike, his right hand slammed down with a circular shield. To the small humans, the enormous circular shield was like a giant steel gate crashing down from the sky. There was no escape. The dull thud echoed again, causing the ground around them to sink, demonstrating its immense power. However, Donley did not pursue the attack. It was as if a venomous snake lurked beneath that shield, ready to strike back in anger, as he suddenly jumped back, creating distance. The entire island shook from Donley's leap. Given Donley's formidable strength, the only reason for his retreat was that he felt danger. Standing still, Rayn silently endured the two attacks that shook the ground. He merely extended his right hand, effortlessly receiving Donley's blows twice. He seemed unscathed, though the sleeves of his right arm were completely shredded. Rayn muttered to himself, "It's my turn," as the pirates hiding in the forest and grass widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw the young man with short black hair suddenly stomp down, compressing the ground beneath him by 3 inches. Then, using that force, he shot forward like a cannonball. "Ha ha!" Donley laughed heartily, focusing his gaze as the circular shield came crashing down on Rayn, who was still in mid-air. The invisible shockwave transformed into azure waves, which Rayn skillfully maneuvered. With a gentle wave of his hand, Donley's right arm that wielded the circular shield was struck aside as if hit by lightning, even causing him to lose balance. But Donley was not just any seasoned warrior, drawing on his experience from countless battles and instincts honed through crises. His right arm's muscles bulged as he swung the long sword through the air. The sword's astonishing aura even split the clouds above, let alone facing the opposing Rayn. With the power of his stomp propelling him upward, Rayn relied solely on his breath to cleave through the waves, deflecting the circular shield's force. If he failed to stop the long sword from unleashing its final force, he would find himself in a vulnerable position mid-air. To the pirates hiding away, Rayn shooting from the ground seemed like a fool charging directly into Donley's descending giant sword. Unwavering, Rayn used the last of his breath to step on the air. In an instant, he stepped on the air dozens of times, accelerating his speed. He was unaware that this technique, later defined by the Navy as moonwalk, would bring a revolutionary change to the battle. In this world, whether Navy or pirate, despite their training diverging completely, they were ultimately on the same path. However, for Rayn, it was merely a desperate measure. Using this new technique, he managed to pivot mid-air and, with his remaining strength, stomp onto Donley's chest. 8 trigrams fist, crane spear. The mountain-like giant fell with a thunderous crash under the incredulous gazes of the pirates lurking in the shadows. Chapter 33. Step forward. It had been a year. The recording pointer needed a year to document this island, and before that, many pirates had already perished on this uninhabited isle. When the pirates saw the two giants, aside from the initial shock and fear of encountering giants, some quickly recognized the identities of the two giants with bounties of 200 million. What could be the reason? Were they driven mad by this island? Or did they prefer to fight like men rather than perish at the jaws of dinosaur beasts? Targeting the heads of those two, pirates and bounty hunters alike, day after day, engaged in foolish acts of certain death. The Grand Line, like an insurmountable abyss, thwarted the ambitions and dreams of countless pirates. Just like this little garden, even giants like Donley and Brokey, as well as pirates and bounty hunters, had no deep-seated enmity between them. The recording pointer needed a year to record the magnetic field on this island, a year that was far too long and arduous for humans. All of this was merely the inevitable trend of the Great Pirate Era, a situation that forced them into a deadly struggle. Pirates who lose their lives for foolish reasons may seem very stupid to ordinary people. However, these are the pirates who have made the determination to go to sea. They are the ones who gamble their dreams and ambitions. Although they have fallen, after that mountain-like giant fell, many figures hesitated and emerged from the darkness. Those swaying figures flowed out like ghouls, and the eyes that sparkled with brilliance when they set sail are now forced into a lifeless, soulless state by the hardships of this island. While many came for the bounty on those two heads, even more were merely aimlessly participating in the attack on the giant race, seeking a purpose to survive in this hell. Malicious gazes continuously fell upon the young man who had brought down the giant. Yes, with so many pirates surrounding them, the final bounty of 200 million berries would yield very little for each person. Therefore, after defeating the giant race, it was essentially a matter of determining who among them had the upper hand. Although the young man had defeated the giant that none of them could harm, logically, they should have retreated. However, they all held on to the mindset of picking up the scraps, thinking that this guy and the giant would both be wounded. A robust figure suddenly sprang out from the woods. Since arriving in this sea area, the pirates, who were all filled with cunning thoughts, involuntarily took a step back, preparing to observe. The rushing shadow completely ignored the young man, darting past him, intending to finish off the giant that had caused them so much suffering. Compared to the unfathomable young man, it was obvious that the fallen giant, Dongli, was the easiest target. The young man remained standing still, unmoving, only raising his right hand. The shadow that transformed into light suddenly revealed itself like a fool, crashing down heavily onto that arm. Although the attacker was on high alert towards the young man, they still did not expect to be defeated so quickly, so unexpectedly. Rayn expressionlessly tossed aside the unconscious attacker and casually tore off the remaining sleeve, creating a sleeveless outfit. He scanned the many lurking figures and waved his hand, signaling them to come forward. Before long, 7 allied bounty hunters attacked Dongli from different directions. For these 2 pirates, who had almost shamelessly brought shame to the Navy and the government, the bounty notice stated that their lives or deaths were unrestricted. Therefore, they only needed to focus on killing these 2 pirates and had no need to contend with this overly troublesome young man. A whirlwind swept through, and the 7 capable bounty hunters left a grayish footprint on their chests, collapsing into the grass. What happened? Amidst the increasingly vigilant shouts of the pirates, Rayn silently lowered his head. Although he seemed to stand still, under his feet were 2 pairs of footprints, and he closed the footprints he initially made. Rayn smiled, secretly lamenting his insufficient cultivation. He again scanned the group of pirates who had started to hesitate, waved his hand, signaling them to continue. The pirates completely did not understand why this guy, who had just fought Dongli to a standstill, would protect the giant. Although they were unable to comprehend, as martial artists, Rayn and Dongli, through their brief battle, instantly understood each other's character. They merged their spirits in the fleeting life and death struggle of 4 strikes. Becoming the closest of friends through combat, Rayn recognized Dongli's boldness, while Dongli understood Rayn's purity. By the second clash, both had already grasped the essence of the other, and they joyfully and unhesitatingly unleashed their most powerful strike. The seemingly confusing relationship posed no hesitation for the 2 who made friends through battle. Both struck with deadly intent. Even if one were to die, there would be no resentment towards the other. Rayn won, not because he spared Dongli's life, but because Dongli, relying on the giant race's robust physique, survived the full force of Rayn's strike. Thus, Dongli, who was temporarily unable to stand up due to the surging blood and energy, entrusted his safety to this friend he had known for less than a minute. Ultimately, the desires and ambitions of the pirates and bounty hunters overcame their reason. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Now that the troublesome 100 million berries lay over there, such a good opportunity would not come a second time. The sharp-eyed and information-savvy bounty hunters did not recognize the young man. Even if he was a new and nameless player, so many people could exhaust him to death. Because of the new bounty notice that even made Rayn feel a bit angry. The bounty hunters were completely unaware that this overly young guy was just as dangerous as the 2 giants. Oh. The pirates, shouting to bolster their courage, began to attack in unison. Boom! A cannon that had been ambushed by the pirates here 3 days ago roared to life. Originally meant as a killer move for the 2 giant races, it now blared indiscriminately. Rayn, who had remained motionless, made a move. He raised his left hand and, in front of the astonished expressions of the pirates, caught the cannonball with his bare hand. The gentle energy caused the cannonball to fall like a cloud, and Rayn tossed it towards that cannon as if bowling. Amidst the deafening roar, Rayn charged into the crowd. His fighting style was always like a thunderstorm, ruthlessly overwhelming his opponents without dragging things out. However, today his body could not support his furious assault, forcing him to alter his fighting style. He cleverly deflected Dongli's shield as before. Although he did not prefer this soft attack method, this steel-turn-soft technique indeed elevated his martial arts to a higher level. A higher level? Those iron fists capable of smashing sea kings transformed into soft palms, and without even touching anyone, the invisible energy flowed like water, surging out in all directions. Rayn's movements were slow and gentle. His hands fluttered like a butterfly through flowers, and countless enemies were either struck or swept away by the flowing energy. More than 30 capable pirates, like being trapped in a quagmire, were thrown into disarray by merely encountering Rayn. With just a flick of his strength, he easily knocked down opponents who were still somewhat formidable. Transitioning from brute force to finesse, Rayn had not only taken a step up. Since Rayn set sail, He had never lost to anyone, and his undefeated aura, growing stronger through battle, finally reached a climax. After over 50 people were unable to withstand Rayn's single strike, everyone began to retreat. If everyone were willing to fight this young man to the death, there might be a chance of victory, but who would be foolish enough to challenge Rayn, just to become someone else's stepping stone? A disorganized group of pirates and bounty hunters unwilling to exert themselves meant a one-sided situation. Moreover, Rayn, who excelled at taking on many opponents, had a natural advantage in group battles. People finally retreated, not because of any ridiculous fear. Once they made the decision to become pirates and paid the price of their lives, the word fear had faded considerably from their dictionary. However, with Rayn's unexpected presence today, they needed a plan for the long term. The retreat was meant to give them a way out. But little did they know that this retreat would leave them with no chance of victory when facing Rayn again. So when people looked at the young man standing alone to confront Rayn, as if he were a fool, it was destined that the disparity between the two sides was vast. In his 20s, with slick-back black hair and dressed in a suit, the tall young man radiated a unique spirit just by standing there, ignoring the cowardly rats that fled at the first sign of danger. The young man took out a delicate box from his pocket and bit into a cigar that was still quite flavorful. The young man with the slick-back hair was in a bad mood. With an expressionless face, he looked at his subordinates lying on the ground. They were still alive, but would soon die at his hands, as he would personally finish off these useless beings. However, he had been planning to take the heads of those two giants for a long time, and it was indeed infuriating to have his plans interrupted by an outsider. He did not light the expensive cigar, feeling somewhat petty as he put it back into the box. With his current wealth, he wasn't at the point where he could indulge in such costly cigars. He then tightened his cloak and took a step toward Rayn, who was watching from a distance. One step forward, heading to that world of 3,000. Chapter 34. Boom. Brokey let out an excited howl as he swung his battle axe and severed the head of a dinosaur as tall as a mountain. The dinosaur meat, which could be eaten endlessly, wasn't actually that delicious. As long as it could sustain their fighting stamina, the warriors of Elyabath did not care about such trivial matters. What might seem like fanciful behavior to humans was just a daily routine for the giant race, roasting meat on a volcano. Whether the giant race was a group of simple-minded idiots was hard to say. For Donley and Brokey, who had been fighting continuously on this small island for a full 80 years, such an idiot-like monotonous daily life was a nightmare for the impatient Rayn. 80 years of uninterrupted fighting, 80 years of eating the same food, 80 years of seeing the same scenery. While he could understand the glory of fighting among warriors, accepting it was another matter entirely. The volcano on the island would erupt twice a day, and when it roared with the sounds of battle, Brokey dropped the piece of dinosaur meat he had just bitten into, grinned, and picked up his round shield and battle axe. As he stood up from his seated position, the injuries he had sustained a month ago from the bounty hunters began to throb painfully. The injuries were not a problem for the giants, who would recover within 2 days. However, even the strongest physique could not withstand a month of continuous ambushes, and the gradually accumulating injuries were becoming quite a headache for the two giant warriors. Yet despite this, the two men of the giant race did not let go of their rivalry and continued to fight for glory, even while injured. Ka-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brokey chuckled softly, responding to the call of battle, and headed to the agreed battlefield. How could those weak swords and dishonorable knives interrupt our glorious fight? Hey, Donley. Gasping for breath. Donley swallowed a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat and struggled to rise from the ground. The battle horn had already sounded, and no matter what, he had to make it to the battlefield. That guy Brokey was still waiting for him. How could he fall here? If it weren't for both him and Brokey being severely injured, how could Rayn have easily defeated him? Donley straightened his back, glanced at the young man who had knocked him down, and laughed boldly. With his long sword in hand, he strode toward the battlefield. Hey, you brat. What do you want to do? Watching the 100 million berries that should have been his slip further away, Crocodile's previously burning anger dissipated somewhat. The outcome was already set and could not be changed, so he would not have any lingering attachments, as it was meaningless. He wasn't just after money. If he wanted money, he had plenty of ways to obtain it. The bounty on the two giants in this small garden was not essential for him. It was just relatively easier to obtain compared to other means. With his 200 million berries as capital, he could implement some of his subsequent plans. He just didn't expect someone to come and stir things up, taking away the few bounty hunters he had managed to gather. Hindsight. He never liked to talk during a fight. If it was a fight, then just fight. Why was there so much to say? It wasn't like they were on a date. Rayn dug at his ears, feeling somewhat unmotivated. Rain Walker's patience was almost non-existent, and that zero tolerance stemmed from his almost harsh nature. Whether it was fighting, sailing, farming, aiming to be the pirate king, or searching for One Piece, it was just a way to pass the time. The reason that made Crocodile furious extinguished his desire to recruit Rayn. Although Crocodile lacked experience, even a fool could see Rayn's lazy attitude at that moment, proving that he was indeed just passing the time. The thunderous, dull sound sent the panicked fleeing people trembling with fear. Crocodile and Rayn didn't even make a move. Their hands were tucked in their pockets. Crocodile merely kicked out, and Rayn just slightly lifted his leg to receive the kick. Oh, Rayn was slightly surprised. It had been a while since he had encountered someone who could match him. Their legs collided in a single strike, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Crocodile smirked, wanted to compare kicking skills with him. A series of explosive sounds erupted in an instant, surpassing the limits of the naked eye. The number of times they kicked at each other became uncountable, only a fierce, unmatched wind sweeping in all directions. Crocodile's confidence was built on a natural advantage. Standing at 253 centimeters, Crocodile had a visibly huge difference compared to Rayn, who barely reached 170 centimeters. When that leg, too long for an average person, narrowly brushed past Rayn's forehead, the initially evenly matched leg technique began to show a clear victor. Although he wasn't directly hit, the fierce wind from that powerful kick still caused a splash of blood to erupt from Rayn's forehead. Crocodile didn't know what this overly arrogant guy was thinking, nor was he interested in knowing. The only thing he was clear about was that this guy would inevitably pay for his arrogance. Crocodile suddenly swept a kick from the air. No one would doubt that this kick could break a living person in half. Rayn did not take this blow head-on. Instead, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, floating backward like a ghost without any physical form. Having missed his strike, Crocodile adjusted his position in midair, shedding a large KP war, which he threw at Rayn like a giant net. Such underhanded tactics naturally go unchallenged, and no one pays attention to Crocodile drawing two venomous blades from behind. A fair duel with the enemy? He uses his fists, so I'll use my fists. He uses his legs, so I'll use my legs. Is that how we settle it? Are you idiots? This is a battle. A fight where life is at stake is not a game of house. The only way for pirates to fight is to truly kill their enemies. After Crocodile threw out a blade, he himself, holding a treasured sword, rushed in 3 points faster than the blade he threw. This swift action took less than a second. Yet Rayn's retreat was indeed a fatal blunder. In the air, while still backing away, Rayn wiped the blood that had flowed into his eyes at that critical moment. His view was obstructed by the large flag thrown at him, making it difficult to see what Crocodile was doing behind it. But did it matter? With narrowed eyes, Rayn revealed a barely noticeable smile. Finally, he firmly planted his foot on the ground after retreating, coming to an abrupt stop. His right leg, which had yet to touch the ground, suddenly shot up like a thunderous bowstring, and with a sudden shift in momentum, Rayn brought it down with great force. The momentum was as vast as the ocean. The speed was like a raging storm. The strength was unbreakable. The martial arts technique, thunder-type battle axe. That overwhelming stomp descended, and the unparalleled impact instantly reduced the flying flag and blade to ashes. The unyielding force shattered the blade that Crocodile thrust at him, sending the young man, who had yet to even process the shock, flying hundreds of meters away. The incredible impact carved a terrifying trench into the ground. After the strike, Rayn shot forward like an arrow, propelling himself hundreds of meters away. As the bloodied Crocodile struggled to rise, Rayn stepped on his chest, causing him to collapse helplessly and cough up blood. Logically, Crocodile should have had no chance of survival. This was all thanks to his instinctive awareness of danger when he thrust that knife, causing him to retreat just a fraction of an inch without even realizing it. That small retreat saved his life. The foot that could have crushed him did not land directly on him, and merely the impact sent him flying. With the entirety of his pants and shoes reduced to ashes from that strike, Rayn could only stand barefoot on Crocodile's chest. Is it allowed for Crocodile to launch a treacherous attack, but not for him to expose a flaw and lure the enemy in? In that moment, Rayn unleashed an overwhelmingly fierce offensive, catching Crocodile off guard. If such tactics are deemed despicable by the defeated, then for the victor, it is merely strategy, right? Crocodile, whose chest was a bloody mess, glared at the expressionless Rayn with a venomous gaze, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Kill me. As his breath grew weaker, Crocodile, trapped in a dire situation, stubbornly refrained from uttering a single word of surrender. As he faced his death on this vast sea, Perhaps the despicable means he employed were contemptible, but he remained steadfast in his belief. He could die, but he would never allow his dignity to be shattered. Rayn felt no excessive emotion. Having killed thousands, if he still felt anything about murder, it would indeed be ridiculous. When that bloodied foot lifted from Crocodile's chest, the latter, who had shut his eyes awaiting death, was met with an agonizingly long wait for the sweet release. What does this mean? Struggling to rise from the ground, Crocodile, now a bloody figure, let out a roar towards the retreating silhouette. Are you pitying me? Hey, ugh, cough, cough, come back, kill me. Coughing up blood and intermittently roaring, it was as if he was begging for someone to end his life, acting like a fool after barely saving his own. For many who prided themselves on being rational, this might seem like foolish behavior. But for Crocodile, the one who defeated him and shattered his ambitions, it was utterly humiliating that such a person would naively and absurdly show him mercy and let him go. Rayn halted his steps, glancing back at the man who was desperately holding himself up, and lightly said, as if to shatter the last remnant of his dignity, I told you. I was just passing the time. Crocodile, already on the brink, fell down in anger at those words. With such blood loss, it was impossible for him to survive if left unattended. Giving himself a reason, Rayn no longer looked back at Crocodile and turned to leave. Damn that bastard. Crocodile, lying in a pool of blood, uttered weakly with resentment. When a figure with a shaved head rushed into his blurry vision, he finally closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 35. Shunned when he walked over 100 meters away, his swaying figure finally collapsed to the side. Trembling, he reached out an arm to prop himself up on the ground. Rayn barely crawled under a large tree, leaning against its roots to catch his breath. Wiping away the sweat that was about to drip into his eyes, Rayn couldn't relax enough to close his eyes and let his body and mind unwind. Though often called a monster or a ghost, he was ultimately still mortal. It was simply too strenuous. His injuries had never healed since Red Nan's. And without his unique skills to barely maintain normal function, a common person would have been bedridden for the rest of their life due to such irreversible injuries. Zen, whose body was in constant pain, had fought 3 consecutive battles since stepping onto this island, winning 2 thanks to his gentle techniques. In the final match against a formidable opponent with a slick back, he had to resort to brutal tactics to win against someone who had yet to reveal all their cards. As a result, his original injuries began to worsen, and the fever caused by infection started to cloud his judgment. Breathing became heavy, and Rayn's vision started to blur. A nap will fix it, he muttered to himself. For Rayn, a fever was indeed something that could be cured by good sleep. The problem was on such a dangerous island, who could sleep soundly? Not to mention the exceptionally fierce beasts. The increasing number of pirates on this island were 100 times more dangerous than those so-called wild animals. Rayn, whose vision was becoming increasingly hazy, was startled to see a peculiar creature nearby. This strange being, about half a person tall, had fur like a giraffe, short deer antlers on its head, and a harmlessly cute face. When did it get here? It was precisely because Rayn was acutely aware of his own weakness that he had been on high alert to the sound around him. But when had this little thing appeared by his side? Whoosh! The peculiar creature raised a hand as if to greet Rayn, showing a surprisingly human-like cute smile. Many creatures in this world possess a certain spirituality. If someone viewed them as mere wild beasts, they might as well be less than a monkey. Whoosh! The adorable creature, with its cute face, pouted its lips, and reached over to pluck a purple fruit from a nearby grove. It took a bite, leisurely chewing in front of the bewildered Rayn, then swiftly swallowed the remaining fruit. Patting its round, chubby belly, the creature seemed to finally realize there was a living person present. Tilting its head in thought, it reached out to pick another plump purple fruit and offered it to Rayn. Is that so? Is that how it is? Rayn began to understand. It was precisely because this little creature emitted no chaotic aura and approached him as peacefully as plants and trees that he had failed to notice its presence for so long. Rayn let out a relaxed smile as he took the fruit offered to him, not minding the thin layer of gray on its surface, and took a bite. The sour taste jolted his drowsy senses awake. In the leisurely afternoon, the sunlight gently fell upon his burdened body, bringing a hint of warmth. The distant sounds of birds chirping and beasts communicating echoed around him, while the little creature beside him picked another fruit and took a bite, juice splattering everywhere. It seemed that it had been a long time since he had experienced such tranquility. Chewing on the sour pulp, Rayn's heavy heart felt a bit lighter. Looking at this marvelous rare beast beside him, he hesitated to utter the words "thank you," but this awkward man ultimately was not good at expressing such sentiments. He reached out to stroke the furry head of the rare beast, and the texture felt exceptionally good. The little creature did not shy away, with its head being petted. It still wore that innocent and harmless cute smile, not showing whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable. When Rayn withdrew his hand, the creature, in a moment of Rayn's daze, reached out and pressed its hand on Rayn's head, as if to return the gesture, touching his head that felt as hard as a stone. Rayn, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, didn't know what expression to make and could only let the little creature have its way on top of his head. Just then, a piercing explosion rang out, and the large tree Rayn had been leaning against was uprooted and destroyed. The soil, along with the shattered roots, obscured his vision. The attacker did not take the opportunity to break through the dust cloud that blocked visibility because he sensed no trace of his prey. At this moment, it should have been silent after being struck down by himself, but the assassin, having gone through dozens of life-and-death battles, instinctively chose to raise his spear in a defensive posture. As the dust settled, the assassin squinted his eyes and saw that the spot where the prey had been was now only a pool of blood and a bitten fruit. The fact that the prey had not been killed with a single blow made the assassin somewhat displeased. Just as he was about to follow the blood trail, he suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the figure not far away. The long sword he had just put down was raised again in a slightly tense defensive stance, but he did not receive the fierce attack he had expected. The young man squatted on the ground not far away, one arm bleeding profusely and hanging limply, while the other arm held a chubby, exotic beast. The adorable creature showed no signs of being intimidated by the murderous atmosphere, still happily munching on the fruit in its hand, as if the near-fatal attack had never happened. Rayn expressionlessly set down the seemingly small, but actually somewhat heavy glutton, and seeing that it had no intention of leaving, he lightly tapped the little creature on the head with his hand, causing it to look up at him with tearful eyes. Rayn smiled, pointed at the tall, menacing man over there, then pointed at his own bleeding left arm, and finally reached out to pick up the panicking little creature, tossing it into the bushes nearby. The assassin's tension was somewhat out of place. He had indeed prepared mentally for Rayn to stay put and fight him, but he did not expect him to remain in place, neither charging at him nor attempting to escape. He could not understand what this seriously injured young man was trying to do. Strictly speaking, the assassin was a bounty hunter. But aside from that identity, he was also a dog raised by a certain organization. He had only seen Rayn's portrait in the organization, which was far more reliable than the failed portraits in the Navy. By using the identity of a bounty hunter, the organization they belonged to obtained a substantial amount of funding. Countless bounty hunters like Buck were scattered around the world, and those skilled like Buck had no need to go out of their way to hunt down the targets on the bounty list. They often waited for opportunities on some famous small islands, and it was merely by chance that Buck encountered Rayn in this small garden. Even if Rayn went to other islands, there would be bounty hunters from their organization waiting there as well. Buck was able to find Rayn purely because his battle with the giant race was so eye-catching that one couldn't help but notice. He was determined to obtain this recently famous head worth 200 million berries. It was precisely because there were exceptionally strong individuals like him stationed on many well-known small islands that many wanted criminals found themselves at a standstill in the first half of the Grand Line, as these hunters were all formidable competitors in the New World. Taking a slight breath to release the stale air from his lungs, Rayn gazed at the white clouds in the sky, somewhat doubting his unfortunate fate. The momentary ease had cost him an arm, and he truly did not know how those notorious pirates managed to stand out from the endless assassinations. Was it truly because he was too weak on his own? Buck was not blind. He clearly noticed the momentary distraction of the young man before him, and he felt no anger at being underestimated, only excitement and joy. He loved facing an enemy who could be distracted. In that brief moment of distraction, the spear, which Buck had carefully maintained but was still stained with rust from too many killings, shot forward like a dragon breaking free from its cave. Cutting through the wind, it transformed into a straight line moving forward. Due to the fever caused by the infected wound, Rayn's vision began to blur, and he gradually could not hear any sounds. So he simply closed his eyes, no longer listening for any noise. Although he could see nothing, Rayn could instead perceive the beautiful scenery that the naked eye could not observe. Although he could no longer hear anything, he could hear the sounds of the earth, the sky, the wind, and, most importantly, the mournful cry of the spear. In a moment so quick it could not be described, Rayn Walker seemed to remain motionless. Yet in an instant, he transformed into countless shapes to evade that thrust. In the eyes of the little exotic beast that had just crawled out of the bushes, It only saw that the human who had looked as if he were about to die had slightly tilted his body to avoid the spear that struck like a dragon. And then his still intact right hand transformed into a knife, stabbing into the assassin's back and violently pulling out the spine. Everything happened too quickly. So quickly that when Buck died, the triumphant smile of someone who was about to kill that idiot was still on his face. He who was quite skilled, inexplicably died at the hands of Rayn, and even in death, he still couldn't understand what had happened. Just as Rayn couldn't comprehend the moment of enlightenment that made him so much stronger between life and death. He casually tossed aside the spine, and with half of his body stained red with Buck's blood, he exhaled slightly. Noticing the gaze beside him, Reno revealed a tender smile that he thought was devoid of affection, looking at the clumsy, precious beast. All he could see was that cute little creature displaying an expression of fear as if it had seen a demon, its panicked figure fleeing away. The somewhat bewildered young man stood frozen in place, then scratched his head, which had been disheveled by that little creature, and slowly walked towards the path ahead, which remained uncertain to him. Chapter 36. Good night. Is this era really filled with adventures and journeys like those in novels and biographies, with passion and endless expectations? Adventure is inevitable, but now, especially in these few short years since the great pirate era has just begun, the number of people who have perished at sea is certainly countless, yet the number of those who die on land is even higher. To describe pirates as being utterly evil is truly too lenient. Even those with a bit of strength dare to hoist a skull flag and call themselves pirates. Robbery is naturally much simpler than toiling away in farming or business. Who would be foolish enough to work hard in the fields when there's blood-soaked profit to be made? Morality? Conscience? Can those things fill one's belly? The words of Pirate King Roger before his death caused countless people to flock to the sea like moths to a flame. Countless idle scum took advantage of the pirate trend, and those who originally worked hard were lured onto pirate ships by the allure of high returns, while those who were bullied refused to remain mediocre and chose to harm others instead. Today's world is indeed a chaotic dance of demons, a scene of devastation, where anyone with a bit of capability is unwilling to remain ordinary. In the end, only those who lack both power and ambition, the so-called common people, are destined to be the sheep to be slaughtered. The title of Pirate King, which is a deceptive honor for pirates, is synonymous with garbage and beast for the real world. The very man who created this era, spoke it into existence. Pirate King Roger is, to normal people, the number one target of insults. The Pirate King is certainly not a hero, nor a tyrant, let alone anything respectable. Pirates are essentially mere parasites wandering the gray edges of society, at least for that Pirate King, whose life can be deemed upright. Whether he cares about this suffering world or whether his life is admirable, his final words have indeed cast an indelible shadow over this era. If this man had descendants, they would undoubtedly be cursed by everyone. Pirate King Roger himself is a demon that has brought suffering to this era. Even if he is cursed and insulted by countless common people, it would be entirely justified. And even more so for those innocents who have lost everything because of his words, who would wish to devour his flesh and bones. And these poor ants are undoubtedly right. It's just a tragic era where evil reigns and the weak are preyed upon. If one were to say what distinguishes this era from other so-called peaceful times, it would be the invisible oppression and exploitation by the powerful throughout one's life, until death under the guise of hypocritical peace. Now, tearing apart that veil, laying everything bare where heads can roll in an instant. If given a choice, many would unhesitatingly choose the former. At least the former allows for a safe existence. The latter, for most who lack the ability and ambition to resist and rise up, is a living hell for those who will spend their lives as mere sheep. Among pirates, there are certainly many like Roger who possess integrity. Though such pirates are few, they occupy the vast majority of the pinnacle of piracy. Nowadays, it is the mad dogs and beasts who merely hoist the skull flag that truly bring shame to most pirates. For Rayn, such characters are not particularly troublesome. They are just annoyances that appear endlessly. As he seeks a place to rest along the way, he encounters 4 waves of assassination attempts. 1 wave from Buck's partners left on this small island, and the other 3 waves are those who kill on sight, waiting for an opportunity to seize wealth. Since Red Nance, during his recovery, Rayn followed Colocas's advice, who once told him, "Kill less if you can, otherwise one day, you will become a true ghost." Although this was merely an old man's concern for the younger generation, Rayn took it to heart. This does not mean that he suddenly turned to good. He hasn't changed into a good person. It's just that, after the previous brutal battle, Blood and whales had nearly shattered Rayn's spirit, and the mental trauma he suffered could not be healed simply through rest. Therefore, he let that big-headed guy go just to pass the time. The gunman assassin was merely unfortunate to encounter Rayn at a moment of mental disarray, resulting in a particularly tragic death. As for the subsequent 4 waves of attackers, facing the terrifying situation of besieging an injured tiger, Rayn managed to suppress his killing intent and did not take anyone's life. Along the way, Rayn fought while moving. The reason is simple. Although he has experienced dangerous encounters that most people would never dare to undertake in their lifetimes, his own strength has reached a frightening level. However, fundamentally, Rayn is still the fool who doesn't understand many details and aspects of life. He is completely unaware of how conspicuous he is, walking openly on the island despite being seriously injured. This island has been disrupted since the start of the Great Pirate Era, having broken its centuries of peace, with an endless stream of pirates and bounty hunters entering for their own purposes. Many people have quarreled, and the reason for the quarrels is simple. It's all for one thing: the recording pointer. The magnetic field of the little garden takes a year to record, and many people cannot wait or do not have the mood to waste time on this island filled with dinosaurs and monsters. So those who have recorded pointers for a considerable time have become the targets of contention. Moreover, recording pointers are extremely valuable, existing only in the latter and middle parts of the Grand Line, while they're completely absent in the 4 seas. Therefore, most pirate crews entering the first half of the Grand Line from the 4 seas do not possess them. Many are merely taking a step at a time in the dangerous Grand Line with a let's see what happens mentality, which is one of the reasons why the Grand Line is known as the Sea of Demons. Buck's organization even engaged in the trade of recording pointers and permanent pointers on certain small islands. Of course, pointers sold through Buck's organization come at a terrifying price, nearly 5 times the original. They truly go to any lengths to make money. The most insidious part is that on several islands recorded by the sold permanent pointers, Buck's organization has laid traps, engaging in schemes of black eating black. This has begun to spread a notorious reputation in the industry. When Rayn killed Buck, he took a pointer from his arm, a permanent pointer. Rayn knows nothing about the situation of the island recorded by the pointer, but even a life idiot like him understands the importance of these pointers. Rayn doesn't even think about where this permanent pointer points to or who the man trying to assassinate him is. He almost has a naively optimistic thought. Since he doesn't know what lies ahead, he might as well go see the destination of this permanent pointer. However, it's precisely because he doesn't know what's ahead that it becomes interesting, doesn't he? Despite his injuries worsening, Rayn feels unusually excited. Although anyone with eyes can see that this is merely because a high fever has damaged his brain, Rayn believes his mind is very clear now. While ordinary people might consider the dangers ahead of this permanent pointer, perhaps it leads to the headquarters of Buck's organization, or perhaps a den of tigers and dragons, Rayn does not consider such matters. Why? Because his brain is fried. Like someone who is drunk, Rayn begins to stagger as he moves forward, bending to dodge the slender iron rod sweeping towards him from behind. The female bounty hunter who attempted the sneak attack has an expression of disbelief. She is famous in the South Sea for being a silent killer, proficient in various assassination techniques. She never expected that such a battered and precarious guy could actually evade her assassination attempt. The shock lasted only a moment. Due to her professional instincts, she casually discarded the iron rod that could no longer deliver an effective and quick strike. With a flick of her wrist, as if performing magic, she produced a delicate dagger and aimed it at Rayn's back. In less than a second, the beautiful bounty hunter instinctively lunged forward, while Rayn, who had been in a daze from a high fever, stumbled and kicked back without mercy, hitting her directly in the chest. Before she could even let out a cry of pain, the beautiful bounty hunter was sent flying like a graceful arc, disappearing from sight. Because Rayn attacked unconsciously, he had no control over the strength of that kick, which might have taken the woman's life. This is not the first time this has happened. Even if Rayn loses consciousness, his body's instincts can still navigate through the hail of bullets, making attacks and defenses. In the past, during the siege of over 1,000 people in Red Nans, he barely survived relying on this fighting instinct. The small island is no longer viable. Everyone has gone mad in this primitive place. Some have died during a year-long record for various reasons, while others, unable to endure the battles between the beasts and humans on the island, have set sail directly without any navigational pointers. Whether they were devoured by sea creatures, crashed into elusive reefs, or managed to reach another island by sheer luck is all unpredictable. Like someone who had a good sleep, Rayn groggily looked around and continued to stumble towards the sea like a zombie. On this day alone, the small garden created a terrifying legend. A monstrous being, as powerful as a god, defeated giants in a single day, leading to the rapid downfall of the fragile powers that had barely been established. With one kick, Rayn sent a screaming crew member into the sea, using the last of his strength to seize a small sailboat and raise the anchor. Letting the small sailboat drift with the waves, Rayn collapsed onto the boat. So tired, a nap would do. Chapter 37. Voyage. The small sailboat drifted on the sea like a solitary leaf. If left unattended, it would surely be swallowed by the bizarre climate of the Grand Line, which is far from the docile nature of the seas elsewhere. The quickest way to find death in this ocean is to let the boat drift aimlessly. Even the pirate King Roger would undoubtedly meet his end if he had the audacity to let his ship drift and slept soundly on the deck. But Rayn Walker did just that, not only because a high fever had fried his brain, but also because he was forced into a state of coma due to his injuries and exhaustion. Ordinary people, whether sick or injured, cannot simply sleep and be fine. But for someone like Rayn, relying on his non-human and highly unscientific self-healing ability and immunity, taking a nap was indeed much more convenient than seeking treatment. Although Rayn was an absolute fool in daily life, he somewhat understood how dangerous it was to drift on the Grand Line. After forcing himself to choose a relatively calm spot, he barely closed his eyes after dropping the anchor. He didn't even have a dream. And less than half an hour later, Rayn suddenly opened his eyes wide. His instinct, sharper than any beast's, made him panic and look up, where he saw a colossal hurricane looming above. Even someone as stoic as Rayn couldn't help but curse at that moment. He quickly pulled up the anchor, took out the oars, and began to paddle with all his might. The wound on his left arm had stopped bleeding, but it reopened under the strain of his frantic paddling, blood streaming down. The Grand Line, which is notorious for its unpredictable conditions, changes scenery almost every few hundred or thousand meters, and this irrationality is most common in the first half of the Grand Line. What? You say it gets better in the second half? The second half is purely deadly. Who would have thought that a calm spot would be struck by a massive hurricane within half an hour? Rayn exerted every ounce of strength to paddle. The two were spinning like windmills. He felt more helpless than ever, even in the midst of a battlefield with thousands of people. This was the helplessness of humanity facing nature. After narrowly avoiding the catastrophic hurricane, Rayn had no time to catch his breath before his little sailboat was swept off course by the wind and waves. And then a massive iceberg collided with the poor little sailboat. What the hell? Why is there an iceberg in a place like this? With his arms already bruised and exhausted, Rayn frantically paddled again, forced into a swift current. Soon, he encountered something even more desperate than the iceberg. Countless fish were swept up by the current and flung into the sky, occupying the only escape route. But that wasn't a problem. He just needed to paddle through. Yes, just paddle through. How could he possibly paddle through? Leaping from the small sailboat, Rayn, filled with unimaginable rage, punched the iceberg. Rayn Walker, I hate fish. When that fist struck the iceberg, Rayn clearly overestimated his strength. It wasn't that he couldn't break the massive iceberg under normal circumstances. He could smash it with some effort, but his current state? He had never been in a good state. When that desperate strike landed on the iceberg, Rayn realized it wasn't enough to split the iceberg. The shockwave quickly traveled down the crack and eventually managed to split the massive iceberg. As he grabbed a larger piece of ice from the shattered remnants, Rayn used a technique he occasionally mastered in the small garden to step on the air and successfully return to the boat. On this small stolen boat, there was plenty of food and drinking water. After all, it had just entered the Grand Line from the four seas and hadn't traveled far. However, the road ahead was still unknown, so saving a little bit was better than nothing. With a stoic expression, Rayn bit off a chunk of hard ice and drove the boat through the icebergs. What a joke. No one can make Rayn navigate through a school of fish. No one. After some movement and eating the ice, Rayn regained a bit of energy. He took out the permanent compass and watched the needle point backward toward the faintly visible massive hurricane, sighing as he fought the strong urge to throw away this useless item. It was his first time steering a ship, and, combined with his bad mood, high fever, fatigue, and injuries, he felt like he could just collapse and sleep. Now, he could only wait for the hurricane to pass before turning the boat around. Although, throwing away the permanent compass and drifting with the current could lead to unimaginable surprises and fun. His experience of being stranded on a deserted island and nearly starving to death made Rayn dismiss the idea of fun. TSK. He was dissatisfied that he couldn't find a medical kit on the boat. Even if he did, with Rayn's poor knowledge, he would likely just wrap a bandage on his wound and swallow all the edible medicine. However, he did find a lot of rum, And while waiting for the hurricane to dissipate, Rayn took out a bottle of rum, uncorked it, and poured it over his bleeding left arm. There's a saying among sailors: a pirate ship ready for battle can do without cannons or firearms, but it cannot do without rum. Opinions on its taste vary, but its cheap price and ability to disinfect wounds are among the reasons pirates love it. Rayn never drank alcohol or smoked. As a young man, he neither understood nor had any interest in these two widely supported pastimes. Even now, on a whim, he poured the remaining half bottle of rum into his mouth, but couldn't taste anything due to his poor condition. Although the desire to collapse occupied 99% of his mind, Rayn had to hold on to the meager one and keep the boat from being swept away. This feeling could only be described as uncomfortable. The hurricane came quickly and left just as quickly, vanishing in an instant. Following the guidance of the permanent compass, Rayn, who had hoped to find a safe place to anchor and rest before dark, arrived at the small island recorded by the compass just before nightfall. Although a bit disappointed, the winter island with continuously falling snowflakes was neither a dragon's den nor a famous trading island. It was just an ordinary little island. The bizarre weather, climate, and magnetic fields of the Grand Line caused most islands to fall into 4 types of climates: spring islands that have spring all year round, summer islands that have summer all year round, autumn islands that have autumn all year round, and winter islands. As the temperature dropped, snowflakes began to fall continuously from the sea surface near the island. After Rayn's small boat rounded the harbor and docked under a shadowy rock wall, he could finally sleep peacefully. The falling snow quickly covered the small boat in pure white, making it a patch of white that no one would notice. Although it was quite strange for someone injured to be sleeping soundly in such freezing temperatures, Rayn, who couldn't care less, collapsed in a cabin and fell into a deep sleep. By the way, don't bears hibernate in winter? But who has ever seen a human sleep for half a month? Although he could not be considered asleep due to his high fever, it was more appropriate to say he was in a coma when he managed to pry open his sleepy eyes through instinctual awareness of danger. What greeted him was a dirty little face and a pair of somewhat panicked bright eyes. A child about 7 or 8 years old with wavy brown hair held a money pouch that didn't belong to her in one hand and a small dagger pressed against Rayn's throat with the other. The two of them stared at each other for a long moment. Here is the ordinary winter island, Nethril, where all 4 seasons are completely white. Chapter 38, Floating White. The island of Nethril, where it is winter all year round. The first half of the Grand Line has 7 magnetic routes, and once you set sail from Reverse Mountain, you cannot change your course. You can only follow the guidance of the recorded pointers. However, the sea cannot possibly consist solely of those fixed islands beyond these 7 routes. There are still many islands, large and small, that do not occupy any of the magnetic routes. For example, the well-known Daughter Island located in the doldrums, the Amazon Lily, or Judicial Island, etc. When the era of great pirates began, countless people set sail. Any small island located within the magnetic field records was no exception. All suffered greatly. The pirates, who took to burning and pillaging as their duty, nearly reached the point of plucking feathers from passing geese. They were just a group of pirates, neither producing nor working. So what did they eat, drink, and wear? What else could they do besides robbing? This era is hell, and the people are truly trapped in deep suffering. The treatment of the 2 warriors from the giant tribe in the small garden is a clear example of this. The pirate forces are unprecedentedly strong, and at the same time, the Navy's power has also surged, causing countless unfortunate people to enlist without hesitation after losing their homes. The world government's prestige is trampled by pirates, yet it also experiences mixed feelings from cracking down on them. Initially, the public's dissatisfaction with the world government's oppression showed signs of unrest, but this was suppressed by the absolute evil force of the pirates. It can be considered a small fortune amidst misfortune that many small islands not on the 7 magnetic routes, like the nameless island of Nursaloo, are rarely favored by pirates. Such a poor little island, with little to offer, is not worth anyone's time unless they reach a desperate point. The heavy snow piles up in front of every household. Although it is known as the Winter Island, it does not snow continuously throughout the year. The island is called a winter island due to its low temperatures, and snowfall is not very frequent. Nevertheless, the islanders still need to go out to clear the snow. One can still see the middle-aged woman, who was beautiful in her youth, skillfully shoveling the snow in front of her door. It has snowed quite a bit over the past half month, with no signs of stopping. The town is almost buried in snow, yet the people who have lived here for generations have never complained or felt annoyed. Children, while shoveling snow, do not forget to playfully throw snowballs at each other. The middle-aged woman wiped the non-existent sweat from her brow, looking around but unable to find her child. She smiled helplessly. In this family, the child's father often does not return home due to work, and she is too busy with her own tasks to take care of him, feeling quite sorry for the child, thus allowing him to run around all day. At the port of Nurslu, villagers often see a small figure sitting there, waiting for someone to return. The boy sits cross-legged at the port, rubbing his somewhat reddened nose. Whenever villagers pass by the port, they always smile at the back of the child king, who only stays quiet at those moments. The boy's father is known outside as one of the few successful businessmen in the village, reportedly in the fur trade, though it's unclear where he acquires the rare furs. However, only the boy and his mother know that the family's mainstay is actually an extraordinary bounty hunter. In this era, pirates are the villains, the navy represents justice, and bounty hunters are the hyenas who are not favored by either side. The pirates have a casual attitude towards these unscrupulous people who will do anything for money. Some wish they could kill them on sight, while others are willing to pay even more unscrupulous bounty hunters. The Navy shows no mercy to this group that can both kill pirates and make money. For the Navy, killing pirates is a responsibility and obligation, with pitifully low pay, while these hyenas greedily tear into the taxpayers' money. However, the public does not resent bounty hunters as much as they do the Navy. In this hellish era of disaster, anyone who can kill pirates is seen as a good person. For the young boy, the uncles in the village who only fish and farm cannot compare to how powerful his father is. The boy's eyes are filled with pride. His father finally promised him last time he left that he would teach him martial arts. The spear in his father's hand is faster than a bullet when it strikes, capable of shattering rocks. The boy is proud, not only because his father is on a different level from those farming uncles, but also because his father is a bounty hunter fighting against the villains of this era, a hero who defeats pirates. Although his father has not returned home for a whole month, it is not the first time to defeat those ruthless pirates. His father often comes back much later than the agreed time, but even when covered in injuries, his father always shows up at the port with a smile. Just like always, the discovery of the small boat buried in ice and snow is a rare occurrence. A thinly clothed little girl accidentally falls from a cliff and lands right on this small boat. When Shirley lands on the snow covering the boat, it shakes off the snow, and the skull emblem reflected on the sail dispels her hesitation. Since they are pirates, if she gets killed, she has no one to blame. There are countless children like Shirley in this era, having lost their families, and these helpless beings without support or plans naturally become thieves, slaves, and other miserable things. The little girl in front of us barely survives by stealing. On this snow-covered island, her thin clothing shows how limited her living conditions are. The timid little girl must cautiously enter this foul-smelling small sailboat, taking out a dagger she found on another battlefield, while keeping an eye on the nearly breathless man and searching for food and money on the boat. When she opens the cabin, the stench of rotting food and decaying fish nearly makes her faint. It is precisely because the food has rotted over the past half-month that the small sailboat is filled with the foul smell of rotten fish, along with the blood and the bizarre odor of the man's festering wounds. Enduring the stench, Shirley starts to rummage for treasure. Food is out of the question, so she can only look for money. The little girl has searched through garbage heaps for food, let alone the foul smell on this boat. When she finally finds a money pouch beneath the barely breathing man, her vigilance makes her cautiously glance at Rayn before freezing in place. His eyes are bloodshot and filled with red veins. Even the repulsive smell of rotten fish, which Rayn detests the most, cannot awaken him, showing how far gone the man's body is. In fact, it was thanks to the little girl's fall onto the boat that Rayn might have continued sleeping until death. Shirley, with the short blade pressed against Rayn's throat, cannot bring herself to stab down. After all, she is just a child, lacking the courage and guts to kill, even if the other party is a scum-like pirate. A moment of hesitation results in a merciless kick. The screaming little girl crashes against the side of the boat. The controlled kick does not take her life, but leaves this unfortunate girl in immense pain. Cough, 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 ugh. The one coughing up blood is not the little girl, but Rayn Walker, who was kicked. The stench of rotten fish drives him to tear apart the cabin door and plunge into the snow, gasping for the fresh, cold air. Ugh, how strange. He can no longer feel his limbs. Although his healing ability has left no visible external injuries, every movement brings him excruciating pain, and Rayn seems to have become accustomed to this suffering. His hands, feet, and skin are cold, and the high fever that has not subsided since the little garden is abnormal. He thought it was just a minor illness that would go away after a good sleep, but it has become increasingly severe. Purple spots start to appear all over his body. His forehead, once hot enough to fry an egg, begins to feel as cold as a corpse. In the tropical rainforest of the Little Garden, Rayn unknowingly gets bitten by a creature called cassia, a toxic tick that lives in hot, humid jungles. Once bitten, bacteria enter the body through the wound and lie dormant for 5 days, causing unbearable pain, leading to fevers over 40 degrees, severe infections, myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis. It is also known as the 5-day disease, meaning death will occur 5 days later. It has been half a month since Rayn was bitten. Relying on his monstrous physique, he has stubbornly survived without dying in those 5 days. However, he has been plunged into a long period of unconsciousness. If it weren't for this little girl shaking the sailboat, he would not have woken up. The cassia is an ancient creature that has been extinct for over 100 years in today's world. Even if one is bitten and seeks a doctor immediately, current medical standards cannot treat it. Rayn's survival is not only thanks to his monstrous physique, but also due to the various poisons he endured from red ants, causing half of his organs to irreversibly fail. Even his eyesight declined, and he still has unresolved toxins remaining in his body. He barely survived thanks to the various treatments from Colokas, who treated him as a dead horse being used as a live one. Even so, in Colokas' words, even if he survived, he has significantly shortened his lifespan. Thanks to this torturous body resistance, he has managed to survive the virus from the cassia until now. Shirley, in pain, covers her mouth, opening her hand to reveal not only blood but also a tooth. She struggles to get up from the deck, quickly running toward the edge of the boat at the right moment. Even though jumping into the frigid water could be lethal, it is better than being killed here. A gust of cold wind hits Shirley as she prepares to leap, and with a scream, she is pinned down by Rayn, who steps on her back, pressing her hard against the deck. Ugh! Rayn shows no mercy to the little girl, suddenly covering her mouth with his hand. But blood continues to flow from between his fingers. He is not some so-called good person. It's just that the moment he moved triggered his internal injuries, making him look much worse than the little girl. Damn it! The little girl, pinned down, grits her teeth, trying to clasp her hands together. But she can't manage it. She turns her head to stare hard at this man who is on the verge of death, her clear eyes filled with unwillingness, regret, but no hatred towards the one who is about to kill her. Despite doing the most despicable things, she has a pair of innocent eyes. Rayn didn't like that look in her eyes. He released the foot he had pressed down on the little girl, and, before she could get up and struggle, kicked her in the side, causing her to scream and crash against the deck. Rayn, in immense pain, fell back, leaning against the deck behind him, and sat down hard in the accumulated snow. Both of them, one big and one small, were coughing up blood, and the little girl seemed to have resigned herself, no longer attempting to escape. Unlike the pirates she had encountered before who only knew how to burn, kill, and plunder, this one was clearly not on the same level as those who had only a breath left. The not-so-foolish little girl stared at the young pirate. Since he hadn't killed her, he must have some purpose. As expected, the young pirate casually tossed the money pouch that the girl desired so much in front of her. And with a throat that hadn't spoken for half a month, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Painkillers and antibiotics, buy as many as you can. And get food too. You figured out with what's left. Just saying that sentence felt like his lungs were on fire. Rayn exhaled a mouthful of foul air, reached for a snowball, and stuffed it into his mouth to moisten his lips. If you try to escape, I'll kill you, or I'll destroy this island. As the snowflakes fell again, Sherry nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, then cautiously picked up the money pouch while watching Rayn's actions. Seeing that Rayn remained still, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously asked in a clear voice, "Should I call a doctor?" When she felt the murderous intent from his bloodshot eyes, the little girl hurriedly crawled down from the boat. The air temperature was a biting -8 degrees, and with one foot bare, Rayn sat quietly covered by the falling snow. If it weren't for the pain that felt like being cut by knives all over his body, he would have been in the mood to appreciate the snow. If he could, he would personally go by those things and wouldn't threaten a girl barely out of childhood. Of course, that was only if he could move. His words were a lie. It wasn't that he couldn't destroy this small island, but that he simply lacked the strength to carry it out. Even picking up a snowball and putting it in his mouth was a pathetic act of forcing himself to appear capable of calming a little girl. Now, he truly couldn't move a single finger. Enough is enough. It seemed like he had been injured since setting sail. He really was lacking in skill. Although in battle, it's impossible for either side to come out unscathed. No, that's just an excuse. He was still lacking in skill. At least, he had never lost. I'm so sleepy. No, I can't sleep. If I close my eyes now, I'll really die. He needed a new ship. Indeed, as a pirate, he needed his own ship, and a Jolly Roger. Ah, right, first find a doctor, Relying on my own healing ability, I won't have enough lifespan to waste. He also needed a cook. Those who come on my ship just need to remember one thing. As captain, I hate fish. What else? A musician. Just sing that song. Was it called Bink Sake? Or was it Sea Shanty? I really lack patience. What if I get tired of listening? Should I kill the musician? Maybe it's better not to have crew members at all. With a deathly gray look on his face, Rayn paused for a moment. What was he thinking about? Was he going to die all alone? The falling snow had already lightly covered Rayn's body, wrapping him up like a snowman. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at the sky. Night had already fallen. That little brat hasn't come back. Chapter 39. Unloved when the morning of the next day came, the little girl, covered in injuries, finally arrived on the ship with a burden 3 times her size on her back. Sherry could swear she had never seen, nor had she read about, the scene before her. She had never seen anyone toss painkillers and other medications into their mouth like they were eating cookies, chewing them vigorously before swallowing them down into their empty stomach. She couldn't even manage to utter a warning. The pile of medicine, as high as a small mound of dirt, was consumed all at once. Is this guy an idiot? Can those drugs be absorbed by the body? Will there be rejection between the drugs? Doesn't this guy understand any of this? If a regular person were to take them all at once, they would probably have met Poseidon by now, right? Just these medicines alone could fill a belly. After taking a water pouch filled with clean water, Rayn Walker poured it into his mouth without leaving a drop. After this action, under Shirley's anxious gaze, Rayn shook off the snow on his body, sat cross-legged, and placed his hands in front of him, becoming completely still. A body tempered through countless trials is naturally incomparable to an ordinary person. Common sense no longer applies to a monster like him. He began to calm his mind and adjust his breathing, digesting the medicinal effects evenly. Visibly, his deathly pale complexion began to improve, albeit just a little, but the pain in Rayn's body had indeed decreased somewhat. When he opened his eyes, Shirley instinctively raised her hands in front of her, and the next moment, the little girl was kicked away like a shadow, flying off the ship and landing in the snow not far away. Too slow, you little brat. The calm voice expressed all his dissatisfaction. Didn't he want to know how the little brat got all those bruises, or how much effort and time she spent to find someone willing to sell her things? The only thing he knew was that this little brat had returned so late. In just 2 days, she had been beaten by that hateful young pirate several times. But when Shirley silently wiped the blood from her nose after falling in the snow, she glared defiantly at Rayn. You never said when I had to come back. No backtalk, little brat, if you want to stay alive. Ignoring the girl's displeased gaze, Rayn began to rummage through the large bundle, finding food, wine. Oh, there were even boots and clothes. This little one was quite attentive. When he saw the remaining pouch of money, Rayn was somewhat surprised. Although he was an idiot in terms of living, he managed to buy so many things and still have this much money left. Regardless of the reason, this little girl, who was still wearing only thin clothes in the freezing cold, hadn't secretly taken any. This money pouch belongs to the original owner of the ship, and Rayn naturally feels no pain in spending it. Although he has no real concept of money, he has experienced enough financial losses over the past 2 years, so he hasn't reached the point of being indifferent to everything. He casually pulled out 5 coins worth 500 berries each from the pouch and tossed them onto the snow in front of the little girl. If this money is saved, although it can't really fill the stomach, it is enough for the little girl not to worry about finding food in the freezing cold for half a month. After tossing the bread to the little girl, Rayn turned around and ignored her survival. He had already obtained what he needed, and he no longer paid attention to this little girl who was clearly much smarter than other children her age. Just because someone eats a lot doesn't mean they're skilled. They could just be a chubby kid, while those who are truly powerful have no reason to eat very little. It's simply a matter of energy and physical strength replenishment. Sitting on the deck, Rayn took a big bite of the somewhat stiff bread, braving the wind and snow. He could take down a giant in one breath, and could also eat about 30 pieces of bread in one go. No wonder he had so much money left. He was only buying food that was a good deal. His stomach was indeed full, but it seemed there was no hope for nutrition and energy. Wearing thick boots and a gray cotton coat, Rayn lay on the deck, with the wind and snow lightly covering him. The moon was not visible tonight. Even with warm clothes, it was impossible to resist the cold in the deeper night. While the cabin couldn't provide warmth, at least it could block the wind and snow. The problem was, who would want to enter a cabin that smelled of dead fish and rotten shrimp? He took out a rosy apple and took a bite, the sweet taste making Rayn curious about where fresh apples came from on this silver-white island. Even while eating the apple, Rayn did not stop the circulation of his energy. If he wanted, he could even isolate the cold outside. But he chose to adapt to this cold as a form of training. His injuries were irreparable. Even if the visible parts looked no different from ordinary people and might even be stronger, there was no chance of internal repair, not even 1 in 10,000. There might be monsters in this world that could fight 10,000 or block 1,000,000, but for Rayn at that time, 5,000 lives were his limit, and he paid a painful price for it. Rayn planned to rest on the ship for a while, and after his body improved a bit, he would leave. Although this era was called a living hell by many people, for pirates, it was a good time like fish in water. Rayn, whether for the sake of passing time or other reasons, had long ago set his sights on one piece, thinking that nothing could pass time better than it. The things that some people spend their whole lives searching for indeed have a tremendous allure. Rayn Walker's patience was almost zero, so he was extremely dissatisfied with the little girl who dared to make him wait a whole day and night. Even his enthusiasm for the sport called battle was beginning to wane. This 18-year-old young man is not liked by anyone who knows him. He is silent, patient to a fault, and shows little interest in anything. There is no trace of youthful vitality in him. Treasures, unparalleled beauties, the finest foods, fame, glory, beliefs, adventures. Dreams, these buzzwords are so popular and yearned for by everyone, do not interest Rayn Walker at all. Taking out cheap rum, Rayn, who has had his fill and no longer drinks excessively, leans against the ship's board and begins to sip. In his increasingly deep black eyes, there is nothing but confusion. People hustle for their respective purposes. Pirates for treasure, the Navy for justice, merchants for wealth, warriors for glory, farmers for land. Each has their own beliefs, whether noble or base, driving the complexities of their lives. Only Rayn does not know what he wants. What is belief? He vaguely recalls things from the past. He was adopted by an old man who never offered any kind words. Since he could remember, he was left to fend for himself in that icy wilderness. Initially, lacking hunting skills, he received food assistance, but as he grew up and gained some survival abilities, each day was a struggle against polar bears. Those days were truly harsh, yet relatively speaking, he had no extraneous thoughts beyond survival. Later, he was taught martial arts, trained with the aim of becoming the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy. But in the end, during the selection of the heir, that old man made him lose the competition, allowing his beloved grandson to inherit the next generation's leadership. No one was close to Rayn, and no one paid him any mind. No one doubted the outcome of that competition. For no one in the 8 Treasures Navy liked this reclusive guy. Rayn could be indifferent to the position of heir, but he was furious at the old man for disrupting his plans. Rayn had always aimed to become the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, for which he could ignore any trivial matters, but that old man interrupted his smooth course. It's like a young master who has had everything paved for him since childhood, and his future seems predetermined. He even firmly believes that he will walk that path. However, the very person who paved the way for him suddenly breaks that path, leaving the young master lost and confused, unable to do anything else. He is used to the flattery of others, accustomed to delicacies, and familiar with the treasures beneath the glaciers. The only thing he needed to do was to keep getting stronger to become worthy of those things. When that ruthless old man made his decision, Rayn felt as if he had returned to his childhood on the glacial land, stripped of all status and benefits, left with only his body and strength. Go ahead, this glacial land cannot accommodate your ambitions, and the 8 Treasure Water Army will only bind you. Go see the outside world. With your character, will you stumble your way to the peak, or will it all end here? Everything is in your hands. You are free. Is this freedom? Gently extending his hand to catch a crystal snowflake, feeling its chill, Rayn bitterly picked up the rum. I don't understand, old man. Chapter 40, the world where monkeys survived the morning in Nethru, was once again filled with scattered snowflakes, and a dispute unfolded as usual. It's you again, damn thief. Get off this island. Who did you steal from today? We let you go yesterday, and you still have the guts to come back to the village. Hey, you must still have money on you, right? Share some with us. The attackers were the village children, and although the one being surrounded and beaten was also a child, they would never receive help from anyone on this small island. That unknown little girl arrived on this winter island half a month ago, secretly hiding in a merchant ship, and no one had noticed her. The people on this small island are very united to the extent that several small groups flying pirate flags attempted to take advantage of this island, which has little to offer, but were all killed on the spot by the island's villagers. The ships that went out for supplies were also among those pirate ships that had no owners. Although there are more pirates than hairs on a cow in this era, most of them are just a bunch of ordinary people with thieving intentions, but no real ability. Therefore, it is reasonable that they would be defeated by the villagers. What matters is whether the villagers have the courage to do so. With extreme unity, the people of this island are naturally very exclusive, and even a helpless little girl named Sherry had no chance of being accepted. At first, the little girl went from house to house, asking for food and shelter in exchange for labor, willing to accept any hard work. However, the villagers, whose exclusion had reached a distorted level, were unwilling to take in this pitiable little creature. Their rejection of outsiders was not without reason. After the little girl had gone hungry for 3 days, families began to lose their possessions. The united villagers promptly began to investigate the source of the problem, and 2 weeks later, not far from the beach, they found a makeshift home built from various scraps. A small group of extremely exclusive and angry villagers set fire to the pile of debris, beat the little girl mercilessly, stripped her of the stolen cotton clothes, leaving her with only a single garment, and tied her to a tree to wait for death. The people in this village cannot all be cold-hearted demons. In fact, the vast majority of villagers did not pursue the little girl, even if they refused her requests. They turned a blind eye to her stealing some daily necessities. Afterward, somehow managing to break free from her bonds, the girl lived like a street mouse, sneaking around the village. Although the village chief did not accept her, he stated that she should not be deliberately troubled, only asking her to leave the island as soon as possible. In a store that was willing to sell food to the girl, the owner was an elderly woman. Despite being a bitter old lady and putting the girl through all sorts of difficulties, ultimately sold her some goods. However, on her way back, she unfortunately encountered some local children and was severely beaten. In terms of strength, although Sherry was not as strong as these boys, when it came to ruthlessness, she still had the ability to take down these kids who had never gone hungry. But once she laid hands on these children, the adults who had previously ignored her would then have an excuse to drive her away or even kill her. Today was even worse. She didn't expect these kids to lie in wait for her to fall into their trap. The little girl lay on the ground, gritting her teeth and protecting her belongings in her arms, allowing these not-so-innocent children to beat and bully her. When the group of kids grew tired and went home for dinner, Sherry finally smiled, looking at the treasure in her arms that had not been harmed at all. It was just a group of ignorant kids beating her. Aside from the pain, they couldn't inflict any real injury. And Sherry didn't take it to heart at all. She started jogging towards the unvisited seaside at the back of the village, stopping her feet beneath a sailboat that was anchored close to the shore. The area under the boat was a good place to shield her from the wind. She unwrapped the large bundle she had bought yesterday, which had lost its purpose, and wrapped it around herself, gaining a little bit of insignificant warmth. Then she carefully opened the book in her arms, smiling joyfully as she looked at it, relieved that it had not been harmed at all. Rayn appeared silently by the side of the boat, calmly watching Sherry, who had given up food to fill her stomach and warm clothes to keep warm, as she earnestly flipped through the pages of the book. "Are you an idiot?" When he said this, his tone was devoid of any sarcasm. It was precisely because he genuinely considered this little girl an idiot that he could say something that seemed entirely reasonable to him. This is the most idiotic act possible. Worse than a monkey, starving and freezing, yet using the money that could mean life to her to buy worthless scraps of paper. Rayn has seen people who are fearless, people who are afraid of death, people willing to die for their friends, and among all these various types, he is likely seeing for the first time someone who might die out of sheer stupidity. The abrupt voice did not cause the little girl to react. She ignored the mocking words and even Rayn's presence. Having realized that she could not resist Rayn at all, she simply gave up the struggle, just to read a few more pages of knowledge recorded in the book. Rayn could not understand, nor was he interested in understanding, this little brat's reckless pursuit of knowledge at the cost of her life. In this vast ocean, no, in the whole world, knowledge is incredibly important. The world is a product built upon various forms of knowledge. However, for this world, there exists something that transcends knowledge, known as brute force. The power capable of destroying the world exists in a man second only to Pirate King Roger, and knowledge is insignificant in the face of such destructive power. Even if one builds a massive civilization that reaches the skies, it would be meaningless before that absolute force. Even if people repeatedly sacrifice their lives to denounce that crude and inferior force, at least in this world, in this sea, it is meaningless. It is precisely because such unreasonable powers exist in this world that the era can be dubbed the Great Pirate Era, where the crystallization of civilizations is destroyed like paper before swords and cannons. Those brainless fools, who only know how to kill and fight, stand at the pinnacle of this world. Yes, it is because of this that even though the world government is so ugly and oppressive during the peaceful era, At least it still makes some sense. People can still speak, even if it is utterly pointless. At least people are still alive. At least there is a false peace that allows them to survive. The descendants of the people still have the opportunity to read and write, living in a paradise that seems like an ideal world compared to the current one, free from the threats of pirates to their lives and property. Yes, it is because of this that the wall of Navy justice has stood tall for thousands of years without collapsing. It is for those who dedicate their lives to building civilization and peace that the two words justice behind the current situation have never been watered down. Monsters like Rayn are ultimately in the minority. Ordinary people firmly believe that one day, a world without guns, cannons, and swords will come, and those monsters who can summon wind and rain will disappear. However, for now, monsters like Rainwalker, who disregard reason, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, and trust, control the fate of the world. This 18-year-old man, who can only write his own name and recognize a few words, possesses the absolute power to destroy a nation. And how many pirates roaming this sea can even write their own names? Therefore, standing at the pinnacle of brute force, Rainwalker has the ability to look down on this little girl's actions, using resources to survive to buy such worthless scraps of paper. How can that not be considered idiotic? The expected attack did not come, and Shirley was not interested in whether that guy on the ship had a kind heart. From the way he had thrown her some berries yesterday, it was clear he was not the kind of irredeemable person. Otherwise, Shirley would have never come here. Besides, she had her own thoughts. This island was not suitable for her to live on, and even earning a bit of money was impossible, especially with the life-threatening low temperatures. She was confident she was much smarter than those pirates who couldn't read a single word, even on a pirate ship. She could scrape by with flattery and odd jobs. If she ever encountered danger, she still had a trump card to escape, just like when she had been tied up in the icy forest that day. Shirley's hands and feet had already turned blue and purple from the cold, even developing frostbite. Yet the little girl continued to turn the pages of the text, recording knowledge in such freezing weather. Above her head, Rainwalker sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, unmoving despite the wind and snow, having consumed enough food and water for 30 people in one go, enough to make anyone burst, causing his abdomen to slightly bulge. He sat there without moving for 3 days and 3 nights, digesting all the food, and his body's injuries had been pushed to the limit of recovery. Although for humans, his body could withstand death 100 times over, for Rayn himself, it was already the best condition. When he opened his eyes, he sincerely felt that he still had room to grow stronger. Yes, anyone enduring pain at all times has a tremendous motivation to become stronger. However, thanks to those medicines, his pain had been reduced just a little. It seemed that if he had the opportunity, he should visit an island with advanced medical skills. While it might not cure his pain, it should at least alleviate it. Not intending to stay on this fish-smelling ship any longer, Rayn leaped down from the bow and glanced casually at the small pile of snow beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over and reached into the snow pile to pull out a little girl who was barely alive and rolling her eyes. Their conditions were strikingly similar to days ago. Like a cruel demon, Rayn shook the pitiful little girl awake and said calmly, "Lead the way." Chapter 41. Ship. When that cold-blooded, heartless, unfeeling pirate casually picked her up like an object, Shirley began to genuinely doubt her judgment. This little girl is much smarter than her peers, and even many adults. She would never calmly wait to die under a stinky, decrepit ship. Everything about her appearance of near death is just an act. She is merely betting on the fact that the guy who can give her a chance still has a bit of humanity left in him, and she intends to board his ship. Even if she doesn't end up begging under this man, she at least wants to leave this deadly little island. Or is it that this guy has seen through her act? As Rayn, wearing a dark gray coat, walked from the forest towards the small village with one hand carrying the supposedly dead Sherry, he is unsurprisingly ambushed. Although the village is small, due to this damned era, nearly everyone is armed, and, combined with the harsh winter conditions, the residents have physiques stronger than ordinary people. In recent years, pirates have emerged like endless pests, forcing the villagers to form a guard team. 3 patrolling guards, armed with guns and spears, surround Rayn with unfriendly expressions. "Outsider, leave this island quickly. While you're still uninjured, just go. Hurry, this village does not allow outsiders in. For your own sake, it's better if you leave quickly." Though this village is extremely hostile towards outsiders, they prefer to avoid conflict if possible. No one is a mad dog that attacks anyone they see. The guards have at least tried to reason with him, while the villagers behind them go about their business as if this were normal. This isn't the first time an outsider has barged in like this, and, given the guard skills, they are confident they can handle it. They just haven't encountered a monster yet. Under the puzzled gazes of the three guards, Rayn expressionlessly raises his right hand, clenches his fist with the back of his hand facing the guards, and lightly taps the air. Whether it was an illusion or not, the three heard a soft popping sound. Then, as if shot from a bullet, the three were sent flying. The expanding shock wave crushed the ground and snow in front of Rayn, sending the three guards crashing into the houses behind them. Every move Rayn made was accompanied by a shockwave, so he could often determine the outcome in just a move or two. However, the special shockwave carried by his fist could severely injure opponents at close range, while the power of the shockwave would greatly diminish when it spread out in the air, resulting in ineffective damage. This is why he couldn't use this special shockwave for group attacks. But this was only the case due to insufficient training. Once Rayn could use the shockwave effortlessly, it would become a different story altogether. After half the village was reduced to ruins with just a light sweep, countless villagers were sent flying and buried under the rubble, and only then did Rayn softly murmur something that only Sherry could hear. "Don't point guns at me." He carelessly tossed the supposedly dead Sherry into a snow pile, and the perceptive girl immediately woke up and silently followed behind him. Amidst the screams, wails, and roars, Rayn walked toward the other half of the undestroyed houses. Soon, other members of the guard team who had been patrolling rushed back to the village, and upon seeing the devastation, they all angrily aimed their weapons at the stranger. The team leader, stopping a young man who wanted to shoot immediately, approached Rayn alone with a sword on his back, his gaze cold. "Did you do this? If so?" The provocative words caused the middle-aged captain's veins to bulge, and he was about to recklessly draw the long sword he had taken from invading pirates. But the scene around him suppressed his anger. As the leader of this village, he wasn't the kind of ignorant frog in a well who would destroy his village. This must be a formidable monster. Even if they all rushed him, they might not have a chance, so he had to think carefully for the sake of the villagers. He looked at the young man before him, who hadn't even glanced his way, feeling no pressure whatsoever. It was hard to imagine he was the one who had destroyed half the village. "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming to this island?" The almost roaring question unexpectedly showcased the owner's weakness. Rayn squinted his eyes, suddenly feeling a bit irritated. It was against his principles to deal with garbage. Who told him to have the guts to point guns at him? He was tired of fighting. After spending some idle days reflecting, he realized he hadn't done anything besides fighting. After finally pushing aside the useless matters, he discovered he hadn't made much progress on the road to One Piece. Having been passing time with the idea of One Piece, he didn't want to waste words on these garbage-like people. Without warning, he kicked the middle-aged captain in the chest and, in one swift motion, pinned him to the ground. "You bastard! Get your foot off me! Outsider! You bastard!" Various angry voices rose as black muzzles of guns were aimed at Rayn, and the furious crowd seemed ready to act the moment Rayn made any move. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the middle-aged captain found himself pinned down by this young man in an instant, with no chance to resist. In that moment, he finally recognized the young man's strength. Looking at the overly pale face that showed no emotion, Rayn calmly spoke to the middle-aged man beneath his foot. "I'll take food, daily necessities, and half of this village's wealth. As for who I am, I'm a pirate. What else could I be? And my purpose? Just passing the time." After saying this, under the bewildered gaze of the villagers, the young pirate waved his hand lightly toward the nearby forest. The invisible shockwave turned into a tornado, uprooting trees in the forest, as if the little island were split in two by a sword, creating a massive dividing line. The stunned spectators, besides the villagers, included the perceptive girl Sherry, as Rayn clearly indicated to these people that if they didn't comply and provide food and wealth, their fate would be the same. Problems that could be resolved with money and goods were not problems at all. Moreover, this person only asked for half of the wealth. Without being pushed to a dead end, almost no villager would seek to fight the monster. He walked toward a closed house, kicked the door open, and amidst the trio's wails of despair from the family inside, Rayn pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and sat by the hearth, waiting for the villagers to prepare the items. Sherry followed closely behind Rayn, not leaving his side. The girl had not deviated much from her predictions about how things would unfold. The only miscalculation was that the man she had been planning with possessed overwhelming strength. Shirley felt a bit guilty for the villagers' misfortune, but since no one died, she decided not to think too much about it. Yes, just as she had imagined. This was the style of pirates, sweeping away everything like a typhoon, leaving behind the shattered homes of innocence. "Hey!" A clear voice startled Shirley, interrupting her thoughts, and the unreasonable beating she received from Rayn in the past few days had left her somewhat psychologically scarred. The young pirate did not turn around, just gazing at the burning charcoal in the stove. "Is there a usable ship on this island?" he asked. Shirley looked at the young man's back with some confusion, wondering why he was asking since the ship he arrived on was not damaged. The young girl naturally couldn't know that Rayn would never continue to ride that fishy-smelling ship, so she just nodded slightly, regardless of whether Rayn could see her, and cautiously said, "I saw several small pirate ships at the port before. It seems those ships became the villagers' spoils after the pirates who landed on this island were defeated. I'm not interested in how those ships came to be. Can they still be used?" "Yes, I've seen villagers using those ships to go out shopping." "Good." After the villagers, with faces full of humiliation, handed over the meager treasures of gold and silver to Rayn. He carried a large bundle in one hand and held a bag full of food and daily necessities in the other. Under Shirley's guidance, he walked toward the port. The village children looked at that terrifying figure, sobbing uncontrollably, but their parents tightly covered their mouths, fearing to attract the monster's displeasure. Problems that can be solved with force are not problems. They can only blame their own weakness in this damned era of great pirates. No matter the era, power is justice. At the port of the small island, 3 small pirate ships were docked, remnants left by the pirates who had previously attempted to attack the island and failed. One of the ships was used by villagers for shopping, while the other 2 were prepared to be sold to other small islands next month. Rayn intended to choose one of these 3 pirate ships as his vehicle. After glancing at the 3 differently styled pirate ships, he finally stopped in front of a ship that had a blue dolphin extending from the bow to the stern. Rayn stood still, looking at the dolphin at the bow. Rayn, dolphin, Rayn, dolphin, Rayn, dolphin, Rayn, dolphin, winky face, Rayn, dolphin, Rayn, dolphin, winky face. After staring at the dolphin at the bow for a long time, an unusual flush appeared on Rayn's cheeks. So cute. Chapter 42, The Echoing Dolphin. The Echoing Dolphin. This is the name of the caravel sailboat. A small sailboat with a skeletal structure and triangular sails, all using the central steering method from astern, with the bow featuring a cute blue dolphin extending to the back of the hull as the keel. Although the Dolphin of Echo is not large, it has quite a few compartments. There is a kitchen, a forward armory storage, a rear deck storage, a crew room, a captain's cabin, a steering room, and even a rear bathroom. Though small, it is fully equipped, and the most marvelous aspect of the design is that it doesn't feel cramped. Instead, it gives a sense of fullness and reassurance. The boat has been here for only a few months, with a thick layer of snow on the deck and dust accumulating inside the unclean cabin. If Sherry were to board with Rayn, she would definitely have a new perspective on this ruthless guy. This seemingly uninterested fellow, like an excited child, wandered around every room and corner of the sailboat, familiarizing himself with this ship that now belonged to him, the first ship of his pirate career. Ahem, he opened the door to the rear deck storage, and the dust that fell made Rayn cough incessantly. Sure enough, the treasures and food that originally belonged to the pirates had been completely looted by the villagers. Rayn casually tossed a large bundle filled with treasure inside, although he knew that the villagers had certainly not turned over more than half of their possessions. He didn't care about such matters. Even if they couldn't produce much money, Rayn wouldn't do anything to them. Oh, he was slightly surprised to find a huge refrigerator in the dusty kitchen, filled with ice. The food had naturally been emptied by the villagers, but with this thing, the problem of food preservation would be solved. Originally intending to throw the food into the refrigerator as well, Rayn hesitated for a moment, lifted the large package, and sniffed it in front of him. It smelled fishy. At the port, standing helplessly in front of the dolphin at the bow, Sherry trembled anxiously. She wasn't trembling out of fear or anxiety, but simply because she was frozen. It was only at this moment that the young girl realized something. She had made many plans, even displaying a hostile attitude in front of everyone on this island, while the person she had pinned her hopes on seemed to have no intention of bringing her on board at all. No, let us not mention that. He hadn't even asked her name once. Hey, yes like this, huh? That sudden voice made Sherry involuntarily raise her head to look at the man above her. Ah yes, I'm here. The young man, whose face had turned extremely poor, leaned against the ship's railing, looking down at the increasingly nervous Sherry. Can you cook? Huh? Literally, can you cook? Yes, I can cook and clean. Is that so? While Sherry waited anxiously, the man, for some reason in a terrible mood, turned around and suddenly tossed the large package filled with food beside her, saying, "Throw out the fish inside and then get on board. On this ship, you only need to remember one thing. That is, I hate fish." That day, the little girl named Sherry left the unfriendly winter island for outsiders, as she had wished. and in just a few words, she had somewhat understood what kind of person her captain truly was. This person is a weirdo. Alabasta Kingdom. At the port named Canola Flower, several Navy warships were docked, and in the nearby market, people carried on with their activities, showing no signs of being intimidated by the heavily armed military formations. The port was unusually lively at the moment, not far away on the sea. Countless pirate ships were slowly sinking beneath the waves, while on the dock, one captured pirate after another was dejectedly herded onto the warships. Since the era of great pirates, the Navy has largely dispersed its forces in the first half of the Grand Line. The New World is indeed terrifying, but an endless stream of lawbreakers has surged into the first half of the Grand Line. The Navy has decided to eliminate them here before they have the ability to enter the New World and before they fully develop their wings. The troops guarding the Alabasta Kingdom are from the G2 branch of the Navy, led by Colonel. Inside the warship, the intelligence officer, 2nd Lieutenant Ferdinand, was responsible for receiving information through his earpiece, organizing it, and then relaying it to the colonel. In the same room, there were 15 others engaged in this work. Those who risked their lives to transmit intelligence were fighting with their lives, while they needed to sift through the information to find useful and reliable ones. In the era of great pirates, there are no tactics to speak of anymore, whether it's a big fish or a small fish. With bounties in the millions or hundreds of millions for the Navy, as long as the cannons are facing the sea, they can just fire a few rounds to wipe out a group of pirates. The frenzy of pirates is expected to last for several more years. And what the Navy needs to do during this time is to kill as many as possible and never let more pirates harm innocent civilians. The intelligence officers need to organize information, and the current general direction is to target those with bounties exceeding 100 million who pose a large-scale threat. These individuals are different from the small fry. Although their numbers are few, each one is a significant hidden danger that could directly lead to the country's downfall. Like the monster who single-handedly reduced a quarter of G3's combat strength on Magnetic Drum Island, that man known as Hawkeye. Although most of G3's forces were taken by Vice Admiral Carp to the New World, the soldiers stationed on Magnetic Drum Island are all battle-hardened warriors. Now, the G2 branch stationed in the Alabasta Kingdom has deduced that the man known as Hawkeye might come here, according to the recorded indicators, and has gathered most of its forces in advance, preparing to take the initiative. Even among the countless pirates, only a few, no more than 20, have truly made a name for themselves. Each of them is a ruthless monster. If they can capture the so-called supernova monsters standing at the front half of the Grand Line and publicly execute them, it would have significant deterrent effects on other pirates. With the Navy's relentless crackdown on pirates, it is believed that this wave of pirate frenzy, which instills fear in the world, will soon cool down. At this moment, Lieutenant Ferdinand's expression changed as he bitterly smiled while recording the intelligence he had just received. He staggered toward the colonel's room. He had been living in that room for half a month, feeling quite listless, but the incessant emergence of pirates left him no time to catch his breath. When Lieutenant Ferdinand knocked on the colonel's door, the sweet-sounding invitation to come in made him involuntarily swallow. He struggled to maintain his weary body, stood at attention, and reported seriously. Just now, there was a pirate invasion in the Seru area, 160 nautical miles east of Magnetic Drum Island, but they have already left. Their next destination is likely either Magnetic Drum Island or Alabasta. According to the villagers' reports, the pirate matched the description of a person on a wanted poster issued some time ago, specifically the one with a bounty of 200 million berries, Rayn Walker. After briefly reporting, Lieutenant Ferdinand waited for his superior to speak, but the next sentence he heard was unsurprisingly off-topic. I really don't want to take action in Alabasta. I find it annoying. The desert and sun of Alabasta could harm my delicate skin. Lieutenant Ferdinand was clearly immune to this sweet voice, looking down at his toes, not seeing or saying anything. The colonel was indeed different from those rough sailors who had been trained by the sea winds and sun. Her beauty was so striking that it had attracted countless innocent young men to join the G2 branch. He remembered he was also one of those boys who enlisted for that reason. 3 years later, by a twist of fate, he and his brothers looked pale as they soaked in the bathhouse with the colonel. Colonel Charlotte Brufigo gently extended her long fingers, showcasing the light pink nail polish on them, showing no intention of issuing commands. She merely gazed melancholically at the ceiling, harboring a strong desire to go home and have a good beauty sleep. Hawkeye and the War Demon. What a headache. Chapter 43. Forward in the crew's quarters below deck. A small girl curled up in a thin layer of white cloth, still shivering even in the cabin. Everything usable on this ship has been swept away by the original villagers. Not even a single piece of paper is left, let alone any bedding. Fortunately, the ship has already left the climate range of Winter Island since yesterday and is heading towards areas with normal weather, so it isn't too cold. The little girl, Shelley, tightly clutched the cloth that was originally used to wrap food, seemingly sweating from a nightmare. In fact, any child drifting alone at sea, except for those who are naturally carefree, could not possibly sleep well in an unfamiliar place. The ship that had been left idle for 3 months was very dirty, piled high with snow and dust, so the poor little girl was completely at the mercy of that despicable guy who treated her like free labor. Yesterday, she spent the entire day cleaning the captain's cabin, which turned Shirley into a little clown, and she was busy until night fell and there was no light left, finally getting a chance to rest. As for that detestable young man, the captain whose name she didn't even know, he just sat idly on the Dolphin's head at the bow of the ship, occasionally steering to control the ship's direction while staring at the unchanging sea and the distant horizon, as if there was anything worth looking at. Half of the little girl's nightmares were about that abominable pirate who often resorted to violence. Just like now, while she was sleeping and unconsciously cursing that young man, he stood at the foot of her bed with a cold expression. "How long do you plan to sleep?" The little girl, with a big bump on her head and a face full of grievances, began her new day of busy cleaning. Meanwhile, Rayn sat alone in the captain's cabin, staring blankly at the distant sea outside the door. Although they had managed to loot most of the necessary supplies from the village of Nethers, many daily necessities and essentials were still lacking. The cannons at the bow and the several on the side of the ship were completely decorative. Not to mention they had no cannonballs. Rayn didn't think he would ever need these things. The biggest gain from the village was undoubtedly a record pointer and 2 permanent pointers. The 2 permanent pointers were inscribed with the directions pointing to Drum Island in the Alabasta Kingdom, likely from the 3 pirate crews they encountered before. However, to be honest, it didn't matter much to Rayn where they went. He had no idea what those 2 places were. The Grand Line was once considered a devil's territory in the eyes of outsiders before Roger conquered it, and no one had the fortune to grasp its geographical locations or how many islands there were. Charts of the Grand Line were treasures that were nearly impossible to obtain for people in the 4 seas, and even when they were available, they were often without a market. There were very few natives living in the Grand Line who possessed complete charts, and communication between islands was extremely difficult, not to mention the constant threats posed by sea kings and unpredictable weather disasters. Many pirates blindly ventured from one island to another, which was exactly why it was called an adventure. Although Rayn wasn't from the 4 seas, being born in the New World, he was completely unaware of the situation in the first half of the Grand Line. Therefore, whether to go to Drum Island or the Alabasta Kingdom was inconsequential and wouldn't greatly affect him. Just from their names, the Alabasta Kingdom seemed to be more prosperous than the mere island of Drum, and since Rayn wanted to replenish supplies, he hesitated and stepped out of the captain's cabin. Rayn leaned over the railing on the 2nd floor, looking down at the busy figure shoveling snow on the deck, and casually tossed the 2 permanent pointers onto the snow on the deck. "Hey!" The unfriendly voice made Shirley hurriedly turn around, fearing that a moment of delay would lead to a beating. With the cold climate of Winter Island fading away, she could slowly feel the warmth of the sun. Rayn lazily leaned on the railing and said casually, "Just pick one." "Oh, what's the difference?" "I said pick one. Why do you have so many questions?" The harsh tone made Shirley shiver, and she cautiously walked toward the permanent pointer on the right, picking up the one inscribed with the words Alabasta Kingdom. Rayn nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm hungry. Go cook." And amidst Shirley's shocked expression, this handsome yet villainous guy actually picked up a shovel and started shoveling snow. When Rayn turned with an unfriendly expression and found Shirley still standing there, looking surprised, the little girl was so frightened that she quickly ran to the cabin to start preparing food. In a moment of inspiration, Rayn picked up the shovel and easily sent the snow flying into the sea. When he paused for a moment, he recalled an old man with a frog-like face who had taught him how to farm and use a shovel, but apart from that, his memories were a bit hazy. After clearing the snow on the deck at a speed more than 10 times faster than Shirley, Rayn leaned on the shovel, squinting at the unchanging sea and sky. He didn't feel any excitement about the adventure. Instead, he felt like a coward, uneasy about the unknown future ahead. Having been used as a gun since childhood, he felt a strange sense of fear when the master abandoned him and said, "Do whatever you want." His patience was nearly zero. Even though he had been excited about this ship just yesterday, today he had already lost interest. He began to ponder a question. Was he searching for one piece just to kill time? Or was it for that ultimate treasure? Or was it for the adventure of becoming the pirate king? But could it be that in this so-called adventure, he would actually encounter a princess calling for help, and then transform into the hero to save her, ultimately battling a series of evil forces, resulting in everyone laughing and celebrating? Not to mention that he was one of the evil forces, who would consider themselves the protagonist of a story. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? In that moment of misunderstanding, Rayn seemed to have never considered that in anyone's eyes, he was definitely not a normal person. He was a monster that had ruthlessly destroyed a kingdom, with a bounty of 200 million berries, a natural disaster that the Navy took seriously. Even if he considered himself a normal person, anyone who knew his identity would flee in panic. His adventure was not about a princess calling for help and leading to a series of struggles. It was about someone actively seeking him out. He was the black force that people wanted to defeat. In the direction the ship Dolphin Echo was heading, over 20,000 Navy soldiers were waiting to ensnare them in the Alabasta Kingdom, looking at the charred substance on the table and the vegetable soup emitting a sense of despair. Rayn no longer looked at the little girl, who wore a face of terror and unease. Saying he could cook was merely a temporary strategy to leave Winter Island. Shirley thought cooking wouldn't be too difficult. Just put the edible ingredients into the pot and add all the seasonings one by one, then stir-fry until done, right? The same reasoning applied to the soup, didn't it? But why did it turn out like this? Slowly, Shirley took a step back, moving toward the door, preparing to escape. Although she didn't know where she could run to in this vast sea, it was better than being beaten to death. Even she herself was somewhat aware of how terrible the thing she had made was. With no expression on his face, Rayn reached out and pinched a carbonized object that was barely acceptable, completely unrecognizable as the original ingredients. After hesitating for a second, he put it into his mouth. The horrifying crunching sound made Shirley feel even more creeped out. When Rayn picked up the bowl of foul-smelling vegetable soup, even Shirley couldn't bear to watch. Rayn's brief meal was like torture for Shirley, and when the expressionless man set down the bowl, she was already prepared to face the terrible pirate in a desperate situation. When Rayn raised his hand, Shirley instinctively closed her eyes and protected herself with her hands. The expected painful blow did not come, but Shirley still dared not relax her guard until she felt a hand on her head, causing her whole body to stiffen with fear. That hand merely rested on Shirley's wavy brown hair, making no further movements. After that, Shirley incredulously heard a calm voice that was not angry at all. "Keep trying. If it's still like this next time, I will kill you." It was not until that tall figure left the dining room that Shirley, drenched in cold sweat, sat down on the wooden board, feeling both the joy of surviving and the confusion of why she had not been punished. Chapter 44. Initiation. The reason the unnamed sea area located in the first half of the Grand Line is called the Unnamed Sea is that it is truly a strange territory that cannot be found on any sea chart. The Grand Line itself is a mysterious sea area characterized by the unknown, let alone the chaotic era dominated by pirates. To fully explore this sea area, especially the first half, would likely take hundreds of years. And even then, it would only be possible at the cost of countless lives amidst numerous dangerous currents and sea kings. In the present time, in this perilous sea area where only sea kings roam, a small sailing ship leisurely drifted here. On the spacious deck, someone was lying in a wicker chair, crossing his legs, with a newspaper covering his face, lazily enjoying an afternoon nap. In addition, there were still 3 or 4 crew members on the deck. Compared to that lazy guy, these crew members were much tenser, continuously scanning the sky with binoculars as if searching for something. In the sailor's cabin, there were still several people who were their shift partners. Besides that, not far away, there were more than 8 or 9 sailing ships. And the sailors aboard were doing the same thing. On the lazy guy's ship, more than 3 people in the cabin were receiving intelligence through specialized snail phones and categorizing the information after decoding it. We have been searching for 7 months, Mr. Herodotus. Does that thing really exist? The lazy Mr. Herodotus, who had been vacationing on this ship for half a year, responded sulkily. Who knows? According to the latest intelligence, calculating the trajectory of that thing has led us to this area. A crew member asked somewhat perplexedly. In any case, that's just a rumor without concrete evidence. Why send you here? Isn't that a bit of overkill? Removing the newspaper from his face, the tall Herodotus rubbed his brow, his wine-red hair tied in a ponytail. Those within the organization knew that Mr. Herodotus had a temperament that was very much at odds with his harsh appearance. Even if someone made a mistake, he would forgive them and give them a chance to make amends. He took the clear water offered by his subordinate, cleared his throat, and said, "This matter was personally arranged by the boss, which shows how much he values this operation. Sending me here is enough to demonstrate his emphasis on this matter. However, Waiting like this is indeed not a solution. If we search for another 6 months and still have no results, then we can cancel this operation. True, searching like this. The brothers can't take it anymore. I haven't seen my lovely Trisha for half a year. I am such a terrible father. I haven't properly accompanied her since she was born. Just hold on. Our company's principle is to ensure everything is foolproof. If a mistake occurs, I want to have a good outcome either. Yes, we all understand the reasoning, but the middle-aged man, now a father, was about to say something when he was interrupted by an intelligence officer who walked out of the cabin behind him. Mr. Herodotus, regarding the member of our company's 3rd Combat Unit, Buck Bedak, his periodic contact in the Little Garden has yielded no results for a long time. After reporting to headquarters, we have now received definite news. Buck Bedak has been confirmed dead. Oh, surprised, Herodotus raised an eyebrow. He took the intelligence document handed to him by his subordinate, which recorded various matters, including transactions with the Navy and numerous messages related to pirates. Only a few items caught his attention, and the death of a member of the 3rd Combat Unit was significant enough for him to take note. Even though he was not at headquarters, his intelligence team could report first-hand information to him at any time, allowing him to command the company's personnel smoothly in this sea area. The 1st Combat Unit only had 2 members, with Herodotus being one of them. The 2nd Combat Unit had only 7 members, all of whom were senior members of the company responsible for many important tasks directly. The 3rd Combat Unit was the true military core of the company, a pillar supporting the company's dark business, with only 20 members. In the 3rd Combat Unit, the lower the ranking, the smaller the power held. Although Buck's ranking was not high, in a place like Little Garden, he was merely a newcomer pirate who had just entered the Grand Line from the 4 seas. How could someone kill him? While it was somewhat unexpected, Herodotus was not very surprised. The intelligence officer continued reporting, based on the time of Buck Bedak's death and the recovered autopsy report, along with the task target assigned to him by the company. We have confirmed that it was the pirate Rayn Walker with a bounty of 200 million berries. Who did it? He was indeed one of Buck Bedak's targets, and his presence in the vicinity of Little Garden coincides perfectly. Pausing for a moment, the intelligence officer, dressed in a black suit, asked in an inquiring tone regarding the follow-up handling of this Rayn Walker. Please make your decision. The handling here has recently become quite common. When faced with such people, it's best to recruit them into the company. As for those who are oblivious, just ignore them. Herodotus's words surprised the intelligence officers, but he quickly received an explanation. Let us set this aside for now. In this age of great pirates, such people are as common as cattle. Moreover, having looked into this guy's background, he actually destroyed a kingdom. The government won't just sit by and watch. Whether he survives or not is one thing. It's too hot to recruit him now. As for revenge, it's not worth it. Buck's mission itself is a clandestine operation, known to very few. So there's no need to make a big fuss about reclaiming it. Besides, someone who can destroy a kingdom wouldn't be weak. So there's no need to send more personnel for this. We have plenty of pirates absorbed from the Grand Line. What we lack the least is manpower. A lunatic who can even go against a country and dare to slap the government in the face is definitely not welcome in our company. Herodotus stood up from the reclining chair, stretched lazily, and gazed at the clouds in the sky with bleary eyes. After his subordinate nodded in acknowledgement, he was about to turn away to make arrangements. Oh, wait a moment. I remember Buck isn't single, right? Yes. Buck Bedak has a wife and child on the island of Saru near Little Garden, and both of his parents are alive. He took on the Little Garden task because it was close to home. What do you mean? The sharply dressed intelligence officer's eyes suddenly turned cold. On the surface, their company appeared to be a winery, but secretly it controlled illegal groups such as bounty hunter organizations and assassination groups. The members believed in mysticism and had almost no interaction with each other, so it was imperative to keep the company's information confidential. Many had been silenced for less. If Buck, as a top combatant in the company, had his family catch wind of something, it could lead to trouble. The crew member who had been missing his daughter suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but swallow hard. All right, give Buck's family his salary for the next 5 years. I'll cover the cost as a subsidy. Mr. Herodotus, that doesn't comply with the rules, does it? Herodotus smiled gently and said nothing more. He just remembered coming to the Grand Line with the boss. So many years had passed, and from all those partners back then, only he and another bastard remained. He glanced at the bounty notice on the table next to him. The Navy's latest bounty notice used exquisite illustrations instead of photographs. Rayn Walker, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Herodotus had long passed the age of youthful fervor, but at least he hadn't been corrupted into a wolf by the darkness of this world. Although he couldn't take revenge for Buck due to company considerations, he could at least look after his family. Unlike other organizations, all members from the first to third combat sequences were his trusted confidants, promoted by him and another bastard. Each had a relative bond, and it was precisely because he treated them sincerely that they worked tirelessly for the company. You'd better die at the hands of the Navy or pirates. Otherwise, when I have the time, I'll personally come find you. Herodotus quietly said to the new bounty notice. A roaring wave suddenly surged from the sea as a mountain-like sea king emerged, ready to swallow the delicious little pastries on the surface. This area was indeed a dangerous zone for sea kings. The sailors on the sailboat showed no signs of panic, ignoring the sea king that was about to engulf them. Herodotus stood at the bow, calmly looking at the gigantic sea king. The mountain-like sea king naturally couldn't sense the minuscule human-esque gaze upon it, but as soon as Herodotus glanced at it, it collapsed, lost consciousness, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 45, huh? Still need to kill a few more. How many more do I need to kill to stop? The young swordsman knelt on the ground, leaning on his tattered sword, his eyes devoid of spirit. Fire. It is burning. Everything is burning. The navy, the pirates, the land, the forests, the houses, the humans, the sky. The swordsman, with eagle-like sharp eyes, had been fighting for 3 days and nights, and the flames of battle had spread to this small island, causing it to ignite. The residents had been sheltered in the palace by the current king of Magnet Drum Island before the Great Pirate Era began. This island had completely become a battlefield between the navy and the pirates, with both sides fighting to the death, bringing misfortune to the people of this country, constantly sounding the funeral bells. I believe this wave of piracy will dissipate in just 2 or 3 years. By then, the Navy will be able to fully focus on combating crime in the New World. However, in these 2 or 3 years, how many innocent civilians will fall victim to the pirates? How much of the food cultivated through hard work will end up in the mouths of those beasts? Therefore, the Navy resolutely becomes the strongest shield for the innocent. In the New World, various forces are restraining each other, making it relatively the most stable sea area. Yet, the pests continuously crossing from the 4 seas into the Grand Line are the most irrational beasts. For this reason, half of the soldiers from the G3 branch, originally stationed in the New World and led by the hero Admiral Carp, were dispatched to the first half of the Grand Line. These are all unmatched warriors trained in the New World, scattered across various small islands. Ordinary pirate scum are no match for them. In the first year, this was the situation. Just this force alone blocked countless pirates from pouring into the Grand Line. However, this good situation did not last long. At the end of the second year, this undefeated legend was broken, and it was broken by just one person, that swordsman, Hawkeye. The cause of the incident was simple. The Navy attacked a small sailboat flying the Jolly Roger, and naturally, the battle began. Dracula Myhawk cut down anything that obstructed him, and this time was no exception. Not all pirates are as stubborn as this man. Many clever pirates took detours instead of recklessly sailing towards 4 warships with over 800 elite Navy personnel. There were also quite a few who secretly infiltrated Drum Island to record the pointer. However, that swordsman boldly drove a small sailboat to the port. At first, the Navy thought it was a joke and sent 3 men to capture this fool. When those 3 were instantly cut down, 15 Navy personnel surrounded him, and another 15 fell. After that, the situation completely spiraled out of control. These naval soldiers are all fierce warriors returning from the New World, not the easily defeated rabble attacking some kingdom. Most importantly, after over 100 fell before that young man's sword, not a single person felt fear, nor did anyone retreat. The well-trained Navy began to launch wave after wave of assaults like silent stones. When the port was destroyed, the battle extended into the woods. As the warship's cannon fire shook the small island, turning large areas of forest into a sea of flames, the casualties exceeded 300, and the thunderous roar lasted for 3 days and nights. The esteemed Lord of Magnetic Drum Island immediately made a decision, bringing all the citizens into the palace. Fortunately, the small island was not large, and the number of citizens was not many. The massive magnetic drum peak barely accommodated them, with those who could not be housed sent far away from the direction of the battle. The Marines have understood that the swordsman before them is not an ordinary opponent. With casualties exceeding half, they still have not managed to take down that one person. At this point, even if they win in the end, it would be a losing deal as they have lost the war. Yet still, no one is willing to step back. Such a guy is dangerous. Even the Navy dares to openly provoke him, and there are no signs of retreat so far. If such a terrifying individual continues to grow, the consequences are unimaginable. Allowing such a monster to roam the seas What kind of suffering will the people endure? Even if this guy has no intention of threatening the public. Merely the exaggerated achievement of a single person repelling 4 warships and 800 elite naval soldiers will bring shame to the name of justice. Countless ill-intentioned scum will ride this evil wind down the path of crime. Therefore, this monster must die here. They are willing to risk their lives for it. At this point in the battle, Mihawk felt no regret at all. He was indifferent to the reputation he would gain after this fight, and he didn't care at all about what kind of devastation this small island, named Magnetic Drum Island, would suffer at the hands of pirates after this battle. He was simply moving forward on his own path, and anyone who tried to stop him would die. He wanted his sword to show no hesitation, even when facing certain death, overcoming these difficulties, surpassing them, and rising above them. Only in this way could he ultimately stand at the pinnacle of victory, standing at the peak of the strongest. His battered arms were already unable to wield the sword. The beloved sword he had followed since childhood was in tatters. He won. He sank 4 warships and defeated over 800 elite soldiers. Before him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Standing in this hell of blood and fire, Mihawk's only thought was dissatisfaction. He was very dissatisfied with his performance. He realized that no matter how outstanding one's individual combat power is, when faced with an onslaught of countless ants attacking an elephant, there will ultimately come a moment of fatigue and exhaustion. If someone were determined to push him to death, it could certainly be done. Because of this, he felt dissatisfaction. He was unhappy with the cowardly thoughts that arose at this moment, and dissatisfied that his sword could not strike down thousands with a single blow. This dissatisfaction is proof that he will become stronger. He will grow increasingly powerful and stand at the pinnacle of the world, occupying the strongest throne. He wants to make his voice heard in this vast and cruel world, without a doubt. However, he has already reached his limit. Before that, will he face challenges on his own path of swordsmanship, or will he perish with his sword broken? Hee. The young swordsman let out a weary laugh, limping over the bodies strewn around him. He was very happy. Coming to the Grand Line was indeed the right choice, as there would be countless strong individuals to serve as his sharpening stones. This desire to become stronger, and the willingness to embrace the consciousness of death for it, might be somewhat twisted. He didn't care at all about the innocent people on Magnetic Drum Island who would suffer terrible ravages without the protection of Navy. In fact, what is called good is ultimately a shackle set by humanity itself. Mihawk was not interested in these trivial matters. He had the ability to transcend such boring things. Moreover, pirates have never been virtuous. When he miraculously found a small sailboat that had not been affected amidst the wreckage of the port, exhaustion made him collapse onto the boat. The swaying little sailboat could easily lull one into a deep sleep, but Mihawk could not sleep at all, because he was in pain. The physical injuries were still bleeding, and the man who did things his own way was finally paying the price for not having prepared medical supplies. If this continued, the man who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman would die from excessive blood loss. The reason for his heartache was his beloved sword. This family heirloom passed down from my father since childhood. To be honest, he does not value it as much as the family does. He has simply carried it with him from the age of 8 for a full 14 years, compared to how ancestors and elders cherish it as a treasure. Mihawk uses it roughly, believing that fighting is its only purpose for existence. However, the sword's lifespan has finally come to an end. Unlike humans, who grow stronger through setbacks, a sword only suffers damage in each battle. When the damage accumulates to its limit, that is the moment of its death. In this world, tangible things will eventually be destroyed. This ocean will also run dry, and this planet will have an end. But humanity, with its short-lived existence of merely 100 years, cannot imagine or do anything about it. Mihawk carefully sheathed the sword in its complete form. It did not break because he used his haki to barely maintain its final appearance. Ultimately, it is still due to his insufficient cultivation. If his haki could mature to the corresponding realm, then this sword would not have broken. There is another reason why he cannot sleep. The 3-day and 3-night battle has attracted many wolves smelling the scent of rotting flesh. These guys are like the fishermen who benefit from the conflict between the snipe and the clam, waiting quietly for the end. Then it will be their time. 3 days ago, this tenacious navy sent out a distress signal, and perhaps a large wave of navy will arrive soon. But before that, seizing the opportunity while others are in peril is exactly what these pirates, who laugh madly on the brink of life and death, love to do. When countless cannons were aimed at that poor, humble little sailboat, the one giving orders felt no emotion at all. This sea area is like that. Even if you're a mighty warrior capable of facing 1,000 foes, You could still die at the hands of someone you wouldn't even spare a glance at after exhausting your strength. Mihawk's cold eyes scanned the 4 pirate ships that had appeared abruptly, tightly gripping the sword, sheath wrapped in haki. However, he helplessly realized that the haki he had just barely managed to wrap around was quickly dissipating, and he no longer had the excess strength to use it so lavishly. The cannonballs, which he used to regard as mere pebbles, could now take his life, and this sensation was indeed very uncomfortable. Mihawk no longer had the strength to do anything. Those Navy soldiers, even if they were just wooden stakes, would make his hands go soft from chopping. These pirate ships do not know each other, but in this era, the term pirate ship cannot be easily described. In Mihawk's initial expectation, at least 10 ships would appear. When the roar of cannon fire echoed across the sea and 2 cannonballs shot out in an instant, Mihawk jumped into the water. The small sailboat that had accompanied him for many years instantly turned into a fireball. His swimming skills were decent, but with his severe injuries, he couldn't run far. Surprisingly, instead of escaping, he swam towards those pirate ships. One of life's greatest illusions is that I can counterattack. After climbing aboard a pirate ship with a will as strong as iron, Mihawk personally experienced this deeply ingrained truth. The moment he stepped onto the ship, he kicked out without any killing intent or fluctuation in aura. While Mihawk found it hard to believe, he also put the last bit of his strength into defense. Therefore, at the last moment before losing consciousness, as he was thrown off the ship and fell into the sea, he still couldn't believe his luck was so bad that there was a master on this ship who could rival him. Meanwhile, when Rayn kicked out, he realized that the drenched chicken who had just climbed aboard and exuded a terrifying killing intent seemed familiar to him. Chapter 46, Strong Winds. When a young man with a harpoon said he wanted to go to sea to make a name for himself, the small village was filled with genuine laughter. Parents laughed. Friends laughed, mercilessly mocking the young man who didn't know the heights of the sky or the depths of the earth. The young man smiled foolishly, accepting all the mockery, looking at the ugly sea chart he had drawn with sparkling eyes. The next day, when one fishing boat was missing and there was one less person in the village, everyone realized that the foolish young man really went to sea. The self-confident boy almost miraculously crossed the dangerous and strange waters and arrived in a big city completely different from his hometown. It was advanced, civilized, and orderly. Under the government's management, people served various laws and worked various jobs. The short young man stood on a wooden box and loudly proclaimed, "Come adventure with me." The people on the street were startled by this sudden shout, and after reacting, an even louder wave of laughter surrounded the smiling boy. Adventure together? What is this fool talking about? Let's go on an adventure. There are still so many uncharted islands in this world. Let's go treasure hunting. Even the most reserved passers-by couldn't help but laugh. Where did this lively character come from? Some dazed pedestrians felt as if they were seeing their childhood selves, always wanting to go out and explore, believing they could discover treasures left by predecessors, using those treasures to buy the most delicious food and the tastiest vegetables. The world seemed to be filled with bizarre adventures waiting for them, and they felt they had to be a part of it. After a moment of daze, they remembered the unfinished work at their factory, the salary that hadn't arrived yet, the gifts promised to their wives that still seemed hopeless, and the jobs they had asked others to find for their children that required bribes. With debts piling up like mountains, the hurried passers-by no longer wasted time on that fool, living in this world for less than 100 years, with so many debts to repay. Where was the time to daydream like that idiot? The young man shouted for a week, becoming a well-known joke in the city, until finally, some thugs could no longer tolerate him and beat him up. After that, the joke never appeared again. Occasionally, those who remembered this joke looked out at the increasingly beautiful city with a hint of melancholy. The city was getting better and better, and if they wanted to continue living here, the rent would surely keep rising. Many people, who initially set out to see the world and explore vast horizons, were forced to settle down due to the dangers and hardships of the sea and the various necessities of life. In this increasingly beautiful city, they started to earn money to support themselves, but they were soon ensnared by the fresh pleasures of the city, losing their hard-earned money. Once they had experienced the rich entertainment that a small town could never provide in a lifetime, they couldn't forget it. In this precious big city, they worked tirelessly for meager wages, only to be quickly wiped out by soaring prices. Many people forgot their original intentions of setting sail to see the magnificent scenery, to make a name for themselves, to experience a profound love, or to have a legendary life experience. But when those naive dreams were washed away by the reality of the sea, leaving only a body covered in mud, people began to do jobs they never wanted to do, numbly passing day after day. Thus, when that fool appeared, everyone cursed him from the bottom of their hearts. Cursed him to live a life just like theirs. Cursed him to never escape the mud of reality. You, who cannot see reality clearly, will find only a dead end. Perhaps one day, at the street corner, you will be seen begging with a broken bowl. When that injured young man left this alluring city, 4 or 5 thugs were simultaneously admitted to the hospital. After he bought a starving swordsman with a rice ball, he tirelessly spoke to the swordsman about wanting to see how vast the world was. The clumsy swordsman stubbornly maintained his noble and aloof image, occasionally nodding or shaking his head, but in reality he was lost in thought. The cheerful young man, along with the noble yet useless swordsman, began their adventure. When they encountered a pickpocket in a new city, the noble swordsman squinted and, upon seeing a beautiful lady, coldly laughed and solemnly stopped the illegal act. Little did he expect that the lady didn't even glance at the ragged swordsman, shattering his fragile heart into pieces. The consequence of meddling was that they were pursued by 20 men sent by the pickpocket's boss, chased from one end of the island to the other. In the end, they broke the swordsman's straight nose, knocked out the honest young man's front tooth, and beat the 2 of them into a pulp before finally stopping. When the honest young man laughed heartily at the injured swordsman, the latter, in fury, nearly stabbed him with his sword. In the days that followed, the young man spent all the money he had stolen from home, and the 2 of them began to take odd jobs in this city, surviving on meager meals. The noble swordsman slowly tricked the foolish young man into emptying his small purse, preparing to slip away and give the foolish kid a lesson. He originally intended to sell the foolish boy to a slave trader while he was asleep, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and abandoned the tempting idea, considering it a repayment for the rice ball. As night fell, the 2 brothers, having finished a day of hard labor, prepared to return to their sheepdog house, sharing the cheapest ramen. The swordsman silently contemplated his thoughts, planning to sneak out of the city that night. However, in the narrow alley they had passed, they unexpectedly saw a scene they shouldn't have. Familiar faces, the very gang that had beaten them up not long ago, were surrounding a woman whose face was obscured in the darkness, clearly arguing about something. The swordsman touched his nose and prepared to avoid this trouble. But suddenly, the foolish young man dashed into the crowd like the wind, standing in front of the woman. Grandpa said that a man should not bully a woman. The swordsman couldn't bear to look and covered his eyes with his hand. This kid was really foolish. The clever swordsman cautiously hid to the side, watching as the foolish young man was surrounded by 7 or 8 people, knocked down again and again, yet stubbornly protecting the woman each time. The swordsman sighed helplessly. It seemed he couldn't leave tonight. He had to bring that foolish kid back home. Otherwise, leaving him like this for a night would surely end badly. Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes widened as he saw one of the thugs impatiently pull out a gleaming short knife under the moonlight. The thug spoke, giving the foolish young man one last chance to back off. The foolish young man did not respond, but merely offered a silly smile, which the thugs took as a death wish. However, the swordsman knew that smile was directed at him, as if saying, "Take care." When the blade was thrust towards the young man, the swordsman suddenly yelled from behind the group, drawing their attention to himself. Fueled by the courage of his shout, the sword that had only ever killed small animals was used for the first time against a human. Covered in blood, the swordsman took advantage of the chaos, panting heavily as he took down 3 of them, causing the others to flee in panic. The battered young man leaned against a wall with the help of the woman, revealing that same silly smile to the gasping swordsman, as if saying, "I knew you would come." When the surge of courage began to wane, and the swordsman felt coldness in his limbs, he leaned against the wall on the other side, struggling to steady the sudden dizziness and the nausea from killing for the first time. He bitterly smiled at his blood-stained hands, wondering what kind of situation this was. The wealthy woman, clearly reluctant to be involved in a life-and-death situation, still had a conscience and gave them a generous reward. With that money, they managed to escape from the small island overnight. At some point, more and more companions began to appear around that foolish young man. There were homeless bounty hunters he lured into their team, caged canaries he cheerfully coaxed out of mansions, and giants who had lost their way home, who became their strongest and most reliable partners with promises of plenty to eat. The swordsman turned around and looked back at the journey they had taken, suddenly realizing that this kid was not stupid at all. He had almost brought their group together at the least cost through clever tricks. When they galloped across the sea and fought against pirates, that young man who only smiled foolishly and couldn't fight did not hide or flee, but always stood with them. When the enemy looked at those madmen fighting desperately in disbelief, the captain of the pirate ship eventually knelt before the young man, resigned to his fate. The young leader smiled at the captive and said, "What I want is not your life. I still have further places to go." The pirate captain stared blankly at the young man and instinctively asked, "What is it that you really want?" The young leader opened his arms as if to embrace the world and declared, "That is, of course, the unknown adventure. My goal is the end of the world. My journey is the Grand Line. I want to see this world with my own eyes, and I want to leave my footprints on the shores of Raftel." Half of the captain was astonished, while the other half regarded him with a look of disbelief, completely unconvinced. He did not believe that there could be someone in this world who acted without any desire for fame or fortune. Even so, there was no way he would let his enemy go. Who in this world would be such a foolish good person without holding grudges? But when a young leader truly did not kill the captives, only taking half of their treasures and a little food, the captain could only watch his back fade away in a daze, finally understanding as a defeated commander. The young man's words were true. He was merely moving in that direction and clearing out those who stood in his way. Just for this reason, he abandoned all wealth and glory. What did those who followed him, leaving their homes behind, think? How tragic it was to fight for such a foolish reason, even losing in the process. As the beliefs of pirates were crushed, the crew sat listlessly on the deck, while the captain, still kneeling, thought about the ship that was sailing further away. What could be seen beyond that island? What could be seen at the end of that sky? Exploring the unknown world. Wasn't that the dream that every man had when he was young? Having grown accustomed to a life of bloodshed, he had long forgotten why he went to sea and why he became a pirate. The self lost in slaughter and alcohol, how ugly it was. When the captain stood up, he drew the attention of all the sailors. Wait for me. Can I still pursue that dream I once longed for in my youth? Around that small sailing ship, a fleet of rising fame had unknowingly gathered, no longer pirates, no longer walking corpses. They were merely the boys they once were, once again picking up their weapons and chasing after their eternal dreams. Thus this huge force, which could already be considered an army, abruptly rose from the North Sea, continuously winning victories on their path forward, ultimately becoming a powerful force that the world government could not ignore. The now not-so-young leader faced the government's envoy, who offered an extremely generous reward, with the only request being for them, to stop their advance and disband the army. The once foolish boy had become a composed leader. Facing the lavish treatment comparable to that of a king, he smiled, said nothing, and simply had the envoy sent away. The leader, who had never identified as a pirate, was labeled as one because he rode the waves of the sea, ungoverned by the government. The world began to refer to him as the Pirate Emperor. When the Navy's warships arrived as scheduled, the battle capability of the entire North Sea and the main forces crossing the sea from the Grand Line stood before this group. The composed leader drew a golden sword he had casually picked up from the treasure vault and shouted, "Ravage them, to protect the innocent from pirate invasions. So that children can grow up healthily, the elderly can enjoy their later years peacefully, the young can pursue their aspirations, and beautiful women can be with their loved ones. For all the truth, goodness, and beauty in this world, the Navy stands resolutely under the banner of justice, fighting to protect." It was these beliefs that allowed them to exert power far exceeding that of those pirates who only knew slaughter. The valiant Navy gambled their military honor and dignity, launching an attack against the ragtag group. However, the morale of the enemy before them was so high that it filled them with terror, making them tremble in fear. Why did these scoundrels have such high morale and such robust fighting spirit? Every fool was fearless of death. Every fool laughed as they fell under gunfire and blades. Every fool smiled as they faced death. The fools dreamed of their youthful aspirations, and the men shouted loudly together, "Forward! Move forward! Do not stop! Forward! Move forward! To Raftel! To see sights that no one has ever seen before! With that man! For the common dream of us all!" In the end, these fools seemed to be favored by fate, breaking through the Navy's seemingly insurmountable defense line with a sudden storm and escaping into the more perilous calm belt. The Navy did not pursue. Although there were ships capable of passing through the calm belt, they were few and far between. Moreover, with that group luring the massive Sea Kings to appear before them, they had no chance of surviving among the rampaging Sea Kings. However, the group that rowed their boats and ultimately broke through the calm belt had not even encountered a single Sea King. What immense luck! Like a miracle, this group did not commit evil deeds, did not kill or plunder, but merely cleared the obstacles in their way, continuously winning victories on their path forward. More and more people joined their ranks. Dishonorable Navy soldiers who betrayed their comrades, adventurous explorers, and bounty hunters who valued wealth above all. Forward, move forward, advance, advance. The shouts of the men seemed to still echo in his ears to this day. The plump, old man leisurely awakened from his dream. So many years had passed. This terrible nightmare still clings to me. Really, disgusting. Chapter 47. Good luck in this world. There's a saying about strong luck. People with strong luck are like indestructible cockroaches. No matter what kind of predicament they find themselves in, or how fatal their injuries are, they can survive. There are also those who are born with all the wealth and glory, and everything they do goes much more smoothly than for others. Such a person is favored by destiny, and countless talents and strong individuals will unexpectedly encounter him, ultimately becoming his most solid support. Just like the legendary pirate king, Roger. Strength? Hard work? Willpower? Is it really only these qualities that allow that legendary man to become the pirate king? No, these are just part of it. Luck, fortune, these are the most crucial factors. The pirate king was able to overcome all difficulties and achieve feats no one else has reached, without great luck. How could that be accomplished? Everything in this world that stands at the top, every person of great renown, is a favored child of fortune. The disputes among these people are merely a contest of whose luck is greater. Just like this man, bleeding profusely, with as many as 11 gunshot wounds and countless knife wounds, his entire body drenched in blood, yet he was still kicked into the sea and somehow didn't he sink, still having breath left when pulled out. Then if we don't stop the bleeding quickly, Sherry's gentle voice cautiously suggested, as the man with eagle-like sharp eyes sat across from Rayn in a chair. The problem is, this man was laboriously leaning back in the chair, blood flowing from his wounds like a stream, looking utterly tragic, as if he were on the verge of death. In contrast, Rayn sat with his legs crossed, examining this man, who had a bit of a connection to him, with an air of indifference to his injuries, blurred by the blood streaming down his face. Mihawk looked at this man, who seemed slightly more mature than 3 years ago. They bore no hatred towards each other, even though they had once fought fiercely due to a misunderstanding, nearly leading to mutual destruction. Yet they did not harbor hatred for each other's small-mindedness. If anything, they were quite similar, comparing them as martial artists. Despite the absence of hatred, they were the most likely to be the sharpening stones that could lead to each other's demise. Those of equal strength subconsciously regard each other as rivals. Thus, after 3 long years, Mihawk did not want to be unable to meet Rayn's gaze due to his injuries, which he considered a weakness. If they were to be compared to 2 swords, Mihawk at this moment was a battered sword waiting for restoration, while Rayn was a seemingly strong and sharp sword, yet gradually starting to rust within. The Navy, as an enemy, had the one commendable trait of rarely resorting to underhanded tactics in battle, unlike their dealings with pirates, where they would stop at nothing. These 2 men also possess luck, but unlike Roger, who gathers companions and enjoys smooth sailing, their luck could be described as misfortune. They often find themselves in dire situations, dragging innocent people down with them, yet due to their own strength, they manage to carve out a path of blood and scars through repeated brushes with death. It is precisely for this reason that they prefer to act alone, unwilling to form deep connections with others. After all, they can still fight their way out, but what about those around them? When Mihawk sees this man, who is similar to him, he can probably imagine the hardships this man has faced, just as Rayn can guess the reasons behind Mihawk's scarred appearance. Mihawk trembles as he takes an old coin from his pocket, glancing at Rayn, who immediately understands and smiles nonchalantly. The young girl, Sherry, looks at the 2 men in confusion, completely unaware of the silent riddle they are playing, and she can't understand why the bloodied man doesn't stop his bleeding. She also doesn't grasp why the atmosphere grew heavy when the eagle-eyed man pulled out the coin, as if the 2 were about to decide life and death in a competition. Rayn grins nonchalantly, crossing his arms and saying, "The reverse." Mihawk swallows the blood that rises to his lips and hoarsely replies, "The obverse." Sherry's red-black eyes are involuntarily drawn to the flipping coin, weakly tossing it, clearly indicating how exhausted this man has become. Yet Mihawk still fixes his sharp, hawk-like eyes on the constantly flipping coin. Rayn, appearing indifferent, focuses intently on the coin. His eyesight is poor, having been damaged by toxins that invaded his retina and retinates, so the fact that he can see anything is a miracle. Therefore, to see the result of the coin toss, he squints his eyes habitually. Thud! The soft sound of the coin hitting the ground makes Sherry tense up involuntarily, as if the 2 men's fates hinged on the outcome. Although she has managed to settle down after much difficulty and is satisfied with following a captain with a bad temper, She hopes nothing unexpected will happen. The result is, the coin is stuck upright in the gap between the deck planks. Mihawk closes his eyes expressionlessly, while Rayn gazes at the coin with mixed feelings. Their reunion, devoid of reason, seems to dictate a separation of life and death, precisely because they are so similar, as if seeing another version of themselves. But would that make one happy? Some might detest the existence of someone who understands them so well. Much like the principle of repulsion between similar sexes, it's incompatible. Unlike Mihawk, Rayn feels joy in this shared misfortune and strength, resonating with each other as plight. However, because of their pride, there is even less reason to confide in one another like weaklings. Wounded Mihawk doesn't want sympathetic help, especially not from this person before him. So he makes a decision, which Rayn respects. Mihawk, unable to fight any longer, tosses the coin. If he wins, he earns a chance to live, but if he loses, Rayn will kill him on the spot. He is like a stubborn sword, unwilling to bend, clinging to a foolish pride. This pride may make him stronger, but it could also lead to his demise. However, the goddess of fate does not choose sides. Everything falls back into Rayn's hands, and Mihawk, unable to hold on any longer, collapses onto the deck, lying in his own pool of blood. Sherry, at a loss, looks back and forth between the two men. She wants to help the tragic man, but without the captain's command, she doesn't dare act on her own. Rayn stands up from his chair and walks toward the bow of the ship, casually waving his hand without caring whether Sherry understands his intent, leaving her sight. Sherry hurriedly grabs the medical kit she had prepared earlier and begins to fumble through emergency treatment. She has only read about similar knowledge in books. This is her first time putting it into practice. The dolphin, following the permanent pointer's guidance, smoothly heads toward the kingdom of Alabasta. Rayn sits cross-legged on the dolphin's head at the ship's bow, resting his chin on one hand, staring blankly at the endless sea. Is it necessary? Rayn mutters to himself, feeling puzzled. He understands Mihawk's pride in refusing help when facing him, but cannot comprehend where this foolish pride originates. If the person saving Mihawk were a stranger, he would likely accept silently and then repay the favor once healed. But he encounters Mihawk, who sees him as a rival and entrusts his life to luck. Upon further reflection, Rayn can't help but chuckle. Perhaps because of their similar circumstances, they exist like lone wolves separated from the pack. Maybe it's due to their growing strength. Rayn finds it hard to imagine if roles were reversed, and he, in a dying state, met Mihawk pleading, "Please, save me." He believes he would be saved, but in the process of living, he would undoubtedly lose something within. As beings of this survival manner, they would surely no longer be themselves. Rayn feels as if he has grasped something crucial, extending his hand into the empty air. Yes, that's it, the thing he lacks. But what exactly will be lost? Chapter 48. Moving forward, the first ray of dawn rises above the horizon, and Rayn can feel the warmth bathing his body, bringing comfort. Standing at the ship's bow, Rayn strikes a pose that Sherry completely fails to understand. His back is straight, wrists bent at level, feet together, knees bent and close together, maintaining a posture that looks extremely uncomfortable. Sherry has been up since dawn, cleaning the ship. For many pirates, a ship sailing the seas for a lifetime seldom gets cleaned. But Rayn doesn't ask for anything. It's just that the little girl voluntarily cleans daily, as if losing her sense of worth whenever she relaxes. It has been a week since they boarded this ship, and Sherry has noticed that her captain has never spent a night in the captain's quarters. Whenever she wakes up to clean, she always finds him standing motionless at the bow, striking that pose. Isn't tired? While others are dreaming, he stands there cultivating. Rayn's strength isn't bestowed by fate. It doesn't come from a leisurely sleep leading to an easy upgrade. Rayn Walker is impatient, lacking any patience for everything. And this impatience has become almost pathological, rooted in a sense of emptiness within. He doesn't know what he wants to do. He doesn't know what he wants. He merely spends day after day cultivating to pass the time, casting aside excess thoughts like impurities. Since childhood, he had been used as a tool like a gun. And suddenly someone told him, "You are free." It was like being thrown into a den of assassins, undergoing cold-blooded training and being indoctrinated with loyalty to the organization. Then one day, that organization tells you, you are free. Is it really as described in third-rate stories, where you can fly high and act recklessly? It's bewildering. In his confusion, he took the life of the pirate king, Roger, who was the talk of the town, as his target. That distant goal would surely occupy a lot of time, right? But that king is dead. Searching for one piece was a whim, but before he finds it, how is he supposed to get through this long and tedious journey? His long hair was casually tied back with a cloth strip. After taking a deep breath, he put away his fighting stance. If there's anything in this world worth his concern, it's probably this life of his. He had to maintain a delicate balance to keep his body functioning normally. He must become stronger, strong enough to rise above the pain. However, on this ship, he couldn't train freely. If he had that intention, a stomp might sink the ship. Rayn jumped off the bow of the ship and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To avoid getting his clothes dirty, he had deliberately gone shirtless, which could be considered a form of training even in the cold night. Here, holding the gray coat and the dirty white shirt, Sherry looked at Rayn with a blank expression, clearly having waited for a long time. Rayn picked up the clothes with a frown, threw the already worn-out white shirt overboard, and walked toward the bathroom with the gray coat. After his shower, Rayn put on the gray coat and climbed up the mast to lower the sails. After hauling up the heavy anchor, Sherry immediately ran to the cabin to steer the ship, which then headed toward the nearby Alabasta. On the deck, there were white folding lounge chairs. Rayn relaxed his body on one of them and absent-mindedly popped a rice ball from the table into his mouth, while Sherry, steering the ship from the cabin, secretly observed his every move. Ugh, the rice balls were poorly shaped, or rather, they were just meaningless spheres. The problem was, they had sugar in them. Shouldn't there be salt instead? This is outrageous. Most importantly, it was too sweet. How much sugar did she put in? Cough, cough. The muffled cough indicated another victim. Mihawk, who was living in the sailor's quarters, held a bitten rice ball wrapped in bandages, looking pained and bewildered at the first food he had after waking up from 3 days of sleep. After a moment's pause, Rayn exhaled and finished off the remaining rice balls one by one. This scene made the little girl, who thought she had succeeded, feel somewhat proud. After all, just molding cooked rice into balls and adding seasoning is something even a monkey could do. She had no reason not to succeed. From initially burning the rice to now reflecting on her actions and starting to make some simple food, although not obvious and clearly going astray in some aspects. The little girl had indeed made progress. Moreover, apart from the very first few times, Sherry hadn't been hit again. In fact, whether it was burnt rice or overly sweet rice balls, Rayn could eat them. The man who had once nearly starved to death was hardly picky about food since then, except for fish. Those who haven't experienced the terror and hunger of facing the boundless sea can't understand Rayn's almost indulgent tolerance toward Sherry. After drinking a large glass of water, he finally washed away the excessive sweetness. Sometimes Rayn would wonder if there were fish near the isolated rock he was at back then. With his skills, he could catch fish even without tools. If it came to that, would he eat fish even raw? He probably would. In the face of death, all human persistence seems so ridiculous. Just thinking about that scene made Rayn shudder. With a bang, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open, and Mihawk, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, staggered onto the deck. He was also one of Sherry's unfortunate medical test subjects. There were 2 white lounge chairs on the deck, original to the ship, but Sherry never dared to sit beside Rayn, while Mihawk unceremoniously lay on one, breathing heavily. Just walking from the cabin to the deck had caused his wounds to split open, staining the originally white bandages red. Rayn, arms crossed and basking in the sun, said nonchalantly, "Even though you woke up in just 3 days from such serious injuries, being reckless will still get you killed. Are you my dad? Eh, son?" A loud crash rang out, and Sherry stared in shock at the deck where sword energy was soaring. One side defended their dignity with a nearly fatal injury, while the other side shamelessly punched and kicked the severely injured patient. Are these 2 people children? After 2 lounge chairs and a table turned to splinters, this battle, devoid of any suspense, ended in a complete victory for Rayn. Seriously, don't cause damage on someone else's ship. Shaking off the bloodstains from his arm, Rayn sat cross-legged on the deck, while the poor man who had fallen back into a pool of blood made one wonder how much blood he could still lose. Lying flat on the deck, Mihawk closed his eyes against the glaring sun above and said after a long silence, "I won't thank you." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Rayn shook his head and walked towards the kitchen. After taking 2 bottles of cheap rum from the fridge, he placed 1 bottle on the deck next to Mihawk and sat down beside him. "You just occasionally boarded this ship. I didn't see anything, and the one who saved you wasn't me, but that little girl." He pointed with his thumb at Sherry, who was struggling to stabilize the ship at the helm. Mihawk nodded in agreement. Otherwise, this awkward man, who was no less awkward than Rayn, might not be able to face the situation. Struggling to open the chilled bottle of rum, Mihawk allowed the icy liquid to cause his stomach to convulse, finally clearing his mind a bit. "Let me off at the next destination this ship is heading." After saying this, he downed the remaining drink in one go, struggling to stand up. He immediately felt an overwhelming dizziness hit him, nearly causing him to fall again. Stumbling towards the cabin, Mihawk shot a daunting glance at the anxious Sherry. Remember my name, Dracula Mihawk. Kid, I will repay this life-saving grace to you. Completely unaware of what this man, who could kill with a glance, was saying, Sherry simply nodded like a chick pecking at rice, watching Mihawk sway as he walked into the cabin. Sherry felt an uncharacteristic urge stirring within her. The rudimentary medical skills she learned from books indeed needed practical experience. Watching the hourglass-shaped permanent pointer smoothly point in the direction of the ship's journey, Sherry let out a slight sigh of relief, and then gathered her courage to approach Rayn, who was sitting on the deck. What is it? The calm, emotionless voice halted her in her tracks before she could get close. The young captain, with his chest bare and wearing the gray coat Sherry bought on Nethersoul Island, revealed a muscular physique that exuded an intimidating aura. Please don't attack that patient for now. Huh? If you attack that patient again, he will really die. Please treat him before fighting. Will treating him allow us to fight? Chapter 49, Alabasta, the Kingdom of Alabasta. As one of the few civilized nations in the first half of the Grand Line, it is a member state of the world government. Perhaps in an effort to establish a model of peace in this chaotic world and to maintain its own authority, the government provides substantial protection to this country. Half of the naval G2 branch's forces are stationed around Alabasta, although it is intended to symbolize peace. It is somewhat irregular for one of the strongest combat branches to have half of its forces stationed here, which seems more like a waste of important military strength without any real significance. Originally, that was the case, but the intelligence received by the Navy now reveals the reason for the current situation. From the beginning of the Grand Line's first half, there are currently 7 routes that have been explored, and if pirates wish to continue advancing, they must inevitably pass through these 7 routes. However, there's a formidable evil force gathering along the route that passes through the Kingdom of Alabasta, which the Navy cannot afford to overlook. Recently, pirates eliminated a quarter of the soldiers from the G3 branch at Drum Island, leaving the island without any defensive forces and resulting in a massive raid by pirates that nearly destroyed it. Pirates in the North Sea were surrounded by tens of thousands of Navy personnel, but managed to break through the perilous windless zone to reach the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates in the East Sea ruthlessly killed tens of thousands of civilians and subsequently destroyed a nation, making them wanted across the globe. Some pirates have entered the Grand Line for several years, secretly accumulating power and biding their time until recently when they were discovered by the Navy, which could no longer sit idly by. The Sword Master, Dracula Mihawk, bounty unknown. The Tyrant of the North Sea, Augustus Welton, bounty 150 million berries. The Demon of Battle, Rayn Walker, bounty 200 million berries. Crocodile, bounty unknown. After the event on Drum Island, Mihawk went missing and his whereabouts were untraceable. It could only be inferred that if he were still alive, he would likely come to the Alabasta Kingdom. The Navy had no information about his name or appearance, and thus could not issue a bounty. All the Navy knew was that the swordsman with the title Hawkeye had eliminated the soldiers of the G3 branch. The North Sea's tyrant, Augustus Wilhayton, had already been offered a bounty of 150 million berries while he was in the North Sea, after fleeing into the Calm Belt. Someone had indeed seen his dilapidated main ship appear in the Grand Line. By the time the Navy arrived, he had already vanished. The only confirmation was that he was indeed alive, but there was no way to determine on which magnetic route he had appeared. The movements of Rayn Walker are the easiest to track. There is confirmed eyewitness information that he appeared on a small island called Nasru, and numerous bounty hunters have reported seeing him in a small garden. The image on the bounty notice is remarkably lifelike, almost indistinguishable from the real person. It can be said that the Navy stationed in Alabasta is prepared for this pirate. As for the final figure to be on guard against, they might be the most dangerous one. The Navy has exerted all its efforts only to discern that there is a hidden force at play. However, they have been unable to identify who the organizer is or the scale of this force, even with their intelligence network. This force, which adheres to mysticism as its creed, faces a dead end if their missions fail. Thus, no information can be leaked. In the light and darkness, the Navy must be most vigilant against these 4 criminal factions that can already be considered forces in the first half of the Grand Line. Even if half of the G2 branch's troops were deployed, it would be impossible to cradle the Alabasta Kingdom like a baby for protection. Troop deployment is limited. Therefore, apart from those irrational pirates charging recklessly to their deaths, they will inevitably fall into the Navy's encirclement. More pirates will likely aim for opportunities to land in some inconspicuous corners of this island. Those willing to keep the peace quietly resupply, and record the magnetic field without causing trouble will be overlooked by the station navy, who will turn a blind eye to some small fish. What they truly need to face are the big fish. Even if these small fish are let go, they won't stir up any waves. In fact, allowing them to pass might lead to their demise amid the increasingly perilous layers of crisis in the Grand Line without the Navy needing to intervene. Among the few cities in Alabasta, there are also undercover Navy officers constantly monitoring for any wanted dangerous individuals. There are indeed those who are grateful for this protection. But when they think of the presence of pirates among the strangers passing through, coupled with the occasional Navy officers suddenly charging out like rabid dogs to capture a hidden pirate, the people of this country find themselves in a state of anxiety. Furthermore, with the port occupied by the Navy and access prohibited for unrelated persons, the fishing industry and some merchants have nearly lost their livelihoods. The current king of Alabasta, Nefertali Cabrado, has repeatedly protested and even suggested that Alabasta fund the Navy to allow them to clear a path and protect the merchant ships. However, that Navy colonel, who is more beautiful than any woman, has completely ignored him, showing a face that is utterly unyielding. Faced with the relentless plundering of pirates, akin to locusts, and the temporary impact on people's livelihoods due to the Navy's protection, which choice will you make? What if those merchant ships are mixed with pirates? These inflexible reasons made Philatali Kabira feel like he was about to lose his hair from worry. When the dolphin ship, echoing the morning sun, docked at a remote coast of Alabasta far from the town, Ryan's mood was not good at all. Why must I avoid that group of Navy scum? Why stop so far from the town? I still have to walk so far to the town later. All his dissatisfaction stemmed from this young man's laziness to walk. But for Shirley, who was truly on a pirate ship, it was real suffering. To avoid a conflict with the Navy, she had gone to great lengths, because normal pirates must be crazy to confront those 5 Navy headquarters warships head-on. Are they tired of living, or what? Therefore, the young girl pleaded with the young captain who was preparing to head straight for them. Please stop, Captain. We'll die. Huh? Who do you say will die? Ryan, with an unfriendly expression, was quite displeased with the girl's words, clearly not believing he would lose to that group of Navy. Shirley had witnessed Ryan's abilities. His power to split the island in half truly did not fear those Navy ships. But does someone as strong as a monster have only muscles in their head? Why would they go out of their way to challenge the Navy? It's me. It's you. Not knowing what else to say, Ryan naturally did not stop Shirley from steering the ship away from the Navy. This ship was just something he had temporarily taken a liking to, and there were no living supplies on board. So the purpose of coming to this island was to replenish supplies. The ugly pirate flag on the sail also needed to be replaced. What kind of thing was it to fly someone else's flag all day? Sitting at the bow of the ship, Ryan stroked his chin, envisioning a flag that belonged to him. A pirate must have their own flag. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Myhawk, who had been lying in the cabin for 3 days, felt the heat brought by this country and limped while leaning on his beloved sword, preparing to disembark according to his original plan. Hey, Myhawk, wait a minute. The lazy voice made Myhawk frown, and he followed the sound to see the figure sitting at the bow of the ship. In the past, well, forget it. He casually waved his hand, giving up on the rest of his words. He had once invited this man in Logue Town, only to be rejected outright. A man who adhered to his own path until death needed only the companionship of sword. He turned around, facing the man, and smiled. Let us have a duel when the opportunity arises. A long-lost smile finally appeared on Myhawk's eternally expressionless face. He nodded, thinking that day would not be far off. And before we return, please take care of the ship. Myhawk was slightly taken aback, then saw that agile figure jump off the bow before he could respond. Returning to his usual deadpan expression, Myhawk looked at the figure getting farther away and thought to himself, this guy, does he treat me like a dog? Chapter 50, Sword How Unpleasant. Hey, walking on the land of Alabastan, in a town named Katreya, a large and a small figure are hardly noticeable. However, the bustling and noisy city that should be lively is now eerily silent. This is also the current situation of most countries along the Grand Line. The weak lands are ravaged by pirates, and ordinary lands, like Alabasta, are filled with anxiety and cannot find peace, suffocated by the decaying atmosphere of an aging nation. Not resisting leads to a dead end, while resisting results in mutual destruction. There are very few countries that can maintain peace in such chaotic times. Of course, none of this interests Rayn at all. Since stepping onto this land, Rayn feels like every breath he takes is filled with dust. He can tolerate the cold, but he absolutely detests the excessive heat of this country, which might be a consequence of having lived on the ice continent since childhood. That captain, carrying a large backpack full of treasures and coins, made Shirley carefully prepare her words. She couldn't just say, "You came to the vast desert wearing that cotton coat you bought in Nithalu? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" But it wasn't entirely his fault. After a 2-week voyage, they hadn't found any other small islands along the route, so they naturally couldn't buy daily necessities. The main purpose of coming to Alabasta was to purchase a large amount of needed items. Because this country is related to Summer Island, a cool climate is impossible. So there are quite a few people walking around with their shirts off. Even if Rayn wore only a pair of shorts, no one would find it strange. It's just that this person, for some unknown reason, refuses to take off that coat. Could it be shyness? No. How could that be? Thinking of this person's previously terrible actions, it's impossible to associate him with such a cute word as shyness. What do you want to say? In a very bad mood, Rayn glanced at Shirley, who had been struggling to find the right words. She forced out an awkward smile, ready to say anything. Raising his arm as if to shield himself from the hateful, strong sunlight, Rayn felt a great regret about leaving the ship and stepping onto this land. The pain in his body had become a habit, instead honing his spirit. However, the sweat pouring down due to the heat was just unbearable. "Hey, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to rest for a while." "What?" In Shirley's incredulous gaze. The man who was her boss walked heavily into a nearby shady alley to cool off. It was hard to believe that he would entrust all the treasures to a child he had known for less than a month. Shirley struggled to suppress the tempting thought of rolling up the money and escaping, knowing how difficult it was for a helpless child to survive in such chaotic times. It couldn't be done just with money. Now that they finally had a big umbrella to cool off under, even if he was a weirdo, he was still a million times better than those scum who would gladly feast on human flesh. Although that weirdo hadn't even called her name once. She didn't know his name either. "I'm not called Hey." The slightly aggrieved little girl wasn't really sad about this, no matter how mature she was. She was just a 9-year-old child. If possible, which child wouldn't want to live a happy and stable life under the care of their parents? Being so forgettable that her name wasn't even remembered felt like wandering around like a stray dog. Wiping her slightly damp nose, she held back the tears that were an extravagant and useless luxury for her current self. The strong little girl straightened her timid back, ready to do what she was told. Although the people in this country are no longer as lively as before in an increasingly chaotic city, seeing a frail little girl walking down the street with a heavy bag attracts many malicious glances. Some merely want to take something from her, while worse ones wish they could exploit this little girl down to her skin, flesh, and even bone marrow. If it weren't for the knowledge that there are undercover Navy officers in the streets and alleys alongside the rogues, it would not be surprising if someone put a sack over the little girl's head and took her away. Surviving in such a harsh era, young Shirley has already made up her mind to abandon her innocence. Yes, this must be the trial given to her by that strange person. No fool in this world would hand over all their treasures to a child and then leave the child alone in a den of wolves and tigers. He must be secretly following her, setting traps for her to see what kind of decisions she would make. It must be like this. Lying in the gap between 2 rooms, shaded from the sun, Rayn felt a bit cooler. At such times, a bottle of chilled rum would be great. But he still had to wait for that little girl. There were many things to buy, and she alone couldn't carry everything back to the ship. Although Rayn didn't care whether the little girl could lift anything, he was very concerned about the items they would buy. Treasures and valuables need to be assessed at an exchange office and then converted into universal currency, while pirates enjoy the feeling of bathing in gold and silver. This era is no longer the barbaric time of barter. What matters most in critical moments is still a stack of berries. These treasures were originally from a ship he had seized in the small garden, along with the remnants of the 3 unfortunate pirates who had been counterattacked after robbing Nessaru. A rough estimate showed there were as much as 5 million berries. He had already informed that little girl about the things he wanted, and as for the other items, it was up to her to decide. Regarding finances, Captain Rayn was quite merciful, but he simply didn't understand it at all. Lying flat on the ground, he gazed at the excessively clear sky. Despite the unbearable heat, Rayn's heart felt much clearer, even temporarily forgetting his pain. The sudden tranquility was quickly interrupted by an equally sudden commotion, as the dull sounds of fists and kicks echoed from the alley across the street. Completely unfazed, Rayn prepared to take a short nap. The nighttime hours he had intended for sleep had turned into a workout, simply because the pain in his body prevented him from falling asleep. This did not mean he didn't need rest, even if he couldn't find mental peace. He still needed to allow his body some momentary relaxation. In the alley across the street, 2 workers drunk in broad daylight. seemed to be venting their unemployment anger by beating up a homeless man who was lazily lying in the alley. The Navy had occupied the port, forcing many people who worked in the maritime industry to leave. These individuals poured into other sectors like a swarm, with the quicker ones getting picked up, while those who were only strong enough for manual labor were pushed back, and after layers of filtering, they became the unfortunate ones no one wanted. Some were even driven to become pirates. Like the two currently drunkenly stumbling by, they accidentally stepped on the homeless man, causing him to fall painfully. Angered, the workers began to vent their frustrations. Suddenly sensing something, Rayn got up from the ground and looked towards the alley. He had no interest in either the drunkards or the homeless man. He had just detected a hint of sword energy. "Hey, Bert, this guy has something good," the red-faced drunkard exclaimed, and the other drunken individuals seemed to notice something too. The homeless man, wrapped in a layer of dirty rags, was tightly clutching an ancient-looking samurai sword in his arms. The kick from a drunken man had accidentally struck the hard scabbard of the sword. "Wow, I've never seen a sword like that. Hee. It should sell for a good price, right? Ha, great. Let's buy 2 more bottles of wine. We're running out of money." They began to say things they likely wouldn't remember once sober, as the drunkard started to snatch the sword, only to find that the damned homeless man was holding onto it tightly, refusing to let go. "Damn it, you bastard, let go." The increasingly impatient drunkard smashed a wine bottle over the homeless man's head. Blood mixed with the foul liquor streamed down from the man's head. TSK. Damn it. The struggle that lasted for half an hour ultimately ended with the homeless man's refusal to let go, and the anger of the drunkards dissipated along with their energy. They kicked the homeless man a few more times in frustration and spat on his head. One of the drunkards, amidst the laughter of his companions, unfastened his pants and poured the liquid he could no longer hold on the cursed homeless man's head. Ha! The drunkard, who had not finished relieving himself, suddenly transformed his laughter into a scream as he realized he was flying. Under the astonished gazes of people on the street, he became a filthy background in the sky. With a kick, the drunkard was sent flying, and Rayn looked at the trash on the ground with disgust, which could no longer be described as human. He had been somewhat interested in that sword, but now it was completely ruined by that puddle of urine. He hoped the trash on the ground would carefully protect that thing beneath it, so it wouldn't get contaminated by that disgusting liquid. Otherwise, even if that sword was one of the supreme blades, he wouldn't touch it. The 2 drunkards who watched their companion take off stood there in a daze, as if they had seen a mirage from drinking too much. When they looked at the young man who stood there, not too tall or short, they felt as if they were facing a dragon, their minds blank, forgetting even to breathe, and they fainted from asphyxiation. Ignoring the 2 drunkards, Rayn hesitated to reach out his hand, but didn't know where to start with the pile of garbage. Maybe he should find a pair of tongs to pry this guy away. That sword, which gave him a special feeling, indeed piqued his curiosity. If it was a good item, he could bear the disgust and dismantle the sheath and hilt. He only needed the blade inside. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder. In the dark alley, an arm fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 51. Little ghost, was I cut? For the first time in my life, Rayn took a step back, somewhat confused as he reached out his arm. Is my arm still there? The trash beneath his feet lay still like garbage, showing no movement. With his head slightly lowered, Rayn couldn't see his expression clearly, but from the slight tremors in the surface of his skin, it was evident he was very excited. Was he scared? No, he was furious. For the first time in his life, he was this angry. The ground beneath Rayn began to tremble, spreading outward from him in all directions, cracking. The earthquake-like vibrations caused the nearby buildings to develop cracks, and amidst the cries of despair and confusion from the people, they collapsed with a loud crash. The heavens and earth shook. It felt as if all the breath had been exhaled. Everything once again calmed down. The ground was not cracked, the buildings had not collapsed, and people continued to walk uneasily on the street. Was everything that had just happened merely an illusion? This is an illusion that only 2 people can see. Facing the drunken bully, the homeless man, when Rayn reached out to him, he sensed an unbelievable crisis. In that moment, the murderous intent evoked by Rayn's aura made him feel as if he was about to be slain. If a battle had truly unfolded at that instant, the strike that should have killed Rayn wouldn't have been able to, yet it could have severed his arm. If Rayn hadn't been careless, that strike might not have even grazed his clothes. But this world doesn't entertain so many ifs. For the first time since his birth, Rayn felt humiliation, an illusion that nearly cost him his life in the face of his own weakness. Therefore, when he emerged from that fraction of a second illusion and unleashed unimaginable killing intent, the homeless man truly thought the heavens were collapsing. At that moment, he finally lifted his filthy head, and what he saw was a kick infinitely magnified within his own eyes. After that filthy individual transformed into a whirlwind and flew away, Rayn halted his movements. How weak. Frowning, Rayn felt no signs of resistance. Just one contact allowed him to understand that guy's strength. But why would such a weak individual evoke such a ridiculous illusion in him? Potential ability? How boring. Concluding this, Rayn wore a look of disinterest as he examined the sword on the ground that piqued his interest, discovering it surprisingly clean. Give it back to me. The beast-like roar interrupted Rayn's scrutiny. With a speed faster than flying, the beast charged at Rayn, who held the sword. So young, he thought, though filthy like trash. That voice, height, and posture suggested he was merely a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Nevertheless, Rayn showed no mercy. The fact that he could still charge over like this was no ordinary brat. Come back after taking a bath. The thick-soled leather boot kicked the boy's face again, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through several houses amidst the resident screams, rolling across half the city and landing in the sea beyond the coastline. Holding the sword sheath, Rayn squinted his eyes. The completely black sheath had no luxurious decorations. It was merely wrapped in ordinary white cloth to prevent slipping. The dark handle and grip were uncertain whether they were originally that color or had been polluted later. The blade's edge was a pitch-black circle, made of an unknown material. Rayn did not draw this sword. No, to be precise, he thought, why does this brat refuse me? Being rejected felt like a handsome guy trying to flirt with a beautiful girl, only to be told he was a good person. A swift rejection. Famous swords choose their own masters, and as a weapon, nothing could be better than falling into the hands of a strong person like Rayn. Yet this sword stubbornly served that wet-behind-the-ears brat. TSK, what a hassle. Since he had been rejected, Rayn didn't cling to anything further. Stepping out of the cool alley, he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, and unsurprisingly spotted that filthy brat. Even after being washed by seawater, the water flowing off him was still pitch black. Kafa-wa! Ignoring the tense gazes of the surrounding residents, the small boy crawled towards Rayn, disregarding the wounds all over his body like a weaned young beast. Are you a cockroach, brat? Initially annoyed by the blazing sunlight, Rayn was now even more displeased after being rejected by the sword in his hand. In an extremely unpleasant mood, he took a step and stomped on the cockroach's head. To an ordinary person, it looked as if the boy had voluntarily placed his head under Rayn's foot. This farce, which was doomed from the start, ended without any surprise. Speaking of which, looking down at the cockroach still struggling beneath his foot, shouting for it to be returned, Rayn thought, what a sturdy body. Calmly increasing the pressure underfoot, cracks began to form in the ground beneath the boy's head, and soon the boy's head sank into the ground, finally going silent. A normal person's head would have turned into a puddle of flesh under such pressure, but this boy's head was harder than rock, and he still had breath left? Huff! Venting his dissatisfaction on this senseless brat, Rayn thought to himself that he was far from mature. With a sigh, he reflected on this. Ah! What now? The piercing wail made Rayn impatiently turn his head, and what he saw was a little girl being chased by a group of people. Help! Captain! Carrying a freshly filled bag of belly, the girl, Shirley, ran with tears streaming down her face, pursued by various figures who had hesitated for a long time before deciding to act. This is different from what we agreed on. Why didn't you protect me from behind? I can't believe that guy, the captain, actually handed over the treasure and then went off to relax and sleep by himself. What is this person thinking? Rubbing his aching forehead, Rayn's previously suppressed dissatisfaction and anger finally found an outlet. One after another, you all come to disturb my rest. Are you ready for the consequences? The twisted smile made Sherry shiver. The moment she saw that person raise his arm, she turned pale and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Rayn swung his sword sheath violently. A strong gust of wind swept away the group chasing after Sherry like a typhoon, and the vendors who were still setting up stalls on the street screamed as they and their goods were swept away. The already dull city suddenly became refreshingly clear. A comfortable breeze began to blow. Rayn nodded in satisfaction. After the storm passed, Sherry cautiously got up from the ground, trembling as she glanced at the shattered street behind her. Captain, if I hadn't T-ducked just now. Huh? Did you say something? No, nothing. I would have died. I definitely would have died. If I hadn't T-ducked, I would have been the first to die, right? Does this person really consider me a companion? Hey, speaking of which, what about the things I told you to buy? Well, there were so many bad guys. Aren't they all gone now? Hurry up. Yes. The little girl, feeling wronged, didn't care about her scraped knees and elbows and shouldered her heavy backpack. Although the heavy treasure had been exchanged for paper money, it was still too heavy for a little girl. So next, Chiding the wrong little girl. Rayn bent down to pick up a fresh apple that had rolled to his feet. After casually wiping it on his clothes, he took a bite. Waiting for him to sit on a wooden crate and leisurely finish the apple, Rayn cast a cold glance around. More and more shadows began to emerge openly from the darkness surrounding Rayn, engraving the word justice on their backs. The Marines constantly reminded themselves of their actions, and whether they were just swallowing nervously as they fixed their gaze on the notorious criminal etched in their minds. This is an unavoidable situation. Sherry doesn't want to conflict with the Navy. She only delayed the battle that was coming a bit later. The only thing the little girl might have overlooked is just how much importance this captain, whose name she doesn't even know, holds in the eyes of the Navy. Even if they sneakily arrive on this island, the Navy undercover agents lurking in the crowd will eventually discover Ryan's presence. Since it's only a matter of time, Ryan, unwilling to dawdle, decided to actively draw these guys over. By the time the little girl finishes shopping, he should be done with his business too. Never doubting his victory, Ryan Walker smiled nonchalantly, though he was a bit unhappy about having to fight in such a hot country. Sweating was inevitable. This is truly astonishing. Ryan, who was preparing to warm up, was momentarily delayed by an unexpected incident. Although he didn't kill the boy with lethal force, the amount of blood and the injuries he sustained should have left him unconscious, right? Yet this guy somehow managed to crawl to Ryan's feet while he was distracted, his dirty hand gripping Ryan's pant leg tightly. What a tenacious will and vitality. It seems this sword is quite important. Initially planning to showcase his long-forgotten swordsmanship, Ryan eventually abandoned that idea after scratching his nose and placed the sword in the hands of the already unconscious boy. Honestly, is he willing to risk his life for this thing? What an annoying little brat. The cold gaze was infused with complex colors. Ryan didn't have much curiosity about things he didn't understand, only a sense of disgust rooted in his beast-like strength. What could this boy, who cast aside life and death for a mere object, possibly be fighting for? Perhaps there is some belief residing within. Belief? All right. It seems that what he lacks is precisely this. His own belief. Rayn walked out of the alley, away from the unconscious boy, deep in thought. With one step, he entered a new battlefield. My belief must be able to find answers here. Chapter 52, Questions and Answers. Surrender. You are surrounded. The only way out for you is to be captured. Dozens of muskets were aimed at the central criminal, Rayn. The Marines were tense, showing no confidence despite their numbers. Well, let's not rush to act. The hot country made it hard for Rayn to muster any energy, compared to the deadly cold glaciers that kept him alert. This overly warm country always made him feel drowsy. Don't move. Didn't you hear? Get on the ground with your hands on your head. Move again and we'll shoot. Ignoring these annoying guys amid the Marine shouts, Rayn walked straight into an empty shop and pulled out a barrel of wine. Despite the loud yelling, not a single Marine actually fired a shot. Sitting cross-legged in the street, Rayn opened the barrel and took a sip. It was terrible and surprisingly warm. Sighing, he looked at the Marines standing in front of him. Do you want some? Shut up, pirate. Just surrender already. Seriously, don't refuse someone's good intentions. And can't you guys change up your lines? It's always the same few phrases. Isn't it boring? Shut up, pirate. Hurry up. Yes, really. With an uninterested expression, Rayn waved his hand, took another swig from the barrel, wiped his mouth, and scanned the nervous Marines. Don't worry, I don't intend to escape. Besides, given my current condition, I'm not fit for a long journey, and I can't even ride a horse, so rest assured. Rest assured? Rest assured about what? Even the Navy needs time to mobilize troops. This group of fewer than 50 Marines was sent just to buy time. To put it bluntly, they were sent here to die. The leading Navy lieutenant stopped repeating the usual lines. He just stared at Rayn's every move. His task was to keep Rayn here, even if it meant sacrificing lives. For the Marines of this era, there are indeed people who would carry out such suicidal missions, whether in times of peace or chaos. No one would willingly seek death, but those who joined the Navy had resolved to trade their lives for innocent civilians since the day they entered the barracks. In wartime, if one's death could save one or even more innocent lives, nothing could be more gratifying. They were originally stray dogs whose homes had been trampled by pirates, and now taken in by the Navy. They had no thoughts of promotion or honor, only a heart yearning for death. Would anyone believe a sly pirate who puffs his chest and says he would never run? Trust me, really, what kind of world would it be if even the Navy lacked the most basic trust between people? Shaking his head helplessly, Rayn truly had no intention of fleeing. Firstly, the word escape did not exist in his vocabulary. Secondly, he could not run even if he wanted to. In any case, there would be a fight, and for him, whether it was 50 or 1,000 people made no difference. It would be much more convenient to deal with them all at once when they gathered. Although these Marines were prepared to block this dangerous individual with the awareness of certain death, when a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, a notorious criminal, seriously told you about trust, it felt incredibly strange. More and more Marines flooded into the small city, but with so many people, there was simply no room to fight. Especially when trying to encircle a monster like Rayn, it was completely a constrained situation. Leisurely sipping the terrible wine, Rayn had plenty of time before the Marines arrived. As if to pass the time, he cheerfully spoke to the highest-ranking major. Honestly, if possible, I wouldn't want to fight you. It's really pointless to keep fighting like this. So don't be so nervous. Seriously, look, if you calmly chat with me for a bit, you would have completed your task of buying time without sacrificing your men's lives. What a bargain. The scruffy lieutenant was quite young. But no matter how young he was, he saw no reason to talk to a detestable pirate. Ah, soldier, do you know? Human blood is really hard to wash off. Every time I wash my hands, even when they're nothing dirty, they're always this indescribable sticky feeling, as if the grievances of those I've killed are clinging to me. The casual remarks made the surrounding Marines feel even more tormented. How many people did he have to kill to create such an illusion? The lieutenant's face turned extremely grim. If it weren't for the heavy responsibility of buying time, he would have already been unable to resist and lunged at that wicked criminal. It is precisely because there are such people in this world that countless innocent civilians suffer. Seeing no one respond, Rayn, feeling even more bored, finished the remaining wine in one gulp. The young lieutenant immediately realized that if he didn't do something soon, this patient-wearing guy might just run away. He took a deep breath, sheathed his standard-issue sword, and sat face-to-face with Rayn in front of his confused and nervous subordinates, speaking in a low voice. Why did someone like you, who has surpassed common sense, choose to become a pirate? With that skill of yours, what can't you do? Why must you unleash that skill on innocent commoners? Oh well, I also have my own troubles, but I can't say it like that. If I was raised by evil parties since childhood, would I grow up to be a Marine? That's impossible, right? Then what do you think? You're no longer a naive child. What is your judgment? How boring. Why talk as if the Navy and the world government would let me go at this point? What about you? Being sent here to buy time as cannon fodder. Risking your life for an impossible task. Don't you feel any resentment? The young lieutenant did not answer such a boring question. He had no interest in what others thought. He only felt that if soldiers were afraid to confront pirates, then what was the point of being a soldier? Perhaps other Marines had their unique values, but for the lieutenant, he was just doing his job. As a merchant sells goods, a farmer cultivates, men love women, and pirates pillage and kill. As a Marine, it was only natural to do what was expected. Like asking a prisoner, the lieutenant again opened his mouth to ask, "What is your purpose in coming to this country?" The originally aimless question unexpectedly received a reply. Well, for resupplying, recording coordinates. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll continue sailing. I really have no fondness for hot countries. The surprisingly bland response revealed no hidden conspiracy. For some reason, the lieutenant knew that this person was not lying. Do you have accomplices? Yes. Oh, it's no problem to take notes. It can bring quite a bit of merit as intelligence, right? The second lieutenant nodded and seriously took out a notebook from his pocket, making a few simple notes. Where are your accomplices now? And who are they? I can't say that. If you wolves spread across the world knew their identities, how would that little girl ever get married in the future? Is that so? Then let's change the question. Do you think you can walk out of this country alive? Well, I won't lose. To put it metaphorically, if someone like you is a 1 in terms of military strength, then I would be about 20,000. I'm not really clear on your forces, so you can calculate based on that. Although one shouldn't fully trust the enemy's words. The lieutenant couldn't help but feel a sense of sinking in his heart. The bizarre question and answer scene left the other Marines at a loss, leading them to genuinely believe that the stronger individuals in this world must be eccentric. Do you have any special abilities? I can manipulate shockwaves. What is your strongest ability? I can manipulate shockwaves. What about your trump card? I can manipulate shockwaves. Are you a shockwave person who has eaten a shockwave fruit? What a pity. If such a fruit existed, I would love to try it. Do you have a preferred weapon? Let me think. Knife, gun, sword, halberd, axe, battle axe, hook, hairpin, whip, flail, hammer, claws, spear, stick, crutch, meteor. Anything pointy with rings, chains, spikes, or main needles, thrown or pulled back. I'm proficient in all of them. Are you joking with me? No, I'm serious. The time for questions and answers quickly passed. Estimating the time, Rayn raised his head and glanced around at the Marines, as if to kindly remind them, it's about time. The main force should be arriving soon, right? You've successfully completed your mission. You can leave it to them now. If you leave now, I won't do anything to you." The young lieutenant shook his head, and none of the surrounding Marines were willing to retreat. "Oh, is that so? That is why I don't like you Marines. Pirates will scatter if you kill their leader, but you guys won't stop until you're dead. You're really troublesome." The lieutenant meticulously recorded this seemingly joking exchange in his notebook, closing what could either be worthless or extremely valuable intelligence. The lieutenant exhaled and asked one last serious question. "Are you so sure I won't survive that you're telling me all this?" "No, how could that be? Anything can happen unexpectedly. I'm just..." Standing up from the ground, Rayn brushed off the dust from his pants and said with a light smile, "Just passing the time." Chapter 53. Just as well. It wasn't a joke. Looking at the glaringly clear sky, Rayn Walker did not run away. He could not, nor did he want to. Ignoring the young lieutenant lying at his feet, Rayn was already very clear, through his perception, that the coastal town of Kotria had very few people left. The Navy's plan had undergone a trivial change. Because the target did not escape on a whim, the Navy had greater assurance and time to prepare. While that pirate, who didn't know what was wrong with him, was passing the time talking, the residents of the city were half forced by the Navy to leave the area that was about to become a battlefield. There were capitalists who, unwilling to abandon their goods and supplies, insisted on staying, wanting to take all their property with them before leaving. The increasingly numerous Marines who had entered the town began to silently withdraw after receiving orders, leaving only a seemingly grand number in Rayn's view. They've been abandoned. This group of foolish Marines in front of him. The bombardment began. At this point, the situation had progressed to where it could no longer be described as smooth sailing for the Navy. Originally scheduled to use a small force to distract the target, the 10 warships gathered at the port would bury those Marines and innocent civilians under the artillery fire of absolute justice. Even if it would provoke the wrath of the Alabasta Kingdom afterward, it had nothing to do with those Marines pulling the triggers. What the higher-ups would argue about was irrelevant to them. However, things did not develop as harshly as the Navy had anticipated. The target, who didn't know what was wrong with him, unexpectedly did not engage them in a mad fight. If possible, if the citizens of Alabasta could survive, and if they could just kill the target, that would naturally be a happy outcome, avoiding offending the Alabasta Kingdom and not having harm innocent civilians. The decision to send the innocent citizens out of the town was made by a certain colonel who was 3 times more beautiful than most. Colonel Charlotte Berfigot, who was originally extremely dissatisfied with his subordinates being used as bait, completely disobeyed orders after receiving on-site intelligence and made the unilateral decision to save the citizens. He wouldn't give the target a single chance. He would bury it along with the town in the artillery fire. Even if Colonel Charlotte Berfigot, who disobeyed this order, ultimately saved tens of thousands of civilians' lives and perfectly eliminated the target, the future outcome for this man, who had no support in his career and acted novelly and absurdly, was already a tragically apparent fate. But precisely because he was such a naive and absurd man in the eyes of the higher-ups, his foolish soldiers were willing to give everything for him. Just like the lieutenant, who was destined to die, charging at Rayn time and again without complaint, ultimately falling without surprise. Rayn exhaled as if sighing, wiping the blood from his hands on the lieutenant's clean uniform. Beneath his feet lay all the foolish Marines who sought death. Rayn felt no excess sentiment for these people. Rayn's style emphasized the rhythm of breathing, but he couldn't maintain steady breathing now. Really, just at this moment sighing helplessly, Rayn instinctively raised his hand to cover his chest. Aside from the helplessness in certain aspects, there was a bit of regret about the impending battle. It's raining. With a slight smile rising, Rayn looked up at the rain falling from his hot country. The dark rain of bullets came from the bombardment of 10 main fleet warships. If there were 5 more vice admirals and naval elites, they could form a national-level demon-slaying force. As if suddenly recalling something, he took a step and appeared in an alley outside a street. The boy lay there, motionless like a salted fish, tightly gripping his sword. The poor boy was not evacuated by the Navy as an innocent civilian, like those capitalists who refused to leave. One side was not worth saving, while the other did not even fall within the definition of citizen. Rayn sat on a wooden crate, waiting for the rain of bullets to fall. Although it was completely different from the exciting battle he had expected, the Navy would never reason or show compassion to pirates. A pirate who could be killed by a bullet would never engage in a duel with him for fun. The vibrations quickly covered the entire Kotria, and flames and explosions turned the town into a thing of the past. The salted fish beneath his feet. Oh no, the boy. The only reason to save him was that he was involved due to Rayn. It was quite pathetic for someone so young to die without clarity. After finding a suitable reason for himself, Rayn indifferently watched the fireworks around him continuously bloom, transforming into brilliant colors. He just sat there, becoming the only pure land amidst the sea of fire with a radius of 3 meters centered around him. The invisible barrier was constantly covered by the dust raised by the explosions, then washed away by new shock waves. Amidst the smoke and flames, Rayn waited, feeling bored for it all to end. The vitality, stronger than cockroaches, surprised Rayn many times in just half a day. When that boy painfully crawled up from the ground, he was greatly frightened by the exaggerated scenery around him. When you wake up and find the azure sky engulfed by thick black smoke, and the surrounding sturdy buildings exploding one after another like tofu, with deafening sounds that could nearly render you deaf, what would you feel? The dirty boy froze for a moment, closed his eyes, and continued lying on the ground. After repeating this 3 times before finally confirming he wasn't dreaming. Good morning. The boy's reaction was amusing. Rayn saw no fear in his exceptionally clear eyes regarding the current situation, nor did he harbor any hatred towards the person who had injured him. Of course, this didn't mean the boy was indifferent or calm under pressure. Yes, if it had to be described. That's right, he looked completely bewildered, hugging his beloved sword tightly. The dirty boy curled up like a small animal, his face pale and looking pitifully malnourished. He looked at the bastard who had beaten him up fiercely before, yet was now protecting him. If it weren't for his empty stomach, he would definitely make this bastard pay. The indiscriminate barrage of artillery looked quite terrifying, but not many actually landed near Rayn. When the shells fell, the shockwave from the explosions shook the invisible barrier around Rayn, causing his body to tremble slightly. Rayn, who was softly coughing, seemed tired of the dazzling fireworks around him. He turned his head to look at the boy beside him, whose face was filled with pain as he desperately covered his ears. The defensive shockwave barrier blocked the endless flames and explosions, but it did not prevent the effects of sound and vibration. The already battered boy probably wouldn't last much longer and would be killed by the shock of the explosions. The boy, tormented by this unbearable noise and vibration, lowered his hand from his ears and grasped the sword in his hand. Just when Rayn thought the kid could no longer take it and was about to commit suicide, the boy unexpectedly calmed down. The sword naturally had no special magical functions. The dirty boy began to bleed, blood flowing from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, but his expression showed little pain, as if he saw something through the sword, revealing shades of happiness and suffering. Suddenly, a voice sharply cut through the roar of cannon fire, clearly falling into the boy's ears. "Hey, I need a deckhand on my ship. Want to come along?" The dirty boy didn't even react before he felt himself being lifted like a chick. Colonel Charlotte Beelzebub looked at the sea of fire before him, feeling no complex emotions. His subordinates had already sacrificed themselves, so to honor that trust that was willing to risk their lives, he had to finish the job at hand. Beelzebub was not the kind of commander who loved his soldiers like sons. This sailor, more beautiful than any woman, was simply doing what he wanted to do. As for the misunderstandings his actions caused among his soldiers, which turned into a worship-like emotion, he neither acknowledged nor opposed it. He was simply acting according to his own sense of justice. His men should not die under their own artillery, and the foolishly innocent civilians had no reason to die in the hunt for a pirate. Beelzebub had made his own decision regarding the increasingly distorted sense of justice within the Navy. The justice in his heart had allowed him to rise to the rank of colonel, but it also meant he would never progress further in his career. Sometimes he wondered if becoming a free-spirited pirate would be a better path for him. Holding a purple sunshade, Beelzebub calmly watched the town still engulfed in flames. He had no interest in the besieged pirate. He was increasingly dissatisfied with the orders issued by the Navy headquarters. To sacrifice so many lives for one pirate was becoming increasingly absurd. It was precisely because of his unreasonable conviction that no one could survive under the bombardment that flattened the town, that when a corridor of flames was conjured out of thin air and a blood-soaked young man emerged carrying a boy, everyone was stunned. The young pirate, whose entire body seemed to ooze blood, squinted at the blinding sun in the sky, wiped the blood-mixed tears from the corners of his eyes, and, yawning, turned to the astonished Navy personnel, asking seriously, "Shall we start fighting if there's nothing else?" Chapter 54, Benevolence and Justice. With a snap, the purple sunshade folded up, piercing towards Rayn Walker like a sword. In that moment of shock, Beelzebub's trained instincts kicked in. The sunshade cutting through the air left no doubt it could pierce through a person. Holding the dirty boy in his left hand, Rayn calmly glanced at the incoming sunshade, and with his right hand, he struck the tip of the sunshade with his palm like a blade. The sparks from the friction of metal were dazzling. bursting forth from human hands in an unimaginable display. That descending hand chop easily split the sunshade, which was enveloped in a domineering aura, just like a legendary sword. The unmatched strength traveled down the shaft of the sunshade. If he didn't let go, his palm would also be severed, so Beelzebub unhesitatingly abandoned the sunshade, which had been used as a weapon, and with a kick in the air, he rapidly floated backward. Moonstep. Oh, unlike what Beelzebub expected, Rayn did not pursue but remained in place, showing great interest in the technique Beelzebub had displayed. Back in the small garden, he had exchanged blows with an unknown giant in just a few moves. In a moment of urgency, he had forcefully stepped on the air to gain thrust. Mastering such techniques in midair without a foothold was immensely beneficial in combat. However, Rayn had not practiced this technique extensively. Most martial artists might be able to generate thrust by forcefully stepping on air, but mastering such a technique was not just difficult. It required more than just leg muscles. If he hadn't built a solid foundation through kicking training from a young age, handling the feedback from stepping on air wouldn't have been easy. Even someone with inadequate skills trying to forcefully execute it might just end up with their legs twitching and unable to move. If lucky, or if unlucky, their own power could cause their legs to be mangled, resulting in lifelong disability. Of course, for Rayn, these were not problems. He simply lacked the capability and mood to practice due to his current physical condition. Fire! The swift exchange finally snapped the other sailors back to reality, and bullets shot out from all directions, enveloping Rayn. The town, already flattened by cannon fire, now burned like hellfire. For the Navy personnel, who had the advantage in numbers, the battlefield had become unrestrained and unprecedentedly spacious, which was naturally the best scenario for them. The firearms of this era are unable to break through even his shockwave defense barrier under active protection for Rayn today. The black projectiles pathetically fell just 1 meter away from Rayn, and the rockets also exploded a meter away from him. Naturally, the shockwave barrier that can withstand naval cannonballs would not be breached by the dense projectiles. Slashes, cannon fire, strikes, impacts, flames, and seawater are all isolated by this absolute defense. The only possibility of being breached lies in Rayn exhausting his own physical strength. Furthermore, this so-called absolute defense can isolate even the air outside. Not only does it easily consume energy, but if it is not lifted before the air runs out, the interior will turn into a vacuum state that could be fatal. At that point, it will be quite a spectacle indeed, leading to death. It's so noisy. The clamor of gunfire infuriated Rayn, causing him to touch his ears, which were bleeding from the prior cannon blast. Raising his right arm, he swung it fiercely in front of him. The torrent of shock waves swept outwards like ocean waves, drowning the Marines who were screaming as they were swept away by the invisible shock waves. The ripples of the shock not only engulfed all the attacking Marines, but also crushed the burning town behind Rayn to dust. Haha, this is really a headache. I finally understand why the higher-ups are making such a fuss. Is this to grind the final boss? Belphegor, with a grim smile, knelt on the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, never imagining he would be so easily defeated. Within a radius of 1 kilometer from that person, the land was as cleanly cut as cheese, devoid of any debris. The ground, the terrain, was actually altered by one person. A monster. A true monster. How could such absurdity exist? The slightly delayed follow-up naval forces looked incredulously at the empty terrain, the scorching remnants of towns, and the Marines who were pushed out of this range, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Cough, cough. With a fit of sharp coughing, blood dripped from Belphegor's mouth as he looked somewhat gratified at the final boss, who was continuously coughing blood. It seems that terrifying blow cannot be used recklessly. The roar of the ship's cannons was almost heard throughout the Alabasta kingdom, tons of explosives easily altering the terrain. And anyone who wasn't dead could almost feel this terrifying tremor. Dracul Mihawk was very close to Katreya, so he was certainly not dead, nor was he an ignorant fool. He knew that the Navy would not let the actions on Magnetic Drum Island go unpunished. It was precisely because of this that he did not want to implicate others due to his own reasons and wished to disembark as soon as possible. However, having no interest in the news or newspapers, he naturally had no idea that the somewhat familiar guy was a ticking time bomb comparable to himself. When a nervous young girl surely struggled to drag a large bag onto the ship, he received news that the town not far away was now surrounded by the Navy. But what happened to Rayn? For some reason, Mihawk suddenly recalled the first time he saw Rayn. They had fought without exchanging a single word. Could it be that guy got into trouble again? Surely he had already returned. And Mihawk felt he had fulfilled his promise and was no longer obliged to guard the ship like a watchdog. Before disembarking, he glanced at the increasingly anxious young girl with his sharp, hawk-like eyes, unsure if it was out of gratitude for saving her or just a casual remark. "If you want to leave, now is the time." After saying this, he ignored Shirley's reaction and jumped off the ship, heading towards the blazing Katreya. "Leave?" Shirley shook her little head. There was currently nothing on this ship that posed a threat to her. Food, daily necessities, everything was complete. Mihawk saw that her relationship with Rayn was not one of companions, which was why he offered his reminder. Being treated like a slave under someone else's roof was certainly not the same as being companions, and regardless of what the clueless captain was planning, Shirley was merely resting under a big tree. If having sufficient resources made it easy to set sail, would all the pirates who sank in the sea every year be fools? Without navigation skills, without the ability to cook, just a somewhat smarter 9-year-old girl. This sea was not forgiving enough to allow her to live freely. That ignorant captain, who knew nothing, could break through the unpredictable dangers of the sea with unreasonable strength. But could she do it? Sitting silently on the deck, Shirley hugged her thin legs, trying hard to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Staring at the distant flames, unsure of what she was thinking. Her body ached. The wounds that had barely stopped bleeding reopened with just the slightest movement while walking, re-drenching the bandages wrapped around her in blood red. Dracul Mihawk gasped for breath, and his vision began to blur. This kind of injury would be fatal for an ordinary person, but I, destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, will never die. If I do not surpass the limits of ordinary people, it would be better for me to die. With trembling hands that I forced to steady, I drew my beloved sword, which was already at its last gasp. I stared with my eagle eyes, capable of intimidating the weak, at the endless sea of soldiers ahead. Clear the way. With a fierce and unmatched strike, I slashed toward a future devoid of hope. The slash transformed into a massive sword energy, splitting the earth in two. And countless soldiers did not even have time to scream before being swept away, forever silenced. Yes, I cannot die, but even at the cost of my life, there are things I cannot yield on. That is the righteousness I cannot abandon. To owe righteousness is to cross an insurmountable line. The blade, wrapped in domineering aura, inevitably began to crack. The life of this sword had come to an end, yet in the end, it remained by my side until the very last moment, without regret. Bang! The bullet shot from the musket, wrapped in domineering aura. I did not know which master had struck, but amidst the chaos, Mihawk was shot in the shoulder by a cunning bullet from behind, as he intercepted the large number of Navy troops preparing to support Belphegor. Mihawk found himself in a predicament far greater than that on Magnetic Drum Island. Surrounded inside and out by the Navy, almost no one fired their guns, because if they missed the enemy, stray bullets would undoubtedly hit their own men. And since someone did fire, it only indicated one thing. The shooter was an absolute expert in this field. Wait, that guy has those eyes, the swordsman with eagle eyes. That's right. This guy is the pirate who committed heinous crimes on Magnetic Drum Island. Capture him alive. This kind of guy is most suitable for intimidating pirates during public execution. The prison bullet shot out, and layers of barbed wire descended upon Mihawk. In his cold, piercing gaze, there was not an ounce of panic. His sword-wielding arms' muscles bulged as he disregarded the bleeding wound on his shoulder and swung fiercely. Vitra! The pressure generated by the high-speed swing of the sword transformed into a wave-like shockwave that sent the capture net flying away from Mihawk and carried the soldiers charging at him into the sky. Bang! Taking advantage of Mihawk's sword momentum, that cunning shooter struck again, breaking through the shockwave barrier formed by the sword pressure. The bullet wrapped in domineering aura aimed directly for Mihawk's head. Clearly, the intent to capture alive was not taken to heart. Not killing the snake would lead to self-harm. The swordsman before him was not someone to be dealt with naively, always on guard against this vicious strike. Mihawk raised his hand and slashed at the bullet coming from behind. Crack! The sword in Mihawk's hand finally met its end, shattering upon contact with the bullet. With his last ounce of strength, he intercepted this deadly blow. Only the broken hilt remained, which Mihawk unhesitatingly threw toward the direction from which the bullet was fired. And in the blink of an eye, it pierced into the forehead of a beautiful blue-haired girl. One strike, and she was dead. Breathing heavily, Mihawk kicked up a Navy standard issue sword from the ground and held it in one hand, gazing into the crowd of enemies. A massive explosion sounded from another battlefield, and the smoke instantly engulfed everyone. A figure suddenly burst out from the smoke and landed beside Mihawk. Rayn and Mihawk stood back to back, facing the endless onslaught of Navy troops. With one slash, Mihawk forced back a charging giant, swallowing a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" Kicking down 4 or 5 people, Rayn replied grimly, "The human miracle show is too astonishing. I really can't laugh." What? In the midst of the explosion, within the smoke, a pair of vertical pupils belonging to a carnivorous beast suddenly appeared. Awakened something troublesome. Huh? Chapter 55. Devil Fruit. When that silvery white beast stood quietly at the center of the battlefield, the light seemed to be drawn to its beautiful silvery white fur. Emitting a gentle hue, the Navy soldiers, who had originally been slaughtered by those 2 monstrous pirates, let out deafening shouts. They regained their fighting spirit. That was when Mihawk stopped his bleeding military knife, narrowing his eagle eyes, appearing vigilant. It was something very rare. Unsurprisingly, it was likely the rumored devil fruit user. However, that alone did not warrant Mihawk's vigilance. Even if a human turned into a ferocious beast, wielded lightning, fire, and displayed all kinds of bizarre and unpredictable abilities, to him, it would still be nothing more than a single decisive cut. Yet from that beast, Mihawk sensed danger. This is a sense of bizarre danger. That beast does not display any violent ferocity, but rather is surprisingly gentle. Its enormous body simply exists there, exuding an overwhelming presence. A Zoan-type devil fruit. Indeed a bit tricky. With a light chuckle, Mihawk quickly exchanged this hint of danger for a high-spirited fighting intent. "If you can't handle it, let me take care of it." Throwing the fainted boy, who had rolled his eyes, at Mihawk's feet, Rayn tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an unhappy expression. "What nonsense are you saying? Do you think I'm someone else? A Lulacan?" The stunned Marines stood there, at a loss, watching the 2 idiots start to brawl over a single sentence. Have we, the soldiers who risk our lives for justice, actually lost to these 2 fools? Forget it. You keep an eye on this kid. Don't let him die. I'll be right back. What? First you want me to watch the ship. Now you want me to take care of this kid? I'm not your babysitter. Hey, wait. Hold on. Rayn, you bastard. The frantic calls could not possibly stop the swiftly disappearing figure. Mihawk stood motionless in place, his shoulders trembling. Seeing an opportunity, the Marines exchanged glances and silently charged at Mihawk. What awaited them was a sword aura that was several times stronger than before. Rolling up his sleeves, Mihawk revealed a chilling smile, beneath which seemed to lurk some dark miasma. "I'm not in a good mood right now. You better be prepared." When Rayn finally landed on the clean ground that had been altered by the battle, his current state could not be described as graceful at all. His clothes were tattered, and his entire body was covered in blood. Under the bombardment comparable to a demon-slaying order, paying a price was unavoidable. Even if tons of explosives were blocked, there would still be some impact at the moment of contact. Even so, one could not see any sign of despair from this man. Although common sense was the least important thing on the Grand Line, it was still not an everyday sight to see a human suddenly turn into a mud dog. Standing several meters away from the beast, Rayn wiped his face, filled with a hint of excitement at the unknown, and softly said, "Come here, pup. There are bones to eat." The silver giant wolf did not even roar, transforming into a dull streak of light as it lunged at Rayn's position. Zulfust, Zen, whose vision was already impaired, could not capture the direction of that light with his naked eye. The observation haki unfolded in an instant, and even when he caught the silver light, it was still a beat too slow. TSK. With a sudden lift of his leg, Rayn turned and slashed down toward the rear right. Weapon style, Thunder Axe. The sharp beast fangs bit into Rayn's calf just before the leg that could chop through steel fell. Blood splattered as the calf was instantly pierced, breaking through the defense of the armament haki, leaving marks on Rayn's leg bones. Ugh, the true pain that penetrates to the bone can kill a person. But after years of enduring constant suffering, Rayn forcibly endured this pain. The leg that had weakened due to the sudden pain and impact still fell with force. Don't underestimate me. The muscle in his bitten calf was forcibly torn down with a falling strength. Even though the power was reduced, that leg still struck the giant wolf's head. The wolf form of Belphegor was driven into the ground by that leg. The arc of the falling leg split the ground open, creating a huge trench. Aya, letting out a howl akin to a wounded beast, Rayn clutched his right leg, choking on his sobs as the calf's muscle was completely torn apart. There was no more blood left to flow from the bloody wounds. Even with Rayn's willpower, he could not endure this painful injury. As he struggled to calm his chaotic emotions, the shrinking shockwave began to take effect on his calf's wound, stimulating the proteins in his flesh and forcing the cells to divide and regenerate. Visibly, the lost calf muscle began to regenerate, repairing itself according to Rayn's will. Eventually, even the skin healed as if newly born. Phew! Compared to his previous rampage, Rayn had become increasingly adept at controlling this technique. Sweating profusely, Rayn moved his newly formed muscles. Aside from slight discomfort, there was no other difference. After this, as long as he continued to train, he could fully recover. After doing all this, Rayn turned his gaze to the wolf-formed Belphegor, only to see the giant wolf that had been driven into the ground begin to shrink, transforming into a human-sized wolf-headed monster. He had been struck on the head by Rayn's frenzied blow, and the severe concussion caused him to faint for just a few minutes. It seemed that the beast's resilient vitality allowed him to survive with great difficulty. The wolfman Belphegor, with bulging eyes, breathed heavily as his thick fingers began to grow sharp claws. A madman, to still deliver that kick while having his calf bitten. Humans have an instinctive protection of their bodies, but this was the first time Belphegor had seen a madman who didn't care about his own body at all. With a grin, Rayn undoubtedly appeared as a crazy guy in Belphegor's eyes. The newly grown muscle in his calf was visibly weaker than other areas, but Rayn's speed did not decrease. In fact, it increased, showing no intention of taking it easy. The two rushed in and collided fiercely. The impact created a storm that blew to the sides. The fists wrapped in hockey and the razor-sharp claws began a new clash. To outsiders, the movements of the two had become a series of afterimages and explosive roars. The sharp wolf claws scraped bloody wounds on Rayn's body, while the body of the wolf-formed Belphegor, no less than steel, showed dents from Rayn's punches. The punches and claws, now resembling a storm, showed no signs of stopping. The momentum of both reached its peak, leaving no time for conversation, but Belphegor could see an almost brutal joy on the young pirate's face. Is this guy enjoying the fight? The good education and peaceful living environment he received since childhood made Belphegor completely unable to understand this crazy smile. Hey. Spare me. I just casually became a Marine, casually initiated the bombardment, and then casually dealt with the task from above. Why must I fight to the death with a monster like you? A negative attitude does not mean that Belphegor's attacks slowed down at all. But what on earth is going on? With the power of the devil fruit, combined with his never-ending training, how could he end up in a stalemate with a mere pirate? What a disgrace. A stalemate? The unnecessary distractions led to a brutal brawl finally coming to an end. Just a moment of hesitation, and Belphegor lost this battle. Oh no! At that moment, Rayn's fierce attack transformed into a torrent, forcefully pushing Belphegor's hands aside. As he pushed Belphegor's hand aside, Rayn stepped forward and unleashed a powerful downward hammer strike on Belphegor's chest. Iron block. Ugh. Ultimate skill. Fierce tiger climbs the mountain. When that hammer strike hit Belphegor's chest, there was a brief pause between the two, and after less than a second, it was as if he had been hit by a cannonball. Belphegor was sent flying. He flew hundreds of meters away, scattering the Navy formation surrounding Mihawk, and lay motionless among the crowd. Under the anxious gaze of the soldiers, they saw his chest deeply caved in. It was the imprint of a fist that had pierced through his body. What? The colonel has been knocked down. Chapter 56. King, believe me, seriously, if even the most basic trust between people is gone in the Navy, what kind of world will this become? Actually, if possible, I would want to fight you guys either. Fighting all day long isn't interesting at all. Don't be so tense. Honestly, look, if you chat calmly with me for a while, you can achieve your task of stalling for time without sacrificing your subordinates' lives. Isn't that a good deal? So do you know? Human blood is actually hard to wash off. Every time I wash my hands, even though they're nothing dirty, there's always this sticky feeling that seems like the resentment of those I've killed is clinging to me. I also have various hardships, but I can't say it that way. If I was adopted by a gang of villains since childhood, is it possible that I'd grow up to be a Marine? That's impossible, right? It's really boring. Why do I sound like the Navy and the world government would let me go at this point? What about you? Abandoned by your superiors to become cannon fodder to buy time, completing impossible tasks while risking your life. Don't you really feel any hatred? Well, about that, resupplying materials, recording pointers. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll continue sailing. I really don't have a good impression of hot countries. I can't say that. If you guys, a bunch of world-spanning wolves, found out my identity, how would the little girl get married in the future? In the phone worm, a certain self-important pirate was answering information obtained at the cost of a Marine's life. That ensign played a trick, pretending to take notes with a notebook, while actually opening a phone worm in the inner pocket of his clothing. On the other end of the phone worm, the intelligence officer on the warship was meticulously recording this precious information. Although for the Marines, Almost no one would believe that anyone could survive such terrifying bombardment. It was still necessary to capture every detail just in case, which was the advantage and necessity of the Navy's vast intelligence network. Even if 1,000 preparations were made, even if only one could be used in the end, that would be good. This is the greatest advantage of the government and the Navy as a world power. The Navy can lose time and again, but they can always get back up, with vast resources and manpower to replace them. In contrast, a ridiculous force like pirates, if they lose once, it means total annihilation. Detailed information obtained from the residents of Nesru indicated that Rayn Walker ultimately seized a caravel ship from a dolphin ship. And, combined with the information just received from the phone worm, he also had a female accomplice. Before the bombardment began, a fleet of Marines started searching for the caravel ship described in the intelligence near the Alabasta coastline. The Navy naturally had no reason or need to discuss anything with despicable pirates. This was reflected not only in the details, but also in their acting skills. When that sharp claw penetrated Mihawk's chest from behind, the originally panicked expressions of the surrounding Marines immediately turned to sneers and smugness. Belphegor calmly withdrew his blood-stained claws, allowing the powerful swordsman to fall silently there. This guy, looking at Mihawk lying in a pool of blood, Belphegor couldn't help but feel fortunate for his decision. That strike aimed at Mihawk's heart was instinctively avoided by the severely injured man. But even if he avoided the vital spot, anyone who had a hole blown through their chest had no reason to survive. This was originally intended to deal with Rayn Walker, but it ultimately ended up being used to resolve Mihawk. However, to forcibly avoid the fatal blow from this deadly strike. It must be said that taking down Mihawk is not a loss-making deal, like mocking the fact that Rayn's mistake led to his partner's death. Belphegor provocatively looked at that expressionless guy. Despite being pierced through the chest by a domineering blow that should have killed him, Belphegor was now alive and lively, provoking him. It could be said that it was because he didn't handle the situation cleanly that Mihawk ended up being ambushed by such a guy. Rayn squinted his eyes. Beneath his expressionless facade, there was naturally no boring sense of guilt, only dissatisfaction stemming from the horror that his own actions had implicated that poor swordsman. Why is this guy still alive? Rayn had no interest in such a boring matter. Since he wasn't dead yet, he might as well continue fighting, dig out his heart, chop off his head, and if he still didn't die, perhaps things would become interesting. Belphegor looked at the enemy, who showed no signs of wavering, and was inexplicably filled with fighting spirit. Truly an incomprehensible madman. Belphegor waved his hand, and Rayn, who was about to launch an attack, came to a sudden stop. The naval encirclement began to open a gap, and two armed Navy soldiers approached with a little girl. The girl, apart from being a bit nervous, showed no other signs of fear. She just kept her head down and stood there silently. Seeing something amusing, Rayn couldn't help but chuckle. What's going on here? What is this doing? Are you trying to shake yourself by endangering your companions due to your own mistakes? Do you want to use this little girl's life to force me to submit? Well, although I don't expect you despicable pirates to have any sense of camaraderie, Belphegor transformed back from a beast form and walked in front of Shirley, gently stroking the girl's slightly curled brown hair. Shirley did not look up at the incredibly beautiful big sister. She merely bit her lip and looked down at her shoelaces. In this chaotic world, children like Shirley have the lowest survival rates. Logically, it would be a great fortune if she could receive protection and adoption from the Navy. With her intelligence, she could easily tell the Navy in front of her that she was forced into slavery by pirates, and no one would doubt the words of such a small child. But for some unknown reason, the little girl did not do this. Perhaps she had realized that the Navy before her was not the typical good guys and would not give up a card that could threaten a certain pirate just because of a few words. In fact, Belphegor would not easily let go of this little girl either, being able to exchange a child's life for the submission of a certain villain, thereby reducing more innocent casualties. There is no better deal in the world. As she stroked Shirley's smooth short hair, her beautiful white hand swiftly moved to the girl's delicate neck. Although the surrounding soldiers were greatly dissatisfied with someone threatening a little girl, they remained silent for the sake of the greater good and justice, but still reserved the right to bring this respected colonel to a military court later. Ignoring the little girl's desperate struggles, Belphegor looked at the laughing pirate with an intoxicating smile and said, "If you can obediently submit, that would be wonderful." Ridiculous. Without any sign of wavering, Rayn began to move forward. Even the average soldiers clearly felt the oppressive aura emanating from this fierce tiger. That was something unreasonable for Rayn. That little girl was merely a stranger he had known for less than a month, not even worth knowing her name. Just a thing left on the ship to do chores. emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the notorious pirate in this chaotic world. The god of battle, Rayn Walker, had no reason to surrender for the sake of such an insignificant little thing. If he expected the pirate in front of him to surrender out of some ridiculous humanity, then Rayn would have no chance of becoming the current villain that even the government found troublesome. The Navy's threat was completely a misjudgment. Belphegor's smile remained as she tightened her grip on the little girl, who struggled helplessly like a bird with its feet caught, flapping its wings in desperation. Rayn walked towards Belphegor with a blank expression, while Belphegor gradually increased her grip. The little girl, unable to breathe freely, began to suffocate, tears and saliva uncontrollably streaming down her face. There was no sign of stopping or submitting as the surrounding soldiers raised their guns, swords, and knives, preparing for a brutal fight. When Rayn finally halted his advance, Belphegor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her grip loosened. If it weren't for the little girl's appearance initially causing Rayn to stop his attack, he wouldn't have wasted time on such a boring threat. It was precisely because of Rayn's initial wavering that gave Belphegor the opportunity to exploit. The Navy suffered no losses, even if this man refused to compromise. They could always return to the starting point and continue fighting. The only thing at stake was Belphegor's own insignificant reputation, which she didn't care about at all. Belphegor quietly watched Rayn, waiting for the man's decision. Her body was already prepared. If this guy refused to submit and acted recklessly, she would throw the little girl at him and then launch a series of attacks. Rayn Walker squinted his eyes, making his gaze appear sharper. This action was not intentional. It was simply because he had poor eyesight and could only see clearly this way. The reason for stopping was simple. It was neither due to wavering nor the little girl's life, but rather dissatisfaction. Yes, Rayn was very unhappy. Mihawk was ambushed, and Shirley was threatened. He did not feel any wavering or guilt over such trivial emotions. He was just very annoyed that the Navy dared to threaten him. There was no one in this world who could threaten him. No one. I'll say this once. Let her go and then die. Is that so? It seems the negotiations have broken down. Yes, what a pity. At the moment when tension was about to erupt, Belphegor's eyes turned fierce, and her hand gripping Shirley's neck suddenly exerted force. At that same instant, Rayn's squinted eyes snapped open. An indescribable force instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. Soldiers fell one by one, rolling their eyes, and even Belphegor herself was affected, momentarily stunned. In that brief moment, Rayn appeared in front of Belphegor, tearing off her arm, and stepped on her chest, looking down at her from above. Oh, little dog, the situation has reversed now. Chapter 57. Fateful encounter. Blood stained the desert beneath him, and the injured Mihawk could not even move a finger. His breathing rate was decreasing, and his body temperature was gradually fading. Even though the ambush aimed at his heart was avoided, he was already battered, and now a gaping wound was opened in his chest. Even if he were immediately taken to a hospital, with the medical standards of this era and this country, there was no way to save him. How tragic. Emotionless. Cold words echoed in Mihawk's ears as he struggled to open his eagle-like eyes, trying to maintain his clarity. Once he lost consciousness, he would never have the chance to open his eyes again. After dealing with a certain werewolf, Rayn sat cross-legged beside Mihawk, as if to collect his corpse, but without any emotion, which was heartbreaking. Mihawk forced a smile, unsure if it was a mockery or held some other significance. Yes, he had no grievances or grudges with this person. All that existed was merely a rivalry that any warrior would eventually face. He wouldn't use the act of coming to save him as leverage. It was Mihawk's own will that brought him here to battle, and he had nothing to complain about in return for the kindness shown to him. In this way, he felt that he had nothing to lose in this world and could die with peace of mind. Although he regretted that his journey could only reach this point, the fact that he was going to die meant that he was just a man of this caliber after all. This is the era where those who set sail with a sense of inevitable death exist. With a yawn, Rayn looked at the unyielding Mihawk with a face full of disdain. As the grayness in his eyes deepened, he finally sighed. What a troublesome guy. Didn't I say before that it was that little girl who saved you? Why are you so fixated on this mess? Though, I'm not interested in such matters either. With a malicious smile, Rayn placed his hand on Mihawk's chest. Good luck, you bastard. This is the first time I'm using this move on someone else. I wonder what will happen. It's truly exciting. Now, Rayn was completely in a state of excitement, treating others as guinea pigs. That said, he still reined in his smile and put on a rare, serious expression. The name of the technique he developed in his youth, 8-chamber fist, undying martial body, made the adult Rayn somewhat embarrassed, but at this point, he had no mood to change the name. He could minimize the controllable energy he had cultivated to the lowest limit, stimulating various proteins at the wound site, rapidly accelerating the rate of cell division, thus allowing cell reconstruction, and even regenerating all organ tissues. This was not a recovery ability, but a regeneration ability. Since humans have a limited number of cell divisions in their lifetime, using it would correspondingly reduce their lifespan. That said, the side effects are not much different from lying in bed for a year and a half. Although it was a taboo that the old man ordered him never to use until the last moment, Rayn completely disregarded it. Aside from not having experimented on himself, he had practiced this ability multiple times on animals and enemies. Of course, the fate of those enemies and animals was a scene he preferred not to recall. Ordinary wounds could regenerate, but extensive injuries, even those affecting organs or losing organs, were extremely difficult due to the complexity of human body organs. Thanks to this, Rayn not only honed his martial skills in his youth, but also gained a thorough understanding of human body tissues. Not for medical reasons, but to understand his own body and how to quickly and effectively take down enemies. You have to know how difficult it is to find a few medical books and diagrams of human anatomy among a bunch of muscle-headed pirates. If one does not have a profound understanding of their own body, simply stimulating the proteins at the wound site to promote cell division and regeneration could lead to the growth of abnormal limbs, completely losing the original human form. After all, this is not a healing technique from a game or novel, where a spell can restore everything to normal, without the corresponding knowledge to assist. Using this method carelessly, like the calf muscles that were torn off by that werewolf, could result in other disgusting muscle tissues growing over the wound, leading to a truly terrible scene. In the past, experimenting on enemies only resulted in their demise. It was impossible for Rayn to feel any unease when using this ability to save someone for the first time. It wasn't that he was afraid of killing Mihawk. Rather, for him, once he decided to act, there could be no possibility of failure. The observation hockey enveloped him like an intangible net, carefully probing into Mihawk's wound, checking every blood vessel and organ for damage. Only by fully understanding these could he implement regeneration. Otherwise, if he merely focused on superficial wound restoration while the insides were a dead sea, Mihawk would already be in a coffin. Rayn closed his eyes again and accelerated his pace. What originally required an hour or even longer to fully analyze a person's body structure now only needed to temporarily regenerate the fatal injury. The rest could be set aside for now. Plus, without spending an hour, he had about 3 to 5 minutes before this guy under him would kick the bucket. Sweat dripped from Rayn's temples as he nearly violently manipulated the imperceptible tiny energy to begin repairing Mihawk's body. To outsiders, this silent battlefield seemed to have halted any fighting. But within Mihawk's body, there was a cataclysmic creation and regeneration happening. After the brief regeneration technique took effect, Mihawk's heart had already stopped beating. Bang! If there were still people standing, they would look at Rayn with the gaze of a sadistic scum. This guy actually stood on the heart of a corpse with a stopped heartbeat. Hey, stop playing dead. Wake up. Like a street thug. He stepped on Mihawk's heart again. I put in so much effort to heal you, and now you're lying here pretending to be dead? Do you know how foolish that makes me feel after all that hard work? It's so awkward, you know? If you know, then wake up already. The gentle energy, triggered by the tiny vibrations underfoot, performed cardiac resuscitation on Mihawk's stopped heart. After several attempts without any response, Rayn, with bulging veins on his forehead, forced a smile. Is this guy really prepared to embarrass himself? Nearly infuriated, Rayn stomped on Mihawk's heart with all his might. It wasn't exactly a miracle or anything. It could only be said that the surprisingly high defense Mihawk was merely awakened by that final kick. When that foot landed and Mihawk coughed out the blood that had been stuck in his throat, his bloodshot eyes immediately spotted the man he never wanted to see again before closing his eyes. His back was already soaked with sweat, and he was more exhausted than when fighting the werewolf. The regenerative work had drained his physical strength and energy. Rayn sat down on the sandy ground, wiped the sweat off his face, and looked at Mihawk, who was staring at him intently. He truly smiled, and with the sunlight behind him and his handsome face, there was indeed a somewhat charming youthful allure. Good morning. Hearing that melodious voice that had already completed its change, Mihawk closed his eyes once more. It seemed this entanglement is not so easily severed. Well, it's not that bad either. Thinking like this, Mihawk slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Oh, you just smiled, didn't you? No, that's not the case. Don't lie. I clearly saw you smile. That was just my wound opening up. It hurt so much I grimaced. Is this your first lie? Your eyes completely betrayed you. You look like an idiot. I knew I wouldn't get along with you. Chapter 58. His name, werewolf fruit, a zoan-type mythical beast. It is an extraordinarily rare kind, even among devil fruits. The power of this fruit is also exceptionally strong, able to self-heal any injury like the legendary werewolf, possessing a physique stronger than steel and speed like the wind. While it may not rank high in sheer strength, it is indeed one of the top contenders in terms of being virtually indestructible, truly deserving its rare title as a mythical beast. After being pierced through the chest and having his spine broken by Rayn, Belphegor astonishingly recovered in a short time. The ability of this fruit is simply unreasonable. Even if an arm is torn off, if it can be reattached immediately, it will restore itself in an instant. If an arm is lost, Belphegor can regenerate a new one within 1 or 2 days, and if this ability reaches the awakened level, he could even regenerate it in the blink of an eye, as miraculously as a lizard regrowing its tail. Unfortunately, he encountered Raynwalker. Rayn had no twisted heart for torturing captives. If he didn't need any information from them, he wouldn't hesitate to end their lives, severing limbs, decapitating, bleeding them dry. Yet Belphegor was still alive. Facing such a dire situation for the first time, Belphegor chose to play dead. As long as his head wasn't damaged, he could regenerate even if it took a long time. Ultimately, Rayn burned him to ashes. If given another 10 or 20 years, this long-hidden colonel might have become a significant figure. But he didn't even get the chance to showcase his ambitions before he screamed in agony and turned to ash in a sea of flames. The sleeping lion rotted away in its long slumber. That's just how it was. An indescribable force swept across the battlefield, causing thousands of Navy soldiers to faint. Even the few who remained conscious were too terrified by the horrific scene before them to continue fighting. It was truly unpleasant. Discontented murmurs arose on the battlefield. Carrying an injured swordsman on his back, holding a fainted girl in his left arm, and dragging a dirty young man with his right, Raynwalker, who appeared to be struggling, was naturally in an extremely foul mood. Although he had saved these 3 lives, he never considered that these 3 incapacitated individuals would need him to carry them along. He could have just left them behind. Yes, just leave them behind. It was incredibly troublesome. In the end, facing this troublesome scene, Rayn still couldn't abandon these 3. Walking through the scorching desert, Rayn took heavy steps, struggling to carry 3 people while having already exhausted a lot of energy, healing his own injuries and treating Mihawk. The most fatigued was Rayn himself. Moreover, exposed to the skin without any clothing covering him, his skin quickly got sunburned under the temperature exceeding 50 degrees. Compared to when he disembarked and walked swiftly towards the city, the exhausted Rayn found the journey back to be incredibly far. His throat was parched. If he had a barrel of water now, he could drink it all. The wind in the desert was anything but refreshing. A hot wind swept up sand and dust, hitting Rayn's body, leaving tiny blood marks drawn by the pebbles mixed in the wind and sand. Rayn merely frowned, enduring the pain, and continued to walk towards the coast where the ships were docked. In this yellowish desert, without any tools and relying solely on his instincts, it was impossible to find a way out. Rayn's sense of direction wasn't great, even slightly below average, which was directly related to the fact that he was served by many attendants during his time with the 8 Treasure Navy. He had grown accustomed to being served in life and certain common sense, effectively making him somewhat useless. However, the excellent observation hockey granted him a sense of intuition that led him as if by destiny. Although the journey was harsh, he ultimately always reached his destination. Now, he relied on that intuition, without any excessive doubts, walking on the path he believed in. And then, he encountered a sandstorm. The storm surged, resembling a river of shattered stones, swirling wildly with the wind. Raising his head slightly, he was met with a scene of swirling dust, revealing the desolation unique to the land of sand. Pulling at his cracked lips, Rayn couldn't muster a smile, even with his soaring ambition to break through the sandstorm. He was now acutely aware of his impotence. Without caring at all for the pitiful condition of the 3 injured beside him, he carelessly tossed them onto the sand. It was still not too late. If he got rid of these 3 burdens, he could escape the sandstorm on his own. In fact, Rayn had planned to do just that. But he was quite displeased. The thought of having to retreat made Rayn very unhappy. Behind him were 3 burdensome nuisances, 2 of whom were just deckhands on his ship. Without them, Rayn had absolutely no interest in dealing with the cleanup. The remaining one? Just a side note. Yes, that's right. He had finally gathered the justification to take action. No, I mean a reason. That's right. He simply didn't want to leave these nuisances behind. Thus, facing the approaching sandstorm, the scene unfolded where a fool frequently nodded in agreement with himself. Between his clasped hands, a small shockwave began to coalesce, and Rayn grinned, realizing that with just this little bit of power, it was almost laughable to think he could protect 4 people. Moreover, was he good at protecting others? Nor did he have any interest in doing so. Utilizing this last bit of meager strength at the moment the sandstorm came, Rayn hurled it like a sword, tearing open a path that was insignificant to the massive storm, but barely passable for humans. A passable path was only relative. Within that sandstorm, gravel, human bones, rocks, and all sorts of chaos were blown against Rayn like rain, occasionally splattering blood. Even so, he didn't flinch, standing motionless in this fragile passage. Standing before those 3 fools, he occasionally lifted his leg and swung his fist to shatter some of the larger stones, his movements precise and rapid, like the most perfect machine, without wasting a single ounce of energy. Besides, even if the high-speed spinning stones and debris hit his body like rain, he no longer had the strength to do anything. Is it an illusion? His straight back began to curve, swaying precariously under the storm-like blows. It feels like I've been getting hurt a lot lately. Rayn, as if accustomed to it, extended his scarred arm to wipe the blood flowing into his eyes, only to find helplessly that the more he wiped, the blurrier his vision became. Yes, a sea of red. After enduring a long, seemingly instantaneous, and unclear perception of time, the engulfing sandstorm finally passed. Having long been accustomed to pain, Rayn, who felt uncomfortable if he wasn't hurt a little, though he had awakened an ominous attribute, thought to himself, it must be an illusion. This Rayn, somewhat stiffly moving his battered body, turned to glance at the 3 idiots buried in the dust, relieved that they hadn't suffered any fatal injuries. He had originally been confident about returning to the ship before sunset, but this sudden sandstorm had completely dashed that plan. Now, among the 4 of them, Rayn, who was in the worst condition, had ironically sustained the most severe injuries. However, none of this mattered. Rayn, who had been plagued by misfortune since birth, didn't even furrow his brow. For someone battle-hardened like him, this level of encounter didn't even qualify as a crisis. After resting for a moment, he dug the 3 nearly suffocated individuals out of the dust. But then again, it was remarkable that they hadn't woken up during such a sandstorm. As Rayn prepared to catch his breath and immediately head to the location of the ship, he calmed his somewhat impatient heart, rubbed his numb shoulder, and quietly gazed at the sand dunes not far away. At some unknown time, someone was sitting cross-legged there. That person wore a gray cloak and a violet cowboy hat, cradling a white guitar in his arms. As he gently plucked the strings, the melancholic music echoed across the sea of sand. The cowboy, with his head lowered, seemed immersed in his playing, not glancing at Rayn and his companions, yet exuding an astonishing, killing intent. This was inconsistent with the rumors. Although the cowboy, playing with his head down, could produce a relatively serene melody, he seemed like a novice, occasionally needing to confirm the strings and frets with his eyes. His voice did not overshadow the guitar, but magically blended into that unique tune. Calmly, Rayn was like a barrel of gunpowder ready to ignite. He hated nothing more than someone talking a lot of nonsense before a fight, discussing techniques and abilities, geographical knowledge, and dreams. We came to fight, not to set up a blind date. So what exactly are you here for? Completely oblivious to the impending explosion of a certain powder keg, after stopping the guitar, the cowboy took out the latest bounty notice. Rayn Walker, bounty of 200 million berry, dead or alive. Unlike the cold-blooded, emotionless fighting demon of the rumors, the cowboy, who had witnessed the sandstorm, naturally harbored doubts about the stories. However, this insignificant doubt did not affect his judgment as a bounty hunter in the slightest. In this world, the ones who are famous far and wide are either pirates or the Navy. The tales surrounding them are either infamous or glorious. Only the bounty hunters, caught between the two, are known for their reputation tinged with a sense of greed. The bounty hunter gently strummed the strings, and the sand dunes beneath his feet rippled, ultimately revealing the true form of his manned giant scorpion. The departing cowboy spoke in a chilling voice. I have 10 commandments as a wild rogue, and one of them is that I will not take an injured person as my opponent. So this time I'll let you go. With a bewildered expression, Rayn watched the cowboy, who called himself a wild rogue, float away. So what the hell are you here for? Chapter 59. Cloud the Kingdom of Arabes. Known as one of the few ancient civilized nations on the Great Sea Route, has a slight reputation as one of the 4 climate islands. The summer island has always been characterized by heat and dryness. Established in ancient times, the Neferu-Tali royal family has devoted everything to this land for generations. transforming this inhospitable desert into a scene of national stability and peace. The blood and tears of generations have woven countless poignant tales of hardship. The history of the Alabastan kingdom is, in essence, the story of the blood and tears of the Nefertari family. This country has been struggling to survive in poverty and harsh conditions, and after 1,000 years of effort, it has become an incredible nation. However, just as natural disasters have been overcome, man-made calamities have followed. The infamous pirate king, that scum Roger, with his dying words, caused countless people to turn into villains, endangering not just this poor country, but the entire world. The world government has never been a steadfast ally to anyone, as evidenced by the behavior of the group of Navy personnel at the port, who show no regard for the king's dignity or the survival of the people. The 12th king of Alabasta, Nefertari Cobra, sometimes doubts whether his approach to kingship has been too gentle and lenient. A nation is its people. Always keeping the teachings of the Nefertari family in mind, Cobra has been involved in everything, sharing in the suffering and joy of the people. Praised as a wise ruler, Cobra could no longer tolerate the heavy atmosphere of fear among the populace and dispatched troops to the port. People, let our country protect itself. The young and valiant captain of the Alabasta Guard, Icolum, was prepared for the worst and intended to expel the Navy from the country, even if it meant conflict. This is truly, with golden curls styled like exaggerated egg rolls, the young and valiant Captain Icolum was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Large groups of disaster victims were rushing towards the military, crying out about their painful experiences of being forcibly driven out of the city by the Navy. When Icolum arrived at what should have been the bustling port city of Coteria, he looked skeptically at the vast pit that had been leveled to the ground, with not even a trace of debris left. Where's Coteria? On the battlefield, not far away. Defeated soldiers were helping each other towards the massive warships at the port, and the sight of everyone being injured was shocking. Aside from the sailors operating the warships and other officials, the entire Marine Corps had been wiped out. The casualty rate of this indescribable war was not exaggerated. Most people remained unconscious to this day. The disappearance of a certain colonel, the commander, caused even more unease among the remaining soldiers. Whether he fled or met some other fate, the soldiers couldn't even find his body. What on earth happened? Kicking the remaining Marines who had taken over his ship off like dumplings, Rayn extravagantly took out a bucket filled with fresh water, smashed the lid with a punch, and drenched himself. Clear fresh water poured down from Rayn's head, turning red-black as it dripped onto the deck, washing away the blood and dirt from his body. He was revived. It was as if the fatigue had been washed away as well. Rayn licked his cracked lips and left the 3 unconscious fools baking on the deck, turning to casually toss Mihawk overboard and drop another bucket of fresh water on the sandy ground beside him. This guy had already mentioned he wanted to be let off at the next island, so it was just right to throw him off now. The deck was piled high with supplies that were the weight limit for little Sherry, and Rayn was already dissatisfied to the point of wanting to throw her into the sea to feed the fish, having not even brought back half of the expected supplies. Rayn had no desire to land on this unbearably hot island a second time. However, not a single needed supply could be missed. Although he was somewhat clueless about daily life, these years had taught him that lacking anything at sea could be fatal. The fresh water on the ship was running low, and resupply was necessary, but it was unrealistic to continue stopping the ship here. Even if they continued to circle St. Ting Island, they would inevitably receive news from the station Navy, and new Navy forces would come to reinforce. Rayn had grown weary of this meaningless fighting. There were fewer and fewer worthy opponents to make him happy. In the kingdom of Alabasta, the magnetic field of St. Ting Island took 5 days to record, and Rayn and Mihawk had eliminated all the Navy on the first day of landing. The nearest city had already been wiped off the map, and the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Rayn was simply not good at anything beyond fighting. Entering the bathroom, Rayn squandered the little fresh water he had left, seemingly saying he didn't want to, yet already preparing for a second landing. His body, which should have been covered in scars, bore no marks at all, and aside from being fit, there was hardly any merit in battle to speak of. Having more injuries wasn't entirely without benefits. Even without using that taboo regeneration method, Rayn's own healing ability could easily mend his wounds. This somewhat beyond human self-healing could no longer be explained by reason. It was unclear whether it was due to excessive use of taboos that caused some change within him, or if it was something else. Casually tossing the already tattered clothes into the trash, it seemed that the original owner of this ship indeed had a certain taste and refinement, which was quite rare among the many pirates that were no different from beasts. This could be seen from the decorations and some equipment on the ship, clean refrigerators and bathrooms, as well as some paintings taken from others. indicating that the original owner was not just a muscle-bound beast. Opening the bundle Sherry had brought back, there were indeed new clothes he had instructed her to buy. A brand new pair of brown leather boots, black long pants, a pure white short-sleeve shirt, and finally, a brown-red long coat. In addition, there were some toiletries, dyes, cooking utensils, canned food, books, and other miscellaneous items. Although Rayn had ordered Sherry to buy the necessary items, he had completely left it up to a 9-year-old girl to decide what to buy, and it was hard to comment positively on this captain. Sitting cross-legged at the bow of the Dolphin's ship, Rayn calmed his mind, resting his hands on his legs and closing his eyes to meditate. Although relaxing and sleeping would help him relieve fatigue more effectively, the sad truth was, Rayn couldn't sleep peacefully. He didn't know when it started, but he could no longer fall asleep at ease. Even when resting, he was sharpening his mental will and never relaxed for a moment. Clearly, he was such a powerful guy, enough to be called a monster. No, he had already become a terrifying creature beyond a monster. Yet he couldn't even close his eyes and sleep peacefully. Behind that strength lay such a sad reality. Would that tense will continue to help him reach the top? Or would the moment it snapped be the moment of his death? All of this is uncertain. Blah, 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 blah. A man, self-styled as the Wild Drifter, took out a serious-looking telephone bug from his violet-gloved hand, riding a purple-red man-giant scorpion through a desolate desert, and picked up the receiver. "Ah, it's me." On the other end of the telephone bug, a tall man over 2 meters in height, holding a violet telephone bug with a miniature cowboy hat, calmly asked Hecat, "According to my intelligence network, that man should be within the territory of your Alabasta kingdom. Have you found him?" The violet telephone bug waved its tiny hands, vividly resembling the person on the other end. "I've seen him." "Oh, what remarkable mobility, as expected of you. So, did you take care of him?" "No, he was injured. My code is to never go after someone who is injured." Hecat frowned on the other end of the telephone bug. Buck Bedak, who attempted to ambush Rayn in the small garden and ended up being killed, was Hecat's subordinate. Considering the company, he did not seek trouble with Rayn right away, and since he was also carrying out an important task, he was stretched thin. However, that does not mean this vengeful man would forget about it. How many bounty targets have you let go because of your damn code? Do I need to say more? Are you an idiot? Shut up, Hecat. A man has a line he cannot cross, and that code is the bottom line for me. So it's not up to you to critique. Didn't I tell you not to call me by name on the telephone bug? What if we're being eavesdropped? That is not my concern. A man should walk proudly in the sunlight. I absolutely do not agree with your sneaky way of living. Head throbbing, Hecat stopped the unproductive conversation. He had nothing more to say to the man known as the Wild Drifter. He was not a member of the company. As a bounty hunter, the Wild Drifter had quite a notorious reputation in the Grand Line, known as the Devil Drifter, standing at the pinnacle of bounty hunters. He was originally one of the targets recruited by the company, but this man had no intention of being a dependent. The powerful Drifter truly roamed the dangerous Grand Line according to his own will. Even the company that Hecat belonged to was not foolish enough to eliminate those who did not obey them. For men like the Drifter, since they could not absorb him, it was best to avoid making enemies. It was Hecat, one of the company's 2 second-in-commands, who was handling this matter. He and the Drifter reached a consensus in their conversation. The company would provide reliable intelligence sources, human resources, and even material needs in exchange for the Drifter's friendship or assistance. If there were troublesome targets that the company found difficult to deal with, they could ask the Drifter to handle them, and as long as he agreed to act, the distribution of remaining benefits would definitely be satisfactory. So far, there had been 42 infamous bounty targets and assassination targets, and the Drifter had never failed even once, although the payment to the Drifter was higher than the bounty itself. The heads of those troublesome figures undoubtedly helped the company greatly in terms of reputation. They aimed to leverage that rising reputation to gain even larger clientele and profits. Hecat, who originally planned to trouble Rayn after the mission ended, found himself unable to extricate himself after a new turn of events and discoveries during the mission. After receiving news and intelligence about movements from the naval forces stationed in Alabasta Kingdom, he ultimately obtained first-hand information about a direct confrontation between Rayn and the Navy. Thus, he personally commissioned the Drifter to deal with the not-so-big trouble of Rayn, which also settled a concern for him. In fact, Hecat had no hope that Rayn could survive the Navy's encirclement. Theoretically, he shouldn't have been able to survive. However, due to his professional habit of being meticulous, he still asked the Drifter to take a look just in case that guy managed to survive and could be dealt with. But he received news that the Drifter let Rayn go, and it was clear that Mr. Hecat was not in a good mood. After all, he could be considered one of the sponsors supporting him. Although they had a cooperative relationship, the drifter, who had seen He-Cat in person, certainly did not underestimate this man. Rest assured, He-Cat, the record time for St. Ding Island requires 5 days. He can't possibly leave this country that quickly. Once he recovers, I will naturally fulfill my promise. Don't call me by name. And why wait for him to recover? Let us deal with him now. I, the wild drifter, have 10 commandments, and one of them is not to go after the injured. Without waiting for the drifter to finish, He-Cat abruptly hung up the telephone bug. Regaining the composure and generosity expected of a second-in-command, He-Cat stepped out of the cabin. A crew member monitoring the target quickly approached He-Cat from behind, waiting for his superior's inquiry. Speak. What's the situation? Yes, it's indeed not our illusion. Although the movement speed is very slow, it is indeed moving at several times the normal speed. It moved 200 meters yesterday alone, and it moves even faster when the wind blows. We suspect it is moving with the wind. Very good. This mission finally has some clues, and the boss will be pleased. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Once this mission is over, I will treat everyone to a vacation at Spa Island. Hearing their superior's generosity, everyone smiled in understanding. Unlike the other second-in-command, Mr. He-Cat was the most generous and sincere towards his subordinates, which is why people willingly worked hard for him, even to the point of giving their lives. The deadline for this task is very long, and coupled with the unreliable intelligence sources, it is likely that nothing will come of it. However, the location they are heading to is a dangerous area frequently visited by sea beasts. Mr. Herodotus's purpose in coming here is more to protect them from becoming the sea beast's meal, moving the office to the ship and living with them. The tall Herodotus gazes at the white clouds on the horizon, lost in thought. Chapter 60. Hearing when Shirley woke up on the scalding deck. She first looked around in confusion. Once she realized she was on her own ship, the girl's face turned pale instantly. She had thought she would die at the hands of the Navy, so being alive was naturally a cause for joy. However, not only had she fallen into the hands of the Navy, but she was also being used to threaten that terrifying captain, given that person's cold and ruthless nature. Even if she hadn't died at the hands of the Navy, there was no reason for him to save her. In fact, she not only survived, but also returned to this ship. The girl could not imagine how that person would punish her. So when that captain said that word to her, Shirley was stunned, her shock surpassing even the fact that she was still alive. That person actually said sorry to her? The completely emotionless 2 words and the absence of any punishment left Shirley utterly confused as to why. Rayn Walker naturally wouldn't explain anything to an insignificant crew member. In fact, Rayn believed that the capture of the girl was his own embarrassing mistake. His conversation with the Navy lieutenant, while passing time, had no real impact on the matter, as the information about the ship had been leaked by the villagers of Nethru. Shirley was merely discovered and taken away when the Navy captured the ship. However, through his conversation with the Navy lieutenant, Shirley's information was leaked, causing the Navy to classify the girl as one of their accomplices. Perhaps from now on, this young girl would also be on the Navy's radar? This was what made Rayn feel upset, as his own mistake had implicated this little girl. He had originally planned to throw the girl overboard after recruiting new crew members, but now he was entangled as a pirate's accomplice. It was truly unpleasant. Extremely displeased, Rayn bit into a long strip of sour kelp, a snack that Sherry had bought. He didn't particularly like this sour seaweed, but he had suddenly realized that it was a good way to pass the time while sitting idle, and it could somewhat refresh him. Plus, it was simple to make. Even that cooking-inept little girl could manage it. Rayn straightened his back while sitting on the dolphin at the bow of the ship. This vessel had already navigated to the upstream direction of the Santora River in Alabasta, a place where few ships would venture. Although it wasn't certain, it was somewhat safer than the coastal areas. As long as he gathered all the supplies he needed, he could leave this dry and sweltering country. Rayn glanced at the canvas hanging from the mast behind him and the pirate flag tied at the top. That stupid pirate emblem was originally the property of the ship's owner, and he couldn't keep displaying such a symbol all the time. While it could confuse the Navy or serve as a disguise, a pirate had to have their own emblem. Besides, he wasn't a weak pirate who needed to fear the Navy. He also needed to buy new canvas. The thought of all the things still needed for the ship made Rayn's already muscle-bound head throb with pain. He truly wasn't skilled in these matters and had no interest in dealing with them. Once that filthy little brat woke up, he could let him and Sherry go buy supplies. Just to be safe, he would go along as well. Rayn, lost in thought, didn't consider how badly he had bullied a certain underage boy before. When the boy, nearly cooked on the deck, finally woke up, he instinctively distanced himself from Rayn by several meters, his face full of wariness. Although they had shared a moment of hardship under the naval bombardment, children hold grudges easily. The boy, now gritting his teeth, looked at Rayn, who had his back turned, like a small beast. Huh. Noticing something off about his body, the boy checked himself and found tightly bound, uncomfortable bandages. His wounds had been barely tended to, but the makeshift bindings done by a clumsy hand left him feeling uneasy, making even joint movements difficult. It was clear that the person who treated his injuries had very poor skills. Was it this guy? Looking at the silhouette at the bow, chewing on seaweed, the boy shook his head. Although they had only known each other for less than half a day, the merciless way Rayn had acted made it impossible for him to be the one responsible, living a life akin to a wandering dog, with no heart or consciousness left. The boy suddenly realized, amidst the hail of bullets and explosions, how close death truly was. That deep, primal fear slapped him hard, leaving his eyes devoid of the indifferent, ashen color that had once marked them in the face of bullying. Standing awkwardly on the deck, feeling sore all over, the boy looked completely at a loss. It wasn't an illusion. He had indeed heard it amidst the chaos of the explosion. "Hey, my ship needs a deckhand. Want to come along?" That's right. He had been saved by that bastard sitting at the bow. It seemed that if he just nodded, he could put an end to his aimless wandering and find a legitimate job with a place to sleep and food to eat. "Hey!" The sudden voice from the direction of the bow jolted the boy from his thoughts. The figure chewing on seaweed didn't turn to look at him, but once again said, "My ship needs a deckhand. Want to come along?" This is not simply saying, "Hey, I need someone to do some odd jobs. Do you want to come?" The fact that the Navy surrounded this person with such a display and rained down tons of cannonballs is enough to prove this person's danger. I believe the Navy will not give up on hunting this person in the future. If I agree here now, it means I have truly boarded a pirate ship and will fall into even greater danger. In other words, boarding the ship means handing my life over to Rayn. Gurgle, gurgle. Responding to Rayn is a series of mournful cries from the stomach. Ryan's mouth twitched. He originally thought he was saying something serious, but now it seems he was just being overly sentimental. Turning to look at the blushing boy holding his stomach, Rayn lifted the packaging box of the vinegar kombu in his hand and said calmly, "Do you want to eat?" Chapter 61. Assault the War had been burning for a full 2 days and nights. The Alabasta Guard had repelled over 6 pirate raids. Everything was the fault of a certain man who had wiped out all the Navy stationed here. The pirates, who were too intimidated by the Navy to approach this shipping route, finally seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 3 coastal cities had already been invaded, with over 800 innocent civilians brutally killed by the pirates' blood axes and guns. For the kingdom's warrior guards, those trash-like pirates were certainly no match for them. But no matter how it was, they couldn't cope with the continuous waves of pirate assaults. Exhaustion had deeply settled in the hearts of the warriors as the pirates, who seemed to be everywhere, landed almost without a gap, bypassing the kingdom's warriors to attack the towns in the rear. The reinforcements from the main unit wouldn't arrive for another half day, and considering that those reinforcements would also have to deal with various attacks happening throughout the kingdom, there was little hope for them to come to support. The reinforcements from the world government were even more unlikely due to the suddenness of the incident. Coupled with several large-scale wars breaking out in the New World, it would be a week before they could possibly send troops. While grandiosely claiming to believe in Alabasta's national strength and looking forward to good news from this side. How could this be? Nefeltali Cobra, known as the Wise King, sat on the throne, his mid-length black hair framing his face as he felt a wave of dizziness hit him due to this sudden situation. It was not difficult for the kingdom's soldiers to intercept the pirate raids. The excellent soldiers trained as a national unit would naturally not be able to be opposed by those worthless scoundrels who went to sea only out of evil intent. However, even with an army of 600,000, it was impossible to cover the entire territory of the kingdom, and there were bound to be fish that slipped through the net, invading the country and harming innocent lives. Overall, this sudden disaster was not a significant issue for the vast and powerful Alabasta kingdom. However, Nefeltali Cobra, the young king who had only ascended to the throne for a few years, could not bear to see his people attacked by pirates. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about how to drive away the Navy at the port, and now he was contemplating that if those Navy ships were still there, wouldn't those innocent citizens have been able to survive? Having an army of 600,000 warriors was not like playing strategy game. It was impossible to throw them all at once to the port to fight. They had corresponding garrison duties and required time and procedures for troop movements. Why was it that those pirates, facing merely 20,000 stationed Navy soldiers, did not dare to act recklessly, and those who did were immediately turned into remnants at sea? Yet faced with the possible pursuit of 600,000 troops, they charged forward with great courage time and time again. This is a very simple matter. The warriors of the kingdom are certainly stronger than pirates, but they rarely have the experience of directly facing such opponents. The surge of pirates only erupted after the death of the pirate King Roger. The warriors have no combat experience against them. In contrast, the Navy is different. Their purpose has never been to guard the country like those kingdom warriors. From their inception, they were established solely to more effectively and centrally eliminate pirates. They are the natural nemesis of pirates, knowing how to quickly take down a pirate. More importantly, as long as you dare to sail the seas, once targeted by the Navy, it becomes an endless pursuit of life and death. The kingdom warriors of Alabasta are different. They only fight within their own territory and may never venture beyond their small piece of land. Naturally, the pirates do not worry about being hunted down or holding grudges. Besides, pirates are not wild dogs, and there is no need for them to fight to the death with the military. What they want are supplies and time to record their pointers. If it weren't for a few radical pirate crews causing such a disturbance that angered heaven and man, the soldiers of Alabasta wouldn't have mobilized so heavily. With only 20,000 stationed Navy personnel, do their numbers and might really intimidate the pirates? They might not need to be afraid. Those who are not afraid have already become ruins at sea, while those who are afraid worry about being targeted by the Navy in the future and dare not easily launch attacks. More than that is the fear of the world government's banner. There are also those who are completely unafraid, even tearing this banner apart with their own hands. That madman is named Walker. As king, Nefertari Cobra has done enough regarding this incident. In fact, from a long-term perspective, using military force to eliminate pirates has the benefit of significantly increasing prestige and spreading it to other territories. Plus, with the Navy out of the way in the future, the reemployment issues of most unemployed citizens can also be resolved, and so on. However, who exactly is it who defeated the Navy at the port? Just like that, a grudge has been formed with a certain pirate who caused the current situation. The cannonballs from the pirate ship rained down on the port dock, blasting the already unrecognizable dock into pieces. After 2 days of battle, this country, which has an underdeveloped shipbuilding industry and no real need for one, had its pitifully small naval force fully committed. The radical pirate alliance, having learned their lesson after several failed assaults, would not land before the cannonballs ran out. Both sides are now in a state of anxiety. The attacking pirates have made up their minds to quickly loot and escape before the Navy arrives, and they must end the battle before the kingdom warriors of this country can come. The defenders consist of only 5,000 guards, originally led by Captain Eichlam, who was preparing to negotiate with the Navy but was urgently ordered to intercept the pirate invasion here. Has the reinforcements not arrived yet? Golden-haired Eichlam, with his strong body tightly bound in bloodied bandages, was carried off the battlefield by his trusted subordinate during the pirate ambush last night. Yes, there is still half a day until they arrive. The palace has instructed us to hold this position at all costs. This is a given. If we do not hold this position, what will happen to the citizens behind us? The young lion let out a commanding roar, but he himself could not move a single finger. Holding the position is inevitable, but half a day's time is really pushing them to the limit. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous resistance against the pirate invasion. Even an ironclad army would be at its limit by now. Is it really at its limit? Damn it. In the temporary command center, set up in the rear, several intelligence personnel wearing headsets continuously recorded information from the front lines and the orders issued by the palace. Soon, one intelligence officer suddenly stood up, quickly approaching Eichlam with a document in hand, a look of joy on his face as he reported. Lord Eichlam, the government-S support has arrived. The envoy is here. The government-S? Didn't they say support would take another week? What is going on? No, it seems that a government official was executing a special mission nearby. Is that so? That's great. How many have come? Well, there are only 2 people. Only 2. Eichlam, who had stood up in shock but then fell back down due to pain, was ignored. On the pirate ship above the sea, the cannon fire stopped. Really? A dissatisfied voice echoed on the pirate ship's deck. Not a single pirate sailor spoke. They all looked eerily silent at the voice's owner. We actually came to this remote little country, and it's all desert. A man in a suit and wine-red sunglasses sat on the heavily injured pirate captain with a disgruntled expression. That bastard officer really knows how to command people. The captain, with a bounty of 77 million berries, was easily subdued like a chick by the man, and the sailors watched this scene in complete bewilderment, not daring to breathe. This is a mission. The new king of the Alabasta kingdom, Nefertari Cobra, it hurt the government to do him a favor. The muffled voice came from a tall man over 2 meters, also in a suit, wearing dark, round sunglasses. Unlike the relaxed demeanor of the other man, This one was serious, wearing a beige tie and a black square hat, with light pink wavy hair cascading from the sides of the hat. I know, it's such a hassle. Scratching his dark golden short hair, the other man impatiently lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He then took out a wanted poster, thought for a moment, and then seemed to find it troublesome, so he put it away again. He left the injured captain and stood up. There are 3 tasks. Find someone, kill someone, eliminate the pirates at the port. Recalling his mission, the dark golden-haired man, Hufu, took a puff of his cigarette and then stomped on the pirate captain's neck, breaking it. The pirate sailors erupted instantly. They had originally held back, fearing for their captain's safety, but upon seeing this, they completely went mad. Moonstep, Hufu leaped into the air, inhaling the last puff of his cigarette, and then coldly smiling as he exhaled the smoke. Stormleg, chaos. That was a vacuum slash created by ultra-high-speed kicks. A descending strike from the sky, like a lotus blooming abruptly, petals falling chaotically, carrying out indiscriminate attacks. The sailors screamed as they fell one by one into pools of blood. The chaotic blades indiscriminately cut through humans, severed masts, and left countless holes in the sturdy deck, piercing through the ship's bottom and causing it to leak and slowly sink. Before Hufu launched his attack, Tutankhamun had already used the moon step to ascend into the sky. The silent giant, seeing the pirate ship below through his sunglasses, whispered in a voice only he could hear. Ironblock, filling his body with power. His tempered physique was strengthened to an exaggerated level, comparable to steel. Mountain flow bullet. The taciturn giant used moon steps as thrust in the air, doing nothing at all. And just like that, he slammed down straight onto the pirate ship, like a meteor falling from the sky. Boom. Chapter 62. The Wind Rises. The emaciated boy, Ryazaki Ichiko, had such an astonishing appetite that even Rayn was taken aback. The already limited food supply was completely wiped out in a short time by this strangely named boy. Of course, the huge appetite itself didn't surprise Rayn too much. What truly astonished, and even shocked him, was that the little girl's cooking, which fell below the standard of normal dietary guidelines, was something this kid could actually enjoy eating, so much so that Sherry herself felt a false sense of pride in her culinary skills. This guy seems to have not eaten for a long time, living a wandering life worse than that of wild dogs. It's truly not easy for him to survive, let alone have a full meal. In this world, humans generally possess exceptional physical fitness, and living to over 100 years old without illness or disaster is quite common. It's as if some limitations of a lower dimension have been lifted. This world is rich in resources and conditions, allowing humans to grow almost without constraints. The average height is over 1.7 meters, and seeing men 2 to 3 meters tall is not alarming at all. Only those who reach 4 to 5 meters can be considered rare giants. Even if they eat a mountain of food, their bodies can fully absorb it. Moreover, the stronger individuals require more energy and thus eat more. After being thrown into the sea by Rayn for a thorough wash and then taking a long-awaited bath on the ship using the last bit of fresh water, the originally talkative youth, Ikki Ryazaki, devoured all the food on the ship without any hesitation. His voracious appetite made others feel full just by watching him eat. In the end, he stared at Rayn's plate with a longing gaze, biting his fingers. If Rayn hadn't taken care of the initial food supply, he would have likely snatched it all away earlier. Rayn pushed the plate towards Ikki without any other expression, and the boy accepted it without any politeness. Food remnants splattered everywhere, indicating that he was a wild child who hadn't received much upbringing. Water and food are precious at sea, and some might even kill their companions over these 2 necessities. Even Rayn himself wouldn't share food with anyone else, but since this ship needed supplies anyway, there was no need to be overly particular. Shirley had previously bought 4 sets of clothes: black trousers, a sleeveless white shirt, and a dark blue sleeveless coat. Ikki wore Rayn's spare clothes, which were a bit oversized for him. Standing at only about 160 centimeters, he was still in his growth phase. However, the strong arms and well-defined muscles visible from under the sleeveless shirt proved that this boy, who carried a sword, was no ordinary glutton. "Haha, I'm alive again." Ikki laughed, patting his exaggerated belly and licking his lips. Although he was too hungry to appreciate the flavor of the food, he, accustomed to hardship, didn't care about such things as long as he was full. Shirley, with a little-known joy, washed the plates in the nearby basin. After all, she was just a child, and having her cooking recognized by someone was naturally a happy thing. Compared to the captain, who always ate with a blank expression and said nothing, Ikki's performance certainly earned him some goodwill. The name Ikki Ryazaki was quite difficult to pronounce, at least for Shirley and Rayn, as it was an unusual combination of characters. Thus, when he introduced himself, Shirley was the only one to exchange basic information with him, while the captain showed no interest in what a deckhand was called and left the dining area. Returning to his usual self, Icky thanked Shirley for the meal and, with the sword that he never let go of, made his way to the deck. Although he had only known Rayn for less than 3 days, he instinctively knew where the captain would be. Rayn was still sitting at the bow of the ship, staring blankly at the river ahead, which had nothing special to offer. Looking at the not very tall figure, Icky scratched his head, unsure of how to start conversation. Whether it was Rayn saving his life or providing this meal, he felt he could never repay such kindness. Ideally, he should just keep his mouth shut and follow orders. Mr. Rayn, if possible, could you tell me the destination of this ship? Rayn and T seemed to be in a good mood to chat. Half of his internal organs were barely functioning, and eating, drinking, speaking, or even breathing caused him pain. Besides, he had no extra words to spare, as they held no meaning. Words couldn't change anything, but his fist could change a lot. If one punch wasn't enough, then 2 would suffice. Icky knew Rayn's name only because he had seen his bounty poster. During his conversation with Shirley, the little girl learned Rayn's real name and identity for the first time. Icky, a kind-hearted and simple boy, was not a bad person, but he instinctively resisted the idea of being on a pirate ship. However, his contact with Rayn led him to form his own judgment. What he had seen and experienced made him believe that Rayn was not the typical vicious pirate. Raftel. Rayn's straightforward response was in line with his usual style. Despite being as ignorant about life as Rayn, Icky recognized the name as the endpoint of the Grand Line, if they were headed there. Under the scorching sun of Alabasta, Icky tightened his grip on the sword sheath, sweat pooling in his palm as he made a decision. Please, take me with you. Without turning around, Rayn opened a packet of vinegar kelp and casually replied with a slightly muffled voice, "Of course, you idiot. Hurry up and get ready. We'll go shopping with that little girl later." Rayn showed no interest in the change of mindset of the deckhand behind him. He glanced at the recording compass in front of him. There were still 2 days left. In 2 days, the compass would complete its recording of all the magnetic fields around Sainan Island, the location of the Alabasta Kingdom, and then they could head to the next island. However, would he be able to leave this island smoothly? Rayn grinned fearlessly, revealing a fierce smile that no one could see. The figure reflected in the telescope made the observer dare not cast an extra glance, although it seemed fantastical to outsiders. The experience of being a bounty hunter warned Gesture that if he let his gaze linger too long on that person, it would inevitably attract the other's attention. That man was not someone careless. All the gathered information pointed out that he was the most troublesome kind of person, constantly honing his skills and spirit, sacrificing all entertainment and rest time to convert it into pure strength, living a life akin to that of an ascetic monk, resulting in an undeniable power. On the sandy ground 2,000 meters away, the middle-aged bounty hunter Gesture, sporting a small mustache, lay on a sand dune, cloaked in desert camouflage, motionless as he monitored Rayn's every move. As a bounty hunter, he was considered a nameless character, ranking below second tier, even when collecting information and monitoring targets. He was not the type of person whose name would be mentioned. He was either very lucky or very unfortunate to have been taken in by the industry newcomer, the devilish Diao Erlang, along with 2 other companions as subordinates or, more accurately, servants. No one knew what Diao Erlang was thinking or why he had taken in those 3 useless fellows as his underlings. Even these 3 useless individuals were thinking about how to escape from the hands of the carefree guy every day. Despite this, they could not resist his overwhelming strength and still had to obediently clean up the mess he left behind. What does it mean not to find injured people as opponents? It would have been better to deal with them earlier, instead of having me monitor their every move now. Grumbling about his boss's self-imposed restrictions, Gesture and his 2 partners had to clean up a huge mess every time because of that guy's show-off behavior. Just like how he casually walked away from Rayn while playing the guitar, the 3 of them had to desperately search for Rayn's whereabouts and monitor his every movement to prepare for when that carefree guy would actually take action. When the scene in the binoculars suddenly changed and the target, Rayn Walker, appeared with 2 companions disembarking from the ship, Gesture knew the time had come to inform that carefree guy to prepare for action. After taking out the phone bug from his pocket, Gesture dialed the corresponding number, but a sudden gust of sand and wind made him squint involuntarily. When he reopened his eyes, the phone bug had already vanished without a trace. Breathless and unable to catch a breath, Gesture looked at the man sitting on the sand dune in front of him, who had picked up the microphone in his place. "Hey, hurry up, I'm already impatient." Chapter 63. Clear sky Mr. Rayn was unenthusiastic. Originally disliking the heat, Rayn, forced to step onto this island for the second time, walked the streets of the city with a drowsy demeanor. Sherry and Ichiko were also amazed that this human could walk while sleeping. Was this guy really human? The fighting spirit he had when challenging that strange scorpion man was now completely gone. Rayn now resembled a dehydrated, salted fish, listless. The clothes bought by a girl not yet 10 years old naturally lacked any eye-catching colors, and that brownish-red trench coat was laughably tacky. However, even if someone pointed and commented on Rayn now, he couldn't possibly wake up. Hey, Mr. Rayn, wake up! Compared to Ichiko's worried face as he constantly tried to wake him, Sherry, like a guide dog, reached out her small hand to pull the corner of Rayn's trench coat forward. Under the gazes of passers-by, pointing and whispering, both Sherry and Ichiko felt their cheeks burn. Being treated like a rare animal was indeed more than they could handle at such a young age. Has this person always been like this? Ichiko asked Sherry with a wry smile as he recalled his first impression of Rayn during the days he was recuperating on the ship. Silent, overwhelmingly powerful, and precise in his actions like a clock, this person was now behaving so out of line in certain aspects, which greatly impacted Ichiko's perception. Facing this sudden partner, the little girl shyly smiled, unsure of how to respond. She also didn't know how to describe this captain. Up until now, his performance and impression in front of her were the same as Ichiko's, cold and powerful, with nothing else but strength. Even Rayn's name, Sherry learned from Ichiko. What was this person thinking? What did he care about? Sherry had no idea and wasn't interested in knowing. She just followed this person to find a big tree for shade and shelter in this chaotic world. Sherry secretly looked back at that young face, thinking how nice it would be if they could stay safe. Finding someone willing to take in an orphan like herself and a stray dog like Ichiko, while asking for little in return, was probably a rare stroke of good fortune. However, from Ichiko, she learned that this person was a stunning criminal with a bounty of up to 200 million, which made the little girl somewhat anxious. Being under such a powerful towering tree would naturally spare them from many troubles and crises. But conversely, Rayn, who attracted attention, would certainly not be let go by the Navy and the world government. Whether her current situation was safe or dangerous, the little girl couldn't judge. There were many things to buy: water, food, sales, etc., mainly water and food. Sherry had already bought most of the general living supplies during the previous shopping trip. It was unrealistic to buy enough food reserves, as one could never imagine how long they would be sailing at sea. Occasionally, a strange and unpredictable current or weather could lead them far off course. Therefore, both freshwater and food would more often be acquired from the Grand Line by catching fish and seafood or hunting wild game on passing islands. Alternatively, they could rob merchant ships or hostile pirate ships, not to mention the resource-rich Navy warships, of course, as long as they had the strength for it. With tears in the corners of his eyes and yawning, Rayn Walker carried a bag full of food in one hand and a wooden barrel full of fresh water under his other arm. Ichiko carried 2 barrels of water on his shoulders, and it seemed he wasn't overly burdened. Sherry walked ahead of the 2 men, carrying the newly purchased sail and holding supplies that felt quite heavy for her. The pirates at the port had all been suppressed, and now the ones protecting everyone were the soldiers of the Alabasta Kingdom. The residents of this country were completely relieved once the king's army took action. The hundreds of thousands of troops were certainly not something a scattered group of pirates could contend with. The 3 of them, loaded with goods, were hardly noticeable in the crowd, as many people on the street were also carrying bundles, including quite a few pirates. There were characters unwilling to stir up trouble or simply incapable of doing so. Even the residents of Alabasta were well aware of the unfamiliar travelers, and some even dared to raise prices and take advantage. Dissatisfied? What of it? The knives and guns in the hands of the patrolling Alabasta soldiers were not mere decorations. Rayn, who didn't want to stay in this country for even a second longer, had no interest in enjoying a delicious meal at a restaurant. Although there was still plenty of money left after shopping, in this hot country, Rayn felt that even food had become unappetizing, which left Ichiko, who had been eagerly staring at the restaurant, feeling greatly disappointed and sad. Yawning, Rayn ignored Ichiko's resentment and the mournful cries from his stomach, gazing at the vast desert ahead, pondering when that scorpion man would return. He wanted to get rid of him quickly so he could hurry along. The magnetic pull of the recording pointer would end in a day, and he wanted to leave this unfriendly hot country behind. It was impossible to carry so many things across half a desert on the return journey. After paying a sum that could be considered fraudulent, Rayn rented a tall camel in the city to help carry the goods. The gentle camel carried the supplies for Rayn and the others, constantly rubbing its head against Sherry's arm. Perhaps from the animal's instinctive perspective, that man, who exuded a killing aura even when standing still, was nothing compared to this little girl, who seemed like an angel in comparison. As the camel affectionately rubbed against her arm, the little girl happily patted its furry head, which greatly increased the camel's affection. It stuck out its tongue and licked Sherry's fair cheek, causing her to giggle. Sitting on the sandy ground, Rayn raised an eyebrow, took a glance, and then withdrew his gaze, opening his water flask for a sip. This is the first time I've seen this little girl smile. Whether it's the encounter between Ryan and Shirley or finding a camel, it's just a momentary whim for him. He wants to put on any airs of a captain or give orders. It's just that having these two guys on the ship saves him a lot of time dealing with miscellaneous items, like tools that are convenient. His only responsibility is to ensure that these two don't die too easily. As for when they will part ways in the future, Ryan won't interfere or have any extra thoughts about it. Compared to the term companions, Ryan is more inclined to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Oh, this is the first time I've seen such a creature. Ever since leaving the city, Huang has been acting all surprised. It's his first time seeing a camel. In fact, it's Ryan's first time seeing one too. They are rare in the new world where he was born. Or perhaps he just hasn't encountered them before. He has never met a desert and has never seen a creature like a camel. The dinosaurs he encountered in the small garden were also new to him. He doesn't even know what they are called. Mr. Camel, burdened with heavy supplies, has no complaints or dissatisfaction, and is even quite happy to let Shirley ride on his back. As for the other side, Huang, with a curious expression, is ignored by Mr. Camel, who disdainfully snorts, his face clearly expressing a refusal to be ridden. What a joke. I'm a male. It's one thing to have a little girl riding me, but what is it to be ridden by you stinky men all day? The curiosity of wanting to ride is something that cannot be suppressed. Huang, quietly approaching from behind, is mercilessly kicked by Mr. Camel, sending him flying several meters into a sand dune. You guy, let us settle this. Damn camel. If I win, let me ride you. Ugh. Bursting out from the sand dune, spitting out a mouthful of sand, an enraged Huang, without any dignity of human, starts to wrestle with the camel. And they are actually in a stalemate. Shirley, standing aside and covering her mouth with a light laugh, watches them play around, dust flying, and with a bit of mischief. Doesn't T intervene? The one human and one beast are engaged in a full-on brawl without caring about anyone else. Huh. Mr. Camel is surrounded by a powerful aura. Charging forward, the killing intent rises into the clouds, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and dust around. Two hoofprints break through the dust, hurtling towards Huang's cheek. The sword is like the sea, the aura like waves, the swinging sword is like a roaring wave. Longshi Huang charges with his sword, his killing intent soaring, like a rushing cloud, fierce as the wrath of heaven. Smack! In reality, it's just Mr. Camel's big hoof landing on Huang's face, leaving an indelible mark, while Huang's sheath smashes into Mr. Camel's head, creating a big bump. They actually took each other out. Shirley, who was already laughing until her stomach hurt, freezes for a moment, watching the two of them fall down together, looking a bit worried. The human and beast shakily get up from the sand. One has a black hoof print on his face, and the other has a round, big bump on his head. Both of their eyes reveal admiration for each other's skills, gazing at each other with a sense of camaraderie. The human and beast emit howls like ghosts and wolves, ready to start a new round of competition. Hey, a voice without any warmth, like a 1,000-year-old ice cellar, instantly cools the fighting spirit of the human and beast. Feeling the killing intent, they both tremble and turn their heads, their expressions mirroring each other as panic. Looking at the man who tied a water bottle to his waist, rising up, his emotionless eyes seem like icebergs shattering. It's already hot as hell, and you two idiots are actually engaging in a melee. Just looking at it is uncomfortable. Let us get moving. Yes. All right. Ugh. Watching Huang and Mr. Camel trailing behind Ryan like wilted eggplants. Little girl Shirley can't help but burst into a smile. Chapter 64. Moon Viewing. Originally, Ryan and his group were supposed to return to the ship before dark, but they were interrupted by a not-so-rare sandstorm and had to change their plans temporarily. Even though Ryan has the ability to cross the sandstorm alone, the two little ones and a camel carrying goods naturally cannot escape unscathed. Once they avoided the sandstorm, the scorching sun went home to sleep and the temperature dropped sharply, turning into a coldness favored by Ryan and Mr. Camel, which could freeze the other two companions. Traveling at night is inconsequential for Ryan. But the desert is extremely hot during the day and unbearably cold at night. For Yi Huang and Shirley, whose clothes offer no warmth, it is a miserable experience. Although traveling at night can prevent excessive water loss during the day, the physical exertion and water consumption are still less than during the day. However, for the still young Shirley and Yi Huang, it seems to be too much of a burden, especially for little girl Shirley, wearing that already faded white dress with several patches. She has been wearing this dress since the icy lands of Nethril, and now, in the scorching heat of Alabasta, it's still the same. Walking in the desert, even if it's hot enough to die, many people wrap themselves tightly. The sun here is exceptionally harsh, and people try to avoid exposing their skin to the sun to prevent rapid water loss. During the day, it's bearable, but under such a night, the sight of the little girl hugging her arms and shivering is truly pitiful. Similarly shivering, Long Chi Huang doesn't think twice and hands his dark blue coat to the little girl. Even if it's a sleeveless coat, at least it's still fabric. Ah, thank you. Facing Shirley's grateful gaze, Yi Huang just grins widely. Rubbing his palms, he looks at the man walking in front, still somewhat puzzled. This man, who is now both the captain and the boss, can't be simply labeled as a good or bad person. It's just that for a little girl like Shirley, who naturally evokes a protective instinct in men, this guy remains indifferent. In the days they have spent together, he really resembles a cold, unfeeling ship worker. Just as Yi Huang couldn't help but suggest taking a break, a loud bang erupted in front of Rayn. The St. Dora giant lizard, a specialty of the Alabasta kingdom. A super giant lizard due to its massive size, sharp teeth, and claws, sits atop the food chain in the Alabasta desert. Usually hidden beneath the sand, when it appears, it is time to devour its prey. Generally, caravans traveling through the desert need to hire mercenaries or bounty hunters to pass through safely. Gah, ugh. If it weren't for the fact that it was a human and a camel, little girl Shirley would almost suspect that these two were long-lost brothers. Both the human and the camel stare in disbelief at the St. Dora giant lizard, which is more than 10 times their size, with exaggerated expressions that are identical. Huh. The lazy sound seemed to show no panic at the sudden appearance of the giant lizard. It was merely an obstacle in its path, which was certainly not a pleasant surprise. The Stendora giant lizard did not sense any threat from the streetwise tone of the three small beings, including Rayn and a camel, who are only as small as insects in comparison. Well, it could be considered a decent late-night snack, right? By the way, Stendora giant lizards usually hunt in pairs, with one attracting the prey's attention while the other stealthily approaches from behind to ambush and cut off any escape routes. Another imposing Stendora giant lizard burst forth from the ground, roaring fiercely, its corrosive saliva dripping menacingly. Oh wow, the companion Stendora giant lizard, having made a grand entrance, took less than 2 seconds to see its partner rolling its eyes and collapsing beside a human no bigger than an ant. The Stendora giant lizard, frozen in place, gazed at the ant-sized human, its purple skin glistening with sweat. It swallowed hard and cautiously backed away on its 4 claws. Gah, what? There's another one? Oh whoa. As Rayn turned around sluggishly, the giant lizard's eyes shimmered with tears as it transformed into a cloud of dust and fled rapidly. Hesitatingly, Rayn looked at the purple-skinned giant lizard in front of him, stroking his chin and pondering whether this creature was edible. It didn't seem very appetizing. Rayn glanced back at the astonished Yi Huang and the camel, while Sherry, on the other side, clearly had a good understanding of Rayn's abilities and was unfazed. He casually instructed Yi Huang and Sherry to gather some firewood. They would rest here for the night and continue their journey in the morning. Although Rayn had never camped in the desert, he was not entirely inexperienced, having lived in the jungle before. However, his limited experience might not be applicable here. He chose a wind-sheltered spot to avoid being buried by quicksand and sent the 2 kids to collect firewood. There were plenty of dead trees in this desert, sufficient for starting a fire. After placing the lizard meat he prepared near the fire to roast, he sprinkled on some spices he had just found. Though it was a simple treatment from an amateur, it was barely edible. He could cut as much as he wanted. Rayn reached out to grab a piece of meat cooked beside the fire and took a bite. The taste was mediocre, but with the added spices, it was acceptable for someone as minimally picky as Rayn. He couldn't say he was satisfied, though. Yi Huang and Sherry, on the other hand, were devouring their food hungrily, indicating that their long day of travel in the desert had been quite a burden, especially since they hadn't eaten anything for lunch and were now starving. You bastard. That's my meat. Give back. MMM. Haha. Although Rayn hoped to eat in peace. Why were that brat and the stinky camel so noisy even during a meal? Rayn felt deep regret over Huang's complete return to his foolish nature after they had eaten their fill. The two of them, a human and a beast, gnawed on pieces of meat, refusing to give in to each other, prompting Sherry, who was sitting far away from them, to burst into uncontrollable laughter. Speaking of which, aren't camels herbivores? When he was very young, Rayn had found a picture book among the plundered treasures that showed various objects for kids from wealthy families to recognize. He recalled seeing a picture of a camel, and if he remembered correctly, they should be herbivores, right? Whether they were carnivorous or herbivorous. It didn't stop this creature from competing for food with another human, although there were also food supplies among the purchased goods. It would be entirely pointless to open and eat them here. For this reason, Rayn somewhat regretted letting the other lizard escape. He had thought one would be enough. But unexpectedly, he hadn't eaten much, and that bottomless pit of a boy and that savvy camel had devoured everything clean, leaving Rayn dumbfounded. Are you two pigs? At this rate, the food issue on the ship was already becoming an imminent and terrifying crisis. Rayn added the dry wood collected by Sherry and Huang to the fire little by little. The boy and the camel had eaten their fill and were now sleeping soundly, with Huang leaning against the camel without a care for the temperature. As for whether it was safe to sleep in such a dangerous desert, there were things here far more terrifying than monsters. What is it? His calm words seemed even colder than the night's temperature as Rayn gazed at the warm firelight. Not bothering to look back, the shy girl, who had just mustered some courage, was crushed by his indifferent tone. But she cautiously approached Rayn and showed him what she was holding. It was a round silver pocket watch attached to a chain made of copper, with the silver color merely added later. The edge had carefully crafted wavy patterns, and the center featured a silver unicorn design from chess and an unknown magical array. It wasn't a valuable item, just a cheap trinket worth less than 1,000 berries. Thank you for your help with all sorts of things. The stuttering girl didn't know how to express her gratitude. She had seen it at a stall while buying supplies and thought of Mr. Rayn, who was extremely impatient with various matters and acted decisively, figuring he might like this precise little gadget that counted seconds. Rayn's cold gaze indicated that he was now paying attention to her, and he reached out to take the silver pocket watch, opening it to reveal 12 unfamiliar numbers beneath the glass. V. It probably represented the numbers 1 to 12, right? The Grand Line had various civilizations and countries, many of which did not share a common language, leading to significant cultural differences. And the written language was even more varied and bizarre. Only the member states of the world government had achieved some unification in language and writing, but many countries and islands remained untouched by the world government. Rayn, upon receiving the pocket watch, said nothing more and continued to stare at the fire, leaving Sherry standing awkwardly behind him, not knowing what to do. What was this situation? Just some clever tricks. His mutter seemed to respond to Sherry's actions, making her tense up. Just as she was about to explain something, Rayn interrupted her without letting a sound escape. Go to sleep. If you don't rest, you'll have to return to the ship tomorrow. You and that kid are unpaid, and using my money to buy this thing without permission means no food tomorrow. His harsh words surprisingly eased the tension in the girl's heart. Cautiously watching Rayn, she saw he had no intention of saying anything further. So she tiptoed over to lie down next to Mr. Camel, but found it hard to fall asleep. The pocket watch indeed carried a sense of gratitude, but more importantly, it was a clever little trick, as Rayn had mentioned. Even though the girl had temporarily found shelter under Rayn's protection on this ship, she still felt insecure. This is also a matter of course. As a pirate, Rayn has destroyed half a village with a single blow, and Sherry, who witnessed it, would have no doubts about his pirate nature. The insecure little girl, in order not to be casually killed by Rayn for some reason, worked hard to demonstrate her value. Whether it was cleaning the ship, handling miscellaneous tasks, or cooking, she strived to do her best. She bought this pocket watch to gain the favor of the pirate, merely as a means to achieve her goal of self-protection. However, it seems she underestimated this pirate who only knew how to reason with his fists. Although he was a complete fool in daily life and understood nothing of human relationships, due to his overly pure nature, he was particularly sharp in certain aspects. Well, it was probably a situation where she accidentally flattered him too much, even if the captain didn't hold anything against her. The anxious Sherry could never snore like the carefree boy next to her. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of darkness growing. The act of buying things to gain favor was, more or less, due to the crisis brought about by this boy. Being older than the not-yet 10-year-old Sherry, he could naturally do much more work, making him more useful. Not to mention this guy seemed to have some combat abilities, which made his value much higher than Sherry's. Thus, to some extent, he exploited her living space. In this chaotic world, Sherry, who had finally found a place to settle down, did not dislike this older brother. But the thought of his existence, squeezing her living space, made her little heart unable to suppress the dark feelings of hatred. Having never gone hungry since childhood, people who have smoothly entered society cannot understand how difficult it is for children like Sherry, who are alone and helpless, to survive in this dangerous world. Perhaps they would say that children are simply more innocent and cute, but when it comes to the choice between innocence and survival in the darkness, Sherry and others had no choice but the latter. Rayn was not a saint, not even a good person, and he was not interested in these matters at all. Looking at the burning fire in front of him, the warm flames brought him a long-lost sense of fatigue. Except for being fatally wounded and helplessly falling into a coma, he had never really closed his eyes to rest comfortably. But now, where did this fatigue come from? It seemed he had indeed been affected. Through the flames, Rayn looked at the two sleeping kids. Even though they were just two little brats, the boring concept of companionship actually relaxed his spirit. It was an incredible feeling. Hanging the cheap pocket watch around his neck, Rayn added dry wood to the fire bit by bit, ensuring that the two little brats wouldn't suffer too much from the cold under the night sky. The silhouette under the firelight remained as lonely as ever, seemingly unchanged from before. Chapter 65. Despair. When humans return to their own domain, that is, home, they cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling would also be experienced by the group, led by Rayn, when they saw their ship the next morning. A certain degree of relaxation can often be fatal. Perhaps those two could take out the majority of people with just one encounter when they charged out from both sides of Rayn at the same time. Naturally, the so-called majority would not include Rayn. The burly man who burst out from the sand in front of him perfectly embodied the concept of a human wall. With an iceberg-like silence, he delivered a devastating elbow strike that broke through the dust, aiming straight for Rayn's face. At the same time, a man charging from behind Rayn kicked at his back with a grin, and there was no doubt that this kick could break a human spine. Since Tutankhamun and Khufu arrived in this Alabastan kingdom, they found Rayn's ship in less than a day, but unfortunately, there was no target aboard. There were 3 tasks: find someone, kill someone, and eliminate the pirates at the port. The last task was completed effortlessly and was the least important of the 3, merely done as a matter of convenience. As for the second task, it was optional. After eliminating the station navy at the port and once again spreading the notorious name of Rayn Walker to the ears of the world government, if they found him, they would kill him. If not, it was none of their business. Khufu and Tutankhamun just happened to come to this country to take care of the pirates and prepare to eliminate Rayn. Although Mr. Khufu appeared completely unmotivated to find Rayn, he could always just tell his superiors that he let him escape. Mr. Khufu, with zero sense of responsibility, was utterly disinterested in this hot country. On the other hand, his companion Tutankhamun, who was almost a shell of a person, had a cold, stone-like expression but possessed a sense of responsibility that could drown Mr. Khufu. Ultimately, they agreed to complete the mission. Mr. Khufu was the type to do the best he could when he decided to act. Although he did not regard a mere pirate highly, out of caution and work habits as an intelligence officer, he and Tutankhamun still lay in ambush around the ship. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. The two behind Rayn were completely stunned by this sudden scene, their expressions exaggerated in response to the unexpected event. Only the little girl and the dumb camel were completely dumbfounded, while the young boy, in a moment of surprise, took a step back, instinctively raising his beloved sword in a defensive posture. Clang! The sound of iron clashing rang out simultaneously. Despite being 2 attacks, it produced only one sound. An elbow strike met an elbow strike, a kick met a kick. Rayn did not make any unnecessary movements, and countered the 2 attacks simultaneously. He has some skills. When one strike was ineffective, the 2 agile figures quickly distanced themselves and retreated. In less than 2 seconds, Mr. Khufu, the old smoker, took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it in one smooth motion. Lying in the sand, he remained completely still due to his professional demeanor. But once he emerged, he hurriedly lit a cigarette, ignoring even the enemy. I'm alive again. Enjoying the smoke rings, Mr. Khufu finally lifted his head. What followed was somewhat unexpected. The government's intelligence network had recorded all the information about Rayn's origins and everything else. After all, he was just a pirate from paradise. Mr. Khufu did not bother to look into it, merely confirming Rayn's face and deeds. In the first half of this grand line, there was no enemy that their duo needed to be wary of. In this sudden wave of piracy, the Navy, specially dispatched from the New World due to a shortage of manpower, holds an overwhelming advantage over the pirates in the paradise. The most direct measure of the two sides in the New World and Paradise is hockey. Mastery of hockey is a topic that only exists within the New World, where various natural and man-made disasters squeeze people's potential, allowing them to tap into their maximum possibilities. Hockey. The pirates in Paradise, as the name suggests, are like flowers in a greenhouse, protected from the onslaught of storms, and very few can awaken hockey. Setting that aside, against the pirates in Paradise, those who do not possess hockey are no match for Fu and Tutankhamun. What was unexpected was that Rayn could use hockey. After that brief moment of contact, Fu and Tutankhamun were surprised by this revelation, dispelling any thoughts of complacency. In this world, is it true that those who cannot use hockey have no right to live? Of course not. There are all kinds of adventures, factors, weapons, and manpower in this world. Even if one cannot use hockey, there are still people living fulfilling lives, like the non-hockey users Tutankhamun and Khufu. After undergoing countless trials, they have mastered 6 techniques and have already reached the realm of the superhuman. They are fully qualified to roam freely in paradise. Although they are somewhat surprised that Rayn can use hockey, they do not find it troublesome. It makes sense. No wonder there is a high bounty of 200 million in paradise for someone who can use hockey. Khufu, understanding this, exchanged a knowing glance with his partner, who nodded in agreement. Perhaps this man before them could pose some trouble. None of them would stand a chance in a one-on-one fight, but in a 2-on-1 battle. They had no reason to lose. Moreover, the silent Tutankhamun quietly activated his shave technique, using the explosive force generated by stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant. His massive figure suddenly vanished from Rayn's line of sight. Rayn didn't even feel the need to be on guard because the opponent wasn't coming for him at all. Yikes. Tutankhamun, who had passed by Rayn, was targeting Shelly and Ihuang. Ihuang, screaming, grabbed the dazed Shelly and started to run for their lives. You bastard. At least let us get on. Ugh. Desperately running, Ihuang cursed at the fast-moving camel ahead of him, and this ungrateful camel, after shaking off its cargo, was sprinting away at breakneck speed. From a tactical standpoint or any other perspective, eliminating weak enemies is always the right move. Plus, taking those 2 kids as hostages would only benefit their fight. Even if the target, Rayn, is a cold-blooded guy who doesn't care about their lives, they should first eliminate unexpected factors. Then Khufu and Tutankhamun would have absolute confidence in their 2-on-1 fight. However, from the outcome, it seemed they were not expecting those 2 kids to be hostages anymore. Because Rayn was completely indifferent to Tutankhamun's pursuit, and Mr. Khufu, who had initially planned to hold Rayn back for a while, exhaled a smoke ring, realizing that this guy belonged to the former's cold-blooded type. Hey, is this okay? Not even trying to save his companions? Pirates really are a bunch of heartless scoundrels. Even their insides are pitch black. Taking off his wine-red sunglasses, Khufu wiped the dust off them. Since there was no need to hold Rayn back anymore, he would do everything possible to buy time until his partner returned. A one-on-one situation carried some risk, so he would keep chatting with this guy as long as he could. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person to chat with. Rayn Walker despised nothing more than someone babbling useless nonsense during a fight. In the past, he would have immediately responded with a crushing blow. However, the current Rayn neither went to save Ihuang and Shelly, nor did he immediately beat this chain smoker into submission. He stroked his chin, pondering something, and gradually revealed a smile as he looked at Khufu. Khufu, who had originally wanted to say something, felt a shiver down his spine. Could this guy be a freak? Feeling a wave of chills, Khufu even forgot to smoke, letting the cigarette fall into the sand. Instinctively, he lowered his stance and assumed a defensive posture. This instinctive move allowed him to defend against Ryan's sudden sidekick. Even so, Khufu, who protected his chest, was still kicked several meters away. Khufu was filled with shock. He had firmly received that kick without sustaining any injuries, but what stunned him was shave. This guy just used the 6-style shave. How is that possible? Unlike the purely explosive movement generated by training speed to the limit, Khufu clearly saw that this guy was indeed using the operational method of shave to move. Oomph. A dissatisfied grunt escaped from Rayn as he slightly lowered his head and saw his slightly injured foot. A momentary whim to conduct a little experiment turned into this state. Recently, the Navy had used a similar technique, and he found it interesting, so he tried to mimic it. It was also for this reason that he didn't directly fight Khufu. Only when Khufu followed Rayn's gaze and saw his injured foot did he feel a bit relieved. It seemed this guy didn't know shave. However, a greater unease quickly occupied his heart. Could this guy really learn it after just one look at Tutankhamun's technique? If it could be mastered so easily, those who mastered the 6 styles wouldn't be called superhumans. Even among the Navy, the vice admirals, who were regarded as the backbone, couldn't all master it, which shows how difficult it is. But Rayn learned it after just one glance. The angles, the force, the training methods, even the types of herbs used for injuries during training, how the muscles grow, all these factors contribute to why the 6 styles are so difficult to master. Those who truly master all 6 styles are extremely rare. Khufu and Tutankhamun both underwent relative training at a very young age and were very lucky to fully master all 6 styles. Random imitation would only lead to self-destruction. Even Rayn, due to excessive force, shattered his own boots and suffered a minor injury. This guy, is he a genius in battle? Oh no, this is really troublesome. Khufu, unable to light a cigarette due to his shocked emotions, grew increasingly tense. His hands slightly spreading as a dark iron crutch slid out from his suit sleeve and into his palm. Having already suppressed his disdain upon discovering Rayn could use hockey, he now realized he couldn't survive without using at least one arm or leg. With a light chuckle, Rayn narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his fist. In the moment Khufu felt his anger rise at being underestimated, Rayn appeared right in front of him. Shave! A devastating uppercut struck Khufu's abdomen, the enormous impact lifting him off his feet and sending him flying towards the sky. Iron, a block of iron. Oh no. At the moment Rayn struck him, Khufu forced his abdominal muscles to harden to a steel-like toughness, yet he still felt the immense pain as if an elephant were dancing on his belly. While he was still soaring through the air, he nearly vomited blood along with his internal organs, but fortunately, he didn't lose consciousness. However, not losing consciousness was not a good thing for him at that moment. He could feel that the initial kick in this uppercut didn't have hockey added for enhancement, meaning that as a superhuman, he was being suppressed under equal conditions. A block of iron? Not even looking at his bloodied fist, Rayn felt the sensation of hitting Khufu and quickly understood the difference in the general operational method before enhancement. However, Rayn wasn't interested in such things. He could enhance his muscles under rich hockey conditions. But that type of enhancement would take less preparation time and would cause the enhanced parts to enter a difficult-to-control rigid state. So he was interested in such imperfect methods. Moonwalk. Khufu, still conscious, instinctively covered his abdomen, and his feet stepped on the air to gain brief momentum. Pausing in midair, utilizing the advantage that his enemy couldn't fly, Khufu prepared to calm down and think of countermeasures when, in the next moment, he looked down in confusion as the man using Moonwalk approached him. You don't get a halftime break, kid. Iron Wa. Without even being able to prepare his technique, the pitiful Khufu was smashed down by Rayn's punch like a mole. Impossible. This can't be happening. Climbing out of the sandy pit with a frenzied roar, Khufu, with broken teeth and blood in his mouth, experienced a rapid shift in his mindset from feeling assured of victory to nervousness and finally to deep despair in less than a minute. Storm leg. Yellow chaos. Using all his strength, Khufu kicked out, reaching a peak of sublimation. At this moment of life crisis, the vacuum slicing strike generated by his ultra-high-speed kick expanded several times. In midair, Rayn had nowhere to escape and was completely caught within the range of that storm leg's slicing attack. After kicking, Khufu didn't even look at the result, using shave without regard for the cost to flee in the opposite direction, completely disappearing from the ground, leaving only a deep footprint in the distant sand. Is that all? A bit regretfully shaking his head, Rayn, who initially intended to see what other interesting techniques this guy had before killing him, lifted his leg in midair. Storm leg. As his calm words accompanied the downward leg strike, the azure vacuum slicing attack was several times larger than Khufu's life-burning enhanced kick, easily swallowing Khufu's storm leg and sweeping toward the empty distant sands. Khufu, whose legs had begun to rot from continuously using shave beyond muscle capacity, fell to that area in the next moment. Lying on the sand, he couldn't see the blinding sunlight. His vision was engulfed by a deep blue, and what was just a moment for others felt exceptionally slow to him as he approached death. His first reaction was that he had been set up, sent to die by his own commander. His second reaction was that the guy in front of him wasn't just leaving his crew to die. He had absolute confidence and ability to kill him and then return to save them. If he didn't have such strength, he could have easily killed both him and Tutankhamun from the start, meaning he was learning the 6 styles from him. Regardless, Khufu's trembling arm couldn't even retrieve the last cigarette. When despair has become something infinitely large, Your reaction to it will feel as boundless as the great sky above. Run quickly, Tutankhamun. Chapter 66, Meteor Ya. The mournful boy Ihuang picked up Sherry and began to run wildly. That shameless, despicable camel threw off its luggage and vanished in a flash. The mountain-like pursuer Tutankhamun was actually only targeting the human Sherry and Ihuang, so this foolish camel had no need to escape. The boy Ihuang couldn't understand why that terrifying killer was chasing after him and Sherry. Just as he couldn't grasp Tutankhamun's intentions to clear the area, Tutankhamun also couldn't understand why he hadn't been able to eliminate those two insignificant kids in an instant. Every time the attack from Ihuang came, it was narrowly dodged by that little brat in a comically awkward manner. Although that little brat's insignificant strength would eventually lead him to die under his own attack due to exhaustion, Tutankhamun, who failed to deal with them promptly, was growing further away from his companions. The deviation in the plan was something the serious and strict Tutankhamun could not tolerate, especially since that kid who could use hockey would likely be too much for Khufu to handle alone. Raging Foot, the slashing strike that tore through the air aimed at Ihuang's back, but just before it could hit, Ihuang evaded it with a comical stumble. It was no illusion. This kid had predicted his attack beforehand. The ridiculous fall caused him to stop running, and even Sherry in his arms let out a scream as she fell onto the sand in front of him. Tutankhamun and Khufu's strategy had a serious flaw. They had overestimated Rayn's strength. In reality, the two of them combined were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. It wasn't that they were too weak, but simply that their enemy was too strong. So far, the enemy's Rayn had encountered in the first half of this grand line, whether it was luck or great misfortune, were all beyond standard. His true strength was fully capable of dominating this first half of the grand line. He faced Mihawk, a strong opponent with no clear victor, easily defeated the infamous Golden Thief unanimous, nearly died in a drawn-out battle against a pirate with over 1,000 men in the Red Kingdom, won effortlessly against the injured Dory in Little Garden, and also triumphed over an unnamed pirate with a slicked-back hairstyle. Furthermore, he had the advantage against the Navy in Alabasta, who were also experts coming from a new world. It seemed fate had pulled this man to his rightful level, with strong enemies constantly appearing. Aside from the match against Mihawk, all his battles ended in victory. With his hands in his pockets, Rayn walked through the wind and sand of this desolate land, swaying towards the direction where the two little brats had fled. A serene melody drew closer, a single melody chasing another from beginning to end, until the final bar. The last chord, fused together, never to part. The man cradling a white guitar approached Rayn as the melody played. Although it was an odd sight for one man to play a tranquil tune for another, Rayn, surprisingly patient amidst the swirling sand, listened to his performance. Regardless of how wildly the sand danced, it did not penetrate the guitar soundbox in that man's hands, and naturally, it did not disturb the ethereal tone. In fact, there was no sand or dust within a meter radius of him. His playing was neither passionate nor filled with explosive energy. It was as serene as a gentle afternoon nap, imbued with a soothing softness that eased fatigue. When the strings ceased to vibrate, the spruce guitar was slung behind his back by the man in the gray cloak. He lowered the brim of his hat and said in a deep voice, "I, Dio Alang, had seen commandants. A good prey should not be slowly captured under external disturbances. If you are well rested, let's begin." The strange behavior of this man was actually waiting for Rayn to recover his stamina after fighting Khufu. Rayn nodded and then shook his head. The nod meant let's begin, while the shake indicated that he didn't need any so-called rest time at all. The laid-back subordinate, the bounty hunter named Gesture, was ultimately spared by Rayn and returned safely to the laid-back man's side, whether out of gratitude or his own principles. The laid-back man didn't want to take any advantage of Rayn's stamina, let alone take the opportunity to intervene during the fight with Khufu. Surprisingly, the two did not attack immediately. After exchanging glances, they both revealed heartfelt smiles. Strong, expert. At the same time, both left their own afterimages in the spot, and the collision of fists produced a thunderous sound like a great bell. With their fists as the boundary, they each carved out their respective domains, and the barren desert was cleaved in two by that punch. The overwhelming shockwave swept out in all directions. The gray cloak and reddish-brown trench coat danced wildly in the impact, just like their two hearts filled with battle intent. Finger gun. In a flash, the hardened finger released a strike that the seemingly unimpressive boy managed to block with his sword sheath in panic. The boy, thrown backward by the immense impact, let out a scream, and in the sandy desert, his desperate cries naturally resulted in a mouthful of sand. Despite having an absolute advantage, Tutankhamun's expression darkened. It was blocked. The 6 styles honed to perfection earned him the title of superhuman. Yet the attacks he unleashed were continuously dodged and blocked by a kid who hadn't even grown hair yet. The observation haki. How could such a young child possess it? There was no other explanation. Compared to the 6 styles, the haki was much harder to cultivate. And some people spend their entire lives without touching even the tip of the iceberg, while others awaken haki naturally. Although the kid seemed to move clumsily, there was no doubt he possessed the predictive ability of observation haki. Knowing where Tutankhamun's attacks would come from was one thing. Being able to evade them was another. Even if he knew where the attacks would come from, Ikko's agility and stamina were already at their limit. "Mr. Miyazaki, why don't you draw your sword?" A clear voice rang out as Ikko got up from the ground, and he smiled wryly at the girl whose forehead was scraped from the previous fall. Sherry had a tense little face. She didn't flee immediately but stayed by the side of this older brother who had saved her life multiple times. Whether it was because she knew she couldn't escape or for some other reason, she stubbornly stood on the same front line as this boy, not taking a single step back. "Why don't you draw your sword?" Miyazaki Ikko had seemingly clumsily dodged Tutankhamun's series of attacks. Even the dullest person could tell this kid was not simple. Yet, regardless of how dire the situation became, even if he couldn't defeat Tutankhamun, this guy showed no intention of drawing his sword. Was that sword merely for decoration? Even if there was no chance of winning, drawing the sword would be better than the current one-sided situation. Tutankhamun did not pursue the advantage. On one hand, he was puzzled and wary of this guy who treated his sword as an ornament. On the other hand, he took off his sunglasses and put them in his suit pocket, retrieving a wanted poster from within his coat. The poster featured a little girl, about Sherry's age, with short black straight hair, dressed in a black dress, with flames rising behind her. The reason Tutankhamun and Hufu sought trouble with Rayn was not just because it was on the way. They had received intelligence that there was a girl resembling their target near Rayn, with the attitude of better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go. They accepted the task, which also explained why the lazy Hufu did not refuse. Nico Robin, an 8-year-old O'Haran survivor with a bounty of 10 million. She was also a primary target for their CP9. Frowning, Tutankhamun looked at Sherry, who did not resemble the girl on the wanted poster, and silently sighed in his heart. It seemed he had made a wasted trip. A wasted trip, he thought, but he still couldn't let go of the necessary kill. He had to quickly eliminate these 2 unstable factors and return to support Hufu. Sherry, pale-faced, found herself unable to escape from the rapidly approaching slash. Perhaps the only thing she could do was to suppress her meaningless cries, at least not to reveal that kind of continuous screaming before she died. "You bastard!" Ikko shouted as he rolled and crawled towards a slash aimed at Sherry. She was just a child, a little girl with no combat power. Was it necessary to not spare either of the 2 kids? Shave, taking advantage of the chaos created by Ikko's panic. Tutankhamun instantly appeared behind him and struck at his spine. "Finger gun! Yoa!" Ikko screamed as he fell onto the sandy ground. A blood hole pierced through his back at lightning speed. As a professional assassin, Tutankhamun naturally wouldn't engage in a standoff with 2 little kids. Quickly resolving the situation here, his heart filled with unease. Even his little subordinate possessed observation haki. That guy, as the captain, would likely be more terrifying than he and Hufu had anticipated. This little brat might have some skills, but it ends here. He has already dealt himself a fatal blow, and in this desert, there's no way he can survive with such injuries. As for that little girl, she is just an ordinary person with no ability to fight back. With his blood-stained fingers, Tutankhamun walked toward the sea without looking back. "I have to catch up." Longzaki Ichiho unwillingly watched as the little girl was about to perish. He wasn't familiar with her, only having exchanged names. But as long as you're still a man, as long as there's still a shred of fighting spirit, can you really tolerate a child who should have an infinite future dying right in front of you? This isn't about profit or glory. It's simply what a human should do. If only I could draw this sword. If only I could draw this sword. His trembling arm still tightly gripped the decorative sword, but Ichiho never pulled it out. There was immense pain swirling in his black eyes. Why, after finally becoming its master, does this sword, which he had dreamed of possessing, cause him so much suffering? A horrifying amount of blood flowed from the gaping wound in his back, and Ichiho coughed up blood, constantly replaying bloody scenes in his mind, this ominous sword. It took less than 2 or 3 seconds for Tutankhamun to kick and strike. inflicting a heavy blow on Ichiho, perfectly showcasing the professionalism and efficiency of a killer. In his pain and hesitation, Ichiho could only watch helplessly as the strike aimed at Sherry engulfed her. Damn it! Ugh! The boy's unwilling cries mixed with strange wails startled Tutankhamun, who had already turned away. What met his eyes was a camel that dashed into the range of the strike, blocking the fatal blow for the stunned little girl, Sherry. You! The camel that fell to the ground quickly soaked the sand beneath it with its warm blood, its abdomen already slashed open, innards mixed with blood spilling out. Longzaki Ichiho's eyes widened as he looked at the dying camel. You ran away, didn't you? Why did you come back? Mr. Camel. As the shock wore off, the little girl, Sherry, frantically cradled its head in her arms. The blood wouldn't stop. What should I do? The bewildered girl shed tears, having resolved to abandon weakness to survive in this cruel world, vowing not to cry no matter what. Yet, she was still just a kind child, lacking the courage to kill the dying captain and not having enough awareness of a life slipping away. Ugh! The nameless camel grinned, showing a surprisingly human-like smile, as if telling the weeping girl not to worry about it. It twitched, gradually losing feeling in its body, and its long neck forcefully shook off Sherry's embrace. No, Mr. Camel, you can't stand up. Ignoring Sherry's pleas, the camel shakily rose from the blood-soaked sand, and with its movements, blood began to flow more rapidly from its slashed abdomen. That cowardly camel, which would run far away at the slightest disturbance. That foolish camel who had the audacity to provoke Rayn for food and was swiftly dealt with. Mr. Camel stood up, gasping for breath, in a pitiful posture. You, Longzaki Ichiho, equally in a pitiful state, lay in the sand, watching it approach him. It glared at Tutankhamun with bulging eyes, but immediately coughed out blood, using its last ounce of strength to raise its head high. Gah! With its hind legs unable to support its body, it slipped and fell helplessly, unable to rise again. It collapsed right in front of Ichiho, and with its blurred vision, it saw this little brat, using its last glance in this life to look at its friend. If only I could accompany you for a little longer. Sorry, I can't let you ride me this time. With a human-like smile, it silently closed its eyes. Warm tears flowing from the corners of its tightly shut eyes, quickly evaporated by the dry, scorching desert. Damn beast, wasting my time. Beneath Tutankhamun's grim expression was an uncontrollable fury. His companions might already be in danger, yet he was here wasting time with 2 kids and a beast. No longer wasting time, Tutankhamun vanished from Sherry's sight, ready to swiftly take the little girl's life. Bang! In a flash, the dark sheath struck Tutankhamun, who was moving at high speed, causing him to roll back awkwardly. Not suffering any real damage, Tutankhamun grew even angrier, glaring at the boy who forced himself to stand. He could no longer suppress his killing intent. One obstruction after another to his mission. First that beast, now you, this nearly dead little brat. Why can't you just lie there and wait to die? At this point, what good does standing up do? Roaring like a mad buffalo, Tutankhamun's eyes turned red, his anxiety intensifying. Khufu might already be in danger, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. The barely standing Longzaki Ichiho lowered his head, merely standing up astonished Tutankhamun. Didn't I break his spine to avoid this? He managed to narrowly evade the attack aimed at his spine with his back turned. Don't force me to draw my sword. A voice devoid of any emotion rang in Tutankhamun's ears, lacking killing intent, anger, or anything at all. What a joke. The technique that strengthens muscles, making them more robust, is called iron block, but using this technique would relinquish control over the strengthened parts of the body, as the nerves can't transmit to the reinforced areas. Tutankhamun took a compromise, employing a method only achievable due to his physical strength. No longer underestimating, Tutankhamun prepared to go all out to eliminate these 2 little brats, and then rushed to support his companions. His muscles began to swell, bursting through his shoes and custom-tailored suit, revealing a massive body resembling a demon, tightening his muscles for unimaginable explosive power and attack strength, as well as defense, was Tutankhamun's strongest technique. As he pressured Longzaki Ichiho, Tutankhamun's speed noticeably decreased. This was the only weakness of this technique, but its defense, second only to iron block, was enough to compensate. He watched as the ridiculous little brat finally drew the sword, which shone brightly in the sunlight, appearing as fragile and laughable as a twig before the giant-sized Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun's powerful fist came crashing down, and the sword of Longzaki Ichiho, glowing in the sunlight, met it. Thus, Both the sword and the boy were smashed to pieces. The clash between iron fists and swords produced not a single sound. That laughable sword, like a branch, sliced through flesh as easily as cutting cheese, exerting no force, merely relying on the weight of Tutankhamun himself to cut through skin, muscle, tendons, and bone. With a light, effortless twist, it severed the massive hand, and Tutankhamun felt no pain. The wound from the severed hand had no time to spurt blood before the descending sword split him in two from head to toe. A blood-red line blossomed from the center of Tutankhamun's forehead, tracing down his nose to his lips, throat, and chest. What kind of sword is this? It clearly possessed its own consciousness, clearly expressing what it wanted to say. It is said that those killed instantly by a master, due to the speed of the sword's descent and the sharpness of the blade, did not even perceive they had been harmed. Such a person might hum a tune and take 7 steps before realizing they had been struck, leading to their demise. No one answered his question. Tutankhamun, with his remaining arm, tried to reach out to Ryuzuki Ichigo before dying, but the flash of the blade cut that arm calmly down to the sand. As blood gushed out of him like a torrential rain, Ryuzuki Ichigo, standing before him, did not evade, allowing it to fall upon himself. He stood between the two halves of Tutankhamun, slightly raising the blade in his hand, a blade that could effortlessly cleave a human in two, with not a drop of blood remaining on it. Ryuzuki Ichigo held the blade horizontally, aiming it at the blazing sun in the sky, which the young girl Shelley behind him saw. The vaguely outlined, incredibly transparent blade. One of the supreme great swords, the Mutsu Guardian Meteor. Chapter 67. Strength versus Strength. Alabasta Kingdom, the coastline of St. Ting Island. A small foreign ship arrived at this country against the rising sun. The fluttering flag was the white seagull flag. Draped in a white cloak of justice and dressed in pure black, the young Navy officer, wearing black sunglasses, walked into this country under the hostile gazes of surrounding fishermen. Within just one night, the devastating news was conveyed throughout the nation. The Navy's reckless actions had destroyed the prosperous port city of Kotiria. The Navy had already caused unrest among the populace by disrupting livelihoods in the country, and now they had gone even further by destroying a city. The king's rage had reached Mary Geos, and this matter would never be settled lightly. The young sailor knew nothing of these issues and had no interest in them. Even if he did know, what could he do? Could you foolish commoners really stand against the world government? The young sailor, holding the rank of lieutenant, was just an inconspicuous figure within the vast Navy system. Yet this inconspicuous figure neither led troops nor obeyed superiors with higher ranks, abruptly appearing within the Navy, displaying extraordinary strength and acting recklessly. He quietly solved most of the tricky problems that the majority of the Navy could not handle. If it weren't for the word justice behind him, if he weren't registered within the Navy, such a soldier who disobeyed discipline would have long been purged from within. Yet that lieutenant, with a massive background, still thrived, his role resembling that of a trump card, handling various issues, even dealing with some of the corrupt garbage within the Navy. His existence was independent of the system, almost a taboo. Not only was he resented by pirates, but even within the Navy, those whose interests were shattered by this lieutenant sought to trip him up during missions, wishing to devour his flesh and bones. No one knew who had instructed him or why he did so many self-destructive deeds, repeatedly surviving in the cracks between life and death. Was this guy truly only for those 2 words behind him? That, the word justice. Regardless of how others thought or acted, whether they were grateful or resentful, the lieutenant's thoughts were probably only clear to himself in this world. Dressed in a sharp, neat suit, draped in a white cloak of justice. The lieutenant's purpose in stepping onto this island was likely another dark secret operation. The boundless desert no longer maintained its unchanging calm demeanor. At this moment, it transformed into a sea of sand, truly resembling an ocean, rolling and crashing in layers. Within this surging sea of sand, as the sand waves rolled, a black dorsal fin sliced through the sandy layers, ultimately revealing a colossal creature bursting forth from sand. It was a menacing creature. Emerging from this endless sea of sand was a shark. As the omnipresent wind and sand swirled in the air, countless grains began to gather with awareness, culminating in a thunderous roar, morphing into a sandy yellow 100-meter tiger, leaping up to pounce on that bizarre shark that did not belong in this desert. Evil shark heavy artillery. Tiger climbing the mountain. The downward heavy hammer and the upward thrusting hammer had yet to intersect when the shark leaped from the sea of sand and collided with the roaring tiger. The clash between fists produced a deafening explosion that shattered the illusions behind the two. Those two creatures that did not belong to this desert were merely phantoms created by their murderous intent and fighting spirit colliding. TSK. Ugh. The clash of domineering wills merely exchanged a glance. Yet the arms of the two struck were shattered, exposing pink flesh. Their bloodied fists did not cease. In a state where an ordinary person would feel pain just from a glance, they unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, clearly just the flesh and blood of humans colliding. Yet it resonated with a speed surpassing firearms and the sound of cannonballs within a radius of hundreds of meters. Fist against fist, elbow against elbow, knee against knee. The two, using all their might, completely ignored their injuries, attacking without defense, fighting with a precision surpassing machinery. The outcome between masters often hinges on a momentary miscalculation. But these two moved as if they were twins, their attacks mirroring each other, as precisely as a rehearsed dance without a single misstep. Yet if someone of equal caliber were present, they would see that once this eerie synchronization between them was broken, if one fell out of rhythm, that would be the moment of that person's death. Their figures had exceeded the speed that ordinary human retinas could capture, leaving only the continuous crackling sound of firecrackers echoing across the vast desert. Two silhouettes appeared abruptly on the sandy ground, frozen in place. Whether it was Rayn or Tiao Erlang, both were bruised and battered, their bodies covered in purple and blue, their clothes torn into shreds during the fight. Hands and feet dripping with blood. The two panted heavily, trying to regulate their breaths, their hearts beating beyond the limits of an ordinary person's capacity. Even so, their eyes remained locked on their opponent. Suddenly, their figures vanished from sight once more, charging through the desert in a sprint. As they moved at high speed, their fists and feet exchanged blows, leaving only a trail of blood droplets to prove they had passed through. Oh! Sensing human activity on the sandy ground, two Sandora giant lizards lurking beneath the sand suddenly burst forth, claws bared, ready to swallow this morning's meal. Get lost. You're in the way. Gah. X2 unfortunately. These two beasts at the top of the Alabasta food chain encountered even more unreasonable monsters. They didn't even have time to react. And without seeing the figures of those two, they were sent flying by a punch and a kick, turning into two streaks of meteors in the sky. The desert began to tremble, affected by the shock waves of the battle between the two, as the ground continuously cracked open into small ravines. The once confident figure of Diao Erlang flashed with a shade of gloom. At this rate, the two wouldn't be able to determine a victor, only draining each other's blood and exhausting their strength to mutual destruction. He stepped into the air in front of him, demonstrating a technique similar to the moon step, creating distance from Rayn. Seizing this opportunity, he reached back to embrace the guitar he had been carrying, and with his blood-stained fingers, Diao Erlang brushed over the strings, sending 6 purple slashes soaring towards Rayn. Rayn snorted coldly and kicked out a deep blue gale foot slash. As the massive slash collided with the 6 slashes, both sides extinguished in a draw. In that moment when the slashes faded, Diao Erlang's figure broke through the sand and dust, charging towards Rayn. He held the neck of the guitar with one hand and swung it down. A bounty hunter who walks on the edge of a blade might have brought a guitar out of interest and personal preference, but in a real battle, he naturally had no reason to carry a burden by his side. Such things naturally wouldn't harm Rayn, and without thinking, Rayn threw a punch. In an instant, the body of the lute that was smashing toward Rayn underwent a sudden change. With a clear sound, a blade sprang out from the side of the lute. An axe? Initially, it was thought that the seemingly carefree character merely carried a guitar to look cool, but at this moment, the situation had completely shifted. That blade now clearly resembled a single-edged axe. With the overwhelming aura of both the carefree character and Rayn, who were evenly matched and perhaps even more refined, Rayn seemed to have already seen his fate as he met the axe head-on with a punch. However, the situation left him no room for a sudden change of tactics. Fortunately, with all his might, Rayn increased the force of his punch. Clang! In the moment when sparks flew, Rayn was forcefully knocked back by the axe's power, and thankfully, his arm was not cleaved off, though was still twisted into a painful position for anyone who saw it. The carefree character was also pushed back a few steps by that relentless punch, but he fared much better than Rayn. He squinted slightly, noticing a cracked notch had appeared on his axe. A weapon that could be wielded by a master like him was certainly not an ordinary item. It had been chipped by that guy's fist. What a terrifying opponent. The carefree character wanted a fair fight, even when using weapons. It was merely his own capability. There was nothing despicable about it. Was it fair to have a lifelong swordsman fight barehanded against a boxing champion? However, he and Rayn were almost evenly matched in power, and the carefree character was even a bit stronger than the physically impaired Rayn. The use of weapons by the carefree character was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely disrupting the balance between the two. Regarding the sudden appearance of the axe, Rayn had no complaints. He expressionlessly straightened his twisted arm, and within moments, it returned to its original state. That axe had merely caught him off guard. He just needed to be more vigilant moving forward. Interesting. With no doubt about his victory, Rayn indeed had the means to defeat the carefree character, and he couldn't help but smile. How long had it been since someone had made him feel a sense of danger? With his axe held low in one arm, the carefree character, just like Rayn, felt a surge of excitement. Powerful individuals often accompanied loneliness, especially for those like him and Rayn, who poured everything into brute force. For them, a good opponent was the best friend in the world. Come on, Rayn, let us settle this without regrets. Come on, Scorpion Man. It's the carefree character. Remember the name that will send you to hell. Is the only impression you have of me from the man-scorpion you saw when we first met? The carefree character smiled as he raised his axe, ready to face off against Rayn. At that moment, both he and Rayn turned their heads simultaneously. Someone had stepped into their battlefield, within visible range. A kid draped in a white cloak of justice walked straight into the battlefield between Rayn and the carefree character with his hands in his pockets, saying, "Wilderness carefree character, you're under arrest." Chapter 68 saw the palace gate. This was a significant event from 3 months ago. Perhaps it was inconsequential to the public and utterly trivial to pirates, but for the world government, it was an unimaginable piece of bad news. Heavenly gold. Heavenly gold refers to the annual tribute of treasures that member countries of the world government must pay to the world nobles, the celestial dragons. All 170 member countries would deliver their treasures to the Navy's escort ships to send the heavenly gold to the Holy Land, Mary-Hua. For 800 years, no one in this world has been able to understand the initial creators of the current world order, who are now referred to as the celestial dragons, the world nobles. 800 years ago, the ancestors of these people may have been tyrants who achieved unprecedented greatness. But today, those celestial dragons, who are no different from swine, possess neither wisdom nor strength. They should have fallen from grace, relying solely on the legacy left by their ancestors, yet they still sit atop the world, wielding power and privilege. Whenever a crisis arises, they can even call upon the highest military might of the Navy to come to their aid. 3 months ago, a ship escorted by 4 naval warships carried a fortune of gold, gathered by the Kingdom of North Yankton at great cost. It was a ship full of gold and silver treasures. The reason it was at such a cost is that this small nation has suffered greatly under this cursed era of piracy, and combating pirates has drained the people and the treasury. The royal family did not want to continue exploiting the commoners to gather more gold, but those commoners had been completely drained of any resources. Although they are indifferent to the lives of these commoners, there is still a basic level of intelligence. If all the commoners die, who will they exploit? This shows just how dire the situation in this country has become. In the end, the king had no choice but to order every noble household to contribute a portion of their private wealth to fill the gap left by the gold. But this action struck at the very interests of the noble class, and some even had the audacity to directly refuse the king's emissaries. The troublesome matter for His Majesty, the king, ultimately came to an end due to the brutal methods of a certain organization. The nobles dared to act so recklessly precisely because their private armies had subtly surpassed the battle-worn royal army, which was constantly dealing with pirates, whether in terms of financial resources or military strength. Even if this group of so-called nobles were pigs, many talented individuals were using their noble status to pursue their own agendas. The organization known as Tequila, named after a certain strong liquor, decapitated all the private soldiers under the 3 most rampant noble leaders overnight. When those 3 nobles woke up in the morning, their luxurious bedroom was filled with a pile of severed heads. Aside from their own heads and family members, there was not a single survivor. Ultimately, it was these 3 families that contributed the most to this year's tribute of heavenly gold to the world nobles. The secret shipment departed from a secret location, escorted by 4 Navy warships with numerous officers from the naval headquarters on board. Even if they brazenly paraded through the streets, no one had the guts to intercept the heavenly gold belonging to the celestial dragons. However, the government still acted cautiously, indicating the importance of the matter. On the surface, it was a tribute to the celestial dragons, yet 8 or 9 out of 10 portions were siphoned off by government agencies in the Navy. As for the celestial dragons, Their arithmetic skills barely reached the level of simple addition and subtraction within 50. Despite such caution, they were still attacked. A dozen ships of unknown origin, lacking any insignia, displayed a level of training and combat capability far beyond that of ordinary sailors and pirates. The mysterious attackers sank 4 warships and audaciously stole the heavenly gold meant for the celestial dragons. The mastermind behind this incident was Jiao Erlang. But it was Tequila that directly planned the operation, arranged manpower, and identified the route for the heavenly gold. Jiao Erlang only had a cooperative relationship with them, and in the subsequent distribution of the spoils, he ended up claiming more than 40% for himself. For this heist of heavenly gold, Tequila had evidently been planning for a long time, having infiltrated the kingdom of North Yankadon a year ago. While serving the king, they used a false name to secretly gather specific information about the transportation of heavenly gold. In contrast, Jiao Erlang cared little for wealth. He attacked the warships purely for fun. In fact, the reason he was approached by the Navy was simply due to his own recklessness in leaving a survivor. One of Jiao Erlang's 10 commandments was that killing weak opponents only harms one's own dignity. As a bounty hunter, Jiao Erlang did not mind becoming a wanted criminal. Whether as a bounty hunter or a fugitive, these labels did not affect his free-spirited principles. Even as a bounty hunter, he merely sought amusement in fighting strong opponents. However, Jiao Erlang turned to carefully examine the young Navy officer, realizing that this person was not simple, being able to find him with just a single phrase. And then, without caring that he would become an adversary of the Navy in the future, Jiao Erlang raised his axe and scrutinized the overly young sailor with a piercing gaze. Not everyone was a monster like Rayn. At this age, it was unreasonable to expect many young prodigies. Since you have the courage to stand before me and the audacity to intervene on someone else's battlefield, you must be prepared. Otherwise, it would be too presumptuous, wouldn't it? The young man, dressed in white justice, wearing black sunglasses, had perfectly proportioned body complemented by his short black hair. Even Rayn and Jiao Erlang could not clearly gauge his strength. Such a person was either a fool or a formidable character, hiding their true capabilities. Under their watchful eyes, the young sailor slowly removed his sunglasses. Beneath those sunglasses were a pair of sparkling, dreamy large eyes and thick, long black eyebrows. Although this world is full of wonders, with people towering at 5 to 6 meters and appearances beyond human comprehension, like a pirate with a nose resembling a large red marble, I will arrest you. After saying those 3 words with a serious expression on his doll-like face, even Rayn could not help but twitch his mouth, stifling a laugh that would ruin his own image. It was hard to say whether he looked oddly cute or foolishly adorable, with a doll-like face paired with thick eyebrows and large eyes. The originally tense atmosphere between Jiao Erlang and Rayn was instantly replaced by a more terrifying and indescribable eerie vibe. Let's go back. Shaking his arm, which had forcefully returned to its original position after being twisted, Rayn expressionlessly uttered those 3 words. Wait, are you planning to leave this rare beast for me to deal with alone? Both Rayn and Jiao Erlang were the kind of people who never joked around and would never joke in their lives. Fighting also depended on the occasion. The fiery battle atmosphere that had previously excited both sides had now dissipated entirely. Jiao Erlang found himself facing a kind of embarrassing situation for the first time in his life. Although he was an enemy, this kid looked so amusing. Although he had no complaints about his appearance, Kurezawa still put on oversized sunglasses that could even cover his eyebrows. However, Jiao Erlang could not feel happy at all. Just like that guy who left after slapping his butt, he too had lost his fighting spirit due to the shocking scene earlier. For example, he now wanted to go back and see a doctor, unlike Rayn, who had the convenient ability to heal. If he did not see a doctor for his injuries, they would accumulate and eventually lead to his demise. This negative attitude does not affect his strength itself. So even when Kurosawa approached him with a speed that was difficult to perceive with the naked eye, he still effortlessly took the punch. There really aren't that many monsters in this world. This big-eyed kid does have some skills, but he's not yet at the level of Rayn. These matters have nothing to do with Ryan. The enthusiastic battle came to such a ridiculous end, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Only at this moment did he remember something. Where did those 2 guys run off to? The captain said. Chapter 69, Pirates. The one thing that is most abundant and least necessary in this vast sea is humanity. The existence of humans brings no help whatsoever to this immense ocean. Resource destruction, water pollution, and the balance of the ecosystem have all been captured and damaged by humans, with countless souls buried at the seafloor every night and day. It is not just this ocean, Whether in the sky or on land, the most unnecessary existence on this planet is humans, who only know how to continuously devour the world like pests. Humans, initially, will also be the final virus that destroys everything. They are selfish, stubborn, arrogant, cunning, fragile, ignorant, brutal, hypocritical, filthy, barbaric, jealous, greedy, debauched, irritable, foolish, and unrepentant. Even so, this planet still loves such humans, at least for now, at least within this millennium. It still has the capacity to love these children and endure their reckless behavior. I don't know why that soaring morale never fades. Today is yet another instance of self-inflicted slaughter that only a race like humans would engage in. The encounter between two pirate ships is a battle for survival, where food and navigation skills are required to survive in these waters. Of course, when luck is not on your side, you have no choice but to rely on your own strength. The greatest crisis is not man-made disasters, but the unpredictable weather and waters. Here, knowledge is not absolute, because even if you know what dangers you are about to face, there is no way to fight back. Often, for various reasons and helplessness, the ships that set sail rarely arrive at their intended destinations on time. As the days go by with dwindling water and food supplies, robbing other ships becomes the only option. A slow, deep voice resembling that of a dullard comes from a giant man, 3 meters tall, whose appearance is that of a simple-hearted man. He squints his black eyes, revealing a joyful smile akin to a child receiving candy for the first time. That genuine, innocent smile has a contagious magic. Looking at that face filled with satisfaction, anyone would involuntarily smile, as if this person were sharing happiness with everyone. The ship has been out of water and food for half a month, which has become a routine for these executioners who walk on the edge of a knife. Coupled with their extraordinary physical condition, they can easily withstand such depletion. Even the bait for fishing has been stolen, and although they are proficient in swimming, they have no way to catch fish directly due to the treacherous nature of the Grand Line, where even a seemingly insignificant wave can swallow several vibrant lives. No matter how skilled a swimmer you are, you cannot escape that fate. Captain Lawrence, let us all eat meat and drink wine together. You can't only eat fruit after such a long time without a proper meal. No need tight water, fruit. Tasty, tasty. The pirates had already made their resolve when they set sail. The black and white skull flag symbolizes their beliefs and readiness. The skull represents death, and the pirates, who take death as their banner, endow that flag with two meanings. One signifies the death of their opponents, and the other represents the pirates' own death. They sail the seas with the understanding that they are risking their lives. Because of this, there is nothing to say when they're defeated by someone more skilled. The surviving crew members are tied up with ropes, and their fate is either death or being sold as slaves. Just kill me. Better to be killed now than to be sold as slaves. Here, kill us. At least let us keep a little dignity. Kill us. Not a single person seeks to survive, because the captain who led them through life and death has already died at the hands of that seemingly foolish man. In just one encounter, their captain, who never scolded his companions and shared treasures without hoarding, the captain they had resolved to follow for a lifetime, was turned into a pulp by that fool's punch. And now that fool, with his bloody palms, is pulling fruit from a barrel full of it, happily eating the bloody fruit. Captain Lawrence, you can't do that. I've told you many times, you need to wash your hands before eating. Doing so will infect you with extra bacteria and diseases. The first mate, Lister, over 8 meters tall, adjusted his glasses and, as per usual, handed a handkerchief to the captain. With a mane of wine-red hair spilling over his shoulders, Lawrence grinned widely, took the clean handkerchief, wiped his hands haphazardly, and said in a slow, deep voice, "It's fine for me, Strong. Once he gets sick." First mate Lister adjusted his square glasses. Unlike the disheveled, sloppy sailors, Lister was the cleanest on the ship, dressed in a crisp white shirt and sleeveless black vest. This was in stark contrast to the sailors who didn't care what they wore, even stripping clothes off enemy corpses. Of course, this was also largely due to the fact that Lister was not a combatant. Captain Lawrence was the mast of the crew, while First Mate Lister was their sail. It was precisely because Lister, who had previously served as an advisor, was there that they could smoothly navigate the Grand Line. Although he was also a newbie at sea initially, heaven indeed favored certain individuals. Within less than a year, Lister, who initially didn't even know what a sea chart was, had become a navigator equal to seasoned veterans. First Mate, doesn't the captain ever eat meat or drink wine? They had been at sea for a while now, forming bonds that transcended life and death. Their captain, Lawrence, was stronger than anyone else, a trustworthy powerhouse. Yet they had never seen their captain drink wine or eat a piece of meat at a feast. With a black ponytail, Lister adjusted his glasses and nodded without saying more. Personal preferences are merely personal preferences. The sailor who asked the question quickly forgot about it after downing a drink. Lawrence displayed his strong muscles, meaning he never wore a shirt, while his lower half was clad in sturdy black leather pants. Sitting casually on the deck, he laughed as he watched the crew members devour their food ravenously. It seemed everyone was starving. Lister approached him seriously and pointed to the dozen or so captives. "Captain, what do you mean?" Lawrence slowly turned his head as if he were sluggish, and then his expression turned sour as if he had bitten into a bitter candy. He said in a deep, slow voice, "We won. Just let them go." "Understood." In the captives' completely bewildered gazes, Lister coldly ordered the crew to untie them and left them a small boat. Out of moral obligation, they had done all they could. The outcome of pirate confrontations could only result in one possibility: leaving the opponent alive to spread their own terror and power. Yet this seemingly foolish man truly let them go. The captives were genuinely puzzled. How could they be let go? The notorious blood rhino pirates, known for leaving no survivors, actually showed mercy? Looking at the small boat gradually sailing away, Lawrence still wore that silly smile and said with innocent words, "When I was alive, my mother often told me to leave a line for the heavens when doing things." Everyone, following his finger pointing at the sky, had a look of confusion, feeling it was impressive, jokingly commenting that even the captain could talk about some principles. However, List kept gazing at the sky, where heavy dark clouds lingered over the sunless sea all day long. In such harsh weather, their pirate flag fluttered in the sea breeze. "Hey, everyone, we've spotted a ship again. Put down your food and get ready to work." A sailor perched at the top of the mast shouted loudly with a telescope in hand, and the sailors on board looked toward the sea with excitement, indeed seeing a small sailing boat. The so-called Great Pirate Era had indeed arrived, with countless individuals braving the waves to embark on their voyages. However, not to mention that nearly half of them perished in the vast ocean. The likelihood of encountering other ships on this boundless sea was quite low, especially in the mysterious Grand Line, where the Bloodhorn pirate crew was currently located. To encounter 2 ships in one day was incredibly fortunate, ensuring more resources could be obtained. The previous battle, led by Captain Lawrence, had resulted in almost no casualties among the crew, leaving everyone somewhat unsatisfied, as the young men were eager to taste blood. List adjusted his glasses and calmly asked the sailor on the mast, "Have you confirmed what kind of ship it is? What flag is it flying?" In the sea, the first thing to fear for survival was the ocean itself, closely followed by those renowned pirates. The Bloodhorn pirate crew stood out among many pirates, not only because Captain Lawrence possessed unmatched strength, but also because Vice Captain List invested half of the crew's wealth in intelligence gathering. Knowing whom to fight and whom to avoid, this information, gathered at great expense, had helped them avoid many meaningless conflicts. The sailor on the mast bit into a piece of sea beast meat, quickly flipping through the wanted posters and flag pages with his greasy hands. "Vice Captain, it's probably a pirate ship, but I've never seen this flag before. What flag is it? It doesn't have a skull design. It's a horned horse flag." Generally, pirate flags are most commonly skull flags, but that's not the only option. Some pirates use their favorite designs as their symbols, like a phoenix with a sword in its mouth, swords and roses, or simply drawn crazy smiling faces, with various other animal designs as well. However, these pirate sailors, who only recognize basic knowledge, know little more, which is why they become pirates who swing their swords without thought, living a life of excitement before meeting perhaps a tragic or glamorous end. List walked to the side of the ship, took the telescope handed over by his subordinate, and indeed saw an unfamiliar flag through the lens, which depicted a rarely seen creature, the side profile of a unicorn. On the deck, there were only a boy and a girl, and the sailboat, with a dolphin at its bow, didn't seem too threatening. Even if the cramped cabin was filled with people, they would still not be a match for the Bloodhorn pirate crew in terms of manpower. List suppressed the unease that arose within him and began to instruct his subordinates to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the small boat filled with captives, having left those villains behind, began to take on water due to a hole that had been deliberately made in its bottom, gradually sinking amid a chorus of curses and insults. Looking at the small sailing boat that brought him a sense of unease, List adjusted his glasses. Chapter 70, Danger. The captain was in a bad mood. This is something even an idiot can see. Those 2 kids running errands have no idea why this person is angry. If anyone should be complaining, it should be them. As the captain, he completely disregards the lives of his crew and then gets angry for some unknown reason. Of course, this world has never been an easy place. Both Yi Huang and Sherry understand that their complaints are simply meaningless acts of willfulness. When the pirate ship, adorned with a rhino head, swaggered over, Yi Huang immediately suppressed his weak emotions, and even Sherry trembled as she took a pistol from the armory. Good afternoon. There wasn't a pack of rabid dogs rushing at them, with blades flashing everywhere. That giant, resembling a small hill, politely greeted them in a deep, booming voice. For a moment, the boy Yi Huang, unable to react from the overwhelming disparity in size, stared blankly and took a few steps back from the imposing figure of the giant. Then he politely nodded and replied, Good afternoon. Laurens seemed to realize that looking down at a boy who was less than half his height was somewhat rude, so he slowly sat cross-legged in front of Yi Huang. Even so, he was still much taller and stronger than the poor boy. Laurens scratched his messy, wine-red hair awkwardly, looking bashful like someone borrowing money for the first time. He said, So, there are only the two of you on the ship? There are 3 of us in total. I see. Without any doubt that the boy was lying, when Laurens learned that the number of enemies was only a few, he seemed to fall into some kind of dilemma. He frowned, straining to recall his painfully limited vocabulary, and said, If you give us the ship, we won't hurt you. He seemed to be trying hard to show his goodwill, but his imposing figure clearly ruled out any words related to being friendly. Longzaki Yi Huang shook his head. He instinctively knew that this person was not lying. As long as they handed over the ship, this person indeed wouldn't harm him and Sherry. However, even if he and Sherry were willing, glancing at the door of the captain's cabin, they hadn't seen that person since leaving Saining Island, where the kingdom of Alabasta was located, and he hadn't come out for several days. Really? At this moment, the pirate companions standing behind Laurens let out helpless sighs. We thought you were going to say something. We were actually a bit hopeful about your negotiation skills. How foolish of us. Yes, Captain. Just deal with this little brat, and stop wasting time on him. Captain, leave this to us. Let's wrap this up and get back to the feast. We brothers are still not full. Amidst this chorus of complaints, Laurens felt a bit at a loss, like a child who had done something wrong. If he were a child, it might be somewhat endearing, but for a man of his monstrous size, he was likely to be forever divorced from words like cute. Hey, eager for the sea beast meat at the feast. A pirate impatiently drew his sailor's knife and struck at Ichikawa with a swift and decisive slash, without a hint of hesitation. No, wait. Ichikawa, who had been on high alert, was just about to make a move when he heard a piercing roar. Immediately after, with a dull thud, the impatient pirate was swatted away by a hand larger than a fan, screaming as he fell into the sea. Captain No. The surrounding pirate companions looked at their captain in despair, wondering what on earth he was up to. Soon, other comrades jumped into the sea to rescue the fool who had somehow offended the captain, while Laurens turned to his subordinates with a serious expression. I said before, children are treasures and should be cherished. With a flash of the blade, the draw technique exploded like a bullet leaving the chamber. No one could see the trajectory or speed of that slash. Although you acted out of kindness, being so underestimated really has me feeling belittled. This slash, which was not aimed at taking anyone's life, did not sever Laurens' head. Ichikawa did not like killing, and he didn't want to kill this seemingly harmless big guy. He just wanted to make a small cut on this big guy's neck to threaten the group of uninvited guests with the captain's life and make them retreat. Supreme Great Blade, 12 techniques. Mutsu no Mamoru Ryusei. The biggest feature of this sword is its sharpness, claiming that there is nothing in this world that it cannot cut. The master of the 6 styles, Tutankhamun, although he was careless, still had his body, tempered like steel, sliced open without a moment's hesitation. This terrifying cutting power has little to do with the boy's strength. It is more about the sword's own sharpness. The sharp, transparent blade cut into Laurens' thick neck, creating a wound less than 5 millimeters deep, just enough to draw blood, showcasing Yi Huang's swordsmanship. Laurens remained seated cross-legged on the deck, while the small boy Yi Huang stood with one foot on Laurens' thigh and the other on his chest, holding the sword to maintain his threatening stance. Just as he was about to make this group of uninvited guests retreat, Laurens, who had turned to talk to his companions, seemed to finally feel the pain. At that moment, the human instinct was to turn his head sharply. Originally, Yi Huang's sharp blade was merely resting on Laurens' neck, but with his merciless sudden turn, it instantly severed his throat. At this moment, Yi Huang's expression perfectly interpreted the word dumbfounded, as he helplessly dropped the sword and took 2 steps back. Hey, usually, when someone has a sword at their throat, they wouldn't act so recklessly. Ugh, Laurens, who always reacted a beat too late, covered his bleeding throat. seemingly puzzled about when he had been injured. "Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Is there no ship's doctor? Hurry and save your captain." The pirates, finally reacting to Yi Huang's thunderous strike, were completely unfazed by their captain's injury, making Yi Huang, who was even more anxious, look like a fool. Ouch! Whispering in pain, Lawrence's body began to undergo a transformation. His muscles started to swell, his white skin turned a grayish hue, as if a tougher layer of skin was growing from within. His entire body expanded, becoming twice its size. His eyes turned blood red, and his once honest face transformed into that of a rhinoceros. A power user. The moment Yi Huang saw this transformation, he immediately understood why the crew appeared so carefree. Transformed into a beast, Lawrence's formidable vitality easily covered the wound during the change. Healing rapidly, as Yi Huang jumped back to create distance, he suddenly found his view obscured by a massive shadow. "Bad boy, you will be punished." A gigantic hand effortlessly grabbed Yi Huang, who was still in mid-air. Wah! Just a gentle grip, and Yi Huang felt all his bones creaking. His internal organs ruptured from the pressure of being squeezed, causing him to uncontrollably cough up blood, and the hand holding the sword weakly released it, letting his beloved sword fall. This was still the result of Lawrence not intending to kill him. Hey, didn't you say that children are treasures to be cherished? This brutal scene elicited powerless comments from the other pirate companions, who were already not good people. They were very interested in what the captain would do next, whether he would crush this little boy or how things would unfold. The fresh blood stirred their sadistic instincts. No one noticed, or perhaps it was ignored from the beginning. Compared to the 15-year-old boy, Sherry, an utterly defenseless young girl, was not considered a fighter at all. When the towering Lawrence, who seemed like a giant to Sherry, transformed back into a mountain, the little girl felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as she looked at the handgun in her hand. With her intelligence, she understood that firearms could only kill ordinary people, not monsters. Escape. Having grown accustomed to fleeing in this chaotic world, the little girl's first instinct was to run away, but this was not land. And in the vast sea, where could she escape to? It was then that she remembered she was no longer a homeless stray. She had already been taken in by a master. Although he was a peculiar character, his strength could not be denied. However, with such a commotion outside, why hadn't he come out yet? Remembering the day she saw Rayn again, she wondered if that person, who had entered the captain's cabin covered in wounds, might have died. Hiding in an empty barrel with her head clutched in her hands, the little girl soon heard a familiar scream. The wailing terrified her even more, and she couldn't stop the shivering that originated from her spine. She was just a 10-year-old child. Let him go. When that tiny flower of courage bloomed, it was so small that no one heard it, not even the girl herself. Her slightly clever mind was blank at that moment. She didn't even know why she wanted to stand up. If she just ignored everything, even if she was captured, she could continue to survive as a laborer, which seemed like a reasonable judgment, right? Was it because that big brother didn't abandon her in the face of danger and saved her? Picking up the meteor sword of the Mutsu, which had fallen on the deck, she found that it was indeed a real sword. Its weight made Sherry only able to drag it along, the blade carving crooked marks on the deck. She couldn't even lift the sword. Let him go. With all her strength, the little girl's courage finally reached everyone's ears. The pirates looked at the little girl in astonishment, not knowing what she was trying to do. The bloodied Yi Huang caught a glimpse of the girl's brave moment out of the corner of his eye, but his desperate will for her to leave could never be conveyed. Let go. Bang. The powerless little girl, facing a group of fierce men, was on the verge of tears, just as she was about to shout again with a loud crash. The door to the captain's cabin was suddenly kicked open from the inside. That poor door instantly turned into a black dot disappearing on the horizon. Under everyone's gaze, a young man of average height staggered out from the pitch-black captain's cabin. His body was wrapped in dirty bandages, and he wore a wine-red coat. He ran a hand through his messy hair and scanned everyone with his bloodshot, fierce eyes. Shut up. Chapter 71. Mount Lu, you must be the captain, right? The noisy shouts accompanied the pirates' knives and axes falling. If they couldn't kill the child, then killing this guy must be fine, right? The long voyage had made everyone feel like their bodies were rusting. A rare pirate ship had solved their supply problems. But the captain had taken care of the enemy all by himself, leaving the young, bloodthirsty sailors with energy they couldn't vent. When they saw the sickly young man walking out of the cabin, the young men felt the blood calling them from the depths of their hearts. The long-lost thrill of killing made them selectively ignore the door that had already disappeared on the horizon. Rayn Walker, draped in a wine-red coat, had no intention of fighting against this pack of wolves and tigers. Just as the axe was about to strike him, he stepped forward, the thick soles of his boots pounding on the solid deck. Wood chips scattered in the air, and the sturdy deck lifted in layers. An invisible shockwave radiating outward from his foot. The young sailors charging at Rayn heard a loud bang, and their ears instantly went deaf, being thrown back at several times their original speed. Those lucky enough fell into the water like dumplings, while the unlucky ones were directly hit by the shockwave and flew backward, embedding themselves into the hull of their own pirate ship. Only one person remained unmoved, Lorenz. A giant towering like a mountain, stood firmly in place as if rooted to the ground, completely unaffected by the shockwave. That was the quake step. It was merely Rayn's normal practice technique. In an instant, with a loud bang, his energy surged and his muscles coordinated quickly. Just this one action shattered half of the deck, and while the other members of the Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew were still astonished by this person's strength, Rayn lifted the bangs blocking his forehead and said impatiently, "How are you going to compensate me for messing around on my ship and ruining the deck, huh? No. It looks like you broke it yourself, right? What does it have to do with us?" The sailors blurted out without even thinking, indicating that they wouldn't take the blame. Lorenz gazed at Rayn with his blood-red eyes, slowly placing the hammer he was holding aside. Very strong. His deep voice expressed recognition of his opponent. After activating his ability, Lorenz had become a monster several meters tall, and just standing on this ship, the echoing dolphin, made it groan under the strain. With just one stomp, this small sailing ship would surely sink. However, as a devil fruit user, Lorenz couldn't escape the consequences either. But he had so many partners on board, surely they wouldn't let him drown. Rayn ignored him, standing at just over 7 meters tall. He seemed like a doll in front of the towering Lorenz, forcing him to look up unpleasantly. Lorenz fell silent. In fact, he was similar to Rayn, both belonging to the silent type in battle. Any movement from his massive body would make the other small humans feel an uncertain sense of sluggishness. As Lorenz raised his arm, Rayn's small sailboat tilted violently, its center of gravity shifting under the weight of the giant Lorenz. Shelley, feeling dizzy from the shaking, gritted her teeth and ran to the hammer, tying herself and him together with a rope, then firmly securing them to the mast to prevent the severely injured boy from falling into the sea and drowning. Fighting at sea might be as simple as daily routine for pirates, theoretically allowing them to exert greater power at sea than on land. However, this was not the case for pirates like Lorenz and Rayn. Lorenz's massive body restricted his movements at sea, and lacking a solid footing to exert his strength greatly reduced his combat effectiveness. Furthermore, as a devil fruit user, once he fell into the water, he would truly become a helpless victim at the mercy of his enemies. Rayn Walker was similarly constrained. His strength was not derived from his own body, but from the infinite power of the planet beneath his feet. Individual strength felt so insignificant. He understood this from the start of his martial training. If he could harness the Earth's power, even the weak Rayn of the past could survive in that brutal, icy wilderness. Therefore, even though he mastered a useful technique called moonwalk, he rarely used it, as he could not gain power from that brief moment of weightlessness. The same applied on the ship. With just a minor quake step, he shattered half of the deck. If he unleashed his full power on the ship, he could easily sink a vessel. As the ship tilted, the raised arm came crashing down. No technique was needed. Lorenz could decide the outcome just with his brute force. If avoided, this thunderous blow would smash the ship. Before the punch could land, the terrifying pressure and wind from above pinned Shelley and the hammer firmly against the deck, and the already injured hammer struggled to suppress his coughing of blood. The thunderous cheers erupted from the Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew, who believed wholeheartedly in their captain's strength, ready to stand together in life and death. The sailors were prepared to jump into the water to rescue their captain after the small sailboat was smashed to pieces by a punch. But one person was not filled with joy. Lister adjusted his glasses. The lenses reflecting the sunlight concealed meanings that no one could understand. Rayn Walker faced the enormous fist that was larger than his own body and couldn't help but laugh. It felt as if every cell in his body was roaring with joy, and he shook his arms, causing the wine-red coat behind him to billow wildly. With his legs bent, Rayn suddenly exerted force and leaped up just before the fist fell. The entire ship was violently pressed down by the immense force, causing its structure to tremble, almost destroyed by its own captain, as if about to be stomped deep into the sea. Stream strike. Rayn had no intention of clashing head-on with that punch, at least on this vast ocean, on this fragile little sailboat. A head-on confrontation with such a thunderous punch would only result in the destruction of his ship, and Rayn had no intention of switching ships. Rock smash. The spreading shockwaves flowed like currents as Rayn swung his hands. The sky-reaching punch was somewhat diverted by the force of the shockwaves. Oh! The punch that had been thrown with all his might was unexpectedly deflected to the side, causing Lorenz's balance to be disrupted, helplessly toppling forward. Even so, Lorenz still desperately fell toward Rayn, and with his massive body and weight, he could still destroy the ship. Rayn, who had anticipated this outcome from the start, smiled fearlessly. Lorenz, losing his momentum, attempting to pose a threat with his falling body, was simply laughable. After the strike, Rayn landed on the deck with slightly bent legs, his fists at his waist, while Lorenz's falling figure blocked all light. Yet within this shadow, a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst forth as that punch was unleashed. His small right fist struck skyward, hitting Lorenz's solid belly, causing the blood rhinoceros pirate crew to gasp in shock. As the mountainous Lorenz was actually sent flying by this punch. Yes, that monster standing 4 to 5 meters tall was sent flying by this punch. Rising Dragon Blast. Chapter 72. Good Person, the so-called Great Pirate, famous across the seas, with countless fleets and masters. Pirates who reach their limits in a certain field often make shocking moves that spread panic and despair, deeply engraving their infamous names in people's hearts. Although the bounty can largely measure the threat level of a pirate or criminal, it is not absolute. Even notorious thief like Unanimous, who only made a name for himself in the East Sea and was defeated by Rayn, has the capital and conditions to be called a great pirate. His battle with Rayn back then was merely a contest of pride, if it weren't for Unanimous' extraordinary temperament and pride that allowed Rayn to leave. His fleet and crew could have very well worn down Rayn at the time. A bounty of 200 million is indeed a trivial value among the brilliant stars of pirates. At most a notorious name raised within a sea, and also merely a so-called newcomer. Therefore, the crew members of the Bloodhorn pirate group do not recognize Rayn as a fellow pirate. Although Rayn's strength far exceeds the bounty amount, not much infamy has spread outside. His actions so far have purely been to pass the time, without any deliberate intentions. Despite this, List recognizes this man for certain reasons. The sailors jumped into the water without hesitation to rescue Lorenz when he was knocked away, while List, as the first mate, walked calmly onto Rayn's ship without a weapon. List adjusted his glasses and slightly bowed to the unfriendly-looking Rayn. "I am truly sorry, Lord Rayn. Shut your mouth and go die." Without any intention of letting the other finish his words, Rayn approached List on the dilapidated deck. With a light punch, no, a slap, he could easily kill the non-combatant. Immersed in an overwhelming killing intent, cold sweat instantly occupied List's forehead, yet he did not retreat. His tall figure stood straight. The outcome between Captain Lorenz and Rayn was not even a battle, merely 2 strikes that sent Lorenz flying. It's not that Lorenz is weak, but Rayn's fighting style has never been about prolonging battles. Every strike he makes is a full-powered attack that integrates body and mind. With the captain defeated and the first mate not proficient in combat, the other pirate crew members naturally face dire consequences. As the first mate, whether for his own life or the lives of his crew, List had to stand up. At this point, it seemed too late to respond to the provocation from the opposing side. Every step Rayn took on the deck made the half-destroyed boards creak under pressure. Since they chose to set sail, there was nothing to complain about when facing death. Each footstep resonated like a war drum in List's heart, making his face turn increasingly pale. "If possible, we have accumulated quite a bit of treasure on our ship. We can use it to negotiate our compromise. We are not merchants. To go against one's will and compromise would lead to such a dull situation. Then what is the point of being a pirate?" Ugh. After a pause, Rayn stood before List and raised his fist. "You disturbed my rest, so you deserve to die. Just because of that. You beat up my crew like that, and even helped him take revenge." The barely conscious Longchi Yihuang nearly spat out blood. "I've been beaten up like this. You say it was just a side effect? Wait, we have a special treasure in hand, worth at least 300 million berries. The location is only known to me. Not interested. TSK. As expected, he asked the madman as rumored, a monster that destroyed a country out of interest. But the goal has been achieved. List, who had not died immediately, had already shown enough weakness, and the opponent became as overconfident as he wished. In a zero-distance situation with Rayn, List merely raised his left arm insignificantly. He indeed was not skilled in combat, which was not a lie, but List was ultimately a pirate. Hidden under his sleeve, a simple mechanical arm straightened as List bent his arm, launching a miniature special pistol in less than 0.5 seconds, gripping in his hand. This was List's last resort for self-preservation, practiced day after day, without fail, taking less than a second. The latest product from the South Sea, a simple mechanical arm and a specially made pocket pistol. This was List's last resort when negotiations failed. Bang! A close-range shot aimed at the face. The smoke billowed as Rayn staggered backward, declaring success. Even List, no matter how composed, found it hard to adapt to this life-and-death moment. After having a cup of tea with the Grim Reaper and then returning to the living world, one could hardly say it was fortunate. Hey, you deserve it. The moment the feeling of triumph was born, it was extinguished by despair. Rayn, completely leaning back, stood up forcefully, with smoke still striving to release its remaining power from beside his mouth. With a bitter smile, List casually tossed aside the expensive pistol. Even his close-range face shot could not take his life. Indeed, there are monsters in this world that far exceed human intelligence. Rayn bit down on the blackened bullet, initially intending to crush it, but a trivial pain made him abandon that thought. As he spat out the bloody bullet, Rayn reached up to touch and remove a loose tooth. Looking at the tooth lying in his palm, the silent Rayn resembled a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The air around him beginning to solidify, the anxious sailors were ready to fight desperately. Even Sherry and Yi Huang began to feel nervous. Well, it will grow back eventually. Tossing aside the tooth, Rayn's nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the predictions of both sides. His cold gaze fell back on List, the pirate first mate who had exhausted all means, now adopting an indifferent posture, sitting cross-legged calmly on the deck. The earlier timidity and compromises were all acts. Ultimately, it came down to death, so hurry up and make your move. Hey, do you have a shipwright on your ship? Yes. Is that so? Rayn muttered to himself, then pointed at the dilapidated deck, commanding, Fix it, can you do it? This simple request made List's eyes light up. He couldn't understand what kind of change of heart had caused the previously fierce run to change his mind. However, he might never comprehend that this change of heart, which was worth the lives of an entire ship's crew, was merely a fleeting glimpse when caught of the dilapidated deck as he leaned back from the impact of the bullet. In other words, the sad reality was that the lives of all these people were only worth the value of a deck, a fact that the members of the Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew could never understand. This kindness we remember in our hearts. No need for that. List could only smile bitterly as he returned to his ship under the worried gazes of the crew, immediately arranging for the ship's doctor to treat the rescued captain. Fearing Rayn's dissatisfaction, List quickly arranged for the shipwright to prepare for the repair of the other ship's deck. However, the materials for the first mate might not be enough. A ship cannot sail through the seas relying solely on one vessel. Under many natural disasters and maritime dangers, a battered ship cannot reach the next island without repairs. Therefore, warehouses often stockpile large amounts of wood and necessary tools. The Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew was no exception, but they had been drifting on the Grand Line for quite some time and had even run out of food. Their ship had been repaired several times, and there were no surplus materials left to fix an entire deck. List adjusted his glasses, and once his life was no longer in danger, he immediately regained his usual calm. If there's not enough, we can take from our ship to patch it up. Upon hearing this, the shipwright's expression darkened. For every shipwright, the most painful thing was not injuries or illnesses, but rather the thought of destroying the ship they had carefully nurtured. Just like a parent watching their child lose a fight to another child and having to cut off their own child's arm to give it to the other. This complex feeling is probably beyond anyone's understanding, and List did not comfort the boatman. In fact, finding a way to resolve this struggle in such a manner was already a tremendous stroke of luck. The other side could have easily killed them, taking whatever they wanted for themselves. So, the question arises, to bravely fight until everything is exhausted and then throw the bodies into the sea, or to linger on after defeat in hopes of a comeback. These two options are constantly playing out over this vast sea every day. The former, like a passionate scene in a novel, rarely occurs in reality, while the latter, the instinctive choice to survive, is the most fundamental decision for every human. At least for the Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew, despite their unwillingness, they can only accept the choice of hanging on to life. This is because their captain and first mate are still alive. If these two were killed by the enemy in battle, the crew would probably fight to the death without hesitation. It is precisely because they are still alive that, even in defeat, the bond of companionship makes them reluctant to risk the lives of their captain and first mate with reckless actions. While such bonds can provide infinite motivation, who can deny that they can also be a shackle in times of defeat? Watching the treasures that they fought for with their lives being handed over to the enemy's treasure trove brings a heart-wrenching sadness that cannot be understood without experiencing it. akin to handing over one's wife to a blonde while forcing a smile. The Blood Rhinoceros pirate crew left behind only barely enough food for survival and sent everything else onto the Echo Dolphin. Until dusk, the repairs on the deck were completed. Although the colors and joints were somewhat unsightly, it was the best they could do. It was not Rayn's intention, but rather a spur-of-the-moment decision to have these guys repair the deck. Not only did they gain gold and silver treasures and supplies, but even Yi Huang's injuries were treated by the enemy ship doctor with a sense of medical ethics. Therefore, when that shabby ship, now with a dismantled deck, disappeared against the backdrop of the setting sun, Rayn sincerely reached a rare conclusion. They are truly good people. Chapter 73. The legendary sword with an unknown path ahead. Lacking intelligence, gathering, and sufficient preparation, the small sailboat set sail for a new adventure, riding the winds and waves. On the pirate ship, led by the dolphin, fluttered an inexplicable unicorn flag. Thinking of this nonsensical flag, Xiaoxue felt a bit wronged. At the beginning, when purchasing a new sail, the person who was the captain was still enthusiastically considering what kind of emblem to depict, even rarely asking for her opinion. However, ever since leaving the kingdom of Alabasta, that person seemed to have encountered something that made his mood extremely poor, and he no longer cared about the flag. Casually tossing over a cheap pocket watch and telling Xiaoxue and Yi Huang to just draw something based on the emblem on it. Are you kidding? Aren't you the captain? No, wait. Living in a cramped single room, the little girl lay on the hard bed. Her small hand, that was jotting down notes in her notebook, came to a stop. Honestly considering it, after going through the initial period of anxiety and panic, she realized that she knew nothing about the person referred to as the captain. She even learned his name from Yi Huang. Other than knowing he was a monster, there was no other information. That man was too perplexing as a pirate. He neither burned, killed, nor plundered, nor did he live extravagantly, showing no delight in treasures. As for food, even the meals Xiaoxue prepared were hard for her to swallow, yet he could eat them without changing his expression. Besides requesting that the ship be kept clean and not turned into a garbage heap, he had not given much direction to his two crew members. He neither won people's hearts nor managed or ruled. It was as if he wanted them to fend for themselves. Could it be that he really only regarded them as errand runners, as long as they did the chores well? It doesn't seem wrong or bad. Sherry tilted her little head, furrowing her brows that were quite cute for a child, her white, tender feet swaying gently. She always felt that something was off. As an orphan with no one to rely on in this chaotic world, Sherry didn't realize that she had boarded this pirate ship with a deathly resolve just to survive. And now her life posed little threat, and could be considered more stable and affluent than that of an average civilian. Initially, she had compromised just to make a living, but now she enjoyed unimaginable freedom. Once the crisis for survival disappeared, humans instinctively develop laziness. As for the not-so-frightening captain, in her leisure time, whether out of safety concerns or curiosity, she wanted to know more about that person. Curiosity can kill a cat. But human curiosity is much stronger than that of a cat, and these capable primates often step into dangerous territories out of curiosity. In this regard, Ryazaki Ika was evidently much simpler than the troubles of a girl's poetic sentiments. For a normal young man with dreams, after satisfying the three basic needs of eating, sleeping, and living, a simple boy with nothing but muscles in his head could happily eat dark cuisine and take on the somewhat excessive chores for that little girl. Ryazaki Ika held 2 mops with a commanding presence, his eyes exuding a fierce killing intent. Aura, reminiscing about his past practice of dual wielding. What was merely a deck-cleaning task was turned into a scene filled with killing intent by this passionate young man. Boys at a young age often like to use a bit of cleverness to save effort on certain tasks. Young Ika was now thinking, if he could hold another mop in his mouth, he could play it using 3 mops at once. His work efficiency would surely improve. Fortunately, there were only 2 mops on the ship, which immediately dispelled that dangerous thought. There is a famous rumor in the first half of the Grand Line, the 7-star sword, the legendary Holy Sword, whose origins are unknown, boasts the most beautiful reputation among swords in this world. This sword has a magnificent appearance that makes it stand out compared to other famous blades, and more importantly, it is said to be adorned with 7 legendary gems bestowed upon humanity by the gods, each a treasure of immeasurable value. Before the era of great pirates, this was just one of the many legends that shone as brightly as the stars over the seas. But with the arrival of the great pirate era, countless people risked their lives to set sail, stripping away the mysterious veil of this grand sea route. In such a historical context, the legendary Holy Sword, the 7-star sword, became an unimaginable super treasure. whether they are pirates or officials from the world government. They are driven by the desire, known as greed, to seek this sword. Ironically, although it is a weapon, true swordsmen never seek it, as they are not interested in such a flashy toy. Aska Island. The earliest legend of the Holy Sword began here. Countless people have visited this small island, driven by dreams or delusions of becoming rich overnight, embarking on the adventure to find the seven-star sword. Since ancient times, the people of this island have feared the red full moon, viewing it as a harbinger of disaster and calamity. Therefore, the gods of Aska bestowed upon the Aska kingdom 3 jewels as a shield and the invincible holy sword, the seven-star sword, as a spear to save people from calamity. However, in this world, about 60% of so-called treasures are traps, 30% have already been claimed by others, and only a mere 10% chance can satisfy the treasure-seeking dreams of people. The legendary seven-star sword is also part of these countless so-called legends. Just as true treasures are never discovered, and even if they are found, their discoverers remain silent and do not foolishly flaunt their wealth. Countless people come to this island filled with excitement only to leave disappointed. The island of Osaka is vast, with 90% of its land covered in lush, uncharted territory, home to countless terrifying beasts that can only be seen in the Grand Line. The legends of the seven-star sword on this island are not entirely unfounded. People often discover the ruins of ancient cities here, and the murals on them are always one of the reasons that inspire confidence in treasure hunting. However, those who refuse to give up soon become additional meals for the ferocious beasts of the forest, serving as a warning bell for others who are equally unwilling to relent. This island has no navy station here, as although there are residents, there is no country present. Perhaps a long, long time ago, maybe 800 or 900 years ago, there was a nation here. But now the island is only home to increasingly lush forests and the ancient ruins of a city deeply buried underground. It was mentioned that 90% of the land is an unknown territory, and it was also stated that there are residents on this island, those indigenous people who have lived here for generations. The only inhabited place is the port on the west coast, where neatly paved stone streets and beige grass huts with seaside views stand. The small fishing town, which relies on fishing for its livelihood, seems to be transforming into a resort due to the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, and it appears to be growing in scale. This spacious open-air town has begun to facilitate the flow of various goods with the arrival and departure of ships, allowing visiting guests to rest, stay, and purchase goods here. Pirates are not mad dogs. Even if they were, they probably wouldn't be able to endure a daily existence alongside slaughter and corpses. They also need a tranquil harbor to relax their tense hearts, and this land is undoubtedly a good choice. The pirates who initially arrived here were relatively easy to talk to, and after reaching an agreement with the indigenous people, they began developing this small trading spot in exchange for protecting it. Influenced by Gaia Island ahead on this trade route, more and more powerful pirates and other forces began to take a share of the trade here. The result of the mutual tug-of-war among various forces is the strange balance we see now. At least no fool would dare to cause trouble here. Passers-by, whether they are pirates, merchants, tourists, or even Navy personnel, can resupply and rest here. However, in the end, this is just an inconspicuous small island on the Grand Line. Even if it has been developed into a resort, the profits are quite limited, indicating that the forces behind it are not that formidable. Threatening ordinary pirates is sufficient. But when encountering truly troublesome individuals, even if the place were wiped out overnight, no one would come forward to speak out for justice. In fact, there are more than a dozen brawls at the port every day, and this small town has suffered severe damage several times over the years. Yet, for some unknown reason, the residents here have chosen not to move away, but to repeatedly restore their homes and continue their daily lives. The ancient legend has a sequel, but that sequel is not a topic of interest to treasure seekers, or perhaps they choose to ignore it as a boring threat. It is a prophecy filled with irony. When the light of the red full moon covers the sky, a powerful force will reside in a sword, and that immense power is like a double-edged sword. When the seven stars are all defeated, it will be the time when darkness begins to dominate the world. Thus, a small sailboat with a dolphin figurehead quietly arrived at this small island. Chapter 74. The cursed Holy Sword legend states that everything began when the red moon rose, and tragedy ensued. 90% of the land of Osaka Island is perilously unpredictable nature. In the competition for survival of the fittest, plants survived until the end, while humans lost to nature due to their own ugly struggles. Even under harsh treatment, the indigenous people of Osaka Island, who have lived here for generations, have never thought of leaving. This is undoubtedly due to their reliance on the land where their ancestors have lived for generations. But a deeper reason is that even when faced with life-threatening crises, they would never reveal the true meaning. Hidden Village. The greatest secret of Asuka Island is located in the central part of the island, in a naturally formed basin. Outsiders wishing to traverse the layers of perilous woods to reach there must risk their lives. Yet here, there exists a small village that seems like a paradise. The residents here are the descendants of the ancient Asuka kingdom from the prehistoric era, and among them are members of an ancient royal bloodline. They uphold the wishes of their ancestors, guarding this land for generations, praying day after day for the mercy and grace of the 7 star gods of Asuka, hoping to protect this place from calamities forever. At the center of the village stands an ancient altar, its cracks and green moss telling tales of its past like a battle-hardened veteran. Women dressed in strange yet splendid garments sincerely kneel at the altar, leading the village's women in daily prayers. In this day and age, many peculiar phenomena can be explained by science. Even the miraculous devil fruits have a group of radical scientists insisting on using scientific theories to prove that they cannot surpass human wisdom, believing that one day they will be able to do so. In fact, some have already created semi-finished products of the devil fruits, and this research project is still being refined step by step. So, in comparison, what about the existence of gods? Even in this wondrous world, many people do not believe in such things, and supernatural beings are similarly regarded as superstition. But do gods truly not exist? Are heaven and hell the ultimate destinations for humanity? Perhaps these questions can only be answered after one has died. At least on Asuka Island, gods do exist. It is a truly miraculous phenomenon. Only on this island, during the nights of Asuka Island, can people see 7 stars arranged in a pattern in the night sky. Known as the great constellation of the 7 star gods of Asuka, which gifted the Asuka kingdom the invincible 7-star sword and 3 gems as shields in ancient times. A testament to the mercy of the 7 star gods of Asuka. Archaeologists or more rational individuals may think that the so-called 7 star gods are mere fabrications of the ancestors, and that the 7-star sword and 3 gems are products made by humans. However, in this hidden village of Asuka Island, the priestesses praying for peace indeed possess incredible powers. The daily prayers are custom in the village, and everyone peacefully goes through this sacred moment. Luna, a man carrying a long sword, gently calls out to the girl stepping down from the altar. The petite and adorable girl lacks the liveliness and energy typical of her age. Her exquisitely perfect, doll-like face has led the villagers to say that this child is a treasure bestowed upon them by the 7 star gods of Asuka. Luna, the beautiful girl, indeed displays extraordinary talent. At just 16, she has been designated as the next priestess and village chief, possessing the ability to converse with the 7 star gods of Asuka. A faint smile flashes across her delicate, doll-like face as she gently nods at the man, walking towards him at a measured pace. What's wrong? You look troubled. Can you tell? Well, I can somewhat feel that Luna's aura seems a bit heavy. Whether it is related to her conversations with the divine, the girl named Luna possesses a composure and wisdom beyond that of an adult. So much so that everyone except for the man before her and her mother, the village chief, maintains a respectful distance from her. She lightly brushes her beautiful silver hair, showing the most beautiful smile in the world only to the man in front of her. The man, now in his 30s, has fully evolved into what is known as an uncle. 3 years ago, he drifted to Asuka Island due to an incident and has received various forms of care from his hidden village. The villagers are all good people. As long as one is not a malicious invader, they are generous in extending a helping hand. Even though it is called a hidden village, it is not 100% safe. Since the era of great pirates began, the previous peace has been shattered, and day by day, greedy people have come to this island in search of treasure. And those with decent strength have indeed set foot on this hidden village. However, as if truly aided by the heavens, the man who just happened to arrive on this island, Gilku Slayman, became the guardian of this village. A former kingdom warrior, he has remained in this village for some unknown reason, and his extraordinary martial prowess is certainly not something mere pirates can contend with. All of this, whether it be the arrival of the great pirate era or Gilku's arrival, was foreseen in advance by the girl named Luna. Ruffling his brown-green bangs haphazardly, the initially carefree Gilku reveals a serious expression. So, what did the divine being tell you? Whatever causes Luna to feel uneasy surely cannot be good news. Gilku is prepared to cut down any dangers with his sword. The petite and gentle girl gently clasps her hands together, closing her beautiful eyes that resemble black pearls. Even though she is somewhat feared by the villagers, the girl chosen by the divine is pure and kind-hearted in both body and mind. She does not wish to drag the kind Gilku, who has repeatedly protected the village, into danger again. But if it is this person, he probably won't obediently listen, right? A great evil will descend, and the cursed seven-star sword will awaken once more. The great divine proclamation states thus. And upon hearing that the cursed seven-star sword will awaken again, Gilku cannot help but furrow his brows. The island of Asuka, for countless years since the fall of the kingdom, has had but one destiny: to seal the cursed seven-star sword. Whether it is the residents of the West Coast port or the villagers who pray day and night for peace, they all exist to seal that cursed seven-star sword. The seven-star sword is not the legendary treasure worth a king's ransom. The true seven-star sword is a sword of curse with an ironic twist. Legend has it that everything began when the red moon rose, and the tragedy started that fateful night. The three princes of the Asuka kingdom met a beautiful sorceress for the first time and fell in love with her simultaneously. To win her affection, the three princes brought out the seven-star sword, the symbol of the throne, and began their fierce competition. A vile struggle ensued among the brothers, and the earth and sea wept for the countless innocent sacrifices. Subsequently, the seven-star sword, having absorbed the blood and hatred of countless people, summoned slaughter and destruction, becoming a cursed demon sword that led to the complete downfall of the Asuka kingdom. Although Juluku was not interested in legends, he knew why the villagers prayed day and night. If the so-called seven-star sword were to be revived, it would lead to an unimaginable situation. Juluku was indifferent to the seven-star sword, the gods, and legends. He only wielded his sword for that girl, aiming to cut through the anxiety in her heart. In short, someone would come to the village to steal that sword, and then things would escalate, right? Luna Nadith, ready to say something when Juluku interrupted her with a loud voice. Then it's simple and clear. As long as we drive away that so-called evil, it should be fine, right? But don't worry. I'm a battle-hardened warrior. There's no enemy I can't defeat. With his rough hands, he ruffled Luna's hair, trying to give this girl some confidence with his own clumsy, comforting style, a man who lived his life solely for battle. The delicate girl, like a porcelain doll, no longer resisted. She had always been revered by those around her as a goddess. And only Juluka wouldn't change his attitude toward her because of that status. To the world, she was just a child, relying on Juluku's strength. As if the sky could fall and Juluku would hold it up, the girl showed a sweet smile and nodded her little head vigorously. Yes. At the same time, at the West Coast port, an astonishing scene was unfolding in the open-air restaurant, where a large table for 10 was filled with empty bowls. The surrounding diners were pale, covering their mouths. No matter how delicious food is, there is a limit. After witnessing the two men consume so much food in succession, the other diners felt full just watching, and some even felt nauseous. Were these two really human? The young boy looked like he hadn't eaten anything for hundreds of years, discarding his chopsticks and grabbing food with his hands, devouring it in a manner that left the other diners feeling a sense of despair at the sight. The young man, sitting opposite him, was even more excessive. Although he was using utensils properly and even had some table manners, why was he finishing his food even faster than the gluttonous boy? Compared to these two monstrous individuals, their companion was much more normal. The girl had only ordered a bowl of ramen and a pudding and sat there sulking, murmuring to herself, "What's this? It's just a little better than what I make, just a tiny bit." The pile of utensils had reached a precarious level. As the boy cried out that it was delicious while wolfing down the food, making onlookers worry that he might even bite off his own tongue. There were no ingredients left to cook. The head chef had already collapsed from exhaustion. The restaurant owner was unsure whether to be happy or sad. Since strong dragons often came to this island, he hoped these three would at least pay the bill. If they finished eating and ran away, he'd be in big trouble today. A pair of strong hands pushed aside the mountain of utensils, revealing the young man in the middle, who took a bite of the meat with bones, expressing great interest as he said, "The invincible holy sword. How interesting." Chapter 75. The Adventure of Strong Sack. What the heck? What is going on here? A howl full of resentment echoed through the cave. The pirate Strong Sack led his 100-man pirate crew, but now only a dozen remained. With machinery that resembled crab claws, Strong Sack was not an ordinary fish among pirates. Also, having heard the rumors about the seven-star sword, Strong Sack came to this island, but whether it was luck or misfortune, he fell into a cave that collapsed due to the passage of time while fighting the island's fierce beasts. The cave, existing since ancient times, was entirely man-made. At first, Strong Sack and his crew were excited, believing they were destined to be the chosen ones of the seven-star sword, selected by the heavens. The nightmares soon began. During their exploration of the cave, unfortunately, one of the companions triggered a trap. A rolling boulder sent everyone fleeing in panic, and someone inadvertently pulled a seemingly inconsequential vine, causing countless falling stones to crash down. As they fled for their lives, the pirates' bloodlust was ignited. As the word adventure suggests, under such heavy crises, there must be treasures at the end. The labyrinthine cave quickly caused members of the 100-man pirate crew to get lost, with increasingly dangerous traps and natural hazards resulting in heavy losses. During this process, what spurred Strong Sack and the others to keep moving forward was indeed an exhilarating reason. Ahead in the cave, a stone engraved with the words of a giant gate stood as a landmark. After finally escaping from a cave, the scenery before them was nothing but an endless forest and a dilapidated ancient altar. Logically, they should have been able to leave the forest. But having experienced so many dangers without obtaining anything, not only Strong Sack, but even his crew were filled with anger. Believing they had taken a wrong turn, Strong Sack and his crew returned to the perilous cave and soon found two giant stones, the Greedy Wolf and the Breaking Army. In front of the two giant stones, there was also an ancient altar. But we are pirates. We are not archaeologists. Altars can't be used as money. Unbelieving and evil, Strong Sack and the others began a tear-jerking adventure in the cave. As the saying goes, fortune and danger go hand in hand. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see a rainbow? Stepping on a small, inconspicuous stone, it suddenly sank, and then the ground beneath Strong Sack and the others collapsed, becoming an abyss with no bottom in sight. As they walked, the path tilted uphill, with sand mixed with water flowing from nowhere, trapping them in a quagmire. Spears shot out from all directions, instantly skewering several of their companions like a certain Count-S execution ground. A burning iron wheel inexplicably appeared from behind, rolling towards Strong Sack and his crew at crushing speed. Countless round stones rolling down from behind caused the crew members to slip, and soon, after a few ups and downs, humans were buried beneath. Roaring out from the pressure of the pile of stones, even the Strong Sacker himself was exhausted and bruised. How many people are still alive? Just as the words left his mouth, arrows shot out from inconspicuous little holes in the cave from all directions. In an instant, the two mechanical devices behind Sacker, resembling crab claws, grabbed the nearest two sailors and shielded him from the front and back. Boss. Even though countless years have passed, the arrows are no longer as sharp as before. But the powerful penetrating force of the mechanisms easily shot them into the fragile flesh of humans. After the horrific attack, Sacker expressionlessly dropped the two bodies that had become porcupines. Adjusting the captain's hat he had taken from his father, Sacker felt something was off and took it off to look. An arrow had just perfectly lodged itself in the hat, missing his head by only a few centimeters. Close call, close call. Relieved by his good fortune, Sacker pulled out the arrow and steadied his hat. All right, let us continue on. However, after issuing the command, Sacker did not receive a response from his subordinates. Turning around grimly, he saw his injured crew members, all of them dejectedly leaning against the cave walls. The dim moss on the walls of the cave emitted a faint glow, allowing Sacker to clearly see the fatigue and despair on their faces. Even without a timer, everyone could tell they had been in this cave for at least a day and a night. Food and water had been lost due to the previous traps, and no one wanted to search for the seven-star sword anymore. Without lives, there was no point in finding the sword. What's wrong? Get up quickly. Compared to these half-dead crew members, Sacker indeed had the ability to be a pirate captain. Aside from some negligible skin injuries, he still had ample strength and motivation. The bright red armor covering his upper body also provided strong defense, and the two mechanical crab claws on his back moved in sync with his muscles. Although he looked just like a giant crab, one could not deny his powerful survival abilities and innate strength. So, Captain, do we really have to keep exploring downwards? The stuttering sailor voiced everyone's thoughts. Originally a pirate crew of 100, only 18 people were left now, and if they continued, they would surely not survive. Even if they found the great treasure, the seven-star sword, it would be meaningless if they had no lives to enjoy it. Bang! The bullet fired from the pistol took the life of this sailor, who spoke out of turn, grinning at the terrified expressions of the others. Sacker had already decided that no one would speak any more nonsense to him. There are as many crew members as needed. What this world lacks the most is human trash. As long as I, the great Soccer, survive and sell the 7-star sword, I can immediately gather a force 100 times stronger than before. You guys are just bait. The numerous dangerous traps clearly indicate that there must be equally valuable treasures at the end. Using your worthless lives to trigger landmines is what I, the great Soccer, enjoy the most. The sound of flowing water. Tension, fear, hunger, and thirst tormented the crew members, and when they discovered the small water pool, each one eagerly wanted to use the clear water to soothe their dry throats. Soon, they no longer had to worry about drinking water. As one crew member ran towards the small water pool, he shouted an alarm when his foot stepped on a stone. Triggering the mechanism, the small water pool suddenly boiled. Water began to surge out of the pool, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a roaring water dragon that swept everyone away. Even Soccer cursed loudly before being helplessly consumed by the water dragon. Hidden village of AKA's island. The villagers, upon learning that the 7-star sword might be revived, did not fall into a panic. Firmly believing in divine salvation, they began to prepare in an orderly manner under the village chief's leadership. The legendary 7-star sword is not something that can be stopped by human power. According to legend, there is a story about the 7-star sword. The terrifying demon sword, the 7-star sword, has caused repeated conflicts in the form of blood sacrifices, spreading war throughout this sea area, turning the beautiful ocean into a world dominated by darkness. Then, to save everyone from the war, the priestess sacrificed her life to eliminate the blood and hatred absorbed by the 7-star sword. 3 princes prayed to the gods of Aska to repay the death of the priestess they loved, receiving 3 gems to seal the power of the 7-star sword, which would become a demon sword. When the red moon rises, the sealed demon sword will increase in power and awaken, releasing demonic energy. What the villagers need to do is pass through the forest to reach the 3 edges of the island, where 3 hidden altars are located. They will place the 3 gems bestowed by the gods on the altars, and then the priestess will pray to create a barrier to obscure the red moon. No matter how many times I see it, it feels so troublesome. Ruffling his brown-green short hair, Jaloku looked disinterestedly at the altars in the village, while Luna's mother, the current village chief and high priestess, was sincerely praying for the 3 gems on the platform. Indeed, there is a power of prayer residing within them. But even after spending 3 years in this place, living and eating with everyone, Jaloku had no interest in things like believing in gods. Strong enough to break through all difficulties, Jaloku's heart truly did not need any other faith to support it. Because Jaloku is very strong. Luna smiled gently. Only by seeing this child smile could Jaloku find redemption. If Jaloku's life needed any faith or support, it would probably be this child before him. Once a knight of the kingdom, he was cast aside by ministers and the emperor, left to fend for himself, and that past still lingered vividly. Jaloku, who survived thanks to the village's help, had since devoted his life to this land. And the pure and innocent Luna was the embodiment of kindness and peace in this world. For this child, he would crush any evil or the 7-star sword. Patting Luna's little head, Jaloku thought this way. With the villagers' screams, the altar in the center of the village suddenly cracked with an explosion, and a towering water dragon rose up, sweeping a group of people into the sky. With a thunderous bang, the great Soccer made a dazzling entrance. Chapter 76, Wolves and Tigers. Pirates. These criminals, who specialize in robbing other ships at sea or along the coast, have always been despised by the world. Wealth, fame, and power drive countless people to venture into the sea, often with the promise of one or more of these 3. However, in reality, pirates can be roughly categorized into 2 types of people. One type is the rare adventurer, rarer than comets, while the other is the well-known mad dog. Yet, for this world, there is no distinction between the 2. They disregard the constraints of law and order, engage in dangerous activities under the banner of freedom, and are merely parasites thriving on the ocean. Changsake is proud to be one of these parasites, or rather, he embodies the essence of the pirate profession. Brave and ruthless, he is relentless in achieving his goals, as cruel and cunning as a wolf, and as strong as a bear or a tiger. When Changsake was swept ashore by the torrent of water, the battle began without any need for a reminder. Pirates and villagers. This was indeed the best scene of looting and being looted. There were fewer than 20 sailors still alive, and a few had died from the fall when they landed. This pitiful force faced a village of over 100 people, yet they quickly dominated the battle. The men couldn't even open the weapons store that was supposed to be managed collectively before falling into a one-sided massacre. In fact, even if they had managed to retrieve their weapons, it would have made no difference in the battle. How could 20 pirates, who had sailed with their lives on the line for so many years, be opposed by mere farmers? Most importantly, complacency. Since Juluku arrived in this village, everyone had taken it for granted that Juluku's protection was an invincible symbol. Unfortunately, Juluku had not reached a level where he could impart martial skills to others. And coupled with his disillusionment with the world, his eyes were only filled with the image of a little girl. Now that the village's guardian was blocked by Chong Sake, neither of them could determine a victor at that moment. Juluku swung a sword as tall as a person with one arm, and both its intimidation and attack levels were frightening. In fact, the sword gave the illusion of being very light, allowing Juluku to wield it with ease. But only Chong Sake, who received the blows with his two massive crimson steel pincers, knew just how terrifying the force behind each strike was. With such skills, why would anyone hide in this insignificant little village? Ha ha ha! Chong Sake's eyes, adorned with deep red eyeshadow, were filled with arrogant confidence. With his powerful equipment and innate monstrous strength, there was no reason he shouldn't become famous in this sea. Why not join us instead? I just lost quite a few subordinates. If you are. The sturdy sword unhesitatingly interrupted that shameless foolish talk, and Juluku repeatedly thwarted Chong Sake's despicable attempts to ambush Luna. It was precisely because he saw the girl Luna behind Juluku that Chong Sake repeatedly launched attacks without holding back, while Juluku, whose strength was superior to Chong Sake, found himself on the defensive. The village began to burn at the hands of the pirates, and the villagers, who had never encountered such horror since birth, were slaughtered. The innocent Luna, having grown up in a village devoid of ugliness and desire, was at a loss. She did not understand why these beings called pirates were so brutal, why they could inflict such harm on their fellow humans without hesitation. Having lived in a village free from filth and desire since childhood, the beloved girl was like a pure white sheet of paper, devoid of any dirty colors. It was precisely because of this that Juluku, who had been betrayed by humanity's filth, could find stability and redemption from the girl. His only faith since birth was the Aska, 7-star god, and his most frequent action was prayer. In this moment of crisis, the only thing the girl could do was pray. To protect the girl behind him, Juluku divided his focus once more, and Chong Sake, having noticed this flaw, seized the decisive moment to deflect the sword's blow with his pincers, using his innate strength to instantly break one of Juluku's ribs, causing him to cough blood and retreat. The helpless retreat caused him to collide with Luna's small body. Juluku, steadying the sword with one hand, did not care about his injury and quickly got up to ask with concern, "Luna, are you okay?" Don't mind me, Juluku. Just go fight." Even though the frail girl was in pain after being knocked down by a sturdy adult, she did not show any signs of distress to avoid worrying him. Gotcha. Even Chong Sake could not tolerate this humiliation of being ignored and having his back exposed, and his two steel pincers shot out like missiles. Juluku, not completely losing his composure, flicked his wrist and turned to unleash a fierce cross slash. Cut! He severed the two pincers that were not equipped with gunpowder, and the slash continued towards Chong Sake. Just barely evading the slash, Chong Sake, with an impatient expression, crossed his arms and shouted, "So what's it going to be? My goal is just the 7-star sword. As long as you hand that over to me, you guys won't have any problems." With the sound fading, the battle on the villagers' side also came to an end, at the cost of 4 or 5 dead sailors. The 100 or so villagers had been completely suppressed. This village, predominantly female, was originally a peaceful little village, even if all the men fought with their lives. They could not match the battle-hardened pirates. If it weren't for the arrival of the great pirate era, it would have been impossible for such a surge of people to flock here, and this hidden village on Oscar Island would never have been discovered. Juluku did not respond. He was no longer the hot-blooded young man who couldn't see reality, and he wouldn't put himself in danger over the safety of hostages, let alone trust a pirate's words. That was simply out of the question. His indifference evidently infuriated Chong Sake even more, losing his two decisive pincers. It was tantamount to death for Chong Sake to fight an expert swordsman with his bare hands. Chong Sake was confident in his strength, but he was not a blind fool. He had not gained the upper hand in the previous exchange, not to mention the opponent was distracted protecting a little girl. Thus, the currently furious Chong Sake was enraged. Nearly all of his subordinates had perished in the underground traps, and now he had to face a swordsman stronger than himself. The captured villagers wore expressions as if they were ready to die, having lost so much without gaining anything. and Sake's anger was almost making him foam at the mouth like a real crab. He gave a cold glance to signal his distant subordinates. The fact that Sake had survived to this day proved that he was not a fool. Since the situation was unfavorable for him, and the hostages posed no threat to the swordsman, then so be it. This time, I've really taken a loss. I admit it. We'll still have our green mountains and clear waters, and we'll meet again in the future. Did you think I would say that? The sailors holding the hostages all took out gas masks in unison, and Strong Sack was no exception. Behind him, the 8 crab legs sprayed out purple smoke. When Jiruku noticed the unusual movements from Strong Sack and the others, he sensed something was wrong. The moment the poison gas erupted, he quickly picked up Luna and turned to run. Haha, di, eviliona di. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will definitely find that 7-star sword. Strong Sack, laughing madly, clearly had no intention of letting these people live. As the poison gas, spreading through the air, quickly approached the terrified villagers, the shockwave that cut across continued until the end, with Strong Sack laughing in self-satisfaction. It was only when he saw the group of villagers who should have already died, still living in fear, that he realized what had happened. As he turned to look around, he happened to see a young man in the distance lowering his arms. At the same time, lying in a pool of blood was Jiruku, who had disappeared just a moment ago. The shockwave that swept through dispersed the poison gas as a secondary effect. The real target was the man fleeing at high speed. Rayn Walker picked up a bamboo skewer, stabbed a takoyaki covered in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The takoyaki had cooled down and was no longer hot. After doing all this, Rayn enjoyed tasting the long-lost delicacy. It was completely unbelievable that just moments ago, he had unleashed a shockwave and turned Jiruku into a dead dog. What the hell did you do? The sullen-faced Strong Sack did not see the shockwave coming from behind or the distant Jiruku being struck. So he fearlessly approached the kid who hadn't even grown hair yet. Looking down at the last takoyaki, Rayn naturally ignored Strong Sack. Would a tiger care about what an ant is shouting? With veins bulging on his forehead, Strong Sack, who had faced a series of misfortunes since arriving on this island, was about to explode. Seeing that arrogant kid not even lifting his head or looking at him, he charged forward, his fist as big as a pot coming down hard. Bang! A sound like a crab shell being crushed suddenly rang out, and Strong Sack flew backward, not even understanding what had happened. As he tried to say something, blood surged up his throat and choked him. The hard armor on his chest developed cracks like a spider web, eventually shattering into pieces. Slowly sheathing his sword, Huang smiled as if he had done something trivial. Don't worry, I used the back of the blade. Casually tossing aside the wooden box that held the takoyaki, Rayn took the handkerchief Sherry handed him to wipe his hands, then rose from the stone he had been sitting on and walked slowly toward the forest outside the village. Dressed in a well-fitted casual outfit, with a wine-red shirt and black trousers, wearing a black tie and shiny leather shoes, Rayn draped a black coat over his shoulders and approached Jiruku. So, where's the 7-star sword? Chapter 77. When the red moon rises, that was an excessively violent sword technique. The slashing waves, disregarding losses, cut through the giant trees that had grown for hundreds of years. With every swing of the sword, the warrior's wounds would open up, and soon, both new and old injuries painted him as a bloody figure. Even though Jiruku was attacking with his life on the line, the reality was despairingly suffocating. There was no need to create distance between Rayn and Jiruku. Facing the violent slashes, Jiruku did not move forward, and Rayn did not retreat. The two stood still, engaged in a battle of overwhelming disparity in strength. Impossible. Jiruku, with bloodshot eyes, could not comprehend the situation. That slash capable of cleaving hard stone was incredibly being blocked by the young man using just one finger. No matter how much Jiruku wanted to protect Luna, his warrior's dignity and pride were instinctual, subconscious reactions. And coupled with his considerable strength and having never encountered a worthy opponent, it inflated his confidence even more. Yet when the day of crisis arrived, the enemy was so utterly despairing that Jiruku's collapsing heart turned his once adequate swordsmanship into chaos. Rayn calmly used his index finger to effortlessly deflect each slash, neither mocking nor arrogant, merely treating it like a light post-meal exercise. Without overwhelming aura, an average swordsman, Rayn could block those sword strikes solely relying on his innate energy. As previously mentioned, he had been quite unfortunate during the first half of his time on the Grand Line, encountering opponents who were all extraordinary experts destined for future fame, which is why Jiruku now represented the appropriate strength for the first half of the Grand Line. So weak, as if bored, his index finger casually parried the long sword and drove straight in, creating a bloody hole in Jiruku's chest. Finger gun. Jiruku. The girl's tragic scream could not reach the warrior's ears. He did not die, but when that bullet-like finger pierced his chest, the nightmare of death caused his body to instinctively faint. This was the human body's self-protection mechanism, having endured a massive amount of damage that the spirit could not resist. If he did not faint, he might break down and die. However, that demon-like young man clearly would not let him faint so easily. He lifted Jiruku, and in that moment, the 2-meter-tall man felt so small, like throwing away trash. Rayn tossed Jiruku into the village lake. Seeing this, Luna jumped into the lake without hesitation, pulling the unconscious Jiruku back to the surface. The sudden splash of lake water made Jiruku cough and regain consciousness. Blood turned the surrounding lake water a sorrowful shade, and before he fully grasped the situation, he fell into panic once more. There stood that demon-like young man on the surface of the lake. With one hand, he grasped Luna by the neck, lifting her into the air. Spreading his energy beneath his feet, balancing his power, Rayn could walk on water. It was just that this was on a relatively calm lake surface. If it were on a tumultuous sea, it would not go so smoothly. So, where is the 7-star sword? The calm voice rang out again, and Jiruku believed that as long as he didn't answer him, this person would definitely snap Luna's neck. I don't know. It's just a legend. This village doesn't have what you're looking for. His voice was almost broken. Jiruku was in tears. Does killing a little girl make you feel proud? Let Luna go. Come at me instead. That was the wrong choice. Naturally, he targeted the strongest person in the village, thinking that the other party would know the most important secret. But Rayn didn't know that this so-called strongest person was an outsider who had drifted to this island 3 years ago. Is that so? I believe you. Effortlessly, Rayn believed Jiruku's words, then did as he wished and kicked him away. Jiruku's figure flew across the surface of the lake, ultimately crashing into an ancient building that had long been assimilated by nature. Hey, Mr. Rayn. What you're doing makes it seem like we're the bad guys. At that moment, Ihuang's voice suddenly rang out. He looked at the girl in Ryan's hands with some distress, very worried that the captain would snap her neck in the next second. The young man Ihuang is a good person. This refers to his normal logic, thinking, and moral concepts. When Strong Sack was spreading poison gas earlier, if Ryan hadn't tried to stop the escaping Jiruku and inadvertently swept up the poison gas, this young man would have rushed out at that moment to save the villagers. At this moment, although he had received a lot of care from Rayn, if this person were truly someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent, Ichigo might go against righteousness and draw his sword against Rayn. Hurting others for personal desires is not the kindness and righteousness of Ryuzaki Ichigo. What are you talking about, you errand boy? Casually throwing Luna aside, Rayn looked at the boy in front of him with a puzzled expression. What do you think you're on, a pirate ship? The boy, acting slow, scratched his head and smiled foolishly. In the end, Rayn did not take action. For him, killing Luna or Jiruku was meaningless. It seems the rumors of the 7-star sword are indeed just countless absurd tales on this sea. Shirley, who had been standing by that rock from the beginning, finally let out a sigh of relief. Unlike Rayn, who had become indifferent to death, Shirley, no matter how much darkness and filth she had seen in this chaotic world, was extremely disgusted by it. Even if Rayn were to kill everyone in this village, Shirley, who relied on this ship for survival, would not show the slightest sign of change. Perhaps this is the way of wise people in the world. Therefore, when she saw Ichigo step forward to speak for that unfamiliar girl, Shirley, who had been saved by Ichigo multiple times, was undoubtedly nervous and panicked, fearing that Ichigo might offend that captain who seemed to be thinking about something unknown and lose his life for it. These matters are uninteresting to Rayn. He neither knows nor cares to know. The rumors of the 7-star sword indeed sparked his interest in taking action, and after being suppressed by weapons in a careless manner, Rayn developed a certain craving for them. Unlike powerful beings like Mihawk and the Careless Ones, Rayn was not arrogant enough to fight them unarmed. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, hairpins, whips, maces, hammers, claws, spears, staffs, crutches, meteorites, sharp, ringed, chain, barbed, and with the main needles, thrown or pulled back. I am proficient in all of them. That statement is not a joke, and Rayn does not joke. Rayn Walker is a genius. In the deadly art of combat, he has a natural talent that surpasses others. This is not the result of hard work and sweat, but a pure gift. The reason he has not fought with weapons until now boils down to 2 reasons. First, he knows and is proficient in too many weapons to choose from. And secondly, There is no weapon that can withstand his full power. Second, once he uses a weapon, things become boring. Yes, once this person uses a weapon, the battle becomes overwhelmingly dull. Once he wields a sword, he becomes a sword saint. Once he holds a knife, he is the dominator of knives. Once he dances with a spear, he is a spear god. Rayn Walker is a genius in battle, for he has never tasted defeat. As for why he has lived so hard and suffered for so many years, perhaps it is because luck left him at the same time he gained this talent. Rayn's luck is quite bad. To be precise, it is a misfortune that could cost an ordinary person's life. Therefore, casually kicking the defeated person aside, when that soaring fighting spirit and sword-wielding figure reappeared, it created a stark contrast to the mystical concept of luck. Gilruku's almost fatal injuries were completely healed. Not only that, but his originally strong body became even more resilient, and he had grown taller. The figure crawling out from beneath the ruined building looked like a malevolent spirit, exuding an ominous, fighting spirit. Rayn, squinting his eyes, was completely uninterested in how Gilruku had come back to life. Instead, he watched with great interest the long sword in Gilruku's hand, which emitted an ominous aura. How could it be? Luna, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at Gilruku with an incredulous expression, feeling no joy or happiness at his safety. No, Gilruku, you must not use that sword. The girl's desperate cry was destined not to reach Gilruku's ears, and the bright moonlight in the sky had turned blood red without anyone noticing. I must protect Luna. Chapter 78. The seven-star sword. When the light of the red full moon covered the sky, a powerful force resided in the sword. That immense power was like a double-edged sword. Once the seven stars were defeated, darkness would begin to dominate the world. When the red moon arrives, the sealed demon sword will awaken, increasing in power and emitting demonic energy. Hey, isn't that super bad? That long sword, which exuded ominous demonic energy, was measured to be about 160 centimeters long just for the blade, with an exceptionally long handle, making its total length exceed 200 centimeters. It was an unimaginably long sword. Ichigo Ryuzaki, a competent swordsman himself with a certain knowledge of swords, could not discern the material of that sword at all. It was definitely not made of steel. The blade emitted a radiant green glow, resembling bronze, or perhaps a holy sword gifted by the gods, a material not of this world. The center of the blade was engraved with mysterious green patterns, and when the demonic energy reached a certain level, 7 bright star points could be faintly seen on the blade. There was no doubt, without a second thought, that this sword, exuding an eerie beauty, was indeed the legendary 7-star sword. Cold sweat dripped down Ichigo Ryuzaki's temples as he gripped his beloved sword. As a swordsman, he had a love for swords. Just like a knight cherishes his beloved steed as if it were his wife, a swordsman naturally treasures their long sword. However, Ichigo could not love that sword, as it emitted a dangerous aura that seemed to devour humanity and extinguish all life. Ichigo quickly turned his gaze away. It indeed had the same beautiful name as rumored, and the patterns on the sword possessed a strange magical allure that captivated the mind. The meteor blade, which had never left his hand, trembled slightly, resonating with that sword, as if acknowledging it, although it was one of the top 12 swords in the world. Was it my heart that was no longer afraid? With a bitter smile, Ichigo recognized his still immature sword heart, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shielded Sherry behind him for protection. Hey, the errand boy. A calm voice that was completely inconsistent with the eerie scene rang in Ichigo's ears, filled with an overwhelming confidence and calmness that seemed to overshadow the demon sword. That person asked, "Are you interested in sparring?" Ichigo, looking at that person, was momentarily stunned by the suggestion, but he quickly reacted, shaking his head vigorously to express his strong refusal. Unlike this combative captain, Ichigo did not have such a strong fighting spirit and did not have a twisted preference for putting himself in a bizarre crisis. As mentioned earlier, Ichigo Ryuzaki is a good young man with a proper worldview. Unless necessary, he would not draw his top-tier famous sword, Meteor. More importantly, that long sword, radiating demonic energy and malice, was like a filthy swamp to a swordsman. If possible, a normal person would not jump into such a swamp. Is that so? What a pity. It looks so interesting. With a smile, Rayn walked across the surface of the lake towards Gilruku on the distant building. I have obtained an interesting toy. Let us play with it for a while longer. The figure leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Gilruku, whose eyes had long been tainted by the red glow, slightly turned his head. His once resolute face no longer bore any color of humanity, and the desire to protect a certain girl had been devoured by the overwhelming demon sword. The seven-star sword shone with a jubilant light, craving for a perfect resurrection. The condition for that resurrection was to drink deeply from blood. Thousands of corpses and flesh would serve as its resurrection offering, or the blood of a strong person is best. The long sword struck down with the power to shake mountains against the incoming punch. Boom! With a sound like a great bell, Gilruku, along with the sword, was sent flying by that punch. The right arm holding the sword twisted at a 180-degree angle, looking like a twisted mess, with bones piercing through muscle, making the entire arm appear like a tattered rag. Oh, not bad. Standing still, Rayn's fist, burning with green demonic fire, hung limply down. Neither the fragrant aroma of flesh from his arm nor the sword marks on it made Rayn feel the slightest sense of defeat. With a sweep of his energy, the flames were dissipated. There was no need to do anything. The body's self-healing ability was healing all injuries at an exaggerated speed. On the other side, a scene comparable to Rayn was unfolding. As if the distorted arm did not belong to him, Gilruku calmly straightened his twisted arm, and with the green glow shimmering on the injured limb, it was restored to its original state in no time. The performance of the monsters resumed. Demon Flame Slash. The seven-star sword, swung with all his might, unleashed not an ordinary slashing wave, but a fiery vortex engulfed in green flames. Hey, with a casual one-armed swing, Rayn easily dispersed that fiery vortex. Did his strength increase slightly? That was a blood-drinking demon sword, the initial blow that left a scar on Rayn during their hard clash, during which all the blood Rayn shed was absorbed by it, making the seven-star sword itself stronger. Unfortunately, the user was incompetent. The fist, enhanced by domineering energy, clashed evenly with the sword edge that could split mountains and rocks. Despite the enhancement from the seven-star sword, Gilruku, who lost his true self and was left with only instinct, could not keep up with Rayn's movements. Leaving the onlooker Iku in shock at the one-sided slaughter he expected to be a fierce battle. Rayn grasped the sword edge with one hand, and the green flames of the demon fire could not burn his palm, covered with domineering energy at all. Gilruku exerted all his strength, but could not break free from Rayn's single-handed grip on the seven-star sword. Ah, how boring. Unable to even catch when that foot would rise and land on him, Gilruku was kicked in the abdomen by Rayn and flew out with a wail. Impressive, so impressive. Suppressing her anxiety, Luna couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the one-sided battle. The lengthy history told this race that once the seven-star sword awakened, it would bring destruction, plunging everything into endless darkness and hatred. That deep fear had been etched in the hearts of this race. The kingdom's demise had long been narrated to them. Once the seven-star sword awakened, it would be the end. But who could have predicted that a mere human would completely suppress the seven-star sword 1,000 years later? Very well, in that case, there is still time. Determined, Luna hurried to the village's altar, where 3 precious gems that saved the ancient kingdom were enshrined at the top. They were originally meant to be placed on 3 altars on this island to take effect, but now there was no time or manpower for those 3 altars. Sincerely kneeling before the 3 purple gems, Luna began her heartfelt prayer, pouring in her mind and energy. Before the moon reached its zenith, the resurrection of the seven-star sword could still be prevented, and Gilruku could be saved. With such a beautiful wish, the girl began her sincere prayer, and the 3 gems before her began to emit a purple radiance. A dazzling light shot out from the 3 gems, ultimately reaching the top of the village, and a barrier began to expand. Originally strong enough to cover an island, the barrier, due to the failure to place the gems on the altars, could only barely envelop the size of a village. Thanks to this, the ominous red moon was also covered by the barrier. On the other side, the one-sided battle finally came to an end. Gilruku, with all his bones broken and his limbs twisted and limp on the ground, was undoubtedly the one defeated, while the seven-star sword that had previously shone with ominous brilliance was now dull and lifeless. Standing before him, Rayn was unscathed, having only lost a sleeve. His calm gaze was filled with disappointment, whether towards Gilruku's performance or that legendary invincible holy sword, the seven-star sword. If it were only to this extent, why'd he even bother coming to this island? Such a waste of time. Turning away, Rayn no longer looked at the pitiful man who could hardly be considered an opponent, not even seeing the need to kill him. Hey, Mr. Rayn, don't you need to take care of him? Didn't you come for that sword? Iku shouted from a distance. Rayn calmly glanced at him and replied succinctly, boring. I'm going back to sleep. At this moment, Gilruku, who had been rendered useless by lightning, surprisingly trembled and crawled back up again. That strange healing ability. Could it be an immortal body? Moon, Ah, as long as the moon rises a guy like you. You kind of guy. Whether it was Gilruku's voice or the will consumed by the seven-star sword, that voice filled with resentment and unwillingness stopped Run, who was about to leave. In his tracks. The moon? Oh, yes. Since just now, I've completely lost my power. It must be that someone has opened a barrier. When the red moon reaches its peak, I will merge with the seven-star sword. That will be the true power of the seven-star sword. With that power, I will become the overlord of this world, easily dealing with guys like you. What does that betraying country mean? With this power, it could be easily wiped out. It seems that having lived in this village for a long time, Gilruku has indeed learned a lot of information and immediately understood why he suddenly felt the absence of power. It must be that hateful Luna who did something. The pure wish to protect the girl has long been corrupted and devoured by the seven-star sword. This cursed sword, which absorbed the hatred and resentment of countless people long ago, easily controlled Gilruku and amplified his desires and evil intentions countless times. Oh, with a playful smile, Rin looked up at the sky. Although it couldn't be observed with the naked eye, there was indeed something heavy unfolding above. So, you will become stronger when you regain your true power, right? As those calm words fell, Sherry and Yi Huang in the distance simultaneously felt something was off. Hey, Mr. Run, you don't mean to. Hee, isn't this interesting? No, not all interesting, okay. This is super bad, okay. What you want to do now is extremely dangerous. Ignoring the two noisy kids, Ren's gaze began to search for a place where the so-called barrier could be opened, and he soon discovered a figure shimmering with a radiant glow on the altar. Don't get in the way, woman. The swirling shockwave was released with that dissatisfied voice, sweeping up the lake water along the way and crashing towards the girl who was constantly praying for peace. Chapter 79, Awakening of the Sword. Idiot. The mocking words paired with the bizarre expressions due to the influence of the seven-star sword had a strong mocking effect. As the target of the mockery, Rin remained indifferent, feeling neither anger nor annoyance. The power of words seems to be highly revered by the world, twisting and turning to deceive others through speech for personal gain and manipulating this power at will to achieve their own goals. Even in battle, using words to disturb the opponent, even just a little, can lead to unpredictable outcomes. Unfortunately, Rin did not understand any of this. In the icy plains where he grew up, fighting wolves and wrestling with ice bears, why not try reasoning with him using words? The one raising the seven-star sword. Although unclear about the principle, since the barrier was broken and illuminated by the red moonlight, the seven-star sword suddenly shone brightly, releasing a demonic power that was countless times stronger than before. Ha. You will regret what you've done. I promise. Gilruku, whose stature grew even larger, was again enhanced by the seven-star sword. His originally brownish-green short hair, influenced by that power, turned into wild, dancing hair. The arm holding the sword was entwined with the same green patterns as the sword's body, and even more exaggeratedly, fangs appeared in his mouth. In short, he looked less and less human. Standing calmly in place, Rin stroked his chin and watched Gilruku's series of transformations. The earlier shockwave only shattered the altar, turning the 3 gemstones into fragments, and the girl named Luna was saved by Yi Huang at the critical moment. But the shockwave that wasn't aimed at her wouldn't kill her anyway. What on earth are you trying to do, Captain? Laying Luna flat on the ground, Sherry looked at the captain with a worried expression, unsure of his intentions. It is instinctual for normal people to avoid danger, yet now Rin completely acted as an accomplice, making that ominous sword even stronger. Ha. Laughing for no apparent reason, perhaps feeling that his power was unmatched, the frenzied Gilruku casually swung a sword at his side, as if showcasing his strength. That powerful strike tore through the lake in front of him, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Did you see that? This is my power. Whether it was an illusion or not, as Gilruku's figure became taller and stronger, the seven-star sword also seemed to grow slightly larger. With astonishing destructive power, there was no need to close the distance. The even larger seven-star sword descended from the sky, striking towards Run. With that single blow, the buildings beneath them finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed irreversibly. The might of the sword caused the area to shake slightly. Ha. Go to that world and regret it. I will not thank you for your help. Lowering that sword, Gilruku stood on the ruins, laughing maniacally, looking extremely unsophisticated. If obtaining the seven-star sword cost a decrease in intelligence points, then Mr. Rin had already considered giving up. The maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. In Gilruku's eyes emerged something that transcended even the feeling of disbelief. With one hand supporting the blade's edge, Rayn didn't shed a single drop of blood. Underneath Gilruku's towering figure, Rayn appeared so small, yet it was Gilruku who was drenched in cold sweat. That shadow of Rayn, with calm black eyes, undoubtedly held the cold gaze of death. Is that it? Without even the time for idle chatter, Gilruku directed all his confusion and anger into his attacks. The enlarged seven-star sword in his hand fell with mountain-like, overwhelming force each time. The power from the red moon indeed unlocked all the seals of the seven-star sword, and Gilruku truly gained unimaginable destructive power, although his speed decreased. Each strike had power surpassing Rayn's. Every collision between Rayn's powerful, wrapped fist and the seven-star sword would force Rayn to take a step or two back. But is that all? Even if you gained astonishing destructive power, even if each strike pushed me back a little, is that all it takes to defeat me? In the previously calm black eyes that resembled a gently flowing stream, a torrent of terrifying flood was released as if a dam had burst. Rayn was mocked. This level of power actually thought it could fight me? The surging flood transformed into absolute fury. Ignoring the deep bone-deep wound left by the seven-star sword on his arm, Rayn punched the seven-star sword away. Gilruku, having lost the sword, fell into a state of confusion, allowing the thundering Rayn to approach him. Wolf Fong. A palm strike slammed into Gilruku's bear-like chest, the cross energy erupting from that point, sending him flying. Gilruku, with his feet leaving the ground, had no chance to land and was struck by a torrential storm of blows in mid-air. Wind fist. The fist strikes like an explosion, swift as a fierce wind, sharp as wolf's fangs. For a full 12 seconds, under the numb gaze of Huang, Gilruku remained suspended in the air after his initial palm strike, enduring a relentless beating from Rayn, each punch causing him to hang in the air. Within those brief 12 seconds, Gilruku's consciousness collapsed within the first 3 seconds, and after that, he lost count of how many punches he took. The only reason he survived upon hitting the ground was purely due to the anger of a certain young man amidst the torrential rain of fists, devoid of killing intent. TSK. Rayn Walker, whose strength could rank among the best even in the New World, was merely bullying people while searching for opponents in the first half of the Grand Line. Removing his straw hat, Rayn casually tossed it aside, shook his windbreaker, and skillfully draped it over his shoulders without letting it fall. An impressive feat were those Navy guys somehow nailing it to their shoulders. Yawning, Rayn walked towards where Huang and Sherry were, looking as if he had exhausted all his energy. Let's go back. Huang and Sherry, twitching at the corners of their mouths, seemed to have their perspectives refreshed. Normal people would completely avoid something as bizarre as the seven-star sword. In this world, every legend circulating in the Grand Line is a terrifying existence. Even Huang and Sherry, upon first seeing the seven-star sword, instinctively thought of ways to stop it as soon as possible. However, their master, that terrifying young man, displayed strength that seemed even more frightening than these legendary tales. Captain, did you take care of that person? Sherry cautiously asked Rayn a somewhat irrelevant question, her gaze tense. That older sister, that beautiful young lady, seemed very concerned about the swordsman. Just a moment ago, if it hadn't been for Huang stopping her, she would have surely dashed into the battlefield and met her demise. Out of certain youthful sentiments, she carefully opened her mouth to inquire. Glancing at the increasingly anxious Sherry, Rayn had no interest in answering such a dull question. The surviving villagers all looked at the three of them with hateful eyes. Even Huang, who had previously fought off those pirate sailors and helped untie them, was pulled into their blacklist of hatred. It was indeed a worthy act to have saved their lives, but these people's aim was also the seven-star sword, which was further disrupted by that demon-like young man. With the resurrection of the seven-star sword and Gilruku turning into that terrifying form, it was evident that it was all the fault of these outsiders. At this point, the young man who could even take down the seven-star sword was probably the powerful evil Luna spoke of, right? Upon thinking of this, the surviving villagers secretly found weapons and looked at the three with hostility. I'm completely being seen as a villain. Just now, those beautiful ladies looked at me like a hero, and now they look at me like I'm garbage. I don't know why, but suddenly it feels kind of nice. Huang, with a happy face, seemed to be falling into some sort of ominous awakening state, looking quite satisfied with not having killed anyone. Rather, he felt much more at ease, as long as the captain, whom Huang saw as kind for taking him in, was not a person who indiscriminately kills. Huang could pass his own mental hurdle. Gilruku, are you still alive? How tragic. Your body has been beaten like this. Soon, the villagers rushed to Jaloku's side, bringing rudimentary medical supplies to save him. Not enough. Huh? Jaloku, what did you say? Not enough, not enough. Jaloku. Completely not enough. The green demonic flames instantly turned the surrounding villagers to ashes, and Jaloku, rising again, simply stretched out his hand, and the seven-star sword, not far away, flew back into his grasp. Sacrifice! Jaloku raised the seven-star sword high, his eyes filled with dangerous red light, shouting loudly with a mad expression, "Sword! Power! Grant me strength! Take my flesh and soul! Quickly bestow upon me even greater power!" Jaloku! Luna ran towards the irrational Jaloku, but before she could get close, she was sent flying by a shockwave that erupted from Jaloku's center. Are you kidding me? The sudden change caught Huang off guard. Seeing Luna being blasted away, he gritted his teeth and quickly ran towards her, catching the fragile girl. Silently, Rayn stood in front of Sherry, stepping on the ground before him, triggering a similar shockwave to counter the impact. Really troublesome. Are you a cockroach? Rayn sighed helplessly. No matter how powerful the seven-star sword was, the ability to be beaten down by Rayn twice and still come back to full strength was worthy of the sword's legendary title. Standing at the center of the change, Jaloku's red light in his eyes faded, and his once-enhanced massive body began to revert to its original form. He looked up at the red moon overhead with clarity, raising the seven-star sword in his hand. The brightly shining seven-star sword seemed to have granted Jaloku's wish, as beams of bright moonlight shone down from the sky. Carrying all the power of that moonlight, Jaloku finally stood there calmly, his face devoid of any hint of madness. In stark contrast to that calmness, the sky over Aska Island began to be covered by a blood-red scene. As if gravity had been lost, trees were uprooted one by one, floating into the sky. Rocks, beasts, water, everything tangible began to collapse, and even nearby islands outside this one were affected. It was a scene like the end of the world. The seven-star sword had completely awakened. Chapter 80. Jaloku Slayman. A warrior serving the king in a certain country. From a young age, he was instilled with the belief of loyalty to the king, fighting for the king and the nation in everything, even if the king ordered him to commit suicide. Jaloku's foolish loyalty would not waver in the slightest. A man as loyal as this has been accompanied by martial arts since birth, firmly believing that his sword can save this country. Yet he meets a tragic and unfamiliar road. The king, burdened by state affairs, has passed away, and the successor is a foolish monarch. To satisfy his own desires and false sense of security, the king and the chancellor betray Gilruck and his companions, who have fought valiantly for the country, in exchange for peace with the enemy nation. The man escapes that rotten-smelling country at the cost of his companions' lives, barely surviving to drift to this island of Aska. The people on the island are good-hearted. Even though Gilruck is an unknown outsider, they do not reject him and save his life. When he first saw that girl, Gilruck felt as if a pure white angel had descended from heaven to the earthly realm. Her innocence and purity revived his heart, which had turned to ashes. Gilruck Suleiman thought that if his rusty sword were to protect that angel, then he would not mind dying old on this small island. Initial wishes are all beautiful. Countless realities in this world were once beautiful prayers. 3 years, just 3 years. Watching the iron sword that had been his companion gradually develop an irremovable rust, Gilruck Suleiman felt panic. It was precisely because he had once enjoyed the splendor of luxury that now, being in this impoverished little island with nothing, he realized that his heart still yearned for that flashy scene, even if betrayed, deceived, and toyed with by filthy lies time and again. Can you really abandon that dazzling yet filthy glamour? Knowing full well that living in that polished world called civilization, those dishes, those drinks, those luxurious entertainments are all poisons that seep into your vitality. But when you have grown accustomed to all of this, can you truly give it all up and return to the embrace of nature, tasting that bittersweet freshness? Probably not. Once you have seen the view above the sky, you will never forget that scene. That place is so fascinating. No, it is not like this. In a world of crimson, someone is struggling. It is not like that. Power, beauty, honor, delicacies, desire, the means to achieve, all this is strength. What I truly fear is the decline of my own power. So, when I saw that person appear, what stirred within me was not fear or anger, but ambition. The power that young man possesses is truly enviable. That crushing power is beauty, more beautiful than anything else. In this world, at this moment, at this second, nothing is more exhilarating than defeating that arrogant little brat. So I pray, sword, Even if it takes my life or ravages my soul, grant me strength. The island of Aska is shrouded in deep crimson darkness. All light is absorbed, as if the only source of illumination in this world is that alluring red moon. Mr. Rayn. As that youthful roar echoed, Rayn instinctively raised his hand and firmly caught the sword. Glancing with the corner of his eye, Rayn recognized this beloved sword of Ichigo. He did not know it was one of the 12 great swords, the Mutsu no Kami Ryusei, but he knew of its extraordinary nature. TSK, meddling again. He muttered with displeasure, yet his body did not reject this gift. Good, that makes it fair. Fragmented words expressed Gilruck's limits, and as his brown-green long hair reached the end of his words, it momentarily turned pale as if untouched by the curse of the 7-star sword. And Gilruck's eyes grew brighter, his fighting spirit soaring higher than ever, like a flame burning his life. His robust body slightly lowered, legs taking a bow stance. He held the sword in one hand, striking a sword stance. An ominous wind swirled around him, and in an instant, sand and stones flew chaotically, leaving only a center of chaos where a dazzling glow comparable to the full moon shone. In this wind, capable of killing ordinary people. Besides the windbreaker on his shoulders being blown away, Rayn remained unmoved. He gently exhaled, clearing the laziness from his face, and seriously gazed at Gilruck in this moment. If you want to do it, ISNT this done? Don't let me down this time. With that, he drew the Ryusei casually from in front of him, resting it on his shoulder like a street thug, showing no stance or indication of what sword moves would come. At this moment, the crystal-clear blade of the Mutsu no Kami Ryusei suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. The golden glow rendered the originally transparent blade bright. This was not a transformation achieved through light refraction, but a radiant glow emanating from the blade itself, of unknown material. Unable to approach the battlefield of the two, Ichigo Ryasaki's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. Then he murmured with a bitter smile, as if relieved. Mr. Rayn, you really are strong. The outcome was determined in an instant. Even Ichigo could not capture when the two had exchanged positions. In that fleeting moment, the world opened up, and the crumbling island of Aska fell again under the pull of gravity. The silver full moon, as if it had never been red, remained high above. Rayn's calm face showed no trace of emotional change. He simply took 2 steps forward calmly and slowly sheathed the now dim blade. Gilruck too walked forward calmly, walking away from Rayn, his step steady without a hint of trembling. Victory? Defeat? Clang! The sound of the blade returning to its sheath echoed. Gilruck, blood splattered 5 steps. Chapter 81. The Broken Pointer. Blue skies, white clouds, an endless sea. The warm sun shining on one's body makes it surrender unconditionally to laziness. When you set sail, accustomed to the stench of the sea breeze, that sea breeze will also turn into a comfortable, gentle wind. No one is louder than Ichigo Ryasaki. Even if no one pays attention to him, entertains himself, silently lying on the deck under Shirley's 3-question-mark gaze. The reason he lies silently instead of carefree like a dead pig is that the boy raises the blade in his hand. He holds the transparent blade in front of him with one arm. The sun's rays perfectly pass through the transparent blade, illuminating Ichigo's youthful face. This is a peculiar sword. The transparent blade has yet to be understood by anyone regarding how it was forged or what metal, or perhaps something else, it was made from. The only thing that can be known is its indestructible sharpness. It has already transcended the ordinary nature of weapons. A so-called famous sword unleashes unparalleled power only when its master intends to strike, while a so-called demon sword shines with brilliance regardless of whether its master wishes to attack or not, harming both enemies and the wielder. However, the Mutsu no Kami meteor blade is different. It is the sharpest sword in the world. There is no second. It has long surpassed the realm of cursed demon swords, reaching the pinnacle of sharpness. That level of sharpness almost makes one question whether it truly belongs to this world. However, such a divine weapon is incredibly difficult to control. Its sharpness is not something just anyone can wield. Thus, throughout the years, those who could be recognized as the masters of the meteor blade are few and far between. To be able to wield, it is almost equivalent to possessing the fortune of the destined one or overwhelming charisma. Ichigo belongs to the former, while Rayn belongs to the latter. However, the latter is clearly not a good choice. What Rayn can control is limited to the sharpness on the surface of the blade. Yet, relying solely on that superficial sharpness, Rayn managed to defeat Gillick, who burned everything. Rayn would not admit it, as it was not his strength. In that moment, even someone like Rayn, who is not good at thinking, gained a bit of clarity. It is precisely because of that excessive sharpness that one might become addicted to it, ultimately relying too much on the sword, thus becoming a person who uses the sword to command others, rather than using oneself to command the sword. So, is it really good for me to be your master? Even though Ichigo, a naturally carefree boy, is a martial artist, every time he sees Rayn fight, he is drawn in by that power, filled with longing to surpass it, and eventually becomes immersed in that overwhelming despair. He is still an underage boy, and it is only natural for him to waver in his confidence. However, the sword is an inanimate object, cannot answer this question. There is no ancient grandmaster sealed for hundreds or thousands of years within it to impart world-shattering skills, nor will it self-destruct for the sake of evoking tears or completing a mission. Gazing at the transparent blade, the boy suddenly recalled what happened 3 days ago. Who do you think I am? That was calm arrogance, as the ill-tempered captain held the unclaimed 7-star sword in one hand. While Sherry and Ichigo were worried and prepared to flee, Rayn drew the sword. The grand demonic aura retracted at a visible speed, disappearing, ultimately rubbing against its master's leg like a dog without a hint of resistance. Defeated, the demon sword's demonic power was actually overcome by the terrifying willpower of a human. Across the battlefield of thousands, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, constantly facing setbacks and swallowing those setbacks whole. Having torn apart wolf packs, crushed ice bears, devoured sea kings, taken down giants, fought against 1,000-strong pirate alliance, trampled a navy of 10,000, endured poisons several times over the lethal dose for ordinary people, sustained irreversible permanent scars, and being tortured by pain at all times. That brief journey of life is no different from a tale of suffering. Do you think a mere curse from a demon sword could influence the will of Rainwalker? This is undoubtedly the biggest joke in the world. Luna had never seen the kingdom's magnificent prosperity and could not understand the stubbornness of martial artists who, even at the cost of their lives, insisted on proving themselves superior. Having lived in a peaceful and conflict-free utopia, the kind-hearted girl only knew that the man who had promised to protect her had returned to the embrace of the 7 stars of Asuka, leaving no trace of his body behind. Perhaps it would have been better if he had been slain by the 7-star sword of Juluku. If he had perished like that, the kind-hearted girl, who only knew compassion and goodness, might not be suffering as she was now. The girl chosen by the gods was so pure and innocent that she did not comprehend hatred or murderous intent towards others. Thus, the only thing she could do was to plunge herself into an inescapable pain. She had originally anticipated a thrilling battle, but it ended in an instant. If it had been based on Rayn's own strength, that final blow, which combined the essence and spirit of both sides, might have given him long-lasting enjoyment. Perhaps, under that strike, the dazzling 7-star sword would have ended Rayn's painful life. However, Rayn's instinct for survival compelled him to grasp a blade that was beyond the norm. He did not acknowledge the outcome that had ended through external force. Amidst the hostility and overt murderous intent of the villagers, a notorious band of pirates killed their beloved guardian, awakening the evil 7-star sword and seizing it. When leaving that village, Ihuang casually took Chong's sack and his companions with him. Otherwise, the enraged villagers would undoubtedly have vented their fury through blood sacrifice. The 3 of them stumbled upon a collapsed pit, and, undaunted, Rayn stepped inside without hesitation. Poor Chong's sack and his companions paid a heavy price to trigger all the traps, ultimately allowing the 3 to leisurely find the direction to the hidden village. Whether out of gratitude or unwillingness to see them perish, Ihuang ultimately saved them. The weather was clear, the wind was favorable, the path ahead was fine, and there were no Navy forces behind them. The echoing dolphin sailed smoothly towards the next island indicated by the log pointer. With bright eyes, Ihuang and Sherry stared at the log pointer on the deck. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, all the worries of youth and the confidence of the strong were flushed away into the sea. Is this broken? The log pointer shouldn't be broken, right? Then how do you explain this? It looks clearly broken. Here, before doubting the pointer of the Grand Line, we should first question our common sense, right? The speechless Ihuang felt defeated again for losing an argument to a girl under 10 years old. He stomped his foot in frustration, raising his hand to point at the sky. Are you saying we should fly up there? Chapter 82, Tiger, Ihuang brother. With a long tone filled with murderous intent, if they weren't siblings. It might have been quite pleasing to hear the adorable little girl call him brother with such trust. In fact, aside from that captain, during their time on the echoing dolphin, Ihuang had taken good care of the still childlike Sherry, despite being a fool. Therefore, being called in such a trusting manner was entirely reasonable. The problem is, you snuck into the kitchen again. Yes, matching his foolish appearance was an insatiable appetite. The smiling little girl cornered the sweating boy at the bow of the ship, ready to push him into the water for punishment. What are you saying, Sherry? I didn't go into the kitchen. Pouting, eyes wide open, sweating to the point of soaking his clothes, and most importantly, with a few grains of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth. The boy was too easy to see through when he lied for the first time in his life. Stop lying. What were you thinking? Breaking the fridge and eating all the food. Please forgive me, All the food? I broke the fridge? Are you still trying to play dumb at this point? The pride of a swordsman is crying. Didn't we just have lunch? Those ingredients were still raw. Are you implying that my cooking is worse than raw materials? No. That kind of thing doesn't cry, and even if it did, it wouldn't matter. Also, I only ate half of the food, and I didn't break the fridge at all, because this person is a fool, even lying poorly. When he speaks the truth, his credibility is surprisingly high. The two of them, staring at each other, quickly shifted their gaze to the second-floor captain's room above the stairs. No way. Of course not. Everything on this ship, including these two foolish helpers, belongs to Rayn. He has no reason to deliberately break the fridge door. The culprit didn't even give Huang and Sherry time to speculate. He brazenly walked out from the cabin door. Hey, what kind of joke is this? Huang, with a twisted expression, looked at the culprit with a puzzled face. How did this guy manage to get on the ship? The little girl Sherry, who was equally surprised by the culprit, slowly hid behind Huang, only showing her little head to observe him. It was a robust creature, snow-white fur with black stripes. A round head, short ears, and a prominent black spot on the back of the ears. Strong limbs, a thick long tail with black rings and a black tip. Standing over 2 meters tall, its body length exceeded 3 meters. The ferocious beast barely squeezed through the cabin, and what surprised Sherry and Huang was not the beast itself, but how such a huge creature managed to squeeze into the cabin without being discovered. Yes, even the white tiger that controlled a certain area on Aska Island posed no threat or fear to these young kids. A creature more terrifying than this beast was in the second-floor captain's room. The low growl expressed the disrespect of mere humans towards the king of beasts. The rare white beast locked its piercing blue eyes filled with murderous intent onto its prey. It was injured, having fought with another lord on Aska Island, where the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and trees and the ground were pulled into the sky as if by a force from above. And neither it nor its rival could escape, being dragged into the sky. That was the moment the 7-star sword awakened. And this phenomenon quickly ended with the disappearance of its wielder. Trees, land, and rivers fell from the sky, returning to the earth. What would happen to the living creatures that were pulled into the sky? Its rival, a gigantic hippopotamus, over 5 meters tall and entirely pink, demonstrated the consequences first by splattering into a mass of flesh due to its heavy weight. In a helpless wail, the white tiger also fell helplessly. The tiger, luckier than the foolish hippopotamus, landed on a nearby docked ship, crashing into the hard mast, breaking the sail and receiving some cushioning. Even so, it was heavily injured and stumbled into the cabin, collapsing in the front armory warehouse and falling asleep. This is a place for storing weapons and ammunition. And there's even a large cannon on display here. As long as the mechanism is activated, the dolphin at the bow of the ship can open its mouth, revealing the cannon inside for attack. Unfortunately, this place has not been visited for a long time. Long before this ship fell into the hands of the villagers, the weapons and ammunition were looted clean, leaving nothing here except for the cannon that was originally fixed in place. The newcomers, including Rayn, had little reason to come here. Rayn, who has fought to this day as the strongest weapon himself, the boy Huang, who only loves a sword, and the non-combatant girl Shelley. This used to be a very important armored deck warehouse, but now it is just a cold storage room, with only 2 tattered mops and some rags for cleaning displayed here. The white tiger that intruded into the ship was sleeping here with incredible luck, while the torn sail and damaged mast went unnoticed by Huang and Shirley. Previously, when the 7-star sword underwent a mutation, countless objects rose into the sky and then came crashing down as the mutation ended. Aska Island was turned upside down in just one night, resulting in chaos, with the port suffering countless casualties. The echoing dolphin, docked on the southern coast, was fortunate to have only experienced this minor impact. After replacing the sail with a spare, the echoing dolphin quickly set sail, bringing along an unexpected guest onto the sea. Half a day later, the white tiger, awakened by the rocking of the ship, groggily walked out of the storage room, followed the scent of food, and raided the kitchen. After eating and drinking to its fill, it became lost in other rooms, causing a certain unfortunate boy to take the blame. Oh, after finally escaping the maze-like cabin, Mr. White Tiger, emitting a commanding roar, was ready to bite to death these two humble creatures to make up for its injured body. Oh, a more exaggerated screech interrupted that roar, coming from a human voice. Seeing the mutant among the beast kings, the boy named Yi Huang was not startled, but rather delighted, casting a greedy, hungry gaze at the massive white tiger. The boy, who had basically no concept of being full, was clearly preparing for a second helping. Shirley, already familiar with Yi Huang's gluttonous nature, simply turned away, indicating that she did not recognize this fool whose mind was only on food. However, one thing was beyond doubt, that somewhat beautiful white tiger would indeed become Yi Huang's meal. The beast and Yi Huang, transformed into a true predator, stared at each other with fierce intent, both wanting to devour the other, fighting for the sake of food. This is an absolute fair game. It's so noisy. The sound that rang the bell for this battle came from the second floor. At the moment that sound erupted, the fierce beast suddenly turned around and leaped up like a sword. Its size could only be considered average among its kind, but compared to its peers, this strange white tiger had a strength and explosive power that were dozens of times greater than theirs. Yi Huang's face changed drastically, and he didn't even have time to voice his worries. He certainly wasn't worried about the man who walked out of the cabin with an unhappy face. What he was concerned about was whether that person, in a fit of anger, would ruin his food, making it impossible to eat if it shattered into pieces. Roar! The bloody scene did not unfold as Yi Huang had imagined. The white tiger opened its mouth and bit onto Ryan's head, swallowing his upper body into its mouth, continuously tearing at him with teeth capable of crushing swords. The terrifying sound of grinding teeth sent chills down Sherry's spine. The tearing process lasted nearly a minute, during which Ryan stood motionless, allowing the tiger to tear at him. At first, the tiger's wild eyes were filled with ferocity, but as the food reached its mouth, it transformed into satisfaction. However, the pain that felt like biting into steel made it furious. Unyielding, it exerted all its strength to tear at Ryan, and gradually, its wild eyes turned to confusion, followed by helplessness, ultimately transforming into a drenched fear. When the white, slender hand rested on its head, the tiger could think of nothing but despair. But that hand merely grasped its head and lifted it as if picking up a cat, revealing the young man covered in the beast's saliva, who remained silent. Silence was like the ticking of death's pocket watch, stealing away the last moments of humanity. Oh, and the beast's as well. It hurts. The light, airy words fell into the tiger's ears, causing it to curl up like a dumpling. Its massive body was held in Ryan's hand like a domestic cat, showing a cute, pleading face, which made Sherry feel a sense of ridiculousness. You're the king of beasts. Where's your dignity? This is not how it's written in the books. It hurts, you bastard. How? The time bomb exploded with the beast's scream, and Ryan, using a shoulder throw on the tiger, successfully smashed a large hole in his fragile deck. I knew it. The young girl sighed, shaking her head as if she could see through the warmth and cold of the world. Just as she expected, this captain had nothing in his dictionary besides reckless abandon. After all, this was your own ship. At least take care of it a little. You should know that the damaged deck is something that Yi Huang and I will have to fix. With an expression full of displeasure, Ryan Walker left a note about backup food before quickly heading toward the bathroom. Yi Huang, whose life had suddenly plunged into a low point, knelt on the deck, his powerless fists pounding on the floor, lamenting the loss of food, along with tears filled with unwillingness and regret over having his food stolen. Yi Huang's tears, how cheap. Meet Chapter 83, Overlord Gaia Island. Initially, just an ordinary island that went unnoticed, it is a spring island with a pleasant climate and a low-risk environment suitable for human habitation all year round. The low danger referred to here is merely in relation to the unpredictable dangers of the Grand Line. If we consider an ordinary person to be a 1, then a pirate would be a 5, and a trained Navy soldier would be a 7. To conquer the vast number of deadly insects in the dense forests of Gaia Island, one must be a formidable individual beyond the level of an ordinary person. With the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, this island, ruled by deadly insects and nature, was seized by pirates in just 3 months, like a locust plague. Within a year, countless speculators poured significant funds into this place, rapidly turning it into a top-tier vacation destination, primarily attracting those extravagant pirates who spend money like dirt. It is precisely because of these pirates who spend the money they looted without a second thought that an unimaginable amount of capital flows in, enabling it to grow at an exaggerated pace. Even with incredible amounts of money being poured in every second, numerous monsters far superior to ordinary people continue to emerge. Yet the utilization rate of Gaia Island remains only around 20%. The vast remaining land is still shrouded by nature. It is unclear whether this is due to the difficulty of eradicating the deadly plants and insects in the forest, or if the mastermind behind the construction here wants to preserve this natural scenery. In any case, the combination of nature and the water-based architectural complex creates a stunning landscape. Magic Valley Town, a small town connecting to the port, with casinos, brothels, arenas, and high-end hotels, this twisted little town truly offers everything, fulfilling any request and embodying the service philosophy that the customer is God. After the initial guards executed 36 troublemaking pirates with bounties over 10 million and displayed their heads at the port, no fool dared to attempt anything too outrageous on Gaia Island again. The term too outrageous here is limited to wanting to destroy Magic Valley Town, openly attacking and provoking several key buildings, such as the casino, brothel, and hotel. As for other matters, even if you kill someone on the street, no one will care. It is common to see people openly committing violent acts in Magic Valley Town, causing many terrifying attacks that make people anxious. However, over time, pirate crews that rely solely on an evil heart without strength gradually get eliminated. Magic Valley Town is a place for pirates to relax and enjoy themselves. If you commit violent acts on the street, you might catch the attention of a terrifying pirate who finds you annoying and could slap you into a pancake on the spot. Here, even a disheveled, drunken beggar on the roadside might be an incredibly powerful villain hiding in plain sight. It is a place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. No one would expect that the other person could be a wanted criminal from a country or a recently rising member of the Revolutionary Army. The biggest taboo is to idly provoke someone you shouldn't, ultimately ending up as a meal for the sharks that come to the docks. With this strange and unstable balance deeply ingrained, violent incidents have actually begun to decrease. The town of Magic Valley also has its civilians, and it can be said that it is a town built by pirates with money. Pirates are extravagant spenders, throwing money around like it's nothing. Although fighting and killing are a daily routine, even the most unruly among them rarely harm civilians here. After all, what is the point of having mountains of gold and silver if there's no one to serve you? It would be quite disappointing, wouldn't it? Those who hoard wealth without spending a single copper coin are just a minority. The purpose of money is naturally to allow its owner to enjoy endless pleasures. Thus, this place, mixed with the most violent and terrifying scum, has managed to maintain peace and prosperity. Unless there's an idiot, a madman, or a tyrant causing chaos. The doors of the tavern are always open to the scum and rogues, and what's most peculiar in Magic Valley is the so-called ordinary people. Even those civilians, though lacking the fierce combatability of pirates, are also small-time crooks with dirty hands and a certain skill. Ha 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 ha, is that true? Let me tell you that guy. How about treating the handsome young man to a drink? The mingled voices have turned into a sort of noise attack, boasting about bizarre encounters at sea, celebrating the spoils and gains of their victorious returns, and actively promoting their beautiful ladies. The tall tavern owner, with strange patterns tattooed on his arms, meticulously cleans what seems like an endless supply of glasses that all tavern owners have to clean. This seems to be a passive skill brought by this profession. As mentioned before, pirates are not mad dogs. Perhaps they act like mad dogs when killing, arson, and plundering, but they cannot remain in such a frenzy forever. Pirates also need a rest, require more professional services and enjoyment, and need to voice their passions, dreams, or ambitions loudly. They might lead the most satisfying lives in the world, although this is built on the misfortunes of many others. They can boast in the tavern from broad daylight until deep into the night, then fall into a deep sleep from the effects of alcohol, ultimately being stripped of all their valuables by the clowns and prostitutes who flatter them from start to finish. Those with good luck might just find themselves naked in a back alley's garbage pile, while those who encounter ruthless and quick-handed individuals might simply disappear, which is not uncommon. This is what piracy is, a profession that will never be loved by anyone. Behind the momentary glory lies blood and bones, betrayal and deception. They engage in the most despicable acts, living a life of luxury intoxicated by wealth, only to ultimately die like a dog. They will not regret their past sins. And those who set sail with the awareness of their inevitable death have undoubtedly cast aside their lives from the very first day of their voyage. The fluttering pirate flag, with its skull emblem, symbolizes their conviction. The skull represents the death of their enemies. But does this ever-present symbol of death not also signify the pirate's own demise? They would never choose to exist in that dull peace. They disrupt order, destroy morality, and trample on the lives of others. Even if one foot steps into a world of unimaginable splendor, the next could land on the guillotine. They possess enough capital and have seen enough sights to mock the sheep-like livestock in hell. As for whether to live a quiet life, like a domesticated sheep, or to eat meat like a wolf, striving hard only to end up as a pile of flesh, or to overlook the mountains from a great height. At this point, that aggressive man would definitely choose the latter. Kicking down the tavern's door is not just a showy entrance, nor is it because his foot is itching to kick something else. Simply put, this person thinks that such an entrance is quite impressive, right? Ahem. When all the murderous gazes are focused on him, the man named Alan clears his throat, seemingly preparing his next words. Standing at 185 centimeters, he effortlessly crushes a certain short guy who barely exceeds 170 centimeters. With a small tuft of goatee, this man is approaching the critical age of becoming an uncle. Yet at nearly 30, he shamelessly introduces himself as a young man in the prime of his youth. His dark spiky hair has been forced into an inconvenient long style by the woman he loves, and according to that smiling good woman, it makes him look majestic like a lion with gray hair. He wears a bright red light armor, and the crimson cloak embroidered with a golden panda face is also undoubtedly made by that good woman. As for why it's a panda, well, according to her, pandas are cute. And why is she a good woman? Without a doubt, I'm a good man, so the woman I seek must naturally be a good woman. Alan walks into the center of the tavern, followed by a man and a woman, and the three of them nonchalantly treat the palpable murderous intent in the air as nothing. As Alan moves, the exquisite light armor, the embodiment of man's romance, clinks softly. He suddenly opens his arms wide, as if to embrace the world. The sturdy man, whose profile exudes strength, scans all the attendees with his piercing gaze, seemingly intending to overwhelm everyone with his powerful presence. After diminishing everyone's momentum, he nods in satisfaction and then booms. My name is Augustus Will Hayton. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. His roar, like a sonic explosion, stuns all the murderous pirates present, before they can recover from this shock. The sound wave that echoes throughout the entire Magic Valley town sweeps over everyone once again. Come, all of you be my companions. A dead silence seems to make everyone doubt whether their ears are malfunctioning. What did that big guy just say? What? The idiot actually said what? He actually said he wants all the pirates in Magic Valley town to become his subordinates? That must be what he meant, right? After reaching the peak of a smile that is both furious and mocking, it transforms into the most sincere rage. No one dares to laugh at him, because if they had the time to do that, the swords in their hands would have already chopped off his head. The pirates in the entire tavern probably have never united at this very moment to take down one person. They surge towards that ignorant fool like a disturbed hornet's nest. Looking at the lively pirates, the man who is only referred to as Alan by those close to him felt satisfied that these people had not completely rotted away in debauchery. As it proved they could still wield swords, still had blood in their veins, could still fight, and could still take risks. Ha 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 ha! The boisterous laughter released again was no longer a deafening sound explosion, but something more terrifying, incomprehensible, a massive force that reached the skies. That great power swept across the entire Magic Valley town in just 0.5 seconds. The first to fall were the civilians, followed by the pirates on the streets, and finally the infamous great pirates. In the end, everyone fell before Alan as if bowing down before an emperor. This is the tyrant of Bay High. This is the pirate with a bounty of 350 million. This is Augustus Will Hayton. This is Alan. Chapter 84. Radiance and Conqueror's Hockey. It is the latent power possessed by all humanity in the world, an innate ability. Similar to momentum and intimidation, it exists like an instinct. However, the vast majority of people are unable to realize this power or will never be able to unleash it throughout their lives. Just as the heavens grant fish unparalleled abilities in water, humans also possess this talent bestowed by the heavens. The origin and principle of this power remain a mystery to this day. Even in this world where the technological tree has gone awry, the mysteries of humanity have not been fully developed. As for those stubborn researchers who insist on using their scientific and advanced civilization methods to prove this supernatural power, they can only bring humiliation upon themselves. Ordinary people can awaken this power through training and can continually enhance it through further practice. In the Navy, Officers at the vice admiral level are proficient in the use of armament hockey and observation hockey. Strangely, and even wonderfully, the Grand Line is divided into two segments. The first half, known as Paradise, and the second half, known as the New World. Researchers have conducted investigations, revealing that the majority of humanity in the four seas, and even most people in the first half of the Grand Line, are unable to awaken hockey. In contrast, those in the New World, as the name suggests, seem to have stepped into a brand new world where hockey users emerge in droves, although it has not yet reached the exaggerated level of everyone being able to use it. Second-rate pirate crews and second-line naval combat units all possess members who have mastered hockey. One researcher, after spending half his life unable to explain the principle behind this phenomenon, ultimately proposed this answer. Each island in the Grand Line possesses a very special magnetic field, which guides navigators through permanent and record pointers. Therefore, I deduce that in the second half of the Grand Line, there must be a special magnetic field with a nature completely different from that of the first half and the four seas. These special magnetic fields affect the human constitution, making it easier for them to channel the use of hockey. As for the truth of the matter, perhaps the technological level of this era is still incapable of diagnosing the wonders of this planet. The researcher passed away unnoticed. His research was of no use to this era. Pirates and Navy officers, whose brains are filled with muscles, do not care about the principles. As long as it provides them with the power to kill, they would sign a contract with the devil without hesitation. The use of hockey has gradually been mastered by humanity over time, providing stronger power and defense, and the ability to sense opponents' capabilities. These formidable abilities give hockey users an overwhelming advantage over those who do not use hockey. Once the mysterious veil is lifted, what lies beneath may not necessarily be the delicate face of a beautiful girl. It could also be another layer of veil. Conqueror's hockey. Initially, it was said to be a quality of kings, a claim that spread from unknown sources. It is the highest-ranking hockey, above observation hockey and armament hockey. Unlike the qualities that everyone possesses, Conqueror's hockey is a quality that can only be awakened by those truly chosen by heaven. It cannot be acquired through training or inherited. It is the most mysterious power, shrouded in true fog, only rumored to be a capability awakened by 1 in a million, determined not by strength or lineage, but by a fate destined from the day of birth. Some people are born to stand above all and become the brightest star. Augustus Wilhite undoubtedly possesses the most terrifying power in these seas. With his boisterous laughter, nearly 10,000 people in Magic Valley Town fell into a faint due to that indescribable power. He didn't even raise a hand, effortlessly defeating all the fools who challenged him. Since his debut, he has easily soared to the top of the North Sea, relying on his innate talent and luck. He easily became the strongest pirate in the North Sea, with over 50 pirate crews pledging loyalty to him, becoming his most loyal hounds. The islands above the North Sea no longer fly the flags of kingdoms, but rather Augustus's pirate flag, just as his influence was about to cover the entire North Sea. A sudden naval raid destroyed years of his efforts. The world knows of the chaos of this great pirate era, and the reason the Navy did not suppress all evil at the first opportunity is because they were stretched thin. The counterattack from a new world was undoubtedly the most evil fire descending upon the human world. It was precisely because the Navy was held back by pirates in the New World that the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas became so chaotic. Originally presenting as hell on earth, these places still had a semblance of peace because, during the early years of the Great Pirate Era, the most arrogant of those ruffians were smashed into the deep sea one punch at a time by a Navy hero who enjoyed eating rice crackers. The slaughtering raid ravaged these short-sighted young people with terrifying speed. The frenzied attacks of that heroic vice admiral corrected this world that would have turned upside down with his iron fist of love. Taking advantage of a brief gap in the new world, the vice admiral hurriedly returned, ensuring that these seeds of pirates were not completely exterminated. Heffen Trudy favored Augustus. He was one of the few lucky ones not targeted for hunting in that shameless catastrophe. However, what happened afterward truly validated the saying, when heaven closes a door for you, it will surely open a window. How could the Navy possibly sit by and watch this tumor grow? Shortly thereafter, Augustus, who ruled the North Sea with a fleet of over 50 large ships, was annihilated by a single person. Just one person. The last remnants of his crew barely escaped to the calm belt, narrowly evading that person's pursuit thanks to a sudden and unpredictable storm. Ultimately, after a harrowing adventure where his companions dwindled one by one, only 3 managed to escape the calm belt. That person displayed overwhelming combat power. If it was terrifying that he killed everyone with a single blow, that person did not kill anyone. As a Navy officer, he did not take a single life. He acted like a teacher, explaining to the rookie sailors behind him the combat methods of pirates, their weaknesses and their advantages, and then casually knocked everyone down, allowing the rookie sailors to arrest them and send them to the ship's prison. The feeling of facing despair, yet being powerless, was something Augustus never wanted to experience again. When death is no longer something one can control, it is no longer a battle or slaughter, but a personal show by that individual, and his actions have become art. It was only after entering the New World that Augustus qualified to learn about that person's identity through intelligence sources. After months of hiding and evading the Navy's pursuit, when the man affectionately called Alan stood openly under the bright sun, he had merely set foot on Gaia Island and transformed from 3 penniless individuals into the leaders of over 20 pirate crews. Ships, manpower, weapons, all had become his possessions with just one roar, except for the sharp eyes like a fierce tiger that firmly captured the prey from the dark corner of the tavern. The young-looking man lazily leaned against the wide bench, took a small bite of the skewered meat in his hand, and began to chew slowly, just like a young girl. He did not eat meat heartily like a man at all. In fact, this could not be blamed on him, although slow chewing is said to be good for digestion. For this man, who once swallowed both poison and antidote, what others considered a pleasurable meal was merely a chronic torment for him, as his intestines had long been damaged. But what was that saying? You get used to the pain as you go along. At first, he needed to use 30% of his energy to stabilize his stomach before he could eat anything. When Mr. Coloccas treated him, he was merely treating him as a last resort. The organs that should have been removed were all cut away, and even a healthy person would not survive half a day without those organs. For Rayn at that time, these decaying organs, if not removed, would take his life immediately. Coloccas never expected to save him, so he just did what he could, and the rest was purely Rayn using his abilities to create a fragile balance within himself. It was to survive such a dangerous period that he stayed with Coloccas for a long time. With a quack doctor and haphazard medical methods, Rayn managed to create a fragile balance within himself through his regenerative abilities. The fact that he had lived to this day was already the greatest miracle in medical history. Even being alive itself was bizarre. So much so that Rayn often wondered if his luck had run out at that time to prolong his life. After obtaining the 7-star sword, perhaps the greatest help for him was the magical power that allowed wounds to heal. Even though Rayn's internal organs were failing, he relied on the sword's magical power to recover quite a bit. Rather than saying he recovered, it was more accurate to say that the sword's demonic power reconstructed substitutes within him. As long as Rayn possessed the 7-star sword, this substitute would not disappear. However, once he lost the sword, it meant he would revert to his original state. The previous owner of the 7-star sword, Gilruku, was beaten to a pulp by Rayn, but still revived fully, simply because he had extraordinary luck. The red moon that night granted him nearly infinite energy. Unless the red moon returned, such miraculous full recovery could not be replicated. Enduring Alan's dominance, there were 3 people left standing in the tavern. The other 2 quickly fled the tavern at the first opportunity, while a man and a woman behind Alan chased after them simultaneously. In the dim tavern, aside from the fainted debris on the floor, only Alan and Rayn remained. You, like the roar of a fierce tiger, that powerful voice indeed had a uniquely alluring tone. Be my partner. Clearly a fierce tiger, yet he showed a naive smile like a child. There was no doubt, no need for vigilance. This invitation came from a genuinely innocent place, with no schemes or tricks. It was precisely because he was such a man that he deserved to be admired by so many, becoming the brightest star in the night sky. Rayn, who had buried his figure in the shadows, contrasted sharply with Alan, who stood in the dim tavern yet radiated dazzling brilliance. So dazzling. For the first time being invited by someone, Rayn felt an inexplicable oddity in his heart. He then raised his palm, spreading his 5 fingers wide, showing a foolish smile of determination. That expression was hard to describe as promising. Alan walked towards Rayn without a second thought, though he didn't know what he had misinterpreted. The mind of a rare beast was beyond ordinary understanding. Just like Alan, who approached Rayn, believing that as long as they clasped hands, this young man could become his partner. As he got closer, glowing green orbs floated like fireflies before Rayn's fingers, playfully cheering and leaping, transforming into arcs of emerald light. With a large number of light particles gathering before his palm, forming a vortex of light, they gradually accelerated to an indistinguishable ultra speed and erupted towards the foolish man. The torrent of lightning instantly engulfed Alan, turning into a whirlwind of electricity that swept all the fainted patrons in the tavern along with it. The ceiling, floor, tables, and chairs. Half the tavern disappeared in an instant. As sunlight poured in, Rayn slowly stood up after swallowing the last piece of meat, gazing at the blinding sun above. He raised his hand as if trying to grasp it in his palm, and finally, he smiled. "You're still more dazzling." Chapter 85. Avoidance. When he reached the man, he realized he was not lounging on the wide bench. That stingy and miserly shopkeeper, aside from the somewhat famous cherry pie. How could he afford to buy lounge chairs for his shop? There lay a rare beast with black-striped white fur, possessing an inexplicable allure. Using that fierce beast as a lounge chair, Rayn Walker casually tapped its head. Ow! The white tiger let out a mournful cry from the sudden pain, curling up like a domestic cat. This mutated white tiger, born and raised on Aska Island, encountered a monster like Rayn after leaving the island, and Alan's earlier wild laughter and unparalleled dominance had severely wounded its fragile spirit as the king of beasts. Animals possess instincts 100 times stronger than humans. It was this powerful instinct that could save it in ordinary times that made it more susceptible to the overwhelming dominance of another. That unbecoming cowering posture dissatisfied Rayn, who was its owner, prompting him to give a tap. So slow. His voice, devoid of emotional fluctuations, conveyed his displeasure as Rayn closed his silver pocket watch. Feeling unhappy about the two brats who had yet to return from their supply run, although it had only been 20 minutes since they left, for this man, boredom was more terrifying than anything else, and his patience was shorter than anyone else's. While it was possible that the two brats were knocked out by Alan's dominance, that could not be an excuse for Mr. Rayn to wait. With nothing to do, Rayn ultimately sent that loud man flying, his voice resonating painfully in his ears. Dressed in a black trench coat, one hand in his pocket and the other crackling with glowing green electricity in the dim tavern, he had a fierce tiger following closely behind him. Unfortunately, Rayn, who did not smoke, was just one cigarette short of embodying the word majestic. The 7-star sword indeed held the title of the strongest and most beautiful on the Grand Line, although it was a bizarre and deadly sword. Its power could not be underestimated. Depending on a user's characteristics, it could even change its attack form. If the demon fire summoned by Gilruku was his vengeful fire, then the lightning summoned by Rayn Walker represented the purest warrior's fighting spirit. However, Rayn did not hold the sword. He tied the over 200 cm long 7-star sword to the side of the white tiger with a rope. The bloodthirsty and destructive sword, if not suppressed by Rayn, would probably devour this former king of beasts in minutes. So the question arises, why did Rayn not carry the sword but hang it on his pet instead? Imagine a young man, barely reaching 170 centimeters in height, carrying a long sword that exceeds his height, whether slung over his back, hoisted, or held in his arms. Do you think it looks pleasing? Especially when the excessively long sword is resting behind him, stumbling along the way, it really looks quite ridiculous. Looking around, half the tavern is scattered with the remains and misfortunes of the pirate customers caught in the attack. Rayn pondered for a moment, gazing into the empty distance. They ran away? How boring. A man with such dominance, someone who had the audacity to invite him to be his partner, just ran off like that. The initial excitement that Rayn felt was now akin to a jilted date, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "Let us go, Lance," he called out to the reluctant white tiger. Unlike the disinterested owner, the tiger, referred to as Lance, was now fixated on the human strewn about, truly eyeing them like a predator. In those deep blue eyes, there was nothing but the ambition of hunger. Is this possible? Is that possible? That human muscle looks very chewy. I wonder if it tastes like chicken? The protein content should be very high. How does it compare to beef? Is it 6 times more? Ow! After being struck on the head again, the mighty beast, clearly the king of beasts, tearfully bid farewell to the lavish feast. In stark contrast to this man and beast, 3 people were rushing forward. "Hey, let go of me. Let me go, Aaron. What do you mean by this?" The previously imposing Alan was now being carried on someone's shoulder like a sack. His originally spiky hair stood even more erect after being struck by that electric current, though it seemed to have caused him no actual harm. "Ah, that person is really bad news, Captain. That's Rayn Walker." "Huh, so what? I don't even know that kind of guy." "Ah, it doesn't matter whether you know him or not. This is not the time to clash with him. We just barely escaped from the Navy's pursuit. We need to gather our strength to continue sailing. Even if we fight that kind of guy, we won't gain anything." Aaron, with his silver short hair, patiently explained to his captain while running at high speed and carrying someone without even breathing heavily. "Nonsense. It was the other party who provoked us first. Okay. If we just escape like this, it would look like I'm afraid of him. There's no choice. After all, the opponent is that crazy battle maniac. We don't need to waste time with him. The three of us might be able to deal with him together. But that would come at an unimaginable cost. Aaron, who was giving good advice, stood over 9 meters tall. Although that wasn't much in this world where height limits were surpassed, he also had an exceptionally handsome and upright face. And his always squinting eyes added an air of mystery to him. Hearing the word cost, Alan instantly cooled down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He remembered that he had to pay the price of countless companions to escape from the hands of that demonic navy. Now, only Aaron and Aisha were left. If he lost them too, then his adventure would no longer be an adventure. Unifying the entire North Sea smoothly. This feat was enough to amaze anyone. But it was precisely because of this that the former Alan became proud and arrogant, believing he was invincible. When that overwhelming setback came, his pride was brutally trampled. He lost companions, lost power. All these setbacks were enough to crush an ambitious man. However, Alan endured. After sailing smoothly for more than a decade, he did not give up on himself after facing a devastating setback. His innate ability to survive crises and attract talent made his dominance even more profound. Now, nearing 30, he was no longer the ignorant boy he once was. Even if he was an idiot, after going through half a lifetime, experiencing partings of life and death, hardships, dangers, and accumulating experiences, Alan had etched all of this into his soul. Although he still appeared somewhat naive like a child, he would no longer risk the lives of his companions. This may have become a shackle that binds his ferocity as a beast. But the discipline of that shackle has allowed him to avoid meaningless waste of energy and learn what responsibility means. Will's soft voice reveals concern and worry for the one she loves. Although Aisha, as a good woman, wants to support this person in every way, sometimes the so-called correct advice can hurt the wildness deep within him. If he becomes the type of man who plans everything and never acts without 100% certainty, then he is no longer the person she loves. All right, put me down. The irritable emotions seemed to dissolve with Aaron's analysis and Aisha's voice, creating a significant distance from where Rayn was. After confirming that the other party was not pursuing them, Alan smoothed his frizzy hair, falling into silence as if reflecting. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Didn't I already agree with you? From now on, I will listen to your opinions. In less than a second, he returned to a cheerful smile, dispelling the worries among his companions with that grin. In fact, whether it was the trivialities of daily life or strategizing, it was all done by Aaron S. Goyer alone. From beginning to end, he always followed in Alan's footsteps, playing both father and mother to this big child who only knew simple arithmetic. During the peak period of the Grand Fleet, many of the companions who had already held officer positions expressed serious dissatisfaction with Aaron's unilateral command. As the vice captain, Aaron, who strategized, and Alan, who displayed violence, were the key to their rapid unification of the North Sea. However, as their power grew larger, many problems began to arise in this relationship. The subordinates would always express their ambitions and dissatisfaction with it, and even without encountering that legendary marine. This North Sea's largest pirate crew, established for less than 3 years, was on the verge of internal division. After hiding for a while, Aaron's original plan was to replenish their forces in Gaia Island, which had been completely nourished by the pirates' money. It was an excellent choice in terms of both human resources and material resources. Their goal was to conquer this place, build up their strength, and then head to the New World. With the skills of Alan and the others, they could easily suppress their peers. However, this originally planned occupation target was forced to halt due to an unimaginable obstacle. On this Grand Line, countless pirates are like fish crossing a river, but only a handful of them stand at the pinnacle of paradise. The rest are just trash. Without a doubt, Alan occupies that pinnacle. But having lost his subordinates and forces, Alan could only occupy the upper middle tier, and the obstacle he faced was undoubtedly a monster at the very top. Especially the notorious madman known for his individual combat capabilities, Rayn Walker. Not every pirate has to possess absolute power. A normal pirate's comprehensive strength is built up through manpower, weapons, and notoriety. There are indeed pirate crews that take the elite route, but talented individuals in this world are all proud and arrogant. How could they possibly be willing to be subordinate to others? Unfortunately, Rayn is precisely that most difficult opponent. With his extraordinary combat power, devoid of evil thoughts, desires, or even emotional shackles, this monster, who has survived solely for the sake of battle, is incredibly hard to defeat. The biggest difference between Alan and him is that Alan still has people he cares about. Moreover, after losing many companions, he cherishes the remaining ones even more. For their safety, Alan has suppressed his combative nature. Thanks to Rayn, the original plan to gather forces was obstructed, and ultimately Alan's pirate crew embarked on a path of elite soldiers. Setting aside the issues here, Augustus Hayden's gaze was filled with determination. Aaron was right. There was no need to fight meaningless battles. He still had reasons not to stop. The subordinates who had been captured had been confirmed to be imprisoned in the world's #1 prison, Impel Down. Faced with the strongest prison, where not even a fly has ever escaped, Alan had something he must do before becoming the Pirate King. Rescue the captured companions. Chapter 86. No hey. Do you find it interesting to be a handyman? Huh. The nonsensical conversation made the little girl Shelley and the now housecat-like white tiger Lance tilt their heads in confusion. Looking adorably daft. Having arrived at Gaia Island for only half a day, it was still the hot afternoon. What surprised the crew was that their captain was actually relaxing, lying on the bow of the Blue Dolphin and enjoying the sun. In stark contrast to this leisure was the crew members who were hammering away at the deck and the ship's interior. With nails in his mouth, Ryazaki Ikko could only make muffled sounds, yet he did not stop working. This latest model of a caravel sailboat was rapidly wearing out due to the reckless sailing of its user. During the last battle with that group, called the Blood Rhinoceros Pirates, Rayn, as the victor, obtained all the spoils while Ikko, who was being treated by the doctor, sought some advice from the enemy shipwright, whose face was now as dark as a pot's bottom at Shelley's suggestion. Even though they were enemies, and despite the shipwright's desire to smash anyone from Rayn's ship with a hammer due to his hatred for the destruction of his beloved vessel, before hatred and piracy, he was a shipwright. His love for ships even surpassed his hatred. Although it was a consultation, in reality, Ikko appeared as if he didn't understand, but thought it was amazing, and Shelley, who also didn't understand, diligently recorded every word of the shipwright uncle. Despite being just a child, Shelley was likely the smartest person on this ship. This clever little girl also took the opportunity to ask the ship's doctor some related questions. Although time constraints prevented her from achieving perfection, she still gained a lot from it. Compared to the candid shipwright, the ship's doctor was always evasive. However, considering that he had just thrown the other party's captain into the sea a moment ago, it was unreasonable to expect much from him. This was human nature. After that, once Ikko's injuries healed, the ship repair work fell to these two handymen, although their repairs were infuriating compared to those of professional ship workers. This clumsy technique indeed continued the ship's sad fate. The clever little girl provided rudimentary and clumsy commands and designs, while the foolish boy diligently followed the child's instructions to make random repairs, and the once jungle king had now devolved into a house cat. Under the boy's shameless temptation of roasting meat and the girl's divine touch, he completely fell from grace. Even a pet was doing its best to pick up planks with its mouth and hand them to Ikko, who was climbing into the cabin. And what was our captain doing? Yes, he was sunbathing. This doesn't mean that he is almost useless. After the incident, Ihuang told Shirley that he shouldn't touch the hammer anymore. Mr. Rayn, this is still your ship, lend a hand, or we might not be able to finish the repairs before dark. The blunt remark made Rayn Walker raise an eyebrow, while the thick-browed, big-eyed young man stared back at him with his emotionless dead eyes without flinching. In the end, Rayn conceded. This is nothing remarkable. For the fool, Ichiho, there is no room in his head for any feelings of hierarchy or reverence. To him, only the labor he puts in makes the food taste good. And this applies equally to both the captain and the emperor. For Rayn, who has never had any concept of the so-called superior-subordinate relationship, he disregarded the idle time as a way to pass the time. So he picked up a hammer. With one swing, he directly made a hole in the bottom of the ship. And even the only 2 hammers on the ship flew into the depths of the sea along with that hole. Enough. Enough. Please go back to your room and daydream. I must have lost my mind to think of asking for your help. With a face full of despair, Ichihu hurriedly began to block the water leaking in from the hole at the bottom of the ship, ruthlessly driving the confidently smiling Rayn out. Thus, it reverted to how it was at the beginning, with the slightly injured Rayn lying at the bow of the ship, asking a baffling question. Hey, do you find it interesting to do odd jobs? Huh. Just like someone suffering from May sickness, Mr. Rayn began to feel bored. Honestly, Rayn Walker, who had nothing but fighting, would truly be no different from salted fish if he even grew tired of fighting. However, the foolish Ichiho completely could not comprehend the meaning of boredom in the captain's words. In fact, even if a clever person heard it, they would not understand what a madman was thinking. So when speaking to the straightforward Ichiho, one must be clear. In other words, looking at the unchanging sky and sea day after day, fighting and robbing whenever he encountered someone, repeatedly living such a life. Do you find it interesting? After a long time, without saying anything lengthy, Rayn Walker took a slight breath, as if he was about to be exhausted. Ichigo did not answer such a foolish question because he still had an iron nail in his mouth, busy with his work. The dim-witted jungle king, Lance, tilted his head, completely oblivious to what his master was talking about. Only the little girl, Sherry, paused for a moment, the smile at the corner of her mouth slowly disappearing. She was happy. Perhaps for others, this period was merely a monotonous march, but for Sherry herself, it was a joyful time. Someone took her in selflessly. Although he was an elusive guy, she had food, clothing, and shelter, and she was still alive, so what more could she wish for? No longer needing to endure the freezing cold in the snow, no longer needing to rummage through trash cans day after day for something to eat, no longer worrying about being shot by passing pirates in a bad mood, and no longer drifting like a wild dog. Interesting, just living is already so hard. What on earth do you mean by fun? She was very happy that someone was willing to take her in, and she had an older brother who was willing to protect her. There was no cold, no hunger, and sailing peacefully like family. What could be wrong with that? Earlier, when they were plugging the hole at the bottom of the ship, working hard together with Ichigo to clean up the captain's mess, although it was tiring. It was very happy. Lance screamed as he got soaked by the water. His ridiculous appearance was laughable. Do you find it interesting? Until that lazy voice reached the little girl's ears, she suddenly remembered something. She and Captain were different. If this rare piece was all she had, then this captain, who never knew what he wanted to do, would never be satisfied with a boring comfort. Nervously focusing her gaze on Ichigo, who was fully concentrated on the repair, the little girl suddenly felt scared of what this clumsy yet gentle big brother would say next. Nails would eventually run out, and just like an ugly avant-garde art, the act of repairing was extremely unappealing. Ichigo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Whether it's the sky, the sea, or the people we meet, everything changes. Nothing is constant." His response to that statement was completely devoid of any deeper meaning, as the boy simply articulated what he saw with his clear eyes. Oh, really? Rayn's vision began to blur, not because of staring at the blazing sun, nor was it related to tears. Rayn had weakened. He had weakened to the point of asking a handyman for advice instead of swallowing all his pain and confusion like before. He had weakened to a level where he was somewhat accustomed to these two guys. Habit was indeed a terrifying curse. As a result, all he could get was what this kid said. New enemies, new adventures. Nothing is constant. Is it? Boring. Chapter 87. Idiots. The Grand Line is the most dangerous den of monsters in the world. The failures that retreat from the Grand Line seem to leave their souls behind, living as mere shells of their former selves. The greatest enemy is the incomprehensible weather, followed closely by the endless giant sea beasts, and finally, the ugly infighting among humans. Even the best ship cannot sail continuously in this sea. Humans are not fish. After losing their ship, how can they move forward? By swimming. Although it is a refreshing fact, those who can truly swim across this sea are incredible madmen. Right now, such a madman is cutting through the waves like a torpedo, swimming at a speed comparable to that of the fishmen. The man, dressed only in a loincloth, showed no signs of modesty. His muscles, beyond the realm of reason, almost overshadowed the fact that he was not wearing clothes. Carrying an exaggerated giant axe, he was moving forward at such a terrifying speed. It was truly remarkable. The iron mask on his face was inconsistent with his fierce and wild demeanor. But upon closer inspection, the mask was not worn, but rather deeply embedded in the man's face. Although injuries and brutality are commonplace in battles among pirates, the thought of a searing red iron mask forcibly clamped onto a person's face is horrifying. That colorless iron mask had fused with the man's bones, making it impossible to remove. He raced across the ocean like a dragon diving into the sea, but after all, he was still human and needed rest. Slaughtering sea beasts, drinking their blood, eating their flesh, he took a brief rest on a floating corpse, and without feeling any pain, he continued on his way. The eyes behind that mask were a deep red, filled with nothing but madness. Following the information he had initially received, he abandoned the slow-moving ship and conveyed his astonishing stamina through movement. Except for stopping to eat and replenish his strength, he had been active without sleep for 4 days. Yay! Letting out a roar that was not human. The sound was filled with resentment, anger, fear, and killing intent toward someone. The instincts of a beast told him that he was getting close, that he was about to find it. Before he burned out this life, he must personally resolve that nightmare. How to get to the Sky Island? Yes, like asking a common-sense question. The person responded with a sarcastic and malicious tone. It's very simple, almost a well-known method. As long as you sail up that monstrous sea current that rises from the ocean, you will naturally reach the Sky Island with the flow. That is a fact filled with malice. The Sky Island does exist. The log pointer does not lie. So the pointer that leads to the sky must be pointing to the legendary Sky Island of this generation. At least, the pirates who have just arrived in this grand line firmly believe in this dreamlike island. The navigational diaries passed down from previous navigators also contain information about the Sky Island. Even researchers from the world government have come to this vicinity to study the so-called Sky Island. In the waters near Gaia Island, such strange phenomena often occur. One moment it is sunny, and the next moment it turns into a pitch-black night, with monstrous shadows blocking the sun, making people increasingly awe of this sea of magic. Ultimately, the government researchers concluded after their investigation that these are the Kimi clouds, formed in the high altitudes of the Grand Line. These clouds accumulate without creating airflow or rain, blocking all sunlight. Because the cloud layer is too thick for sunlight to penetrate, it often results in daytime turning into night. The common name for the sea of clouds seen from the ground is cloud fossil. People naturally come to this conclusion about the Kimi clouds that they often see. Above that cloud fossil, there must be the existence of the Sky Island. In this era, the pirates chasing adventure and romance firmly believe in the existence of the Sky Island. So, the question arises, how can humans reach an altitude of over 10,000 meters? This is the first challenge faced by the pirates of this era. As enthusiasm gradually fades, humans who cannot fly begin to doubt the Sky Islands above 10,000 meters. The sky currents. With the discovery of this incredible ocean current, a crazy proposal was made. If our ship could ride that current straight to the sky, then it might be possible to reach the cloud of GD. Some pirates, swept away by adventure and romance, actually went to do it. Amidst the watchful eyes and testing of countless people, they watched as those pirate ships, apart from a few unfortunate souls who were torn apart by the soaring current, successfully rode the rising tide. People began to shout and cheer. In that moment, they abandoned their adversarial identities, pride, and prejudice, just to sincerely celebrate and admire the first lucky person to reach the Sky Island. There are many monkeys, but only that one who jumped out from the rock had the courage to cross the waterfall and open up a new world. The cheers lasted for more than 10 minutes, but soon, the noise subsided as the watching pirates helplessly witnessed this group of pioneers plummet from the sky, crashing down from 10,000 meters and shattering into pieces. 2 years have passed since then, and every month, there are fearless fools who voluntarily take that group of idiots who trust them to ride that current, inevitably becoming debris on the ocean surface. Even now, there are still people taking on such futile challenges. Why? Because it is a dream. It is the romance of men. Such endless idiots naturally become the garbage on the sea. Thanks to this, a new profession of salvaging sunken ships is thriving in this area. Because there is endless money to be made in this line of work, as every day there are so-called dreamers adding a piece of wreckage to their family business. When the idiots cool down their muscle-bound brains and start thinking with their insignificant IQs, they face a second and final challenge. Do Sky Islands really exist? Could the cloud of the Emperor be just a cloud? At an altitude of over 10,000 meters, there is actually nothing. A ship riding the ocean currents will naturally fall. The most terrifying force in this world is not the ability to move mountains or drain seas, but the fear within people themselves, with the unknown undoubtedly ranking as the vanguard of fear. The atmosphere of fear spreads from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. They neither have the courage to verify it themselves nor the effort to investigate, but instead begin to spread their own unfounded fears to others. Clearly, as pirates who live and die by the day, they can still feel fear. Is this shameful? Is it laughable? The greatest flaw of humanity is the absolute refusal to acknowledge their own ignorance. Having neither tried nor made an effort to investigate, they begin to angrily attack those who are willing to risk their lives or efforts, mocking their dreams. Without thinking too much, Ryuzaki Ichigo confidently received the information, even though the person who provided him with this information only hoped that this foolish young man would hurry up and go to his death, so he could salvage the wreckage of their ship at sea. When Sherry heard the news about the altitude of 10,000 meters, her small face turned pale. After hearing about the elusive Sky Island, Reason told the girl that only an idiot would ride some soaring ocean current. What a joke. To risk one's life for a legendary story? This is not on land or at sea. If danger arises, one can adapt. But that's 10,000 meters up in the sky. Falling from that height would definitely mean death. She clearly forgot that there are indeed many idiots who would do just that. The rarely slow-witted girl quickly remembered something and looked at her captain with a gaze of incredulous despair, as that young man, as if hearing something interesting, showed a long-lost smile. Rayn pointed excitedly at the sky and said, "Let us go." "All right. Oh, Chapter 88, DAC. Soaring ocean current. That is an explosive ocean current that rises from the sea, a natural disaster that can reach heights of over 10,000 meters. It is a calamity, a natural killer to be avoided at all costs. Only an idiot would want to navigate a ship into that massive current. This isn't surfing. The absolute unknown and the absolute mortality rate incredibly attract countless brain-dead individuals. The romance of adventure surpasses all reason and delusion. Even with so many cautionary tales of those who died at sea, in this era, there are still large numbers of fools who refuse to die in spirit. There have only been reports of falling ocean currents, never of soaring ocean currents. That is a natural disaster that defies common sense and reason. How exactly it occurs remains an unsolved mystery. After all, no one will be foolish enough to risk their life to investigate such a thing. So far, there's only one explanation that people agree upon regarding the cause of the massive ocean current. Deep in the ocean floor lies a huge cavity, where cold seawater flows in, influenced by geothermal heat, generating immense steam. This steam pressure then causes an underwater explosion. It is powerful enough to ignite seawater, forming a soaring ocean current explosion. For about a minute, seawater continuously surged into the sky. The eruption point varies each time, with a frequency of 5 times a month. This statement is largely just a scientifically self-deluded explanation concocted by humans. However, is it not somewhat arrogant for weak humans, who have existed for merely 100 years, to attempt to speculate on the mysterious greatness of this planet? One moment the sky is clear and bright, and the next it transforms into darkness as if the abyss has descended, constantly repeating the experiences of the dead. The appearance of the accumulating clouds and the eruption of the raging sea currents have already vaguely indicated a general location, with the water south of Gaia Island being the most frequently occurring site. There are even death guides who, for a fee, lead pirates to relatively accurate areas. Nowadays, amidst the greedy and mocking smiles of the death guides, they will once again lead countless romantics to their doom under the clear sky. We are pirates, fierce pirates, with a bottle of wine in one hand and treasure in the other. We are pirates, capable pirates, beautiful ladies, come into my embrace. We are pirates, free-spirited pirates. Under the guidance of the skull flag, we toil for survival. We are pirates, pirates without tomorrow, forever without an end, drifting on the sea, pirates. That is the unknown pirate song, whose lyricist cannot be traced. Perhaps in the mouth of a suitable singer, it would become an extraordinary piece. However, now that broken tune, which has become indistinguishable from noise, echoes throughout the entire ship. The singers tirelessly chant, roar, and howl like the cries of hell. The sailors happily sing this tune, now classified as a ship song, clinking their cups and drinking barrels of plundered wine, devouring mountains of food. When they tire of singing, they collapse into deep sleep, drinking until they foam at the mouth like crabs, eating until their bellies swell like balloons. The joyous atmosphere has always been the main theme of this ship. Following the greatest pirate in the world, the sailors firmly believe that this person will become the Pirate King. Even if this great man says he wants to go to the sky to experience the wonders of Sky Island, even knowing that it may be a mythical legend, the crew follows that great man without hesitation. There are death row inmates fleeing abroad, wild children raised by monkeys, traitors of the Navy, captains of pirate ships with thousands of crew members, and warriors as tall as giants, gathering the scum and villains of this world. These people entrusted their lives to that great man. The ship, marked by a beautiful mermaid at the bow, is a massive 3-masted sailing ship, the Golden Dake, sailing into the giant whirlpool amidst laughter and cheer. On board, resembling a carnival, the hatch silently opens. Wearing a signature triangular hat, draped in a black and gold captain's coat, and with a white scarf woven by his beloved around his neck, the tall man emerges from the captain's cabin. "Get up, you fools." He kicks over a fat man who has eaten himself into a balloon, tossing a drunkard who is foaming at the mouth into the sea to sober up. and mercilessly delivers a loving iron fist to a fool who has fallen asleep. The chaotic scene of clucking chickens and barking dogs lasts less than 3 minutes, and the fool who nearly got swept into the whirlpool breathes in the fresh air as if he has survived a disaster. The balloon-like fat man showcases an incredible ability. With his breathing, his seemingly about to explode belly miraculously shrinks back, and although he still looks somewhat plump, he appears much more capable. The bruised and battered first mate, seemingly oblivious to his pain, lazily stretches, even though they have been caught in the whirlpool, just a step away from being swept away by the raging sea current. This group of people acts as if nothing is wrong. "Ah, good morning, Captain. Is it already this time?" The first mate yawns as if he can never wake up, picks up a scattered bottle from the deck, and without a word, starts pouring it into his mouth. Gulp. Ugh. Cough, damn it. Who the hell poured urine into this after drinking it? Cough, cough. Ugh. I'm going to kill you. Sighing as he watches his first mate wash away the nightmare liquid with fresh water, Dake begins to regret appointing this unreliable guy as first mate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gleeful chirping is undoubtedly from the prisoners, as a tiny monkey on Captain Dake's triangular hat covers its mouth and chuckles human-like. Yoshihiro, it's you again. I Haven Tea settled the score from last time when you added feces to my bread. This time, I'm definitely going to take you down. Sweeping away his previous laziness, the first mate suddenly loses his mind, as if he has seen the murderer of his father. Calm down, Mr. Elliot. Come on, deep breath, deep breath. Yes, first mate Elliot. No one has ever been able to catch Yoshihiro except the captain. Never. Give up that thought, whether they were trying to dissuade or mock him. The two quickly pinned the pathetic first mate down. The drunkard burped and stuffed the bottle into the first mate's mouth, who was about to say something, while the fat man innocently executed a heavy-handed attack, seizing this opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction and resentment towards the first mate. Squeak, squeak. The tiny monkey, wearing an even tinier triangular captain's hat, gleefully shows its red bottom to Elliot. The meaning of the mockery is self-evident. With a black eye patch over his left eye, a gruesome scar runs beneath it, leaving a deep mark on Captain Dake's nose. Scars often signify terrifying marks of shame, but on Captain Dake, they seem like glorious badges that add to his mature charm. With Captain Dake's appearance, the sailors stop their revelry. Facing the unknown Sky Island, the sailors are not fools. Those ships that fall from the sky often bring deep fear. They unconditionally trust their captain, but as they approach, human instinct inevitably shrinks back. So they cover their deep-seated fears with alcohol, food, and singing. As for the three fools, they're just like that all the time. When Captain Dake appears, even if he says nothing and does nothing, the sailors need only to look at him, and the deep-seated fear within them is squeezed out by his presence, restoring calm and confidence. As the whirlpool on the sea grows more turbulent, everyone swallows hard. They have seen that rising sea current a few times and know that the time is coming. Will they be torn to pieces by the sea current or ride the waves to reach the dreamlike Sky Island? With a golden pistol at his waist and a black longsword on his back, Captain Dake smiles silently. Pirates are such creatures. Wine, meat, and beautiful women cannot make their rotting hearts stir. Only by dancing with death, accompanied by danger, and constantly straining that fragile thread of life, can these rotten scum feel the reality of being alive. Captain Dake laughs fearlessly, shouting with a loud voice, "Hey boys, you better keep up with me. If you get lost, I'll 1T come looking for you." Oh. In the next moment, the soaring sea current sweeps everything away. Chapter 89 LAA. The man was captured. The man who seemed timid as a mouse was, in fact, fearless. His still-developing body was bound to a steel chair. The interrogation began. High-voltage electricity flowed unhindered through his body, the smell of his roasted flesh stimulating his stomach, which hadn't eaten for half a month, and the inevitable loss of control quickly filled the room with a foul stench. With his mouth sealed and limbs bound, the man was tossed into a water tank, inhaling water through his nostrils instinctively, causing excruciating pain in his head until he fainted. Beating, treatment, interrogation, beating, treatment. His genitals rotted away in the first month, becoming a piece of rotten meat that fell to the floor. After being injected with anesthetics, a new round of interrogation began, using a liquid known as the original solution, which enters the central nervous system through the blood and induces feelings of joy, leading to pleasure hundreds of times greater than sex after a while. The interrogation is not painful at all. The most terrifying thing is the pleasure. The man, already tortured to the point of insanity, stares blankly into the air, tears, mucus, and saliva flowing uncontrollably as a blinding light mercilessly shines on his pale face. Who are you? What is your name? Who am I? I am, you bastard. Hurry up and tell me your name. Sikid. Good, is that your name? Answer me. What happened in Rednance? Sikid, the beheader. Sikid is unafraid. You fool. Answer my question. Otherwise, you will suffer. Suffer? Yes, as long as you answer my question. You will feel very comfortable. Your mood will be even better. I feel good. That's right. Just like that. Hurry up and say it. Good mood. Pleasure is the most terrifying thing in this world because you won't resist pleasure. Once that original solution takes effect, following that pleasure, you will uncontrollably release everything. Good. Now tell me, what happened in Rednance? The kingdom of Rednance, a nation destroyed by pirates. This debt has been inferred from the mouths of the survivors and ultimately placed on the head of Rainwalker. Although it was indeed not wrong. What the government and the Navy wanted to know was a more specific conspiracy. This was originally just a simple story of continuing the pursuit of pirates. But when a naval brigadier general became involved, it added many extraordinary effects to the tale. Brigadier General Benjamin Gonson, who rushed to the scene at the time of the incident, had an impeccable timing and reason for his appearance, but it was almost too perfect, as if it had been prearranged. Furthermore, his troops wiped out all the pirates, leaving no witnesses to contradict him, which only solidified the suspicion against him. Naturally, members of the Navy who opposed him would not let this matter go, all wanting to uncover something that could bring him down. In fact, this incident was the result of a conspiracy between him and John Hawkins, his convenient son-in-law. Captain John was motivated solely by wealth, while Brigadier General Benjamin sought military achievements, which had already led him to a successful promotion to Major General amid numerous suspicions. They had discussed everything well before John became a pirate, with John assuming a false death as a pirate while Benjamin supported him from within the Navy. This collaboration was not their first. However, this time, Rayn had intervened unexpectedly. Under close surveillance, Brigadier General Benjamin, now Major General, had not dared to contact John. Thus, the falsely claimed total annihilation of the pirates allowed Benjamin to capture the injured Sid. He aimed to learn from this pirate leader what had truly happened in the kingdom of Rednance. However, this matter could not proceed within the Navy, as anyone nearby could be a vanguard of his political enemies. Therefore, the task of interrogating Sid was cautiously entrusted to a certain organization. What exactly happened in Rednance? The poor little pirate, Sid, revealed everything under torture. Now, only 4 people in the world knew the truth: Benjamin, John, Sid, and Rayn. Since then, the existence of Rainwalker had been like a thorn in Major General Benjamin's throat. Although Rayn might know nothing, he had disrupted their original plan that day. As long as Rayn, who had seen the appearance of the criminal John, was alive, Major General Benjamin would never feel at ease. Only the dead would not speak recklessly. As long as the parties involved in Rednance were still alive, they had to be eliminated. This matter naturally cannot be handled by Benjamin himself, as he is seen as a thorn in the side by countless people due to his rise. Therefore, he entrusted this matter to a certain organization. Very well. Now tell me, what exactly happened in Rednance? Ah, ghost. A red ghost. What are you talking about? Quickly answer my question. The ghost is coming. The red ghost god. Every time this question is asked, the already mentally broken Sid would react strongly. Thanks to this, the researchers successfully brainwashed the already collapsed Sid. This pirate, who possesses immense strength and is robust, naturally became the most excellent experimental guinea pig for a certain organization. This world is both fair and extremely cruel. Power is the best and most stable manifestation in this world, and the standard for assessing power, aside from the magical external objects like the evil fruits, can only be judged by hockey. Those without hockey are like worthless chickens and dogs, while those who master hockey gain a ticket to survive. So, for those who cannot awaken hockey throughout their lives, is there only the path of being cannon fodder? Even though there are many who possess hockey in the new world, they are still a minority compared to all of humanity. More people, no matter how much they train and sharpen their will and physique, even if they put in 10-fold or 100-fold efforts, they still cannot compete with users of hockey. This is why people need weapons as a means. Even if you're just an ordinary person, you still have the power to pull the trigger. Even though weapons and ammunition are unlikely to harm those who wield the hockey, they still have no choice. Ordinary people find themselves at a loss against hockey users. But is there really no way to fight back? Beyond Soldiers, as the name suggests, is a dull and uninteresting plan created to allow ordinary people to resist hockey users. developed by the medical department of a certain organization. It involves various human experiments with new drugs, among which a particular drug has been developed with considerable effort. This drug directly stimulates the human brain's limbic system, causing an abnormal increase in hormones related to strength and reflexes. Its efficacy and duration far exceed that of steroids. If one were to describe it, it would be a secret potion that superhumanizes the human body. At this time, the era of great pirates has arrived, and the world government, being a cash cow with significant purchasing power and an urgent need of military solutions, would undoubtedly place endless orders if the new drug were completed. However, since the great pirate era began 3 years ago, the Navy has not shown overwhelming strength, which is enough to indicate that this plan ended in complete failure. The results of the human experiments were canceled under pressure from so-called humanitarian concerns, with a 99% death rate, and without a doubt, the organization bore the brunt of this bitter fruit. The enormous investment and development costs were no small sum. Even selling the scraps of some new drugs at high prices to those foolish pirates could not recover much loss. So, with a death rate of 99%, where did that one go? The answer is Sid. He is the only beneficiary of this experiment, but whether the experiment succeeded or failed remains unclear to this day. He survived, became bald, and grew stronger. His only mission was to kill Rayn, with an iron mask that could not be removed obscuring his face. Carrying a massive steel axe and wearing only a loincloth, Sid finally faced the nightmare he could never overcome in his life. The sky had darkened, and the enormous whirlpool of the sea possessed a terrifying power to tear ships apart as it pulled them in. After a brief 5 seconds of silence, all the whirlpools and anomalies vanished like the calm before storm. As the center of the whirlpool sank, the surging sea erupted skyward in the next moment. At the edge of that sea current, a small sailboat with a dolphin figurehead approached insignificantly. Surprisingly, that small boat was not torn apart by the sea current. Instead, it miraculously rode the edge of the current. On the bow of the boat, there was a figure sitting there. Leia. The moment Sid saw that figure from a distance, he let out a roar that was anything but human. His body, enlarged by the drug, stomped down on the surface of the sea, creating a depression beneath his foot. Immediately after, his massive body broke the sound barrier and charged toward the ascending small sailboat with a thunderous roar. Kill. Chapter 90. Soaring to the sky, you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't understand, would you? A man like you never pays attention to what's behind him. You just keep your head down and move forward, right? Yes, right? Rayn. His enormous body showed no signs of being bulky or sluggish, though it was a product catalyzed by drugs. That body can indeed be called perfect. The physical limits a human could reach in their lifetime might not go beyond this. Forgetting everything, mentally shattered, brainwashed, the pitiful man was only known by the codename Sid. Even so, when he saw the young man's face, the fear hidden deep within his soul involuntarily drove him into a frenzy. Instinct told him that only this person must not be spared. He hit the ascending small sailboat like a high-speed cannonball. He broke through the side of the ship and crashed through the deck from below. The violent impact caused the entire ship to veer away from the rising sea current below. It looked like they were about to escape that range, falling thousands of meters to the sea and shattering into pieces. TSK. That was a reckless move. Rayn used the moonwalk technique to stand in midair and unreasonably kicked his own ship, tyrannically sending the veering sailboat back on its proper course. Thanks to this, the poor sailboat shook violently, nearly falling apart. Ugh. The 2 people and 1 beast on the ship were left disoriented by the 2 unexpected impacts, and under the influence of the enormous wind pressure from the vertical ascent, they struggled to stay on the ship, fearing that any slight movement would send them flying overboard. In this state, Rayn and Sid stood on the ship's mast as if on solid ground, facing each other. The fierce winds howled, and the sudden rain wailed. This dark, half-lit space was indeed the perfect battlefield. Rayn never had any doubts about sudden battles. He would neither ask for the other's name nor inquire about any grudges. Since the enemy had already come before him, would he sit down calmly for tea? Coincidentally, Sid, who had already forgotten human language, would certainly not waste time discussing nonsense like karma. The steel axe fell with overwhelming momentum. Not good. Facing a battle where he couldn't intervene at all, Iku called out. Not good. Although Rayn's unreasonable kick had sent the ship back, it was unlikely that the rising sea current, which had sunk countless ships, would allow them to ride it so easily. It was a vertical line. The ship was flying along the dangerous sea route, relying on the wind pressure from the rising sea current. Naturally, the ship began to tilt, gradually lifting off the water's surface, and once it completely deviated, it would be thrown out, with the inevitable outcome being a crash back into the sea. Iku, it's the wind. Huh? Don't hummy. Quickly lower the sails. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear, but the young girl, who had seen plenty, remained composed. From a moment she learned they were embarking on this suicidal voyage, she had a deep-seated unwillingness to escape from the ship. However, this was not just anywhere. It was a pirate's den, and a young girl alone here had no chance of surviving. Either way, she would die. Relying on the short time she had spent studying this so-called rising sea current, combined with her current experience, she concluded that the reason the ship could ascend with the current was entirely due to the initial explosive force of the current, like a rubber ball being shot out. When the force weakened, the rubber ball would naturally slow down and eventually fall. But the actual situation had other factors at play. Besides the impact, the massive wind pressure that accompanied the sea current's explosion was also present. This was the so-called rising airflow. Although it was an unreliable gamble, the young girl had no choice but to take that chance. After unfurling the sails, riding the rising airflow would surely provide a way out. Iku clearly did not understand these things. Even if she explained, he would probably conclude that it was just some magical wind, right? Such a foolish conclusion. Fortunately, even though the opponent was a child younger than him, he trusted her words as a comrade. But the battlefield above the mast, which ordinary people cannot approach, is not something he can charge into safely and lower the sail. Mr. Rayn, get that guy out of here and fight somewhere else. We need to lower the sail now. In the end, aside from loudly telling that person to fight somewhere else, there was no way to get close. And perhaps the battle between those two could even break the mast in the next second. Never before have I felt the constraints of space like now. This small sailboat really has no other place for Rayn to fight freely. How frustrating. You bastard. Leia, that steel axe, which cut through everything, never hit its target. As the observation Haki foresaw, every swing of the monkey's branch-like movements. However, Rayn couldn't counterattack. Even though his body was catalyzed by the drug and could only make simple movements, there were no openings at all. Unless Rayn was willing to risk having an arm chopped off to dig out this guy's heart before the axe bisected him. Come here. The emerald green electric current shone in his left hand, and with that whisper, the longsword bound to lance unsheathed in response. Drawn to Rayn's hand by the pull of the electricity, Leia, the beast fighting on instinct, Sid keenly seized this moment of opportunity, and the steel axe swung mercilessly towards Rayn's chest, aiming to gut him. The emerald green lightning enveloped Sid the moment Rayn grasped the seven-star sword. The electricity that could paralyze an ordinary person had no effect on Sid, who had endured electric torture. The steel axe, entwined with the lightning like divine punishment, struck Rayn's chest. Leia. The beast let out an extremely excited roar, but quickly became alert, for under that steel axe, there was nothing but a superficial wound. How could mere brute force break through the hardened armed Haki and the impact barrier of the 8-point punch? Even though it couldn't sever Rayn in half, the force of the impact truly landed on him, making his insides feel as if they had shifted. All of this happened in just 2 seconds. In close combat, the long-bladed 7-star sword became a burden, but this did not faze Rayn. In the moment the steel axe struck his chest, Rayn, holding the 7-star sword, slashed horizontally at Sid's head. With the impact on his chest and his awkward posture, Rayn's sword was locked in by the thick muscles on Sid's neck. The sword had sunk into Sid's neck to a quarter of its length, blood gushing out. Instead of causing Sid to retreat, this injury only provoked his ferocity. Both men took a step back to regain their stance, and in a split second that was impossible to perceive with the naked eye, the steel axe and the long sword collided hard. Clang! The long sword, wrapped in a domineering aura, would not break under the steel axe. But the battle situation showed that Rayn was at a disadvantage. It was an unbelievable monstrous strength, unrelated to drugs, a power that Sid possessed by nature. This monstrous strength had once caused Rayn to suffer in the battle against Red Nance, and unexpectedly, after several years, Rayn still could not match Sid in sheer brute force. The clash of sword and axe determined the victor in just 2 or 3 exchanges, no matter how violent Sid's monstrous strength was. The 7-star sword wrapped in the domineering aura soon shattered the expensive steel axe. If the plan to transcend soldiers was aimed at countering users of the domineering aura, then the current outcome was already clear. Even when drug users far exceeded ordinary people in physical capabilities, they still could not compete with the step-by-step progress of a domineering aura user. At least, such a thing was by no means a match for Rayn Walker. Leia. Sid unhesitatingly discarded the steel axe, ignoring the long sword piercing through his chest, allowing the thunder of the seven-star sword to roar within his organs. And without taking a step back, he lunged at Rayn, gripping his head tightly with his giant bear-like hands. That strength, far greater than a bear's, could easily crush a human skull, and now Rayn faced this overwhelming power directly. The two of them, losing balance while standing on a mast, fell straight down onto the ship. Without hesitation, Yihuang disregarded the captain's battle situation and quickly rushed up the mast, unfurling the sails. As the sails opened, propelled by the airflow from below, the small sailboat, free from the current, ascended into the clouds in a precarious manner. "Hold on tight, Sherry. Lance, don't fall." "Ah. Ow." Yihuang, who instinctively clung to the mast, could not care less about the safety of his companions and could only grit his teeth to endure the impact from above. As the dolphin disappeared into the clouds. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, a three-masted sailing ship witnessed all of this. On the ship flying the pirate flag, the crew stared in astonishment at the incredible sea stream until it disappeared. Today, countless pirates who came to this sea area were lured by the romantic legend of the Sky Island, only to lose their lives. Looking at the nearby Gaia Island, the captain of the ship strolled to the bow. With a peculiar chestnut-shaped hairstyle and a diamond-shaped face, the golden-haired captain bit down on a cigarette, his gaze filled with complex colors. He seemed to recall something as he looked at the half-constructed building at the landing site. "Let us settle this, Rolando." Chapter 91. "Bika, hey, are you still alive?" A child's light voice fell into the man's ears. The drenched man lay on the white beach with his eyes tightly closed, unsure if he was dead or alive. "Oh, really?" The child's voice had no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. After confirming that the man would not wake up, the child struggled to lift something and swung it down at the unconscious man. Clang! The wet fingers lightly blocked the child's full-force strike with the sword. "Oh!" The surprised child immediately dropped the long sword that did not belong to him and nimbly jumped back. The man, still not opening his eyes, had his index finger hooked around the beautiful long sword, which seemed to have a life of its own as it bounced away and stuck into the white ground beside him. The golden-haired child stepped back slowly, cautiously drawing a small dagger from behind his waist, his watchful gaze never leaving the man he thought was dead. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect this guy who seemed to be dead to still be alive. The child, wanting to profit from the dead, gained a new understanding of the unpredictability of the world. What a pity. That sword looks like it could sell for a lot. But it's not worth risking my own life for. The bald, masked man was indeed dead, and the sword was found on him. Considering that the guy might still be alive, the child had even deliberately cut the man's windpipe. Unexpectedly, he found a second corpse not far from here. And to ensure the guy was dead, the child had planned to behead him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. It's really scary. Seeing the man not reacting for a long time, although he did not deny that the guy might just be faking it, he decided it was better to run for safety. Without any hesitation, the golden-haired boy with unusually long earlobes turned and ran. Rayn Walker lay motionless on the pure white ground, having not regained consciousness. Blocking the strike was merely a reflex action of his body. It was not difficult. On the battlefield against red ants, Rayn would instinctively react to killing intent even when unconscious, and he could respond simply to crises even in a sleeping state. He lay there for over 3 hours before regaining consciousness, and after coughing up the water he had choked on, his black eyes were confused for less than 3 seconds before he understood everything. Curiously looking around at the special white scenery, Rayn raised his hand to shake off his soaked sleeves, frowning. Is that the sea? He scratched his wet hair, realizing it had grown longer without him noticing. Looking around, even though he was not good at thinking, he instinctively grasped what had happened. It must be that, right? Here is the white sea 7,000 meters above the blue sea. For the people of the blue sea, this is an incredible location, yet it truly exists. Above the sky, there is a vast ocean. This is the truth of the GD cloud, a white ocean. During the battle between Rayn and Sid, the two were thrown out of the ship by the current while crossing the White Sea and fell onto this small sky island, Bika. Bika is located 3,000 meters directly below the true sky island, Skypiea, just as there is a black side to every place in this world. Bika is a place similar to a prison. Those who commit crimes in Skypiea are imprisoned here. Bika also has ordinary residents, regular trade, etc. The criminals are locked in a prison made of cloud iron to serve their sentences. However, although there was initially no special significance in building the prison here. Hundreds of years later, the ordinary citizens living here began to be looked down upon by the citizens of Skypiea. Additionally, the criminals released from prison would find employment in Baika, contributing their labor to Skypiea. They would marry and have children, living their whole lives on this island of Baika. The island of sinners, Baika. When did this island, far from Skypiea, begin to grow distant from each other, with no more interaction? Along with this came contradictions, discrimination, and mutual harm. Baika is indeed a violent place, where even children may attack others for survival. Shaking off the seawater, Rayn secured the 7-star sword behind him. Even though there was no belt to attach the sword to, the bright green current clung to Rayn's coat, magnetizing the sword to it. In other words, Rayn stroked his chin. Does this mean he got separated from those two brats? The ship was gone. He had no money left, and even the backup food was no more. In other words, Mr. Rayn is in big trouble, walking on the incredible white cloud ground. The scenery around him was a rare pure white. As Rayn strolled through this unfamiliar territory, if there really were such a thing as a heavenly realm in this world, the current scene was indeed fitting. In the distance was a sea of white clouds. Above was a canopy of white, and the soft, fluffy texture beneath his feet could instantly turn one into a lazy captive. Is this really the Sky Island? It was much smaller than expected. Mr. Rayn, visiting the so-called Sky Island for the first time, clearly misunderstood something. Nevertheless, he still observed his surroundings with the curious eyes of a child. In a sense, Rayn Walker, with a more pure set of values, was in a state akin to that of a child seeing a new toy. However, the big baby Rayn, carrying a long sword, was clearly not an ordinary good child. Walking on the exceptionally cold streets, the residents of Baika, even though living in a seemingly pure and flawless place like a heavenly realm, did not create a harmonious atmosphere. Each resident wore a gloomy expression, and there was mutual suspicion among people, as if at any moment the other could erupt in violence. Because of this environment, Rayn's appearance instantly attracted countless malicious gazes. The 7-star sword, discarded from its sheath, exuded an alluring magical aura, unmistakably a remarkable item at first glance. Moreover, at this moment, Rayn looked around curiously like an ignorant lamb, further inciting the nearby delinquents. Measuring the ground beneath his feet, the soft surface offered no resistance. Although it was inconvenient for him to exert strength, it was a rare experience. Immersed in his own world and feeling at ease, Mr. Rayn seemed unaware that several mice had quietly followed him from behind. But would he care about a few hamsters following him, in the eyes of a dinosaur? The residents here all have pure white wings behind them. Initially mistaking them for decorations, Rayn gradually realized, as more and more people appear before him, that these wings indeed belonged to the inhabitants of this place. For Rayn, who had only been aware of the existence of the Sky Island for less than a day, the mere fact that this place existed, along with its extraordinary residents, was enough to challenge his worldview, not to mention the angelic features they possessed. Occasionally, he could see green vegetation rooted in the white ground, which made him curious. He had thought he was walking above the clouds, but could it be that the land here also had the ability to nurture plants? As Rayn's worldview was constantly refreshed by new experiences, he appeared no different from a fat sheep to the gangsters around him. A sneering thug wielding a metal rod made of cloud iron mercilessly swung it towards the back of his head. Bang! It hit. The gratifying sensation stirred a sadistic pleasure in the dark-skinned man's heart. Compared to creation, primates have an instinctive talent for destruction that comes from the soul. Gradually, an odd feeling began to spread in the man's chest. He had indeed landed a hit, but what was going on? That young-looking kid neither swayed nor fell. Just as he was filled with confusion and still prepared to strike again, a companion beside him, unable to contain himself, pulled him aside. Eager to snatch the beautiful and tempting longsword first, his calloused hand grabbed the longsword first, but he found himself puzzled as he couldn't take it away. It seemed as if the sword was fused with the young man's spine, immovable. As if reacting slowly, the black-haired young man reached back to touch his neck. Turning to glance at the man with the iron rod, his black eyes held no killing intent, no anger. They were just like an ordinary person's, though darker than most. Under the gaze of those unremarkable eyes, the man felt somewhat at a loss, standing there like a child caught doing something wrong by their parent. "It hurts, uncle." Just as the eardrum registered those words, a sharp explosive sound erupted in everyone's ears. A brilliant green, slicing wave abruptly split the small Sky Island in half. Chapter 92. Sky pirates, the bandits walking among the mountains, are called mountain bandits. The rogues drifting over the azure sea are called sea pirates. So, are the vicious people in the sky only referred to as sky pirates, a name lacking in originality? When the ship moving rapidly across the sea of clouds came before Ryuzaki Ikko, he couldn't help but feel a sincere awe at the omnipresent skull flag. The ship, painted with golden tiger stripes, moved across the sea of clouds at a speed unreachable by wind power, propelled by an energy known as wind shell. Just after witnessing the scenery above, Ikko and Sherry had no time to adjust their worldviews before being attacked. A massive harpoon powered by wind shell shot out, instantly puncturing several large holes in the hull of the resonance dolphin. The attackers were not friendly. The tail of the enormous harpoon sprayed forth a cloud pathway, astonishingly creating a corridor for warriors to cross between the two ships. 4 or 5 warriors, dressed in exotic styles, stepped onto the cloud path, their feet equipped with sliding shoes powered by wind shell, granting even the most mediocre fighters remarkable mobility. What the hell? The sudden assault caused Ikko to blurt out, and drenched, he tightly gripped his beloved sword. Without needing to say much, the non-combat capable girl, Sherry, immediately ran towards the cabin to avoid being a burden to Ikko. Passing through the white sea from below the blue ocean, sent through the entrance of the heavenly gate to an altitude of 3,000 meters, the Tiger Lance, soaked by seawater, lay helplessly on the deck, panting like a dead dog. Although he still couldn't understand the situation, and even the captain had gone missing, Ryuzaki Ikko felt no panic. After all, the opponents were coming in aggressively, and he just had to fight back. The unsheathed blade moved so fast that its trajectory was nearly invisible, and after repeating the unsheathing action tens of thousands of times, it achieved the current speed of drawing the sword. What? The daily practice Daido was blocked. Stepping on the cloud path, the rushing warrior merely took a step, and, with unbelievable precision and speed, landed on the sword's hilt, preventing the world's sharpest sword from even being drawn. Before Ikko could react, 2 warriors arrived simultaneously, one sweeping towards Ikko's throat while the other struck at Ikko's knee. All 3 actions were executed in perfect synchrony, with no room for counterattack. Ikko couldn't even emit a mournful cry before his throat and knee were struck hard, followed by a kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the cabin. Hey, easy peasy. Boss, there's no need for you to get your hands dirty for this. Leave it to us. These weak Qinghai people are no match for us. Before long, the remaining warriors boarded the deck of the Resonance Dolphin, and at a glance, the warrior who initially forced back the meteor sword stood out the most. Known as the leader, he had dazzling golden hair and, wearing wind goggles, surveyed the shabby little ship without acknowledging his subordinate's arrogance. If the people from the Blue Sea only had a legendary understanding of the Sky Island, the residents of the Sky Island, in contrast, were not unfamiliar with visitors from the Blue Sea. For hundreds of years, a very few visitors from the Blue Sea had managed to reach here through the aforementioned 2 perilous routes, although the vast majority were wild and violent beings. The residents of the Sky Island had also gained a wealth of exotic knowledge from these Blue Sea visitors. The White Sea, located at an altitude of 10,000 meters, is a harsh place with thin air. Generally, those who arrive from the Blue Sea cannot engage in strenuous activities without a period of adaptation, let alone fight. The reason the golden-haired leader did not respond to his subordinate's pride was precisely because he knew well the limitations that these Blue Sea visitors faced upon arriving here. If the Blue Sea visitors came here without any issues or almost any rejection response, that would be a true monster. Just moments ago, it seemed that he had overwhelmingly kicked the kid's sword back before it could be drawn. But in reality, from the perspective of the swordmaster leader, that terrifying kid hadn't given him the time or opportunity to draw his sword. If it weren't for the thin air of the Sky Island limiting the kid's movements, had he charged in recklessly as he just did, he would have probably been severely injured by now. Don't underestimate the visitors from the Blue Sea. Recalling the rumors that circulated in the Sky Island several years ago, he remembered that a group of pirates from the Blue Sea had left quite an impression on the entire Sky Island. He recalled that the captain of that pirate group was named Roger or something like that. The Sky Pirates, living by attacking merchant ships traveling between the Sky Islands, referred to the current group as Golden Fangs. This group, branded as the Shame of Sandia, were true Sandians through and through. Possessing a resilience akin to cockroaches and the aggression of tigers, they are regarded as a thorn in the side in both the land of the Sandians and the realm of the gods. The young leader is weary of the Sandians, who have long regarded reclaiming their ancestors' sacred land as the sole purpose of life, repeatedly sacrificing themselves in the process. Since birth, they have been indoctrinated with the blood and hatred of the Sandians' 400 years of history, filled with glory and tales of warriors. As children yearn for the glorious days of battle, naturally inheriting the blood of fighters, the sacred land is seen as both the greatest hatred and honor of their lives, and everyone willingly marches to their deaths. The young leader does not like this. What is labeled as hatred, glory, beauty, and something to be passed down feels like brainwashing. Not a single person questions or opposes this daily routine of continuous bloodshed that has lasted for 400 years. It is too small, too insignificant. Whether it is the sacred land of Appiato or everything on this empty island, everything is too trivial for the young leader. He harbors greater ambitions and dreams in his heart. He wants to leave this small, pure white place and head to the blue sea to see a different world. The Sandia people are unwilling to go to the blue sea because they want to reclaim their ancestral homeland, while the people of the divine kingdom are reluctant to go to the sky islands out of fear. They have lived here for generations in this sparsely populated paradise, and even if they were to go down to the sea, it would be an endless ocean filled with fierce pirates and foreign inhabitants, which is too harsh for their living space. The young leader wants to go, even if it is an endless sea full of dangers. It is better than this dull and tasteless world above. Preparing manpower and funds is essential before that. Besides the merchant ships traveling between the Sky Islands, he has recently begun planning to raid other islands to speed up the process. Recently, it is unclear what has happened. There are surprisingly many pirates coming from the sea, and the treasures on their ships are incredibly tempting. This is a reason unknown to the young leader. With the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirates are heading to the Sky Islands, with 90% perishing along the way, and the remaining 10% is still a considerable number. This is precisely why he intends to rob the visitors from the Blue Sea. He has already gathered more than 50 people. Although he no longer needs to lead every time, on one hand, it is for safety reasons, to deal with the uncertainties posed by the Blue Sea people and the oppression from Sandia and the Divine Kingdom. On the other hand, the young leader feels an irreplaceable excitement and expectation towards the act of plundering. His subordinates have now skillfully entered the cabin of this small boat, not expecting any gains from such a dilapidated vessel. They are purely there for the leader to train these newcomers. Although there are some discrepancies from the plan, the leader did not expect that, despite being a pirate ship, there would only be one crew member and a sickly, drowning white tiger aboard. Could it be that everyone else perished on the way to the Sky Islands? As his thoughts began to drift, time passed second by second. But the brothers who entered the cabin did not come out. Just as he frowned, footsteps sounded. Grabbing a member of the Sky Pirates by the collar, he dragged two beaten-up members out of the cabin and tossed them at the leader's feet like garbage. Cough. Finally breathing normally, what's going on? The air here is really uncomfortable. Rubbing his painfully sore throat, the soft tissue that would have been crushed for ordinary people was just a sharp pain for him. His monstrous adaptability allowed him to quickly adjust to the thin air here after suffering a loss. As the golden-haired leader directed his gaze at him, the other Sky Pirates did not rush in. Instead, they quickly pulled up their two unconscious companions and fled the deck of the returning dolphin. The sharp gaze of the leader left them no room to intervene. The young leader's keen eyes were filled with interest in him. After enduring his blow and his companion's injuries, he was still standing before him as if nothing had happened. Not bad. Kid, interested in joining me? The invitation was implicit. For the leader about to embark on a journey to the Blue Sea, having excellent manpower was always welcome. Moreover, to understand the situation of the Blue Sea, a quarter of his subordinates were captured Blue Sea pirates. Longzaki Huang scratched his black hair, considering whether to have Sherry help him style a more convenient hairstyle later. His hair had grown a bit long recently. He had no hesitation or contemplation. Instead, he looked at the young leader with a sympathetic gaze, as if thinking of the enemy, and said, you might be out of luck compared to that. Oh, so this ship, actually made a few holes in a reckless manner. It seems our captain is quite fond of this ship. The extended olive branch was abruptly interrupted without any roundabout way. The young leader smiled, unfazed, but suddenly a chilling, killing intent erupted. Even facing an enemy, he could still smile. Although Longzaki Huang did not share his captain's troublesome quirk of wanting to fight strong opponents, he had his own set of principles. The bare-handed leader and the sword-wielding Longzaki Huang faced off, creating a distance of several meters. Huang's eyes caught sight of a large sword sheath hanging at the young leader's waist. Is that a sword on your waist? Draw it. Amidst the stern words, There was no arrogance or other trivial emotions, just a simple statement from a kid who didn't want to be taken advantage of. Are your eyes just for show? I've drawn my sword long ago. Compared to that ridiculous simplicity, the other side was entirely the opposite. Until that sentence rang out. A sinister gust of wind suddenly rushed in from behind Yi Huang. Blood flashed. Chapter 93, Romance. How interesting. In just half a day's time, the once fallen land of sin, the sky island of Baika, which had been painted with the colors of evil, has changed hands. Divided into two, Baika's population is only around 1,000. All the furious, enraged, dissatisfied, provocative, and filled with murderous intent residents were defeated by that black-haired young man. Perhaps splitting the sky island in half with a single sword is already considered a terrifying power viewed as a divine technique. But what made the people here feel despair the most was that every challenger unafraid of death was knocked down by that person with a single punch. There was no bloodshed, no broken limbs. With every dull thud, each unafraid challenger was knocked down with one punch. No one died. Everyone lived, living well, tasting that feeling of powerlessness against resistance. The shopkeeper, with a kind frog-like face and round glasses, wore a bitter smile, but had to adopt a welcoming posture. For him, as a merchant, even if the opponent is a demon, as long as they are willing to pay in gold coins, he would be willing to exchange even his soul. However, despite that terrifying young man possessing the power to split Baika in half, the shopkeeper, with the instinct of a beast from his profession, could smell the scent of poverty emanating from this kid. The currency exchange rate between the Sky Island and the Blue Sea is 1 berry for 10,000 Ekster, although it seems exaggerated. The actual difference in amount is not huge, just slightly cheaper than that of the Blue Sea. The problem is, even at such low prices, Mr. Rayn, who carries not even a single berry, is a bona fide pauper. In Mr. Rayn's words, that thing can't be eaten, can't be drunk, and can't be used for fighting. What is the point of having it? After all, we are pirates. What we want is to fight, to seize, to rob. How could wanting something and spending money to buy it be a sign of a broken brain? From his perspective, pirates are the biggest and forever irreconcilable nemesis for merchants. The only time pirates spend money is either to avoid unnecessary chaos or because they want to splurge. It is definitely not because they have any correct values in their minds. At least for all the fierce residents of Baika, Mr. Rayn, who knocked everyone down, simply viewed everything before him as his loot. This is a shockwave. Please use all your strength and punch it here. This shop is filled with shellfish products, and most of the trade resources on the floating island are also rare shellfish exchanged. In other words, so-called shell resources. Rayn picked up a light blue marvelous shell and, following the shopkeeper's instructions, threw a punch at it. Huh. Oh, how interesting. Although it was just a casual punch. Rayn indeed confirmed that he used enough force to break the shell. However, in reality, the impact of that strike was completely absorbed by the incredible shell. And then, like a curious baby, he spoke without noticing the shadow and calculation hidden beneath the shopkeeper's fawning expression. The shopkeeper caught the impact shell that Rayn handed over and said, "Excuse me," before pressing the shell against Rayn's chest. Under Rayn's curious gaze, the shopkeeper mustered the courage and pressed the button on the shell. The impact shell, such a magical shellfish, can absorb most of the impact force and then release it. However, as the truth states, the action of force is mutual. The user of the impact shell will also experience a certain amount of impact. Both ends of the impact shell will release the absorbed impact, and scientists on the floating island have studied that if this is not done, the impact shell will collapse from the inside. The user will probably experience about 20 to 30% of the total impact force. This is the reason why the poor shopkeeper broke his arm at this moment, while the target he wanted to scheme against, Rayn, remained unscathed. "Oh, is that how it's used?" Rayn said this indifferently, showing no reaction to the shopkeeper's painful experience. Mastering a technique called the 8-wave fist and having perfected the use of shockwaves, for Rayn now, unless he faced a powerful impact directly at close range. The general concept of shockwaves was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Yes, indeed. The shopkeeper, sweating profusely, gripped his fractured arm and forced a smile on his face. The courage he mustered to use a shockwave to defeat this uninvited guest had been shattered along with his arm. For the timid and fearful shopkeeper, this courage stemmed from a desire to protect his goods and an inability to accept losses. If it weren't for the knowledge that he couldn't do anything to Rayn, even if he risked his life, the shopkeeper would never have been so reluctant to part with his worthless life. The shopkeeper, who had been knocked over by the shockwave, endured the pain and stood up. After realizing that resistance was futile, he underwent a complete attitude change, standing respectfully in front of Rayn, explaining matters regarding the Sky Island with a reverent demeanor as if he were addressing a deity. He painstakingly explained the magical shells to Rayn, the frog-faced shopkeeper trying his utmost to impart other useless knowledge to distract this dangerous individual from the losses in his store, shifting focus onto other matters. As a result, Rayn obtained some unexpectedly valuable information. For instance, this place is merely the White Sea, situated 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, and the true Sky Island, Skypiea, is located 3,000 meters above that. The relationship between Baika and the divine land of Skypiea is akin to that between a small village and a national capital. In terms of cloud coverage and prosperity, they are not on the same level. In other words, he still has to go higher up. Scratching his head, Rayn, looking annoyed, put down the magical shell he was holding. Having accurately caught on to this point, the shopkeeper certainly would not let this good opportunity slip away. Well, if you want to go to Skypiea, I personally recommend you take the express shrimp from the port. With that, you can reach Skypiea in 20 minutes. What is that? Speaking of which, it's a specialty of the White Sea, and its speed in the Sea of Clouds is top-notch. If you want to go, I can personally provide you with a weiba, of course, free of charge. Oh, thank you very much. Expressing his gratitude straightforwardly, Rayn looked at the shopkeeper, who was forcing a smile, and though Rayn was the type of person who was oblivious to the world, he instinctively understood what this uncle was thinking. Although the shells in the shop were quite interesting, Rayn indeed had some shells he wanted to acquire, such as those that could provide light, those for cooking, and some very convenient living shells that would be of great help for sailing. However, it seemed that if he were to plunder these interesting shells, it would cause great distress to the shopkeeper. Although he didn't care about the shopkeeper's well-being, Rayn was simply too lazy to carry so many shells with him. Even the 7-star sword was too much trouble for him to carry and was instead hung on Lance. In a sense, this person had a strong aversion to external possessions. He decided to come back to snatch these interesting shells after leaving the Sky Island. And under the shopkeeper's oblivious look of gratitude, Mr. Rayn naturally felt no sense of boring guilt. However, once he found those two doing odd jobs, Sherry would probably honestly pay for them, right? That kid seemed intent on not harming others in such trivial matters. Previously, in Alabasta, she had also advocated for purchasing rather than plundering supplies. Under the shopkeeper's eager gaze, this disaster finally walked away after being deceived. And just as he stepped out of the shop, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had only lost a weiba and resolved this disaster. Rayn paused his steps. Just as he relaxed, in the next instant, his heart jumped to his throat. The shopkeeper, experiencing the ups and downs of life, felt as if he had lost many years in that brief moment. With a hint of a smile, Rayn gazed at the frog-faced shopkeeper as if discovering an interesting toy. Speaking of which, since Rayn entered the shop, this uncle had been standing in that spot without leaving. Even after being knocked down by a shock shell and breaking an arm, he immediately got up and stood straight. One might think he was incredibly dedicated. If it weren't for that, pushing aside the shopkeeper, who looked as if he had lost his parents, Rayn unsurprisingly saw what the frog-faced uncle was trying to hide. It was the most valuable thing in the shop to the shopkeeper, something more valuable than the entire store combined. A treasure that the shopkeeper usually took great pride in and wanted to show to any passerby. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice for being so ostentatious as to display this item in the most conspicuous spot of the shop. It was a gun. Not a cold weapon that was 2 meters long, but a handgun commonly seen in this era, designed to end human life more efficiently than a cold weapon. In other words, the romance of men. Chapter 94, Adolf. It was a strangely shaped sword. The blade was nearly 1 meter long, and the blade was curved in a letter shape. The weight at the front end allowed it to be used like an axe to sever prey, capable of effortlessly slicing through a water buffalo skull with just a casual swing. This sword was known as a kakuri. Do you all know about the boomerang? The so-called boomerang, when thrown, if it doesn't hit the target, will change direction and return to the original holder. It's a very peculiar and incredible object, and due to the uniqueness of Ironclad, someone has trained their curved knife to possess a similar skill. At some point, the young leader swiftly drew his sword, deceiving his opponent's eyes. The knife, thrown like a boomerang, spun in the process, attacking Ihuang's back with increased ferocity, with the transparent cord wrapped around the knife handle. The leader yanked it sharply, and the blood-splattered knife returned to his hand at a clever angle. Incredible, he actually avoided my fangs. The leader, gripping the knife handle, hadn't he finished speaking when a piercing knife light obscured his vision. The unstoppable meteor blade effortlessly tore through the leader's chest garment. If it weren't for the leader's innate, strong mental network allowing him to retreat quickly, he would have been at risk of being disemboweled at this moment. Looking around, Huang, whose right shoulder was bleeding profusely, had a frosty expression. Although he barely avoided the treacherous spinning sword, it still viciously sliced open his shoulder, almost severing his arm. His sword-wielding arm was in such a state, yet at this moment, Huang showed no excess emotion. Within his black eyes was a certain piercing seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual foolish demeanor. Placing his hand on his chest, the young leader had suffered no injuries and had beautifully dodged that sudden strike. At this moment, he felt as if he had been struck, sensing a cold breath against his chest. Although he had not been physically wounded, the psychological pressure forced him to retract the last trace of disdain for the people of the Blue Sea. The leader gripped his curved knife with one hand and tore apart his tattered shirt, revealing his iron-clad body, honed through countless battles. If the scars on a battle-hardened warrior's body were marks of achievement, then a warrior who bore no scars after numerous battles was even more terrifying. Well then, what's your name? Ryazaki Ikko. You are the first to evade this sword. As a reward, remember my name, Adolf Hein. Your understanding is too shallow. If someone of your level could represent the Sky Island, wouldn't our captain be invincible? You really are shameless. However, I do want to see your Blue Sea. Without denying his own shallow understanding, Adolf, who had never been constrained by ancestral glory or the narrowness of the Sky Island, revealed a happy smile as he gathered strength to cause a stir in a broader world. The young man in front of him was impressive. If everyone in the Blue Sea had the strength of this young man, it would be worth his expectations for the Blue Sea. Such a world would definitely not be boring. The two, seemingly chatting, closed the distance between them at an imperceptible speed, releasing an astonishing momentum that clashed fiercely. This scene shocked Adolf's subordinates and made Sherry, who was worried about Ikko, furrow her brows. To outsiders, the world at this moment had shrunk to the point of centering around those two, and the two had lost their human forms. Resembling a soaring dragon and an earth-shaking tiger, claws bared. The absence of fierce attacks indicated that neither side could gain the upper hand. The power gap between them had become negligible. These two would either engage in meaningless fierce attacks, ultimately determining the victor based on who exhausted their stamina first, or they would place everything on a single decisive blow infused with all their energy. Clearly, even if Adolf exhausted his stamina, he would still have an absolute advantage with his numerous subordinates, while Ikko had only a weak girl who couldn't even harm a chicken. In such a situation, Adolf chose the most foolish method of one-on-one combat instead of overwhelming his opponent with numbers, which many rational people would see as foolish behavior. Suddenly, the two sprang into action as if they had previously agreed. A strong gust of wind erupted from beneath their feet, and this decisive blow was enough to shake mountains. Adolf was not only larger than Ikko, but also possessed greater strength. Moreover, he was naturally adept at mind networks, and his movements showed no signs of bulkiness or slowness. With the vision and precision to throw his blade as a boomerang, Adolf was a versatile master with no weaknesses in any aspect of combat. The power capable of easily severing a water buffalo's head, combined with Adolf's wrist strength, formed a weapon that could shatter ordinary blades, and the descending strike was terrifyingly fierce. Ikko, who relied on strength, was no match for a head-on clash, yet he resolutely met that terrifying blow. The speed of the strike was so fast that it was beyond the capability of an average person's retina to capture, and the moment of contact determined the victor. There was no doubt that Ikko's sword was severed. The sensation of the blades colliding made Adolf's eyes turn cold. He did not look to see what he had cut, nor did he ponder why it was so easy to sever his opponent's weapon, because looking and thinking would take time, even if only for an instant. He made an unexpected move for the spectators, as he cut through Ikko's approaching sword. It was so natural that he hesitated not for a moment to let go of the curved knife in his hand, allowing it to fly outward. Clang! Abandoning the severed scabbard and throwing away his unyielding curved knife, the small-framed Ikko, who concealed a meteor sword, and Adolf, who drew a second curved knife from behind. Both simultaneously adopted a dual-wielding strategy. The fierce blow momentarily pushed both of them apart, and although they were briefly astonished that they had both thought of the same strategy, their bodies instinctively moved faster than their rational minds. Faster than Adolf, who came from a rough background, was Ryazaki Ikko, who had been raised in a swordsmanship dojo since he could remember. How to strike and why to strike had long become instinctual actions, just like how humans naturally use their legs to walk, and birds never question why they fly. Adolf, who was merely a step slower than Ikko, could only watch helplessly as the transparent blade that was slightly faster than him cut him down. Leader, boss. The voices of his subordinates became distant echoes. Under Adolf's dazed expression was a brief but intricate slideshow of his life. He had greater ambitions and dreams, wanting to leave this small sky island to adventure in the boundless seas and see sights he had never encountered. Was all this about to end? Adolf Hein was still young. He had not yet prepared for death, just as his body bore no scars. His short life had been smooth, and he had naturally become a stronger warrior than anyone else, recklessly discarding the glory of his ancestors. Because he was still young, he had never considered his own failure, just as he had never thought about those visitors from the blue sea whom he had ruthlessly sunk. In that instant of eternity, Adolf was still alive, and for the first time, he tasted fear. His whole body stiffened as he moved his aching head, looking in bewilderment at Ryuzaki Ikko, who lay at his feet, unable to understand why the other had not taken his life. I'm so hungry. Chapter 95. Encounter. I'm so hungry. When one encounters real land in this pure white world, the feeling is refreshingly novel. It's like opening the door to a long-awaited winter, where the endless white snow is so dazzling. Everything is based on white clouds, making this world truly fresh for those who arrive here for the first time. However, when something is out of place and colorful as land appears in this pristine white world, it evokes a subtly different emotion in the observer. Unfortunately, Rayn Walker was not the type to ponder such matters. He had never been a sentimental person. He simply felt a twinge of regret. 2 days had passed since arriving at the Sky Island from the Blue Sea, and due to the discrepancies encountered while crossing the White Sea, combined with an attack from the idiots of Baika, he had somewhat forgotten about the need for food. Even Rayn, or rather, this person had always hated suffering. When eating has become a painful experience for him, he only endures the suffering to extract the nutrients from food when absolutely necessary, right up to the last moment. The most memorable failure in his short life was the time he nearly starved to death due to a maritime disaster, compounded by the fact that during his time in Rednans, he had severely damaged his organs from excessive drug use. After being subjected to the reckless medical treatment of coloccas, he relied on his self-healing abilities to maintain a precarious balance within his body. The torment of nearly starving to death and the agony of having to eat constantly tortured Rayn Walker. However, after obtaining the 7-star sword, the pain that had plagued him for years was alleviated. The sword's demonic power, with its almost cursed self-healing and regenerative abilities, helped Rayn restore his normal bodily functions, making eating and drinking no longer a torment for him. But this was by no means a good thing. The 7-star sword, the ominous blade that once destroyed the ancient kingdom of Aska, was the culprit behind the blood-soaked calamity it caused. And its cursed self-healing ability was a product of the countless lives it had taken. Even with Rayn's suppression, the sword still throbbed, wanting to strip away all life around it. After all, it was a legendary demon sword, and even if it hadn't yet corrupted its wielder's heart, one must remain vigilant. The proof was in the demonic power that filled Rayn's battered body. Now, with the support of this power, he could exert 100% of his strength. However, over time, his body would inevitably become dependent on this demonic power, and once he lost the 7-star sword, he would revert to his former self, a pitiful creature on the brink of death. Putting that aside, what Rayn truly regretted was letting go of the seemingly delicious white sea delicacy, the express shrimp. That massive shrimp, which moved at an incredible speed through the cloud sea, had been a crucial companion in helping Rayn reach the Sky Island. Although he had a strong aversion to fish, it wasn't that he disliked all seafood. In fact, Rayn's favorite dish in the world was lobster. Thus, when the already picky Rayn saw the express shrimp, which was hundreds of times larger than a blue sea lobster, his feelings were akin to a soldier who hadn't seen a woman in 20 years suddenly facing an extraordinarily beautiful naked woman. However, considering the express shrimp had helped him reach the White Sea, along with its astonishing speed, Rayn decided to spare this delectable treat. Steering the ship emblazoned with a large character for merchant, Rayn aimlessly arrived at the most prominent place in the White Sea, the Island of Gods. One must admit that the merchant there had thoroughly bad intentions. The ship, which was designed to carry wind shells or wind-blowing shells, was known for its incredible speed, requiring ordinary people over 10 years of training to master. The merchant had initially summoned the express shrimp to transport Rayn and his ship up to 3,000 meters above the White Sea, likely hoping this foolish blue sea visitor would cause his own demise by being unable to operate the ship. Operating the ship was challenging as it required understanding wind direction and water flow, making it difficult for a novice. At first, Rayn struggled to adapt to the speed and nearly capsized. Moreover, asking a monkey who only knew how to fight to understand wind and water flow was a tall order. However, there are indeed things in this world that become impeccable once pushed to their limits. Rayn may not have understood wind direction and water flow, but as a pure warrior, he was acutely aware of every fiber of his body, perfectly controlling his balance and strength. Combined with the instinct granted by his observation hockey, Rayn, who had once walked on water using this skill, found the ship's operation to be no trouble at all. Walking on the damp ground, he was surrounded by exaggeratedly massive trees and plants. The Island of Gods, the only land on the Sky Island, seemed to possess flora and fauna far larger than anything in the blue sea, possibly due to its proximity to the sun or the incomprehensible environment above the island. Rayn walked gloomily on the damp ground, as the enormous plants nearly blocked out the sunlight, making the soil around their roots particularly moist. The only thing that could sour Rayn's mood was hunger. Even beings with no desires, like immortals, still need to eat. As long as they are human, they cannot escape the process of eating. Unfortunately, despite the exaggerated plants on this island of gods, Rayn had yet to see a single fruit tree or any edible items. He hadn't even spotted any animals. Each passing second of hunger worsened Rayn's mood, and he felt he might soon be eating dirt. His feelings were incomprehensible to ordinary people, or they might find them exaggerated. But someone who had nearly starved to death would surely feel a more intense urgency over hunger, right? With such a dreadful mood, he encountered another man who also wore a grim expression. This man was extraordinarily majestic. He possessed everything of a lion, golden lion-like mane, and an unassailable regal presence. His dark skin bore the marks of decades spent battling the seas, winds, and rains, dressed in a somewhat flamboyant gold kimono for a villain. His dark face always wore a proud and flamboyant smile, and no one would dare mock him for chewing on an outdated old cigar. The lion-like man reveled in such local cheap goods, never tiring of them. He sat on a branch of a towering tree, allowing the ash from his cigar to fall freely, completely unconcerned about causing a forest fire. Fortunately, the moist soil here prevented a blaze. The man's mood soured as he scratched his feet, or rather, he had lost his feet long ago and had crudely jammed two famous swords into his severed stumps, proudly using them in place of feet. This led to occasional itching sensations in his new feet, and scratching them would often result in tiny cuts from the blades. Although he had no dissatisfaction with his new feet, he still felt something was off compared to the original, causing him to scratch his wild golden hair in frustration. Noticing a gaze from below, the lion-like man looked down with displeasure and saw the equally displeased young man. Rayn, observing the oddly shaped fellow, found no possibility of his bad mood improving. Furthermore, his dark eyes slowly moved up to the lion-like man's head. It is not uncommon for unexpected things to happen in this world, such as during a battle when someone accidentally impales themselves with a weapon and it becomes their symbol. But this was not a common occurrence. It was rare to see someone with a steering wheel embedded in their head in such a seamless manner. EW, where did this chicken come from? Hey, where is it? It's you. Chapter 96. Brief omission if looks could kill a fool. Then the piercing gaze from the little girl, Sherry, who have already cut Long Zaki Ikko into 1,000 pieces. He was so close to beheading the enemy general, yet this guy was helplessly lying there because he was hungry. This isn't a funny comic. Do you think you're the protagonist and won't die? The two captives are bound hand and foot, and for some reason, Ryazaki, who hasn't been executed on the spot, is wrapped up like a dumpling, leaving only his head and eyes that have taken on a circular shape from hunger. With a helpless sigh, Sherry curled up against a pillar. The two were carelessly tossed into the warehouse, while the food and treasures on the Echo Dolphin remained on the ship, which was effortlessly towed by the cloud rope. This ship, powered by wind and spray shells, had no trouble pulling along the ship that was considered trophy. Although the ships going to sea all used wind power as propulsion and were of inferior quality, they could still be utilized with proper modifications. The little girl, named Sherry, didn't help at all. In fact, what could you expect from a 10-year-old girl? The young girl didn't cry out or scream like her peers, but neither did she possess the innocence typical of children her age. Alone and vulnerable, although small, her clear eyes had already seen the dark nature of this world. The pessimistic girl, the unfortunate girl, had her heart swallowed by darkness just as she was about to fall into the abyss. She encountered Rayn and Ichiko. It was perhaps a fortunate or unfortunate encounter. Complete descent into darkness might have been easier, and in that case, if she resorted to any means, the little girl might have lived better than anyone else with her own cleverness. However, humans are never that strong. If possible, if there were a place to rely on, they would unhesitatingly lean on it. Just like now, nearly at their wits' end, Sherry found herself strangely calm. Although she was not the type to be born with an optimistic disposition, smiling off any situation, this relatively calm feeling was something she had never imagined before. "I'm so hungry, Sherry." Yes, I'll find you something to eat soon." Despite being a few years older than her, this big brother was unfortunately a naive fool outside of fighting, leaving her with no expectations of him being of any help. At this moment, Sherry felt as if she were taking care of a child, the obvious gap between a useless big brother and a precocious little sister, creating a rather sad scene. As if recalling something, the little girl felt a strange emotion. Clearly, both she and this fool had been captured, and the only reason the other party hadn't killed them was to extract the value of their captivity. No, more than that. Why didn't she feel afraid at all? It was one thing for Chico, a natural airhead, but Sherry, who was clearly the most rational and realistic person on this ship, began to reflect on her current feelings. Why? Was it because of that captain? Although they were lost and unaware of each other's fate, neither she nor Chico doubted that person's survival, even though that person knew almost nothing other than fighting. It was precisely because he had never lost a fight that she and Chico had no doubt about his significance as a captain. Even in danger, they would trust that captain. Although something fell off, he was still a captain, right? For the defeated, the victor's feelings are always calm, which is why countless antagonists in novels and biographies do not immediately eliminate the important figures of their opponents, but rather engage in casual conversation with them. Victors always have the right to choose. As for what that choice ultimately brings when you're devouring a little fish snack, do you care how it gets digested and expelled? Although Adolf also experienced the joy of victory and the relief of surviving a close call, these were not his only reasons for not killing Ichiko and Sherry. The young leader wanted a conclusion. It was, in the eyes of others, a very foolish decision. Adolf wanted to settle the score with Ichiko. He would never acknowledge the outcome of surviving merely because the other was hungry. After bringing that bastard back to his base, he would settle things once and for all. Otherwise, for the proud Adolf, it would be an unshakable shadow. No one among Adolf's companions objected to the leader's choice, just as Sherry and Ichiko firmly believed in and followed Rayn. They too followed their leader because he was that kind of person. Although he could be somewhat willful at times, Adolf's charm as a leader and his bold way of handling matters deeply captivated them. The Golden Fong, a notorious outlaw in the Sky Island, was seen as a disgrace by the Sandia people and regarded as a devil by the residents of God Island. The Golden Fong, who was not favored by either side, still acted according to his own will. Perhaps not everyone had the broad ambitions and dreams of their boss, but they all wanted to see the world their boss wanted to explore. They were like stars, drawn to the bright moon named Leader, naturally orbiting around him. Although he could be very willful at times, Adolf also did his utmost to meet his companions' expectations, wanting to take them along to achieve his ambitions and dreams together. If you're the only one on the road to success, wouldn't that be too lonely? Let us all happily spend this life that we regret. Wendy, Marcia, we're back. The secret base of the Golden Fong existed in a place that enemies could never imagine. Neither the divine soldiers occupying God Island nor the warriors of Sandia would think that this organization, which caused headaches for both sides, was hiding in the White Sea directly beneath the God Island they were both fighting over, a place called Little Cloud Hidden Village. Although it took a long time to detour when setting out and returning, as long as God Island didn't sink, there was no safer secret base than this. Wendy and Marcia were the names of orphans. The divine soldiers of God Island and the warriors of Sandia had been locked in a relentless struggle for 400 years, and countless war orphans inevitably emerged from this process. Among them, boys would be kept, raised, and taught combat skills, returning to the battlefield. Girls, however, were not so fortunate, or rather, unfortunate. There were very few girls who could afford to make a living from war, so few that they were almost negligible. In this way, whether they're the people of Skypiea or the residents of God Island, they're the most vulnerable groups. The residents of God Island are somewhat better off, as the current deity is a kind and benevolent person who provides adequate comfort to these children. Additionally, the residents who have lived in the Sky Island for generations have strong support capabilities. As for the Scypians, 400 years ago, they were just a small village in terms of population. The battles over the past 400 years have gradually depleted the bloodline of the Scypians. If this continues, in 100 years, no, even in just 50 years, the passionate souls of the Scypians will be extinguished. The girls of Skypiea do not have such good treatment. Those who cannot fight are helplessly squeezed for their living space. Those lucky enough to reach adulthood but who have lost their parents first, have an obvious fate. Although the chief of Skypiea has done everything possible to ensure that the children can survive smoothly, there will always be one or two unfortunate children born into this world. Wendy and Marcia are such unfortunate children. When Adolf left the village, he unhesitatingly brought these two burdens with him. What Adolf most despised about the honor of the Scipians was their self-righteous sense of superiority, always thinking of themselves as noble warriors, while despising the vile acts of plundering the residents of God Island that tarnished a warrior's dignity. In addition to this, he even went against the odds to take in many homeless residents of God Island, and the capacity to embrace the mutual hatred that has lasted for 400 years is one of the reasons why many are willing to follow him. The once vibrant responses were absent. The returning warriors were originally looking forward to the lively greetings from the two girls, but with worries about whether they were sick or had encountered any problems, they opened the hidden door to the clouds. However, the overwhelming smell of blood made all the returning warriors' hearts tremble. Adolf's expression changed drastically, and without caring whether there was an ambush behind the door, he rushed straight into the cloud door. Wendy, Marcia, Chapter 97. I am currently in a very bad mood. There are issues at work, dietary problems, physical issues, and all sorts of things. I feel like I am about to split personality. I want to delete Chapter 97. I feel so disgusted. I feel like I can't write a novel at all. It's just torturing myself. I haven't put in the effort and responsibility that I should have. I don't know what I'm doing, just like my tragic life. I need to calm down and consider whether to continue writing. Chapter 97. Calling the Golden Lion Shiki. Captain of the Flying Pirate Crew, Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirate Fleet, Flying Pirate, a notorious pirate known alongside Pirate King Joel D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He is also the first pirate in the history of impelled down to escape, unprecedented in history. For most people in this world, the process of reaching Sky Island is an experience they never want to relive, but for this man, the perilous Sky Island is like his own courtyard, coming and going as he pleases. The man he regarded as his nemesis died in such a boring way. What new era? What age of pirates? A group of clueless fans think that just by hoisting a skull flag, they can call themselves pirates. This world is simply nauseating to him. So it would be better if this boring world were destroyed. No, it's not just pure destruction that he wants. Yes, he wants to prove to that man. Pirates are the rulers of this sea. What a joke, giving up the title of Pirate King for the so-called Great Pirate Era, giving up everything. I want to show you that you are wrong. Roger. That said, destroying this world requires sufficient planning and strategy. And for that goal, he must be well prepared. Everything is entrusted to you, Captain Shiki. As per our deal, my company will do everything possible to provide you with whatever you need. The messenger sent out initially never even saw Captain Shiki's face before being tied up and thrown into the sea as fish bait. Soon after, the messenger was sent with free weapons and ammunition, but still met the same fate. Under the mocking gaze of Captain Shiki's pirates, he accepted the supplies and was bound and thrown into the sea. Finally, the organization's second-in-command arrived alone on Captain Shiki's main ship without any soldiers, bringing important intelligence about a large-scale naval force gathering to ambush Captain Shiki. For Captain Shiki, even a naval ambush is just a matter of fighting back when soldiers come and hiding when water comes. He has always rolled through life and death in this manner. However, unlike the vast majority of muscle-brained idiot pirates, as the undisputed king of this sea, commanding countless fleets, Captain Shiki has the responsibilities and pride of a king. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a head-on conflict with the Navy if it could reduce unnecessary losses among his crew. Thus, the organization that still has no name finally boarded Captain Shiki's big ship. For more than a decade since then, from the perspective of outsiders, the price that organization paid far exceeded the benefits of allying with Captain Shiki. Even during these 10 years, Captain Shiki has repeatedly investigated the organization's background and eliminated countless individuals known as boss. Yet no matter how he investigated or how much he paid, he still has not figured out the full picture of this organization. After every upheaval, members of the organization would come before Captain Shiki, respectfully presenting new communication snail transponders. Although the organization remains mysterious, it poses no threat to Captain Shiki's military power. Conversely, Captain Shiki, possessing absolute military power, finds himself at a loss against this secretive organization. They neither engage him in conflict nor harm his interests, and often conduct unprofitable deals to serve Captain Shiki. Over time, a surprisingly remarkable alliance was formed between the organization and Captain Shiki. Yes, an alliance. Neither subordinate nor servant, Both parties are even equal in status. This time coming to the Sky Island is a transaction between the Golden Lion and the organization. For a long time, the organization has firmly believed in the existence of the Sky Island, as there are too many evidences that confirm the location of that magical island. The beautiful scenery and the incredible shell resources in the sky represent a huge business opportunity for the company. Those fools who manage to land on the Sky Island only scream like monkeys, ultimately completing an adventure with no benefits. While the miraculous shell resources and the heavenly scenery could have a tremendous impact on all aspects of the Blue Sea world, if the shell resources could be mass-produced, the emergence of new energy would surely allow the organization to profit immensely. No, these brand new energies could even change the world order. Unfortunately, even if the organization sacrificed thousands of lives, these unlucky individuals could not reach the Sky Island. The chances of reaching the Sky Island are pitifully small, which is why no one is willing to believe in its existence. In the end, the organization's boss reached an agreement with the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion wants to destroy this boring era of great pirates, and behind all these actions, there will inevitably be a large amount of financial and material support. Even scientific assistance, weapons and equipment, as well as outstanding talent, will all be strongly supported by the organization. In return, the Golden Lion will give the Sky Island to the organization. Yes, the user of the float fruit, Golden Lion Shiki, can control any lifeless object he touches. For the organization, which cannot land on the Sky Island, the only option is to bring the Sky Island to their front. Only Golden Lion Shiki can accomplish such things in this world. By the way, there are a few annoying guys that need to be taken care of. Shiki puffed out smoke rings, sitting high up in the tree, looking down at the people below. No, to be precise, at the corpses and those who were about to become corpses. The tall man was drenched in blood, barely managing to stay upright with a pitch-black sword propped against him. His iconic captain's hat was nowhere to be found, and the only somewhat decent captain's coat he wore was now tattered, with a white scarf hand-woven by his beloved wife stained with dirty blood. Captain Dak fearlessly met the imposing gaze with his one eye. You might as well give up now, Dak. Shiki leisurely enjoyed a cheap cigar from his hometown, and with a single strike that couldn't even be considered a warm-up, he wiped out all of Dak as already few companions. After finally reaching the Sky Island, who would have thought that the greatest crisis in the world awaited them here? Shiki had only one purpose for coming to this Sky Island, to take away the island and deliver it to his trading partner. And incidentally, the boss on the other end of the transponder snail casually mentioned that if he encountered Dak's pirate crew, Shiki should take care of them. It was inevitable that Dak had enmity with the organization, the hatred for that eye, for his wife, for his child, an unending grudge. The organization, which had been monitoring every move of Dak's pirate crew from the beginning, was looking forward to seeing this group perish in the rising current on their way to the Sky Island. However, in case this group miraculously survived, Shiki was also asked to deal with this somewhat troublesome crew for the organization. Whether Shiki would take action depended entirely on his mood. Although you really are unlucky. I must say, I admire your cockroach-like tenacity for life, Dak. The pirate named Dak seems to have spent his life in failure. Most of those who lost to Roger seem to have lost their fighting spirit thereafter, but you still persistently roam this sea. A journey of over a decade, defeated by a man who has become a legend. There's no shame in that. Rather, it's a joy to have once competed with that man. The man, who felt no frustration, took only a few years to regroup and set off on his journey across the sea once again. What a pity, Dak, there exists luck favored by this sea, and there is also misfortune abandoned by this sea, and it's clear that you belong to the latter. It was a shameless betrayal. Losing an eye to an ambush by trusted companions, losing a beautiful and virtuous wife, losing a son who was less than 3 months old, and losing half a lifetime's worth of treasure and companions. That was a despairing situation that would leave anyone in despair, but Dak did not succumb. This man perhaps truly bears unimaginable misfortune. Even after repeated defeats, he gritted his teeth and clawed his way out of hell. Pirates are evil, destined to go to hell sooner or later. At the moment, every pirate flag is raised. The owner of that flag has long made the resolution that they cannot end well, right? Dak did not lose his pride, nor did he abandon his dreams. It's just compared to that deep-seated blood feud, which is truly more important. All the old comrades have left one by one, Dak. For the sake of the friendship we once had while fighting together at sea, become my subordinate. Let this damn world see what a real pirate is. It might be easier to become Shiki's subordinate. There's nothing shameful about it. Shiki's lion-like spirit and charisma indeed provide compelling reasons for submission. It's just that. This is different from what was agreed upon. The chubby phone bug of the Golden Lion boss revealed an unpleasant tone. If Dark becomes a member of the Golden Lion fleet, it could be detrimental to future transactions with the organization's archenemy. Shut up. These. I am the one who decides everything. The lion's roar did not shake Dark. What truly unsettled him was the name of that traitor. A name that should go to hell. From the very beginning, there was no room for negotiation. Faced with the target that had been hunting him since the third voyage, Dark surprisingly felt no anger. He merely revealed a chilling smile, and his blood instantly ignited with passion. This was not a metaphor. His blood was truly burning. Dark raised his pitch-black long sword, and blood transformed into dark flames, enveloping his entire body. The terrifying power, reminiscent of a hellish inferno, instantly burned everything around him to ashes. Shiki no longer paid attention to the annoying tone of the phone bug, but focused on Dark's face, which for the first time showed a serious expression. The rumored black magic sword has actually fallen into your hands. This could get interesting. Stop babbling, Shiki. You've become as chatty as an old man. After losing to Roger, did you not only lose your legs, but also your fighting methods? The sarcastic words darkened Shiki's expression. Looking at the famous sword that replaced his legs, he thought that losing his legs was nothing to a man like him. But every time he saw those lost legs, it reminded him of the man he would never have a chance to compare with. Those legs constantly reminded him that he had to prove to the world that Roger's path was wrong. I've decided. You should just die, Dark. What a great joke. Shiki. As the flames subsided, Dark, who had been covered in blood, bore no injuries. The thing called the black magic sword possessed mystery and curses that matched the vast sea. Unlike the solitary Shiki, who had lost half of his companions in the rising sea currents, Dark still had a strong backing behind him. Although he may not be as powerful as those legendary monsters, he possessed the qualities and charisma that made others want to follow him. Facing the legendary pirate Shiki, the pirates firmly stood behind their captain, showing no fear. Just then, at this tense standoff, a young man who was in a bad mood due to hunger and got lost stumbled into the center of the battlefield. Where did this chicken come from? Chapter 98, omitted. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know about the Jingguan? It is when the corpses of the enemy are piled on both sides of the road, compacted with soil to form pyramid-shaped mounds. It is meant to display military might and intimidate the enemy. Once a Jingguan is established, it signifies a nearly irreconcilable war, a testament to hatred. However, with the passage of time, this world seems not as simple as before. Money, desire, and interests influence people's understanding of battles, wars, and hatred, leaving no grievances that cannot be resolved. One art, the long and powerful index finger and thumb form an L shape, with both hands together like a child's camera. The art reflected in that frame, however, was a blood-soaked mound of corpses, each body displaying a ghastly visage that best interpreted hell. At the feet of the artist lay an ornate battle axe, but surprisingly, there were no excessively gruesome wounds on these corpses. Everyone died by a merciful axe, and the blonde man who called himself an artist had no other bad habits besides enjoying using corpses to create avant-garde art pieces. In his artistic view, only death could present the most beautiful picture in this world. Whether you're fat or thin, beautiful or ugly, strong or weak, poor or rich, strong or weak, incomplete or perfect, all are equal in death. Mr. Eugene O'Neill even earned the title of the soul-stealing axe due to his attitude toward death and his combat style, although he himself did not particularly like it. The reason for such a title is that his deadly technique could indeed be called art. It could be described as divine skill. His incredible strength and eagle-like insight allowed him to swing his axe with such speed that the wound was perfectly clean, without any excess blood spilling out, leaving only a faint red mark on the neck of the deceased. Those who were beheaded might not die immediately. Witnessing their own death with wide-open eyes might be something Mr. Eugene sought after. As for the avant-garde art he created from corpses, unfortunately, in this era, there seemed to be no one to appreciate it. Although many regarded his actions as perverse and believed something must be wrong with his mind, Mr. Eugene had no interest in the world's values or moral theories. After all, aren't so-called values, good and evil, all just spoken by fellow humans? Why should I be restrained by others' reasoning? Therefore, as long as he was happy, Mr. Eugene wanted to do what he liked, regardless of the consequences of his actions for others. Now, that other appeared before Eugene. Adolphe calmly looked at the avant-garde art built from the corpses of his companions. Silently watching Eugene gently caress the head of a little girl he held in his arms. The dead were his brothers, and the head being treated like a toy was a family member he regarded as a sister. Adolphe recognized that man. He was the lucky one who had arrived at Sky Island from the Blue Sea 3 months ago. Although he was called lucky, more than half of the crew had perished in the impact of the massive currents, and the remaining few were also gravely injured. The first to find them were Adolph's companions, who without a second thought seized the tattered little boat as a war trophy, taking all the survivors as captives. Information about the Blue Sea was exceedingly scarce for the residents of Sky Island, which was quite disadvantageous for Adolph, who aspired to venture into broader horizons. Therefore, every wave of lucky visitors from the Blue Sea was invaluable to Adolph. So far, Adolph's Sky Pirate crew had encountered 3 waves of visitors from the Blue Sea, capturing them on 2 occasions, while the other time, the opponents were foolish enough to refuse to surrender even when annihilated. Generous Adolph did not wipe out these foreigners. He even allowed them to become his companions, hoping that one day they could venture into the Blue Sea together to achieve great ambitions. During this process, some pretended to agree, while others waited for an opportunity, temporarily yielding due to Adolph's powerful force and the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory. Adolph is well aware of what those cunning Blue Sea visitors are thinking and has been monitoring them closely without missing a moment. Eugene is one of those Blue Sea visitors. 3 months ago, among the group of Blue Sea guests, he was neither the captain nor an outstanding combatant, his strength being utterly inadequate, and he was the first among that group of Blue Sea visitors to willingly pledge allegiance to Adolph and his companions. Although he held a deep-seated disdain for such cowards, as long as they could provide useful intelligence, Adolph could tolerate their presence. However, at this moment, the man standing before the avant-garde artwork no longer exhibited the submissive weakness of the past. He now resembled an elegant gentleman at a banquet, standing tall and proud. But unfortunately, what this gentleman held in his hands was not a fine red wine, but a bloodied human head. The girl's head still bore a sweet smile, and her cheeks, which appeared thin due to lack of nourishment, were dotted with cute freckles that testified to her youthful immaturity. It was evident that the girl had maintained a good mood right up until she lost her head. That big brother from the Blue Sea was telling her and her sister interesting stories they had never heard before. And as they listened to the adventures from beneath the Blue Sea, whether lies or miraculous tales, Wendy and Marcia grew increasingly curious about the Blue Sea and more hopeful and longing for the magnificent sights that their leader often described. But then, when he thought, "Wendy, why's my head missing? Sister, Marcia's head is also missing." With the joyful anticipation of listening to stories, Eugene easily took away the most beautiful snapshot from the lives of those children, who trusted him without any reservations. Eugene looked at Adolph and the others appearing before him and chuckled nonchalantly. Mr. Eugene was certainly capable of defeating Adolph and his crew. In fact, even if all members of Adolph's empty pirate group were combined, they would not necessarily be a match for Eugene alone. However, just as Adolph was observing these Blue Sea guests to extract information, Mr. Eugene was also observing everything on the Sky Island. Unlike those fools who came to the Sky Island risking their lives for trivial adventures and dreams, Mr. Eugene was here for his own purpose. He had come to this Sky Island on orders, and although he personally did not believe in the existence of the Sky Island, orders were orders. He had no choice but to comply, even if it meant facing death. When he received the order to go to the Sky Island, he boarded that monstrous sea current with a suicidal attitude. During this process, his accompanying crew, including the captain, had all died, and the remaining members were barely alive. Mr. Eugene himself was severely injured in the impact, and coupled with the thin air of the Sky Island, his body could not adapt for a while, which resulted in a 3-month period of lurking. At this moment, his wounds had healed, and he had gathered enough intelligence about the so-called Sky Island. Even the exquisite, lightweight single-edged axe had been mysteriously enhanced by the Sky Island shell, and although it was not Eugene's original intention, his strength had indeed improved on this Sky Island. He had no reason to stay here any longer and waste time. After killing the warriors, the women, and children, even the useless subordinates became a part of the artwork. As he gently placed the smiling head on top of the avant-garde piece, Eugene slightly bent forward and respectfully addressed the expressionless leader, saying, "Welcome back, Mr. Leader." With that seemingly ordinary greeting between companions, Adolph could hear the nerve named Reason within him snap. Beside him, a companion, unable to contain their murderous intent, finally recovered from the shock of the scene before them. There were no unnecessary words or curses. Their windshell-equipped shoes transformed them into fleeting shadows as they charged at the killer with high speed. A bloody battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, the situation of the 2 individuals forgotten in the cabin, Yi Huang and Shelley. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat." "Meat?" the boy tied up like a dumpling, rolled energetically on the floor, while the little girl had completely turned her head away, unable to bear to look. However, it wasn't long before Shelley heard no more sounds. Curiously, she turned her head back to see a certain fool with a serious expression, gazing at the tightly shut cabin door. Although she could see nothing, Huang could sense that his exceptional observation haki allowed him to keenly detect something outside that posed a threat to his life. "What's wrong, Huang, brother?" she asked curiously, but soon regretted it. She watched as that fool wriggled like a caterpillar, moving closer to her, then leaned in. Wait, what are you trying to do? Shelley, help me with something? Why are you getting so close to my face? Winky face, I want 3. Don't come any closer. Chapter 99. This dungeon is impossible to clear. The reason for fighting. To give love, or peace, or benefit, or greed, or protection, or madness, or hatred, or mission, or fate, or revenge. Rayn began to rarely contemplate a matter that he hadn't considered for some time, the reason for his battles. Initially, he fought continuously just to survive, and it seemed that he was still fighting to survive. Is survival the reason for fighting? Then wouldn't it'd be easier to live a peaceful life, farming in a remote village? Although he had grown up in a life-threatening environment, Rayn had never complained or regretted his unfortunate childhood after becoming an adult. Upon reflection, perhaps the reason he continued to fight was simply to seek freedom. In this world, there are various kinds of tolerance and so-called compassion, even being helpless in the face of immense pressure from power and politics due to various friendships, love, and family ties. When confronted with natural disasters, one can only surrender. There are morals and etiquette, laws and constraints. Although people have countless reasons to explain the necessity or rationale behind these matters, for Rayn, it is absolutely suffocating. He cannot bear to compromise under the threat of others. He cannot endure being constrained by so-called friendship, love, and family ties. He cannot tolerate powerful figures controlling his actions. And he cannot stand helplessly watching himself be overwhelmed by nature during disasters without the ability to resist. He cannot accept the morals and laws dictated by others. These chaotic matters left him breathless. That's why he became a pirate, living freely. Like a beast, he eats when hungry, sleeps when tired, and crushes anything that obstructs his will. Although this kind of freedom, which requires no responsibility, often leaves him feeling lost and confused at such a young age. He has no regrets. Gold, silver, treasures, beautiful women, and gourmet food hold no temptation for him. Gaining fame and reputation on this sea, the thrill of adventure, and the pursuit of curiosity about the unknown do not interest him at all. In that blank mental space, it is pure white, untouched by any color. He is called pure like a saint, or perhaps just a simple fool. All his actions are just to pass the time, and in the process, he crushes everything that makes him unhappy with the capriciousness of a newborn child. He fights simply because he is there, so he fights. Having lived until now, he knows nothing but fighting. What else can Rayn do besides fighting? Lions might. So when the indiscriminate attacks of the golden lion Shiki swept in all directions, there was nothing better to pass the time. The power of the float fruit activated, the ground began to roll, great trees were uprooted, and everything seemed to come alive, thrashing about wildly. Ultimately, a mixture of soil, stones, trees, and more transformed into dozens of huge lion-shaped monsters, roaring and rushing toward the enemies at the center from all sides. For the golden lion, it was as easy as breathing, but for those about to be crushed, it was terrifying beyond measure. With the death of Pirate King Roger and the golden lion's silent lurking after escaping prison, the world has come to regard him along with Whitebeard as a living legend, and the power of that legend indeed brings despair. Dark is indeed a man who once contended with the Pirate King. Even though this unfortunate man always ends in failure, he possesses the strength to fight against legends. The sinister black magic sword obtained during his adventures has a terrifying ability to turn blood into endless black flames that consume everything. Only a few dozen survive behind Dark. The danger of the monstrous sea current is not exaggerated, and out of hundreds, fewer than half survived, suffering heavy losses in the Golden Lion's initial ambush. Dark's single eye was filled with gloom. Facing the impacts from all directions, he no longer hesitated. He swung his longsword, and the bodies of those who died in the Golden Lion surprise attack began to ignite spontaneously, ultimately burning everything to become the sustenance of the black magic sword. He protected his remaining companions behind him, the black flames blocking the approaching lions. If Dark were alone, he would have to take on the Golden Lion's moves head on. although he had ruthlessly maximized the use of his fallen comrades' bodies. The shackles of companionship prevented him from acting solely for himself. In contrast, Mr. Rayn, who was lost and extremely unhappy due to hunger, had no such troublesome concerns. The overwhelming might was indeed rare. It was precisely because of the vast difference in strength between the two sides that the huge disparity was so hard to accept. However, Mr. Rayn wouldn't think about such troublesome matters. Instead of spending time pondering such issues, he preferred to resolve problems with action, under the will of its master. The cursed seven-star sword surged with demonic light, and the emerald-green brilliance temporarily stripped the forest of all its colors. Rayn casually raised the longsword, tapping the tip of the sword above his head, and wherever the tip touched, an emerald-green light point was left behind, ultimately totaling 8 light points. In the blink of an eye, the area where Rayn stood was engulfed by the lions. Those insignificant light points began to shine, resembling crystals compressed from something, gradually unable to withstand the increasing pressure and showing signs of explosion. With the sound of explosions, the direction that the lion heard was crushing erupted violently. The lion pack, which was supposed to crush everything, was torn apart effortlessly. It was as if a thunder god was dancing wildly at the center. The shockwave and emerald green lightning indiscriminately devoured the surrounding forest and all life. Eight-strike fist, thunder drum. That indiscriminate thunder explosion not only shattered the Golden Lioness attacks, but also affected Dark and his companions. Shiki stared in shock at the thunder exploding from the center, surprised enough that the cigar in his mouth fell out. Exploding hair? The performance of being out of tune quickly led him to suffer losses. At the center of the explosive display, Rayn approached like a thunderbolt with his sword. The moon step is a skill that allows one to move in the air. Although theoretically, anyone can use it as long as they reach a certain level of cultivation and physical requirements. In reality, very few people can truly fight freely in the sky. Even Rayn, due to his laziness and training, did not specifically practice this convenient technique. The sword, shining with lightning, left a shallow wound on Shiki's neck, even cutting off a portion of his lion-like hairstyle. As Rayn brushed past Shiki in the air, he did not linger for a moment, and the seven-star sword, shining with ominous demonic light, stabbed towards Shiki's back. Clang! The sharp weapons emitted a piercing sound, and without even turning his head, Shiki raised his leg to block the tricky strike with the blade that replaced his foot. The clash in that moment left ordinary people completely unable to react. Fortunately, those who remained alive at the scene were not ordinary people. The group of Dark, affected by the attack, could only see the young man who had torn apart Shiki's assault with terrifying brute force, approaching Shiki at a speed faster than lightning. Both drew their swords, but the young man wielding the sword was easily repelled by a kick from Shiki that struck him. Looking at Rayn, who had been hit and was falling from the sky, Shiki touched his slightly scraped neck and revealed a bold and satisfied smile. Interesting. Chapter 100, the end. When his companions charged recklessly, Adolf could only rush to the front. The young leader was not a reckless fool. On the contrary, having survived the siege of the two major forces on Sky Island at such a young age proved that he had considerable intellect. Therefore, after witnessing Eugene's evil deeds, anger did not cloud his mind. Instead, during this hunting trip, he only brought a dozen newcomers from the Golden Fangs, leaving more than half of the seasoned veterans in his crew at home for safety. However, those battle-hardened veterans had now become mere decorations of some avant-garde art. If this man hadn't used some despicable means, then his true strength was truly despairing. Regardless of the situation, the inexperienced newcomers around him were driven by anger to charge forward, leaving little doubt about their chances of survival. Thus, as the leader, Adolf could only kill Eugene faster than them, using his superior strength to restrain Eugene and minimize his companions' casualties. A leader who prioritizes the lives of their subordinates over their own is undoubtedly unqualified. A leader or a general should be someone who comprehensively assesses the situation before taking action, not someone who recklessly charges in a battle like a soldier at the first opportunity. Even if all the soldiers are wiped out, as long as they can achieve the corresponding battle results, witnessing the annihilation of their troops would not be a loss. Adolf is not unaware of these principles. However, there are certain matters in this world that can be understood rationally but are emotionally unacceptable. The dark Gurkha knife glinted with a cold light, and the initial wave of airborne pirate warriors quickly regained their composure as their leader led the charge. Even though anger still burned within their souls, the results of their training compelled their bodies to move instinctively. A high warrior wielding a spear shouted loudly and swept toward Eugene's right arm wielding an axe. Another emotionless warrior quickly followed, with a shell connected to a wooden handle shooting out a blue laser, forming a massive lightsaber aimed at Eugene's legs. Being struck by such a thing would sever even steel in an instant. Even driven by anger, they displayed the seamless cooperation honed through rigorous training. The trio's coordinated attack was flawless. Even Eugene felt a hint of astonishment at the power of that laser sword. He was indeed surprised. Although the Sky Islands had all kinds of peculiar shells, such rare shells that could emit lasers were extraordinarily uncommon. In the intelligence he had gathered, he had no knowledge of such a nearly extinct rarity. Well, that was all. Adolphe had lived for 19 years in this world, never expecting to feel a threat to his life twice in a single day. The only image lingering on his retina was a golden light, and his innate, strong mental net barely allowed him to catch Eugene's movement trajectory, but it was all too late. It was an overly effortless and graceful motion, like clouds drifting in the sky, streams flowing, and the sun shining brightly. The modified golden battle axe easily severed the spear before it reached him, taking a slight step forward and casually cutting across the warrior's neck as if plucking fruit from a tree. Hey! The armed color of hockey wrapped around Eugene's left hand. Facing the impressive laser sword, he merely slapped it with his bare hand, dispersing the sword formed by the laser. Under the incredulous gaze of the emotionless warrior, Eugene's hand struck his chest, causing internal destruction. In less than a second, two companions perished one after another. Matters that Adolphe could not comprehend or pay attention to at that moment. However, Eugene was overly arrogant. Even if he dealt with those two warriors in less than a second, it would still be a distraction, exposing glaring flaws. Being so careless in the face of Adolphe's attack would undoubtedly lead to his suffering. The dark Gherkin knife lunged toward Eugene's chest, yet Eugene showed no signs of tension, still wearing a faint, gentle smile. The golden, single-edged axe, which had claimed countless lives, suddenly unleashed a powerful blast of air from behind the blade. The battle axe, equipped with wind-spouting shells, broke through the momentary weakness after a strike in uncontrollable speed, colliding with Adolphe's slash with a resounding boom. Adolphe was sent flying back at a speed faster than he had charged. His companions' expressions changed drastically as they rushed to intercept his body flying backward, only to feel as if they had caught a cannonball, being propelled nearly 100 meters before coming to a stop. Wow, that was quite a force. Calmly resetting his dislocated arm. Although he had modified his weapon for fun, he underestimated the unique characteristics of the Sky Island on his first use. The power of the wind-spouting shell nearly tore his arm apart. It was indeed impressive, but somewhat difficult to control. However, it also allowed him to narrowly avoid delivering a fatal blow to Adolphe, merely sending him flying. A terrifying guy. Discarding the already bent Gherkin knife, Adolphe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and accepted the spear handed to him by a trembling companion. Having witnessed the power of the priest and the might of the current Sandia warriors, he found that this man before him seemed to surpass them all. Are there many monsters like this blue sea? To speak calmly, there is really no hatred or grudge between Adolphe and Eugene. Initially, Adolphe attacked Eugene's ship, killing those who could not resist and capturing Eugene and the others. The current situation was merely Eugene demonstrating even greater power, ruthlessly killing all the residents of this village at will. This is just an incredibly simple fact. The victor is everything, no matter which world or dimension, is always the same. Therefore, facing such a powerful Eugene, Adolphe felt no hatred or anger in his heart, although he couldn't understand what those self-righteous people in the world were thinking. Every person who raised the skull flag had already entrusted their awareness of death to that banner at the moment it was hoisted. Adolphe would neither hide nor run. He stood up again, smiling fearlessly, a smile full of bitterness. He had thought he could be more carefree, but when faced with death, he found that his short life, with its unspoken ridiculous past and acts of plunder, seemed so small and laughable compared to this man before him. He felt like a monkey in the mountains, claiming kingship in this small forest of the Sky Island, only to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by someone else. Is this how it ends? How boring. Hey, come on, cheer up, leader. Quickly, put in more effort, don't give up. Having seen countless people's expressions before death, Eugene felt somewhat disappointed by Adolphe's loss of fighting spirit. The so-called humanity, the most wonderful moment, is the blooming flower of death before one dies. If you don't struggle at all like a corpse, then it's meaningless. In a certain sense, Eugene who was different from ordinary people in terms of mental outlook, was now amusingly cheering for his opponent. Only 8 or 9 warriors were still alive. The moment they saw their leader defeated, they lost the courage to fight. These were the newcomers whom Adolf had taken out for training, originally a group of bad elements bored with mundane life. They had joined the Sky Pirate group because they admired Adolf's strength and wanted to live a carefree life. Now that they could no longer rely on Adolf, they knew they couldn't match Eugene in a head-on confrontation, wanting to surrender to someone who was a cold-blooded killer. They wasted no time and fled with all their might on their wind-powered sliding shoes. Hey, they actually abandoned their leader and ran away. What a bunch of despicable guys. The originally gentle voice, combined with Eugene's ruthless actions, gave off a chilling sense of disgust. Eugene walked towards Adolf with a smile, tossing the golden, single-edged axe in his hand like a juggling act. Adolf said nothing. He didn't care about the betrayal of those few guys. Their existence had no effect on this battle anymore. Instead of being distracted by them, it was better to take the time to recover. Although he had lost the will to fight, it didn't mean he intended to sit and wait for death, even if he couldn't win or run away. He had to take a bone from this bastard before dying. "Ah, found you. You bastard. You were here all along." The sudden voice rang out, crisp like a brainless comment, completely ignoring the brutal battle and tense atmosphere in the village. The owner of the voice, biting a chicken leg, rushed angrily towards Adolf. "You scoundrel. This time I'm full. I want to lose to you again. Draw your sword." Adolf stared in shock at the angry fool, who completely ignored the murderous Eugene, standing in front of Adolf, chewing on the chicken leg while expressing his dissatisfaction with the previous battle. Food crumbs splattering on Adolf's face. "Why did you rush over? We could have just ignored them and escaped." A young girl, looking utterly distraught, yelled at the foolish creature from a distance, unable to understand why he wanted to get involved in this mess. The boy, with the imprint of a girl's hand on his face, responded as if it were obvious. "This guy is my opponent. Only I can defeat him." Not only the young girl Shirley, but also Adolf and Mr. Eugene looked at the boy in confusion, not understanding what he was saying. Eugene scratched his golden hair in frustration, as if trying hard to recall something. Finally, with an uncertain voice, he said, "Are you Ryuzaki Ichiho?" Chapter 101, A Nuisance. How fortunate. The gentle voice suddenly rose in pitch, turning into a somewhat sharp and perverted tone. In this small, hidden village filled with corpses and blood, a handsome, golden-haired man appeared, his face flushed with excitement, akin to a wolf eyeing a little lamb. Under the gaze filled with enthusiasm, Ryuzaki Ichiho couldn't help but tremble all over, but this tremor was not related to the undoubtedly perverted gaze. Ryuzaki Ichiho. This is not a name worth mentioning. However, even though there are many magical countries and regions in this world, compared to the names of the vast majority of people, the name Longqi Huang remains an obscure term. It's akin to a village where a group of villagers named Dogdan, Ernie Yu, and Old Wong suddenly have someone named Armstrong rotating acceleration Jet Armstrong among them, creating a sense of incongruity. Although Longqi Huang's name is not particularly strange or noteworthy on this grand line, only 2 people have heard him personally disclose this name, the captain and a girl named Shirley who also does odd jobs. Apart from that, beneath his seemingly silly and unappealing exterior, the young Yi Huang has been intentionally hiding his whereabouts, and he has not easily revealed his name. In this world, apart from his nearly isolated hometown, no one should know his name. Unknowingly lost in thought, the once playful smile on Yi Huang's face vanished, replaced by calmness or perhaps indifference. Only his rigid arms tightly gripping the sword betrayed his restless heart. No wonder he couldn't be found no matter how hard he searched. It turned out you were hiding here. Eugene's voice had shifted from a gentle gentleman's tone to a strange, perverted one. His face flushed, a state he only reached when he was extremely excited. Although he clearly misunderstood Yi Huang's purpose for coming to this empty island, it didn't matter. Mr. Eugene had no interest in who Longqi Huang was or why he was here. He had merely seen a portrait of this person. Indeed, not a photograph, but a vividly lifelike hand-drawn image for the organization to which Mr. Eugene belonged. That portrait was among the top 10 important tasks, regardless of life or death. As for the rewards upon completion, they varied depending on individual circumstances. Gold and silver treasures, reputation and status. Anything achievable by human effort would be duly rewarded. In Mr. Eugene's case, he wanted to escape from that damned organization. And for someone whose mental state was different from the norm and who claimed to be an artist, reputation, status, and treasure were not what he cared about. He was merely held captive by a damning secret and threatened into working. Originally, He would have to work hard for another 2 or 3 years to fulfill the agreement made with that organization. But as long as he could bring back the corpse of this little brat before him, this important task, ranked in the top 10, could immediately nullify his compromising secret. And then he would be free. The thought of soon being able to escape the annoying situation of being controlled made Mr. Eugene unable to stop himself from laughing. The little girl, Sherry, hiding in the distance, looked at the blonde man who occasionally chuckled to himself with a bewildered expression. In an environment filled with corpses and pools of blood, this person had a silly, perverted smile. Her gaze lingered on that foolish grin. Her clean eyes fixated on the scene, and when Eugene's agile figure wielding an axe descended before Yi Huang and Adolf, she completely failed to react to the rapid movement. Her sight still stuck on Eugene's earlier silly smile. Even though Mr. Eugene was a self-proclaimed artist with a mental state different from a norm, he was still a professional killer with expertise, using that seemingly contemptible silly grin to numb his opponents and achieve the element of surprise. Even if the combined strength of his opponents wouldn't match his own, efficiently and swiftly eliminating enemies remained his top priority. Mr. Eugene demonstrated the determination and decisiveness of a lion hunting a rabbit. However, his opponents were not the pitiful corpses lying on the ground. The more Eugene acted carelessly, the more tense and alert Adolf and Yi Huang became. Both were skilled users of observation hockey, but even so, they couldn't possibly be Eugene's match without understanding armament hockey. The exquisite golden axe descended with a terrifying force that tore through the air. In that instant, Adolf and Yi Huang instinctively drew their swords and knives, barely managing to form a cross to withstand the force of that strike. Bang! It all happened in a split second. From the very beginning, Eugene didn't care whether that axe would be effective. As it fell, he bent his leg and kicked out, instantly sending Yi Huang flying with a kick to the chest. The powerful force of armament hockey nearly dislocated Yi Huang's internal organs. Eugene single-handedly suppressed the combined efforts of the two, and with his freed left hand, he swung a fist down at Adolf's head, knocking him to the ground. In less than a second, Eugene executed an axe strike, a kick, and a punch simultaneously, showcasing his absolute control over his well-trained body. The two, with no power to retaliate, were instantly crushed. The gap between Eugene and these two young men was not just in age, but also in the combat skills honed through experience and the martial prowess built up over time. In other words, a difference of time. Mr. Eugene had not lived for over 20 years in vain compared to these two brats. Having easily resolved the battle, Eugene's expression softened and turned gentle again. He calmly grabbed Adolf's golden hair, lifting him up and raised the golden axe in his hand. There was no sense of pride or self-satisfaction because defeating these two kids meant nothing to Eugene. He wouldn't waste time with foolish taunts that might provoke an inexplicable counterattack. He also wouldn't ignore a downed enemy to tease or threaten a female companion, even though Mr. Eugene had already noticed the little girl Sherry hiding in the distance. He simply held Adolf's head, preparing to take it off. Killing an enemy certainly required decapitating them to ensure their complete demise, as there were too many mysteries and curses in this world that would not allow someone to die so easily. Perfectly severing a head without spilling unnecessary blood was also a necessary artistic cultivation for Eugene. Not wasting any extra time to ensure the target's death was part of Eugene's professional ethics. If there was anything he lacked in this battle, it might just be that intangible fate. At the moment when the sharp axe was about to accept its new gift, a tremendous vibration occurred above him, causing Eugene to involuntarily look up. The sky above shattered in an instant. The small hidden village was originally unexpectedly concealed directly beneath the island of gods, with the sky above naturally being the land of that island. Now that the sky has shattered, it signifies that the island of gods above has suffered catastrophic damage. Lion. The distant shout proves the source of the destruction, a giant sword formed by manipulating rocks. With terrifying power, it easily pierced through the land of the island of gods, nailing enemies to the ground, to the extent that the sword's power penetrated the entire island of gods, inadvertently reaching the small hidden village below. The debris mixed with stones, and the greatly reduced power of the rock's sword instantly buried Adolf and Eugene, who were below, after being kicked and nearly losing consciousness. Yi Huang finally caught his breath and was dumbfounded as he witnessed this terrible misfortune. Is it really something humans can accomplish to pierce through an island-sized island of gods? Ordinary people certainly cannot do such a thing, but the Golden Lion Shiki is certainly not an ordinary person. After a moment of silence, the pile of fallen stones began to shake, and someone crawled out from beneath the rubble. breaking free from the crushing weight. Enduring the pain from the heavy armed color, Huang focused entirely on that figure, preparing to launch a thunderous strike. Was the person who crawled out Eugene or Adolf? The man who was struck down from the top of the island of gods patted the dust off his body, spat out blood, and calmly gazed at the gaping hole above, clearly preparing to fight back. Rayn Walker completely ignored Huang, not far away, and began to move the surrounding stones to look for the lost 7-star sword. It hurts, what the hell? Mr. Eugene, moving the stones off his head, looked displeased as he brushed off the debris, and the first thing he saw when he turned his head was Rayn's calm face. The moment he saw that face, before he could say anything, a fist suddenly slammed into his face, sending Eugene flying before he could react. Picking up the 7-star sword that Eugene had been pressing down, Rayn's tone was filled with impatience. What a nuisance. Chapter 102. The end, Mr. Rayn? Huang and Shirley had been on this empty island for less than a day when they were ambushed. Although they were not worried about that monstrous captain after getting separated, they did not expect him to appear here so quickly in this manner. Long Zaki Huang looked up at the rocky ceiling that did not resemble clouds at all, wondering how this person had fallen from such a place. What's the matter? The cold gaze sweeping over him indicated that this person's mood was definitely not good at the moment. During their time together, even Huang could somewhat understand the mood of this person. Meanwhile, the little girl Shirley, hiding at a distance, had an astonishing insight into even more matters. The tattered trench coat was the style often worn by that captain, and although that person did not care much for things outside of fighting, one's subconscious choices could reveal how much a person valued that piece of clothing. Normally, with powerful armed color protecting him, ordinary opponents couldn't even damage the corner of his clothes, but now that coat had become a rag hanging on him, looking as disheveled as could be. Unlike Huang, who immediately rushed out after breaking free from his restraints, the little girl Shirley first observed her surroundings. Although the environment of the empty island was unfamiliar to her, with her excellent sense of direction and awareness, she had roughly grasped her location. She was at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. So how could there possibly be a ceiling above? The answer could only be that it was a base of the sky pirates who had abducted her, and the rocks above made her suspect she was in some kind of vast cave. But did such mountains exist on the empty island? And that captain had fallen from the rocky mountain above. Or was he knocked down? From the gap he fell through, no light could be seen coming from above, which showed how deep that rocky mountain was. To knock the captain, who was more terrifying than a monster, down from such a place. What kind of being was his opponent? Although all of this was merely Shirley's speculation, she was close to the truth. Mr. Rayn had indeed been struck down from directly above the island of gods. For Rayn, who only knew how to fight and might continue to do so for the rest of his life, being overwhelmingly defeated in his area of expertise was akin to denying his very existence. It was no wonder his mood had become so terrible, and poor Mr. Eugene was unceremoniously punched away. A long time no see? Under the cold gaze, Huang actually had no substantial topic to discuss with this person. He was simply shocked by Rayn's exaggerated entrance and called out his name. Rayn frowned, showing no reaction to this nonsensical remark. Although he had no concept of time, it hadn't been long since he got separated from this guy. With his excellent observation color, he easily found the little girl Shirley hiding in the distance. Looking around, he did not express much surprise at the presence of such a small village below the empty island. He only asked, "Where's my ship?" Yes, he had been thrown off the ship during the fight with that bald guy, but these two guys had clung tightly to the ship's hull. Since they were alive and well, then where was his ship? Huang's expression changed slightly as he turned away, lacking the courage to answer that question directly. Thinking of the scene where a huge harpoon had pierced several large holes in the ship's hull. If this person saw that, wouldn't it be the end? The clash was instantaneous, and the collision between the golden axe and the 7-star sword produced a tremendous sound. Mr. Eugene, who had silently approached Rayn to launch an attack, displayed dangerously skillful movement techniques. Even so, he was forced back by a single sword, wearing a calm smile as he looked at the expressionless Rayn. That's quite excessive. Throwing a punch at someone you just met. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Rayn's cold gaze regarded Eugene like a stone blocking the road, raising his sword and pointing at the twisted, smiling guy, commanding Huang, "This guy is yours. If you can't handle it, you're fired." Hey, one arrogant guy. Who gave you permission to leave? Eugene was quite displeased with the condescending attitude. Watching the young man glance at the gap he had fallen from, seemingly prepared to ignore him and rush back, Eugene, holding the axe, charged forward like a raging tide, ready to intercept Rayn. A chilling gust of wind from behind sent a shiver down Eugene's spine. and the armed color gathered like an invisible armor behind him in an instant. Only this man who fell from the sky had some skill. Eugene did not completely underestimate the other guys, but he still looked down on them. With the intensity of his armed color, he still failed to fully defend against this treacherous sneak attack. The sharp sword sliced through the invisible armor defense, leaving a terrifying wound on his back. Eugene let out a beastly howl of pain, but an excellent assassin would never just wait to die. The golden axe in hand erupted with the powerful wind of the wind shell, and Eugene, wielding the golden axe, forcefully altered his trajectory towards Rayn under such circumstances, narrowly escaping the range of a surprise attack. In a state of panic, Eugene could only rely on his perception of killing intent to distance himself from danger. Before he could sort out his thoughts, an unexpected change occurred in his retreat path. With a muffled sound, Adolf, who had been buried under a pile of rocks, no longer concealed his presence and suddenly burst out from beneath the stones. Adolf's face was smeared with blood and dust, but his eyes were filled with burning rage. Whether pirates or sky pirates, anyone who walked the path of evil would come to terms with death. They would not feel any guilt for the lives of these insignificant beings as they killed the resistors, and, conversely, the sky pirates who could not stand against Eugene naturally met their end in accordance with the law of the jungle. Yes, these were all matters of course. Rationally, Adolf told himself there was no reason to harbor resentment. If blame were to be placed, it could only be on those who had fallen for being too weak. However, emotionally, there was absolutely no reasoning that could provide a rational explanation. The hatred of comrades. Take this. Eugene, with his back to Adolf, had no time to turn around. Facing the sharp dragon in front and the furious tiger behind, how could he possibly be killed by such a bug? As his body emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, Eugene calmed down at that moment. Facing the sword that was aimed at his heart, he unhesitatingly extended his left hand to grasp the world's sharpest blade. Even his haki could hardly withstand the horror of that sword's edge. As an artist, Eugene's well-maintained hands were now easily severed like green onions on a cutting board. Even though it was difficult to withstand such unparalleled sharpness, Eugene successfully avoided the sword aimed at his heart, allowing it to pierce through his left shoulder instead. At the same moment, Adolf, targeting the wound on Eugene's back, detonated the shock shell in his hand. The tremendous impact not only caused Adolf to suffer recoil and fall backward, but the point-blank explosion also instantly shattered Eugene's spine. Eugene, devoid of life, could no longer feel pain. He wore a mad grin, using the force from the explosion behind him to lurch forward. The long-awaited golden axe aimed down at Aiko. This was not an incomprehensible act, faced with the desperate dead end. A warrior on the verge of death finds his last dignity in taking the enemy down with him. Aiko's complexion paled slightly. Facing the desperate blow just before death, he could neither evade nor react in time. Originally, this battle was a shameless ambush. Otherwise, even with Aiko and Adolf combined, they could never be Eugene's match when he was serious. With Rayn's presence distracting Eugene, the situation had developed into this weak, defeating strong scenario. But was the best outcome really just taking Aiko's life? That would never be the case. From the moment this man uttered his name, Aiko had abandoned any notion of fair combat. He absolutely could not allow this guy, who knew his identity, to leave here alive. Aiko's lips moved slightly. At this critical moment, was he preparing to spit out a last bit of provocation before dying? That was an excessively sharp object, transforming into a black beam that shot out from Aiko's mouth, ultimately piercing Eugene's right eye, penetrating his eyeball and entering his brain. The truth of that black beam was merely a strand of hair from a little girl's head. After being captured and tied up like a dumpling by Adolf, Aiko had already devised an escape plan, which was to pull a hair from a little girl's head at the cost of slap. The hair held in his mouth was enhanced by haki, turning it into a dangerous needle. But unfortunately, for Aiko, who had just begun to grasp haki, he could at most enhance a single strand of hair. Now that hair was embedded in Eugene's brain, completely erasing his will. It was a pity that due to the body's inertia, even if that axe did not kill Aiko on the spot, it would still severely injure this despicable guy. What a useless effort. With that cold remark, green lightning struck the face of the golden axe in an instant, causing the already dead Eugene to drop the axe, which fell pitifully to the side. From the moment Eugene charged at Rayn to his death, everything happened in less than a minute. Aiko faced the explosive death before him. His breath shortened as he replayed Captain Dragonfly's highlights in his mind over and over again. It was not until several minutes after Eugene's lifeless body fell before him that he was brought back to consciousness by Adolf's somewhat hesitant voice of concern. At that moment, another battle had already begun. Chapter 103. Let the battle begin, God. Although there are various interpretations of this term in the world, more often than not, it is regarded as a form of imagined spiritual comfort. Even on this sky island, what is worshipped by the residents under the name of God is still mere mortals of flesh and blood, residing at the very top of this divine island. At the peak of the massive vines, the palace of God is currently engulfed in unprecedented panic and chaos. The strangely shaped divine soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Although the Sandians' attacks had become a daily task they had grown accustomed to, the divine land of Appiato, located just below these vines, was now experiencing an unexpected great upheaval. The scouting divine soldiers had already sent the latest report. A terrible war was unfolding on the land directly beneath the temple. The war involves only a mere 3 participants. Yet the chaotic clash among these 3 has nearly annihilated the divine island of Appiato. Mountains and rivers have turned to ashes under the all-consuming black flames. And centuries-old giant trees have been uprooted and crushed in all directions by their strange powers. Endless thunder illuminates the daylight as if it were the day of destruction. Are those 3 individuals truly human? Compared to their battle, the fight against the Sandian monkeys over the past 400 years seems laughably like a child's game. The murmurs of the divine army quickly spread chaos and panic within the temple. The god seated high on the divine throne, Lord Gonfowl, wore a bitter expression. Gonfowl, in the prime of his life, loved his people deeply and was also beloved by them, even the opposing Sandia people. He advocated for a way to minimize the war. Despite his noble status, he had several times humbled himself to visit the Sandia camp, hoping to amicably resolve the disputes that had lasted for 400 years. However, the enmity and hatred built over 4 centuries could not be resolved in a day. Now, even the members of the divine army were dissatisfied with their so-called cowardly god. Just as Gonfowl was troubled by whether he was being too naive, the 3 monsters from the Blue Sea unleashed a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The reports from the divine army made him aware of the situation. There were no monsters of such exaggerated power on this sky island. So the only explanation was that these Blue Sea visitors had fortuitously arrived today with the ascending currents. Gonfowl had seen these Blue Sea visitors before. Just a few years ago, there was a pirate named Roger who possessed unfathomable strength and charisma. He was indeed a bold and interesting man. Alas, if only all Blue Sea visitors could be like Roger and his companions. As the tremors below grew stronger, reports from the divine army continued to flood into the temple, causing Gonfowl to frown deeply. God, please make a decision. If this continues, the divine island will be completely destroyed. But what can we do in such a high-level battle with our strength? God, please show mercy and save us from this predicament. The chorus of anxious voices gave Gonfowl a headache. He regretfully set down his pumpkin juice, no longer hesitating, and took up the spear handed to him by his attendant. Gonfowl was never the kind of fool to be blinded by flattery. Even though he was called a god, he was well aware of his own limitations. He was certainly no match for the 3 monsters below. But even if this divine island were to be destroyed, what if those 3 monsters, still unsatisfied, extended their havoc to Angel Island, harming its residents? To Gonfowl, the so-called god and divine army were originally chosen to protect the people, even if the way forward was a dead end. He and his comrades would charge forward to carve a path of hope for the people. Clad in armor, Gonfowl raised his hand slightly, calmly issuing commands and rallying his troops. Immediately, he ordered the residents of Angel Island to seek refuge in the White Sea. Gather all the divine army to stop the 3 monsters from continuing to destroy our homeland. Gentlemen, as you can see, there are 3 enemies. We must not be careless. But there is no need to panic. Just like in our training, do not be arrogant, do not rush, do not be afraid. No matter what happens, as long as we advance and retreat together, we shall have no rivals. Let us go. The pitch-black sky seemed to herald the arrival of a storm. Yet such weather was rare at an altitude of 10,000 meters where the air was thin. Even from thousands of meters away, the ominous clouds above the divine island were clearly visible. From a distance, in this pure white sky island that resembled a heavenly realm, only the area above the divine island appeared as dark as a hellish abyss. Above the divine island, due to a legendary monster using its terrifying powers, the dust and atmosphere were thrown into chaos. The thunderous explosions rang out like a constant roar, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. Gazing from afar at the ancestral home, the great warrior's expression was undoubtedly darker than the clouds in the sky. The great warrior Geronimo. What on earth is happening on the divine island? That damn gone foul. What trickery is he up to now? That hypocritical god, full of talk about peace and coexistence. What is he doing on our land now? The anger that has burned for 400 years remains unquenched. The warrior's eyes are filled with fighting spirit. The Sandia people have fought from birth to death to reclaim their land. Surely only by annihilating the other side can 400 years of blood and hatred be resolved. Since Gone Foul ascended to the throne, he has always advocated for peaceful coexistence, hoping that the people of Sandia and the residents of the Divine Island could share that sacred land of Apiato. But over 400 years, both sides have sacrificed countless lives. How could it all be wiped away with just words? Moreover, for the Sandia people, that land was originally their possession. Now, this group of robbers has taken their homeland and killed their compatriots, and now he comes to talk to me about coexistence? It is not just the residents of Sandia. Even the residents of the Divine Island cannot tolerate coexisting with those savage monkeys from Sandia. The great warrior Geronimo is now 42 years old, an age that is considered quite long-lived among the Sandia warriors, who have a high fatality rate. This also reflects the depth of his strength. The warriors gathered around Geronimo all had white bandages wrapped around their arms and legs, not merely tied up by children playing pretend, but rather a sad necessity for the wounded Sandia people who fought constantly. The dark-skinned great warrior applied 3 blue stripes to his face, standing at 174 centimeters tall, possessing the strongest physique among his tribe. He wore a pair of cheap gray pants for ease of movement and draped an olive green coat over his shoulders, silently crossing his arms. Even while sitting, a 2-meter-tall gray wolf stood obediently beside Geronimo. In a world filled with various monsters, this seemingly enormous gray wolf was not particularly terrifying. It was quite old, its lifespan nearing its end, yet it still wanted to stay close to its human companion, hoping to make this man, who had lost his wife and child, appear less lonely. Apache, the great warrior Geronimo, looked at this companion who had been with him since he was 10 years old. A cold man who had never shed a tear even as his wife's body lay before him, and it seemed he was tired, with a hint of regret in his cold eyes. Looking at the young people behind him, Geronimo couldn't help but think of the companions he had grown up with. His elders, his teacher, his lover, and his friends. Now only Apache remained. Will these young people continue to fight with their youthful lives just like they have for the past 400 years? Even though many young Sandians are beginning to feel weary of that blood and mission, just like that Sandian warrior who desperately wants to escape this empty island. The outstanding young man Adolf, or like my foolish son. What exactly is the mission of the Sandians? After over 30 years of battle, the great warrior Geronimo began to ponder this answer. Is it to reclaim their homeland? Is it for the promise made by the great warrior Carlbra and Wangblan Rolando? Or is it for the hidden truth within the divine island of Apiato, the truth that has been safeguarded by their ancestors for 400, 700, 1,000 years, or even longer and older? For that even more ancient great oath, how much longer must the Sandians fight? And when will they be able to lay down their guns and spears? Looking at the youthful faces of these young people, Geronimo could not find an answer. Though his body was at its peak, his heart had long since lost its original intention. He could not choose a fate of constant battle, and he feared he would not see the day when swords would be turned into plowshares. The great warrior no longer thought. As a warrior, he did not need to ponder those messy things. The homeland he had been away from for 400 years did not evoke any feelings in Geronimo. The promise made by the great warrior Carlbra and Wangblan Rolando seemed more like a story to him 400 years later. And as for the truth that had been guarded by his ancestors for generations, he was sorry, but he truly lacked that sense of mission. Among the simple and straightforward Sandians, Geronimo was indeed an anomaly. Whether he was called cold or ruthless, he had only known how to fight since birth and understood only how to pierce the bodies of his enemies with a spear. Even though he was not interested in those missions, he had no qualms about taking lives with his hands. As long as there was fighting, as long as there was killing, just as it had always been, then let the battle commence. With a great warrior's call, the Sandian warriors let out deafening shouts. Just like what had happened every day for the past 400 years, the Sandians attacked. Today, we will reclaim our homeland. Reclaim our legacy. Chapter 104. Those who abandon me, this is by no means a battle to be called one. As a living legend, Gold Lion Shiki, the flying pirate, admiral of the pirate fleet, There are only a few people in the world who can face him directly, and among them, the two present here are definitely not included. Even though from the very beginning, Rayn and Dark had regarded Shiki as their top priority target, their combined attacks aimed to turn this living legend into a true legend without holding back. However, the dimensional gap was too vast. By this point in the battle, Shiki had not even used his haki, relying solely on the ability of the Fua no Mi. He had already worn Rayn and Dark down to a defensive state. The pitch-black flames and endless thunder did not even stir up a ripple before being submerged by Shiki's fruit ability. There are always some people in this world who look down on those with the abilities of the devil fruits, believing that these individuals have done nothing but are entitled to everything simply because their fruit powers are strong enough. They view those who possess powerful fruit abilities from the very beginning with a mix of envy and intense jealousy. However, nothing in this world can be obtained without effort, and even the powers of the devil fruits depend on the user's training and constant development. The float fruit consumed by Shiki is indeed strong within the paramecia category, but this is also related to the fact that he has spent half of his life honing his skills. Now, fools who overestimate themselves are challenging this lion-like figure, unaware that even the god island beneath their feet is something Shiki can easily control. As long as he controls this god island and drops it directly from a height of 10,000 meters, he can turn this group of idiots into a pile of meat. Shiki is capable of such actions, but he chooses not to do so. After all, wouldn't that be boring? A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit? Only mindless beasts waste their energy like that. Shiki is one of the men standing at the pinnacle of this world. Isn't it ridiculous for such a man to need to exert all his strength against second-rate pirates? Standing at the top, Shiki may take a long time to prepare to end this dull world that has existed since Roger's death. And most of those tasks are to be handled by his subordinates. As the boss, he is undoubtedly quite idle, so he doesn't mind playing with this young pirate of the new generation. He wants this young man to understand what pirate games like playing house are truly about in front of real pirates. That bastard Roger, recklessly leaving behind the outcome of his own life to usher in this era. Were those star-chasing fools, one after another rushing to the sea, even worth? I'll say it one last time, Dak, become my subordinate. As he spat out his cigar, Shiki had lost interest in wasting more time. What a pity, Dak. You were supposed to be a man standing at the same height as me. But look at your pathetic state now because of the trash behind you. On the other side of that statement lies a tragic reality. The pitch-black demon's sword had spiderweb-like cracks appearing on it, and Dak, who was leaning on this sword, was already on the verge of collapse. His companions had dwindled to fewer than 30, and there were none left who could still fight. This pirate, who once competed with Roger, faced his greatest defeat not because of anything else, but because of the comrades he valued the most and who dragged him down. Whether it was betrayal by those he once trusted or now facing an unbeatable enemy, Dak, driven by instinct to escape alone, refused to retreat. Having already spent half of his life, Dak showed no signs of regret on his scarred face. In this desperate situation, he laughed indifferently. From the moment he saw Shiki to when Shiki showed clear hostility, Dak never believed he could win against him. It was precisely because he had once sailed the seas alongside Shiki that he understood better than anyone else just how powerful Shiki truly was. Shiki, this man, is even stronger than the already crowned Roger. This is no joke, even though the latter has become the so-called pirate king. In terms of strength, military power, and leadership, Shiki is slightly superior to Roger. The only difference between him and Roger might just be that bit of luck. The title of Pirate King holds no significance for a great pirate like Shiki. What he and Roger desire is entirely different. On this sea, encountering an enemy like Shiki leaves one with no choice but to curse their own fate. However, Dak would not do that. His difficult life is filled with failures, and he has become accustomed to what is called despair. Yes, with his strength, even if he cannot defeat Shiki, he can completely escape, and even this group of fools behind him would fight to buy him time to flee. But it is precisely because of these fools behind him that he would not do so. Even if he survived, it would truly mean nothing. The initial failure cost him all his companions who chased dreams together, yet he is still alive. Another betrayal caused him to lose his beloved wife and child, but he is still alive. Dak no longer wants to live alone in this world. That would be too lonely. A loneliness so profound that it makes one want to die. Living in this world is just like that. There are always insurmountable despair and hardships. They are nightmares that cannot be conquered no matter how one hones themselves, trains their body and mind. He staggered to his feet, looking at his companions behind him. firmly imprinting each of their faces in his heart. In the end, faced with the final mercy that Shiki bestowed upon this defeated man, Dak laughed boldly and joyfully. If he cannot roam freely across this sea, what is the point of living? Shiki looked at this reckless man with a blank expression and nodded. He respected Dak's choice. Although he was somewhat displeased with the rejection of his invitation, he was satisfied with his answer. This is how it should be. This is a man who rides the waves of this sea alongside him in the same era. It is precisely because of this stubborn persistence, seemingly foolish to the point of risking his life, that he holds value in being recruited by himself, even if he is about to be destroyed by his own hands in the next moment. Shurji did not make a move. It can be said that throughout his life, there have been very few opponents who could make him take action personally. He only needed a slight movement of his mind, and the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. The earth cracked. That rock, that lake, that giant tree, that mountain and water, all non-living entities became Shurji's hands and feet, spear and shield. They rolled and roared, unstoppable in their intent to devour their master's enemies. The dimensional gap was too great. If monsters are above humanity, then if we were to rank the monsters, they could only be considered at the level of humanity, while Shurji is the sky. In the blink of an eye, this rolling and roaring earth swallowed Dake and his companions whole. As if time had stopped, the roaring earth immediately returned to calm after devouring the enemies. Under Shurji's slightly puzzled gaze, the calm that lasted for 2 seconds suddenly exploded. Violent thunder shattered everything from beneath the submerged land. The emerald green arcs of electricity spread from the center of the explosion, and the figure holding the sword released all its power at this moment. There was no expression on Rayn's face, only that his pitch-black eyes seemed to burn with flames. He silently engaged in a meaningless struggle against the land, as the emerald green thunder consumed the gathering earth piece by piece. Shurji touched the slight wound on his neck. Observing Rayn's futile resistance, he shook his head, losing interest in the young man. "Kid, you're not bad." Shurji took out a new cigar from his pocket and lit it. However, as he lightly blew out smoke rings, Shurji frowned. "In my time, there were plenty of juniors like you everywhere." Finding that dazzling thunder truly blinding, Shurji squinted slightly and raised his right hand. Just such a trivial action made the entire God Island begin to tremble. 10 times more powerful than the stones before, they gathered together to form an enormous lion shape. It has been said from the beginning that even the God Island, the very ground where Rayn and the others stand, is something Shurji can easily manipulate, let alone think of opposing him. This was never a battle. Lion's might, earthquake. If it were to be depicted, the scene unfolding at this moment would be like mountains rushing towards you from all directions. The dust rising would cover the sky, and the mountains attacking from all sides would trample the earth, overwhelming and easily swallowing the young man who is still resisting. Everything has come to an end. Dak's figure has long been buried beneath the thick earth, unknown whether he is alive or dead, while Rayn, the golden lion Shiki, looks at this young man who should have been suffocated by the dust, deliberately using his powers to dig him out from the soil, just to witness this weak era with his own eyes. "Look, Roger, those who set sail for the treasures you spoke of before your death are not pirates at all. Nothing is more disgusting than starting for the sake of money. This is the era you opened with your own hands. Watch closely. I will personally bring this era to an end." Caught in that terrifying technique, it is already a stroke of luck that Rayn has not been crushed into mincemeat. As for how many bones were broken in the process, that goes without saying. At this moment, he is covered in blood, utterly disheveled. And those who see him would not be surprised if he were to die at any moment. Leaning against a pile of stones, Rayn lowers his head, blood flowing continuously from his mouth. The blood has long stained the ground beneath him, yet he is not dead. The curse of the 7-star sword makes his vitality gradually strengthen, even though the sword has been buried deep beneath the heavy earth. Its curse will not be diminished because of that. Just as Shiki slightly raises his hand to end this pitiful life, Rayn moves. With his trembling arm, he reaches into his pants pocket and, under Shiki's gaze, pulls out something. It is something unreasonable. For the vast majority of men, there's an instinctive love for the beauty of steel, just as women are devoted to their eyebrows. As for the reason, perhaps it is because those people are fools. A young man, even if he randomly grabs a branch, would probably involuntarily wave it a few times, right? Not to mention the beauty of swords and blades that shine with captivating brilliance. Extreme individuals even regard steel weapons as treasures more important than women. As for things like giant robots, they would probably move some fools to tears. In this world, the renowned swords and blades are so highly esteemed that they possess a level of fame surpassing that of some major figures among naval pirates. The value of these famous weapons has shifted from their lethality to a peculiar obsession with collecting. Even the lowly pirates, akin to stray dogs, aspire to flaunt their status through the adornment of these famous swords and blades. When did weapons meant for killing transform into so-called artworks? However, even among these so-called artworks, the weapon before us is of first-class quality. Made from the most refined and resilient core of cloud iron, the gun barrel gleams with a silver-white luster, carefully maintained by the shopkeeper daily. Running a finger along the smooth, elongated barrel, the friction is so minimal it's nearly negligible. Within the exquisitely proportioned bullet chamber at the rear of the barrel, 6 menacing lead balls subtly reveal their murderous intent. The thick grip extends downward with a highly aggressive curve, and hidden within it is the power source that drives the lead balls in the chamber, charging forth like wild stallions. As far as firearms go, a revolver is indeed a rare high-quality item in this day and age. Yet, it has not reached the level of being regarded as a treasure by any shop, let alone one that primarily deals in shell resources. This gun indeed has its reasons to be called a treasure. During the production process, there will always be an exceptionally fine gun born from an extremely coincidental circumstance. And this gun is such a case. A perfect work born from the creator's moment of inspiration, also known as a 1 in a million. However, at the same time, it is also the most expensive defective product. Among the harvests of the small sky island Baika, this gun is the best item in that little shop, without exception, but it is destined to be just a display piece. The original designer of this gun may have intended to use shell resources as a driving force to produce new weapons, but the reality is that such a firearm cannot be used by anyone. The impact shell inevitably comes with corresponding backlash when used, and this gun, powered by the impact shell, requires an overwhelming force to propel the projectile, making it impossible for an ordinary person to aim. Furthermore, after the impact shell's force is exhausted, it must be disassembled to replenish energy, which is an even more cumbersome process. Therefore, this gun, powered by the impact shell and possessing immense power, ultimately produced less than 100 units before production ceased. Only some monster-like individuals could use it, but do these monster-like individuals really need to use something that can only fire 6 shots? Compared to the time needed to reload such a weapon, their fists could have already struck the enemy 100 times. And now, Rayn is tremblingly aiming this thing at Shiki. Since Rayn took out this gun, Shiki has been quietly watching what other waves this young man might stir. He looks at the young man's final desperate struggle with disdain and pity. The gun's power is indeed formidable, but what is it in the face of his own haki? As long as the user of haki has the intention to defend and advance, projectiles like bullets cannot even scratch them. Not to mention that this young man, in a near-death state, cannot even aim, and coupled with the enormous recoil of this powerful gun, a single shot dislocated Rayn's arm, rendering him unable to hold the gun. Rayn's actions now resemble a petty thug being pounded into the ground by a martial arts master, yet still unwilling to give up, using a small piece of wood nearby to hit his opponent's Mediterranean haircut. The pitch-black bullet has no aim at all. Shiki doesn't even need to unleash his haki to know that this bullet, with its terrible accuracy, would not hit him at all. He can even clearly predict that this bullet would simply pass uselessly over his head. Ridiculous, right? Suddenly remembering something, Shiki's expression changed drastically. From the moment Rayn fired until Shiki's expression changed, it was only a moment's effort, and for some reason, Shiki suddenly unleashed his armed haki to cover himself. Ding! The sound of steel striking produced a crisp echo, and the pitch-black bullet caused no harm to Shiki, not even hitting him. It merely, by a stroke of bad luck, hit the steering wheel wrapped in haki above Shiki's head. The piercing scream left everyone utterly confused about what had happened, as the golden lion Shiki howled madly, his eyes rolling back as he covered his head with both hands, his whole body starting to uncontrollably fly wildly in the sky, ultimately escaping and disappearing into the clouds above. This is a sad story. The helm on Shiki's head was not a decorative item he happily attached after eating his fill and having nothing to do. Rather, it was an accident that occurred years ago when he and Roger were struck by it during the Battle of Ite. A normal person would have died 8 times over being hit by such a thing on their head, but the golden lion Shiki was not an ordinary person. He survived with his lion-like vitality, but the helm remained firmly embedded in his skull. Doctors said it couldn't be forcibly removed. Any attempt to touch it or take it off could endanger Shiki's life. The broad-minded pirate, golden lion Shiki, naturally didn't care about having such an object on his head. In fact, under his formidable presence, the helm even added an air of authority to him. However, a problem arose. Even though Shiki had been accustomed to this thing on his head for years, it was still not an extension of his body that he could control at will. In fact, due to Shiki's overwhelming strength, no enemy could get close to him. Thus, when a bullet was fired, Shiki predicted that it would merely graze the helm on his head without any issue. But what if there was another helm? The powerful bullet had only hit the helm due to sheer luck, causing no harm to Shiki at all. However, the shock from the collision transmitted directly to Shiki's skull, causing him to lose sight momentarily, his vision turning white, and unimaginable pain rolling through his mind, ultimately forcing him to instinctively use the powers of the float fruit to escape the dangerous area with enemies. Golden Lion Shiki, a man possibly stronger than Pirate King Roger, seemed to have had an uncharacteristically bad streak of luck, whether in that decisive naval battle years ago or in this seemingly trivial fight. Rayn Walker might have encountered someone even more unfortunate than himself for the first time in his life. Chapter 105, Radiance Loss. Winning and losing are aspects of human life that endlessly repeat one another. Those who can let go of these meaningless things are ultimately a rare few who transcend the ordinary. At least for 18-year-old Rayn Walker, he had yet to reach that extraordinary realm. For this young man, whose very existence revolved around combat, failure equated to a denial of his own value. However, the reality was that Mr. Rayn did not experience any emotional fluctuations. Although his short and bleak life seemed pitiable, he had never lost. No matter how fierce the battle or how close he hovered between life and death, he always stood on the side of the victor. Even now, faced with a powerful and unreasonable enemy like Shiki, he remained victorious in an objective sense. The one who repelled Shiki was none other than this young man, who was barely clinging to life. In his dark eyes shone a beautiful luster belonging to youth. Anyone would assume that after experiencing such a seemingly desperate situation, Rayn would have some feelings to share. Yet, there were no excess emotions reflected in those dark eyes. For the living, encountering a situation like the one just experienced, it's impossible to have no thoughts at all, especially for a young man who has strayed from a certain path. Beneath his calm demeanor, there might be deeper meanings at play. Leaning helplessly against the stone pile, Rayn hung his head, his body having suffered a crushing blow. Even if a child were to come and tap him, he might just breathe his last. The war had begun. From a moment, both sides discovered each other. They had forgotten the original purpose for coming here. Betting on 400 years of hatred and resentment, the stakes of victory and defeat were about to be ignited. It was certainly not a grand spectacle, nor was there any magnificent display. The two sides combined did not exceed 1,000 people. The Sky Island was simply not that large, and 4 centuries of conflict had drastically reduced their numbers. However, not a single person among them was weak. This war was far more brutal than any earthly army. There were no words needed. Both sides had long surpassed mere hatred that could be resolved. They had staked everything on the tips of their spears. The flames of the fire shells sent chilling howls of agony echoing through the inferno, while the slashing shells could reap lives without even needing to aim. The warrior Geronimo, riding a giant wolf, charged at the forefront, whether slashing or unleashing flames. The warrior fearlessly confronted everything. His body, stronger than steel, completely disregarded the laughable injuries. With one arm wielding a spear, he swept through the defensive formation created by the divine soldiers. Under the cold gaze, the warrior Geronimo, with unimaginable combat experience, ruthlessly pierced the vital points of one divine soldier after another, achieving the greatest results with the least effort. It was this cold-blooded restraint that allowed him to survive among a group of hot-headed fools who only knew how to charge. The blooming spear flowers represented the passing of lives. The gray-furred giant wolf silently crashed into the areas with the most enemies, utilizing its massive size to unleash a frenzied attack within the enemy ranks. Claws and fangs showed no hesitation, quickly staining its once soft gray for a deep crimson. The indifferent gaze of the warrior, Geronimo, swept across this battlefield, searching for the divine being. No matter how valiant he was, it wouldn't change the outcome of this war. Just as his prestige among the Sandia people meant nothing. If their god were slain, it would hold the key to victory. The god would naturally not let his old rival down. Riding a bizarrely colored Pegasus, Gonfur arrived majestically from the sky. His arrival greatly boosted the morale of his divine soldiers, who fearlessly launched an even fiercer attack against the Sandia monkeys. With a sorrowful expression, Gonfur looked down at the river of blood below that could not be stopped, harboring a naive hope for a leader. He gazed down at Geronimo, who looked up at him. Did things have to turn out this way? The warrior Geronimo did not respond to this foolish and meaningless question. He raised his cloud iron spear, pointing it at the high god. Clang! There was no flashy or intense clash. The cloud iron spear and the knight's lance collided violently. The force of the strike caused a gust of wind, even blowing away those slightly weaker warriors. In that moment, everyone returned to their most primal nature. That was the fighting instinct belonging to every life. Their minds were devoid of anything else, and all transformed into ferocious beasts. Corpses lay on the ground, brutally slain in this land ravaged by the golden lion Shiki, their deaths horrifyingly tragic. Amidst this chaotic battle, no one noticed a faint, dim green light quietly rising. The green glow struggled to assert its presence, outlining a vague shape of a long sword before Rayn's chest. Almost invisible, fine green threads began to extend outward from Rayn's wounds, these eerie threads joyfully targeting the surrounding blood and corpses. The delicate threads slithered like a serpent flicking its tongue, gleefully burrowing into the bodies, rapidly creating a bizarre scene of blood and flesh being drained. Yet none of the bloodthirsty combatants noticed. It was a curse, as the threads, having absorbed energy, began to return to Rayn. The dim long sword on his chest regained a hint of luster. The cursed sword known as the Seven-Star Sword was never a docile object. It was a demonic sword from ancient times that destroyed nations, stained the seas with blood, and piled corpses high. Even though it was temporarily utilized by Rayn due to the exhaustion of its host's power, it constantly influenced Rayn's will, seeking to devour this body and claim it as its own. Rayn was aware of this. However, he did not care at all, even viewing the sword as predatory gaze as a form of mental training, allowing it to strike back time and again. Such confidence, bordering on arrogance, ultimately led him to suffer the consequences. The curse of the Seven-Star Sword kept him alive, but the extremely weakened Rayn undoubtedly found himself at a severe disadvantage in this battle for his body. The small sword-shaped scar on his chest, symbolizing the will of the Seven-Star Sword. It wasn't long before Rayn's body showed no signs of external injury. He leaned against a pile of stones, his body trembling slightly. When his drooping head lifted again, his pitch-black eyes blinked, filled with a raging, eerie green light. Rayn stood unsteadily, green flames rising from beneath him, climbing higher and engulfing him in an instant. Emerging from the flames, Rayn seemed to wear a burning cloak, his hair covered in the dazzling fire. The Sandia warriors wielding spears and the divine soldiers with their cutting blades were locked in fierce combat, their focus solely on the enemy, completely unaware that someone had appeared before them. The contrast of chaos was so slow, yet seemingly at its limit. Rayn simply swatted the two bothersome foes into the ground beneath them with ease. Strolling into the battlefield, Rayn grabbed a divine soldier by the collar and hurled him into the sky, slamming him down hard amidst the soldier's bewildered screams. With only his head above ground, the Sandia warrior, whose body was buried in the earth, stared blankly, utterly clueless about what had happened. Like a ghost, Rayn moved silently across the battlefield, striking once to plant the bewildered soldiers into the ground like radishes, leaving only their heads exposed. That strange speed, both agonizingly slow and seemingly at its peak, caught the attention of Geronimo and Gonfu just as Rayn made his move. These two individuals are not mere small fry. Facing the outstretched hands of Run, Geronimo and Gonfu simultaneously abandoned their fight against each other, aiming the tips of their dual guns directly at Ren's hands. Those outstretched hands did not dodge or evade. They simply moved faster than the two, bypassing the sharp gun tips and grasping the gun bodies. Ren effortlessly pulled back, causing Geronimo and Gonfu to be horrified to discover that they could not resist that overwhelming force. In this ever-strengthening world, where monsters appear endlessly, this so-called island of the gods is truly too minuscule. Even though Geronimo and Gonfu are among the best of warriors, they're still like frogs at the bottom of a well. Just as the thought of discarding their weapons to create distance arose, Ren had already arrived before them. It was a simple action. Ren merely kneeled and crashed his knee into the steel body of the great warrior Geronimo. In an instant, the great warrior was enveloped by a pain that felt as if his insides were being ripped apart. His indifferent face twisted in agony, and holding his abdomen, Geronimo began to dry heave, his eyes filled with disbelief at his own vulnerability. Ren trapped Gonfu's lance with his arm and suddenly exerted force, snapping the knight's lance. A man who can be called a god is certainly not an average person. At the same time, Rayn shattered his breastplate with a punch. Gonfor desperately pressed his left hand against the glowing green sword pattern on Rayn's chest. Ugh, repulsion! Spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gonfor shouted the hidden killing move from within his left gauntlet. Although the man who could become a god is indecisive and extremely naive when things ultimately become irretrievable, he can also sever his innocence to come to a conclusion. This is a long-extinct shell with power exceeding 10 times that of shock shell. It is the most powerful damage shell on this sky island. Moreover, its backlash force is extremely strong, inflicting backlash damage on the user that is no less than a serious injury. Even if Gonfor himself were to use such a thing, he must be prepared to sacrifice an arm. This was originally intended as Geronimo's last resort in a desperate situation, but after just one round of combat with Rayn, Gonfor decisively made his decision without hesitation. This monster is definitely not something I can defeat on my own. The close-range impact exploded violently against Rayn's chest. The powerful shockwave even scattered the flames surrounding Rayn in an instant. His eyes, filled with a shimmering green light, went blank for a moment, and he lost consciousness, his body leaning back and falling. The series of sudden changes left the warriors in the arena completely confused, but the monster that suddenly charged into the battlefield, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe, was taken care of by the Divine, which was considered a good thing. The soldiers of the Divine Arms team couldn't help but loudly praise the virtues of the Divine. However, at that moment, Rayn's leaning back figure suddenly halted. With blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Rayn expressionlessly straightened his body. The shimmering green light in his eyes vanished quietly after a struggle, accompanied by a hint of blue light. The sword pattern on his chest, which was originally becoming brighter, also began to fade after being hit by the impact shell. Seeing that the impact shell did not knock Rayn down, Gonfor was left with nothing but shock and a bitter feeling. As expected, Rayn wasted no time in punching Gonfor into the ground. Spitting out blood expressionlessly, Rayn surveyed the chaotic battlefield with his dark eyes and finally spoke a single sentence. Not a single one can fight. He then frowned and clutched his stomach. He was very hungry. Chapter 106. Wolf. The battle above the empty island had not stopped. In various places far from the center of the battlefield, skirmishes of all sizes continued to occur. The Divine Arms team and the warriors of Sandia, with their relationship akin to water and fire, would drop everything to fight to the death upon meeting. In this forest that had been wildly growing for hundreds of years, massive sounds occasionally erupted as towering trees fell without warning, constantly showcasing the tense atmosphere of battle. In this now dangerous place, known as the Empty Island, Rayn moved forward slowly. His dark eyes were filled with fatigue, and his steps had no clear goal. He instinctively wanted to distance himself from dangerous areas. Clutching his chest and abdomen, his face was pale, not for any other reason, but simply because, well, he was hungry. It wasn't just that he had been hungry for a long time. The depletion of physical strength, mental weakness, and being directly hit by that impact shell had severely injured Rayn, even though the energy of the 7-star sword had offset most of it. Rayn merely categorized all these feelings as hunger. The curse of the 7-star sword remained, but after taking a hit from the impact shell, the cursed sword state had also dropped to its lowest point, and its restorative ability, which was undoubtedly linked to the curse, had significantly diminished. The 7-star sword had chosen the right host, but also the wrong host. In this battle for the body, with Gonfor's interference, Rayn had regained the upper hand. The 7-star sword could have chosen other, easier-to-control weak hosts, but in this empty island, there was probably no better host than Rayn. Therefore, it ultimately chose not to give up this dying body and began to lurk and accumulate power, waiting for the next opportunity. Finally, Rayn stopped. Leaning against the shadow of a tree, he no longer had the strength to do anything. Even so, he couldn't feel at ease. At this moment, the empty island was still playing out an unchanging war that had lasted for hundreds of years. Setting aside those bloodthirsty individuals, just the beasts on this island could eat the now weakened Rayn alive. Look, as he said, that thing appeared. It was a scarred, ferocious beast. A nearly 5-meter-tall black bear appeared in Rayn's line of sight like a small mountain, bloodied and in dire need of food to replenish its energy and rest. Originally, it could have been leisurely in this forest, but unfortunately, it had been caught up in a disaster. At that time, the ground beneath its feet cracked and began to fly into the sky, becoming part of a certain pirate's assault. It was swept up into that terrifying attack, and if it weren't for its naturally tough skin and incredible defense, it would have already been a puddle of mush. One leg was broken, one eye was blinded, and it didn't know how many bones it had fractured. It was already at the end of its strength, but with the beast's resilience far surpassing that of humans. It still had the capability to snap Rayn's neck with a single paw. Both parties, scarred and battered, stared intently at each other. The small mountain-like black bear vigilantly focused its remaining eye on the human resting against the tree. For a creature that had lived for decades. The most cunning in this world were not the equally powerful beasts, nor the small but highly intelligent forest creatures, but these seemingly insignificant humans. Those endless traps and mechanisms allowed them to defeat enemies 100 times stronger than themselves, even going so far as to tie the young of ferocious beasts above traps, causing them to fall onto hidden sharp bamboo swords when they approached. This nearly lifeless human before was very likely such a trap. After observing for a long time, the small mountain-like black bear could no longer endure the dullness of having prey in front of it. It had already shed too much blood and had no time to waste. Should it abandon this possibly trap-laden human so close at hand, or drag its scarred body to hunt other unknown prey? It showed that there was no other choice left. Without any extra roars or cries, the small mountain-like black bear cautiously began to approach Rayn. It was right. When it got close enough for Rayn to smell the stench of its breath, there was still no movement around. It was fortunate to understand that the figure before it was merely a nearly lifeless human. Rayn Walker squinted his eyes, tiredly watching the ferocious beast slowly approach. The cold breath of death dispersed his drowsiness, yet he couldn't even lift a finger to do anything. Even so, there was still no excess panic in his dark eyes, whether it was a fearless understanding of life and death or a confidence in how to survive. No one but him knew. As the small mountain-like black bear drew near, a noise mingled into this seemingly silent world. The low growl of the beast caused the cautious black bear to suddenly halt. Its pairs of shimmering green eyes had unknowingly locked onto the scarred prey, and because one eye was blinded, the black bear was slightly late in noticing that it had already been surrounded. The pale figures signified the more troublesome disaster known as the cloud wolf on this empty island. This creature, which always operates in groups and charges fearlessly once it attacks, is something even the black bear itself would prefer to avoid. So, after being caught up in the offensive of some great pirate, did it actually fall into the territory of the cloud wolves? Oh, the threatening roar was so weak that even the black bear could hear the lack of strength in it. Not to mention its current disheveled state, even at its peak. It would have less than a 50% chance of surviving against the collective attack of the cloud wolves. Moreover, how could the blood-sending cloud wolves possibly let this meal slip away? However, for Rayn at this moment, it made no difference whether it was bears or wolves coming at him. The tense standoff between the two sides was meaningless. Even if this black bear killed a few cloud wolves before dying, it would be of no help. The standoff was mainly due to the fact that the cloud wolves did not launch an immediate attack. They were waiting for something. For these fearless creatures, even if the prey fought back in its dying moments, it would be of no consequence. But it was not rational to let their companions be killed for no reason. They were waiting for a decisive force to arrive. It wasn't long before the force they were waiting for arrived. It wasn't a towering head wolf or some other monster, but a human, dressed in typical Sandian attire, wearing blue leather pants and with his upper body bare to showcase his powerful muscles. Red markings on his chest formed a spiral pattern that extended to his left arm. With a red scarf wrapped around his head, he carried a blue-green spear on his shoulder, appearing before the black bear amidst the crowd of wolves. The man, looking sleepy, immediately spotted Rayn leaning against a tree, and then shifted his attention slightly to the black bear. Oh, I see. This guy's your lunch for today? The human stroked his chin with his left hand, as if weighing the value of the prey before him. Speaking of which, you guys are so lazy to wait for me to come, even for such a heavily injured and dying creature. The reproachful words made the few cloud wolves beside the human lower their heads in a somewhat aggrieved manner, letting out whimpering sounds. The most terrifying time for a dying beast is just before its death. Even if they attacked together, they would still lose a few companions, which is why they hesitated and waited for this young man's arrival. The young human naturally understood this. He didn't want these guys to suffer losses over such matters. But always relying on him was not a good thing for them, so he hoped these fools would hone their own strength more. Unable to endure this torturous weight any longer, the mountain-like black bear disregarded its injuries and charged at the sleepy-looking young human. With such a surround, escape was impossible. Rather than be humiliated and eaten by these cloud wolves, it decided to kill as many as it could in its last moments. ignoring the agile and cunning cloud wolves. It targeted the particularly detestable human first. After breaking one of its legs, it began to run despite the pain, and its speed was quite impressive. Moreover, the young human neither fled nor dodged, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain-like figure had pounced towards the oblivious prey. At this critical moment, the red-scarfed human leisurely yawned, casually lifted the blue-green spear resting on his shoulder, and in the instant the black bear bore its full weight down upon him. The spear was released with the force of its master, flying out like a missile. Boom! With a sound that split the air, a giant bear weighing 1,000 kilograms was sent flying through the air. Ultimately, it was pinned against the trunk of a towering tree. Awoo! Ugh! Its chest was pierced by the blue-green spear, firmly nailed to the trunk behind it. The black bear, which did not die immediately, struggled desperately, slapping the spear embedded in its chest with its paws, but even the strength that could break steel had no effect on that blue-green spear. Gradually, as blood poured out, its movement slowed and finally stopped, with the blood flowing from its chest staining the trunk behind it. The cloud wolves cheered and howled in excitement, some even displaying human-like expressions of flattery towards the human, making it both amusing and infuriating. Next, clapping his hands, the human who had easily dealt with the forest beast turned his gaze back, seriously looking at Rayn, who was leaning against the tree, with a brutal, killing intent in his crimson eyes. Chapter 107. Stare. The crimson eyes locked onto every movement of Rayn, when a severely injured, frenzied beast and a critically injured human appeared simultaneously in the forest. Which one should be wary of? When Kuro discovered a wounded, crazed black bear and a dying human, he immediately focused all his attention and defenses on the human. He himself was unsure why he did this. It was simply his instinct as a beast that led him to make this choice. Next, the crimson eyes reflected cautious vigilance. Being so wary of a patient who could not even move a finger would shame a warrior's name. But Kuro Ikis trusted his instinctual sense of danger even more. Which side are you on, a Sandian or member of the Divine Arm Squad? Whether Sandian or Divine Arm Squad, both could easily be distinguished by their attire. The simple, wild clothing of the Sandians contrasted with the rigid, formal white attire of the Divine Arm Squad, and anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell the difference. However, Rayn's clothes had long been reduced to rags during the battle with Shiki, leaving only a tattered pair of pants barely covering him, making it impossible to discern his identity. Weary eyes glanced at the young man exuding killing intent, but after a moment, he lost interest and closed his eyes. Such boldness, ignoring me, huh? Kuro's lips twitched slightly as he quickly came to his conclusion. Although his mind wasn't very sharp, he hadn't reached the level of cognitive impairment. This person has no wings. The residents of this sky island possess a unique symbol that does not exist among the people of the Blue Sea, which is the small pair of wings on their backs. However, these wings do not have the function of flight. They are an indispensable part of the identity of the Sky Islanders, much like human hands and feet from birth, yet they hold no special significance. Although 90% of humanity possesses a basic appearance, there are also many peculiar individuals, like a certain pirate apprentice with a big red round nose. The Sky Islanders have never questioned the meaning of the meaningless wings on their backs. Even without any function, they continue to live here generation after generation. Even the oldest elder on the Sky Island today probably does not know why their ancestors had wings or whether they ever soared through the sky. Are these wings simply a genetic mutation, or have they devolved and lost their ability to fly? However, from the vague historical murals left on this Sky Island, it seems that the residents originated from another world. Setting aside these meaningless old histories, the wingless Rayn is undoubtedly a visitor from below. Understanding this, Kuro, with a hint of curiosity about the person from below, had the previously predatory glint in his eyes dimmed. The young man, resembling a ferocious beast, is an anomaly. He is dressed in the rough and simple attire of the Sandia people, yet in the life-and-death war between Sandia and the Divine Armament Brigade, he casually roams here. Even having the mindset to take down both the Divine Armament Brigade and the Sandia warriors before confirming Rayn's identity. On the Sky Island, stained with centuries-old hatred from both sides, those like Adolf, who deviate from the norm, are ultimately a minority, and the young man before him is indeed an anomaly among that few. Well, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, like a spoiled child tired of a toy, the capricious young man showed a completely indifferent attitude after confirming that Rayn was not a resident of this Sky Island. Is it a bold openness or the straightforwardness of a fool? Although the person before Kuro brings him a certain level of pressure, after all, Rayn is in a feeble state, So Kuro is not panicking over such a useless individual. With a strong physique, Kuro turned and leaped high, with a jump that even beasts would envy, drawing out the long spear pin to the trunk, raising a spray of still-warm blood. The giant bear, already devoid of life, slid down the trunk, painting the tree with blood in a terrifying scene. Kuro, already standing below, held up a hand, allowing the 1,000-kilogram giant bear to fall. With a heavy thud of a falling object, the cloud wolves howled in excitement for their imminent lunch. Kuro, supporting the giant bear with one arm, was completely obscured by its massive body, his expression somewhat helpless. It seemed he had spoiled these creatures too much lately. At this moment, in the crucial battle between the Divine Armament Brigade and the Sandia people, the young man, named Kuro, leisurely roasted meat with his wolf companions. On the enormous bonfire, a giant bear, skinned and cleaned, was slowly roasting. Due to its immense size, Kuro had to cut it up before skewering it. During this process, the cloud wolves, who should fear the flames, seemed to be on some kind of stimulant as they danced around the bonfire. A group of four-legged beasts anthropomorphically bowed and lifted their arms, dancing clumsily on two legs. These cloud wolves, fierce in appearance yet actually silly and cute, loved flames and feasts. They became cheerful as soon as they had a drink. Even if they were silly and cute, in front of the hungry Rayn, they danced and roasted meat. In Rayn's life, he had two great enemies. One was those stronger than him, and the other was food. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound was like a hungry beast trapped in a cave. Kuro, who was roasting meat, was startled by this sudden loud noise. Turning around, he saw the severely injured and disabled man staring intently at the skewer of meat in his hand with an expressionless face. Clearly a useless individual who couldn't even lift his hand. Yet at that moment, Kuro felt an immense sense of pressure. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. If it weren't for a certain monster-level pirate nearly turning the sky island upside down, there would probably be many ferocious beasts attracted by this scent. The piece of meat that Kuro was skewering with a branch was quite fatty, sizzling with delightful oil bubbles over the fire. Kuro, holding the skewer, was locked onto by that expressionless and terrifying gaze, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Gurgle, gurgle, don't stare at me with that kind of eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. Listen well, this is what I'm going to eat. I want to give it to you. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. All right, you win. With a helpless sigh, Kuro conceded in this battle over food, reluctantly tossing the roasted skewer towards Rayn. The skewer, expertly thrown, landed with one end stuck straight into the soil beside Rayn. The cold, terrifying gaze shifted from Kuro to the skewer of meat on the left. Rayn was indeed very hungry. Ever since coming to this sky island from the Blue Sea, he had been in a constant state of hunger. On that small sky island, Baika, he had momentarily forgotten his hunger due to the marvelous toys he found. But after the battle with Shiki, he had exhausted all his strength, and on top of that, recovering his body required a large amount of food and energy. The skewer of roasted meat emitting a savory aroma was right in front of him, and saliva was uncontrollably filling his mouth. Yet the trembling Rayn couldn't lift even a finger, staring, except for being able to move his eyelids. Rayn had no other means to act. He once again focused on Kuro, who was preparing to roast another skewer of meat. Kuro, feeling a chill down his back, had no choice but to turn around again, only to meet that cold and terrifying gaze. Huh? As Kuro turned in confusion, Rayn's weary gaze shifted between the skewer of roasted meat and Kuro. Kuro stared blankly between the skewer and the immobile Rayn several times, and then, with his not-so-bright mind, realized something, and his face instantly darkened. No, no, no. This won't do. Stare. This absolutely will not do. Stare. Listen carefully. Even if you stare at me with those terrifying eyes, this matter absolutely will not do. I am not your babysitter. Staring blankly, in the end, Rayn reluctantly consumed the unappetizing, heavily gamey roasted meat without any seasoning, served by a well-meaning young man who was filled with humiliation. Although that small piece of meat was just a drop in the bucket for Rayn at the moment, he was starving enough to eat more than 3 of such giant bears. It was ultimately someone else's catch. If he could move, he wouldn't mind snatching it directly. However, the reality was that he couldn't move. It was just a lunch. Yet this group of cloud wolves cheered as if it were a festival. Kuro had long since become accustomed to this. Even desensitized, these banquet-loving creatures always had extraordinary energy. When the cloud wolves had eaten the giant bear down to the bones, Kuro hefted his emerald green spear, ready to begin the next hunt. There were many cloud wolves, and the meat from just this one bear was insufficient to fill their bellies. Not to mention Kuro ate more than the combined total of all the cloud wolves. So, What will you do? Kuro led the cloud wolves to prepare to leave. Although he always said no or that it couldn't be done, his body was always honest in performing those so-called good deeds. For a useless person who couldn't even lift a finger, leaving him here unattended was no different from giving him to those beasts as a snack. Temporarily alleviating his hunger, Rayn closed his eyes again, ignoring the good intentions of that young man. TSK, ignoring me again. The somewhat frustrated young man decided not to meddle further, shouldering his weapon and glancing at Rayn before turning to leave. Chapter 108. Luck leading the pack of wolves in day-to-day hunts. The young man named Kuro was completely incomprehensible in how he squandered his youth here. However, Rayn was not interested in him. Sensing that the formidable young man was gradually moving away, the tension in his nerves began to relax. He had sustained a fatal injury, deliberately exhausting the power of the seven-star sword, making his condition far worse than it appeared, with even his observation ability reduced to just a few dozen meters. Huff! Exhaling deeply, Rayn gradually closed his tired eyes, focusing his gaze on his trembling arm, which he could not lift. A strong sense of drowsiness blurred Rayn's consciousness. Yet this empty island was certainly not a place where one could sleep soundly. With Rayn's luck value below E, he might be devoured by a beast while he slept. The bear from earlier was a prime example. Even that group of cloud wolves would have done the same if it weren't for that kind-hearted human leader. Although he had long given up hope for his luck, when that beast's roar sounded again, Rayn couldn't help but start to question his fate. Pushing aside the bushes, a snow-white beast appeared before Rayn. It paused for a moment, looking at the human leaning against the tree with confusion. 2 seconds later, cold sweat drenched its fur. And without even a whimper like a defeated dog, it did not think at all and turned to run. Stop! A voice colder than ice in hell nearly froze the air, making the beast's raised forepaw unable to descend in fear. Where do you think you're going, Lance? The snow-white tiger trembled as it turned around, eyeing the detestable human as if facing a formidable foe. It roared, wanted to tell this foolish human that it was not called Lance. It had its own name and a heart belonging to the jungle. It was not a pet. This had never been a matter of mutual consent. The white tiger was a captive, having lost to the monstrous human in a battle of the survival of the fittest. It longed to escape that den of evil, to return to the days when it could eat whatever it wanted. At the moment the ship surged onto the sky island, the pitiful Lance, with only its claws, could not grasp the ship's body and was thrown out, landing on the soft, fluffy sea of clouds. It was ecstatic to discover it had finally escaped the control of that detestable human. However, the unfortunate Lance, having fled to this divine island, had not yet managed to exert its power before the island underwent catastrophic geological upheaval. The battle between the three monsters' fluctuations nearly made it think the apocalypse had arrived. When finally calmed down, it encountered that dreadful human once more. Rayn could not understand what this creature was roaring about, but his powerful observation hockey could sense its emotions. He coldly gazed at the trembling little cat and finally spoke the words that would plunge it into despair. You seem to have misunderstood something. He paused for a moment. Your value of existence is not something as meaningless as a pet. I have never sought your opinion. After all, you're merely my food. Indeed, pets meant nothing to Rayn. He did not expect this weak little cat to fight enemies, as he could deal with them himself. Thus, this pitiful tiger's value to Rayn was merely as emergency food, devoid of any affection or hatred, pure malice towards another life. When fear and humiliation filled the heart of what was once the king of beasts, it rather burst forth with a desperate courage, as if ready to fight to the death. It realized, if it were the person from the past, he wouldn't waste so much time talking. He would have already knocked it down with a punch and dragged its tail away. But he did not do that. In fact, he hadn't moved at all during the entire process. The beast's keen sense of smell detected the intense scent of blood on this person, not someone else's blood, but that of this person who had sustained severe, even fatal injuries. Understanding all this, Lance suppressed its fear and summoned great courage to take a step toward that person. Rayn showed no reaction. As it closed the distance between itself and Rayn, it became increasingly certain of one thing. This person is truly weak to the extreme, weak enough that a single claw could scratch it to death. Just as Rayn sees Lance merely as food, this captured king of beasts is constantly yearning to escape from the control of these humans. If possible, it wouldn't mind at all swallowing those 3 detestable humans whole. And now is precisely such a rare opportunity. Sensing the killing intent so close at hand, Rayn is slightly surprised, but doesn't feel any excessive fear or anger. In fact, he feels satisfied with this little cat's courage to dare to strike at him. If it really acted like a trembling little kitten, it would be meaningless. If it turned out that way, it would have no value other than being eaten by himself. He calmly watches as Lance approaches him step by step, and suddenly realizes that when he is powerless, even such a small cat appears so enormous before him. The beast's instinct tells Lance that he cannot retreat. Rather than being enslaved by humans, it is better to take this chance to eliminate him. At the moment when its courage peaks, an invisible pressure surges forth like a flood breaking through a dam. The poor cat doesn't even have time to react before being overwhelmed by the torrent of that pressure. It trembles and kneels before the young man who can't even lift a finger like a real cat. The beast's instinct gives it the courage to face the human. Yet that same instinct also makes it confront the fear engraved deep within its soul since ancient times, submitting in submission. Even though it knows that the human is currently unable to move at all, it cannot go against that instinct to yield. Good child. Words of praise are the most painful blades for a loser, but Rayn is certainly not someone who would waste his breath on such things. This white tiger is his food, but right now he truly cannot do anything personally. Thus, this lucky tiger becomes his greatest protector at this moment. No matter what ferocious beast comes before him, it is meaningless. Rayn has ways to resolve matters without lifting a finger. However, that method may not necessarily work on powerful humans. Mr. Rayn never holds any expectations for his luck. Although it's unlikely he would encounter a human so powerful that they disregard his domineering aura on this small deserted island, still, when that frivolous voice rang out, Mr. Rayn helplessly closed his eyes. A tall man over 9 meters, with an exceptionally handsome face, smiling as he looked at Rayn leaning against a tree. Rayn does not recognize this standardly named man, starting with the character Dragon. But the man whose name does not start with Dragon knows Rayn and had even seen him not long ago. They had just crossed paths a day ago in a small tavern in the Demon Valley, where a mighty captain was sent flying by Rayn upon their first meeting. The man named Aaron is the first mate of that captain, ranking as the vice-captain due to his cunning and mysterious nature. It was his suggestion that prevented his foolish captain from clashing with Rayn, as he assessed that the three of them together would only have a 50-50 chance against Rayn. And there was no reason for a battle that involved no interests. After that, like many fools in this world, or perhaps some pioneers, under the lead of that foolish captain, the vice-captain and a woman who deeply loves that captain also boarded the monster current. No matter what dangers they faced in their lives, that foolish captain's luck has always been unmatched, and that child of destiny's strong fortune often made Aaron sigh. Whether escaping from some gluttonous naval hero or narrowly surviving from a former admiral who claimed not to kill, they successfully arrived at this legendary deserted island. But they also got separated. Thus, as if predestined, Aaron appeared before Rayn, a man chasing what might be the luckiest person in the world, meeting here with what might be the unluckiest man in the world. The handsome face wore a warm smile, but the eyes were filled with unwavering, killing intent. Avoiding meaningless battles is Aaron's style. Faced with the peak Rayn, he does not wish to risk participating in such a thankless fight, but the situation is now different. Drawn by that domineering aura, Aaron sees a pitiful creature on the verge of death. If Alan himself were here, he wouldn't strike, and he might even protect this dying enemy until it regained its ability to act before engaging in a fair contest. That naive and simple character indeed has its charm, and it is precisely that straightforwardness that has given Alan his current kingly demeanor. However, continuing like this would not allow one to survive in this cruel world. Alan just needs to live like Alan, and the rest can be left to the vice-captain. Pushing aside the bushes, Aaron confidently begins to approach Rayn, speaking to him in a warm and friendly tone, as if to an old friend. "Ah, a man like you must have quite an achievement on this sea. But whether good or bad, a peculiar and eccentric madman like you will not become our friend, right? On Lord Alan's path to the Pirate King's throne. You must be one of the stumbling blocks, right? Although we have no grudges, for the sake of Lord Alan's future path, please die here, Mr. Rainwalker." Chapter 109, Unpleasant. As he speaks this unnutritious nonsense, Aaron carefully opens his observation hockey, confirming 100% that this is not a trap or an accident, before finally shedding his superfluous disguise. Taking a step forward, Aaron firmly steps onto the soft, damp ground, though the feeling underfoot slightly affects his power. It is not a big deal for Aaron, who is putting forth all his strength, especially since his target is in such a weakened state. Armament hockey wraps around Aaron's arms, and with a sharpened hand that surpasses ordinary blades, he thrusts towards the motionless Rayn without a trace of hesitation. Bang! A sharp, fierce wind rushes in, rivaling the speed of that hand strike. A turquoise spear effortlessly deflects that hand strike capable of severing iron and steel, and its wielder descends from the sky, kicking towards Aaron's chin while parrying that hand strike. Ah, I felt a strange aura and came to take a look. The spear easily shattered the storm in the arena, and the lazy young man, following that unusual domineering aura, returned here, only to see the current scene. But speaking of which, you really are an unfortunate man, encountering bears and humans who want his life in just a few dozen minutes of their brief meeting. This man has almost lost his life twice. Although unclear on what this guy still relies on, he's indeed having a rough time. Next, raising an eyebrow, Cullo displayed a vicious smile like a rabid dog, single-handedly lifting the spear and pointing its tip at Aaron, who cautiously kept a certain distance from him. He can strike even at the wounded. The pride of a warrior is crying. Hey, I never had the awareness of being a warrior-like creature. With a smile that never faded, Aaron stroked his chin. Although he was kicked mercilessly by Kuro, it caused him no harm at all. For a user of hockey, an opponent who only uses brute strength is no different from a baby. The handsome and strong Mr. Aaron relaxed his body and released his battle stance, suppressing his displeasure at being interrupted, and smiled, showing his sincerity as a gentleman. If possible, could you please move aside? I refuse. That's quite troublesome given your outfit. You must be a resident of this sky island, right? You shouldn't have any reason to help that man, should you? Who knows? This is really a hassle. If possible, I would like to negotiate peacefully, although I doubt that will happen. Is it perhaps for a sense of justice? Is that so? But there is no need to think so complicated. I simply find you unpleasant. Oh, is that so? The gentle voice ended this unproductive conversation. So that is how it is. Although Mr. Aaron couldn't quite understand, that seemed to be the case. It doesn't involve any interests, and it has nothing to do with this young man in front of him. It's just because of this guy's personality, like a protagonist in a novel or comic, who jumps out to confront injustice out of love and justice. It seems that this behavior is called meddling in other people's affairs in the world. Although this young man in front of him has nothing to do with justice, he has already clearly stated that he simply finds Mr. Aaron unpleasant. Just like a delinquent kicking a studious student for no particular reason, disliking this feeling never requires a special reason. Mr. Aaron dislikes fighting, blood, sacrifice, and death. But for his foolish captain, there are some things he must do even if it's not his intention. As for now, he was somewhat angry. Accustomed to having everything under control, Mr. Aaron had made a decision regarding Kuro, who had inexplicably rushed out and was disrupting him for no reason. That massive body couldn't move with excessive agility, but it still moved at a terrifying speed that surpassed what the retina could capture, leaving behind an afterimage. Aaron suddenly appeared in front of Kuro. In Kuro's crimson eyes reflected the descending handblade, like a sword of divine punishment that couldn't be avoided. If it weren't for his outstanding observation hockey, Kuro might not have even had time to react before being split in two by that handblade, made of flesh and blood. A warrior using a spear would have long since given up resistance at such a dangerously close distance. But Kuro was certainly not that mediocre. The blue-green spear slid through his hands like a serpent, barely blocking that strike before the handblade could smash that cute little head. Crack! That blue-green spear wasn't anything special. It was just made of an unknown but extremely tough wood. No matter how roughly Kuro used it, it showed no signs of damage. However, at that moment, this spear, which was impervious to damage no matter how recklessly used, was split in two by a human palm. The shock in Kuro's heart far exceeded any emotion about his beloved spear being broken. This sky island was located in the first half of the Grand Line, and Kuro, who had no idea what hockey was, couldn't understand how this person had done it. TSK. Although Kuro didn't have the ability to break through everything with armament hockey, his unique observation hockey far surpassed anyone else's. Even with the spear broken, the momentum of the hand blade showed no signs of diminishing. The shock in Kuro's heart was only a momentary lapse. The warrior's excellent instincts made his body react faster. He swiftly used the broken spear's tip to pierce Aaron's palm, pulling it aside, and aimed the other half-s tip at Aaron's chest. The sound of steel clashing is hard to imagine coming from a human body. However, when the spear tip pierced Aaron's chest, something that truly surpassed Kuro's understanding happened. Having witnessed Aaron break his weapon with bare hands before, Kuro was no stranger to this scene. He lifted a foot and kicked Aaron in the chest, using the force to retreat. Kuro, with his small stature, was far more agile compared to the gentleman with a monstrous physique like Aaron. Kuro set aside his arrogance limited to this small sky island, faced the fact that his strength was insufficient, and cautiously distanced himself from Rayn. Even with a clear gap in strength, Kuro's smile never faded. For a warrior, encountering someone stronger than oneself is undoubtedly a gift from heaven. There is nothing more delightful than this. Even though his weapon was still broken, Kuro's fighting spirit burned fiercely within him, gripping the broken spear blades in both hands. Kuro even considered whether to dye them again, one red and one yellow, as that seemed to have a more symmetrical aesthetic. As for the name, let us call it the demon-breaking cough cough cough. The fighting style of wielding dual spears was something Kuro had never tried before. Like discovering a new toy, Kuro was filled with excitement, calmly pulling out the wood splinters embedded in his palm. Even with armament hockey protecting him, Rayn still suffered a minor injury from such close-range attacks. Rayn had now lost the advantage he had at the beginning of the ambush. For Kuro, who had taken precautions, he would no longer be as careless as he was at first. Even without the hockey to oppose him, Kuro relied on his nimble and agile figure and his superior observation hockey, making it seem that the second engagement between the two could go either way. Not far from their fierce battle, the former king of beasts had completely realized his fate. In front of these humans, who were 100 times more terrifying than fierce beasts, Lance had turned into a trembling little kitty, curling up beside Rayn, holding his head with his paws and shivering. Unpleasant. That low voice was filled with dissatisfaction with his current state. Having interacted with that human for a while, Lance could understand the meaning behind the word unpleasant. For ordinary people, it means feeling down, unhappy, and in a bad mood. Cautiously removing his paws from his head, Lance looked at the poor human who was gravely injured and needed help from a mysterious young man to protect his life. It was a sight he had never seen before. Red steam was released from that human's body, pouring out from his pores, and the choking smell of blood made Lance realize that this steam-like substance was the extremely precious blood within a human. Watching the human slowly rise, feeling the powerful strength that kept overflowing, Lance had never been so obediently bowing down at a human's feet since his birth. He had never felt so close to the abyss of death as he did now. Chapter 110. Above the blue sky, humans sometimes do things that exceed reason. It is a struggle of temperament, a short circuit in the brain. In the eyes of rational people, such behavior is something that only unevolved monkeys would exhibit. As for the situation of the person in front of him, it is an even more straightforward, monkey-like action. Rayn has never been a calm and rational person. Beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior often lies a volatility greater than anyone else's. The fact is, he always prefers to solve all problems with his fists. For ordinary people, surviving a fatal injury is already a blessing from heaven, let alone the inexplicable appearance of enemies being blocked by inexplicable strangers. They would at least wait for a victor to emerge before making a decision. But Mr. Rayn is different. His decision comes from a mix of displeasure, unhappiness, annoyance, disdain, irritation, trouble, pride, arrogance, personal will, and all sorts of chaotic emotions. There is no reason for his life to be taken or protected by someone else. Therefore, he stood up and used that forbidden technique. Consequences? Such things have never been within Mr. Rayn's consideration. To be honest, this person has never really thought about anything until now. He activated the forbidden technique, gaining combat power several times greater than in a normal state. Now, Rayn is truly unstoppable. In the trembling eyes of Lance, the slowly rising Rayn has already transcended into something beyond a mere biological being, resembling a certain demon or devil. Compared to the two pitiful creatures in the distance, who are obliviously engaged in a pathetic tense duel, Rayn's current state is far more terrifying. Kurlo, using two shotguns, is clearly at a disadvantage in the battle. His unfamiliarity with the changes in his weapons is one aspect, while the mastery of hockey is another area where Rayn has the upper hand. One side possesses exceptional observation hockey, yet their attacks are ineffective. The other side boasts incredibly strong armament hockey, but cannot reach the former. Thus, both sides are caught in a boring stalemate. Fortunately, this dull standoff comes to an end in the next moment. It is a speed that surpasses the divine wind. What is displayed is not mere physical strength or muscle power, but pure power, overwhelming energy, an unstoppable ravage. In Rayn's eyes, Kurlo and Rayn's movements are completely frozen, while in Rayn's perception, he can only barely see a scarred hand pressing against his chest at an unknown time. What? The impact. A detached voice announces the end of everything, and a shockwave begins to release from Rayn's palm. The visible shockwave infinitely extends before Rayn's chest, tearing his muscles. breaking his bones, evaporating his blood. When a force capable of crushing a mountain is applied to a human body, ugh, emitting an unrecognizable wail. Aaron's body is nearly shattered by the shockwave, yet he does not give up hope for survival. How can I die before Alan becomes king? Gathering his last will and strength, Aaron unleashes a desperate strike that explodes in front of him. This action is not aimed at killing the enemy before him. The full-force strike on Rayn's palm creates not even the slightest ripple. It produces an insignificant burst of impact for Rayn, riding on that wave of shock. The more seriously injured Aaron is successfully pushed away, distancing himself from that humanoid demon. Once his figure disappears into the forest, Rayn does not pursue. There has never been any killing intent in his indifferent gaze. All of Rayn's actions are simply the whims of his own consciousness. He didn't want to do so, and thus he acted. Rather, Aaron's desperate will to survive in the face of death slightly touched him. Hey, that's really terrifying, little brother. A frivolous voice inappropriately rings out, and the side of Curlow's temple is already damp with cold sweat, clearly on high alert. Just thinking about how he once relaxed his guard in front of Rayn and regarded him as a weakling fills Curlow with genuine fear. Although he is technically standing on this person's side in the current situation, who would let their guard down against such a monster for that reason? With a cold gaze sweeping over the dual-gunned Curlow, Rayn hesitated slightly, seemingly recalling the not-so-delicious roast meat favor. He did not strike Curlow away out of a capricious reason. These matters are trivial to Rayn at present, whether it is neglecting Kuro or being indifferent to Aaron's escape. It is precisely because he has resorted to forbidden methods that he is now in a state of extremity, allowing him to understand. Gazing up at the dazzlingly blue sky, Rayn squints his eyes. It is only in this current situation that he can clearly perceive that something exists. That thing has always been there, but it is beyond the perception of weak mortals and Rayn in his normal state. Here is the sky 10,000 meters above the earth. Visitors from the blue sea would feel breathless due to the thin air. If there were anything existing above this, it certainly wouldn't be a place where humans could survive. Rayn wouldn't he consider these boring matters, perhaps because he is just a simple fool. With a single step forward, the ground beneath him began to crumble. With that explosive force, Rayn shot towards the sky like a cannonball. The atmosphere erupted with a sonic boom. This momentum even reached the speed of sound. There was no sound left in Rayn's ears. The consequences of a mortal body reaching the speed of sound are self-evident. Even though Rayn's body had been tempered to near perfection, he still paid a bloody price. Every bone in his body was creaking. His skin was peeling away inch by inch, and blood and muscle began to separate from his body. He challenged the sky like an unstoppable spear of slaughtering gods, his blood and muscle mixing together, painting the spear a vivid crimson. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, because Rayn was in this forbidden state, his super-speed regeneration kept him from turning into ashes due to his own speed. Having long been accustomed to pain, Rayn's expression was as if he had forgotten the agony. In a state of sonic speed, he couldn't even open his eyes or mouth. Clearly in the fastest state, his perception was infinitely delayed like a worn-out clock. Even so, Rayn clearly understood one thing. Not yet. It's not time. He can't stop. For the outside world, it may only be a moment, but for Rayn, it felt like an extremely long time. Finally, he reached a terrifying height. The surrounding air was so thin that humans could not survive, and at this moment, Rayn opened his eyes. Perhaps it was the immense energy from his ascent that prevented him from self-destruction in this near-vacuum environment. With that brief moment of time, he finally reached the height he desired and saw the true form of that being. That creature loomed above the heavens, floating in the void without the need to flap its wings. Its massive body could only be compared to the best of the sea kings. And that magnificent creature needed no further description. Any description felt so pale and powerless in the face of that great existence. Throughout human history, it had continuously revealed itself, becoming the protagonist in numerous myths and legends, a phantom beast among phantom beasts, an invincible creature, dragon. Chapter 111. The fall had opened its yellow gem-like eyes, and within those pitch-black pupils reflected the insignificant existence. Those eyes were filled with wisdom named time. By chance, Rayn inadvertently sensed the existence of this transcendent being. A single-celled monkey, after gaining immense mobility, was now in this scene of a stare-down between man and dragon. Rayn was trembling, without a doubt. That was the emotion called fear, making his body feel deathly cold. It was the most instinctive, direct reaction of a living being. the truest reaction in the face of despair. Yet Rayn's expression remained so indifferent. Coming here was his choice, and thus he came. His purpose was certainly not just to take a glance and tremble. In this space where the air was too thin for humans to survive, Rayn wasn't even sure if he could live to the next second. The reason for fighting was so boring and tedious. Rayn was simply following his will, wreaking havoc as he pleased, like a pirate. In this forbidden state, he sensed the presence of a dragon, risking his life to come to this unknown height. His purpose was certainly not to chat and catch up with it. He just wanted to know who was stronger between you and me. He withdrew his fist to his waist, and with a simple punch, he swung out like a beginner throwing a straight punch. That punch didn't contain any great secrets or techniques. It was merely Rayn releasing all the energy in this critical state in one breath, like a light cannon. The radiant light gathered and compressed at the tip of his fist, then erupted. The torrent of light surged towards the great dragon, carrying all of Rayn's strength. In this space, he unleashed what was perhaps the strongest blow of his life, and it could only be this one strike. The torrent of light illuminated the dim space and lit up the great dragon's armored body. With that strike, Rayn couldn't see the outcome. With all the energy released, he could no longer maintain his upward momentum and began to fall like a meteor towards the blue land below. The dragon, as if slowly waking from slumber, sluggishly lifted its massive head. Its gaze held no contempt for the mere human. It opened its mouth filled with fangs, and radiant light burst forth. Two beams of pure energy collided. The encounter of the light beams produced no explosive reasons or elements. The energies canceled each other out, and for a moment, there was no clear winner or loser. The dragon's deep gaze fell upon the human, plummeting like a meteor, and ultimately, its eyes closed once again, just as they had for the past 800 years. Although it was rare for a human to arrive in this realm with their own strength, it was not the first time it had happened. The human's power was merely a slight disturbance to it. The sound of astonishment could not resonate in this space where air could not carry sound. It was the echoing of that dragon's heart. It could not see what was happening on its massive body, but it could feel that a small area of scales on its back had been torn apart by the searing light. To its mountain-like body, that was a trivial wound. In less than a moment, the flesh and blood there regenerated, with even harder scales covering it once more. The contact between the two beams of light, however, had injured its body. Silently gazing down at the blue star, it ultimately closed its eyes again, falling back into slumber. But an ancient voice that no one could hear echoed in its heart. Wonderful. Ah. Sighing helplessly, the frivolous young man looked at the gun in his hand. Now split in two. Although it had turned into two short guns, he could barely wield them with his skills. However, when facing an enemy, the disadvantages were still evident. Not to mention, looking at the rival, standing on the branch, Kuro felt his head swell. As expected, you were alive too. The Sky Island underwent a dramatic change due to the influence of a certain notorious pirate, leading to all living creatures on the island being caught up in it. Over 50% of the creatures vanished without a trace, and Kuro's wolf pack lost many companions as a result. Although he survived thanks to luck, he couldn't help but feel genuinely displeased seeing his adorable rival completely unaffected, lightly standing on a fragile branch. That fateful rival was a being of alien origin. It was a monster with a human appearance, a resident of the Sky Island, with small wings on its back, decorations that served no purpose for flight. No one questioned the wings behind them, naturally bearing them as part of their being. However, this alien was different. The vaguely visible youthful face was one of rare beauty, with tightly closed eyes that seemed to have not opened for a long time. He took a step forward, yet did not fall from the branch behind him. Enormous pure white wings spread out to the left and right, soaring into the sky, holding a blue long spear in his hands. He descended like a figure from a myth, delivering a divine strike. Iblis, howling the name of that rival. Kuro charged forward without any hesitation to meet the thrust of the spear. When did this fateful bond begin? Was it when this guy killed his best friend? Or was it when he almost had his heart ripped out by this guy? A rational being, devoid of language, abandoned by humans and nurtured by nature. This alien was given a name by Kuro for convenience. With a body devoid of the boring sense of shame that humans have, his long gray-white hair matched his height, and he wielded a weapon of unknown origin, mimicking every opponent he fought against. At some point, this alien, discarded by humanity, became the common enemy of the god soldiers and the Sandians. But such matters were irrelevant to Kuro. He didn't care about the tragic reasons behind the current situation or the hatred between the Sandians and the god soldiers. He just wanted this guy, who had once nearly taken his life, to die. Up to now, their battles have been countless, and for some unknown reason, neither could take the other's life. Same age, similar training methods, and the weapons they used intertwined their fates, making them destined rivals. However, this situation was likely to end today. The injuries from fighting Rayn and the changes in weapons caused the balance scales to start tilting. Is that right, Iblis? So that's what you call him. That makes things much easier. It's indeed rude to just call him hey. The loud voice constantly proclaimed his strong presence, and with a cheerful smile, the man clad in red light armor appeared, shouldering a companion even larger than himself. Kuro, forced back by Iblis's gunfire, suppressed the force of the impact, swallowed the blood welling up in his mouth, and looked up to see that the man was carrying the barely conscious Mr. Rayn. This alone was enough. But what he found most unbelievable was that Iblis actually obediently landed beside this man. This scene made Kuro doubt his own eyes. That Iblis, who made nature his home and befriended wild beasts, had not lacked kind-hearted fools trying to pull him back into the human world, but none had succeeded. The hostility and deep-rooted hatred he displayed towards humans made it almost impossible for him to stand amicably with them. Yet now that scene had occurred. How had this bold man before him managed it? Regardless of how he did it, it was clear that this suddenly appeared bold man could not be here to help him. The man who called himself Alan scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and said to the wary Kuro, "I'm sorry, although I don't want to interfere in others' battles. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now, so could you please let me pass?" With a sincere expression, Alan heartlessly patted the nearly lifeless Rayn on his shoulder, clearly not intending to waste any more time here, while Iblis, who had not spoken a word from the beginning, quietly followed at his side. In this situation, how should one make a choice? In this situation, it is only natural to obediently close your mouth and make way. Do you think they would do that? Kuro's head is indeed not very smart. The hatred of the Shandians for hundreds of years, apart from instilling martial skills, any extra knowledge is clearly useless. However, at this moment, Kuro clearly understood one thing. If he made way here, he might never have the chance to see that guy Iblis again. This detestable nemesis would be taken away by this unfamiliar man in front of him, leaving this empty island. When fighting Rayn, he had already confirmed that he was not a resident of this empty island, and the obviously allied Alan, who had no wings, was the same. Having left his own group and ignoring the mission and honor of the Shandians, Kuro had lived to this day only to take down that detestable nemesis Iblis. Given the circumstances, how could he possibly back down? What a pity. Alan shook his head regretfully, already clearly aware of this person's attitude. Although he advocated for fair and upright battles, he would not be bound by that in the face of his partner's life being in danger. Kuro revealed a fierce grin, ready to say some impassioned words when he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the sky above. "Hey, look what that is!" As if he had seen something incredible, Kuro pointed at Alan's head, to which the latter responded with a disdainful expression. "Huh? Hey. We're not elementary school kids anymore. Is this kind of trick really going to work?" With a sound like thunder, Rayn fell like a meteor, forcefully smashing the poor Mr. Alan into the ground. Do you remember a technique that comes crashing down from the sky? Chapter 112, huh? Alan ran away. That was a choice made to save his gravely injured comrade. Choosing to flee in the face of an enemy is something that is difficult for any proud pirate, even one with a small amount of fame, to accept, let alone for Lord Alan, who had only stepped into or fled to this grand line after dominating the North Sea. Faced with an unavoidable enemy, fleeing seemed like the smarter choice. And when facing an enemy worth fighting, Alan only needed to abandon his hindering subordinates and could fight joyfully under the pretext of pirate honor. For the simple-minded Mr. Alan, however, fleeing to save his comrade's life seemed like a matter of course. As for whether this action was truly the act of a strong person or the unnecessary worries of a weak one, that was something no one could clearly say. Although Alan did not know, at that moment, Rayn could be pushed down with just a gentle nudge. But even if he knew, a self-proclaimed upright fool would not do anything to take advantage of the situation. This is really troublesome. Gripping the broken spear tightly in his hand, Kuro looked at the figure of his nemesis fading away, his killing intent completely unable to be suppressed. Kuro had lived to this day only for the purpose of taking down that detestable nemesis. For this small, empty island, Kuro's personal hatred was merely insignificant, but for him, it was everything. However, falling from the sky and creating a terrifying pit in the ground, Rayn miraculously was not smashed to pieces. In fact, from the outside, he did not even have any basic injuries. As Alan fled without any fighting spirit, his not-so-tall body fell down. Although it is not known who set the rule, it seems all characters who fall down do so backwards. Lying face down does indeed look rather unappealing. The terrifying high temperature emanating from Rayn's body gradually began to cool down, but the thing known as vitality also cooled along with it. Even with forbidden recovery methods, he could not withstand this person's reckless behavior time and time again. The kind of complete disregard for one's own life can only be explained as seeking death. Watching his nemesis retreat with Alan, Kuro's gaze kept wavering between him and Rayn. He had accepted Rayn's unintentional, life-saving grace, and if he were to abandon him now, this unfamiliar man would surely perish here. But that retreating nemesis, the very purpose for Kuro's survival until now, if he did not pursue him at this moment, he would likely find it difficult to encounter him again in the future. Damn it! That entangled young man ultimately slammed the broken spear he held hard against the ground with a reluctant roar. Yunin Village. Although it is called an invisible village, its location is indeed quite concealed. However, after hundreds of years, the Shandian's residence has long been under the control of the God Soldiers. It's just that the God Soldiers have not been able to completely wipe out the Shandian stronghold, and with the current God being a kind person, he continuously seeks peace and coexistence, and has never thought of directly attacking Yunin Village. Looking around, it is just a peaceful, small village, with rare green vegetation planted in front of each tent, being nurtured. These lands, reclaimed with the blood of warriors, bloom with small flowers that are not particularly bright. Although not many, they add a touch of vitality named hope to this vast white world. An elderly Shandian calmly walked out of the tent, magically pulling out a smoking pipe from his sleeve. After lighting it, he leisurely consumed the dwindling tobacco. After waiting for a moment, he let out a somewhat tired sigh and finally extinguished the pipe he had just lit. Looking up at the pure white sea of clouds above, his gaze ultimately fell on a young warrior leaning against the side of the tent. "How long has it been since you returned, Kuro? Did you think I would pay special attention to such boring things? I see, you're still the same. But you look healthy, which is better than anything. By the way, it seems there is something I forgot to tell you. What was it?" The elderly Shandian scratched his itchy head in confusion. Although he was still physically robust, his mind was no longer as sharp as before. After all, intelligence cannot be strengthened through exercise, especially for the Shandians, who rely solely on muscle. As one of the few wise men in the village, the elder had not concerned himself with worldly affairs for a long time. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. It probably isn't anything important, old man. By the way, how's that kid doing? Weighing the broken spear in his hand, Kuro felt a tinge of sadness for this companion who had accompanied him for a long time, even though it was not very obvious. That kid. Hesitating as if unsure how to explain, the elder scratched his head in confusion. He had not a single external injury, and in terms of physical condition, the young man lying in the tent was even more energetic than a dinosaur. However, his breath was strangely growing weaker. As the elder, who had the most experience on this empty island, understood, even if the body was unharmed, the young man in front of him had likely done something reckless that drained his vitality. All the elder could do was wrap that kid up like a rice dumpling with a large amount of mild medicinal herbs, stabilizing his essence. The rest depended only on his will to survive. After all, the old man is not a professional doctor, right? After listening to the elder's explanation, Kuro touched his chin and recalled the first time he saw Rayn. The miserable look on his face, and that weak state was definitely not an act. Then he erupted with astonishing combat abilities. It was indeed the price of abnormal efforts. "Well, it doesn't matter to me anymore. We are even now, so I leave that guy to you, old man." Kuro waved his hand dismissively, stood up, and even someone like him who is not good at thinking needed to seriously consider his future direction. His beloved weapon was gone. The hateful enemy had disappeared, and there had been a tremendous uproar on God's Island. Regardless of these for now, the first thing Kuro needed to do was to take the wolf pack to search for oblivious on God's Island. That guy acting alongside humans was definitely not a good sign, so he needed to find him first. "Oh, are you leaving already?" Right, I remember now." The elder stared somewhat dazedly at Kuro's departing figure, and suddenly recalled what he wanted to say earlier. He slapped his head, feeling a bit happy that he remembered something he had just forgotten. What is it?" It's nothing, just that your father, Geronimo, seems to be on the verge of death." "Oh, really? What the heck?" Chapter 113. Boring Sky, Island Skypea, this unfortunate magical island, was nearly half destroyed under the reckless actions of a certain great pirate. The terrain of the island was unrecognizable, and it was unknown how many beings were affected and perished in this unfortunate catastrophe. After that, the most evil and terrifying creatures on this Sky Island, humans, began a massive self-slaughter. The result was a once vibrant island now filled with a terrifying silence. The roar of rage shattered this brief silence, startling countless birds in the forest. That was just an ordinary roar, and the emotions conveyed by sound are ultimately something outsiders cannot understand or comprehend. Therefore, no one could understand the emotions contained in that roar: sadness, despair, disbelief, and anger. The century-old giant trees that had not yet been uprooted were knocked down by the wind-like figure, helplessly falling and creating a deep pit in the ground. The still-living giant trees began to be uprooted one after another, crashing down with a rumble. The completely insane beast had long disregarded everything in pursuit of that hateful scent. And even if a mountain stood in its way, it would be smashed to pieces by its fury. That frenzied beast was a giant tiger with a gray-blue body, its black and gold stripes shining. It was 8 or 9 meters long, had 6 legs, and its sharp claws swung recklessly, causing a century-old giant tree to fall helplessly. The cold light was piercing. Although it looked very much like a tiger, it was not a tiger. 2 thick, long tails wrapped around a giant tree and uprooted it, finally crushing it into pieces. This frenzied beast is one of the few living and vibrant rulers on this island of gods, with almost no natural enemies. Unfortunately, the reproduction of this ferocious creature is extremely difficult, essentially passing down only through a single lineage. The one before us is female, while the male was sacrificed to a large snake in the forest. However, this is merely the survival of the fittest in nature, and there is no resentment or anger. If there is anything in this world that can drive it to despair and madness, it is only its one and only bloodline. It is the disappearance of that soul bloodline that has driven it to madness. And what makes it even more clear is the scent left in its nest, which does not belong to any wild beast, but to humans. Following the scent left by that human, it has completely gone insane on this empty island, destroying everything in its path just to capture that detestable and despicable human. Buck is an unfortunate human. He has been captured by a group of insane pirates. And what makes him even more desperate is that these crazy guys have recklessly boarded the monstrous sea current, preparing to explore the legendary dreamlike empty island. The heroic ambitions of these men appear to Buck as nothing short of madness. Buck is also a lucky human. Once the ship was swept onto the White Sea, it was shattered into pieces, and the number of survivors, including him, was less than 10. Among the last survivors, Buck sinisterly dealt the final blow. The empty island truly exists. The unprecedented sights are reshaping Buck's worldview, filling him with both terror and excitement. Whether the empty island exists or if it is a fabricated lie cannot be confirmed. Many have ascended to the empty island, but very few have returned alive to share their experiences. Some even spend large sums of money to buy information about the empty island to learn everything about it. Although this insatiable curiosity about the unknown holds no value or meaning for the common people, there are always those who remain obsessed with it. Since he managed to come up, Mr. Buck, the former pirate captain, naturally has the confidence to go down and sell his experiences for a high price. To prove he has been to the empty island, he deliberately collected the special clouds from Angel Coast, magical shells, and incredible ferocious beast cubs. By chance, he stumbled upon a simple nest that was extremely concealed to beasts but utterly ridiculous to humans. Without any hesitation, he stole the sleeping cub. He effortlessly stuffed the sleeping cub into his backpack, although Buck immediately fled the scene. It was unfortunate that the mother beast returned to its nest just a few minutes later, followed by a thunderous roar of rage. Cursing the heavens for not looking after him, Buck took off running, using every ounce of strength to dash through the forest. He was already nearing middle age, but his physical strength and explosive power were no less than that of a young man. Being the captain of the pirate ship, he naturally has his skills. In the devastated forest, where there was no terrain to speak of, his speed was not affected at all. As the roar behind him grew closer, Buck, though terrified, was still able to remain calm. The scent. That's right. Most animals in nature do not rely on their eyes to observe the world. Some rely on sound, some on temperature, but most undoubtedly rely on their sense of smell. Although he couldn't be sure what the ferocious beast chasing him was using to track him, Captain Buck could only pin everything on his sense of smell. After all, even if a 2-legged human can run with all their might, they cannot outrun a 6-legged beast. Summoning all his strength, Captain Buck desperately began to accelerate his escape while continuously looking for ways to mask his scent. As for the cub in his backpack that had already woken up and was restlessly whimpering, he ignored it completely. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, while bad people live for 1,000 years. with the ferocious beast just a few hundred meters behind him. Captain Buck finally found a clear cloud river. Without thinking too much, he plunged into the river. What man who could traverse this sea, isn't a skilled swimmer? Once in the cloud river, Captain Buck used all his limbs, almost bursting forth with all his potential between life and death, even swimming with greater speed than on land. The distance between Captain Buck and the ferocious beast was merely a moment apart, but in that brief instant, the hateful human scent and his child's scent were severed before the cloud river. A whoop! The deafening roar sent ripples across the river's surface. Although the scent was cut off, the beast did not stop its pursuit. It leaped into the water. It may be a fierce king on land, but once in the water, it cannot move as freely as a fish. Nevertheless, a mother who has lost her child does not care about such matters. Even after losing the trail, she still blindly and desperately thrashed in the cold river water. Submerged underwater, Captain Buck felt his limbs were about to cramp before he finally surfaced and crawled towards the bank, coughing and cursing that relentless beast. Captain Buck began to shake off the river water, casually tossing aside his soaked shirt to reveal his muscular and scarred physique. His gaze inadvertently swept over his backpack. He froze for a moment. Then his expression changed, and he hurriedly unzipped the backpack. The newborn cub was lifelessly lifted by Captain Buck, wet all over and even devoid of body heat. Buck was cursing something as he tried to squeeze and press the cub, hoping it might have inhaled water. After all, a living rare beast is worth much more than a dead one. He cursed that beast for being too close. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have had to rush into the water, completely forgetting there was a recently born cub in his backpack. Damn it! Shaking his head, he tossed the already drowned cub back into the backpack like trash. Although it wouldn't be worth much if it were dead. If handled properly with emergency preservation measures before it rotted, he could still sell it to those collectors for a decent amount of berries, right? Captain Buck is a stray dog. Amidst the mutual greed and slaughter, he lost. His subordinates were bound hand and foot and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. And his ship was sunk. With no money, starting from scratch like he did in his youth would undoubtedly be difficult. Surviving the catastrophe and arriving at this empty island. Captain Buck viewed this process as his opportunity, so the future would largely depend on this chance at the empty island. A whoop! The beast's roar made Buck's hair stand on end. In disbelief, he turned around to see the beast splashing towards him in the water. His curses were already in disarray. Buck couldn't accept how that beast had caught up to him. It was one thing to not outrun it on land, but he had managed to shake it off in the water, and the scent was completely masked by the current. How could it possibly have caught up? It was merely a matter of coincidence. Having lost the scent, the frenzied beast could only thrash about aimlessly, but in a twist of fate, it seemed to inevitably find this detestable human. Buck, feeling weak in his hands and feet, had almost no strength left to escape. He threw away everything he could, trying to lighten his burden, but he couldn't bring himself to throw away the young beast in his backpack. That was the only valuable chip he had left. Perhaps throwing the young beast to that ferocious creature would slightly delay its pursuit. However, human greed is sometimes something that mere rationality cannot deter. Don't come over. Captain Buck, in a state of utter distress, rolled and crawled away from the ravenous beast, but suddenly saw a human staggering out in front of him, blocking his path. This human was wrapped in white bandages, looking like a mummy, and was smeared with a pungent herbal paste, with green medicinal liquid seeping through the bandages, making it look particularly disgusting. Get out of the way. Captain Buck, already panicking and desperate, shouted without thinking about why there was still a human here. In an instant, a new idea formed in his mind. He charged towards the staggering human, reaching out his foot to trip him, clearly intending to cause this blocking idiot to fall, hoping it would buy him a little time against the ferocious beast. After all, they were both humans. If the beast devoured this idiot, it might give him a moment's respite. However, at the moment he extended his foot, Captain Buck's face turned pale. He felt as if he had kicked an iron pillar, let out a scream, and fell to the ground. The bandaged figure calmly looked at the screaming Captain Buck, at the young beast's corpse that had been thrown from his backpack during the fall, and at the rampaging beast. The cause and effect of this scene, born from human greed, clearly emerged in his mind. His pitch-black eyes showed no emotion, no disgust for humanity's ugliness, no pity for the young beast's tragic fate, and no fear of the frenzied beast. He simply observed the three without saying a word. In the end, there was nothing to feel angry, pitiful, or fearful about. Life, and the act of living, is fundamentally built upon the destruction of other lives. The difference between beasts and humans lies only in the reasons for their killings. One kills merely to satisfy hunger, while the other kills for a multitude of more meaningless reasons. Therefore, he had no extra thoughts. At least regarding the three before him, he felt little. If he had to say something, it was that he felt somewhat touched by the fact that he was still alive, but he felt no joy. The most important thing in this world is to be alive. Only by being alive can one do anything. Once dead, no matter how earth-shattering the deeds one has accomplished or how infamous or virtuous one was, it holds no value for the deceased. Therefore, after recklessly living on the edge, realizing that one is still alive is a cause for great relief and happiness for the vast majority of people. A ripple of pain appeared in Rayn's calm eyes, making one wonder, is being alive a painful experience for him? The enemy is right in front of him, and his child has clearly lost all signs of life. Yet the ferocious beast that has chased them here does not immediately pounce to tear that hateful human apart, compared to the foolish human writhing in agony. The beast's instinctive nature prevents it from acting rashly, even being cautious enough not to make a sound. Even when it had previously gazed upon the master of the sky island from afar, it had never felt such genuine fear as it does today. Finding the screaming buck too noisy, Rayn casually kicked him, knocking the noisy fellow unconscious. This was a sudden whim for Rayn as a human. To those familiar with him, he often seemed like he was experiencing a split personality, acting capriciously, under the watchful gaze of the beast. Rayn walked over to the already lifeless young beast and sat cross-legged beside it. He casually extended a bandaged arm and placed it on the young beast, connecting them with something invisible to the naked eye. There was no breath, no more inhalation. The heartbeat was growing weaker and would soon cease. This was a death sentence for the creature. Fortunately, the arrival of death for the young beast was still a recent event. Yes, the sudden impulse, or one could say, the reckless behavior of a split personality led Rayn to want to save this young beast. It was not out of a sudden reverence for life, nor out of pity or any other laughable sentiment. He simply felt like doing it, and so he acted. Life restoration. If a high-ranking naval officer or a CP9 expert were here, they would recognize what Rayn was doing. Although there are differences in details compared to the true life restoration technique, one of the 6 styles, in essence, they're not very different. In this world, apart from treasures like the devil fruits, abilities achieved through martial arts training lead to the same destination. The ultimate technique of the 8 treasures water army. The 8 storm fist releases a powerful, diffused shockwave while striking the opponent. The deeper the mastery, the more it feels like wearing an invisible armor, using the shockwave to defend against the opponent's attacks. The condition to achieve this level is a profound understanding of one's own breath. Without the ability to control and manipulate one's own breath and life force, the defense enveloping the body would backfire on the user. Rayn has survived multiple life-and-death situations thanks to this absolute control over his own breath and life. What he is doing to this young beast now is fine-tuning its life breath. Fortunately, this young beast is a rare case that has not completely died, so Rayn hardly spent much effort. With a whimper and a painful shudder, this recently born, grayish feline opened its bright, adorable eyes, curiously looking at the bandaged figure closest to it. Eventually, the frenzied beast calmed down, glaring fiercely at the unconscious human before carrying its cub away without looking back at another terrifying human. Rayn casually tore off the excess, useless bandages and took a deep breath, escaping the nauseating smell of the medicinal herbs. It was also thanks to these thick bandages that he safely left the village of the Sandia people, and even a few Sandia villagers inquired if he needed help. If they knew that it was this very person who caused half of the Sandia warriors' injuries, it would probably have turned into a scene of relentless revenge. Standing at the edge of this island of gods, gazing at the endless sea of clouds in the distance, just like when most of the world's secrets are revealed, the truth often turns out to be quite ordinary. This so-called Sky Island is not the sacred place where gods and angels reside as rumored, but merely an ordinary small island sitting 10,000 meters in the air, and even the deity present was knocked down by Rayn with a single punch. Aside from the unexpected appearance of a legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, there was nothing else here that Rayn found noteworthy. Rayn stared blankly at the distant sea of clouds, the soft, fluffy clouds and the warm sunlight making the air feel drowsy after all the fighting had ended. Yawning, Rayn supported his chin with his hand, and only at this moment did he recall his ship and the 2 crew members. How boring. Chapter 114. Come up, huh? A dull voice hesitated in questioning. Rayn looked at the ship docked in front of him with a puzzled expression, seemingly doubting whether he had come to the right place. The ship, anchored at the edge of the island of gods, had been struck by a massive harpoon, leaving an ugly wound. Fortunately, it had not pierced the ship's bottom, preventing it from sinking. If the harpoon had been forcibly removed, it might have caused even greater damage to the hull, so it remained embedded in the ship. The dolphin figurehead that Mr. Rayn particularly liked was also hit by the harpoon. Fortunately, it was a through-and-through injury, making it easy to remove. However, the large wound left on the dolphin's forehead had been plastered with 2 gigantic band-aids by some fool, making the dolphin look particularly pitiful. Huang and Sherry were already starting to sweat coldly. As Rayn's gaze fell on his favorite figurehead, the two of them felt even more cold sweat trickling down their backs, ready to flee this soon-to-explode danger zone. Although they were not responsible for the damage to the ship, with the captain missing, the responsibility for protecting the ship rested solely on them. When the captain returned to find his beloved ship in such a state, especially with this temperamental and unpredictable captain, the consequences would be dire. What on earth is this? Without turning back, Rayn suddenly reached out towards the 2 crew members beside him. I'm sorry. What? The closest to Rayn, the oblivious little girl, Sherry, immediately squatted down and covered her head at the sound, shouting apologies. Having lived in the dark side of society, where one always had to apologize and face punishment, she instinctively apologized first, even when she knew it wasn't her fault. This good habit saved her life. The moment she squatted down, Rayn's hand reached out, grabbing the still-dazed Huang. This is definitely not selling out teammates. Not selling out teammates. Mr. Rayn rarely smiled, at least not at these 2 crew members. Yet at this moment, he revealed a smile that was so friendly it sent chills down Huang's spine, pointing at the sorry state of his ship. This. Huang, still in a daze, ultimately chuckled awkwardly, shifting all the blame onto the already dead Mr. Eugene. As for why he didn't expose the true culprit, Adolphe, it was a shred of compassion in the boy's heart. After witnessing the gruesome scene of carnage, Huang couldn't bear to let that poor leader face the even more terrifying Rayn again. Is that so? Letting go of Huang's collar, knowing the culprit was already dead, Rayn had no further doubts, and even the slight displeasure that had arisen in his heart was abandoned. This was originally a boat casually picked up on the shore. Although Rayn was quite fond of it, he couldn't change the ordinary construction nature of the boat. It was already a rare miracle that it hadn't been torn to pieces by the monstrous sea currents, let alone the numerous holes now opened in the hull. Sighing, Rayn helplessly sat at the bow of the dolphin boat. He originally planned to leave this boring little sky island immediately, but it seemed he would have to wait for the boat to be repaired first. He figured it was best to leave such matters to the 2 helpers. Hey, little brother, are you leaving? A frivolous voice rang out at an inappropriate time, as Kuro, leading a pack of wolves, lazily greeted him at the edge of the God Island. After glancing at Kuro's seemingly half-asleep face, Rayn lost interest and stared blankly at the distant sea of clouds. Rayn's life had been one of battle. He had neither the skill nor the interest in anything outside of fighting. Even the great treasure he was pursuing, One Piece. Aside from being curious about its true nature, he was more eager for the process of battling others while chasing that great treasure. You're really cold, little brother. Kuro chuckled, unfazed by Rayn's indifference. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Kuro had already developed a deep understanding of this reckless character before him. Just like how simple-minded fools attract each other, he understood that Rayn's indifference held no deeper meaning. It was simply a matter of not caring about anything outside of combat. The elder had lied about his father being on the verge of death. That seemingly silly and harmless old man was either truly confused or pretending to be so, taking advantage of the great warrior Geronimo's setback to arrange a meeting between the 2 extremely estranged father and son. Although the 2 ultimately didn't share any melodramatic moments of mutual understanding, the aging father and his now adult son had gained a silent understanding between them. Well, it's all trivial anyway, little brother. I'm not looking for you for anything else. After a slight pause, Kuro, having specifically sought out Rayn while the wolf pack searched the God Island, clearly had something serious to say. His nemesis was no longer on this sky island. This was the information the wolf pack had informed him. Iberius had left the Sky Island early this morning with Alan and his companions. The record pointer on the Sky Island only needed a few days to complete its recording. This so-called God Island was originally part of the Blue Seas Gaia Island. And being situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it was far removed from the chaotic magnetic fields between the islands on the Grand Line. So the record pointer was quickly stored. Alan's companion was severely injured. While this sky island indeed had various magical shells and resources, it was not advanced in medicine. The savage Sandia people were one thing. Even the residents of Angel Coast hardly had any doctors. It was unclear whether it was due to the high altitude that people rarely fell ill. Therefore, after urgently treating his companion's injuries, Mr. Allen immediately left the Sky Island, preparing to go to the Blue Sea in search of more capable medical means. Although Kuros Wolfpack found Iberius's location, they could not launch an attack. Just Iberius's strength alone was subtly superior to Kuros, not to mention that Allen and another woman, whose reasons for standing on the same front were unknown, were with him. Therefore, Kuro had only one reason for seeking out Rayn: to catch a ride on Rayn's boat and head together to the unknown Blue Sea. Although Kuro had the ability and courage to venture into the Blue Sea alone, it was still an unknown and dangerous territory for him, similar to the Blue Sea people's fear of the Sky Islands. However, if he could board Rayn's boat, things would go much more smoothly. Since they had met, fortunately, there had been no conflict between them, and they had even helped each other. To be honest, the simple-minded fool Kuro hadn't thought much about it. He just wanted to ride on Rayn's boat to the Blue Sea. With Rayn's help as a local, it would be much easier for him to search for Iberius. Thus, without much consideration, Kuro straightforwardly said to Rayn, "Hey, little brother, can I hitch a ride on your boat? I just happen to need to." "Oh sure, head to the Blue Sea. Of course I won't let you carry me for free. You probably don't know how to leave this Sky Island, right? And hey, what did you say?" "I said yes." Yeah. What a hassle. What exactly are you dissatisfied with?" No. Normally would someone just casually agree like that? You should be the captain, right? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and get on board." "Yes." Chapter 115. Opposition. So, how is it, everyone? What have you considered? Above them was a soft, fluffy white cloud, so close it seemed within reach, surrounded by lush green vegetation. This small island had a refreshing and clean landscape. There was not a trace of pollution or chaotic buildings. This clean island, with its sparse population and not so dense vegetation, formed a harmonious natural scene. Yet, in such a place, an out-of-place scene was unfolding. A tall man with a lazy smile looked at the crowd before him. This is a group centered around the elderly and middle-aged people, and the individuals before us are all the residents of the small island, totaling no more than 100. Each person is dressed in garments resembling either clean or dirty bathrobes, and every face displays a deep sense of anger. That anger is not directed at the tall man threatening them, but rather at the calm old man behind him. Although time has etched many hardships on the old man's face, his hair is still half black and half white, and his long beard remains entirely dark. Judging by his attire, this old man is indistinguishable from the island residents, as he too wears a long black robe and a similarly styled pointed hat. What is unfolding at this moment is a story about betrayal. In any world, among any people or race, no one likes the word betrayal, and no one forgives the act of betrayal. The tall man is dressed in a wine-red tailored suit, with a sky-blue shirt underneath, and he has a wine-red ponytail. His face is rather sharp, with elongated eyes and thin lips, embodying the very essence of the word mean. As the saying goes, appearance reflects one's heart. A person's looks can determine their character and fate. However, Mr. Herodotus is famously kind-hearted, unlike another leader in the organization who resembles a devil. Even in a situation where he could easily overpower all dissenters with one hand, he still gives everyone present a voice, striving to achieve his goals through peaceful dialogue. Here is the Sky Island. No, to be precise, it's the small Sky Island Vassalia. The organization that Herodotus belongs to, led by nameis, has an unusual and strong interest in the legends of Sky Islands near Gaia Island. That leader seems to regard the unknown Sky Islands as untapped treasures, even though countless people have proven with their lives that Sky Islands are merely nonsensical legends. Nevertheless, the leader, like a mad gambler, arranges for people to brave the monstrous currents every year. If his people can successfully reach the Sky Island, it would represent an indescribable opportunity for him. Unfortunately, to date, only one killer, Eugene O'Neill, has managed to reach the Sky Island by sheer luck, and even more unfortunately, this murderous executioner met his end at the hands of Ryazaki Ikko. Even the highly paid Golden Lion Shiki has not made contact due to unforeseen circumstances. The mission that Mr. Herodotus received is certainly not a suicide mission into the monstrous currents. Those selected to ride the currents are all pitiful souls whose lives are controlled by the organization. Forced to comply, Mr. Herodotus's task is relatively safer. In the first half of this grand line, among the intelligence gathered by their organization, There is a report stating that a drought-stricken country experienced a sudden downpour in a single day, saving tens of thousands of lives. Alternatively, there are reports of a nation on a special shipping route that had been ravaged by storms multiple times, but after receiving help from an elderly man, the country has not faced storm attacks again. There have been multiple eyewitness accounts, all describing similar characteristics. An incredible old man descends from the sky using a magical item. In exchange for money, food, or other resources, he casts miraculous spells to resolve these natural disasters. Some even claim to have seen the old man leave and fly into a moving cloud in the sky. It seems that Herodotus's leader caught a whiff of a business opportunity here and ordered Herodotus to trace the source of this information. The mysterious boss naturally does not believe in the absurdity of magic, but since the sky is related to the Sky Islands, he believes that the moving cloud must be connected to the Sky Islands. Since the so-called old man in the intelligence can return to the sky using an incredible item, the matter becomes simple. He dispatched one of his right-hand men, Mr. Herodotus, who spent more than half a year tracking down the latest eyewitness reports. His efforts were not in vain, as they eventually encountered, in a country besieged by storms, the old man who descended from the clouds in an incredible bubble. This rumored magician had no means to resist in the face of Herodotus's strength. In fact, one could say that the old man did not possess any offensive capabilities at all. As one of the top officials in the organization, Herodotus did not threaten the old man at all. Instead, through conversation and dialogue, they reached a consensus, and, in the end, he returned to the small sky island Visalia together with the old man, using that bubble-like item. This is the process of Herodotus standing on this small island of Visalia at this moment. This island is a country dedicated to meteorological research, composed mostly of clouds and a small portion of land. The residents of the island are all meteorologists. The climate on the island changes rapidly, with storms and sunshine alternating, making it an excellent place for climate research. The people of this country are all obsessed scientific fanatics, and they occasionally invite renowned meteorologists from the Blue Sea to collaborate on the great topic of the strange weather phenomena of the Great Sea routes, with mutual consent. The confrontation between the two sides originated from a disagreement over a transaction. On the way to this small, empty island, Visalia, the meteorologist Taha explained to Herodotus that those so-called magical powers were merely byproducts of their meteorological research, referred to as meteorological tools. Initially, the organization's boss wanted to understand the source of these magical powers that could change the weather. If they were from a devil fruit user, he would spare no effort in recruiting them. However, the products of meteorological science, although far from the boss's expectations, were clearly a better choice. Compared to the personal power of a devil fruit, controllable tools were obviously the priority. After a conversation with the boss via a telephone bug, their strategy changed. Herodotus offered the island's meteorologists an unimaginable and generous reward, one that was almost impossible to refuse. For this organization, which follows mysticism as its creed, using brute force for transactions was absolutely inadvisable. Although it cannot be denied that in this monster-ridden world, force is the greatest guarantee. In this world, berries are the second greatest guarantee, sometimes even more powerful than brute force. This can be seen from Ace's invitation to the Golden Lion to take action. Wealth can move mountains. Compared to the barbaric conquest through force, a merchant-like exchange of interests is the greatest foundation of trust between both parties. It is important to note that studying meteorological science is not a simple task. Besides technical issues, the greatest difficulty lies in funding. Any research requires a large amount of capital as a reserve. The equipment and resources needed for experiments all cost a fortune in berries. Otherwise, the scientists on this small, empty island, Visalia, wouldn't frequently go to the Blue Sea to exchange meteorological tools for funds and necessary resources. The meteorologists on the island are a group of homebodies who are indifferent to desires outside of their research topics. Thus, although they are not wealthy, they do not face a shortage of funds. Herodotus's offer conditions are extremely generous, which makes them tempted, but they are not essential. More importantly, in this transaction, they want to know how their research results will be applied. Herodotus, without changing his expression, spoke about using these technologies for various beneficial public relief efforts and other nonsense. Although the old men on the empty island are simple, they have lived for half a lifetime and are not completely isolated from the outside world. When they requested that Herodotus provide detailed information about his organization and the use of meteorological tools, the situation became awkward. Herodotus's organization is a gray organization that believes in mysticism, operating violent entities including pirate crews, bounty hunters, and mercenary groups. using rented military forces to incite internal strife in various countries, acquiring rewards through effective means such as war, and even helping the world government complete some unspeakable tasks, engaging in various gray transactions. The fade of this operation is a low-key hotel and several inconspicuous casinos. What does an ordinary hotel need meteorological tools for? To perform acrobatics? Moreover, they can offer such a huge and generous reward. Is this a scam? The simple yet not foolish scientists were skeptical of this transaction, which could not even disclose its background. They know the value of their technology. If misused, it could lead to great chaos and disaster. They have even rejected invitations from the world government, let alone this unknown gray organization. Therefore, when both sides had not reached an agreement, the old man standing next to Herodotus stepped forward. Taha, please clarify what this is all about. The small, floating island of Visalia may be a peaceful place, but the number of individuals eyeing the meteorological technology has not diminished. Therefore, they strictly prohibit anyone other than meteorological scientists from landing here. Moreover, the elderly man before them has brought along personnel from an unknown organization in an attempt to exchange for meteorological technology. What is going on? As the young man said, this is a lucrative deal, Harita. The elder named Taha calmly responded to the irritable middle-aged man, Harita. Don't joke around, Taha. You know very well what consequences could arise if these unknown individuals misuse our meteorological tools. Who's joking? Harita, we continuously research new meteorological technologies, yet we don't effectively utilize them, just letting them sit in a warehouse to gather dust. The previously calm Taha seemed to explode like a powder keg, angrily responding to Harita and his companions' questioning. The seeds of discontent had long taken root in Taha's heart, not just at this moment. On this small, floating island of Visalia, Taha had become increasingly out of sync with his companions for some time. This time, he did not agree to bring Herodotus to Visalia out of fear of his power or being tempted by money. He made this decision after careful consideration and of his own volition. Some have speculated that if the meteorological technology here were to be promoted worldwide, how many people suffering from natural disasters could be saved? Once this technology is disseminated, it would truly benefit the people. In this hypothesis, the technical costs have not been considered for the time being, and soon, the scientists were divided into two factions. One faction advocates promoting the technology of meteorological tools as products worldwide, believing they can profit from it, thus eliminating the need to scramble for funding and resources, allowing them to focus solely on research. They argue that this technology can help more people, so why not? The other faction disagrees. They are not concerned about the benefits of their technology or whether it can help others, and they have a faint concept of money. Their reason for coming to the small island of Visalia is its magical environment, which is conducive to various research endeavors. They find joy in constantly discovering new things and conducting research, quickly forgetting the tools they invent and immersing themselves in new discoveries with a pure researcher's mindset. While their technology could benefit the nation and the people, it is more likely to be used for war or conspiracy. The boss of Herodotus, dwarfs, aims to exploit these magical weather tools to artificially create disastrous weather for profit. Therefore, the other faction does not agree with the former's proposal. For them, as long as they enjoy research, occasionally go to the blue sea for funding, and maintain a stable daily life, they are already very satisfied. They are scientists focused on weather research, living happily in this space. They are not conspirators, politicians, businessmen, or war profiteers. They are merely scientists, not needing to take unnecessary actions. Their technology is not meant to serve anyone or benefit the populace. They are simply immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Led by Taha, the scientists mockingly retorted, fearing the negative values brought by technology is not a reason to halt technological advancement. Such thinking is quite reactionary. If everyone thought this way, we should still be living in trees like monkeys. In a calm response, the scientists led by Herodotus said, if it does not benefit the nation and the people, we should just focus on ourselves. As researchers of weather, we only seek knowledge. Those weather tools are merely byproducts on our path of inquiry. Taha dismissed this idea. Seeking knowledge for the sake of knowledge is a foolish display. If it cannot be made practical, then the value of knowledge itself is merely for show. This thinking is even more reactionary. Herodotus raised an example, peeling and eating a chestnut. For instance, in stories of wizards, they may have initially sought knowledge and origins, inventing many byproducts in this quest that could explode or spit fire, gradually being seen as means of attack and war. Magic is no longer a means of pursuing mysterious knowledge, but is instead naturally used to harm others. After nodding, Taha ate a zongzi and said, "No one stipulates that magic can only be used for war and destruction. Can water mages not help build irrigation arrays? Can fire mages not enhance alchemical skills and strengthen craftsmanship? The purpose of humanity acquiring knowledge is, to put it simply, to better develop and utilize nature, to gradually advance from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. Moreover, sword can be reforged into plows. We cannot refrain from taking steps forward due to fear of the unknown." Halida shook his head. "Ta, you are basing your argument on the premise that knowledge must be practical, otherwise it is worthless. We do not care whether it is practical, Ta. This is our fundamental divergence. Indeed, for thousands of years, humanity has stepped out of fear and gradually developed into the current society, where the use of weapons is also managed by the government. However, Taha, our technology may, 100 years or 1,000 years from now, add a splash of color to this world. But in this process of dissemination, how many people will use our technology for good, and how many will use it for evil? This world has never been in the hands of ordinary people. The true masters of this world are always a small group of elites. Under their will to consolidate their position, how many people will die because of our technological knowledge? How much blood must be shed for our technology to help everyone? Years later, Taha lent his technology to a poor small nation for experimentation. He wanted to prove something. Relying on such technology, this nation, which had lived in suffering, eventually began to blossom. The citizens no longer lived in pain, and everything developed in a positive direction. With each citizen displaying a happy smile they thought they would never have again in their lives. This country was destroyed, and its technology was coveted by neighboring nations. War naturally began, the ability to control the weather. It was almost like obtaining the power of a deity. Who wouldn't want their own country to have favorable weather while their enemies face storms and floods? The word share has never existed in humanity's dictionary. There is only monopolization. Perhaps now some may share this or that. But when faced with irresistible interests or temptations, would you really divide it in half and give it to others? The country that bore fruit was destroyed because it was unwilling to share the secret of weather control with its neighbors, leading to a brutal war where both sides suffered greatly. This experiment does not prove anything. It is simply human nature. If this technology were obtained by a benevolent monarch, perhaps he would share it generously with neighboring countries, allowing the people on both sides to lead better lives. However, this is also a bad beginning. Ultimately, the scientists following Taha shook their heads and stood by Halida's side, and after that, no one said anything. Whether the technology is obtained by a mediocre king or a wise one, it cannot escape the prying eyes of others. Even if you're willing to share, others may not want this miraculous power to be wielded by anyone outside of themselves. Taha's transformation occurred during a time when the small island of Visalia faced funding shortages. He took weather instruments to the Blue Sea in exchange for what was needed. Gradually, the practicality and potential benefits of this technology clawed at Taha's heart like a cat's paw. Abundant funds and resources, which he had previously overlooked, became something he desperately craved in the face of an economic crisis. Upon realizing the potential benefits this research could bring, he shifted from being a pure theorist to a pragmatist. No one is qualified to intervene in their victories or defeats, nor can anyone judge who is right or wrong. Who can say that Taha, who wishes to benefit all people, is wrong? And who can claim that Halida, who is obsessed with the halls of knowledge and has pursued his life's work, is meaningless? It is precisely because of this conflict that their contradictions intensified, ultimately placing them on opposing sides. One could even argue that Taha's thoughts are more aligned with those of a normal person. He wants to showcase the results of his hard work to the world, gain recognition from others, help more people, and accelerate the progress of human society. As for those who might die, those who are about to die, and those who are destined to die during this process, Taha ignored them. Scientific development comes at a cost. He only needs to prove that his work is useful. As for how it is used, whether it leads to the destruction of humanity or benefits humanity, perhaps he hopes to help more people. But such matters are not something a small scientist like him can decide. At least for him, his name will undoubtedly be recorded in history, becoming a remarkable monument in the field of science. And for him, that is enough. As the world has developed to this point, if humanity seeks to do something without pursuing fame or profit, they are instead seen as heretics. Harita, who is immersed in the ocean of exploration, is not interested in anything beyond that. It is merely his conscience that leads him to refuse Taha's proposal. Perhaps it is a cowardly, fearful, and foolish decision. But for Harita, while his technology could benefit humanity, if even one person were to die because of it, it would be unforgivable to him. Not to mention the weather science technology, which is capable of influencing the course of war in this world. If misused, the outcome would be catastrophic. Herodotus smiled as he watched these old men explode with anger. He did not care how they thought about utilizing technology, nor whether they were willing or not. The decision was not one these feeble old men could make. For the organization, the only options were to either acquire what they wanted or to destroy it. If negotiations could resolve the issue, then everything would naturally go smoothly. If not, although it was not his wish, there were plenty of ways within the organization to deal with these stubborn old men through force and threats. Even if they swore to die rather than yield, it wouldn't matter much. Their boss, the ace, might regret it for a second. But the next second he could unhesitatingly order the execution of these old men who possessed miraculous technology. Those who could not be used by him, even if destroyed entirely, must not allow their technology to fall into others' hands. In Mr. Herodotus' eyes, his task was already complete. These old men and everything on this small sky island were already in his pocket. Therefore, he relaxed, intoxicated by the fresh air and scenery of the small sky island. Closing his eyes, after living on the ship for more than half a year, he had been smelling the sea breeze day and night, feeling rather unwell. He had indeed let his guard down and was even ready to take a good break for a while. Therefore, he did not notice immediately that a tiny black that had appeared beneath his feet. This black dot grew larger, and ultimately, with a whistling sound breaking through the air, a ship descended from the sky, landing right on top of him, crushing him into the ground. The massive commotion carved a deep trench in the ground before finally coming to a stop. The cute old men on the sky island stared dumbfounded at this scene, their earlier arguments forgotten in the face of this shocking spectacle. They could hear a cold voice coming from the ship. "Is this the good method you mentioned for descending from the sky island?" Aha, don't mind the details. Chapter 116, It's Decided It's You. The specialty of the sky island, the octopus balloon. That was the only means to descend from an altitude of 10,000 meters. An incredibly astonishing creature that would leisurely float down from the sky while carrying a vessel, possessing an unbelievable buoyancy akin to that of a hot air balloon. Unfortunately, there were no stubborn biologists on this sky island interested in exploring its principles. If everything had gone smoothly, Rayn's ship would have safely landed on the sea, continuing his rather uninteresting journey. However, as everyone knows, Mr. Rayn's luck was rather bad. Rayn, luck value. Ilongchi Huang, luck value. Bisheli, luck value. D. Kuro, luck value. Elance, luck value. D. Generally speaking, the normal luck value for an average person is C, which may bring minor misfortunes, but they can still live to a ripe old age. A luck value of B is quite remarkable, indicating a life free from major disasters. Even if they do face adversity, they have a high chance of survival, with at least 3 out of 10 lottery tickets winning. If one reaches an A level, they could almost be said to have the luck of an emperor, transforming from a beggar to an emperor without difficulty, able to escape even seemingly fatal situations. As for those with luck values below the average, reaching D signifies a life accompanied by disasters and misfortunes, where merely surviving requires tremendous effort, like the large cat that might accidentally become Rayn's meal. As for luck value E, it is hard to believe that a human could possess such a low level of luck rather than luck. It could be better described as a curse, burdened with unimaginable misfortune, often accompanied by pain, and could even bring disaster to those around them. Of course, these so-called numbers are merely rough estimates. The actual situation can vary due to various factors. The reason for mentioning them is that a team composed of individuals with luck values below the average has no chance of safely descending from the Sky Island. The incident, to be precise, was caused by the large cat that had been completely forgotten. Rayn was rescued by Kuro, but the trembling lance was utterly forgotten. The poor large cat had been wandering for about a week, as the island underwent dramatic changes, causing animals to flee in all directions, leaving Lance unable to find food. He barely managed to catch prey to sustain his survival, but after that, the Luck D Lance became the target of hunting, as an exaggeratedly large fat snake pursued him, wanted to eat him for a meal. Rayn completely forgot about this backup food until the moment he set sail, when Lance, under the chase of the fat snake, leaped onto the ship. The subsequent development was very smooth. The starving Lance bit down on the seemingly delicious octopus balloon. The startled octopus balloon, well, deflated. Although the pitiful octopus balloon was saved from the jaws of death by Kuro, falling directly from over 8,000 meters in the sky to the sea can be imagined as a tomato being flipped 360 in an Armstrong-style spin and then slammed down onto the ground. At this critical moment, Long Chi Huang's luck greatly increased the survival rate of this group of unfortunate souls, as their landing spot happened to be on this small sky island. Visalia. Aha. Ahaha. I thought we were going to die. Laughing heartily, Huang appeared cheerful, but his slightly trembling legs indicated that he was not entirely unaffected. Ugh. The little girl Shelley, tightly hugging the mast, was in even worse shape. Although she wasn't killed in the fall, the impact of the ship's descent made the not-so-strong little girl feel as if her internal organs were about to scatter. Ugh. Awoo. However, compared to the pitiful little girl, the large cat Lance, now being held by Rayn by the neck with one hand, was in a life-threatening situation. Faced with being eaten by Rayn or immediately swallowed by the snake, Lance chose the former, the small broken ship. However, Lance's inability to control his mouth almost caused the entire ship to crash, and this matter couldn't simply be laughed off. Completely forgetting that he was the king of beasts, Lance weakly waved his claws, looking as pitiful and powerless as a large cat. It is not that it cannot resist, but with its limited strength, resisting the currently ill-tempered Mr. Rayn would undoubtedly be seeking death. A cold, killing intent enveloped Lance's precarious life, and Rayn calmly looked at the big cat. If it were a few years ago, Rayn would have easily twisted its neck, but now he had developed a kind of unknown change in mindset. Ultimately, Rayn loosened his grip and allowed Lance to fall onto the deck. A faint smile appeared on Rayn's calm face, a smile that looked exceedingly kind in Lance's eyes. Hey, do you prefer it steamed or braised? Although he did not specify what was to be cooked, Lance still fearfully hid behind Kuro. Compared to that terrifying master whose killing intent almost overflowed, Kuro, who had lived in the forest among beasts for many years, had a kind of affinity for Lance like a friend of the forest. Ignoring Lance's earlier reckless behavior, Rayn jumped off the ship and began to look around. Although his eyesight had suffered some loss in the past, since then, he had not relied on his eyes to see the world. His observation hockey had long since covered this small sky island, Visalia, and even extended several hundred meters around it. Given that their time of falling to the ground was still short, and not being very clever, Rayn relied on the monster's instinct to understand the environment they were in. It was clear without looking that the ship, which had barely been repaired, was now battered again due to the recent collision. Rayn sighed, feeling as if he had been increasingly unlucky in recent years. When he was with the 8 Treasure Navy, they were always the ones causing trouble for others. Ever since he set sail alone, he had faced various setbacks, although this was partly due to his own reckless behavior and self-destructive tendencies. The strong financial resources and backing of the 8 Treasure Navy had been the fundamental reason he could once move freely. At this rate, would he be able to return to the blue sea smoothly? Hey, old man over there, where's this place? His calm voice inevitably carried a sense of arrogance, as if commanding, completely lacking the attitude of someone seeking information. However, no one could expect Rayn to act like a good grandson, pretending to be polite to gain enough favor before asking what he wanted to know. There were sky currents on the upper sky island, and there were octopus balloons on the lower sky island. However, having fallen onto this unknown sky island midway, how to get down was indeed a problem. For Rayn, as long as he knew the method, he would blindly rush up even if it meant facing chaotic sky currents. But in the situation where he didn't know how to get down, it was impossible to let Rayn just jump down, right? The meteorological scientists led by Halida clearly had not recovered from the impact of the ship falling from above, so they completely ignored Rayn's rudeness. Hey, old man, didn't you hear me? Hey, young man, compared to that, huh? It seems like your ship crushed someone when it came down. And then? So, it was a person, it crushed a person, not flowers or grass or other debris. Oh, really? Completely unaware of what these simple-minded scientists were anxious about, and not taking to heart the possibility that their ship might have crushed someone, Rayn appeared quite impatient. Who the ship crushed was not his decision. If someone was unlucky, it was simply that person's misfortune. If they happened to be faking an injury and got crushed to death, so be it. What Rayn wanted to know now was whether this small sky island had a way for him to get down. Is it you, Rayn? A voice devoid of emotional fluctuations came from behind Rayn. Amid the girl Shirley's exclamations, Herodotus, who had been crushed into the ground by the ship, raised the ship's body off himself with trembling hands, throwing it aside, completely unhurt except for being covered in mud. Although the Echo Dolphin was a small, 3-masted sailing ship, the sight of a tiny human lifting it with flesh and blood nearly caused the scientists on the sky island to pop their eyes out. Rayn looked grimly at his beloved ship, which had shed several parts and fragments again, completely ignoring why this guy recognized him and whether there were any grievances. Taking a step forward as a flash of lightning. Such a counterintuitive approach, without even a greeting or opening line, clearly caught Herodotus a bit off guard. The wild Herodotus has appeared. Rayn used quick attack. Priority attack 1. The wild Herodotus was sent flying. The effect was outstanding. Chapter 117. Let the world feel pain. That is a personal vendetta. For the company, the sacrifice of combat personnel is unavoidable. Unpredictable events always occur, and no one knows the true strength of their targets. Moreover, the sacrificed combat personnel, even the shadowy gray world, had a disreputable job, and should it be exposed, it would cause significant damage to the company's reputation and interests. Therefore, the boss's attitude towards this matter ultimately led to a deadlock, not to mention that it would be reckless and unwise to seek revenge for a mere employee. Of course, the most important reason is that the target of revenge, the young man known as the War Demon, had grown into a formidable presence in less than 2 years and incredible speed. Originally a somewhat obscure monster in the New World, for some unknown reason, he had gone to the first half of the Grand Line and was now completely rampaging without restraint. The company has many enemies and extensive connections. It is not worth risking everything for such a madman who does not belong to any organization. Engaging in battle with him would bring no benefit to the company. And more importantly, with the onset of the age of exploration, the world has already become chaotic. The world government is overwhelmed with the affairs of the New World. But once this period passes and the government has the capacity to act, reckless pirates like Rayn will be among the first to be suppressed. This reasoning is sound, but those who understand it are among the most impulsive and complex humans in nature. As one of the company's second-in-command, Herodotus naturally understands these things and knows how to make choices. He is a truly good boss, treating his subordinates exceptionally well, embodying that saying of treating comrades with the warmth of spring while being ruthless towards enemies. Therefore, Herodotus ultimately just kept this account in his heart. In this chaotic era, no one can say when they will kneel. Perhaps before he can act, Rayn will meet a tragic end elsewhere. But if he dies, then so be it. However, since he is still alive, Herodotus will demand an explanation. His attitude is neither good nor evil, and it does not contain any righteousness. He would even approach it like a gamble. If he encounters him, he will deal with it. If not, he won't take the initiative to do anything. Coincidentally, he encountered him. In this vast world, two people who had never met but had grievances against each other crossed paths, which can only be described as some kind of fate. Rayn's way of doing things needs no elaboration. He has never cared about grudges, enmities, interests, or costs. He simply walks the path he wants to take, kicking away all the stones in his way. This world never bows to the will of any human. As long as humans live in this world, they will face various obstacles. Wanting to do whatever they please without restrictions is akin to reaching for the sky. Even the mighty celestial dragons will encounter reckless madmen who will twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. And seemingly with no choices at all, Rayn is indeed walking on this path to the sky. He has lived freely to this day, choosing the most unreasonable and tyrannical path. Just like now, he doesn't care about Herodotus' intentions, nor does he care whether his ship attacked this innocent bystander first. Just because his beloved ship was missing a few parts due to Herodotus, he unreasonably punched him away. The battle began the moment Herodotus saw Rayn. As for why he was now lying on the grass with a nosebleed, he found himself in a daze. Herodotus had always considered himself a civilian and never resorted to violence, but his own strength could not be underestimated. In this era where monsters roamed freely, it was impossible to achieve his current status in the gray world without solid strength, as evidenced by his ability to propel a sailboat with sheer human power. From the moment he saw Rayn, the attack had already started, but for some reason, it had no effect, and in his moment of confusion, Rayn knocked him down with a single punch. On the open island of Visalia, the naturally fresh environment was incredibly refreshing. Although the air was slightly thin, it would not affect a master like Rayn. He took a deep breath and watched as Herodotus slowly got up, choosing not to pursue and crush his throat in that moment of defeat. With his right fist slightly raised, Rayn expressionlessly observed Herodotus as he stood up and wiped away his nosebleed. "Hey, what did you do? That should be my line. Why are you still standing there unharmed?" The two stared at each other, exchanging incomprehensible words. In the brief second or two between those words, Rayn's expression showed not a hint of change, but there was a barely noticeable tremor in his raised right fist. That tremor was a zero-probability situation for Rayn. He was the ultimate embodiment of the term warrior, his skills already perfected, and his body had been tempered through countless trials. There would not be the slightest confusion about battle in his fist. Even lifting an elephant would not cause his arm to tremble in the slightest. This version of Rayn has long surrendered everything to his fists. Rayn despises talking during battles and emphasizes once again that he is here to fight, not to date. He sees the act of explaining one's abilities and techniques during a fight as foolishness. He is also annoyed with himself for talking nonsense during the battle, which is directly reflected in the fact that he suffered indescribable blows within that brief moment of 1 or 2 seconds. He no longer hesitates. Instead of being burdened by the abnormalities constantly affecting him, he launches a fierce attack. Compared to the single-minded Rayn, Herodotus is clearly in a state of great confusion. He cannot simply ignore everything like Rayn does and focus solely on knocking down the enemy before him. Rather, anyone with a slightly sharper mind would at least observe the situation before cautiously devising a strategy. Herodotus has never considered himself a warrior. Although he possesses considerable combat strength, what he truly relies on in conflicts is his immense confidence derived from his devil fruit. Feel the pain, know the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Let the world feel the pain. The ability of his devil fruit is straightforward in its literal meaning, yet it is one of the many inexplicable powers of the paramecia type. In the human dictionary of ways to die, there is the option of dying from pain. Many people believe that excessive pain can kill a person, being the fundamental cause of death. However, this is incorrect. The true cause of human death is not the pain itself, but the injuries or factors that cause that pain. Losing an arm brings despairing pain. With only the word pain lingering in the mind, pain is merely a symptom, while the actual cause of death is excessive blood loss. If one must list the best way in which pain can lead to human death, it would be that when overwhelming pain strikes, a human might faint to escape it. Fainting is a self-protective mechanism of the body, causing various parts to go into shock and reducing stimulation to the nerves. However, if there is no external adjustment from others, this self-protection can continue and ultimately lead to death. Yet even so, the true cause of human death is not the pain itself. Does this mean that pain, which cannot directly cause death or injury, is truly useless in battle? Obviously, no fool would think so. The ability that Herodotus possesses is the power of pain. From the pain of a mosquito bite to the agony of childbirth, everything is under Herodotus's complete control. He doesn't even need to touch his opponent. With just a glance, the invisible power of pain can affect them. This strange ability even allows Herodotus to exempt himself from the torment of pain, transferring his suffering onto others. Although he cannot directly inflict substantial damage on his enemies, a foe constantly tormented by pain will undoubtedly see a significant reduction in their focus and combat effectiveness. Moreover, if that pain accumulates to its limit, it is only natural for the body to activate protective mechanisms and faint, achieving victory without a fight. Recently on the ship, he merely glanced at that sea king and caused it to faint and sink into the sea. This terrifying devil fruit ability is the greatest source of confidence for Herodotus. As long as his opponent is not a rock with no nerves to feel pain, in the face of this ability, Herodotus is invincible. Even if a natural type ability user, a monster that can elementalize at will, were to come, Herodotus might have some headaches, but as long as they do not remain in that elemental state forever. Even natural type users cannot escape the painful curse, not to mention how few natural type users there are in this world to challenge him. It is precisely because of this nearly invincible ability that Mr. Herodotus has never needed to take action until now. This is the confidence and arrogance brought by his powerful ability. Thus, when Rayn seemingly unaffected struck him and made him bleed from the nose, Herodotus was completely bewildered. However, this confusion was resolved through Rayn's frenzied attacks, leading to Herodotus's own understanding. The pain continuously inflicted on Rayn never ceased for a moment, and even at close range, Herodotus could clearly see the distortion on Rayn's face. He had even bitten his own teeth to pieces, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his tear ducts were uncontrollably shedding tears due to the pain. Yes, excruciating pain. Rayn's fists, accompanied by thunderous booms, shattered Herodotus's Busashoka hockey defense with a single blow, causing him to cough up blood and fly back. Although the devil fruit ability can transfer pain, the damage occurs directly to Herodotus himself. Even without lifting a finger, Herodotus can transmit this pain to anyone within a radius of 100 meters, and when Rayn recklessly approached Herodotus, the two began to engage, and after direct contact, the pain was doubled. The pain Rayn inflicted on Herodotus also directly feedbacked to Rayn himself. This guy. But Herodotus did not feel joy. Rather, every passing second filled him with dread. He understood that his ability was working, not ineffective, but this guy was stubbornly holding on. This was not the first time Herodotus encountered such a person. There had been seasoned warriors who, in the face of this ability, had withstood immense pain for several minutes due to sheer willpower. During those minutes, they experienced a hellish torment, ultimately causing no harm to Herodotus. And that warrior took their own life due to reaching their limits. In Herodotus's eyes, Rayn at this moment was that kind of exhausted warrior. Realizing this, Herodotus stopped taking the initiative to attack. After a few exchanges, he understood clearly that even 10 of himself could not compete in close combat with this young monster before him. Therefore, he began to defend and retreat without caring about his pride. As long as he could hold on, the torment of pain would drive Rayn to madness. So, how long can you last? 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Although using the devil fruit ability also consumes a lot of energy for Herodotus, let's give it a try. The one who stands at the end will definitely be me. The restraint of a warrior? The dignity of a strong person? Despicable? Sorry, those are things that martial artists would consider. Mr. Herodotus is a well-educated individual who dislikes fighting the most. If he wants to fight, he should go find that other muscle-bound idiot who is on the same level as him. Everyone in this world has their own corresponding luck. And Rayn Walker has his own luck, which is extremely bad, almost a negative value. But what does that saying go? A negative times a negative equals a positive? Herodotus chose the wrong opponent. If it were a human, they would have probably fainted from the pain long ago if it were an ordinary human. But Rayn? Pain? Since childhood, he has wrestled with wolves and polar bears, enjoying the bone-chilling vastness of the snowfield. Since his youth, he has traversed countless battlefields undefeated. Hunger, loneliness, despair. Sword stabs, viruses, knife cuts, gunshots, venom, heavy hammers, hellfire bites. This body riddled with scars has left behind so many wounds to this day. This collapsed body. This pitiful creature snatched back from the clutches of death by Mr. Coloca's under the twin cape with his haphazard medical skills. This young man, constantly tormented by pain. Does he fear suffering? What a joke. Who could be more miserable than him? Who could understand suffering better than him? Feel the pain, know the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain, then crush it all and swallow it to become one's own blade. Let this world feel the pain. Rayn no longer chased the evasive Herodotus. He stood still, stepped forward with his right foot, slightly bent his body, and raised his hands. Looking at the motionless Rayn, a bad premonition rose in Herodotus's heart. He certainly wouldn't expect the young man before him to give up just like that, but whatever he was about to do, as long as he remained calm and observed, he could find a way to counter it. At this moment, Rayn's mind conjured the image of that monstrous being in a vast sky. Could the current Rayn defeat such a monster? No, to be precise, could humanity as a race defeat that monster? He recalled the monster's breath, its size, its every move, raising its claws and swishing its tail. Rayn exhaled slightly. The dragon's lungs could breathe fire. The slight bending of his back emitted a terrifying sound of cracking bones. The dragon's body was indestructible. His raised hands formed claws. The dragon's talons could crush anything. As he exerted force with his right foot, the ground beneath him shattered instantly, and the small floating island of Visalia trembled violently. A gale, seemingly from nowhere, howled past, scattering the clouds above this small island. It's coming. Realizing what was about to happen, Herodotus focused intently, increasing the pain he inflicted on Rayn. Although direct contact would double or even amplify that power, getting close to such a melee expert was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Herodotus widened his eyes, raised his hands to block, and regardless of what happened next, he wouldn't be surprised. He locked onto Rayn's body, not missing any subtle movements. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and as a puzzled expression appeared on Herodotus's face, Rayn, completely still, seemed to become slightly paler, until the figure left behind completely blurred and vanished. Herodotus's expression froze on his face. The power granted by the devil fruit gave him near-invincible confidence and took away all personal suffering. So he didn't realize that, at some point, his chest had lost the most vital thing. Slow to realize, Herodotus turned around clumsily, looking at the figure behind him holding a heart. Get back to me. There was no feeling of regret, despair, unwillingness, or confusion. For before all these emotions could arise, he hadn't even recognized his own death. Everything had already ended. Rayn calmly released his grip, letting that vibrant heart fall and bounce on the grass. He glanced at his bloodied right hand and finally let it drop. Thus, the art of killing dragons. Chapter 118, A Leap Down. Herodotus is dead. One of the company's second-in-commands died inexplicably on this little unknown island. The devil fruit, a treasure of the sea, is filled with the mysteries of the world, capable of calling the wind, summoning rain, and invoking thunder and lightning. The incredible legends make the people of this world feel utterly absurd, until the arrival of the age of exploration. More and more people flock to this incredible sea of magic, and the devil fruit was discovered by an increasing number of people, revealing unfathomable superpowers. As of now, the monsters standing at the pinnacle of this world seem to all be users of the devil fruit. No matter how extreme one's personal training may be, it seems to always pale in comparison to the endless magical abilities of the devil fruit. A single fruit with extraordinary powers can even directly determine a person's status and future. Herodotus was such a person. He originally disliked fighting, and after gaining this nearly invincible ability, he became even more lax in his self-training. He didn't even have time to showcase the other abilities of the devil fruit before returning to dust. This is the battlefield, and for Rayn, the fight is a matter of life and death. He cannot afford to let this hostile stranger live for even a second. There is no room for explanations of their abilities or any kind of dialogue. It's not a situation where one shows off their skills while the other transforms. Therefore, in less than a minute, the outcome of the battle is decided. The devil fruit, a treasure of the sea, reveals its mysteries, but so far, the ability users Rayn has encountered have not had the upper hand. After severing ties with luck and the fickle goddess of fate, Rayn seems to particularly attract the favor of the god of war, able to push back even invincible opponents like the golden lion. It's as if a misfortunate hedgehog suddenly awakens an indiscriminate charm. Rayn exhales, and his body, which had been in excruciating pain since he encountered this stranger, finally returns to normal. Though he doesn't know who this man is, why he harbors such murderous intent towards him, or why his body feels immense pain for unknown reasons. If he were an ordinary person, more accurately, a normal person with a sound worldview, he would want to understand the reasons behind all this. But for Rayn, there is no need, or rather, the murderous intent emanating from Herodotus is the best reason for him. The reason to fight is that simple, and thus, Herodotus is dead. In this world, no matter what it is, it will eventually become tiresome. Love that has been grasped, delicious food that has been tasted countless times, beautiful women, and dazzling treasures. These will gradually evoke disdain over time and repetition. For Rayn, fighting and killing are no different. From the very beginning, he never felt pleasure from killing someone. Perhaps there are those who are bloodthirsty, but he is not one of them. In fact, as he becomes more stained with blood, he values life even more than the average person. After the incident in Red Nans, he has tried his best to control himself from taking others' lives. However, in this world, some battles are a matter of life or death. The notion of mercy sounds good, but how can one who is blinded by rage control themselves? Even if we stop, what if the opponent does not? Should we rely on words? Hippocrates' abilities are dangerous. If Rayn had not killed him first, no matter how strong his willpower or how accustomed he was to pain, he would have been driven mad. The power of pain cannot simply be endured by will. Never underestimate your willpower. When it truly reaches that stage, it is beyond your control. Otherwise, how could drugs lead so many to ruin, even causing them to sell their own children? Rayn's attitude towards life is not contradictory, nor does he feel regret or pity. In the choice between his life or another's, he will unhesitatingly send the other on their way. The story of Rayn's life has never been about the nobility of life. His life story does not include friendship, family, love, cuteness, camaraderie, morals, or ethics. It is merely a tale of a monster who only knows how to fight and communicate with his fists, treading a boring path in this world. The suddenness of this battle caught the crew of the Dolphin of Echo off guard. They had not yet recovered from the shock of being thrown aside by Hippocrates and were left as confused onlookers. The poor girl Sherry had fainted amidst the continuous tremors. And aside from the large cat Lance, who was scared out of his wits by Rayn, only Iku and Kuro could clearly see the battle. As for the group of science nerds, they were completely bewildered. Kuro, with his arms crossed and an exaggerated smile, had a glimmer of vigilance and seriousness in his squinting eyes. Since encountering the killer who saw through his identity on Sky Island, Iku had been burdened with worries, and his expression was even more unusual at this moment. The crew of the Dolphin of Echo were not Rayn's subordinates. The young girl Sherry had taken on the roles of a maid and a helper, as long as Rayn did not drive her away and there was no danger. She had essentially made this ship her home. Iku was a pitiful boy whom Rayn had picked up after nearly being killed by him. He was responsible for cleaning and mediocre repairs on the ship. However, the just-hearted youth was obviously very different from Rayn, who would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Their interactions during this time had led to some friction between them, and if Rayn had acted like a pirate, robbing and bullying the weak, they would likely have become enemies by now. However, it was clear that lawful good and neutral evil could not coexist for long. Iku joined the ship after realizing his immaturity and fragility, having been saved by Rayn on a whim after nearly being killed. Aware that his life could vanish at any moment, he decided to face his past mistakes before he died. As long as Rayn, the captain, did not commit any evil acts, Iku would temporarily stay on this ship until reaching his destination. As for Kuro, he was just a passerby heading to the Blue Sea after leaving Sky Island. Lance Food. They were not blindly ignorant. Each held their own thoughts about Rayn's terrifying display of power. They did not see themselves as subordinates, and Rayn cared little for the passengers on the ship. Moreover, the captain was a cold figure who rarely spoke and did not bother to build rapport with his crew, making it hard for anyone to follow him willingly. Each person boarded this ship with their own purpose, ultimately forming this strange group. The experiences of the small Sky Island Visalia today left the group of nerdy scientists reeling. First, there was conflict and even betrayal among comrades, followed by the sudden appearance of a sailing ship, and finally, a battle and heart extraction. These nerdy scientists experienced a level of excitement they had never encountered in their lives. Yet, before Rayn and his group lay a significant crisis. The ship had sustained multiple damages, making it impossible to set sail smoothly. On top of that, the octopus balloon had started leaking due to Lance's careless remarks. Figuring out how to descend from this height of 10,000 meters was already a major headache. The ship's supplies and repairs, how to get down from here, and how the group of nerdy scientists would deal with their betraying comrades were all irrelevant to the lost-in-thought Rayn. He had no interest. Naturally, the worried young girl Sherry and Iku would take on those concerns. He distanced himself from these people, walking alone on this beautiful island. The architecture and structures here exuded peace and warmth. Whether it was the Sky Island or Visalia, it was a place that could relax one's mind and body. Rayn did not relax. He was still a human, aware of fatigue and pain, but after so many years, he had never had the chance to relax. Once he let his guard down, the taut string would snap instantly, both his will and his battered body. The demonic power of the 7-star sword compensated for his deficiencies, freeing him from the perpetual pain. However, the threat from the sword was evidently more dangerous than the pains he could endure. Even on Sky Island, the sword had momentarily taken control of his body and will. Rayn silently walked to the edge of Visalia, gazing at the distant sea of clouds and then down at the expanse of blue below. He stared for a long time, almost giving the impression that he might jump down to commit suicide. Rayn was very tired. He fought silently like a stone and had lived to this day. He had no one to confide in, no one to understand or comfort him, and no one to guide him. He had strayed from the path a normal person should take, veering off course. On that road, filled with blood and bones, no one appeared to pull him out, and there was no one to rely on. He did not even understand what happiness or sadness was. He walked this road as if it were natural, kicking aside the stones that blocked his path. Rayn's decisive actions and fierce combat style often make people forget his age, leading them to believe he is an old warrior who has experienced countless battlefields. Rayn is 17 years old this year. He did not jump down among the many deaths. The one he despised the most was ending his own life. He was not weak enough to be unable to bear his own existence. However, looking at his bloodstained palm, just moments ago, Rayn had imitated the monster in the vast sky. He did not understand why he acted that way, and by the time he regained his senses, Herodotus had already fallen in a pool of blood. In that moment, Rayn Walker became stronger again, not in terms of power or speed, but in a kind of synergy between spirit and flesh, as if that dragon-slaying form was the true expression of himself. Herodotus's agonizing abilities allowed him to crush and swallow all pain under extreme conditions, transcending everything and achieving a higher state of being. This is an unusual kind of strength. Given his age and experiences, his current power has deviated from the normal trajectory of humanity. A faint, almost imperceptible azure flickered in the depths of Rayn's pitch-black eyes, which resembled black pearls. He took a deep breath, as if trying to expel all his anxiety and burdens, and finally exhaled. Time? Chapter 119, Against the Wind. The currents of the Grand Line surged endlessly, not knowing how long they have been flowing or how much longer they will continue. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the blood-red hue has inadvertently appeared in these eastward flowing waters. This is a slender black brig with 2 masts. The ship's flag, a simple 6-striped banner in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, lacks any special presence. However, the bow of the ship features an odd decoration: 2 male geese engaged in mating. The damp and fishy deck sways rhythmically, but the carefree crew members have long grown accustomed to such movement. The helmsman lazily manipulates the wheel to keep the vessel pointing in a stable direction, while sailors skillfully manipulate the sails around the mast to catch the sea breeze. At first glance, this might seem like an ordinary merchant ship, but the moans and curses coming from the hold, despite efforts to suppress them, reveal a more sinister reality. This ship is trafficking living slaves, and the captain is a middle-aged man sitting on a luxurious throne-like bench, teasing the beautiful person in his arms. He wears a clean white suit, adorned with a somewhat gaudy white floral bow tie, and a pink triangular pattern on his left breast pocket that hints at some unknown intention. His meticulously styled hair and fingers, along with a necklace on his chest, are covered with dazzling gems. In the captain's arms is a fair-looking young person who, despite the pain in their eyes, dares not push away the strong hands that claw at them like a ravenous wolf, even suppressing any expression of suffering. It is understandable, compared to being locked in the hold, unseen by the sun, and fighting daily for food and water with those around them. Even being toyed with by the peculiar captain for sustenance feels like a heavenly existence. The surrounding crew members try to avoid looking in that direction, knowing that the long life at sea builds up immense pressure. Some may even go mad from it, while others awaken carnal desires toward their companions. However, such reckless behavior as that of the captain is rare, and besides, they have seen the young person with the captain in the bathroom, where they noticed that the young person's endowment was larger than theirs. Among the crew, there are even private bets about who plays the dominant or submissive role in the captain's quarters. The handsome and athletic captain, with a cynical smile, sits like an emperor on the helm, surveying his small kingdom, while the powerful and privileged are often seen as gluttonous pigs by those powerless and unwilling to fight for their own. Captain Laurent is different. He is passionate about fitness, possessing a physique rivaling that of a warrior, fully aware that a healthy body is the foundation for all desires. This is my property, my ship. After this trip, selling these goods to the Shambodi Islands, I can indulge for a while again, right? The age of piracy has arrived, and the world has plunged into crime and chaos. In this turbulent era, various illegal activities have emerged, and the slave trade, once nearly eradicated by the Navy in peaceful times, has now become the fastest way to wealth. However, do not underestimate these scum who trade in humans. It's not as simple as tying people like pigs and sheep on a ship to sell to whoever they want. First of all, those who can engage in slave trading have considerable strength and capital. Even if they find a source and fill their hold, dealing with food, drink, and preventing disease is a tedious matter. Death is inevitable on such journeys, and if a slave dies, it results in enormous losses. Therefore, ensuring the survival of the goods is the primary task for a slave trading team. Additionally, the unpredictable routes of the Grand Sea route pose further challenges to stable trading, testing the luck, experience, and strength of the slave trading teams. For various merchants and travelers, perhaps the most troublesome aspect is the incessant appearance of pirates. However, slave traders do not find this to be a concern, as among all merchants, slave traders are the least favored by pirates. Robbing a slave ship is troublesome. Slave trading teams are difficult to overpower, often possessing greater strength than second- or third-rate pirates, and attacking them comes at high cost, even if a successful raid occurs. Handling the aftermath can yield no profit. These pirates, who only know violence, are clueless about how to manage slaves. Even if they want to sell a large number of slaves, it is extremely difficult. They lack the means and space to operate, and even if they find buyers, those who dare to engage in the slave trade and possess the necessary strength are ruthless merchants who will easily tire of the foolish pirates and dismiss them. Therefore, pirates greatly dislike encountering slave ships. Suddenly, in the lookout basket of the main mast, the lookout's face turned incredulous, mouth agape, and he finally shouted in panic, "Ship! Ship!" With this cry, reminiscent of a dying duck, all the idle sailors on the deck felt a jolt in their hearts. Although the alarm did not provide any useful information, the slave trade they were engaged in was inherently dangerous. Not fearing pirates does not mean that pirates are harmless to them. There are many crazy people in this world, and if they encounter a madman who only kills, even their slave-catching team would be in trouble, let alone the Navy, their natural enemy. They nervously looked to the left and right sides of the ship's hull, but were puzzled to find that there was nothing but the empty sea in sight. Hey, isn't there nothing here? Jim, did you oversleep? In an instant, the tension in all the crew members' hearts dissipated, and they began to mock the guy in the lookout basket who had sent out false information. Are you all blind? Up there, look at the sky. The lookout's terrified hysteria had not yet ended, and the crew instinctively looked up, all with their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out in horror. Dark spots were falling from the sky almost instantaneously. A patched-up ship almost crashed down onto the slave-catching ship's deck. The impact of the close water landing nearly capsized both ships, and the churning sea water swept the sailors on the slave-catching ship down with screams, while the slaves who cried out due to the ship's severe tilt were countless. Ouch, those damn old men. Ugh. The impact from falling from a height of 100 meters almost made Kuro spit out his lunch. Didn't those deadbeat scientists promise a safe landing? Didn't they promise express delivery? On the small sky island of Visalia, apart from the terrorist run, who started killing the moment he arrived, the young girl Shelley and Yi Huang immediately presented themselves as pure as white lotuses in negotiations with the kind old men, and the results were smooth. Unlike Rayn and his group, Herodotus did not understand the value of the miraculous science on Visalia, and even if he did, given the personalities of this crew, they wouldn't have taken it seriously. Their sole purpose was to get down from there, with no other distractions. Therefore, after helping Yi Huang provide materials for repairing the ship, 2 days later, they used that technology akin to black magic to send the group down from the small sky island of Visalia. It was the incredible floating air bubbles used for transporting goods in the past, a principle that someone like Rayn, who had immense combat power, yet only an IQ of 9, could never comprehend his lifetime. After filling the ship's hull with those bubbles, with the help of Rayn and Kuro pushing the ship away from the small sky island, the sight of the two pushing the sailboat amazed the crew of scientist nerds whose combat power was only 5. After calculations, theoretically, those floating air bubbles could safely descend to the blue sea, but they had never tried placing such a heavy object as a sailboat within. Ultimately, at a height of 100 meters above the sea, the floating air bubble burst. Thanks to this, the battle-worn ship began to emit unbearable creaks, and it was already a miracle that it hadn't fallen apart. Ah, thank you, Mr. Rayn, said the young girl Shelley, who was picked up by Rayn like a chick, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although this person saved her from the impact she was about to face. This was by no means a normal reaction. If Rayn had done nothing, that would have been the normal situation. After all, during the fall in Visalia, he hadn't cared about Shelley's life at all. But what did this action mean now? The capricious captain was truly hard to please. Ignoring the young girl's anxious feelings, he casually placed her on the deck, and as for Lance and Yi Huang, who were now seeing stars, no one paid them any mind either. Suddenly, Rayn noticed something and looked aside. The two adjacent ships gradually stabilized after the impact, and at the bow of the ship, Captain Laurent, with a grim expression, Metrench comme gauche. Chapter 120. Choice Captain Laurent liked a peaceful life. In middle age, he had a stable source of income, was cheerful, loved fitness, was filial to his parents, did not smoke, drink, or do drugs. He went to bed at 11 o'clock sharp and needed a full 8 hours of sleep every day unless there was an unusual circumstance. Before bed, he would drink a glass of warm milk, then organize financial reports for 20 minutes, and once in bed, he would fall asleep immediately, waking up at dawn without leaving fatigue and stress for the next day. Apart from his sexual orientation towards cute boys and his job in human trafficking, he was theoretically a winner in life, a model husband. Although his occupation had nothing to do with tranquility, could you expect a gay man to have the same values as ordinary humans? The sailing of the slave-catching team was tough, or rather, as long as they sailed on this endless sea, the process would be arduous. There was little entertainment on board, and staring blankly at the sky all day was almost the daily routine of sailing. To break this waste of time and money, Captain Laurent made a rather boring decision. He would pick out the strongest slaves and have his idle crew members spar with them. Under extremely harsh and completely unfair conditions, as long as the slave won, Captain Laurent would grant him freedom. This could train his crew's willpower, keeping them in a constant state of readiness to deal with emergencies. In the fight with the slaves, the crew would maintain their physical fitness, lest they become out of shape and lose their edge from doing nothing for too long. Of course, if a slave won under such terrible conditions, Captain Laurent would keep his promise and grant him freedom. although this was a huge loss for a slave trader. Captain Rayn was certainly not untrustworthy. Well, in this vast ocean, if you were granted freedom and jumped off this ship, as long as you had the strength to find an island and survive in this ocean, then you were lucky. Not to mention the myriad of sea kings, monsters, fierce beasts, and bizarre climates in this great route. The merciful and promise-keeping Captain Rayn would give such unlikely lucky winners the choice of being thrown overboard by the sailors with serious injuries to gain freedom, or honestly rolling back into the pig pen to live a slave's life. Even so, the number of slaves willing to accept unfair challenges was countless. Once sold, the brand of a slave could never be washed away in this lifetime. Rather than being treated like livestock, they would rather die. Captain Rayn respected their choices, and he himself was often the most active participant, sparring with the slaves on board. For someone like him, it was more like a workout. However, there was a significant difference between a fitness enthusiast and a true warrior. Just like right now, when Rayn raised his hand and punched him, he fell down in pain, curling up like a drunken shrimp. Captain Rayn recognized this person, believing that no one on this ship could match him. Thus, the option of fighting had been deleted from his mind the moment he laid eyes on Rayn. Rayn had destroyed a kingdom, slaughtered countless citizens, and even recently wrecked a town in Alabasta. His notoriety had become well known throughout the first half of this great route, with titles like Human Disaster and Madman emerging endlessly. Although the actual situation differed somewhat from the Navy's accounts, it was clear who to trust between official forces and the wicked pirate. Captain Rayn was a businessman, and the greatest weapon of a businessman was never a savage fist, but the art of elegant conversation. When he adjusted his position and attitude in front of Rayn, preparing to negotiate with a notorious pirate with a friendly smile, the other party completely ignored him and directly delivered a punch, after which there was no further interaction. Rayn did not care at all about who this person, who smiled like a gay, but was indeed a gay, actually was. He treated him like a small fry and casually retaliated with a punch. Rayn had a clear purpose for coming here. Hear her voice. It was the perception of Kinbunchikahaki. Something was calling him to take action, which led him to this ship. Those who possess Kinbunchikahaki habitually use this ability to investigate. It is clearly more effective than using one's eyes, especially for Kuro and Ichiho, who excel in Kinbunchiku. They immediately use their innate ability to observe the ship. However, the feedback from that perception made them furrow their brows. Kinbunchikahaki is miraculous but not omnipotent. It is a technique built on the extension of the five senses, making them sharp enough to detect the presence and emotional changes of surrounding beings. As long as a person is alive, their body can emit special sounds, and Kinbunchiku allows one to hear these sounds and gather them into special information for the user. The feedback that Kuro and Ichiho received, however, was a horrific piece of news. They picked up hundreds of voices from below the ship. These were humans, crammed into such a small space. After all, they were slaves, unable to be treated like lords, and many people were crowded into a single cage, making it almost impossible to breathe. Unlike Kuro, who had limited experience on Sky Island, Ichiho had a clear understanding of what such voices represented during these years of wandering. Without needing to say much, upon seeing their master knocked down with a single punch, the sailors on the ship all reddened their eyes and charged at Rayn with knives and weapons. Indeed, human trafficking is usually regarded as scum by those who believe they have normal morals, but to the sailors, they were originally poor wretches who couldn't even afford to eat and could only wait to die in this chaotic world. It was Captain Rayn who took them in. Although that person had a penchant for cute boys, to them, he was almost like a benefactor. He never delayed their wages, never beat or scolded subordinates, and during holidays, there were bonuses and allowances. On ordinary days, he treated them with great care, treating them like his own brothers. With such kindness, how could they not work hard? Watching the sailors approach Rayn, Kuro frowned and instinctively rushed out from behind Rayn to confront the agitated sailors. He had received various forms of care from Rayn, and although he could completely stand by and do nothing, his nature was not the kind that could shamelessly take advantage of others. As for Ichiho, his thoughts were even simpler. The two charged into the group of sailors like wolves among sheep. With flashing blades, Ichiho moved like a swimming dragon through the crowd. With the sailors behind him collapsing helplessly on the deck, their eyes glazed over. Just using the back of his knife was enough to render them incapable of fighting back. If he had used the sharp edge, there would have likely been a scene of dismemberment by now. Hey, in contrast, Kuro did not have Ichiho's grace and ease. Having lost his weapon on Sky Island, he fought barehanded, striking a sailor's neck with his palm, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Although his efficiency was not as high as Ichiho's, it was still a one-hit defeat. The The sailors on the slave ship were strong, even more violent than second- or third-rate pirates. Unfortunately, they were facing opponents who were even stronger, and the situation began to tilt overwhelmingly without any unexpected factors. Rayn ignored the two's self-initiative. He looked down at the thick deck beneath his feet, where the voice calling him was just below. He raised his head, slightly lifted his right hand, without any imposing presence, without the slightest rumble, as if he just lifted his hand and lightly pressed it against the deck. Crack! The deck split open. The power that could have sent this ship to the bottom of the sea was deliberately controlled by Rayn, only dismantling half of the ship. As for how many people screamed and fell into the water due to the impact during this process, Mr. Rayn did not care about such matters. He jumped down from the break and went straight to the bottom. Perhaps this is the greatest secret on this slave ship. A hidden space located at the very bottom of the cabin, known only to Captain Rayn. The tightly closed door and the 3 intricately designed keyholes are worth a fortune. Without a special method to open it, even cannon fire would leave no trace. Unfortunately, Rayn did not enter through the door. He directly dismantled the ceiling and floated down from above, treating the expensive door as mere decoration. Rayn finally found the source of the call that had drawn him here, but the outcome held little meaning for him. Whether it was this hidden secret or the valuable door, what was concealed within might only be an irreplaceable treasure for Captain Rayn. Before him knelt a frail human, hands and feet bound by unknown material, motionless on the damp, moldy floor. The room was filled with an unimaginable stench, and the only light source was a dim lamp. As the ceiling was violently broken open, sunlight barely streamed in, causing the motionless figure to slowly lift its head, eyes clouded with confusion at the natural light. The floor was littered with food scraps and the foul-smelling waste. In this place, devoid of sunlight, was rife with damp mold. An ordinary person would feel nauseous just from a glance, let alone the human who had lived here. It was a wonder how they had survived until now. In such an environment, diseases would undoubtedly arise. Even if humans in this world had exceptional physical resilience, no one could live here for long. How long had it been? It could not remember. Time had long blurred, and memories were vague. In this enclosed space, the immense psychological oppression had surely suffocated its spirit. Despite the filth, its skin was remarkably white and smooth, and its long silver hair, though not glossy, still showcased the owner's tenacity for life, albeit stained with repugnant, coagulated substances. That face embodied humanity's ultimate admiration for all beautiful things in the world, perhaps even surpassing it. In such an environment, just seeing that face could make one forget all the filth around, captivated by its haunting beauty. The secondary sexual characteristics exposed to the air were the most perfect fruits of this world. Even with a slightly frail body, due to malnutrition, it possessed a stunningly perfect proportion. If one were to find a flaw in this divine creation, or completely mar this beauty, parting the silver hair would reveal its right eye, hollow and void. This was not merely a description of its gaze. In a literal sense, its right eye did not exist, just a dark, terrifying cavity. What was most despairing, even terrifying and unacceptable, was the presence of coagulated white fluid surrounding that cavity. Whether it was the white substances on the skin and hair, or the coagulated matter around the eye, or even the swollen lower body, all were manifestations of Captain Rayn's desires. The dimly lit, suffocating room is the deepest darkness buried beneath Captain Rayn's cheerful smile. Every human has such a side. The only difference lies in whether it is simply displayed or not. However, Captain Rayn's sexual preference is for lovely boys. Its gender has become indeterminate. If it could initially be referred to as his body, after undergoing Captain Rayn's reckless and stimulating drug transformation, it has been transformed into a body now referred to as hers. How should this human now be addressed? The physical harm may be bearable, but the tormented spirit, the dignity of being human, has been utterly shattered. Although transformed into a body that could be deemed perfect, this ravaged body and soul, can they still be called human? Perhaps in terms of physical characteristics, she can indeed be referred to as her. Her dignity, consciousness, pride, memories, everything has been crushed in this dim room. Both intellect and reason have vanished without a trace. She even feels no emotion towards Captain Rayn, the one responsible for all this, other than a blank void. She, like this, saw the light. With the terrifying tremor, the ceiling was torn apart, and the dim little lamp was instantly engulfed in the debris. The blinding light could not dispel the darkness of the room, but the person descending from the sky radiated infinite brightness in her eyes. Rayn locked eyes with her, unaffected by the ugly darkness surrounding them, nor did he have any opinion on the appearance of this human. The humans who would be affected are the educated citizens of this society with its so-called correct values. But unfortunately, Mr. Rayn had not experienced either. She let out a silent cry towards Rayn, having long forgotten words. She stretched out her frail arms, seemingly wanting to touch that infinite light, to feel that warmth. The clanking iron chains prevented her movement. Her pale fingertips were just a hair's breadth away from the light. The light streaming in from the ceiling split the room in half. She knelt in the darkness, while Rayn stood in the light. Rayn calmly observed everything, showing no sign of being moved. He seriously thought with his not-so-smart brain for a moment, and in the end, the hand that had torn the ship's hull was raised. Chapter 121. Thus it is said, Death? Kill. Kill me? Oh, I want to die. The hand that was more than capable of tearing the ship's hull, in fact, had already done so, paused for a moment. She had no tongue. To prevent the tedious end of biting her tongue to death, Captain Loran had removed her tongue, and after timely bleeding control, he cut off this option for ending. Although losing her tongue would deprive Captain Loran of various forms of pleasure, it was a simple and crude choice to prevent her from dying. Even so, she could still make sounds, but in this dim room, years of neglect had made her almost forget language. Rayn could hear her voice. The observation hockey was never a particularly complex or efficient ability. Its essence was listening. As long as humans are alive, their bodies emit special sounds. If one were to describe it with mind reading, it might be easier to understand. Those with extraordinary talent, upon first awakening this ability, could even hear the sounds of rocks and iron blocks, and, after training, it would gradually take shape. The first call that Rayn heard came from this. The voice was filled with despair and resentment, a pitch-black tone like an unfathomable abyss of hell. That desperate voice called for a strong one with the power to end her unfortunate life. Mr. Rayn was not interested in this. The misfortune of others held no meaning for him. He was merely here to put an end to the noise that echoed in his ears. The mastery of observation hockey allowed for the exchange of sounds. Yet just as one cannot block their ears from passively receiving sound information, there are things beyond his control. Just like in this moment, the wails emitted by this pitiful life form, the negative emotions and roars of despair, annoyed Rayn. He reached out his hand, wanting to crush the source of this noise. But in the process, he heard the voice within her heart. She wanted to die, to end this pitiful life. Rayn's outstretched arm paused. There are many kinds of death in this world. Some die from overeating, some from starvation, some from foolishness, and some from violence. Various forms of endings. What Rayn despises the most is suicide. Ending one's own life is a choice and a way to seek an escape. When a person cannot bear external or internal pressures, suicide often becomes the last resort. Everyone has their own judgment and understanding of this, so the concepts of right and wrong hold no significance for the individual involved. For Rayn, he loathes this method of ending. It seems that in this world, as long as one is willing to pay the price, anything can be achieved. Even things that were impossible in the past and present still hold a possibility in the distant future. However, life has only one ending. Once it is over, you cannot load a save game to be reborn, nor can you return. Death represents the end of everything. You cannot take even a tiny bit of what you have in this world with you. Because of this, humanity strives to live in the present. At least for Rayn. He has endured immense suffering to reach today. His brief life could fill a book of tribulations, even while bearing pain that could kill others 1,000 times over. He continues to struggle along his irreversible path. For someone like him, the option of giving up life feels like a denial of his very existence. Those who choose death must bear despair that outsiders cannot possibly imagine. Due to differing values, it is impossible for such complex beings as humans to reach a mutual understanding. Rayn does not want to understand, nor does he care to. Seeing the appearance of the person before him, he is not a fool. Although he doesn't care, he understands what she might have experienced. He has seen plenty of the drunken antics of his subordinates during banquets back when he was with the 8 Treasurewater Army. The reason he hasn't smashed her head in is because of the issue of choice. This is a value system that is difficult for others to comprehend. Ending this person's life by his own is a different concept from this person giving up her life to be killed by him. If it were the former, he would crush her head without much thought. Although he would not feel happy, he would not have other emotions either. In the latter case, he would clearly feel displeasure. Even though it is his own hand that does the action, the will of death is not under his control, but rather governed by the suicidal intent he despises the most. Although this person did not explicitly show such tendencies in life, Mr. Rayn's favorite thing to do was to go against the will of others. Under the influence of this childlike, rebellious psychology, his outstretched arm fell down. Ignoring the dirt on his silver hair, he touched his head. No, to be precise, because this person didn't know how to control his strength. It was more accurate to say he was grabbing his head and turning it around. Under her confused gaze, the young man walked into the dark cage where she was, bringing with him the sunlight from above. Her nose twitched slightly as she caught a scent in this damp and dirty world that had never been there before. The scent of sunlight. The warmth from the palm that fell upon her dispelled the chill in the room. Then this person spoke. For this man, it was probably the first time in his life he said such words, and unless something special occurred, perhaps he would never again hear such words escape his lips. He said, "Live." A silence as dead as the grave followed. Rayn retracted his hand with a bad expression. He was not good at doing such things, and even less skilled with words, so his speech directly conveyed his true meaning, whether it was straightforward or blunt. However, after doing and saying something he had never attempted before, the uncomfortable embarrassment and shame surged up, causing his gaze to turn away, no longer caring about what consequences his actions might bring. Having her dignity as a human trampled, her body ravaged in every possible way, and her heart long since dead. She cannot even remember her own name. The world of humanity has its white side and its black side. These two are inseparable twin brothers in all things. She had been immersed in the black side for too long. A light, airy phrase could not bring her relief or redemption. Yet for some reason, the corners of her eyes grew slightly damp, and what she thought were long-dried tears now wet her face. Rayn did not care about what changes this person might undergo. Wanting to rid himself of his discomfort, he shifted his attention to the chains that bound her. He casually reached out again, wanting to crush the binding chains. But at the moment of contact, he swiftly withdrew his hand, frowning slightly. See loose stone? Chapter 122. Good vision? Captain Laurent just hoped to live peacefully and calmly. Winning or losing was the last thing he wanted to bother with, because that would only bring him trouble and enemies. He was such a content person, calmly sailing his little boat, carrying his goods, not greedy, only accepting appropriate rewards, never arguing with others, satisfied with the little secrets at the bottom of his hold. He encountered an unwarranted disaster. That pirate, known as a human-shaped natural disaster, was a complete bastard devoid of reason, and in an instant shattered Mr. Laurent's peaceful life. However, within Mr. Laurent's heart, there were no negative feelings of resentment or frustration. Once he realized he could not become a monster that could punch an island to pieces, he fundamentally lost interest in the notion of victory or defeat. Thus, when he saw Rayn for the first time, the idea of resistance was not an option for him. Now, after recovering from the excruciating pain of that punch, he began to crawl back without making a sound. What mattered was not victory or defeat, but survival. Captain Laurent, who adhered to this life principle, jumped off the ship. Negotiation was futile. It was clear from the beginning that the man's brutality made this evident. Even if Captain Laurent shamelessly wanted to be submissive to others, they simply would not accept it. When Ryuzaki Ikko angrily cut through the chains of the slave's cell, Laurent could easily imagine how those despicable slaves who crawled out of hell would find ways to devour him alive. Thus, he chose this path, which was extremely ironic for him, to jump into the sea. This was a response to those slaves who had triumphed in their games aboard the ship. From this moment on, whether Captain Laurent could be saved before exhausting his strength would depend on the nature of his relationship with the goddess of fate. However, it seemed the guy wasn't going to hook up with that BTCH. The focused Ikko, intent on rescuing the slaves, completely overlooked the small fry that Rayn had knocked out with a punch, and although Kuro noticed, he didn't care at all. He returned to the ship's deck and continued to nap. The so-called slaves seemed to be subjects that required sympathy and pity from those who lived in greenhouse environments. Indeed, being driven out of one's homeland and home, becoming a prisoner, and then being sold like an object, like pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, they became the lowest existence in social terms, and even being killed would not matter to anyone. This is just a general type of slave. Only third-rate slave traders would sell such inferior goods. The truly wealthy and powerful seek items of special significance. Humans with incredible abilities, bounty pirates, rare exotic races, fierce beasts, and fallen noble lords. Fortunately, among Captain Laurent's goods, the most abundant are strong and vicious individuals. It is precisely because he has such excellent mid-tier goods that one be easily killed by those rich clients that Captain Laurent maintains a stable position and income in the industry. The ability to deal with these scoundrels reflects the strength of Laurent's slave-catching crew. Therefore, when Ichikawa cuts the chains of the cage, what is locked inside is certainly not good people. With a kind smile, the freed villains have no thoughts of gratitude. In this way, I am free now. I can't thank you enough, little brat. While expressing gratitude, these villains embody the nature of their kind, filled with dark malice, contrary to what one would expect. The chains in their hands are the perfect weapons for these guys who have fought their way out of a pile of scoundrels. Bang! Huh. Unfortunately, that outstretched chain was as good as motionless in Ichikawa's eyes, and the unfeeling back of the blade struck the other's head. After kicking the unconscious villain back into the cage, Ichikawa moved to the next cell. Since you've let me out, it means your luck is up, kid. Huh? Ha, I'm free now, die. I'll kill you. What? My life is mine, not heaven's. Wah. Heaven calls. The earth calls. People call. Call me Pua. It hurts. I haven't even said anything yet. Mew. Accompanied by those seemingly cool, yet revealing of their foolish nature lines. These possibly brain-injured guys who were abused as slaves were knocked unconscious by Ichikawa without any mercy. However, these guys are ultimately dangerous and excellent goods, all locked in single rooms, while the vast majority of truly innocent victims are crammed into crowded cages. Words of gratitude, fear, or plea instantly overwhelmed Ichikawa, as the crowd of slaves surrounded him, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. He had just impulsively saved this group of people. He hadn't even thought about what to do after saving them. After liberating these people, could they survive in this mysterious sea of the Grand Line? Would the food on the ship be enough for these former slaves who were used to not having enough to eat? Could the ship, which was torn apart by Rayn, sail normally? Did they have a destination? Was there anyone on this ship who could navigate? Was there a navigator? Was the so-called rescue just about letting them out of the cage? They were just a group of pitiful people who had been enslaved. Apart from relying on the young man who rescued them, they had no other thoughts. Some might even say that these so-called pitiful people were just putting on an exaggerated act of innocence, knowing that the kind young man in front of them couldn't just let them run away. Bang! The next moment, Ichikawa's troubles and the surrounding slaves all dissipated with that exaggerated loud gunshot. The newly freed slaves, like startled birds, couldn't handle even the slightest stimulus and all screamed, looking for places to hide on the ship. The source of that exaggerated sound was Rayn, who jumped up from below deck. In his hand was a silver-white, exquisite revolver, and the sound just now had naturally come from it. Rayn didn't understand gun maintenance. For the rough pirates, if a weapon broke, they could just go steal a new one. Fortunately, this gun had only been used twice since it fell into Rayn's hands. One of the specially made 6 bullets in the magazine was given to Gold-Lion Shiki, and another was used to break the rumored sea stone chain, which could rival diamonds. Of course, while this gun belonged to the aberrant breed of Mustang, it hadn't reached the level of shattering diamonds with one shot. The sea stone chain merely contained some sea stone. While the strength was still exaggerated, it wasn't impossible to break. Rayn's arm holding the gun had no strength at all, looking lazy and indifferent. He didn't care about what he had just done. For him, it was enough that the annoying noise in his ears had disappeared. Ignoring the surrounding slaves, he walked toward his ship, ready to leave this boring place. Wait a minute, Mr. Rayn. What about these people? Ichikawa called out to Rayn in difficulty. He was Rayn's crew member. Although Rayn had never acknowledged this and treated him like a gopher, it still counted as being part of the crew. In terms of dealing with people, there was a huge difference between him and Rayn. And as a warrior, Ichikawa respected Rayn as the captain, just as the slaves placed all their hopes on Ichikawa. Despite not having spent much time together, he had grown somewhat dependent on the invincible demeanor that Rayn displayed. Moreover, since Rayn was the captain, any decision should be consulted with him. Even if he wanted to try to save more people, he couldn't do it alone with his strength and resources. Yes, please, take us home. I've had enough. Why did this happen to me? You're here to save us, right? Please, save us completely. I want to go home. My family is waiting for me to return. It was unclear who started it, but the slaves gradually became agitated. Some cried as they recounted their suffering, while others angrily punched the slave catchers to vent their rage. The more clever ones had already sneaked into the cabin to collect gold and silver, but more were surrounding Ichikawa and Rayn, pleading to take them away from this hellish place. Bang! The huge gunshot made several slaves closest to Rayn feel a sudden tightness in their chests, nearly fainting. All noise was drowned out by the gunshot, which also attracted everyone's attention. No one dared to speak another word. Putting the silver-white revolver into his pocket, Rayn's face remained cold and unchanging in the eyes of the slaves. He opened his mouth and said only one sentence. Life belongs to yourselves. With that, he walked to the side of the ship and jumped onto his own vessel, preparing to set sail. Saving people is the job of a marine, not a pirate. The slaves who had been freed from their shackles had no more restraints. They had hands and feet. What more did they want? Living in this world has never been a gift or assistance from others. To live is to move forward with one's own strength. In Rayn's eyes, there were no distinctions between good and evil, perpetrators and victims. All he saw was humanity itself. Ichikawa smiled wryly and scratched his head, leaping onto the dolphin of Echo. Chapter 124. Breakup, he said something incomprehensible. Even Rayn slightly raised his head, showing interest in this completely unexpected condition beyond the reward. Run. All the information in his mind converged into a single word. Run. The little girl who had originally been moving slowly towards Rayn could only convey this meaning in her mind. Unfortunately, her body felt as if it had fallen into an ice hole, freezing solid in less than a second, like a frog caught in a snake's gaze. She couldn't move an inch. Clear-headedness didn't mean she could summon the strength of her body. Just as an ordinary person knows that a bullet aimed at their forehead will explode their skull before it is fired, can they dodge it? Not to mention, she had a profound understanding of Ryan Walker's strength. Even if she could fly, she would never escape this man's pursuit. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that she would indeed be traded. As for why she thought this, are you idiots? A cruiser, powerful equipment, top-notch service personnel, any one of these surpasses the immense wealth of herself and Yi Huang combined 100-fold. Anyone who isn't an idiot knows how to choose, right? The little girl, who had never known what innocence was, had grown accustomed to the endless darkness and filth of her peers. She would never naively believe that the young pirate named Ryan would have any special feelings for her and Yi Huang, or that he would offend anyone for the sake of two insignificant children in a chaotic world, even though they were on the same ship. Standing in the position closest to Ryan, Shelley, and Yi Huang couldn't understand the man named Ryan at all. How could a captain who hadn't exchanged more than 50 words with his own crew understand anything? As for Yi Huang, let him sleep first. The unexpectedly unsurprising answer made the little girl's face change drastically, and she almost forgot to breathe. So, that means you agree? On the other end of the phone, the ace, with his large black-framed glasses reflecting white light, showed no sign of emotion, but the rising tone of his words seemed to indicate his excitement. The young pirate, who finally wore a hint of a smile, finished his rum in one gulp, clearly eager as he looked at the phone bug, as if he had received a rather interesting snack. Reason. The abrupt word left the listener at a loss, but the ace, who was extremely skilled in conversation, could hear the meaning in the words, even through the phone bug thousands of miles away. He clearly understood the meaning of that word. The person was asking for his reason for wanting to obtain Longzaki Huang and Shelley. I'm very sorry, but this involves commercial secrets, and I cannot disclose it. Oh. Although it was just a single word without tone or fluctuation, the ace, thousands of miles away, instantly turned cold. He adjusted his glasses, and there was not a trace of emotion on his tense poker face. Are you sure you want to refuse our proposal? This question is serious. Please consider it before answering. As the subject of the trade, aside from the drunken Yi Huang, Shelley, whose clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, was completely at a loss against the hateful voice coming from the phone bug. What does that mean? Why did the bastard on the other end of the phone suddenly say that? Who refused? When she finally gathered the courage to look at Ryan, she suddenly realized something. Lazily leaning back in his chair, he casually tossed the empty glass onto the table. The enthusiastic expression from a second ago had turned into a lazy yawn, and his swift change of demeanor left anyone bewildered. However, the person on the other end of the phone already clearly understood the choice made by this bountied pirate. The ace, a man who had emerged from the cutthroat business world and forced his way into the political arena, could not comprehend what a madman was thinking. In fact, it was a very simple matter. Ryan was not interested in trivial trades, generous rewards, or any related interests. He neither cared about nor understood these things. He was simply curious about the reason behind the man on the other side of the phone bug wanting to obtain Longzaki Huang and Shelley. Since he couldn't satisfy Ryan's curiosity, there was no need to continue the conversation. Therefore, he said in a serious and relaxed tone, without any fluctuation, "Get lost. It's a pity. Even if you refuse our proposal, we have corresponding contingency plans. In any case, we are determined to acquire Longzaki Huang and Shelley. If you are unwilling to accept, then we will have to resolve this in an unpleasant manner for both sides." As the most successful businessman, the ace did not cling stubbornly to the matter. In less than 5 minutes of contact, he had gained more understanding of Ryan as a person than what was in the written reports. Continuing the conversation would only waste time, even if the negotiations fell apart. The ace was not angry. He simply wanted to calmly and sincerely use the power of words to mitigate unnecessary future hostilities. Here is a well-known small island on the Grand Line. As the only high-end hotel on the island that offers a combination of drinking, dining, and accommodation while allowing poor folks to enter. Even if the owner is a jerk who only puts 3 grains of salt on his food and has a bowl of plain rice. The even poorer souls can only endure the disgusting cuisine and rum that's barely separated from fresh water. Because this really is the only building that allows the poor to enter. Unfortunately, or perhaps to the delight of many, today, even this only tavern is closed down. As half of the tavern was instantly engulfed by an exaggerated shockwave, the owner, stunned by this heartbreaking scene, fainted. It's really unfortunate to have a conversation with you. And I wish you good luck, Mr. Lizazian. The dying telephone bug uttered its last words with all its remaining strength, then rolled its eyes and collapsed on the ground. This, too, is an incredible fate. An unknown company has had multiple unfriendly exchanges with Rayn throughout his adventurous career. And even one of the company's second-in-command has already perished on the deserted island where no news can ever emerge. If the ace knew that Herodotus had died at Rayn's hands after their contact was severed, one wonders if he would still be able to calmly discuss business with Rayn. This conversation is not a chance encounter. Rather, the company had already arranged personnel and surveillance along the possible paths that Rayn could take. No matter where he goes, he cannot escape the company's intelligence network as long as he doesn't go to the sky. On this island of St. White Poplar, there are also grassroots surveillance personnel. Although they mobilize the forces from several nearby islands at the first moment, it still takes some time for them to arrive. Therefore, one of the Ace's negotiators, Mr. Karam, came. Turning half of the tavern into ruins, Rayn stood atop the rubble, indifferent to the cries and curses of other patrons. His icy gaze stared into the sky, and in the dark night, beneath the moonlight, a pair of black wings suddenly spread wide. The falling black feathers covered the airspace, and that posture resembled a fallen angel. Chapter 125. Cutting the willow branch. The excruciating pain in his head nearly prevented the young man, Ichiho, from opening his eyes. In this world, there are monsters that can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but there are also those who fall after just 1 cup, and Ichiho clearly belongs to the latter. Crawling out from the ruins of the tavern, Ichiho had no idea when he had been buried alive beneath it, but his rough nature made him unconcerned about it. Where did everyone go? After all, he was a well-trained swordsman. Once his mind cleared, the discomfort in his body began to dissipate rapidly, returning to normal. When he realized it, Ichiho had instinctively grasped his sword, sweeping away the dejection from drinking. At this moment, Ichiho displayed his sharpness. The stance was too natural. A man had appeared gracefully at some point, devoid of hostility, yet impossible to trust without any gaps. The man, with his back to the moon, exuded an otherworldly presence that sent chills down Ichiho's spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead, not from fear, but from the familiarity of the man's extravagant attire. That was a garment called Jinyuji, and in this Grand Line, no, even in the entire world, there is only one place that could create such a splendid, yet uniquely styled outfit. The man had long black hair tied into a ponytail, with strands cascading to his collarbone, and he was quite handsome. If one were to describe a man as beautiful, it might come off as derogatory. Yet it seemed fitting for this man. He wore a light purple kimono, with 2 red-sheathed tachi swords at his waist. Longzaki Ichiho sensed nothing from this man, no pressure, no killing intent, but it was precisely because he sensed nothing that it felt particularly terrifying. Stop. Who are you? The composed man, of course, wouldn't obediently stop. He advanced with a smile that felt like a spring breeze, his magnetic voice resonating like a song. IW Ryu, Suda Kojiro. Just call me Kojiro. That response shook Ichiho's deliberately calm demeanor, like a foolish cat whose tail had been stepped on, as he held his sword across his chest, fully on guard. The legendary swordsman who can slay dragons really exists? What is your purpose? Huh, sinner, why ask when you already know? As they exchanged words only the two could understand, the distance between them had already shrunk to just a few steps. Ichiho gripped the hilt tightly, but still couldn't draw it. The man before him was an enemy. After confirming the other's identity, there was no room for negotiation. The reason he hadn't drawn his sword wasn't due to any overwhelming pressure or terrifying killing intent. It was because, as a fellow swordsman, he understood the gap between them. He wasn't intimidated by the man's rumored title. Rather, after experiencing it firsthand, he realized the sword couldn't reach this man, and drawing it would be futile. As a fellow swordsman, just as Ichiho's thoughts whirled, in reality, only a moment passed, and his mind calmed. If the rumors were true, The man before him might be the most towering mountain in the swordsmanship realm. As a swordsman, he wanted to test the moment he grasped the cold sword. And an unprecedented passion surged in his heart. Ichihu's mind became clear, and casting aside all distractions, he ultimately transformed into a simple will, to swing the sword. Without any reservations, Longzaki Ichiho poured everything into this strike, and the transparent blade shimmered with dazzling light. Just as the legend said, when the meteor blade shone, it was unstoppable. The man who called himself Kojiro still wore that calm smile, and upon seeing the crystal-clear blade radiating brilliance, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. At the moment Ichiho swung his sword, he too thrust his sword forward. Compared to Ichihu's full-force strike at his limit, Kojiro merely took a step forward, appearing as if he were leaning into Ichihu's sword to commit suicide. He nonchalantly regarded his own life and death, or perhaps he possessed absolute confidence. Before the blade could cut him in half, he executed a perfectly timed thrust into Ichihu's heart. That thrust was not a particularly exquisite technique, yet it was flawless. If it were just that, Ichihu's blade would still follow its inertia and slice Kojiro as well. However, in reality, Ichihu's body was suddenly struck as if hit by a battering ram, violently flung away. Longzaki Ichihu's body smashed through the remnants of the tavern like a toy tossed by a mischievous child. Injured and battered, he came to a stop after the momentum faded. His breath halted. His eyes lost all signs of life. Breathing ceased, and his heart suddenly stopped. When the consciousness, engulfed in darkness, realized this, Longzaki Ichiho suddenly jumped up from the ground like a corpse coming back to life, clutching his heart as he gasped for breath in agony. His heart began to beat again. It was still there, not pierced by the blade. Though his left chest throbbed painfully, there was indeed no penetrating wound. Not even a tear in his shirt. The entire reaction took only 3 or 4 seconds. When Ichihu Ryuzaki turned his gaze towards Kojiro, he found that the latter was already standing calmly, holding not a blade, but merely a fragile willow branch in his right hand. Had he really been struck by such a thing? At that moment, Ryuzaki Ichihu's mind went blank. Although it was only a brief few seconds, he had indeed stepped 1 foot into the gates of hell. Kojiro had not inflicted a fatal wound on him, nor was there even an injury. It was just that when the willow branch pierced Ichihu's heart, in that instant his consciousness, body, instincts, everything had issued a death sentence against him. If he hadn't awakened just in the nick of time, he might have truly died without a sound. The swordsman named Kojiro seemed indifferent to everything in front of him. He smiled gently, calmly observing the fragile willow branch in his hand, turning it slightly, causing it to snap quietly in the middle. He brought the broken end of the branch to his face, seemingly wanting to examine it closely. The willow branch he used to strike Ichihu had not come into contact with Ichihu's blade, yet the sword energy that erupted when the boy approached had severed the branch. After observing it carefully, he did not offer any comments. As a warrior from Wano country, he was not content with the small ambitions of his homeland, which is why he embarked on a journey to hone his skills. During his travels, he learned about Ryuzaki Ichiho, the new master of the meteor blade. And thus he came. It was perhaps a coincidence or an inevitable outcome. Currently under the auspices of a company, he had intentionally spent some time searching for Ichihu's whereabouts. He found his target and obtained results. It was still an immature fruit, already showcasing its excellent qualities and potential, but still needing time and experience to be refined. Kojiro was not interested in matters concerning Wano, nor did he feel any sense of belonging to that country. He was solely devoted to the sword, honing his skills freely until he reached beyond. Therefore, he did not harbor any special hatred towards Ichiho. After confirming that Ichiho did not possess the ability to compete with him, he prepared to leave. Without a word, without casting another glance at Ryuzaki Ichiho, like some capricious captain, this swordsman was also the type who only cared about his own fleeting thoughts, completely indifferent to the impact his actions would have on those around him. In the face of such a person, Ichiho had no reaction, because they were both swordsmen. When Kojiro defeated him with just a willow branch, that sense of defeat could easily destroy any swordsman's spirit. He needed time to calm down and accept this fact. Suddenly, a crow fell from the sky and landed right in front of Suda Kojiro, blocking his path, which was quite ominous. Kojiro recognized this crow. It was the negotiator from Mr.As, Mr. Kara. The rare devil fruit ability that allowed him to fly left a deep impression on Kojiro. At that moment, maintaining a human form, with hands turned into wings and feet into claws, Mr. Kara was pinned to the ground by a long blue spear embedded in his chest. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from his wound, It was unclear what ability had caused this, as his chest was covered in solid ice. In a moment, the slender figure of Rayn descended from the sky, standing firmly on the end of the spear, his cold gaze looking down upon the calmly smiling Kojiro. Chapter 126. Thunderlight, what awakened Ryuzaki Ichigo, was a bolt of lightning that struck not far from him. What pulled him out of his defeat was the overwhelming sense of oppression that crushed people. For those about to face life and death, there seemed to be no exceptions, as a suffocating killing intent filled the air between them. Yet between these two individuals, there was not a hint of killing intent. Everything around them seemed so calm, without a trace of abnormality. However, Ichigo could sense that this was something only those who had achieved a certain level of mastery could barely understand. The realm those two were currently in, those who lacked the ability to step onto the same stage would be unaware of the silent contest unfolding between them. To Ichigo, the situation before him was unreasonable. They had merely coincidentally arrived on this small island, intending to have a meal and resupply without causing trouble. Why had they encountered a monster with strength comparable to Rayn? It was akin to a newly graduated hero suddenly facing a wild demon king, with no foreshadowing or warning, completely unprepared. However, this was only Ichigo's perspective. A certain company had been monitoring them since they began their journey in Alabasta. Although communication was cut off after they went to Sky Island, once they descended from it, the vast intelligence network sprang into action. The resources and manpower behind this were far from the sudden surprise Ichigo faced. A devil fruit user with the ability to fly was a rare treasure even in the entire world. Therefore, after receiving a lead on Rayn and his companions, the highest mobility personnel from the company were dispatched, with Mr. Kara bringing the swordsman Suda Kojiro to the island at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Kara's death was an accident. Under the generous reward from Mr. Ace that could kill, someone crazily chose to refuse. The company was determined to capture Ryuzaki Ichigo and Sherry, even if it meant opposing a monster pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. In the very first moment after negotiations broke down, Mr. Kara left as quickly as possible from the man, exuding a dangerous aura. Although Mr. Kara possessed combat abilities on par with top-tier fighters, both he and his boss, the Ace, were not foolish enough to waste his devil fruit ability on combat, so he chose to retreat at the earliest opportunity. Initially, they did not believe that the transaction with Rayn would fail, but excellent merchants always prepared a backup plan, even a third plan. Mr. Kara's task was to delay Rayn and his party's stay on the island for as long as possible. If the transaction went smoothly, it would be a win-win situation. If not, before the transaction began, the company would mobilize all available combat power in this area. There was a company fleet in daily training nearby, consisting of 2 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 8 destroyers. Upon learning about Rayn and his companions, they had already set off for the transaction site, a combat force capable of destroying a small country. Devil fruit users generally share a common flaw: overconfidence or arrogance regarding their abilities. The stronger the ability, the more pronounced this becomes, especially their excessive reliance on that ability, which ultimately leads to their demise. Mr. Kara was no exception. However, Mr. Kara's situation was somewhat unique. Anyone flying hundreds of meters above the empty sky would let their guard down. Mr. Kara, accustomed to the heights that overlooked everything, was the master of that airspace. He could not understand why humans relied on the momentary loss of pressure when stepping on air to ascend to the sky. Just as he had no time to be surprised, he was struck down from the sky by Rayn, as if swatting a crow. Once Rayn landed on the ground, a silent standoff began. Different opponents required different strategies. Facing the situation of fighting against hundreds or thousands alone, the terrifying killing intent can indeed cause many to flee without a fight. Even when confronted with opponents of lower levels, sheer presence can be enough to overwhelm them, thereby effectively ending the battle. However, the swordsman before him was different. He was not someone who could be defeated with such third-rate tactics. Rayn, holding a nearly 2-meter-long spear, slightly lowered the golden spear tip. Every bit of strength in his body was mobilized at that moment, forming a thrusting posture. The swordsman, named Kojiro, maintained his smile. Raising an eyebrow to form an attractive arc naturally, he couldn't commit suicide with a willow branch against a strong opponent like Rayn. From the moment Rayn appeared, he had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword but did not draw it immediately. He squinted, measuring the distance between them and how much the weapon could shorten that distance. They were about 13 meters apart. But Kojiro understood that with Rayn's leg strength and the reach of his spear, once Rayn moved, it would be like the sound of a divine wind. capable of piercing his heart with that golden spearhead in the blink of an eye. Ahaha! This is really unfavorable. Kojiro held a katana, while his opponent wielded a spear. In the clash between long sword and spear, the spear held at least a 7-point advantage. However, Rayn did not move. If he had absolute certainty of victory, he was never one to care about the dullness of the fighting spirit. The swordsman before him completely disregarded the unfavorable factors in the battle, forcefully pulling himself into the vortex of sword intent. Their standoff caused not a single ripple in the surroundings, but was it really so? Ryuzaki Ikko looked somewhat sluggishly at the side, where a pillar in the ruins of the tavern was now ablaze, caused by the lightning that had awakened him earlier. He suddenly looked up at the sky. The pitch-black clouds had obscured the moonlight, ominously dark. The previously clear night sky was now filled with rolling black clouds and flickering lightning. Was the sky in fear? As the sole witness to this contest, Ryuzaki Ikko watched intently every move of both sides. He was a naive person, and the shadow of defeat had long been dispersed by the standoff between these two. Their battle would have a tremendous impact on Ryuzaki Ikko, and, at the same time, a voice echoed in his heart. How could he become as strong as them? Was it through training? Endless practice? No, that wasn't enough. There was a decisive gap between them and himself. Yes, it must be the realm reached by warriors who have forsaken their humanity. A dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the sky and earth, followed by a thunderous roar, like a blade of light descending from the heavens, meant to disperse the chaos of the world. The battle horn sounded, and both Rayn and Kojiro reflected that light in their eyes. The calm of a moment ago was like the serenity before a storm. When the battle commenced, the storm erupted violently centered around the two. The storm shattered the descending lightning overhead, shooting straight into the clouds, and the dark clouds surrounding the island were instantaneously cleared, revealing a cloudless sky and a clear night. The moonlight shone down, illuminating the area as bright as day. This was a battle born of excessive confidence. Both sides were certain they would kill each other first. Rayn's thrust with the spear showed not a hint of deviation, no changes at all. After reaching the extreme of simplicity and brutality, it became a flash beyond the lightning. Kojiro drew his sword, lightning fast, slashing through the air with an unmatched wave of cutting energy aimed at Rayn, intending to cleave him in half. The cutting wave released by an ordinary person wouldn't even touch Rayn before being consumed by his relentless spear momentum. And even the so-called swordsmanship masters would be the same. But Kojiro was different. That was the sword technique known as Kuga, releasing a wave of cutting energy that sliced through the air in an instant. It was the strongest killing move capable of cutting through steel. Both sides were confident that their attacks would kill the other first. With Rayn's brutal fighting style, facing the unmatched cutting wave, he would fearlessly shatter it with a spear. Yes, that cutting wave could not be resisted by mere bravado. Only the spear could block its momentum. However, if he withdrew his spear to meet the attack, that momentum would dissipate, and the advantage in this battle would fall into Kojiro's hands, after which he would be at his mercy. Therefore, he did not stop. Do you want to die together? Whether it was the unmatched cutting wave or the thrust of lightning, neither could be stopped. If neither side yielded at the same time, it would end in mutual destruction. Saying it was complicated, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Kuga was about to hit Rayn, his figure vanished from Kojiro's sight. Not gone, Kojiro saw it. At the moment Kuga was about to strike Rayn, this man displayed extreme flexibility. He maintained his momentum, but arched his upper body backward. The residual wave of Kuga barely grazed past him, bloodied, yet he maintained this awkward posture without falling. And the spear only slightly inclined toward Kojiro. Kojiro's blood boiled. The danger of death appeared on him for the first time. This is great. It's truly worth being knocked down like this, compared to dying boringly in that mountain. Coming to see this world is indeed worthwhile. Just like when fighting with Ryuzaki Ikko, Kojiro barely managed to act before the long spear was about to pierce him, disregarding his own life and death. It wasn't until the last moment that he slightly twisted his body, allowing the long spear to miss him by grazing his left side. He drew the second sword from his waist with his left hand and swept it toward the glaring opening of Rayn. That was a high-level technique of attacking after the opponent has acted, judging their follow-up move before launching an attack. And by the time the opponent realized, it was too late. The distance between the two was already too short for Rayn to withdraw his spear in defense. The spear needed a certain distance to display its advantages, but this advantage had already vanished with Rayn's confident thrust. As the overly long spear had no place to be used in such close combat, It was precisely because of that overly confident thrust that, when it missed, the momentum remained undiminished, making it impossible for him to change his attack. I won. The fight, which lasted only an instant, exhausted all the battle wisdom of the two warriors, and the next moment would determine victory or defeat. Oh, the thrusting spear missed, and that powerful momentum had nowhere to dissipate, making it impossible to change the spear technique. However, Rayn, relying on his foolish strength, caused the muscles in his right arm to swell. He forcibly turned the thrust into a sweep. The azure spear struck fiercely against Kojiro's side, sending him flying. Chapter 127. Scatter. This is really something. Even far from the center of the battlefield, Kuro was still affected by the residual blast of wind. Protecting the trembling little girl behind him, Kuro shielded his vital areas, but he was still hit by debris fired from the explosion, sustaining negligible injuries. There were no signs left of the tavern that once existed here. The battle between the two, even without any deliberate targeting, contained such powerful force in each move that it was enough to alter the terrain. Fortunately, this shabby and cheap tavern was still some distance away from the town, and since Rayn had gone berserk, everyone in the tavern who valued their lives had fled with all their might, so their duel did not affect any other poor souls. However, the solitary crescent-shaped sword energy that flew out from the center of the battlefield had not diminished in momentum and flattened two mountain peaks in its flight path. This is truly wonderful. The swept-away Kojiro rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact. His initially dashing military attire now appeared quite disheveled. As long as it doesn't affect the battle, Mr. Kojiro is not overly concerned about his appearance. Even in a disheveled state, he still wore a calm and elegant smile. That potentially lethal sweep did not have the expected effect, and the reason was the two sheaths of swords at Kojiro's waist. The gap in skill between Kojiro and Rayn was not obvious. The former excelled in technique, while the latter far surpassed him in strength. Dodging Rayn's strike caused the spear to deviate from its intended trajectory, resulting in an error in the direction of the sweep. In the fate of battle, perhaps heaven favored this handsome swordsman more. The expensive material of the sword sheath shattered, absorbing most of the power. 2 or 3 ribs were broken, but such injuries were clearly insufficient to extinguish Mr. Kojiro's high fighting spirit. It is truly wonderful to encounter an opponent like you. That was genuine joy, with unprecedented enthusiasm shining in his eyes. It was a certain coincidence, or perhaps a necessity, having followed an elderly man who did not teach him swordsmanship in his youth. He comprehended the profound meaning of swordplay entirely through his rare and exceptional talent. Kojiro's homeland is a country famous for its swordsmanship, where countless strong and skilled individuals exist and countless schools of swordsmanship abound. Perhaps precisely because of the multitude of schools, the truly practical practitioners are few and far between, gradually confining infinite swordsmanship within narrow, theoretical confines. When Kojiro emerged from his mountain village with his rustic swordsmanship, there was no one who could contend with him. Kojiro understood that his victory was not solely due to being stronger than them. A larger reason was that these swordsmanship schools were not proficient in actual combat, allowing his rustic swordsmanship to find an opening. Kojiro and Rayn were of the same kind. Their minds were filled only with knowledge of battle. Their difference lay in that Rayn had suffered too much darkness in this world too early, and beneath his calm and even cold exterior was the most unstable of balms. In contrast, Kojiro had not been exposed to such dull things. He devoted himself entirely to studying his sword techniques. Even if he spent his life hidden in the mountains, it wouldn't be inappropriate for him. Thus, he had no connection to any worldly karma in his life, and had long reached the state of a clear mirror in still water, and therefore, his existence held no meaning in this world. What drove him down the mountain, or perhaps one could say what still allowed this man to be seen as a flesh and blood human, was perhaps just the desire to compete with a strong opponent. It was a certain coincidence, or perhaps a necessity. Rayn was the first strong person he encountered. There were many people stronger than Kojiro in his homeland, and even in this world, there were countless individuals stronger than these two. However, it was not okay to disregard this man. The sword rang out. If there is fate in this world, then this man he met for the first time is his destiny. Ordinary people seem to always scoff at protagonists in various stories, encountering all sorts of incredible events, believing that they are merely products of scripts and fantasies. However, there are no coincidences in this world. What exists is only that inevitable encounter, like two comets in the sky, their powers intertwining and influencing each other, ultimately meeting and even colliding. What's wrong? I'm still standing, come on, attack. In his clear voice, the The rising fighting spirit could not be suppressed. With dual swords in hand, Kojiro tried to ignore the impact of his injuries. He was not a swordsman of the dual-wielding style. In his case, the second sword was more like a distraction. When dealing with an opponent wielding a long spear, even a slight factor that diverts the opponent's attention can influence the battle. So, how will you attack next? Will you once again showcase your amazing thrust, or will you steadily engage in a protracted battle? Or do you have your own unpredictable tactics? How exciting! In stark contrast to Kojiro's excitement, Rayn made no movements. The injuries from the residual blast of the slash on his chest began to heal at a visible speed, and the right arm that had suffered backlash from forcibly altering the spear's trajectory quickly returned to normal. With his temporarily weakened right hand hanging low, Rayn showed no signs of launching any offensive. He simply watched Kojiro calmly. Hey, what's wrong? After using that marvelous technique, do you no longer have the strength to fight? Smiling, Kojiro carelessly wiped the blood spilling from his mouth with the back of his hand. Hey, are you trying to buy time to recover your strength? I can wait for you, cough cough. Perhaps it's actually me who's trying to buy time to recover strength. But why can't I suppress the blood I'm coughing out? All the strength in my body has seemingly disappeared like receding tide, leaving me with no power even to stand, causing my weak knees to drop to the ground. Blood? Unknowingly, his clothes had already been stained with blood. And the reason for his drained strength was due to blood loss. His abdomen had been sliced open, and his organs flowed out along with the blood. Kojiro looked at Rayn's calm gaze. It was the calmness of looking at a dead person. The first shot, that thunderous stab, he thought he had dodged it, but in reality, his body had already been severed by that gunblade. Is that so? Is that how it is? I have lost. With a satisfied smile, Suda Kojiro fell. Rayn calmly watched the end of this swordsman, with no emotions stirring in his heart. This was his daily life. No need to know the reasons for battle. No need to know the opponent's name. For those who fight, it's either life or death, and that is the only outcome. Casually, he planted the spear into the ground and walked towards Ikko. He was going back. Facing Ikko, who had not yet recovered from the shock of battle, Rayn punched him awake and then walked towards the harbor without looking back. It was not until this moment that clouds began to gather in the sky again, and a slight breeze passed by, causing the blue spear planted in the ground to dissolve into ice shards in the wind. At that same time, not far from this battlefield that had long been leveled, someone crawled out from beneath the hidden dust. The man, shaking off the dirt from his body, ruffled his messy hair. With his face covered in mud, he yawned, looking lazily as if he could not wake up. He walked to the spot where Kojiro had fallen, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his lazy, sleeping face. "Want it, huh?" Really stirred up trouble. Chapter 128, Gold. With just a command, a fleet from a certain company would bombard the island of St. Bayong, the capital of Queen Spring, although the fleet's firepower could not cover the entire island. Precise strikes would be enough to leave Rayn and his group. However, after Rayn and his group had eaten and replenished their supplies to leave the island, the fleet showed no signs of movement. The order had been modified. Bombardment was originally a last resort, but if this last resort could not be effective, there was no need to cause unnecessary losses. The liaison on the island made a judgment based on his own experience and feelings. It was likely that the fleet's strength was still insufficient to confront Rayn. This transaction is filled with too many uncertainties. First of all, the negotiation team, led by Rayn, lost the company's surveillance after boarding that monstrous current. When they suddenly appeared in the capital of the Spring Queen, St. Bayong, the company's personnel were unable to gather effectively in such a short time. The generous reward would be accepted by anyone with a normal mindset. But who knows what that mad warrior is thinking? In the end, it resulted in a situation where we had no choice but to confront that lunatic. In the dim office, the tightly drawn curtains rendered the few rays of sunlight trying to penetrate the room utterly powerless against the surrounding darkness. Mr. The company's fleet has now maintained a trade blockade against the capital island of the Duchy of St. Chabel for 3 weeks. It is expected that the capital's food supply will run out next week, after which there will be a rapid increase in resident deaths. That's all right. The Duchy of Chabel, positioned as a logistics hub along the Grand Line, is purely a consumer city. The death of its residents won't significantly affect our initial plan. Once the government collapses, we will immediately buy up everything and bring the country under the company's control. Mr. The company's mercenary group has positioned troops to suppress the workers' uprising in the Olai Kingdom and is ready to launch as planned. Wait, the original plan has changed. A detailed plan will be faxed to you via the telephone bug shortly. Once received, immediately distribute it to the execution troops. The main change is to increase the ratio of workers to be physically eliminated from 15 to 45. This decision was made by the company's accounting department after reconsidering the recent population movements and the economic positioning of the country, which is more beneficial to the company's interests. Please review the rest and comply. Mr. Ace, the company's security subsidiary, has received a commission for armed transport of valuable goods from Shaya Kingdom this year. The commission is valued at 5 of the transported goods. A detailed profit assessment has been faxed to you. Please conduct a comparative assessment of the benefits from allowing the subordinate pirate group to seize the goods versus the loss of credibility for the subsidiary. If the seizure is more advantageous, it can be considered, and afterward, the security subsidiary can apply for bankruptcy protection after transferring personnel and funds. In the dim office, a large man sat at a desk tailored for him, his sharply reflecting glasses obscuring much of his face. As he spoke, countless amounts of money transformed into flowing capital, manipulating vast resources while easily playing with countless lives, allowing him to proliferate like a virus. As for the sorrow and tears of lost lives, hatred and anger, such matters, unrelated to his interests, were not worth a second of his time. Mr. Ace, the world government has sent a business commission for debt collection from the Endless Sea Kingdom. Here is the detailed commission contract. The man nodded and quickly began reading the documents spat out by the fax bug, unsure if there were cat-like eyes beneath his glasses, working unaffected in the dim room. The initial part of the document clearly outlined the events leading up to the situation in cold, emotionless language. In short, the country had been unable to pay its debt of heavenly gold for 3 consecutive years due to natural disasters. This year, they could have managed to gather the necessary amount, but due to a sudden pirate invasion, the ruler, unwilling to see the citizens starve to death, temporarily diverted the heavenly gold for disaster relief. The government needed to reclaim the heavenly gold, but did not want to bear the infamy of suppressing member states with force. So they directly outsourced the debt collection to the Ace mercenary company. The middle part detailed the rights and obligations of both parties in the contract. The so-called debt collection outsourcing means that the company taking the order can use all means to recover the debts owed by the country, with the government having no say. Send me a summary of the country's armed forces, as well as the distribution of our company and other forces in the region. The Endless Sea Kingdom is a typical small nation with a sparse population, boasting a total of only about 100,000 citizens. With relatively rich natural resources and a favorable trade environment, it is not exactly a paradise, but is content, apart from the necessary guard soldiers. The country does not maintain a standing army, and only relies on a police force organized by the people to maintain daily security. After the fax bug spat out the documents, the massive information rolled through his mind, and within moments, he had drawn a conclusion. Signal Yang's fleet to disarm the country's armed forces while ensuring the safety of its citizens and their property as much as possible. All of these will be our company's wealth in the future. There was no need for more words. His subordinates naturally understood what to do after their boss said this. The Ace eased his tense workload, rubbing his sore brow with his fingertips. He struggled to move his overly corpulent body, a result of his profession, toward the custom sofa in the corner of the room. The tea set was already prepared on the coffee table, and he only needed to pour hot water from the thermos into the tea leaves to enjoy. Taking this time, the Ace slightly relaxed his body, but his mind was still calculating various company plans and profit losses. As he absent-mindedly brought the teacup to his lips, the bitter taste instantly numbed his taste buds, causing him to involuntarily frown. The precious tea that Herodotus had brought last time was said to have magical effects to invigorate the mind. And while it indeed had a noticeable effect, the taste was... Adjusting his glasses, he detached himself from this brief respite without any reluctance and returned to his workstation, casually picking up the incessantly ringing telephone bug. Mr. Ace, regarding the follow-up of the business with Wano Country, I regret to inform you that Quian didn't even have a chance to escape before being taken out, and Tsukita Kojiro has also been defeated. With our current armed forces, we are unlikely to fulfill the task. The unexpected loss made the Ace frown slightly, causing him to miss the opportunity to respond promptly to how to arrange the next steps. Quian's flying ability was a rare and valuable resource, and his sacrifice was indeed bad news for a large company. But the Ace would not dwell on irretrievable matters, as that would only waste his time. What mattered was what to do next. Help me contact Garumaga Saint and tell him that what he has long desired is finally taking shape. Understood. In just a few seconds, a detailed plan took shape into Ace's mind. Meanwhile, the secretary on the other end of the telephone bug shuddered involuntarily upon hearing that ominous name. After handling this matter, Ace continued to process the next task regarding Ryuzaki, Ikko, and Sherry, which soon drowned in the tide of overwhelming work. For Ace, work was work, regardless of size. He dealt with everything in the same manner. Even if the conversation with Rayn was unpleasant, it was merely a work-related issue, and Ace did not take it to heart. Ace, the man hidden in the shadows, was sharp-minded and cold-hearted, willing to do anything for profit. He could cunningly seize everything with just capital, but when necessary, he had no qualms about using force to take what he needed. Wherever his army goes, atrocities abound. Yet there are rarely mountains of corpses or seas of blood unless absolutely necessary. In fact, before Ace's money-driven claws seize the victims and extract the last bit of utilitarian value from their lives, death is a luxury. If the good have a code of conduct befitting their nature, the wicked devour everything like beasts, and Ace, this wicked man, perpetrates evil yet follows his own set of ethical standards, even if those standards are twisted by ordinary people's standards. Ace has successfully come this far relying on these distorted principles. How many will die today from his words, as that cold, sharp light glimmers on the lenses? Chapter 129. Parting after 2 days of gathering the magnetic energy of this spring queen city, St. Bayam, the navigation pointer indicated the direction for the next island. Sailing is an extremely dull and tedious affair. The endless sky, the sea like a green prairie, and the solitary sail in the blue expanse amplify one's sense of loneliness to the maximum. It is certainly not a pleasant experience, as evidenced by Longqi Yihuang, who is now slumped on the deck, utterly dispirited, while Kuro anxiously paces back and forth around the ship, and little Shirley stares blankly at the nauseating, boundless sky. Only Lance lazily lies at the bow of the ship, soaking up the sun. For a beast, being well-fed and well-rested, as long as he is not eaten by the monster on board, life is quite comfortable. To be precise, none of the crew are competent sailors, including the captain. They lack experience and the necessary knowledge, merely a haphazard group of people who happen to come together. This little rickety ship has no entertainment facilities, and apart from little Shirley, the other 3 fools don't even like reading to pass the time. Even Shirley has flipped through her book many times already. These books are all products of clever tricks used to skimp on supplies. Although for that captain, who has no concept of money, it would probably not matter even if all the berry on the ship were stolen, right? She looked worriedly at the closed captain's cabin. As for the incident on St. Poplar Island, Kuro was indifferent, and Yihuang was blissfully unaware due to his drunkenness, but she was fully aware of what had happened. That was not a normal person's reaction. Perhaps it was precisely because that captain was not a normal person that he took her in and rejected the difficult-to-refuse reward. Even though it brought trouble to Mr. Rayn, that person never asked her a single question. For the young girl Sherry, Rayn was an incredible person. If she had to describe him, words like mentally ill or eccentric would come to her mind first. This was not a derogatory or trivial judgment, but rather a reflection of reality. Mr. Rayn must have gone insane a long time ago. Sherry carefully observed this capricious captain, the one who had taken her in. Sometimes he was enthusiastic, other times as cold as ice. Since they met, this captain's mental state had never been stable. At certain times, he would show great interest in something, only to disregard it later. His seemingly one-way narrow bridge fundamentally ignored the need to protect himself, which was in stark contrast to the instinct of ordinary people to protect themselves. These are all negative comments, but the girl Sherry surprisingly felt neither disgust nor fear. This person, perhaps because of his madness, has behaved like a good person until now. The girl Sherry did not know what had happened to Rayn before, but since their encounter, it seems that Rayn has taken Sherry in, taken Yihuang, and has not harmed Lance, unlike a pirate who enjoys burning, killing, and plundering. This person must have twisted somewhere, and that distortion did not make him completely illogical and mad. Instead, it produced some kind of mindset change that outsiders could hardly understand. The helpless little girl, Shirley, was not repulsed by it. At a young age, she had already witnessed the darkness and distortions in the hearts of those so-called normal people. None of those normal people were willing to extend a helping hand to her, leaving her abandoned by her parents, to wander in this world where pirates roamed and human hearts were indifferent. But that person was different. Even though he was silent and seemingly indifferent, the captain had actually given her the most help. For an adult, this might be something that would provoke laughter or even seem melodramatic. But for a child who was not yet 10, even if she was precocious, that indifferent captain was her only support. It was truly ironic and sorrowful that a child with a tragic background felt that only a twisted madman could provide her with a sense of security. I see it. It's a small island. The vibrant call dispelled all the clouds, and Kuro, a person running on the land and cloud paths of the Sky Island, could no longer tolerate the cramped ship and the endless sea. He looked at the unique small island in the distance, recalling the information he obtained in the spring at the Queen's capital, St. Bayong. That small island ahead was probably the famous island known throughout the world, the Water 7, renowned for its shipbuilding industry. Hearing that voice, Huang, who had already slumped on the deck, suddenly perked up. After entering the magnetic range of the small island, the feeling it brought to Huang was as if the air had become fresh. He couldn't wait to start imagining what delicious local specialty snacks the island had. As the old wooden door on the second floor creaked open, Rayn, with a sleepy look, yawned and walked to the railing, clearly disturbed by the robust shout just now. Turning to look at Rayn, Kuro took a few steps towards him with a smile and said to him, whose face was expressionless, "Ahead is the shipbuilding city of Water 7, Rayn. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Let's part ways here." Without any concealment, Kuro straightforwardly stated his purpose. He had only boarded Rayn's ship to come to this blue sea, and now that he was slightly familiar with it, Kuro naturally intended to take action for his own goals. Shirley and Huang were not surprised by this. The people on this ship were not companions, but all boarded for their own purposes. Rayn was out at sea to find one piece, wanted to know what the greatest treasure in the world was like. Therefore, his goal was very clear, and this clear goal had no common ground with Kuro's. He had come to this blue sea solely to hunt down his destined enemy. He needed time, manpower, financial resources, and materials to track down that man. And Rayn's route obviously could not stop for his personal and boring hatred. Kuro was already prepared. After purchasing his own ship in Water 7, he would embark on his path of revenge. After speaking, Rayn yawned without any reaction, turned, and returned to his room, as if Kuro had never appeared on his ship. Kuro was left alone, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he had personally experienced Rayn's foul temper and had no complaints about it. Looking at the increasingly close city, Kuro's smile gradually faded as he thought of his sworn enemy, who at this moment was unknown to him. Finding him would surely not be simple. After a long while, he revealed an excited ferocity. "No matter where you are, I will find you and tear you to pieces." Chapter 130. Water 7 City. The city is dead. Even the dumbest person who cannot read the atmosphere can tell that this city is devoid of any vitality, lifeless. Adults without jobs or sources of income stare blankly at the ground that has nothing, gulping down tasteless cheap rum. Many children abandoned by their parents due to inability to support them grow up in garbage heaps and have now become adept at trickery and theft. Even the underworld and pirates cannot reap any benefits in this city, which is increasingly devoid of resources and faces huge tsunamis every year. The once vibrant shipbuilding city of Water 7, which had led the march of the times, is now in this tragic state, something no one could have predicted. Its decline may be precisely because of the ancient history that flourished for 1,000 years. It was the unmatched prosperity of its shipbuilding industry that led to its inevitable decline, right? In the grand line, no, to be precise, in this world, people live on various islands. Since ancient times, the islands have been isolated from each other. The development of the maritime industry in this world does not mean that sailing can proceed smoothly. If there is a true master of this world, unfortunately, although humanity never doubts it is themselves, the true master belongs to the creatures of the sea. The four seas may still be calm, but the grand line is different. Not to mention the bizarre weather and geography here that could be described as insane, just the endless sea beasts on the routes are enough to wipe out sailors. As for running into sea kings, there is no choice but to curse one's own fate. Thus, the connection between islands is pitifully scarce. Some islands remain untouched and retain the appearance of ancient times, while others have been riddled with holes by humans, the true pests. Water 7 has also suffered from the crime of poor trade, since the connections between islands are rare in the face of limited customers. Major shipbuilding companies constantly fight to compete for clients. Moreover, every year, a tsunami named Akula Lagna strikes, causing massive damage to towns, and the iron and timber needed for shipbuilding must be imported from outer islands. At such a critical juncture, the door to the age of sailing opened by a certain great pirate has made the already difficult trade routes even more perilous with the addition of pirates, who plunder merchant ships and materials. The demise of Water 7 is no longer just empty talk. Just the annual floods have caused the water levels in the city to rise to an alarming height. This city built on water will soon be swallowed by the sea. Pirates are evil. The great age of pirates is an unparalleled feast for them, but for those who seek a peaceful life, is an unimaginable disaster. Under both direct and indirect influences, it is the innocent people who suffer. The city built on water has 117 waterways crisscrossing, and the ship of Lin sails directly into the city without needing to dock. In the prosperous days of the past, this would have been forbidden. Only ships under maintenance would be guided to the shipyard, while regular ships could only dock at the port and were not allowed to enter the city, let alone pirate ships. Since the Navy is also a regular visitor here, the notorious criminal forces wanted by the government often enter through the dilapidated back streets. This has become an unspoken rule for both sides. The Water 7 is in the shipbuilding business, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Navy or pirate. If the Navy obstructs their revenue by capturing pirates, neither side can profit. On Lin's ship, the fluttering flag is not the skull flag but the horned horsehead flag. Although it is almost common knowledge that pirates use the skull flag, there is no rule stating that pirates cannot use other flags. However, for a city that is already dead, even if a pirate ship sails in now, the desperate residents are too indifferent to look twice. Shelley looks worriedly at the state of the city. From the information gathered on St. White Poplar Island, this Water 7 is a shipbuilding capital, and their purpose for coming here is naturally not for sightseeing, but to repair their shabby boat. But with the city in such a state, can they still successfully repair the ship? Well, I should take my leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Kuro had already disembarked as they approached the port, and after leaving this sentence, he rested his beloved sword on his shoulder. Ryazaki Ikko leapt down as well, leaving behind the indifferent Lin and the bewildered young girl, Shelley. Although the young swordsman often acted recklessly, this did not mean he was a foolish scatterbrain. On St. White Poplar Island, the swordsman from Wano country had a clear goal in mind, although Ikko was unaware that a certain unscrupulous merchant had designs on it beforehand. However, with the thought of not wanting to trouble Lin any further, he prepared to act alone. On the Sky Island, he encountered the killer who saw through his identity. And now he meets the swordsman from Wano country. Ikko, whose IQ had not yet reached negative values, quickly understood that all of this was due to Lin. Lin is a wanted criminal with a bounty so high that even the government cannot afford to ignore him. And coupled with the fact that Lin had wiped out the entire royal family of one of the world government's member countries, he was no longer someone the government could overlook. Dae's target is Ryazaki Ikko, originally inconspicuous. It is precisely because Lin's target is so prominent that he has been found. The young swordsman does not want to bring unnecessary harm to Lin and the others because of his own reasons. The relationship between him and Lin is not that of partners, subordinates, or master and pet, but rather due to chance. Lin awakened him from his desire to fall into depravity. Although the method was somewhat rough, and the ship's course might pass near his hometown, he had stayed on board. In a certain sense, Lin, who took him in, has a debt of gratitude in Ikko's eyes. But precisely because of this, Ikko cannot accept bringing trouble to Lin because of himself. Both Kuro and Ikko had their own matters to attend to when they left. If Lin were an emotionally rich and normal person, he might lament that people's hearts have scattered, making it difficult to lead a team. Unfortunately, he is not. And precisely because he is not, he has no interest in the thoughts of these two, just as he has no idea what the name of the Sandian person who helped him leave the Sky Island is. Often referred to as Ikko brother by the young girl Shelley, with Ryazaki in front of his name. As the often ignored king of beasts, Lance secretly rejoiced at the departure of the two, as this meant he would have 2 extra portions of food. Shelley looked helplessly at the indifferent Lin. For the young girl, Kuro was a stranger, but Ikko was different. According to the descriptions in books and the logic of this world, Ikko should belong to her companions or friends, right? Ever since the young girl began to wander, no one was willing to have any affection for such a dirty little girl. They treated her with disdain. Although taken in by Lin, he was by no means a gentle and kind-hearted person. He had barely spoken more than a few words to her. Life on the ship was dull, and the presence of that terrifying captain made it even more unbearable. Fortunately, it was Ikko's existence that alleviated this. That person should be the good person mentioned in the books, right? All the dirty and tiring work was taken over by that person, always doing silly things to amuse himself, telling her interesting stories that were not in the books. At first, the young girl was very wary of Ikko. Compared to Ikko, who had greater strength and could help the captain more, the younger felt completely unnecessary on this ship. His presence almost squeezed out her sense of worth. However, as time passed, it became clear that the captain was not the kind of materialist who cared about having more people on his ship. It could be said that thanks to Ikko, the long voyage did not become dead and boring. People live in a world, always with a goal to move forward. Kuro is like this, Ikko is too, and even Lin has found a goal to pass the time, so as not to feel so empty. However, for the young and pitiful girl, just living in this world has taken all her effort. From her perspective, Captain Lin should be stopping Ikko right now. But such a common-sense action was something Lin would never do. Their departures all had clear purposes. Lin would not get caught up in the boring loves and hates of others. After all, that is someone else's life. Lin has neither the right to interfere nor the obligation to do so. Upon arriving at Water 7, Lin only wanted to repair his ship for the upcoming voyage. Soon, Lin felt inconvenienced, as even the trivial matter of asking where the shipyard was required him to inquire personally. If he let Shelley go alone, she would probably be abducted within minutes, right? Even so, he still had no gains. After tossing 3 ill-intentioned robbers into the water, this well-ordered place had already deteriorated into a crime-ridden city, and unfortunately, it no longer had the capability to repair ships. He, at this point, actually believing the rumors to come to Water 7. What a fool. Go take a look at the island's junkyard. At this point, those who haven't given up shipbuilding are probably only Tom's workshop. Let's go try our luck, kid. In terms of human affairs, Lin was outdone even by a 10-year-old girl. Ultimately, after Shelley pulled out a shiny gold belly, he obtained this only piece of information from Scruffy Drunkard, Tom's workshop. Chapter 131. Tom's workshop on the sides of Water 7. Bypassing the main port, the outer islands isolated by the city are the junkyards for ship debris. In the prosperous days of Water 7, passing ships would come here for repairs or to buy new ships. Abandoned old ships, after being dismantled for reusable parts, left behind their wreckage here. The waste materials of wood and iron from major shipyards are also brought to the ship graveyard here. In the past, the rising and falling tides would drag this human trash into the deep sea, and every year, the floods would wash away the garbage outside the island. Amidst this mountain of scrap metal and junk, there exists a shipbuilding workshop that transforms this pile of waste into something extraordinary. As Ryan walked on the garbage mountain, he found it surprisingly clean, with no sense of being unable to find a foothold. The so-called garbage was all remnants and parts of ships. The city itself has a very efficient sewage system, with strict classification and treatment of waste and sewage. So there would be no terrible situation where various filth, such as rotten vegetable leaves or leftover food from different countries, mixed together. Walking through this clean junkyard, Ryan quickly found his objective for this trip. In fact, that target was indeed very obvious. Not far away, the sound of clinking and clanging created an incredible melody. Just by hearing that sound, Ryan could understand. Just like how he only knew how to fight, achieving a certain purity, the work of the nearby shipbuilders also reached the same level of purity. They were not building ships to complete a task, nor for money or other trivial matters. Each hammer strike and every movement in the shipbuilding process expressed the genuine love and passion of the shipbuilders. Ryan was somewhat surprised when he approached his destination and discovered that the performers of that melody were actually 2 young boys, a blue-haired boy wearing only swimming trunks and a young man wrapped in a white headscarf, skillfully crafting parts that were too intricate for Ryan, who was blind to shipbuilding. In this world, young people represent youth and vitality, all the energy of life. However, correspondingly, their lack of experience in certain matters can be unconvincing. For instance, would you dare to board a ship built by these 2 young lads? Let's not even mention that young man in a white headscarf who looks to be in his 20s. The kid in just swim trunks can't be more than 16, right? Mr. Rayn, who is only a few years older, maintains a skeptical attitude towards them. The 2 young men across from him also noticed this unexpected guest. They exchanged glances, realizing that this garbage dump hardly ever sees anyone else besides them, just as ordinary folks wouldn't stroll through a trash heap for no reason. Hey, who are you? If you have nothing to do, get lost. The blue-haired boy in swim trunks put on a deliberately, slightly rebellious look, as if he were a child whose secret base had been invaded. He dropped what he was doing and approached with a threatening demeanor, ready to fight. Thud, that hurts. What are you doing, you idiot bagoo? The young man in the white headscarf smiled innocently, completely unfazed by the fact that he had just struck his not-so-bright junior with a wrench without mercy. Come on, don't be rude, idiot Chi-Chi. Is that how Grandma Kokoro taught you to greet others? TSK. The blue-haired boy, still feeling disgruntled, ultimately refrained from confronting his senior in front of a stranger and turned away in frustration to pick up his work, which he should have prioritized. After sending away his foolish junior, the young man in the white headscarf reined in a smile, looked directly into Rayn's eyes, and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Generally, telling someone to get lost upon first meeting is somewhat uncomfortable, and for someone with a bad temper, it could lead to a fight. But for a peculiar person like Rayn, he didn't take it to heart. Rather, The straightforwardness of the young man in the white headscarf was refreshing and suited Rayn's direct personality. Rayn pointed at the small boat, docked not far from the garbage dump. With his keen eyesight, the young man immediately noticed that the boat was already in a state of disrepair. He looked a bit apologetic at the young man before him. In the past, whether repairing or building boats, Tom's studio would accept anyone due to their struggling business. However, after being driven out of town, hardly anyone was willing to come to this garbage dump to bring them business, and life had become increasingly difficult. But now, that was not the case. Even if they were struggling, they had no time to waste on others. Ever since Pirate King Roger was executed 3 years ago, those associated with Roger began to be hunted down and executed by the world government. Ace Bagoo and his junior Frankie's master, Mr. Tom, was implicated for building ships for Roger. Originally sentenced to death, he managed to obtain a 10-year reprieve by proposing the astonishing idea of designing and constructing a train that could sail the seas. If they could build the sea train within that 10-year period, it would offset his sentence and spare him from execution. Therefore, they were not just building a sea train. They were also trying to save their master, Mr. Tom. Who had time to waste on these people? I'm really sorry. But before Rayn could let Ace Bagoo make excuses, he suddenly turned, looking curiously towards the sea. The island already had fixed tracks laid out that extended into the ocean. Rayn's perception told him that something was coming from the end of those tracks, moving at a speed that was far beyond what any ship or sea creature could achieve. Because there was nothing in the known world that matched such a thing. He felt puzzled. Following Rayn's gaze, Ace Bagoo began to hear the distant sound of a whistle approaching, breaking his forced mature and serious expression. Genuine joy spread across his face, and he hurried off to call his junior, ignoring Rayn, the guest. Hey, idiot Chi-Chi, Mr. Tom is back. Get ready. Oh, like a deep water bomb, the surface of the sea erupted. Waves soared hundreds of meters into the air, revealing a metal train speeding out along the tracks. Ha 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 ha. The giant in the driver's cabin laughed for some unknown reason, while the tracks that the train passed overshadowed into pieces. Seeing what followed the train, both Frankie and Ace Bagoo were left speechless in shock. It was a massive sea centipede, hundreds of meters long. Even if it wasn't a sea king, it was still a monster of considerable size among sea beasts. The biggest obstacle to building a train that could travel on the sea was the weather of the Grand Line, followed by the endless sea creatures. This one was clearly enraged by the friction between the tracks and wheels. And Mr. Tom, hurry up and speed up, or we'll be caught. No, wait. Stop, Mr. Tom. At that speed, there's no way to slow down. You and the ship will be crushed to pieces. Ace Bagoo was already panicking. While it might mean destruction for an ordinary person, for a fisherman with 10 times the strength of a human, not having any buffer during a collision would still result in serious injury. Ah ha ha ha. No way, the brakes are broken. Ha 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 ha, what a masterpiece. Ha ha, Ace Bagoo, Frankie, get out of the way. Mr. Tom's signature hearty laughter never once faltered, showing no concern for the impending crisis. Damn it, wait for me, Mr. Tom. After saying this, Frankie immediately ran towards the coast. He couldn't do anything about the impact of the sea train, but at the very least, he had to take down the sea beast that was relentlessly chasing Mr. Tom. His Frankie Fighting No. 9 was docked on the coast. Perhaps its firepower wasn't enough to defeat such an outrageous sea beast, but at least it could attract its attention. Come on, there's no time. Although Frankie's reaction was quick, the train without brakes was evidently much faster. In the blink of an eye, it had already crossed hundreds of meters and was about to crash into the junkyard. Huh? Hey, young man, what are you doing? Get out of the way. There was no more time for unnecessary conversation, and the laughter of Mr. Tom came to an abrupt halt, interrupted by the young man standing in front of the tracks. Mr. Tom, although he does not take this level of crisis seriously, relying on the strong physique of the fisherman tribe, the situation is different for humans with their fragile bodies. Mr. Tom absolutely does not wish for innocents to be caught up in this and suffer injuries or even lose their lives. Mr. Rayn has clearly discovered something interesting. Thus, he is completely unconcerned with anything else. He did not make any gestures to buffer the impact. Instead, he brazenly extended his left hand just before the sea train crashed into him and stopped there. After a loud crash, it was natural that Rayn would not be the one to be knocked away. The steel that formed the front of the sea train twisted and deformed like crumpled paper. The tremendous impact was forcefully resisted by Rayn with one hand. He halted the momentum, grasped the steel, lifted the 100-ton train head, and casually tossed it into a nearby pile of wrecked ships. Even if Rayn wanted to resist the forward momentum with brute force, it would still be somewhat taxing. Fortunately, the 8-punch is best at dealing with impacts, and using that skill to dissipate the force was a piece of cake for Rayn. As for the relentless sea centipede chasing after him, Rayn merely glanced at it, and an invisible aura radiated from him. The originally relentless sea centipede, as if struck by lightning, came to a sudden stop, not daring to move an inch. A human-like expression of fear appeared on its face, an instinct engraved in its soul since ancient times. Rayn looked up at the massive creature blocking the sunlight and disdainfully said, "Get lost." Chapter 132. Mr. Tom, aha. Ha. My limbs are still intact. I survived unscathed. Ha. What a prophet. Whether it was his boldness or lack of concern, Tom, a muscular fisherman, crawled out from the twisted wreckage of the sea train with his bare hands and surprisingly only suffered minor scratches from such an exaggerated impact. The Fishman tribe's strong vitality and innate strength 10 times that of humans make them a gifted race standing at the top of the food chain. Mr. Tom, is there still no way to solve the breaking issue? It was fine when we set off. Mr. Tom, you should have listened to me and installed my Lord Frankie's special super cannon on a rocketman. Even the Sea King class would be blown away. That hurts. Why did you hit me again, you idiot Bagu? How ridiculous. What does it look like for a sea train that promotes trade between islands to have a cannon mounted on it? Damn it, idiot Bagu. I can no longer tolerate your tyranny. Awaken. Do you want to fight, idiot Chi? Based on their inexplicable confidence in Mr. Tom's thick skin and tough flesh during the sea train trial, the two disciples did not engage in any weak or useless conversations about their usual failures and injuries. Instead, they immediately dove into summarizing their failures and proposing new ideas. Of course, the two close brothers, as usual, began to fight after just 3 sentences. As their teacher, Mr. Tom never stopped these two fools. Instead, he laughed heartily at the scene, not at all concerned about the sea train that had taken a month to build and was now reduced to scrap iron. This does not mean he is foolishly carefree. Rather, since he started building the sea train, such losses have happened more than once or twice. There have been instances of it derailing into the deep sea, being smashed by sea beasts, and self-destructing like now, where they could still leave behind a wreckage. That was already a rare luxury. Ha, Ace Bagu. You called him Idiot Chi again. Ha. Mr. Tom, whose laughter brought tears to his eyes, wiped them away. His robust and somewhat plump figure looked quite adorable, and his kind and gentle appearance was particularly warm. He gazed directly at the calm and standing Rayn with his weathered eyes, showing no sign of recognizing that this tiny human had just stopped a speeding sea train with his bare hands and frightened a near Sea King beast into a motionless retreat, ultimately fleeing in panic. Such incredible dominance, he said, expressing sentiments that the two disciples did not understand. In Mr. Tom's lifetime, he had only seen 2 people with the same kind of dominance as this young man before him. Although Mr. Tom himself possessed the innate strength of the Fishman tribe, he did not enjoy fighting. Just like his lifelong passion, he was a professional shipbuilder, while he may not have the ability to dominate. His keen insight and experience had not faded with time. I truly appreciate your help. Ha. This old body of mine is becoming less able to withstand strain. Mr. Tom was not lingering on that nostalgic term for long. He was about to straightforwardly inquire about Rayn's intentions when his attention was drawn to an arriving figure. Kagalo. Kolo. Mr. Tom, I brought lunch. Allah? Is there a guest? How rare. A tall blonde woman, often adorned with a gentle smile, carried a basket filled with clean utensils, and behind her followed a gigantic frog that could shatter common sense and morals, balancing a large cooking pot on its head. Oh, is it already this time? How about we all eat together? The more people, the tastier the meal. Mr. Tom, displaying his generous enthusiasm, invited Rayn to join him for lunch in this shipbuilding junkyard. At first, Rayn refused, thinking that he couldn't just be coerced into staying for a meal. However, when the pot was opened, the aroma of curry changed his mind. Rayn himself did not possess any domestic skills. If given a chicken, he would only know to remove the head, pluck the feathers, and roast it over a fire. The only person on the ship who could cook was the poor 10-year-old child laborer, and what culinary skills could one expect from a child just turned 10? A little girl just starting to learn cooking, and a ship full of crew members who would eat anything without being picky. This tear-inducing combination had continued for over a year. Smelling the enticing aroma of the curry, Rayn's stomach inevitably growled. He had no complaints about the little girl's cooking. He had eaten worse, but humans are creatures that constantly seek comfort. Therefore, when faced with a lump of unidentifiable goo and fragrant curry, which one would you choose? Thus, he unreservedly accepted the curry rice offered by Kokoro. For Rayn, it was hard to imagine that such a plate of food contained a rich variety of spices like clove, cinnamon, fennel, cumin, cardamom, coriander, mustard seeds, black pepper, chili, turmeric, and many more. Each spice had its unique and captivating aroma and flavor, some spicy, some fragrant, blending together to create a complex layer and texture that seemed both conflicting and harmonizing when paired with meat, seafood, or vegetables. In Rayn's simple and limited vocabulary, it ultimately distilled down to one phrase: delicious. Allah, really? That is so delightful. The praise from a stranger was something Kokoro's grandmother may have grown accustomed to. But no matter how you looked at it, she would never feel habitual about compliments from unfamiliar faces. She only brought enough utensils for 5 people on a regular day, so she gave her portion to Tom. However, that heartfelt compliment made Granny Kokoro happier than the satisfaction of a full meal. Ha, really? Indeed, Kokoro's cooking is the best. Yes, Mr. Tom, would you like another bowl? Even after many years of eating Kokoro's dishes, only Mr. Tom never hesitates to offer praise, no matter when. As for the 2 children, Frankie and Ace, they seem to take their parents' cooking for granted, thinking it's just the usual taste. The fishmen, born stronger than ordinary humans, are outcasts and monsters in this human-dominated world. To be precise, humans have never looked at any creatures outside themselves with an equal perspective. 200 years ago, it was a crazy world where the entire human society persecuted these minority races, and among them, the mermaid girls were captured by various forces due to their stunning beauty. Starting from 200 years ago, the Fishman Island Ryugu Kingdom established diplomatic relations with the world government, and the world stopped persecuting the fishmen and merfolk. The king of the Ryugu Kingdom was allowed to attend world government meetings. However, this mere 200 years of history cannot change the arrogance and pride that humans have harbored for an unknown duration. The superficial peace means even crazier persecution behind the scenes, and because the persecution of fishmen and merfolk is not allowed, this rare race has become even more sought after, with noble families taking pride in owning a mermaid. If there is no significant sacrifice and redemption, the hatred and conflict between the 2 sides may only end in one side's destruction. Among them, Mr. Tom, the fishman with horns, is an extraordinary person. He lives in the world-renowned shipbuilding city, Water 7, as a member of the fishmen. He has resisted so much discrimination and violence, standing proudly in the sunlight with his efforts and skills, and his shipbuilding skills are truly the best in the world. If it weren't for the collateral responsibility of Pirate King Roger, he should have enjoyed the treatment of the world's #1 shipbuilder. How could he be driven to live in this junkyard by those ignorant people in the city? Mr. Tom is an impressive person, and his hearty laughter belittles the hatred and conflicts between humans and fishmen. Even if he was driven out by the people of the city, so what? Where can't he build ships? Being able to contribute to a man like Roger makes Mr. Tom feel very honored. A fishman living honorably in the human world, that's Mr. Tom. Granny Kokoro came to Water 7 when she was young because she admired someone like Mr. Tom and ultimately settled here with his help, marrying and having children with a beloved human. The identity of fishmen in the human world is quite awkward. Their appearance, which differs from humans, is not something that most people can accept. Fortunately, Rayn can accept it. In the new world, fishmen are not as rare and persecuted as they are in the first half of the Grand Line. In that new world, there are heroes who can embrace the spirit of different races. In Rayn's eyes, fishmen are just somewhat strange and interesting beings. Instead, the merfolk, with their fish lower halves and human upper halves, represent the romance that humans have dreamed of since ancient times, which is Rayn's greatest nightmare. Mr. Rayn hates fish the most. Chapter 133. It's a caravel. What nice ship. After the meal, Rayn straightforwardly stated his intention to repair the ship. And since the dolphin returned to the shore of the junkyard, it was only a few steps away. Therefore, Mr. Tom brought his 2 disciples to check the ship's condition. Listen carefully, Ace, Frankie. This caravel is a new type of sailing ship that emerged after the age of exploration. Its size is lighter than other small sailing ships, and it has a shallower draft, making it suitable for coastal and river explorations. The triangular sails on this ship enhance the steering performance, making the sails easier to fill and significantly increasing speed. Most importantly, it's easy to operate. Even a fool can handle it well. Just by seeing the ship for the first time, Mr. Tom understood the situation of this new type of sailing ship. As a broad-minded man, he never knew the boring principle of teaching apprentices to star their masters, nor would he ever prepare to hold back. He was grateful to have encountered 2 disciples who loved ships and had great talent, so Mr. Tom wanted to pass on all his knowledge and skills to his disciples in his lifetime. In response, Ace listened humbly, while Frankie seemed impatient, stamping his feet, clearly uninterested in such things, thinking that he might only use some of these skills when building his own warship. Rayn was also similarly impatient. "You're Tom, right? Sorry. I came to repair the ship, not to listen to your lecture. Can it be repaired or not?" Without any sense of gratitude for the meal he received. The evidently bored Mr. Rayn was a contradictory fellow who didn't like to waste time. Sorry. I accidentally fell into the old habits of shipbuilders. Frankie, you go up and take a look." "Oh." Ignoring Rayn's rude words, Mr. Tom smiled and beckoned his disciples to inspect the ship. Even a foolish disciple who only knew how to build warships understood how to check the condition of a ship. Frankie climbed onto the ship with the agility of a monkey and began to check the hull with ease. The condition of this ship is really not good. It was originally a vessel belonging to a group of unfortunate pirates, and it was taken away mid-journey by Rayn because he liked the dolphin figurehead. After that, in the perilous waters of the Grand Line, it has endured various natural disasters and maritime mishaps, relying solely on the good luck of the helmsman, a young boy, to avoid most dangers. However, they have now reached their limit. After riding the monstrous current to Sky Island and miraculously surviving, it's already quite a miracle that the ship hasn't collapsed yet, considering the subpar steering and maintenance skills. Mr. Tom could tell with just a glance how much suffering this poor ship has endured. The captain, who seemed very fond of the ship, was actually just imposing his reckless whims on it, causing further damage. When they saw a stranger, the girl left behind to watch the ship, Shirley, timidly hid beside Lancelot, looking small and adorable. But Frankie was even more frightened by the tiger that was eyeing them hungrily. Nobody told me there was a tiger on this ship. Meanwhile, the once great beast king, Lancelot, could only watch helplessly as the blue-haired kid hurried into the cabin and then hurriedly left. Knowing that Rayn was below deck without his permission, that blue-haired kid couldn't board the ship, and Lancelot hadn't had fresh meat in a long time. The delicious little girl beside him was off limits. The seemingly healthy boy couldn't be bitten either. Being a beast, he instinctively knew that going against that terrifying human would have dire consequences. What now, Frankie? Mr. Tom, this is indeed a super resilient ship. It's in such a dilapidated state, yet the keel is still intact. However, young man, apart from that, this ship is beyond repair. It might be better to use the same amount of money to build a new one. Not long after, Frankie, jumping off the ship in a panic, explained the ship's current state. After witnessing Rayn's exaggerated strength, a bit of fear made Frankie restrain his malice towards outsiders. But this level of fear was trivial for a boy who feared nothing. He held back his malice because this person had just saved Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom had no doubt about his disciples' judgment. He had absolute confidence in the disciples who had grown up with him, because he had watched them grow. He knew that these two were rare talents in shipbuilding. So young man, what will you choose? Build a new ship or repair this one? The answer seemed to require no choice. Rayn was very fond of this ship. When it came to his possessions, Rayn was quite nostalgic, and, on the other hand, he was also stubborn and unable to accept new things. Moreover, building a new ship would waste a lot of time, and Mr. Rayn didn't have that much time to waste. Is that so? It seems you really like this ship. Very good. It's a happy thing for a ship to have an owner who loves it. All right, this ship will be repaired by our Tom Studio. What is your name? If possible, could you tell me? Rayn. Run? That is a great name. After receiving Rayn's affirmative response, Mr. Tom felt genuinely happy. For someone who had spent his life dealing with ships, he saw ships as living beings, treating them like family and friends, so he was very pleased with Rayn's answer. However, his straightforward answer did not receive his disciples' agreement. Even Frankie, who usually caused trouble, was now anxiously opposing Mr. Tom's decision. The usually obedient and honest Acebug was now firmly opposing his mentor's decision. Mr. Tom, building the sea train is fraught with difficulties. We don't have time for anything else right now. Sorry, Rayn, if you want to repair the ship, go to dock number 1 in the city. Mr. Tom, the sea train concerns your life. Building the sea train to offset the blame for building ships for Roger, Mr. Tom had 10 more years to construct the unprecedented sea train. 3 years had already passed, but the sea train was still only in its infancy. With a mountain of problems to solve, for Acebug and Frankie, every day that passed brought their mentor closer to danger. Rayn was very dissatisfied with how things had turned out. After running around here for half a day, he was told that repairs couldn't be done. As for what those two guys were saying about life and death, there seemed to be some hidden issues, but did it have anything to do with him? In the end, it was thanks to that plate of curry that Rayn suppressed his dissatisfaction and decided not to continue talking nonsense with these people. It's no big deal. Problems that can't be solved now, 1T, help no matter how much time you spend worrying about them. Things will naturally sort themselves out. Don't forget, Ace Bug, Frankie, our main job is shipbuilding. Mr. Tom was very clear about his disciples' concerns, but was indifferent to the delayed death sentence that threatened his life. Mr. Tom just wanted to build the sea train to connect the islands and bring hope to the people of the island, to revive it. He wanted to save this island. And as long as he could finish this before he died, he could face his own life with a smile. Seeing the looks of disbelief on his two disciples' faces, Mr. Tom laughed and pulled them into his embrace, making Ace Bug and Frankie look like little chicks in front of his massive frame. Ha ha ha, don't worry. It won't take long. There's nothing we can't accomplish with the three of us at Tom's studio, working together. Or what? Don't you have any confidence? Not at all. X2 don't talk like me. Stupid Bug. You're the one who shouldn't copy me. Stupid Frankie. Ha 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 ha. Since their brief encounter, Rayn had grown tired of the fishman's laughter. He completely didn't understand what was so amusing. That energetic and hearty laughter made Rayn uncomfortable. For someone like Rayn, who lived in misfortune and disaster, Mr. Tom was the opposite. They were two extremes in personality. Rayn's character was probably not something anyone would aspire to, while someone like Mr. Tom was the kind of person most people admired. Whether it was Ace Bug and Frankie in front of him or Granny Kokoro, who had admired him from afar and ventured into the human world years ago, or even Mr. Tom, who lived openly in the human world on Fishman Island. He was a legend. Rayn could not aspire to such a character. He had already gone too far down the extreme end, doing too many things that society could never forgive. The moment he began to yearn for what he considered weakness, it would mark his end. Taking the little girl Shirley and Lancelot, Rayn walked towards the city, hoping that 3 days later, when he returned to this shipyard, his ship would be as good as new. Watching the young man leave, the smile that had always graced Mr. Tom's face gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression as he bid farewell to the youth. Returning to the abandoned warehouse with his disciples, Tom's studio now resided in this place. Mr. Tom, you have received many invitations up to now, but you have turned them all down. Why today? After the outsiders left, Iceberg finally voiced his doubts. After all, Tom was the man who had built the ship for the pirate King Roger. The ships he crafted had endured the trials and tribulations of the Grand Line, ultimately completing the great adventure known to all. In fact, the reason why Pirate King Roger could accomplish that grand adventure was largely due to the ship Tom had built. Whether they were celebrities from the world government or prominent figures among pirates, they had not ceased to implore Mr. Tom over the years. A good ship in the waters of the Grand Line was equivalent to life itself. Yet Mr. Tom had refused them all, living in this city. He had now focused his ambitions solely on the construction of the sea train. No matter how significant the figures were or how extravagant the rewards offered, nothing could sway his decision. However, today, he unexpectedly felt a great fondness and enthusiasm for that young man he had met for the first time. The difference between them is something the disciples Ace Bug and Frankie can feel immediately. Perhaps it's because I'm getting older. Mr. Tom, with his large stature, occupies the warehouse passage alone, and as he walks ahead, his words are filled with nostalgia for the past. Long ago, friends set out on adventures aboard the ships I built. Come along, Tom. Adventures are really fun, although I can hardly remember that man's face now. His heartfelt smile is still unforgettable. As a human, he possessed the capacity to embrace the world, and he was willing to befriend someone from the Fishman tribe. That day, as we set sail, the words that man spoke still seemed to echo in my ears. I really want to go. I really want to sail on the ship that is the greatest masterpiece of my life and embark on adventures with friends. I really want to see what magnificent wonders lie at the ends of the world. But I turned it down. The city that lives on its own is sick, and no one has mandated that it must be saved by itself. It is neither a responsibility nor an obligation. Even the fisherman among them faces discrimination within this city. However, some things always require someone to step forward. The young man today is a child that causes pain in the hearts of elders like him. Shouldn't a man with the qualities of a king be a robust man like his friends? Yet, why does the young man's dominance evoke such sadness? Perhaps Mr. Tom is merely projecting his longing for his friends onto that young man with the same qualities. But as an elder who feels for that child, the only thing he can do is to ensure that the child experiences a little less turbulence on the upcoming voyage. He opened the heavy, dusty lock and pushed open the somewhat aged door, revealing the dark, decaying fabric inside. What lay within was a collection of vibrant, lively wood. No matter how carefully a shipwright cared for wood, modern technology could not preserve it for long. Yet these pieces of wood, which had obviously been stored here for many years, showed no signs of decay or cracking. As Frankie touched the wood in astonishment, he could clearly feel that it was not a dead object. It was as if the wood was rooted in the earth, brimming with the vitality of fresh growth. "Mr. Tom, what is this? I had lost hope myself, but I didn't expect that little bit of wood left back then to have such resilient life. Truly impressive. Acebug, Frankie, let's use this to repair the ship." Chapter 134. The Shell. As dusk fell, walking through the empty streets, Lancelot, who would usually cause panic among the residents, felt bored without an audience. The scattered shops, still open on the streets, at least proved that this was not a completely abandoned city, even though the residents were already in a state worse than death. Rayn hesitated as he looked at the food in his hand, glancing over at Sherry, who was happily tasting it in small bites, while Lancelot was gulping it down. Ultimately, with the mindset of preparing for a life-or-death battle with the enemy, he took a bite of the meat in his hand. The tender and delicious texture would indeed conquer most people, but it could not satisfy a peculiar person like him. Rayn did not deny that the local delicacies of Water 7 were delicious, but accustomed to dry and easily preserved food, he found it somewhat unpalatable to adapt to the overly tender meat that seemed freshly pulled from the water. Of course, he wasn't picky, having experienced the threat of starvation. He didn't have the luxury to be choosy. After finishing the water meat he had whimsically bought, he rarely began to think about improving his own living situation. Most of the food on the ship came from little Sherry's experimental cooking, and one could not expect a 10-year-old child to cook exceptionally well, though she was indeed making gradual progress. The food on the ship was mostly meat and dry rations, with few vegetables and fruits, because apart from little Sherry, the crew members were mostly monsters, and even with their diet of meat and dry rations, they had not experienced any physical discomfort so far. Rayn, of course, did not understand the knowledge that a lack of vitamin C while sailing could lead to scurvy. He simply wanted to eat some fruit, perhaps an orange or something similar. However, when it came to actually buying fruits and vegetables, Rayn found it too bothersome to move. Moreover, this water city seemed to lack sufficient soil to grow plants and fruits. He reached into the pocket of his gray-green jacket to take out some vinegar, kelp, and tossed it into his mouth, chewing slowly to change the flavor. This oversized jacket was clearly ill-fitting, but Mr. Rayn had no other choice. Rayn's clothes had hardly any piece that could last for a long time. He always found himself in various crises. While his physical injuries could heal, his clothes would always end up in tatters. The problem of Rayn's attire had become a significant expense on the ship, and recently little Sherry had started considering whether to let this person stop wearing clothes since they would soon be ruined anyway. In this bold, pirate-infested sea, men walking bare-chested were not considered perverts. A robust physique instead represented a kind of masculine beauty, though not wearing pants was another matter. As the surrounding shops closed one by one, the vast city, under the cover of night, surprisingly had little light. Fortunately, in this world where humanity had not yet polluted extensively, the bright moonlight and stars still illuminated the place. Rayn did not enjoy shopping. He just needed to get off the ship after spending too long aboard and take a breath of fresh air. If one were to say it that way, he didn't particularly like sailing either. For most men at sea, it was probably a love for the ocean and joy in every voyage. However, Rayn did not feel much about it. He merely set an impossible goal for himself to pass the time, and sailing was just a means to achieve that goal. Thus, Rayn now wandered aimlessly from one end of the city to the other, purchasing the necessary supplies and materials for the ship at Sherry's reminder. However, in this decaying city, there was little useful material to be found, and Rayn was beginning to tire of aimless strolling. The ship was left at Tom's workshop for repairs, and he still had to find a place to stay tonight. However, this Water 7 had already fallen into such a state of decay that finding a place to stay was still a question. Aren't we going to look for Ichiro? A slightly breathless, childish voice attempted to catch Rayn's attention. Rayn did not stop, merely turning his head slightly to glance at the little girl beside him, considering that Rayn, as an adult, took much larger strides than the young Sherry. He had no intention of slowing down to accommodate her. Therefore, after throwing the heavy supplies onto the indignant Lancelot, Sherry could only run along to keep up with Rayn. Having spent a considerable amount of time together, Sherry had roughly grasped this person's behavioral patterns and knew that it was now her turn to speak. Aren't we going to look for Ichiro? The little girl clearly disagreed with the captain's lack of inquiry about Ryuzaki Ichiro, believing that he had simply disembarked temporarily and would return. However, the captain seemed completely indifferent to this matter, which Sherry thought was unreasonable. At such a young age, she had already witnessed much of the world's indifference and darkness. Even so, she still believed that goodness existed in this world. For her, the captain, who had never shown her a kind face, was a good person willing to take in a useless child like her. Although Ichiro often acted foolishly, he always thought of her and was a kind-hearted ideal big brother. Children her age were currently indulging in play and affection with their parents and friends. But living in a different environment, Sherry had to mature much faster. If anyone thought she was just an ignorant child, they would be gravely mistaken. Therefore, she believed that if things continued to develop this way, it should be the captain who went to find Ichiro. However, the captain before her seemed to act as if he did not know Ichiro at all, remaining completely unmoved. Sherry understood that the captain was a reclusive and taciturn person. Since he had no objections to Ichiro's departure, he would indeed take no further action. Yet, Sherry thought that even if the captain and Ichiro were not friends, they were at least companions on the same ship, right? It's truly unreasonable to be indifferent to a partner's departure. Rayn did not choose to ignore the boring chatter as usual. The matter regarding Ryuzaki Aiku has indeed had a significant impact on him. For example, he now has to personally go out to purchase supplies for the ship, and even the trivial task of repairing the ship requires him to go himself. It seems that in future voyages, he can no longer leisurely sleep in his room. Issues like steering, hoisting sails, and anchoring cannot be left to a 10-year-old girl, right? Although Rayn could carelessly leave those tasks to the girl, Sherry cannot. Moreover, it must be said that the current voyage has greatly benefited from that idiot's almost divine intuition, which has allowed them to safely navigate through various dangerous and violent weather conditions. Reaching their destination has also relied entirely on that guy's good luck to arrive safely without a navigator. Well, it does seem like it will be quite troublesome. This indeed brings a lot of inconvenience, but Rayn did not change his decision to refrain from intervening. Rayn is not someone who is content with enjoyment. Rather, he is quite harsh on himself by nature. He can handle the aforementioned troublesome matters by himself, and more importantly, he has no intention of interfering with the choices of others. Life belongs to oneself. He simply conveyed this to Sherry and ended his view on the matter. Human life, whether long or short, intersects with various choices and factors, ultimately forming what is called a life. For Rayn, just living is already exhausting all his efforts. He has neither the time nor the interest to meddle in others' lives. This is neither a novel nor a biography. It does not record every person's life from birth to death in detail. Rayn is not interested in the past of Ryuzaki Ichiho, nor does he care about the crises that Ryuzaki Ichiho might bring to himself, and he has no intention of interfering with the future consequences of Ryuzaki Ichiho's choices. Rayn no longer has any extra time. Wearing a straw hat, draped in a raincoat, and masked with a Tengu long-nose mask, the assassin walked out from the shadows of a building under the bright moonlight. The thick, almost overflowing malice and murderous intent sent chills down the spine of even a child like Sherry. Sherry, lacking the instinct of a warrior, could sense this chilling aura purely because that person had truly slaughtered too many lives. Whereas Mutsu no Kami Ryusei, the straightforward opening line left Sherry bewildered. And under the terrifying pressure from the assassin, a cold female voice echoed. Feeling the confusion clearly, the assassin switched to a more comprehensible phrasing. Whereas Ryuzaki Ichiho. Upon finishing her words, the assassin clearly sensed the vigilance and unease coming from a little girl. She knew she had found the right target. Unfortunately, her information was half a day late. Her target, Ryuzaki Ichiho, had just parted ways with Rayn that very morning, making it useless to find Rayn now. However, this was unavoidable. Whether from some company's intelligence network or her own, it was difficult to find a target without any reputation. So Rayn, as an utterly innocent bystander, became their best marker. Thus, Ryuzaki Ichiho brought trouble to Rayn, and this conspicuous target also exposed Ryuzaki Ichiho's existence. It was precisely because of this understanding of the relationship that Ichiho decided to leave the ship. Stop! An angry voice scolded, but it could not halt Rayn's steps. In stark contrast to the little girl's reaction, Rayn completely ignored the murderous assassin as if she were air, unaffected in the slightest, walking forward at a leisurely pace. As if taking a stroll, his indifferent demeanor was the greatest arrogance. The assassin, who originally did not want to involve others, controlled her anger as her black raincoat unfurled like feathered wings, revealing her slender and beautiful figure along with the menacing blade. She did not regard this bounty of over 100 million as anything significant. In this age of exploration, pirates were as numerous as cattle, and the government issued bounties to combat these human scum. The amount of the bounty never represented the strength of the individual. There were plenty of high bounty pirates who have committed numerous crimes, yet possessed average strength. They could not be killed easily. Thus she did not wish to soil her beloved blade. Her mercy was clearly unreciprocated. That suicidal pirate walked straight ahead as if blinded, and the assassin's eyes reflected the face of a dead person. She had already foreseen the scene of a filthy pirate's head falling to the ground once her blade struck. She had the strength to do it. Otherwise, she could not have become an executioner under the celestial dragons. She indeed saw it, watching as a hand grew from small to large, ultimately plunging her into darkness. The Tengu long-nose mask shattered under Rayn's palm, and the fragments deeply pierced the beautiful face of the user, leaving it in a blur. Rayn simply walked up to her, placing his palm on her face, applying slight force, and pressed her into the hard stone slab beneath her. Rayn, who did not regard the assassin as a concern, casually knocked her down as if swatting away a mosquito. He did not look at the assassin, nor was he interested in her purpose. The lifeless Rayn continued to stroll aimlessly through this lifeless city, with the bright moon overhead casting its silvery light, making Rayn's silhouette appear particularly empty. So boring. Chapter 135. Bird, what exactly does adventure refer to? Does it mean experiencing certain dangerous and unknown things? Rayn's experiences thus far are enough to fill a book on adventure. But if someone were to read this book, they might not find it interesting. They would not consider it an adventure in the conventional sense. The reason is clear. Rayn does not understand human emotions. Perhaps it cannot be said that he does not understand, but rather, he has gradually lost it through numerous adventures. This is not something particularly rare. Most humans have a general recognition and fear of things by nature. Regarding adventure, it may be driven by curiosity, enthusiasm, or profit. Whether the behavior stems from pure enthusiasm or despicable greed, it is what one might call human emotion. Rayn is different. Since birth, he has not known fear, nor does he understand happiness or joy. Imagine a monster who has been trained as an assassin from a young age, growing up surrounded by a group of wicked pirates. Without exposure to anything beyond that, how could he possibly maintain what is considered normal human emotion? This is indeed too much to ask. It is a minor miracle that he has not completely twisted into something else. He only needs to fight. He can only survive by fighting. For someone who only knows how to fight, the adventures he experiences have been reduced to nothing but hollow battles. In order not to lose to anyone, he has dedicated all his time to training himself. Now, his strength is already unmatched, and his realm is as stable as a mountain. With no further opportunities or possibilities for advancement, Rayn has gained immense strength. In order to obtain this power, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to training, even erasing much of what is called human emotion. Having reached the limit on the path of martial power, he, despite being a fool, has long since viewed this world with a transcendent perspective. Existing in a realm unreachable by ordinary people, he must appear strange in the eyes of others. Living only for himself, Rayn does not feel that there is anything wrong with this. However, as his power grows stronger, when he encounters no opponents on the path of battle, does that feeling become loneliness? On this morning, Rayn gazed at the quiet city outside the inn window, devoid of human presence, and his mood was exceptionally calm. In his pitch-black eyes, there lay a color that no one could comprehend. The target has vanished. After repeated confirmations from the company's intelligence system, they had no choice but to acknowledge this fatal mistake. Ryuzaki Ichiho was no longer on that ship. Even the strongest intelligence agency in the world could not monitor a ship on the open sea without being detected, especially one that housed a monster capable of perceiving Conqueror's haki. Thus, they could only humbly admit that the primary target's disappearance could be due to either leaving on the sea or hiding on the previous island, or perhaps he still remained in Water 7. The company's primary target is the young Ryuzaki Ichiho, but more importantly than him is the sword he possesses, the Mutsu no Kami Ryusei, one of the 12 supreme great blades. That is a priceless treasure, a precious existence capable of igniting a war for the client. For the company, it is an essential requirement to complete the commission, although this necessity is so precious that it could lead the company to default and embezzle it. Considering the costs of default, weighing various pros and cons, the company ultimately had to painfully give up this tempting choice. The ace had a good plan. The information about Longqi Huang was confidential, known only to the client and the company. However, the ace secretly sold the information to the celestial dragons, hoping to use their hands to complete this commission, naturally engaging in a black market deal. The celestial dragon, Gurumagu Sheng, is famous among world aristocrats for his love of collecting various weapons, ranging from warships and artillery to daggers and stingers, all falling within his collection range. When it comes to weapon collections in this world, The renowned famous blades are undoubtedly the best navigational markers. Fast blade, 80 crafts. Good fast blade, 50 crafts. Great fast blade, 21 crafts. Supreme great fast blade, 12 crafts. Just by looking with the naked eye, the quantity of famous blades seems quite large. But when this number is spread across the entire world, it becomes insignificant. Moreover, fast blades are merely distinguished from ordinary swords and are not enough to be called tools. Their sharpness alone does not suffice. For world aristocrats standing at the pinnacle of wealth and power, even a good fast blade, which far exceeds ordinary swords, is only barely included in their collections. Only rare swords like the great fast blade can win their favor, and even those are hard to come by. Those who wield great fast blades are true heroes in every sense, and neither power nor violence can make them yield. Even among Gurumugu Shung's collection, there are fewer than 3 great fast blades. And as for the supreme great fast blades, they truly exist only in legends. The so-called Sword and Blade Guide was originally compiled and written by related agencies of the world government, containing records of known famous swords and blades, including those that have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. The so-called Supreme Great Knife with 12 works and the Great Knife with 21 works literally refer to the 12 and 21 knives respectively, but in fact, there are other equally powerful swords and knives that have not been discovered or recognized by the world. However, starting from the level of the Great Knife, such items are indeed hard to find in the world. For Garuma, the ancient saint who loves collecting various weapons, the existence of the Supreme Great Knife is undoubtedly his greatest pursuit and aspiration in life. Therefore, after receiving news of the Mutsu meteor, he couldn't wait to send his best assassin to seize it. The ace never underestimated any opponent. After gathering information about the crew of the return Echo Dolphin from the intelligence department, he made a high combat power assessment of Rayn, the strongest on the ship. After suffering considerable losses, he sold this information to the Celestial Dragons, hoping to minimize his losses by using others' hands. He made many preparations, even doubting whether the assassins of the Celestial Dragons could subdue Rayn and others. So employees of the company, lurking in Water 7, waited for the moment of mutual destruction to profit from it. The result was unexpected. The ideal scenario of mutual destruction did not occur, no matter how overestimated Rayn's strength as a pirate was. It was unimaginable that the assassins of the Celestial Dragons would be taken down by a mere pirate in one blow. No, these were all trivial matters. No matter how surprising that pirate was, it had nothing to do with them. The important thing was that Ryuzaki Ichigo had vanished without a trace. The situation began to revert to the initial pursuit. Although the pirates on that ship might know something, directly extracting information from him might be the fastest way. But considering the capture costs and losses, this decision was ultimately not approved. As of now, Rayn the pirate was of no use to them, and the company would no longer waste time on him. Everything was just as Ryuzaki Ichigo had hoped when he left, not bringing any trouble to Rayn. However, the wrath of the Celestial Dragons would obviously not be vented just because the target was non-existent. The anger from the anticipation that had fallen into nothingness had already burned the substitute organization that conveyed the information to him to ashes. Whether it would affect that pirate next would entirely depend on the mood of the world nobles. The company's secondary target, Shelly, was clearly of much lower importance than Ryuzaki Ichigo and that sword. Moreover, she was almost always by Rayn's side, leaving no gaps at all. After reluctantly leaving basic surveillance personnel, the company concentrated its efforts on capturing Ryuzaki Ichigo. Even if thousands or tens of thousands were busy calculating something because of Rayn or those around him, Rayn did not care. For Monkey, who only knew how to throw punches, it seemed that not caring was always just a matter of one punch, which made no difference. However, some things truly could not be resolved with a fist. In silence, the overwhelming pressure akin to the heavens swept through Water 7. The unrestrained and violent domineering aura caused the residents here to faint one by one, and the already silent city was now completely devoid of any sound. The young tyrant had not yet fully mastered this power, and was involuntarily stirred by that domineering aura, resulting in a standoff of equal might. The encounter between the two forces of domineering was naturally not meant to coexist harmoniously. Like two bolts of lightning colliding, the air was distorted. Intentionally releasing the conqueror's haki, he used this extreme method to seek his target and unexpectedly discovered his goal, taking great joy in finding that he exhibited the same potential. Something is coming. Looking out the window at the sky, Rayn sensed the rapid approach of that thing, ultimately watching as a dark spot in the sky grew larger, revealing its form. Rayn looked at that thing in confusion, with its outstretched pink wings and tall figure. A bird? If it weren't a bird, how could it fly in the air? But what about that human-like tall figure? A birdman? Traveling at high speed in the sky, it ultimately rushed towards the window where Rayn was gracefully landing. A flamboyantly dressed man sat on the windowsill without a hint of breathlessness, crossing his legs. After glancing at the particularly eye-catching leg hair on the man's calf, Rayn retracted his gaze, staring directly at the reflection of himself in the man's sunglasses, before giving him a punch to make him stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. As a small interlude to pass the time, he was somewhat interested in this guy with impressive domineering. The man, whose actual appearance and age were unclear, revealed a brilliant smile, and his enchanting voice, like a demon's whisper, spoke up. Hee, I really want to meet you, Rayn Walker. Chapter 136. Evil this world is so beautiful that it is worth fighting for. I only agree with the second half. After all, for the world, humanity's struggle brings no benefit. One could even say that humanity's so-called struggle is gradually eroding this world. All living beings coexist with nature, except for humans. They only know how to destroy nature, shattering it piece by piece in the name of progress for their own enjoyment, rarely, if ever, giving back to this world. Everyone has a different world in their eyes. For the vast majority, a happy and peaceful day-to-day existence is everything. For Don Quixote Doflamingo, this world is a pile of dog shit. He, who should be above it all, has fallen into this pile of dog shit because of some fool, and no matter how he struggles, he cannot escape it. For Rayn Walker, this world is filled with pain, and Rayn hates pain. Rayn Walker? With an unpleasant low laugh, Doflamingo repeated Rayn's name, even though that indifferent face had been confirmed countless times in the bounty notice and intelligence documents. In fact, his target for this trip was the young man before him. Yet upon truly seeing him, Doflamingo still wanted to confirm something. The ever-confident smile on his face indeed had a certain charm, but beneath those sunglasses, his eyes were not as relaxed as his smile. In those eyes, there is incomprehensible confusion, incredulous surprise, and unknown depth. Rayn had no interest in knowing what complex emotions this birdman was feeling. If it was just to say useless nonsense, he could ask him to leave right now. Doflamingo smiled as he observed Rayn's reaction, watching as Rayn's expression grew more and more impatient, and he gradually made his decision. Before Rayn could speak or throw a punch, he spoke up. I'm fascinated by you, Rayn Walker. This sudden confession left even someone as obscure as Rayn feeling a bit stunned, followed by a deathly silence. On this island engulfed by the conqueror's hockey, all living beings lost consciousness, and in the dead silence, both Doflamingo and Rayn could hear each other's heartbeat. The moment Rayn saw this man appear, he instinctively sensed the danger emanating from him, which was not only a difference in strength, but also a certain destructive aura that felt similar to his own. In the small guest room, it was as if two colossal beasts were imprisoned, making it easy to imagine that the next moment would flatten the surrounding buildings. He did not foolishly judge the man's words to be as superficial as they sounded, so he quietly waited for what would come next. Don Quixote Doflamingo will become my man. Rayn, for an ordinary young man, this could only be interpreted as full of homoerotic implications, although Doflamingo had merely expressed a desire to recruit him. Rayn was not particularly surprised. Over the years, countless people had tried to recruit him. Even a certain red-haired little pirate had this intention while he was unconscious a couple of years ago. He himself was neither aware of nor cared about the so-called reputation. Just because he didn't care didn't mean that pirates, the Navy, or the world government didn't care. Not interested. The cold rejection clearly did not consider this option. He had never thought of submitting to anyone, even during his time in the Baroque works. It was not a subordinate relationship. He had no intention of being beneath anyone, and besides, if he were to find a master, he would at least seek someone he could respect and be convinced by, right? The man in sunglasses indeed had abilities that made Rayn feel danger. But that was not enough. Well, don't be so quick to refuse. Not at all bothered by the merciless rejection, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had crawled up from the very bottom of this world, knew that the most worthless thing in this world was so-called face. Even after being rejected, he still thick-skinly struggled in a rather unpleasant manner. Walking towards Rayn with a swagger, Doflamingo resembled a lowly thug. But a thug with a nearly 3-meter-tall stature certainly held a considerable amount of intimidation. This shabby little and was certainly not built for a big guy like Don Quixote Doflamingo, so he was currently in a rather comical and uncomfortable position, bending down and hitting his head against the ceiling. I think it's more convenient for you to sit down. Thanks for the thought. Doflamingo slightly raised his hand amidst his malicious laughter, and with a slight movement of his long fingers, something was cut apart in an invisible manner after a sharp sound. Effortlessly, he slapped the ceiling above his head, and with dust and with shavings flying, the ceiling that was lifted by his overwhelming strength, along with the entire roof, was sent soaring into the sky, ultimately crashing down onto the streets of the city with a loud bang. Looking up at the vast blue sky, Rayn frowned, brushed off the dust from his head, and seemed unfazed by the imposing action of the other party. He was just thinking that he hoped it wouldn't rain when he went to sleep tonight. Doflamingo, able to straighten his back, let out a long sigh, moved his stiff neck, and, having become accustomed to looking down on others, gazed at the small Rayn in front of him. I never thought of making you one of my subordinates. Our relationship is equal. Whether as allies or partners, that's fine. In a deep, almost neurotic laugh, Doflamingo, who had already made a name for himself in the underworld, was a person who, with just a little understanding, one could tell was very mad. He possessed an extraordinary intellect and was meticulous in business, completing every transaction with an almost invincible and perfect demeanor, which had become a hallmark of the Don Quixote family. He could whimsically lend his flag to an unknown little pirate, or he could destroy a town just because he tripped on the way. He always looked at the world with a smile, and even in the face of great setbacks and hardships, his smile never faded. However, it was not a sunny and optimistic smile, but rather a kind of unknown madness. I was quite surprised when I saw you on the bounty notice, Rayn Walker. Yes, if he came all this way just because he looked at the bounty notice a bit longer, that indeed counts as madness. We are essentially the same, brother. Zen, who completely did not understand why this big guy in sunglasses had such a joyful expression and had no intention of trying to understand, had already exhausted his patience with this person. The various stories in this world are all a mix of communication, conflicts, or other chaotic things between people. People call this life or destiny or something else. However, Rayn did not want to list himself in that great list of destiny, nor was he interested in these chaotic, intertwined stories. Perhaps after saying all this, he just didn't want to hear what this man was about to say next. A plain and unremarkable kick exploded out of nowhere. He made no stance, and there was not even a hint of killing intent. Just a clean and swift kick outperformed everything. Bang! The strike did not have the intended effect. It didn't even touch Doflamingo's body, releasing most of its power into the air. It was a web made up of countless tiny threads invisible to the naked eye, blocking Rayn's attack. Rayn felt quite irritated, as he didn't want to hear that so-called essence, so he turned all his frustration into this strike. If he couldn't land it, he would continue to feel frustrated. To avoid further irritation, he needed to make this incessant chatterbox shut up. Even the finest swords couldn't harm those threads. Yet this densely woven defensive web only held off Rayn for less than 0.3 seconds before being broken. The clash of hockey and hockey came so abruptly that it caught everyone off guard. Doflamingo merely lifted his leg and held the kick in a standoff in midair. As if he hadn't noticed this swift strike that lasted less than a second, Doflamingo smiled even more happily. Because you, like me, want to destroy this crappy world. Brother. Chapter 137. Year 1499 of the Sea Circle Rayn. Do you love this world? His life experience was almost a painful record of suffering and resentment. If someone could still smile brightly in such a life, it would truly insult human intelligence. Unlike the actively malicious pirates, Rayn was a hapless soul favored by the goddess of misfortune. However, he did not become twisted. He didn't madly take pleasure in others' suffering, but instead grew increasingly silent, much like the icebergs of his homeland. Even a man like Rayn still loved this world. He had food he loved to eat, landscapes he enjoyed, and an unexpressed fondness for cute things. Although his affection for these things often faded quickly, they were still things he liked. As for his kind, for humanity, he was not interested. However, he never forgot that he had survived thanks to the kindness of many people. It was precisely because of this relationship that he did not completely despise the world. What would destroying this world bring him? Compared to a landscape littered with corpses and scorched earth, Rayn preferred the beauty of nature. Because of this, he disagreed with the statement of the man in sunglasses before him. Yet, Rayn did not realize that in terms of destruction, what he truly wanted to protect was the beautiful nature, not humanity. In other words, he did not care about the lives or deaths of humans. Indifference meant apathy, and it wouldn't matter if they all perished. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a figure who had crawled out of darkness, naturally wouldn't be bothered with trivial issues like environmental preservation. He firmly believed that Rayn and he were of the same kind. Those eyes, in them was a cold indifference to this world, a look that reflected kinship. They could ruthlessly eliminate individuals unrelated to them, mercilessly eradicating anything that threatened their interests. Doflamingo saw Rayn's eyes and felt as if he was looking in a mirror. They shared an essential similarity in their attitude towards humanity, yet there were differences. At least Rayn, even though he didn't care about humans, didn't find them bothersome enough to entertain the thought of wiping them all out. Doflamingo, however, was not like that. Every drop of his blood, every strand of hair, every bit of flesh, bone, and nail was filled with malice towards this world. His childhood experiences were indeed tragic, directly shaping who he was today. However, before encountering those terrifying nightmares, he was born a descendant of that lineage, with brutality and coldness ingrained in him. For most ignorant people, there seems to be an unwavering belief that human nature is fundamentally good, but Don Quixote Doflamingo was born with malice towards everything in this world. Yet, compared to the shallow malice of a mad dog that bites anyone it sees, a wise, powerful, wealthy mafia boss who stirs various factions in the dark world to kill each other, without getting his hands dirty, could, with just a word or a deal, bring about suffering and devastation. In those moments, Doflamingo could smell the exhilarating scent that sent shivers through his very soul. This malice that emanates from the marrow. Even Rayn feels somewhat uncomfortable. After hearing this person's words, he no longer wants to waste time and even feels a slight regret for initially expecting this guy to bring him some amusement to pass the time. Language is the foundation of all civilization, and communication allows for mutual understanding. Mr. Rayn, who speaks less and less, understands the malevolence of the person before him better than anyone else due to his pure warrior nature rather than words. Destruction. Rayn is already tired of fighting and killing. Although he is good for nothing but fighting, being weary of battle is equivalent to denying the meaning of his own existence. However, Rayn, who easily loses patience with everything, seems indifferent to negating his own value of existence. Doflamingo smiles as he distances himself from Rayn. The intense pain radiating from his calf forces him to conceal it with a smile. The defense formed by the string fruit mitigated much of the power. Yet that kick still left Doflamingo feeling discomfort. This exaggerated power beyond his control caused Doflamingo to reassess his judgment of Rayn. Don't rush, take your time to consider. I'll look forward to your reply. He. After achieving his goal, without waiting for Rayn's response, Doflamingo turns to leave. However, he did not descend from the sky as he had arrived, but flew away, his shoulders slightly stiff as he turned his head to look at Rayn. The exotic stylish sunglasses well concealing his thoughts, completely masking the gaze he had kept on Rayn's neck. November 23rd, 1499, in the sea calendar. Were you at that time? The expected expression of disregard and indifference gave Doflamingo his answer. He laughed carelessly, relying on his fruit ability and moonwalk, rushing away like a large bird, soaring into the sky. Doflamingo, flying between the clouds, suddenly laughed heartily, having come a long way to this first half of the Grand Line, not for the so-called alliance. An alliance is built on the premise of mutual benefit. Although Rayn possesses unmatched martial power, he is not a good partner for cooperation. What he said to Rayn was merely a temporary cover. If he could bring him under his command, that would be ideal, but being rejected wouldn't be a big deal. His true purpose had already been accomplished. He just can't take a look at Rayn. After confirming the real existence of this person, Doflamingo's face, which had been in a frenzy of laughter, returned to calm. As if his previous madness was just an act, he silently took out a small transponder snail from his pocket, opened the windproof small shield, and connected. Brub, click. Huh. Oh, young master, where on earth have you been? The head of the family disappeared without a word, and hasn't answered the transponder snail. We're almost going crazy looking for you. Ah, sorry to worry you, Diamante. Forget about that for now. Help me prepare a ship to head to the West Sea. There's something I need to confirm. West Sea? Got it. I'll prepare immediately. What is the destination? The Land of Flowers. After putting away the transponder snail, a malicious smile reappeared on Doflamingo's calm face, and he finally couldn't suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting, Rayn Walker, you are the best clown on this sea. Sitting silently on the old sofa, Rayn fell into deep thought. His habitual mindless actions, when he prepared to think about something, did not make him sound like a fool. He got up and walked to the corridor, picking up the fainted girl, Shelley, from the cold floor and tossing her next to the equally fainted Lance. At least this furry creature could be used for warmth besides being considered food. In the sea calendar year 1499, this was a historic year for those living in this world. It was the year Joel D. Roger accomplished an unprecedented great feat, dominating the Grand Line and winning the title of Pirate King. Rayn had always had a question in his heart. Why, after encountering a shipwreck after leaving the Sabati archipelago, did he find himself in the East Sea when he opened his eyes? That year was the year Rayn was shipwrecked and washed up on the desolate rocks. Chapter 138. Fist of Desire habit is a very deadly thing. Rayn had become accustomed to handing over miscellaneous tasks to that boy who didn't want a salary, although his food expenses had far exceeded the usual sailor's wage. However, now whether it was setting sail or weighing anchor, these trivial matters needed him to handle personally. Although he felt no impatience about this, he indeed felt unaccustomed. The brand new ship had not been transformed into something else. After all, Tom's workshop had taken 3 days out of their busy schedule to carry out repairs. Though only 3 days, with Tom's high efficiency and skill, the dolphin responded like it was reborn. If Rayn didn't know it was a ship, he would almost suspect that Mr. Tom and the others had built him an identical new ship in those 3 days. The ugly nail boards had been removed, the old canvas replaced with new, the tattered holes on the deck were gone, and most importantly, the hole in the head of the dolphin at the bow had also been repaired. Rayn does not have too much attachment to many things in this world, such as insisting on eating only the best food, traveling only on the fastest and finest ships, drinking the strongest wines, or herding the fiercest sheep. He also doesn't care whether his ship is excellent. Otherwise, he would have directly ignored the generous conditions proposed by the Ace. Even such a Rayn has to admit that Tom's workshop, with the world's finest craftsmanship, is indeed extraordinary. If the previous ship was merely a tool made of wood and other parts, after careful polishing and renovation by Tom's workshop, this ship has now gained life. It possesses a beauty and vitality of a ship that even a layman like Rayn can appreciate. You get what you pay for, especially under the extortion of a certain blue-haired brat, Mr. Rayn, who had no concept of money, casually threw a large bag of gold and silver treasures to the awkwardly grinning Espagu. Frankie, while working, would also stroll through the streets and alleys of the city. He happened to see Rayn's wanted poster and learned of his pirate identity, but he wasn't intimidated by the exaggerated bounty. Instead, he developed a bad idea of extorting this clueless youth. The thought of extortion did not stem from greed or desire. The construction of a sea train was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and Tom's studio was completely looked down upon by others, lacking any funding sources. Most of the physical labor was borne by Mr. Tom alone, with the remaining help coming from 2 little goblins and a frog, which was ultimately limited. The construction of the sea train would take 10 years, but with proper funding and manpower, this time could be significantly reduced. Tom's studio was in dire need of money. And because of this, even though his bag had some difficulty accepting the exorbitant repair costs that far exceeded labor, he had to put aside his pride and conscience. Secretly remembering the appearance of Rayn, planning to repay the extra money to him when the opportunity arose in the future. That large bag of heavy gold and silver treasures was worth about 10 million berries, and if you counted the historical and archaeological value of these treasures, that number could double. Although berries were promoted as a circulating currency worldwide, pirates still felt more secure seeing shiny gold treasures. Moreover, those green paper notes could lose value at any time, as the world government declared. Everything depended on the whims of those so-called big shots. They had no certainty in their hearts. Furthermore, this worthless thing could be eaten through by bugs and ants, and in a human environment could mold and rot. Where is it easier to preserve gold and silver treasures? However, this world is not the barbaric era, and one can still barter. Ironically, even if pirates seized tons of treasure, when it came to consumption, they still had to exchange it for berries to use. Rayn did not mind giving away half of the treasures on his ship so easily. He had never had much concept of money since childhood, and with his skills, being broke was not a problem. Whether it was blowing up gold and silver institutions like a pirate or eating wild game in the deep mountains and forests. Even in the ocean, sea beasts were his meals. Furthermore, he was very satisfied with his newly refurbished ship. No amount of gold and silver treasures could compare to his current good mood. The little girl, Sherry, although she instinctively wanted to stop the foolish captain from wasting, was just a child after all. Perhaps she could recognize the value of berries and scattered coins. But that large bag of heavy gold and silver treasures contained items she could not identify. Moreover, she did not have the ability to stop Rayn's actions. Mr. Tom watched the lonely little boat with only 2 people sailing away with a smile, and then he unconsciously recalled things from long ago. He didn't have many negative emotions about his aging. Rather, he felt genuinely happy watching his 2 disciples, who inherited his legacy, grow taller day by day with time. Seeing his bag's conflicted expression, Mr. Tom clearly understood what the boy was thinking and laughed heartily without reminding him. The changes in this little boat were undoubtedly greatly attributed to their shipbuilding skills, but the wood used to repair the boat came from extraordinary origins. If one were to calculate the price, the treasure Rayn offered was actually not excessive. Besides knowing the name Rayn, Mr. Tom knew nothing about him. Compared to the generosity of old friends, this young man was indeed too indifferent. Although it was not necessary for them to become inseparable friends who would always remember each other, Mr. Tom, who had initially placed the shadow of old friends onto Rayn, wondered in his heart, weren't tyrants like Roger and Rayleigh? Mr. Tom reflected on this thought, trying to find the shadows of his old friends in Rayn, which was a form of disrespect towards this young man from the very beginning. Apart from this reason, the aging Mr. Tom was perhaps willing to repair the ship for this young man out of pity. At this age, young people should have bright, sunny smiles, but in Rayn's eyes, there is no trace of vitality. Seeing those eyes makes Mr. Tom's heart ache. What kind of painful experiences has this child gone through to become like this today? Rayn doesn't realize how pitiful he appears in the eyes of others, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. The long-lost feeling of steering the ship brings him some happiness. Unlike the leisurely sailing of the past, the sailboat beneath his feet now faithfully executes the helmsman's will, operating efficiently with the movements of Rayn's hands, and the speed seems to have increased, whether that is just his illusion or not. Rayn never hesitates to praise things he admires, just like the craftsmanship of Tom's studio. However, this fresh sense of happiness lasted less than 10 minutes before it vanished. He irresponsibly left the recording pointer and ship's helm to the panicked young girl, Shirley, and returned to the cabin. Rayn has been sailing for 2 years and 10 months now. It is almost a miracle, albeit in a negative sense, that he has spent so long still navigating the first half of the Grand Line with his strength. But a navigator like Rayn, who relies entirely on luck and brute force, seems to have no issues, especially since most people during this time lie in hospital beds. Things only started to improve a bit after he acquired the cursed 7-star sword. Sailing is boring and tedious. There is nothing in this world that is interesting every moment. Even a most beautiful sky and sea can become tiresome after a while, and one might even feel nauseous. Therefore, sailors must be able to endure loneliness and monotony. Those who cannot will go mad and become neurotic. Fortunately, a ship is often filled with many people, allowing for conversation, some eye-aching games, and playful banter to alleviate the boredom. Unfortunately, on the Echo Dolphin, which is only 2 people, all of the above exists only in dreams, not to mention that the only young person who could liven up the atmosphere is also gone. Just before sleeping and dropping anchor, the night sky was clear, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a storm with thunder and pouring rain. The strange weather of the Grand Line now seems so gentle. At least it won't unleash a terrifying storm or tsunami to swallow this inconspicuous little boat. Listening to the thunder and rain outside, the young girl trembles as she buries herself under the covers. Her delicate, sculpted face shows no signs of fear. Her eyelids droop slightly, but cannot hide her bright, clear eyes. Her small, delicate lips are pressed tightly together as she struggles to overcome her fear. In this world, apart from parents, no one will help you selflessly. Besides living your life through your own efforts, do not rely on your own weakness on others. What can a pitiful little girl do besides overcoming her fears? Who can she show her fear to? Who can she act cute for? Under the inhumane orders of the captain, the little girl cleaned the entire ship inside and out by herself. Her small face turned into a little cat due to dust and sweat, and it took 2 washes for her to regain her cute, youthful appearance. The little girl, who should have been very tired, was unable to sleep due to the sound of thunder and rain. The reassuring snoring from the next room was no longer heard, and her fear was magnified many times at that moment. However, she was still a child. The exhaustion accumulated during the day soon made her fall into a deep sleep. At least in her dreams. Wouldn't she have to suffer so much? No one knows. The cries of slaughter and the mournful wails of humanity woke the child who didn't know how long she had been asleep. The anxious little girl felt her heart racing so violently that it was almost difficult for her to breathe. Walking on the spotless wooden floor with her bare, delicate feet, the little girl, instead of trembling at the sounds of slaughter, sought the source of the sound. She was not fearless. It was just that the ship was so small. Even if she curled up trembling in the cabin, what good would it do? Besides, Mr. Rayn was still there. Just thinking of the captain who had yet to call her name eased Shirley's nervous and fearful heart slightly. She opened the door in front of her and looked outside. The heavy rain continued, and the sails had been taken down by rain. Such wind and rain could not possibly blow this newly launched little ship away or submerge it. Amidst the downpour, Rayn stood there, untouched by the rain. Nature feared this young man. Within a 1-meter radius of him, there was no wind and no rain. The not-so-tall Rayn held the face of a giant man over 3 meters tall in one hand, forcing the other party to kneel before him. The scene was somewhat comical, yet the giant man, whose mouth was bloodied and bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears, only evoked pity. The whites of his eyes indicated that this strongest fighter in the world government's direct secret intelligence agency, Cipher Pole Number 9, had now fainted. As if he felt no weight from the giant, Rayn released his grip, allowing the heavy body to fall onto the deck with a muffled thud. The heavy rain washed away the bloodstains on the deck, scattering them until everything was clean. 7 men and women in black suits lay lifeless at Rayn's feet. At this moment, the little girl Shirley's drowsiness was utterly dispelled by the bloody smell that the rain could hardly wash away. Her clear eyes reflected the expressionless face of a young captain, and she felt fear. In this world, besides madmen and perverts, no one likes to kill. Even the little girl Sherry, who understands the cold and warmth of the world at such a young age, has not let her heart be stained black. She stands resilient like a flower, unbowed by the cold rain and frost of the world, still yearning for a bright tomorrow. She feels sorrow for those humans killed by Mr. Rayn, and even more fear for the man who shows not a trace of emotion after the killings. This has nothing to do with boring moral standards. It is simply human nature. When humans die before one's eyes, when one's kind is killed, feeling fear and anxiety is what makes one human. Like in third-rate biographies where the protagonist kills many, and the heroine can still gaze affectionately while ignoring the corpses and blood around her. That is the real scum. Can anyone expect a child to see such a scene and still idolize the murderer with starry eyes? And if the killer lacks even a shred of excess emotion, can that young man really be called human? Go back. The calm voice cut through the wind and rain, making the little girl stiffen. Go back. When the second command echoed, the little girl turned and ran back to the cabin in fright, afraid to see the twisted faces of the dead. Rayn felt tired. His straight back bent slightly at that moment like a curved longsword. He coughed lightly and spat out the unpleasant blood from his mouth. A shimmering green light flickered beneath his clothes, not bringing life or the breath of nature, but merely an eerie, eye-piercing glow. He cast a faint glance at the 7 people on the deck. His brutal attack had not taken their lives. Whether they would be left disabled or die from severe injuries was not something he cared about. Grabbing one by the hand, he tossed the 7 pieces of trash that could shock the world government back onto their small military ship as the terrified sailors, afraid to even breathe, hastily piloted the ship away into the storm. After spitting out the blood, Rayn breathed easier and noticed something left behind by the group of trash, a somewhat blurred bounty notice battered by the rain. This strange wanted poster was made of some material that did not disintegrate upon contact with water. Picking up the notice, Rayn smiled, letting it be carried away by the strong wind, ultimately ending up tragically shattered into powder in the downpour. It was unclear whether he was laughing at the exaggerated bounty amount or the incompetence of the world government. He gazed at the dark clouds. Displeased with this bothersome natural scenery, Rayn did not like such terrible weather. He withdrew his fist to his waist, his feet firmly planted on the deck. And as the ship suddenly sank, he swung a punch at the sky. No dazzling light cannon was released from his fist, nor was there a dragon rising to consume the black clouds that displeased its master. The dark clouds remained oppressive, and the rain fell as it pleased. Rayn awkwardly ruffled his somewhat messy hair, fortunate that there were no spectators to witness this exaggerated, middle school-like action. He touched his belly, which roared like a monster, and walked toward the kitchen. The invisible shock took time to reach the sky, ultimately colliding fiercely with billions of thunder and rain. Energy and energy inevitably lead to explosions. Yet this time, it obediently exploded without light or fire. In the clear night sky, a crescent moon shone down, casting its light on the most inconspicuous little boat in the world. The sky above this sea area remained enveloped in endless black clouds, but above this boat, a hole of neither large nor small size was humiliatingly smashed open, resembling a fist imprint when viewed from the ground. In this way, a little girl who is afraid of thunderstorms should be able to sleep well, right? Chapter 139. Tonight When Rayn was surrounded by layers of navy, he showed no sign of surprise. It was a commonplace thing for the Navy to fight pirates, just like a cat catching a mouse. Strictly speaking, Rayn was not a qualified pirate in the traditional sense. He neither plundered nor flew a skull flag. However, in this world, which is two-thirds covered by ocean, the strongest military force is the Navy. Therefore, any wrongdoer sailing on the sea is treated equally as a pirate, even if these villains do not consider themselves as pirates. Pirate villain. This is basically an acknowledged fact. Furthermore, the strongest fist in this world belongs to the world government, and the rules have always been set by the victors. Those who refuse to obey and accept those rules are undoubtedly villains. Additionally, Rayn is not some pure and innocent figure. His actions are largely inclined towards the darker side. The righteous Marines who died at his hands, along with his past crimes of openly provoking the world government's member states and even exterminating the entire royal family of one such nation, have already determined that he will never enjoy any citizen welfare benefits in his lifetime. The name of the island beneath his feet was never of interest to a passerby like Rayn. Moreover, this desolate little island and the dilapidated buildings along the roadside had nothing worth paying attention to. It just seemed that failures and wanderers on the Grand Line liked to come to this island. These stray dogs gathered together, barely forming a rudimentary society and communication system. On this island, there are two countries that have been continuously warring with each other for years. It is hard to imagine the deep-seated hatred that could lead to such a prolonged conflict, but the foolishness of humanity knows no bounds. The silent Marine troops marched in unison onto this small island, causing panic among the defeated who had been living here, as they feared being captured. In this world, especially in the perilous environment of the Grand Line, no one is entirely innocent. Among these defeated, many are even wanted criminals. However, this disciplined unit did not even glance at the cowering individuals hidden between two dilapidated buildings, proceeding forward with a clear objective under the lead of their commanding officer. Those among the defeated who had some insight showed fluctuating expressions. They had dealt with their greatest enemy, the Navy, during their voyages. This unit was different from the brash recruits they often encountered. The overwhelming sense of pressure they exuded felt like a dark cloud looming overhead, and they were likely the elite from the Navy headquarters. Just as a long line of Marines whooshed past, the defeated had not yet sighed in relief when they saw a tall Marine leisurely walking towards them. He wore a black square hat and, unlike the other Marines in standard uniforms, he was dressed in a custom gray and white checkered suit, draped in a coat emblazoned with the characters for justice, and held a curved cigarette between his gloved fingers. Although only in his mid-30s, he appeared older with a somewhat lecherous expression. Though his conduct was not in line with that impression, it was merely a point of humor in his career. However, no one present dared to laugh. As long as their eyes were not blind or nearsighted, they would run at the sight of his shoulder insignia without daring to look back. Sticking the cigarette between his lips, the tall Marine looked around with a troubled expression. "This is quite a headache. It seems I've gotten lost," he said in a perplexed tone, gazing up at the sky with the insignia of a rear admiral. The trembling Sherry hid beside Rayn, cautiously clutching the corner of his clothing with her delicate fingers. Rayn had no intention of taking care of the girl. He fought as he pleased. Yet his feet remained planted, knocking down anyone who dared to come close. He could clearly sense the difference in individual strength among these Marines. Compared to those he had previously fought, there was a qualitative difference. These guys have been as silent as a pile of gears and iron blocks since their appearance. Not uttering a single word, not even wasting breath on traditional persuasion or intimidation. They just came in ready to fight. Although they have performed exceptionally well, Rayn still doesn't take it seriously, neither overestimating nor underestimating them. His every move is like a natural disaster, with a single punch thrown at the dense crowd. A terrifying shockwave blasts through, knocking down a group of people like flowers blooming, carrying a stunning and horrific beauty. The number of people has lost its meaning to Rayn now. While a swarm of ants might kill an elephant, they absolutely cannot harm a dragon, not even manage to peel off a single scale. This is Rayn's current situation. He possesses the strength to be so arrogant. However, life has never smiled upon this poor young man. Accompanied by intense pain and trauma, he is pulled back to reality from his dream of being invincible. A sharp blade pierces through his left shoulder, not cutting through like a divine weapon slicing through cheese, but rather breaking through his defenses with immense force. So strong that his entire left side loses sensation. As the blade, with its unstoppable momentum, breaks through the shock barrier Rayn had set up around him, he raises his leg and sweeps backward without looking back. With his sweeping kick, a terrifying sound echoes through the air, leaving no doubt about its power. However, Rayn hits nothing. He lowers his head in silence, looking at the ground beneath him, unable to even see the figure of his attacker. All of this happened in no more than 0. For seconds, with both sides exhibiting monstrous reflexes and execution abilities. The little girl, Sherry, couldn't even comprehend what had just happened and stared blankly at the blood-stained katana lodged in Ryan's shoulder. Rayn did not underestimate his opponent. Whether the enemy before him was a lion or a rabbit, the word underestimate did not exist in his dictionary, even against these seemingly formidable Marines, who actually posed no threat to him. He remained vigilant. It could only be said that the attacker's speed was terrifyingly just a bit faster than Ryan's, allowing them to land a hit. But the attacker could only be a little faster. They didn't even have time to take their beloved sword with them and were forced to flee, or else the next moment would have seen a corpse falling at Ryan's feet. Mr. Rayn, who hadn't been stabbed by anyone for quite some time, certainly wouldn't feel nostalgic about it. That thrust, originally aimed at the heart, was narrowly avoided by Rayn at the last moment, leaving behind the renowned blade, S.H. Setsu, as a gift. The long-prepared strike missed, causing this group of disciplined Marines to waver noticeably. In order to make this strike successful, they had deliberately held back Rayn's offensive, ignoring the casualties. Yet, the swift thrust that had never missed before failed to hit its target today. They would not blame their comrades. Instead, they gained a clearer and more desperate understanding of the target's terror and danger. Rayn still kept his head down amidst the chaotic footprints and various traces beneath his feet. There was a clearly visible footprint, one that was smaller than that of an adult. From the depth of that footprint, Rayn could judge that the opponent's strength was not particularly outstanding, but they had managed to break through his defense with slightly superior speed and the blade in hand. Inflicting injury upon him, like a divine wind, they came and went in a flash. That girl, Shirley, who had been carefully hesitant to disturb Rayn, finally pointed at the katana still stuck in his left shoulder, which looked painful just to look at. Although she wanted to scream like a normal girl, she knew that it would be of no use. Rayn furrowed his brow, reached out, and pressed his palm against the tip of the blade, expressionless as he pushed it backward. The sound of the blade scraping against bone and flesh made all the onlookers' scalps tingle, until the bloodied katana was successfully removed by Rayn and planted into the ground. Rayn had weakened. He could have dodged that tricky and cold thrust, but he did not do so out of concern for the little girl beside him. Rayn had weakened. In recent days, more and more assassins have been attacking him. Even though their individual combat power is negligible, their persistence has still resulted in him getting injured. He glanced at the worried lowly beside him and slowly extended his hand. His mastery in martial arts is profound, and he quickly analyzed why he had been struck by that knife. Weaknesses never stem from Rayn himself, but from something else. For Rayn, besides himself, what cannot be crushed? His rationality and the most survival-friendly option told him that this weakness could be eliminated, so the lowly extended her hand. Under the puzzled gaze of the lowly, Rayn ruffled her soft black hair, but since this person never knew how to control her strength, he was merely shaking the little lowly's head. Releasing his hand, Rayn smiled at the increasingly tense Marines around him, though his smile was somewhat cold. He was tired of standing, still waiting for these guys to come at him one by one, so he decided to take some time to proactively strike them all down. He looked seriously at the group and said so. Whose head should I take? Chapter 140. Eternity, Forever Zero. Ah, this is quite a mess, isn't it? With a pause filled with personal flair, the middle-aged vice admiral, who looked rather old, calmly observed his defeated subordinates lying on the ground, his expression somewhat surprised. I am terribly sorry. Vice Admiral Poliusolino, the middle-aged Navy officer, who had been promoted to lieutenant colonel, forced his heavily injured body to salute the vice admiral with utmost seriousness, then silently struggled to stand, just like his silent soldiers. He did not explain his team's failure, nor made any excuses. Failure is failure. Where do so many excuses come from? Anyone with common sense could see what happened at the scene, knowing well the bad temper of his subordinates. Vice Admiral Poliusolino didn't mind and instructed the medics to take the stubborn man, who seemed to have broken several ribs, for treatment. Lieutenant Matoy, where are you? Inquiring about his subordinates' whereabouts, Vice Admiral Poliusolino followed the directions given and arrived at a corner of the ruins in the town. His defeated subordinates, heavily injured, could not even return to the ship for treatment and could only occupy this group of ruins to recuperate. Based on the injuries of his subordinates, Vice Admiral Poliusolino could judge how fierce the battle had been. However, despite the severity of the situation, not a single subordinate had died. While this was something to comfort him as a commander, it did not align with the actual situation and was somewhat inconsistent with the intelligence on that pirate. A fleeting sparkle appeared in Vice Admiral Poliusolino's small eyes, revealing a depth that outsiders could not understand. However, What outsiders could understand was probably just the lewdness reflected in those small eyes. Although Vice Admiral Poliusolino was somewhat lazy, his style of doing things was never associated with lewdness. After all, looks are given by one's parents, and Vice Admiral Poliusolino was quite desperate about it. That scoundrel. That scoundrel. That scoundrel. On this island, which had been war-torn for years, a healthy and well-grown tree was indeed rare, and at this moment, this unaffected tree was being mercilessly kicked by an angry girl. The petite girl was kicking the tree trunk repeatedly, venting her frustration. In front of her, the towering figure of a man over 2 meters tall made the small girl seem incredibly insignificant. The girl's height, at a perfect ratio of 158 centimeters, made her feel either ordinary or short, depending on how she compared herself. Muttering about that scoundrel, the girl with short pink hair kicked the poor tree in her black sandals. Fortunately, she didn't use much strength, so she didn't cause any damage to the tree. She was merely expressing her dissatisfaction. "Hey, Matoy." Vice Admiral Poliusolino approached with a smile, seemingly ignoring the girl's anger. "What are you doing, you lecherous old man? How rude. I'm only 36 this year. And where am I lecherous? Anyone over 30 is an old man. And don't call me Chan." "All right, Matoy-chan, no problem." Vice Admiral Poliusolino successfully provoked her, and the black sandals suddenly turned sharply mid-kick, striking towards Vice Admiral Poliusolino's calf with lightning speed. It's hard for anyone to adapt when a joke suddenly turns into an attack. The speed and force were enough to break anyone's leg. Bang! With a sound that pierced the air, no one would doubt the power of this kick. However, what was unexpected was that the girl called Matoy did not kick her intended target. Her black sandal went right through the Vice Admiral's calf, missing completely. The girl's delicate foot passed through the man's leg as if he were merely a two-dimensional figure. How terrifying! If it were someone else, they would have broken their leg by now. The slow, unique tone held no special meaning. Anyone who heard it could sense the mockery and disdain. TCH. The girl, with a face full of disgust, didn't feel frustrated about her 327th failed sneak attack. She was already in a bad mood, and this only made her angrier, puffing her cheeks like 2 cute little buns. You nature types are truly the worst. For Lieutenant Matoy, who was accustomed to her evil tendencies, these nature types were impossible to hit or kick. Even those stronger than her had blood and flesh and could be injured. But these elemental beings were as disgusting as fly. Vice Admiral Poliusolino wore a smile that he thought was friendly, but appeared somewhat lewd to outsiders. And he didn't mind the girl's various rude actions. Not continuing to tease meant that the farce was over. And Lieutenant Matoy straightened her expression to begin reporting the situation. For Vice Admiral Poliusolino, no matter what kind of task it was, he always seemed to deal with it lazily. Yet in reality, regardless of the task size, Vice Admiral Poliusolino never underestimated it. He would never handle things as lazily as he appeared, even if the opponent was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The elite squad from the Navy headquarters could easily handle it. Although they ended up being beaten down like dogs, Vice Admiral Poliusolino wouldn't be surprised. Encountering setbacks was a necessary part of his strategic thinking. Thus, as a backup, he specifically dispatched his favorite, Lieutenant Matoy, to handle the situation. It is precisely because the young girl possesses a skill worthy of trust that General Poliusolino was surprised by her failure. If it weren't for his natural type bug ability, along with more than 20 years of life experience, General Poliusolino himself would not have been able to come out unscathed from the encounter with the girl. Second Lieutenant Matoy was in a bad mood. Although the failure of the mission was indeed a reason for her bad mood, it was not the whole story. Although that scoundrel had ultimately made off with the beloved sword she had carried with her since childhood, that was not everything. Although the new outfit she had just bought yesterday, which cost her half a month's salary, was ruined by that scoundrel, that was not everything. The new dress bought just yesterday now has a terrible tear at the chest, revealing the internal white, tender, and tempting bandage that could make any gentleman applaud. Lieutenant Yamai only managed to stab Rayn once, but the opponent's reaction and speed were so close that it nearly cost her life. She didn't even have time to retract her beloved sword. The leg whip passed dangerously close to the girl's chest, although it didn't hit her. The fierce wind damaged her new dress. The fatal blow aimed at the heart was narrowly avoided, and she almost ended up dead herself. Even her beloved sword, which was supposed to be by her side, became a trophy for the opponent. Naturally, Lieutenant Yamai, who had survived by a narrow margin, was not in a good mood. But that was not all, because the girl looked at her completely flat chest, falling into despair. If her chest were just a little bit bigger, well, in other words, if it had any hint of growth from the eternal zero, that narrowly avoided leg whip would instantly reduce it to 0, right? If such a scene occurred, the girl would rather die. It was precisely because it was 0 that she survived, but the girl couldn't feel happy at all. Moreover, she felt utterly hopeless. Would anyone understand this complex feeling? Vice Admiral Borsellino naturally wouldn't understand the chaotic feelings of a teenage girl. He simply picked out useful information from her despair to make a fresh judgment on the mission target. Although his subordinates had failed, it didn't matter much. Vice Admiral Borsellino didn't feel particularly emotional about it. He believed that watering the seeds of failure with fresh experience would eventually allow them to bloom. Although the government seemed to value this mission highly, to Vice Admiral Borsellino, a mere soldier, it was just this level of significance. After completing his primary duties, Lieutenant Yamai completely ignored her superior and continued to mutter something with despair in her eyes while leaning against a tree. The girl, whose real name was Sakura Yamai, had the confidence to kill Rayn. However, no matter how many times she deduced, even the best outcome was a mutual destruction scenario. Sorry, but the word justice behind her was not great enough for her to sacrifice her life just to run errands for the government. Therefore, after the initial strike, the girl never found another opportunity to attack, watching helplessly as the opponent defeated her colleague and left. The only piece of good news worth noting was that the opponent was injured. If the opponent could float away unscathed under the assault of her entire squad, that would truly be something for Borsellino to seriously consider whether to hand this troublesome mission over to that military merit fanatic, Sakazuki. This is really troublesome. In any case, Vice Admiral Borsellino was not a god. He wasn't so powerful as to specifically hunt someone down on this island. Although he muttered about having a headache, he didn't take it seriously. Watching Vice Admiral Borsellino take out a white transponder snail from his pocket and say something, this action moved Lieutenant Yamai slightly. Was there a need for this? Old man, after all, this island is very large. It's impossible to search one by one. I didn't ask this. Is this target really that valuable? Who knows? The government has been searching for 2 whole years. If they don't achieve something soon, the old man up there might get angry. Moreover, he paused, spat out the cigarette, but he had in his mouth, took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. And without using matches or a lighter, he simply pointed his glowing golden finger at the tip of the cigarette and gently put it in his mouth. Lieutenant Yamai often wondered if the cigarettes this man had were just for show. She had never seen him inhale them. How could an old man who can't even deal with monsters possibly be a match? TSK. Lieutenant Yamai turned her head away in displeasure, not wanting to see her lecherous superior's face. Vice Admiral Borsellino leisurely looked at the sky above, some things he ultimately didn't say to the girl. Whether it was reasons or values, orders were orders. The military was always such an organization. As a mere Marine, you just needed to obey orders. In reality, Vice Admiral Borsellino, who was simply too lazy to put in extra effort, straightforwardly passed this accomplishment to another group of allies to handle. It's so easy. ISNT it. Admiral Borsellino of the Navy headquarters thought leisurely while waiting for 5 Navy ships. Chapter 141. I am pain. Despite enduring much suffering and torment, feeling like life was worse than death, Rayn still couldn't get used to this feeling. Surely, apart from masochists, very few people enjoy the sensation of pain. It felt as if a venomous snake was writhing in the wound on his left shoulder. The injury, pierced by the armed color hockey, never seemed to heal. Curled up in an abandoned house, Rayn expressionlessly pulled the bullet out of his abdomen with his bare hands, a move that instantly drenched his forehead in sweat, while the little lowly, Shelley, who witnessed the whole process, turned pale. As for whether such a brutal action would lead to infection or other ailments, that was something only weak humans would consider. Monsters do not think about such things. Holding the pitch-black bullet, Rayn absent-mindedly wondered how long it had been since he had been shot by such a toy, although some might not believe it if he said it. His journey in the East Sea so far had basically been a crushing victory. After all, this was the weakest sea among the 4 seas, with almost no one able to compete with a rogue from the New World like him. In fact, it was Rayn who had always emerged victorious until now. As for why some people seemed to think he looked very miserable, well, it was simply because this person was just unlucky, just moments ago in battle. Although it ended in a very short time, the process was not easy. Those were elites from the Navy headquarters. Aside from the bastard who stabbed himself at the beginning and never showed his face again, the others were all capable of tearing apart fierce tigers. Therefore, he did not achieve a one-hit kill like in past battles and instead suffered heavy injuries. In one-on-one combat, he could easily kill in an instant. Even against a dozen or 20 people, he could handle it without difficulty. The problem arose when over 100 people from squad attacked him at once. That scene was rather beautiful. Unlike the pirates who fought blindly using sheer numbers, these well-trained individuals did not hinder each other at all. And the tight cooperation born from life-and-death camaraderie gave Rayn quite a headache. Nevertheless, he still managed to pin down each of the 120 individuals and won the fight. The problem was that the healing of his wounds was too slow. Although the scars on his body were visibly healing at a slow pace, it was indeed much slower than before. Everything has a corresponding value. The so-called self-healing ability is certainly not a divinely granted power without cost. Strictly speaking, it is not a recovery ability, but rather regeneration, and regeneration implies consumption of oneself. As for the cost of that consumption, it could be life force, lifespan, cellular division, or something else. After obtaining the 7-star sword, Rayn acquired a near-immortal curse, but at this moment, this curse of passive labor seemed to have encountered some issue. Before Rayn could use that long-and-used brain to think, he was interrupted by other voices. "I'm sorry." Turning around, he saw the little lowly with red-rimmed eyes. Her soft, sobbing voice was enough to melt the hearts of even the hardest individuals. However, it's so noisy, shut up. The unsentimental monster had no compassion for such unnecessary emotions. Rayn tiredly leaned against the cracked wall. He was indeed tired. Whether in the past, present, or future, he was not an infinite energy, perpetual motion machine. He needed food when hungry, water when thirsty, and rest when tired. The monster was injured, and it wasn't just from the wounds accumulated in that recent battle. It was also due to more than 7 assassination attempts and strong assaults against him recently. Even if his physical wounds barely healed, the mental fatigue they brought could not be healed through physical means. At such times, he had no reason and absolutely no possibility to comfort a little lowly's tears like a caring big brother. For Rayn, whose mental state was poor at the moment, that crying noise was indeed quite annoying. Even though the little lowly, who was still young yet had matured early, had witnessed much darkness in this world, her blue-black eyes still remained so pure. It was just that the little lowly was very sad at the moment, perhaps feeling that her being a burden was the reason Captain was injured due to unnecessary worries. These were enough to make the kind-hearted little lowly feel upset. "I'm sorry." Even though Rayn had ordered her to be quiet, Shelley, for the first time disobeying an order, continued to cry like a little kitten. And this extra noise only added to Rayn's irritation. The little lowly had always been escaping, whether using pirates or villains. She had always been running away. Even if taken in by kind-hearted people, behind that kindness still hid vile conspiracies. So when Rayn took her in, although life was hard, with her small frame shouldering the burden of cleaning the ship, the little lowly still felt a sense of peace. Aside from the fact that she would be punished by the captain for doing something wrong, the captain, who never spoke much to her, had earned a rare diamond limited edition good person card in the little lowly's heart. Mr. Rayn is a good person. In this world, as long as it hasn't gone completely mad, no one would be willing to hire a dirty, weak little girl who has just turned 10. In this chaotic era filled with pirates, there are plenty of cheap laborers fighting for the meager right to have a full meal. Among the countless refugees who have lost their homes and countries, the survival rate of children is the lowest. Mr. Rayn picked up the little girl who was about to freeze or starve to death on his ship, although he only wanted to cook out of convenience. And the little girl, who didn't know how to cook at all, took the risk to board the pirate's ship. Even though she was deceived, Mr. Rayn didn't throw her into the cold sea to feed the fish and instead gave her a job as a helper. The little girl tried her best to prove she was useful, but after all, she was just a 10-year-old child. Her work couldn't be considered outstanding, and she didn't even reach the passing line. The increasingly strange dishes she prepared even earned negative scores, yet Mr. Rayn, who had already given her many good person cards, still didn't say much. "So I'm sorry." Whether it was the 2 Cipher Pole No. 9 intelligence agents in Alabasta, the tragically deceased Mr. Camel, the suspicious target of a certain organization, the assassination attempts and assaults aimed at Mr. Rayn, or that group of Marines just now, all of it was entirely her fault. "So I'm sorry." She changed her hairstyle from long straight black hair to short wavy hair, dyed her black hair brown, ate a spicy fruit called moralalo that she had read about in a book, changed the color of her pupils, scraped her eyebrows with a small knife to make her expression slightly different from the wanted poster, deliberately wore thick-soled boots, habitually kept her head down when going out, and wore thick clothes. The little girl made many efforts to evade the pursuit of numerous people. If it weren't for the concern that self-harm would be more easily discovered, the once desperate little girl might have even had such a sad thought. She made a lot of efforts, largely because Mr. Rayn, as a big tree attracting attention, became the target of various forces. On this most dangerous ship, she found the safest place to stay. But she had already reached her limit. So far, she had not hesitated to use pirates, even if those pirates betrayed her or were suppressed by the Navy. The little girl might feel a hint of guilt, but in order to survive, for the dreams of the doctor and others, and for her own dreams, she could only continue to struggle on. But Mr. Rayn is different. He is a good person, and good people shouldn't have to suffer such hardships because of their relationships. Looking at Mr. Rayn's calm face, the little girl thought to herself, "This person is different. Even if he knows his identity, he will not betray and exploit himself like those from the past. It is precisely because they have acted together, lived together, and taken risks together that the little lowly is more than qualified to claim to be the person who understands Rayn the most. Because he is Mr. Rayn, no one born in this world will ever be truly alone. So you will definitely find companions willing to protect you. This person must be the partner that Saul mentioned." The little lowly with tear-stained eyes looked pitiful as she mustered the greatest courage of her life to stand in front of Rayn, meeting his consistently cold gaze. "I am Nico Robin." "Nico Robin," she said. Nico Robin is just an ordinary name, not particularly easy to pronounce, nor does it sound particularly pleasant. Just like the common names of countless beings in this world. Indeed, it is not a very nice name, but currently, there are two names that have spread across the world. One is the Pirate King, whose infamous name is known throughout the world, and I believe that in 10, 20, 30 years, or even 1,000 years, this person's notoriety will remain known to all. The other is Nico Robin, or perhaps the son of the devil, the demon of O'Hara. At just 8 years old, she sank 6 naval warships, and countless lives were extinguished by her hands. Under the deliberate exaggeration and manipulation of the world government, Nico Robin, at the tender age of 8, was offered a bounty of 79 million berries, becoming known throughout the world. With a sense of unknown fear regarding a young child being offered such a bounty, the living son of the devil garnered almost all the world's attention, more so than the already deceased Pirate King. The fools who want the bounty are secondary. More ambitious schemers are more concerned with why the government would pay such attention to an 8-year-old girl. Does this girl hold a great secret that could threaten the world government? The world is full of malice, and for young Robin, there is only a trace of warmth left on that worn-out little boat. However, that warmth is based on the premise that the people on the boat do not know their own identities. Once one's identity is revealed, will Mr. Rayn still remain indifferent as always? Robin has immense confidence in this person, but the betrayals and coldness over the past few years still make her tremble slightly with anxiety. She even worries whether Mr. Rayn, who stays in the captain's room all day, knows about her existence. If he doesn't recognize her, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Is it? There are no signs of surprise, astonishment, rage, or suspicion on Rayn Walker's face. Just as Robin had imagined, this person remains the same regardless of what happens. He simply raises his hand slightly towards Robin in a calm manner. That hand is large and warm to little Robin. During the day, it was this hand that carelessly tousled her curls, protected her behind it, and then knocked down the group of sailors trying to catch her. When that hand touches little Robin's delicate neck, she does not feel the warmth she experienced during the day. Instead, she only feels a cool touch from that palm. When the frail little Robin is lifted by her neck, her pale face shows no color, and her eyes are filled with confusion. Then, a voice as indifferent as ever rings out. "So go die?" Chapter 142, Leave Innocence Behind. This is a choice without any problem. First of all, the child in front of her is really noisy, and Rayn needs silence. Secondly, she has indeed caused Rayn a lot of trouble over a long time, whether it be from the Navy, Cypherpole No. 9, or from a certain company that has repeatedly disturbed Rayn. Rayn doesn't dislike trouble, because these troubles can always take up some of his time, but the trouble he initiates himself and the trouble brought by others are two different concepts. At this moment, little Robin understands. Looking at those eyes devoid of any excess emotion, she, who is still just a child, understands the meaning of it better than any adult. This person is indeed a bit different. Even knowing her identity, he remains unshaken, simply indifferent. Whether it is taking her in or showing her tolerance, it is merely a fleeting thought. Upon reflection, this person has never called her by her name, and believing in him is just her one-sided wish. After all adults in this world are the same. As her consciousness separates from her body, little Robin can feel the cold, killing intent from this person, not knowing whether she will suffocate first or have her neck crushed. Yet, it doesn't seem so bad. Under the shadow of death, little Robin doesn't feel cold. Instead, she is wrapped in an unusual warmth. Still just a child, She doesn't know this warmth is called liberation. Still just a child, she bears too many burdens. In a world that seems to want to harm her, surviving is indeed a difficult thing. She has no companions, no relatives, no friends. Standing on the opposite side of the entire world, perhaps being liberated like this, is the best ending for her. In this way, it was not bad. Little Robin thought to herself. Memories from her short 10 years of life flashed through her mind, one by one. And among these memories, there was no betrayal or deceit, no manipulation or being manipulated. There were only memories of reading with the doctors back in O'Hara, and just that one time she met her mother. Mother? Live on. Robin. Originally unconscious, little Robin suddenly opened her eyes wide. In this dilapidated wasteland, Rayn appeared, seeing an illusion of flowers, with pink petals falling on him. Countless tiny arms appeared bizarrely, and with little Robin held up in the air by one hand, she crossed her arms to make a certain gesture, causing countless arms to restrain Rayn's arms, knees, and other joints, forcing him to release the grip that was about to crush little Robin's arm. Little Robin, who fell awkwardly to the ground, coughed painfully, greedily gasping for breath. She had never thought that normal breathing could be such a precious thing. Rayn was now on the ground, restrained by countless tiny arms around his limbs and neck. Little Robin looked at Rayn with tearful eyes. For her, this was the first time encountering someone she could trust, but this person was not a companion, had betrayed her, and wanted to kill her. This complex feeling left little Robin at a loss, realizing that her strength could not hold Rayn down for long. Little Robin wiped her tears fiercely and ran towards the outside of the house without looking back. She thought she had gotten used to being betrayed and hunted, but such things were indeed impossible to get used to. Nico Robin was a good child. Even though she faced harsh treatment from relatives and other children since she was little, she never thought of taking revenge on anyone or resenting anyone. The doctor showed the little girl a world full of magic and bright history, which little Robin genuinely liked, as if she had inherited her mother's scholarly blood. Even if the whole world hated her, she still held goodwill towards it. Perhaps it was merely foolish goodwill, but it was not laughable. But now, she was just a 10-year-old child. Even if she wanted to harden her heart and not think about Rayn's betrayal, tears still uncontrollably wet her little face. And her tender voice cried heartbreakingly, making one feel pity. Rayn, fixed to the ground by countless tiny arms, did not struggle. After all, this level of restraint was nothing to him. He just vaguely recalled the first time he met this little girl, when she desperately tried to bring her arms together, which was to activate the power of her devil fruit. For a 10-year-old child, this might be her greatest trump card. As time passed second by second, after moving out of the effective range of the restrainer, these tiny arms transformed into non-substantial petals and dissipated. But Rayn still did not stand up. He was indeed tired. Sweat covering his forehead, and with his eyes tightly closed, he seemed to be asleep. The next moment, a green arc of electricity was released from every pore of his body, and after leaving his surface, these arcs intertwined and merged, taking shape in the void. A cold spear materialized from the thunder, slowly piercing towards Rayn. All known cold weapons in humanity, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and staves, gradually revealed themselves in this dilapidated house, slowly approaching the tightly closed eyes of Rayn. Step back, accompanied by a sharp reprimand. These manifested weapons scattered like smoke, vanishing without a trace. With this bizarre scene, Rayn's injuries faded away. In his struggle for the 7-star sword, he once again achieved victory. This was the cursed sword that had once destroyed a kingdom, bringing suffering to countless lives. No one in this world could make it submit, as its purpose was destruction. Destruction, destruction. With the 7-star sword, Rayn, like drinking poison to quench thirst, had over 40% of his organs in a dormant state, and over 30% maintained work in an incredible miraculous state. The fact that he was alive was a significant miracle in itself. The power of the 7-star sword simulated replacement organs within Rayn's body, restoring his physical condition to its peak period. While these false replacements constantly invaded the control of this body, it succeeded when he was on Sky Island, but was immediately tragically reverted. The 7-star sword was merely a vessel. As long as it could achieve the goal of destroying everything, it did not have a so-called form. Just as it could mimic Rayn's internal organs, it could also transform into knives and spears in Rayn's hands. However, it was not a permanent tool. It fed on negative factors such as hatred, resentment, and the flesh of the deceased for power. On Sky Island, it fed on the blood and resentment of the Sky Island's divine army and the Shandians, which ultimately backfired on Rayn. Because of this, the more negative factors it absorbed, The stronger the 7-star sword became, and the easier it was to backfire on Rayn, which was one reason why Rayn was killing less and less now. But because of this, the 7-star sword, which no longer received supplies, could no longer exhibit such exaggerated recovery effects. And the reason his injuries healed much slower than before was also this. Slowly rising, Rayn brushed off the dust from his body, wearing a bright red trench coat. It seemed he realized something as he reached back to touch his braid. The intentionally long hair braided together was something a practical person like Rayn would not care about in terms of style or personal preference. One could even say that longer hair would be cumbersome in battle. Over the years, he had somewhat forgotten that he had a braid. Life restored meant he could freely control his body, hair, and internal organs. As long as he infused his consciousness, he could control any part of his moves freely. Rayn had mastered this technique long ago, relying on it to maintain over 30% of his organs in an incredible miraculous state. The intentionally long hair was precisely so he could control it to execute some offensive maneuvers. Young Rayn was very eager to have such unexpected offensive means in battle, even coming up with many shameful names for his moves. However, in the many years that followed, this unexpected move never found an opportunity to be used. Because of his thunderous combat style, whether it was overwhelming or evenly matched, he had no time to deliberately distract himself to control his hair. Would he really twist his head to fan his opponent's face with his braid during a standoff with a master? Therefore, it was quite regrettable that the slightly embarrassing move name never saw the light of day, and it was likely that there would be no opportunity in the future. With Rayn's will, the braid that had been kept for several years, but never used spontaneously broke off without any resistance. He exhaled, quietly adjusting himself with a refreshing new image. He extended his right hand, and a green arc of light danced in his hand, instantly transforming into a long halberd, an oddly shaped and uncommon weapon, with a metal spear tip at the front end of the halberd shaft. And on either side of that tip were crescent-shaped blades connected to the spear tip by 2 small branches. Holding the halberd with one hand, Rayn pointed the spear tip to the ground, and an unparalleled, terrifying momentum surged upwards like a beam of light. In this dim night sky, it shone brilliantly like the sun, proclaiming his existence. The rickety, pitiful, dilapidated house finally collapsed, but failed to crush the tiny human below. Countless falling stones were repelled by an invisible force. Stepping on the rubble, Rayn emerged, elevated by the art of life restoration, brandishing a long spear that made him appear like a god or demon in front of the rushing navy. So come and fight. Scanning the crowd, Rayn remained devoid of any excess emotions, simply lifting his foot and stepping forward, unwavering. Rayn was never a complex person skilled in expressing himself through words, nor did he have any interest in doing so, just as he had known from the beginning what the hidden name of a certain little lowly was. He had no interest in calling out that false name. For Rayn, who was accustomed to walking alone on a narrow path, he would not repay the little lowly's expectations. He made no promises and had no interest in showing any useless tenderness. His educational philosophy was never that weak. Leave your innocence behind. Abandon your weakness. Cast aside that trust. You need to become a devil. Strong as a devil. Ruthless as a devil. Endure the coldness. Apart from that, there is no other way. So, leave your innocence behind. Chapter 143. Majestic and dignified. What to do next? The imposing long spear broke into 3 sections. Its tip seemingly melted by high temperatures, losing its original form. There were terrifying cavities in the chest, abdomen, arms, and legs, through which one could see the scenery behind the human body. However, no blood flowed from these penetrating wounds, as they were charred by the terrible high temperature, and one could smell the scent of roasted flesh from afar. In terms of injury alone, the effect on the monster itself wasn't that severe. The problem was that the high temperature capable of melting steel still exerted its influence on the flesh, causing unbearable pain. How terrifying! This old man has never seen anyone with such severe injuries still have the strength to stand. The tall Navy vice admiral stood firm, not approaching the dying beast. Though he showed no fear of its retaliation, he was unwilling to expend unnecessary effort. The fatal wounds on the enemy, which would be critical for an ordinary person, seemed to have not made Vice Admiral Poliusolino lower his guard. The old man actually knew that you were merely here to attract our attention, engaging in a futile act of stalling for time. Without caring about the opponent's intentions, he deliberately engaged in meaningless chatter to satisfy the other's aim of delaying time. Vice Admiral Poliusolino naturally had his own objectives, such as lazily waiting for the injuries on this guy to worsen over time. For him, stalling time was akin to shortening his own life. For instance, to reorganize the forces, preventing unnecessary sacrifices among his subordinates. And furthermore, there were over 5,000 reinforcements surrounding this island from the beginning, even ignoring the protests and condemnations of the two countries on the island. Directly starting a forced search operation, there was no need for them to fight to the death. To be honest, the old man was well aware of your situation, even more than you yourself, which is why he couldn't understand why you would help that little girl. The Navy's intelligence dossier clearly defined and analyzed Rayn Walker. He was not a complex individual, lacking any ambition, and even as a pirate, he wasn't like a mad dog that bites anyone in sight. One could say he was just a simple-minded fool, not much different from the vast majority of idiots in this world. However, the most terrifying thing was that this unintelligent fool, with an IQ of only 9, possessed the personal power to destroy a country. His actions were dictated solely by his whims, reckless and lawless, for this world, especially for the fragile civilians that need rules for protection. The threat posed by such a ticking time bomb was self-evident. His very existence was the greatest calamity for this world. He had no companions, no friends, not even blood relatives. His reclusive nature made those who read the dossier feel a chill in their hearts. Yet, for the sake of a little girl who was wanted and hunted by the entire world, he stood alone in front of the Navy's army of over 5,000. Rayn was never lacking in experiences of overcoming the odds, but most of those experiences were against pirates who were mere rabble. The pirate alliance was at most a mob, relying on reckless and desperate charges, lacking any skill or discipline. No matter how many there were, they were still just a crowd. The Navy, on the other hand, was a disciplined and organized force, a steel army that trained relentlessly day after day on the training grounds. Fundamentally different from those useless pirates who indulged in feasting and revelry after their plundering. The combined strength of the Navy was greater than the sum of its parts. However, just 10 minutes ago, this godlike young man, wielding a long spear, charged into the attacking formation. With a swing of his spear, the scene resembled mowing grass, leaving the spectators in despair. Whether it was bullets fired or arrows shot, none could come within 3 meters of the young man, all blocked by an invisible barrier. The Navy soldiers who dared to charge towards him were trapped within that 3-meter distance. As if wading through a swamp, their movements severely restricted, left only to close their eyes and await death. That was the defensive energy of the Eight-Chung fist, a spreading shockwave, the heavy pressure of a magic sword. The deterrence of Conqueror's hockey, all transforming Rayn's surroundings into an insurmountable thunderpool. In the end, battle was not merely addition or subtraction. A fight of 5,000 against 1 did not yield a theoretical crushing victory. In the blink of an eye, Rayn charged into the crowd, slamming down like a battering ram, and then it exploded. Rayn did not enjoy killing. However, just like many people dislike their jobs, colleagues, wives, relatives, or bosses, there are always unavoidable matters in life. Aside from the backlash from the 7-star sword, his aversion to killing had nothing to do with any ethical concerns or morals worth half a belly. Rayn simply found it disgusting. Whether it was slaughtering beasts meant for food or humans who were even less than beasts, the bloody scenes were not to his liking. Although humans are highly adaptable creatures, and Rayn had lived in this hell on Earth since childhood, it was not about being accustomed or adapted. He simply did not like certain things, and he never would. His fighting style was always brutal and unmatched, resolving opponents as quickly as possible, sparing them much pain. After all, killing one's own kind and watching them transform from a human form into a pile of flesh was truly revolting. It was purely a psychological and physiological aversion. With just one encounter, dozens fell, swinging his long spear. In the blink of an eye, over 100 were left unaware of their fate. The one-sided slaughter was so monotonous it sent chills down one's spine, with no extra words to depict the scene. The Navy soldiers landed on this island with an invincible belief. Dozens of officers, 3 brigadiers, and 2 vice admirals. This force convinced them that anyone would be crushed beneath such power. But is this reality? Can humanity truly reach such a terrifying height solely through its own strength? Is that guy even human? All officers below the rank of lieutenant retreat. After shouting this, the ponytailed yet immensely manly colonel charged forward with a specially made giant 10-hand gun. The surrounding Navy quickly retreated from this battlefield that did not belong to them. The commander misjudged the situation and did not anticipate that a mere pirate could possess such fierce combat power. Ordinary sailors stood no chance at all. As for why Rear Admiral Borsalino from the advance team did not report this matter, well, Rear Admiral Borsalino simply forgot about it. And it was absolutely not to set up a certain colleague Definitely not. The clash between the halberd and the 10 hands produced a deafening sound, sparks flying like rain. Colonel Ponytail, who had always relied on brute force to crush his opponent's weapons, found himself outmatched in strength by that young man. After all, this was not a one-on-one contest, and the Navy would never be foolish enough to engage in some ridiculous one-on-one duel. Colonel Ponytail switched from using one hand to 2 hands to wield his weapon. He was not known for his offense, but rather for his ironclad defense, gaining the upper hand for his comrades. Ignoring his own injuries, he swung the massive 10 hands, colliding repeatedly with the halberd, and the flying sparks illuminated the night. What was mismatched with the person and that enormous 10 hands was the superb defensive technique. That 10 hands seemed like an extension of the colonel's body, seamlessly executing its master's will, skillfully entangling the halberd tightly. While the colonel was engaged in close combat, 3 shadowy figures cloaked in justice rushed out in coordination with him. Shave. The 4 men had no intention of underestimating their opponent. They charged forward with all their might, their blades and weapons poised to strike. Just as they were about to be mercilessly surrounded and attacked by this flawless coordination, Rayn still did not show any extra expression. Only the dark eyes flickered with a ghostly blue light, and the muscles in his arm holding the spear swelled. The swinging spear no longer matched the 10 men evenly, but instead cleaved through the hard defenses without hesitation. The colonel with a ponytail roared, his eyes blood red, discarding the old companion that had accompanied him for over 20 years without a second thought. He desperately reached out with both hands, his armed color of hockey turning his hands pitch black, attempting to block the long spear barehanded. The sudden burst of power from Rayn made the colonel realize he had misjudged the true strength of this pirate. If the opponent's power far exceeded that of the others, then the only fate awaiting his 4 comrades would be death. Therefore, he could not retreat. Even if it cost him his life, he had to hold him back, even if just for a quarter of an hour, so that the blade surrounding Rayn could end his evil life. The colonel caught the crescent blade of the spear barehanded, but the sharp spear, enhanced by a hockey far superior to his own, effortlessly sliced through the colonel's fingers like cheese. Not even a quarter of an hour. The colonel could not gain even a moment of that time. As Rayn exerted his strength, the spearhead unleashed a blast of force greater than a cannon, shooting towards the colonel's chest and sending the over 2-meter-tall man flying. Rayn did not even look back. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through one man's chest as he thrust backward with force. Too slow. Without pulling out the spear, Rayn released his grip as he struck, slightly turning to let the sword that had grazed his cheek miss entirely. His left hand exploded like thunder, crushing the wrist of the swordsman while pulling him violently towards himself, delivering a brutal elbow strike to the man's right chest. The sound of bones cracking and blood splattering accompanied the man as he rolled into the circle of Marines. Hiss! The sharp long knife from the last man finally pierced through Rayn's right palm during his momentary distractions in battle. Rayn's expression remained unchanged as he slightly adjusted his arm to avoid the long knife embedding itself into his muscle, and instead of slowing down due to the wound, he surprisingly pressed his palm down, allowing the knife to pass entirely through his hand, his fingers pressing against the blade's base, crushing the opponent's hand into a bloody mess as their expression changed drastically. The pale-faced lieutenant did not feel fear or any other twisted emotion, without a moment's hesitation. As his palm was crushed, he lifted his leg to kick Rayn in the groin. The two seemed to have coordinated their actions, but Rayn was faster, stronger, and more solid than the lieutenant. His kick broke the lieutenant's calf, twisting it into a grotesque shape. Even the toughest person could not help but scream in agony under such continuous pain, and with his hands freed, Rayn delivered a palm strike to the lieutenant's jaw, causing several teeth to shatter, and finally, the lieutenant fainted. With his fall, Rayn directly broke the impressive long knife with his bare hands, freeing his right hand. All of this happened in less than 5 seconds. For the group of Marines who didn't dare to approach, it was as if in an instant. The powerful officers were easily knocked down by that pirate. Even the dullest Marine realized at this moment a fact. The target of this expedition was completely different from those they had dealt with before. Without any awareness of being surrounded by over 1,000 hostile Marines, Rayn shook his painfully injured hand and reached for the long spear embedded in the enemy's chest. Just as he had killed 4 officers in seconds and experienced a moment of untraceable relaxation, the entire world lit up. The dazzling light was blinding, and the chaotic laser beams from all directions instantly enveloped Rayn. How terrifying! This was the first time the old man had seen someone with such injuries still have the strength to fight back. Although the word sneaky ambush did not align with the principles upheld by the Navy and were also not suitable for most people and reasoning in this world. Since this was an expedition, not a duel. But if someone stood in Rayn's camp, out of emotional loss of control, they might shout despicable. However, such people would not exist. With a total of 5,132 Marines, this force was enough to sweep any country. And only a quarter of them were present to besiege Rayn, while more were searching for the whereabouts of Nico Robin on this island. Whether it was the Navy or the government, from the very beginning, they had no intention of seriously dealing with a pirate like Rayn. Although it would be best if they could eliminate him, his existence held no significance for them. The government had been searching for Robin for a long time, finally narrowing down her activity range to the first half of the Grand Line, but they still had not found her. In desperation, they had reached a point where they would rather kill the wrong person than let anyone slip away. If they could not capture her this time, it would be very difficult to gather such manpower and resources to hunt down a little girl in the future. Everything stemmed from clues provided by a certain company. Rayn's presence was too conspicuous, even killing a celestial dragon's dog and successfully angering the esteemed celestial dragons. When the company learned that the government had noticed the little girl on Rayn's ship, they made a tidy profit from the government and sold all the information about that little broken ship. Thus, the current situation arose. So tell me the whereabouts of Nico Robin. Everyone is very busy, and you should know very well that whatever you do has no effect on this matter. Why are you wasting everyone's time here? It's better to get off work early than anything else. What do you think? Vice Admiral Borisolino leisurely delayed time, waiting for the other side to exhaust their strength, thus taking the opportunity to chat with Rayn. However, it seemed that the wish to get off work early was impossible to achieve. Vice Admiral Borisolino looked somewhat regretfully at the rapidly healing wounds on Rayn's body, spat out the cigarette, but he was biting and still maintained that relaxed, slovenly posture. Rayn slowly stood up, grasped the broken spear shaft, and the emerald green light arcs gathered together, eventually forming the shape of a sword. He looked at the unremarkable Vice Admiral and flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth. I refuse, you monkey. Chapter 144. In the name of justice, that is not behavior worth emulating. Even though that spirit of I will go against the millions inspires many young people, and perhaps there's a trace of pride, in reality, no matter what the pirate named Rayn Walker does, he cannot change the strategic intentions of the forces of justice. After all, it is a rather boring matter. There are always some barbaric monkeys in this world who ignore the carefully planned schemes of others and break through the hard work of others with brute force. For those who pride themselves on their high intelligence and emotional quotient, the existence of such monkeys is simply the greatest insult to them. Fortunately, there is still fairness in this world. Although it is difficult for those who put in effort, they will also reap the rewards they deserve. This pursuit consumed a large amount of manpower and resources, real-time updates of the intelligence network, and the sacrifice of many intelligence personnel. Even the strongest monkey would fall before the overwhelming comprehensive resources far exceeding its military strength. Due to the threats from natural disasters and man-made calamities, there exists a unified world government. When this unified ruler exerts its power, no matter what forces they are, they will vanish without a trace. Alone, Rayn stands like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating himself. As the world's largest rogue, even the will of this ruler, even if it is tyranny, will be executed by the strictly hierarchical military. The two non-world government-affiliated nations that have fought for hundreds of years on this island had no power to resist under this violence. Even if all their military forces combined, they could not match a single vice admiral. An individual's strength reaching the level of that vice admiral was enough to destroy the entire island. Nonsense like condemnation and protest is utterly ineffective. The entire island is surrounded by warships, and the communication from the transponder snails is interfered with. When the world's largest rogue organization wants to do something, fairness and reason, these false notions are simply disregarded. The government's negotiators only put forward one condition: cooperate with the Navy's search. And all the children in the nation must be taken away for investigation. Better to kill the wrong than let go. After various exchanges of interests, the children of the royal and noble families were prioritized for inspection to ensure they were not the targets and did not need to be forcibly taken away. The two ferocious nations that had existed for hundreds of years chose silence in the face of all these atrocities. Thus, many tragic scenes appeared across the island. Silent military boots kicked open the doors of dilapidated homes, and when a family of 3 was awakened from their sleep, their child was forcibly taken away. The raised torches illuminated the night, and chaos erupted with the sounds of flapping wings, angry curses, and cries all blending into one. There are no parents in this world who would watch their children be taken away by strangers. None. Even if the other party is the righteous side that has ruled the world for 800 years. But to hell with righteousness. Even a gentle and virtuous mother, in this moment, lost her calm demeanor and transformed into the shrew and rogue she had previously despised, like a mother beast protecting her young, fighting at the demons who were snatching her child away. After all, the Navy, which has been a messenger of justice for 800 years, possesses an indelible credibility. If the public in this world does not trust the government and Navy that protect them, would they turn to pirates instead? After briefly explaining the situation and promising to return the children soon, many families, though reluctant, ultimately handed over their children, some in tears and some in fear. It's like a country that has indoctrinated its people from a young age. If one day the police in that country say they need to take your child for investigation, how many would choose to refuse or even resist? Whether out of trust or indoctrination, how could the already domesticated sheep and pigs resist their owners? Rather, it could be said that in front of the world government, which has sheltered this world for 800 years, families unwilling to cooperate with the investigation are the outliers. However, the residents of this island have long suffered from the ravages of war, their spirits fierce, and many do not believe in the world government and Navy. Some even picked up their weapons and stood against the Navy, determined to say, "If you want to take my child, you'll have to walk over my dead body." Faced with such stubborn individuals, the search team wasted no time, rushed in, disarmed them, and knocked them out with a gun. But such scenes unfolded across the entire island, with girls aged 8 to 15 being taken aboard the warships and detained. They indeed would not do anything bad to them. As the targets might differ slightly from the wanted posters due to disguises, so strict checks were necessary to eliminate their targets. Even the boys had to have their pants taken off on the spot to verify their identities. Time is precious for everyone in this world. The Navy's actions this time are no exception. It is precisely because they do not have much time that their attitude is so firm. The cost of this operation and the execution displayed are irreplaceable. The admirals each have their own important areas of control, and this time they have sent 2 individuals for deterrence all at once. More importantly, they have accurate intelligence on the target, Nico Robin. This is the most critical issue. The cost of mobilizing resources may be significant, but it is not insurmountable. However, if we do not even have accurate intelligence on the target, then even 10 or 8 attempts will be futile. If it is just the trace of a little girl, how could it cause the world government to be so passive? This matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The seemingly united and prosperous world government has long been deeply corrupt internally. Moreover, the non-member states of the world government have either overtly or covertly aligned themselves against it. In recent years, more countries have suffered under its oppression, and recently, a group known as the Revolutionary Army has been spreading dangerous ideas. The world government places great importance on Nico Robin's existence, and this attention has also drawn the interest of its adversaries. These conspirators, ambitious individuals, and strategists naturally have no interest in a little girl, as they are not attracted to lowly characters. However, this little girl comes from the already destroyed O'Hara, and the world government's desperate pursuit of her has alerted those who know some of O'Hara's secrets to an opportunity. The girl named Robin must possess something that poses a threat to the world government. Whatever this leverage may be, as long as it is detrimental to the world government, they are eager to see it. Therefore, under the malicious schemes of these individuals, the world government, with all its intelligence and execution capabilities, still struggles to capture a mere child. This time, it was purely by chance that they obtained accurate intelligence, so the upper government showed no hesitation in surrounding the island. Even if it meant killing everyone and launching a demon-slaying order, they could not allow that dangerous seed to take root. However, things on the island were not smooth sailing. A humble pirate named Rayn actually managed to hold back a small portion of the troops and a vice admiral. And those lowly civilians dared to resist the world government's orders? Parents with blood-red eyes frantically brandished knives, protecting their beloved daughter behind them, even injuring a careless marine. There are many things in this world that humans label with the word reason. Everything has its rules and rationale, but still, there are many things that cannot be interpreted by reason, such as irrational love, the nature of women, and the blind protective instinct of parents who have a daughter late in life. Seeing their comrades bleed out on the spot, the bloody scene completely ignited the anger of 2 other Marines. The military has its good side, but also its dark side. Some see protecting the weak and civilians as their duty, while others view those ignorant weaklings as ants. Being part of the world's largest rogue organization, Arrogance is the hallmark of most common people. You old dog. With the explosion of anger, witnessing his comrades who fought and shared meals with him scream in agony. The gun fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot, neither too loud nor too soft, silenced the surrounding chaos. From the very beginning, this operation had informed all Marines that if they met with resistance, they were to kill without mercy. Old Morris, who had a daughter late in life, stared blankly at the smoking gun across from him, his heart sinking, and then frantically checked himself, but felt no pain, nor did blood gush from him. Just as Morris felt relieved, yet somewhat confused, the wailing of a child left his mind blank. Mommy! Turning mechanically, old Morris's eyes widened in horror as he saw his partner of 28 years, her chest blooming with a dazzling spray of blood. Oh, oh, oh! Screaming, old Morris rushed madly towards the Marine who fired the shot, only to see another Marine, with cold eyes, shoot and explode his head before he could get close. Old Morris was killed. With 2 gunshots, the Islanders, who already had no good feelings for the Navy, were thrown into complete chaos. Their neighbors, who they had lived with day and night, were suddenly killed. Who would still trust these executioners with their children, even though old Morris was the first to act? He had even harmed that Marine's life. The scene was completely in disarray, with no one willing to cooperate with the Navy's investigation. Families with children fiercely protected them behind them. Families without daughters either looked on coldly or angrily rushed to help their neighbors, and so on. However, this chaos seemed insignificant in the face of the Navy's overwhelming force. Not to mention that these lowly people were not united, even if everyone resisted. They could not match the Navy. There is an insurmountable difference between the military and common folk. After the loudest protesters were tied up one by one, the situation stabilized. The order stated that all obstacles could be shot on the spot for the sake of the objective, and during subsequent skirmishes, a few lives were lost. But the officer in charge darkly punished those who had gone too far, making them spit blood. However, this was ultimately considered an abuse of power. Whether in terms of orders or righteousness, this officer had no justification, and afterward, he would even face a military tribunal for it. As the team grew larger, it inevitably lost its initial purity, and troublemakers were rampant. In this brief chaos, not everyone was an idiot stubbornly fighting. There were more people who took their children and ran away the moment the turmoil began. Stop. If you run again, I'll shoot. The pursuit of these escaping individuals became a focus for more Marines, and those who fled into the ruins and the darkness undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the search. 2 Marines chased after a little girl who had just escaped amidst the confusion. Naturally, a child's small legs couldn't compare to an adult's, let alone the well-trained Marine Corps. However, in the pitch-black night, the little girl relied on her small and agile body, as well as the numerous ruins caused by the war, and gradually increased the distance between herself and the 2 Marines. Damn it! With the sound of gunfire, the 2 Marines showed no mercy and were truly prepared to shoot. They only learned what their mission was upon nearing the island. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, and being unaware of the truth, they were filled with fear towards a target, even if it was just a child. After all, they knew how O'Hara was destroyed and how the battleship sank. As mere soldiers, they naturally feared that so-called truth. Many people genuinely believed in that truth and wanted to completely kill that demon's child, while more were motivated by the substantial rewards for killing this little girl. Therefore, under the name of justice, anything done would be forgiven. For justice. Looking at the little girl who was almost out of their sight, even though she was not the target, they thought, better to kill the wrong one than to let her go. Bang! Bang! A bear-like shadow suddenly burst out from the side, startling the 2 Marines. But thanks to the faint starlight, they managed to identify the person. Sergeant Wu? The giant man, as big as a bear, had his eyes wide open in anger, and a scar running from his forehead to his chin looked terrifying in the dim starlight. The Marine who recognized him let out a sigh of relief. But upon seeing that the little girl had already vanished, he looked darkly at the giant man. What do you mean by this? Letting the target escape. What exactly are you trying to do? Sergeant Thomas Wu. One of these 2 men is a warrant officer, and the other is his second lieutenant, both of whom are superior to Sergeant Solmas. Despite Sergeant Solmas's tall and imposing appearance, he is actually notorious for being a coward, too timid to even kill a fish. He usually survives on vegetable salads and fruits, and due to his peculiar personality and exaggerated physique, he has become quite a figure in his unit. However, at this moment, they have no interest in engaging with this celebrity because he has jeopardized their potential military achievements, which has made them quite angry. Stop it, Second Lieutenant. That's just a child. Our guns are not meant to be pointed at children. The pain in Sergeant Solmes's voice was palpable. Within just one night, he felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. His comrades, who usually shared meals with him, could so easily aim their guns at innocent people, even children. The tempting rewards of promotion and wealth were indeed alluring, but that shouldn't justify such excessive behavior. Shut up. This is all for justice. Get out of the way. The second lieutenant's face grew increasingly dark, and he and his companion exchanged glances before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the sergeant, even striking him with the butt of their guns, knocking this unyielding oaf down and preparing to continue their pursuit of the fleeing child. This is all military merit. What if that little girl is Nico Robin? If they capture her, their future will be bright. Who would still want to be a big soldier whose life is cheaper than paper? That's right, it's all for justice. But isn't that wrong? Killing someone and then saying it's all for justice. Using the word justice to cover up their contradictions and guilt. Perhaps it's because they know they're not just. What surprised the two lieutenants was that the fleeing little girl hadn't gone far, whether it was because she had no strength to run anymore or had twisted her ankle. The pitiful little girl looked at the two twisted-faced Marines as they slowly approached her. That's right, kid. Don't worry. Just cooperate with the inspection. We want to hurt you, and soon you'll be back home with your parents. Trying to soothe the little brat before them, as if afraid she would run away again. A grotesque expression appeared on the lieutenant's face, one he found disgusting himself. But isn't that how the world is? It's not that people don't want to be good, but the pressures of reality don't give them the capacity to do so. After closing the distance with the little girl, one of the lieutenants suddenly raised his gun. The bounty notice stated life or death. So what does it matter whether they bring back a dead or alive little brat? Stop. Just as the lieutenant was about to pull the trigger, a deafening roar nearly shattered his eardrums, and a heavy fist struck the back of his head, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Solmes, you bastard! The other lieutenant, furious, aimed his gun at the attacking bastard, Sergeant Solmes, who had repeatedly ruined their plans. However, as a fist grew larger in front of him, darkness quickly engulfed his vision. Relying on his physical advantage, Sergeant Solmes knocked out his two lost companions and, as if he had used up all his courage, sat down on the spot. Sergeant Solmes wasn't as powerful as he appeared. He was just naturally taller and more intimidating. Even the enemy didn't have the courage to fight him. Yet today, he had beaten his superior. Since coming to this island, Sergeant Solmes had seen too many of his companions reveal their sinister sides under the cover of night, more terrifying and shameless than those pirates. He looked at the little girl slowly approaching him, forcing himself to show a supposedly kind expression, his muffled voice sounding like a broken bellows. Kid, hurry and go. Don't stay here, soon more people will come. That was a thoughtless, heartfelt statement. Even if she left, where could she go on this island already surrounded by warships? The little girl wasn't frightened by the scar on his face, but looked at the sweaty sergeant with some concern, her light voice sounding like an angel's call in his ears. Are you okay, Uncle? Yeah, I'm fine, Uncle. Just need to rest a bit, don't worry. Are you afraid of the dark? It's okay. Uncle will watch you from behind. Hurry up, don't get caught. Sweat had already blurred Sergeant Solmes's vision, and he was speaking somewhat incoherently to the little girl in front of him. When he finally came to his senses after an unknown amount of time, the child was no longer there. Blood had soaked the ground beneath him. There weren't that many invulnerable monsters in this world, nor were there protagonists who could still bounce around after being shot twice. For ordinary people, no matter where they were hit, when the bullet tears through muscle and organs, and blood keeps flowing, it's a fatal injury. The gray-eyed Sergeant Solmes gradually lost consciousness, suddenly recalling that the child bore a 6 or 7-point resemblance to Nico Robin on the bounty notice, and a hint of realization dawned upon him. There are many things in this world that can be explained by reason, but when Lieutenant Colonel Wu rushed out to block those 2 gunshots, he indeed didn't think too much. It was just that it wasn't based on justice or morality. Only when Wu was on his deathbed did he realize that perhaps he thought what he did was right. When his gaze unintentionally fell on his chest, and he saw the small white flower placed there, it seemed that in a moment of daze, a light and pleasant voice had thanked him. He contentedly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 145, Major General Ah. Major General Poliusolino savored his new title, stroked his chin, and didn't feel angry. Looks are something given by nature, and he himself had no dissatisfaction with his appearance. Until now, he had encountered quite a few rude people who mocked his looks, but so what if people laughed at him? It doesn't take away a piece of flesh. Major General Poliusolino, who didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, smiled very gentlemanly, and then suddenly shot out dozens of laser beams. Major General Poliusolino felt unenthusiastic. Having just been promoted to Major General, he expressed that he didn't even know how he ended up in this position. He had a ship, a house, parents who were alive, a good family background, loving parents, and a network of relatives in both military and political circles. His academic performance was just mediocre, but he managed to get into the top 3 of the Naval Academy with ease. He yawned and was chosen by a scruffy-looking uncle, becoming a disciple of a former naval admiral. He casually nibbled on a tasteless fruit and obtained powerful abilities from the nature fruit. Palliasolino, who was lazy and half-hearted, easily relied on that fruit's abilities to become an officer. No matter what kind of pirate or bully it was, as long as he took action, they could be subdued. For some inexplicable reason, he was suddenly promoted to the position of Major General by a superior's order. However, before the Major General's office had even warmed up, he was sent from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. Major General Palliasolino's life experience in the first half of his life was an enviable high-end version, even though he had never asked for anything. He lazily never engaged in faction building and spent his days however comfortably he could. In the hellish New World, he lived well, completing basic tasks by knocking out 3 pirate crews every day, then basking in the sun and enjoying hot pot leisurely. He didn't find this repetitive and boring. Major General Palliasolino felt that nothing could be happier than this. In this way, he is regarded as a symbol of the new generation of the Navy, noble and aloof. Unlike the flamboyant and unscrupulous figures outside, who are constantly vying for power and profit, the somewhat inexplicable Admiral Borsalino has unwittingly gained numerous supporters. And, coupled with his own formidable strength, the casualty rate of the Marines under his command is significantly lower than that of those who do not care for their subordinates. Whether Admiral Borsalino is willing or not, his image has already become a rising star within the Navy. Sighing, Admiral Borsalino gazes at the starry sky where the moonlight is obscured, wondering if at this hour he would usually be peacefully asleep in his robe. But what is he doing now? The laser beams shot out failed to take effect as the savage pirate waved his arm, and the long sword wrapped in haki effortlessly dispersed dozens of laser beams. With a sigh, Admiral Borsalino clasped his hands together, and amidst a blinding brilliance, countless photons gathered in his hands to form a lightsaber that illuminated the night sky. When the 2 swords crossed, there were no sparks flying nor deafening sounds. The terrifying energy body, purely composed of light and heat, would only melt any earthly weapon upon contact, and only haki could withstand a blow or 2. Relying on this extraordinarily exaggerated ability, Admiral Borsalino has yet to encounter many opponents who can face him head-on. What a hassle. In this world, there aren't many flashy sword techniques. Practicality is what matters most. The combat skills that the Navy has continuously refined and improved over 800 years are certainly not something those mud-legged pirates can compete with. The tall Borsalino isn't just tall for nothing. With his long arms and legs, he undoubtedly has the advantage over the comparatively disabled Rayn. His clean and sharp slashes lack any flair, even giving a sense of weakness, as each strike feels light and airy. However, with the speed of light, he swings his energy-infused sword, making it appear as if meteors are falling, dazzling onlookers. Can anyone keep up with the speed of light? The light fruit is theoretically an invincible fruit that can reach the speed of light. However, due to the straight-line propagation of light, Borsalino has limited variable techniques. Moreover, if he truly moved at light speed, he could potentially burst out of this planet. At such speeds, human willpower cannot control it. Thus, the human body becomes the greatest burden. Great power always comes with a cost. Borsalino's unique slow tone and seemingly lazy posture stem from his perspective as light. Everything in the outside world seems slow to him, and the dissonance between his senses and body causes him unknown pain and loneliness. He indeed possesses the speed of light, but it isn't as exaggerated as theoretical values suggest. This is fine. Humans only need to bear the portion of power they can control. Even so, with this portion of power, Borsalino easily ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, undefeated to this day. The swordsmanship that has been refined by the Navy over 800 years has not been used by Borsalino, having a poor relationship with that great master. He purely relies on the power of his devil fruit to execute those unavoidable slashes. Can anyone keep up with the speed of light? Yes. Rayn, who has no abilities to rely on, has managed to keep up with Borsalino's speed through daily training. His observation haki predicts Borsalino's movements, and his armament haki breaks through the latter's trickster elemental form. The once undefeated Borsalino, who easily crushed his opponents, finds himself at a disadvantage against Rayn. The fierce battle between the two appears to other Navy soldiers like a clash of gods, with the shockwaves and laser brilliance making them fearfully hesitant to approach, even deterring a few hidden officers waiting for an opportunity. The clash between the light sword and the long sword produces silent shockwaves. Borsalino, unable to break the deadlock, emits blinding light. Even Rayn isn't strong enough to ignore such brightness. Squinting his eyes, he pauses his attack, allowing Borsalino to vanish before him. His observation haki quickly locks onto the disappearing figure above, the 8 Shaku jewel. With a light exclamation, dazzling photons gather between Borsalino's hands, and in an instant, a rain of light descends from the sky. Borsalino's training in swordsmanship has always been his weak point. After failing to break through, he decides to directly use his most proficient method. Each beam of the spreading light rain possesses the power of a battleship's cannon and does not weaken despite the expanded attack range. Rayn closes his eyes. Under such bright light, if he forces them open, blindness is the only option left. The perception from his observation haki relays everything to him. The light rain above cannot be defended against. But why defend? He abandons his sword, fists at his waist, and delivers a simple punch toward the sky. The 8 Chung Fist's ultimate move, Cone Dragon, Cone Nail, a cyan blue dragon-shaped chi rises. With the overwhelming might to obliterate all material, it devours the sky full of light projectiles. How terrifying! The rainbow light that surprises Borsalino instantly engulfs his upper body. The Navy, who have lost all sense of encirclement, gawk in disbelief as they witness the entire process. Until Borsalino's tragic lower half falls from the sky, they remain frozen in shock. After defeating a Navy rear admiral, Rayn shows no signs of joy on his face. He has fought many times this night, and his stamina is irrecoverable. Furthermore, while confident in his strength, Rayn does not believe he can defeat the unfathomable opponent. He stares intently at Borsalino's severed lower half, waiting for the other party's remains to transform into photons and resurrect. Until a glowing kick catches Rayn's eye, cold sweat begins to bead, and light words reach his ears. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Boom! An explosion is released from that kick. Amidst the dust and smoke, a shadow is seen rolling out, directly crashing into the surrounding Navy soldiers, knocking many down. Once Rayn stabilizes himself, a glimmer finally appears in his lifeless eyes, bringing him some joy. His lips move slightly, spitting out 2 bloodied teeth, but Rayn's gaze remains fixed on the previously fallen remains, watching as they gradually fade and ultimately vanish into thin air. So that's how it is. No wonder he is a Navy rear admiral. As the dust clears, Borsalino, maintaining the kicking posture, sighs with apparent regret, ultimately standing still without making any unnecessary movements. How terrifying! Is it that the recent youth are all monsters? The devil fruit possesses extraordinary abilities. While it can display remarkable effects depending on the user, if one were to categorize devil fruits, Borsalino's naturally belongs to the top tier. The one Rayn knocked down was a decoy created by Borsalino as a lifesaver, consuming more than half of his stamina. Without such a trump card, he would indeed have only half his body lying there, waiting to report to the afterlife. But there are no ifs in this world. The fact is, that supposedly fatal kick at light speed is nothing to Rayn, while Borsalino, who expended more stamina, no longer has the confidence to continue fighting against this incredibly terrifying young man. This is really troublesome. I clearly called the other guy to bring his troops over to handle the situation, just so I could finish work early and have a cup of hot cocoa on the ship. But why am I now in this predicament? Although those overwhelmed sailors are not my subordinates, I cannot just stand by and watch these young sailors die, thought Admiral Polyasolino, who ultimately let out a sigh. Taking off the justice coat draped over him, Admiral Polyasolino seemed to show no signs of tension or pessimism as he loosened up. Let us give a try. A long-awaited battle. Life is indeed more fun with opponents. This is the same for Admiral Borsalino and Rayn. Ignoring the numerous Marines he had just overwhelmed, he slightly waved his hand, and the long sword embedded in the ground flew to Rayn's call. He looked at the tall figure of the monkey, and a glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. Could this person fulfill his wishes? The two, filled with fighting spirit, were now unstoppable. Come on, Marines. Before the words could finish, Rayn's face contorted in pain. Having experienced many sufferings in this world, Rayn seemed numb to this feeling. But why was there such a heart-wrenching agony? An arm pierced through Rayn's defense, directly penetrating his flesh from behind. The tall man hidden among the many Marines wore a hood, and his ordinary face would not be associated with any so-called big figures until this moment when he shouted in a deep voice, "Cerberus!" The scorching region of the red lotus instantly burned the enemy's internal organs. Chapter 146. Is the moon out? Sakakis. The tone was filled with great dissatisfaction towards this name. Borsalino stared at the featureless face beneath the hood, ultimately choosing not to say anything more. Looking at the charred remains burned by the magma, Borsalino felt a bit regretful. After all, he had managed to rekindle a spark of fighting enthusiasm, only to have it abruptly interrupted. But they were just pirates after all. The Navy's duty was never about fulfilling personal heroism through solitary battles. Completing tasks more effectively and swiftly was their responsibility. Whether it was to achieve their main objective of capturing Nico Robin or to reduce the losses of their forces. Vice Admiral Sakakis' judgment was undoubtedly sound. This operation is commanded by Admiral Sakazuki, while Admiral Borsalino is merely leading his own subordinates as an advance party. For Borsalino, who has just been promoted to Admiral, it is not suitable to continue seeking military merits during this sensitive period. It is better to pass through this promotion phase smoothly to avoid creating too many internal enemies. Moreover, this mission is the result of Admiral Sakazuki's strong insistence. O'Hara was destroyed under the demon-slaying order, and a child like Nico Robin actually escaped. Admiral Sakazuki, known for his strictness, cannot tolerate any mistakes regarding this matter and considers it his dereliction of duty. Thus, to compensate for his error, he has participated in the hunt for Nico Robin over the past few years. With a cold huff, Sakazuki does not take Borsalino's dissatisfaction to heart. He has never had concepts like tolerance or fairness toward these pirates, who are even worse than trash. They simply do not deserve it. He understands Borsalino's strength better than anyone. When Borsalino confirmed Nico Robin's presence after landing, but did not capture her on the spot, Sakazuki realized that the situation might be tricky. He knows very well who Nico Robin is currently leveraging. Although that young pirate possesses considerable strength, Sakazuki remains unconcerned. It was only after he concealed himself among the Navy and witnessed the fierce battle between him and Borsalino that he re-evaluated the situation. Borsalino would not lose. There was absolutely no chance he could lose to mere pirates. Sakazuki simply did not want to waste time. Even if he were to confront them directly, he could easily crush those ignorant pirates, but he chose not to. Instead, he ended the pirate's life with a cold and brutal ambush. Whether the Navy or the government, they have never regarded this pirate as a threat. All actions were aimed at capturing or killing Nico Robin. Admiral Borsalino is not one of those hot-headed young men. He quickly emerged from his slight disappointment, picked up the coat that represents justice, and returned to his laid-back demeanor as he looked at Admiral Sakazuki. It's up to you now. After smoothly handing over the task, Admiral Borsalino finally gets to go back to the ship and enjoy a cup of hot cocoa. Understood. Responding to his old classmate's words with a neutral tone, Sakazuki always maintains a serious and unapproachable expression while working. The surrounding Navy personnel are unsure whether to cheer for the success of the ambush, ultimately deciding to keep silent and carry out the confidential tasks and orders. It is not until the two admirals begin to depart that some sailors dare to approach the dead pirate. After confirming his identity and severing his head for preservation, all future bounties regarding the pirate Rayn Walker will cease. Without waiting for a night to pass, the next morning, a small corner of the World Economic Journal will report Rayn Walker's death, proclaiming it to the world to demonstrate the authority of the world government. Even the battle-hardened sailors cannot help but feel a chill at the horrific sight before them. The magma that pierced through the back has melted this pirate's organs, and even they cannot bear to witness such a death. Under the bright starlight, they cannot endure to look any longer. Has the moon come out? The sudden, faint sound catches them off guard, and then a shimmering green light slices through the waist of the 5 or 6 approaching sailors, spilling blood everywhere. The commotion spreads like a virus, instantly infecting all nearby sailors, causing the two admirals, who have not yet moved far away, to turn in disbelief. A long sword, radiating an eerie glow, greedily absorbs the surrounding flesh and blood, transforming it into nutrients to feed the broken body. The originally bright starlight dims at this moment, and everyone is caught off guard by this bizarre scene. Meanwhile, the two admirals, 100 times stronger than them, sense with their observation haki that the pirate, who should have been dead, is now exhibiting a powerful vitality. Great fire, Jetta no Kagami. Without hesitation, the two admirals immediately rush toward Rayn's fallen direction, with the scorching magma and rain of light showing no intention of granting the unknown transformation any chance. However, they are still a step too late. Centered around that long sword, the entire island begins to tremble. The ground starts to crack, and, as if losing gravity, both the screaming navy and the animals, trees, and rocks on the island all float toward the sky. The magma and light projectiles shooting and also get pulled upward. What's happening? Roaring in anger, Sakazuki melts the ground beneath his feet, barely resisting the sudden pull of gravity. Meanwhile, Borisolino turns to leave, his figure flashing as he attempts to escape this strange gravitational zone. The moon. Following the source of the attraction, Sakazuki looks in shock at the blood-red moon. The island begins to break apart, drifting toward the moon. Tonight is the moment of the Yada no Kagami's greatest power. That blood-red moon continuously provides strength to it, displaying the ferocity that a national destruction sword should possess. The figure holding the long sword seems to be a heavenly harbinger of destruction, with the world resonating with the symphony of annihilation. Rayn's organs were originally a fake created by the power of the Yada no Kagami. Now, with a swing of the long sword, countless sailors in the sky turn into blood mist, crazily absorbed by the long sword, reshaping the broken body. The shimmering green light flickers wildly in Rayn's eyes, and the balance of the throne has long been overturned. It seems that this reborn body is about to change ownership. This is so annoying. Such a venting roar has not been heard in a long time. The flickering light in Rayn's eyes suddenly halts as he presses one hand on the sword's body, activating the 8-point fist power cultivated over many years. With a piercing sword cry, the Yada no Kagami is snapped in half. With this action, the scene finally fell silent, a dead silence. In this moment, everything that had ascended in this world came to a halt. The red moon in the sky seemed to be draped in a layer of blood-red veil, which was quietly brushed away with the shattering of the seven-star sword. All ascended beings responded once more to the call of gravity, crashing back to the ground in disarray. It was a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. Fearless, Rayn stood his ground, seemingly unafraid of the debris falling from above. The broken sword in his hand emitted a reluctant sound. If the seven stars sword could speak, it might incredulously question this human. How dare you betray my grace? Without the sword's magic, how can you, this frail human, continue to live? Unfortunately, it no longer had the strength to do anything, and the broken sword, casually discarded by Rayn, ultimately returned to silence, becoming the most inconspicuous piece of iron in the world. Rayn's gaze was calm, but his hunchback spoke of unspoken fatigue. He was like a madman who, before having a chance to split his personality, had cleanly snuffed out all signs of it with his hands, feeling refreshed at this moment. Trash, a river of lava, exuding intense heat, melted everything in its path and surged uncontrollably toward the weary Rayn, aiming to obliterate the pirate. This was lava, a deadly substance capable of ending the lives of fragile beings like humans just by proximity. Feeling the lethal temperature, Rayn wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, calmly raised his fist, and the armed color of his domineering aura wrapped around his fist. The shockwave of the 8-burst fist pushed aside the surface of the lava, and without any unnecessary emotions, Rayn swung down his fist. The anticipated scene of the pirate being reduced to carbon ash did not occur. Rear Admiral Sakazuki watched as the flesh and blood fist broke through layers of lava, and ultimately, as consciousness faded, it was smashed hard into his face, deeply embedding him into the ground. Synopsis: the sea is vast, and humans are insignificant. Loves meat, loves alcohol, but hates fish. Fighting is boring. Robbing is boring. Chasing One Piece is merely a way to pass the time. When Rayn, who knows not what a dream is, sets sail, what kind of chaos will this brawler monkey create in the world? Crossing mountains and seas, seeking the light. 9 mountains and 8 seas, I roam freely.